Every failure brings a tenfold compensation. What changes will happen in your life? You just failed at a blind date, and suddenly a voice in your head says, "Congratulations, host." Activating the tenfold compensation system for failures. The host will receive tenfold compensation for any failure. You're very excited. It's actually real. My life is about to turn around. At that moment in the Western restaurant, your date looks down on you for not having a house or savings, saying dating a poor guy like you is a waste of time. The next second, after the blind date fails, you receive a compensation of a Koenigsegg worth 100 million. You're extremely surprised. This is amazing. Why does the system compensate with a car for a failed blind date? With tenfold compensation, think about the numbers. After a failed blind date, receiving a hypercar worth 100 million will boost your charm, and naturally, thousands of women will be interested. At this moment, a Koenigsegg stops at the entrance. The blind date girl, just arriving at the door, exclaims, "Oh my god, a Koenigsegg worth 100 million. Not just her, but passers-by and customers in the store also looked over. Such a top-tier hypercar is rare even among the wealthy. It is indeed a rare sight. Everyone is staring at the wealthy man getting out of the car, their eyes filled with envy. The wealthy man walks up to you, slightly bending to hand you a key, saying, "Sir, your ordered Koenigsegg has arrived. Here's the key, please take it." "Thanks," you say as you casually take the key. Everyone present is shocked. The wealthy man turns out to be the poor guy from the failed blind date, and the man getting out of the car is just delivering the car keys. At this moment, the blind date girl looks at you eagerly, saying, "Now that I think about it, you're handsome, humble, and low-key. I'd like to give it a try," her voice sweet and completely different from before. You reply without holding back, "Weren't you just saying you wouldn't want to eat plain food with me or sleep in a park? Now that you see I have a Koenigsegg, you've changed your mind?" The woman is taken aback, and several customers spit out their drinks. Serves you right for being so materialistic and having such a sharp tongue. The woman sincerely replies, "I'm not attracted to your car, I'm attracted to you." You calmly say, "Get lost," and turn to leave. Seriously, what's more fun than a Koenigsegg? After driving out and enjoying the attention from passers-by, you park the car in the lot. Returning to your rented apartment, a one-bedroom unit, with monthly rent and utilities costing thousands, being unemployed is indeed troublesome. After thinking for a moment, you open your computer to revise your resume, requesting an annual salary of 2 million, then send out dozens of applications, knowing that failure will bring the system's tenfold compensation. At that moment, the doorbell rings, your landlord stands at the door, saying, "Zhang Chen, you've delayed your rent for a month." You awkwardly smile and say, "Sorry, I haven't found a job yet. Can you give me a few more days?" Last time you asked for a few more days, the landlord replies, "Today is the final deadline. Either pay your rent now or move out immediately." Saying this, the landlord picks up your things to throw them out. Just then, the system alerts you that after failing to rent a house, you receive a compensation of a mansion worth 1 billion, with the property certificate and related documents placed in Dongwon Garden. You're thrilled, "Oh my god. A mansion worth 1 billion. This is amazing. I won't have to rent anymore or put up with this kind of humiliation." Dongwon Garden is the top luxury estate in the city, with prices already exceeding 200,000 per square meter. You park the car in the parking lot. A casual glance reveals dozens of luxury cars. Arriving at the door of your mansion worth 1 billion, you open the door and walk in. Sitting on the sofa, you have luxury cars and a mansion, but no money. How can you get some? Soon, you think of a few ways and take a nap in your mansion. The next day, you drive around in your luxury car and quickly spot a beautiful young woman. You pull up beside her, open the car door, and cheerfully say, "Hey beautiful, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." This is Revenge, Volume 1, driving a Koenigsegg to invite top beauties into the car. Such women are surely high maintenance and will likely refuse, allowing you to receive compensation from the system, which could be even more valuable than the Koenigsegg. Wu Dongfei looks at your Koenigsegg, slightly surprised, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. He shakes his head and says, "Thanks, but I'll take the bus." You're puzzled, he clearly refused, so why didn't the system provide compensation? The system reminds the host that you must invite at least 3 times to receive compensation. You smile slightly and say, "Why take the bus? That'll just lose you fans. Just tell me where you're going, maybe it's on my way." I don't look like a bad guy, do I? Wu Dongfei awkwardly replies, "I'm going to Tantan University, it's too far." "I won't trouble you." You're very excited, Tantan University? I'm from that school too. What a coincidence, it's on my way. Get in, Wu Dongfei smiles. Thanks then. You feel frustrated, will he refuse again? You're a bit down, being so broke now. You need to find a way to get system compensation, otherwise, having a Koenigsegg but no money for gas is pointless. After arriving at your destination, you feel a bit hungry. After eating at the school cafeteria, you decide to set up a stall, thinking that wherever you fail, you'll get compensated, and losses won't go unaddressed. At this moment, a group of female college students approaches, and Woo Dongfei is among them. Isn't that our senior? Woo Dongfei stops in his tracks, looking on with disbelief, realizing that the wealthy senior he admired is actually a street vendor. Several girls are also discussing. It turns out he's not a wealthy man, and the Koenigsegg isn't his either. He's just a street vendor pretending to be rich. Dongfei, are you blind? They retort, crowding around Woo Dongfei and turning back. You see this but don't care, as you're about to collect your things. The stall system announces, host, you lost 100 today. A compensation of 1 million has been credited to your account. At this moment, a bank text arrives for account number ending in 0984. Deposited 1 million renminbi. You're very happy about the 1 million compensation, it's truly tenfold. This is amazing. You won't have to worry about money anymore. If worse comes to worst, you can just set up a stall. Is there a more profitable business than this? After packing up, you call Woo Dongfei. He looks at the caller ID, nervous, thinking, he's calling me? Don't answer, he's a scammer. Ignore him. Your 4 roommates chatter angrily, hating such scammers who dare to deceive Woo Dongfei. Woo Dongfei takes a deep breath but still answers, Junior, do you have time? I'm studying. Studying on the road. Are you all just wandering around? Didn't you see me? He must be mistaken. Woo Dongfei's face turned bright red, so embarrassing, he was about to hang up. Suddenly, a Koenigsegg sped over, and as he got out with a grin, he said, Junior, you don't think I'm too poor to date, do you? So you lied to my face. Woo Dongfei and his roommate were left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He just pulled a Koenigsegg out of nowhere. Was that the same guy who was just selling stuff? Woo Dongfei awkwardly said, I didn't mean it, I was just afraid you'd feel embarrassed. Why are you selling stuff? You replied calmly, experiencing life. Roommate Duan Shanshan giggled, are you experiencing life by wearing all this street vendor stuff? You shot a glance at Duan Shanshan, just wait until I change my outfit tomorrow, then you'll call me a rich dude. Duan Shanshan replied, I really don't believe a rich person would dress like you. Plus, you look scruffy and unkempt. You clearly seem down on your luck. The roommate next to you chimed in, yeah, Dongfei, don't let him fool you. Hearing this, you asked meaningfully, I heard the Western Flower is also very beautiful. She's a live streamer named Lu Shiyu, and she's also the campus belle of Futon University. Duan Shanshan remarked, of course, the Western Flower is stunning. She's definitely a live streamer. What's the deal? Is he mistaking Zhang Chen for a scumbag while asking about the Western Flower in front of Donghua? What else could he be but a scumbag? You casually said, what's the name of his livestream? I want to take the top spot on the leaderboard. Except for Woo Dongfei, the other girls burst into laughter. Duan Shanshan's eyes lit up as she grabbed your phone and entered the Western Flower's livestream. The Western Flower was dancing live, exuding a cold elegance with a stunning figure, delicate features, as beautiful as a lotus in the snow, and her dance was extremely captivating. Duan Shanshan teased, the top spot on the leaderboard is 800,000. Under the strange gazes of the 5 girls, you quickly registered and directly recharged 1 million, occasionally sending the streamer a super rocket from the western region, sending her a super rocket 66, then a super rocket 100. The super rocket rain kept coming, causing a stir in every livestream on the platform. Countless people flooded into the western region's livestream to see the spectacle. Rich dude, take my knee. Oh my, it's just a level 3 account. This demon bull has spent nearly 500,000 in gifts, and it hasn't stopped at 600,000 yet. The fans in the livestream were left stunned. Lu Shiyu also looked surprised. She had no impression of this person and checked the registration time, realizing it was registered today. Who is this? Finally, the super rocket rain stopped. A total of 1,000 super rockets were sent, worth 1 million. You felt a bit tired, your fingers were sore from sending gifts. It would be nice if you could send 1 million gifts at once, or even 10 million or 100 million. After saying this, you exited the live stream. You shoved your phone into your pocket, pressed the gas, and sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only the 5 girls were left, still standing there like fools. Back home, you laughed for a while. The feeling of running off after showing off was truly exhilarating, like nothing you'd ever experienced. A brand new life was about to begin because you had found the correct way to use the system, which was to incur losses. Losing a few hundred a day could yield millions in compensation. In a month, you could become a billionaire. It feels amazing. Once you have money, you can start a company. No matter how you lose, you'll just get richer. This is truly fascinating. At that moment, your phone buzzed with a message. Lu Shiyu privately messaged you, asking you to add her on WeChat. After a moment of thought, you added her, and it was quickly approved. Hello, how good, thank you for supporting me. No problem, I accidentally entered your live stream, found you very beautiful, and saw that you danced professionally, so I decided to support you. You chatted casually for a while, then you casually opened your high school group chat, just in time to see a classmate asking for help to buy a house. I'm still short 30,000 for the down payment. Is there anyone willing to lend me? Your eyes lit up at the thought of borrowing money. If someone refused to lend me money, how would the system compensate me? Selling stuff is great, I can make millions every day, but it's impossible to become a rich dude overnight. You quickly found your target, the rich second-generation Gao Feiyang. Your relationship was terrible back in high school. At this moment, the classmate borrowing money was expressing gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Li Shi. You're so kind, I'll definitely pay you back as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Gao Feiyang started showing off in the group chat, posting a photo of himself leaning against a Porsche with sunglasses on. "Classmates, look at these sunglasses I just got. What do you think? The sunglasses aren't the main point, right? Feiyang, you got a new car? Wow, a Porsche 718, worth $1 million. So envious, you're the one doing the best in our class." At this moment, you were privately messaging Gao Feiyang, "Hey old classmate, congrats on buying a luxury car." Gao Feiyang replied, "It's just $1 million car, it's nothing. By the way, how have you been? Do you want me to introduce you to a job? My company is looking for a security guard. You'd be great at it with your strength, and you're about 1.8 meters tall, right? Seems like a good match. Thanks, but I can't do that. Can you lend me some money? How much? 10 million. 10 million is nothing to me, but why didn't you say so earlier? Recently, I not only bought a car but also a house in Deep Bay Garden, 100 square meters, which cost over 20 million. So, sorry." Seeing that the system hadn't responded, you realized you hadn't worked hard enough. You added, "I owe rent and was kicked out by my landlord. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I need to start a business. Just help me out as an old classmate, and I can pay you back within a year. Where am I supposed to find a way? You just ask for 10 million like it's nothing. Don't think of it as just 10 million, I wouldn't even lend you 1,000. Have you thought about what our relationship was like before? How about a dime? That way, you can't say I'm stingy. The only way I'd lend you money is if the sun rises in the west." At that moment, the system's voice announced, "Host's request for a loan of 10 million has been rejected. A loan of 100 billion has been credited. Please check your account." You also received a bank message, exactly 100 billion, no more, no less. 100 billion loan? System, I hope I won't be invited for tea. Is there any interest? This is a 10-year, interest-free loan from the system. The funding source has been processed through advanced technology. Everything is legitimate, so please rest assured in using it, but it must be repaid within 10 years. Oh my god, this is truly incredible. You were extremely excited. 100 billion. Even if it's just saved in the bank, the interest alone would be 5 to 6 billion a year. In 10 years, that's 50 to 60 billion. If I use it to start a business, I won't have to worry about making money if I succeed. If I fail, there's a 10,000-fold compensation. No matter how you look at it, I can't lose. The system reminded the host that no further loans could be taken from the system until this loan was repaid. The system's voice echoed. In other words, if you get rejected when borrowing money in the future, the system won't provide the 10,000-fold compensation for the loan. You felt it was a bit of a pity, otherwise, you could become the richest person in the world just by relying on interest. Gao Feiyang shared a screenshot of your conversation in the group, mocking, "Everyone, Zhang Chen is now begging. Hope he doesn't starve on the streets." As soon as this was said, the group became lively. No way. Oh my god, Zhang Chen can't even pay his rent and got kicked out by his landlord? Can't find a job? Is it because of a lack of ability? Some people always have high aspirations but low capabilities. Gao Feiyang took the opportunity to say, "Tomorrow I'm hosting a housewarming party at my place. All classmates are invited, especially the beauties, no one can miss it." Soon, everyone forgot about you and started flattering Gao Feiyang. However, one classmate stood out, Li Shi. He called you, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you borrow money from Gao Feiyang? There's no way he would agree." Now he's posting your chat history in the group, damaging your reputation. You were momentarily at a loss for words. Li Shi was also in the city, working at a shipping company with a salary of around 10,000. Yet he had given you quite a bit of money over time and never asked for repayment. You felt very touched. Li Shi continued, "You thought he was rich and would be willing to lend you money. You were too naive. Give me your account number. I have some spare cash. You can use it for now." You laughed helplessly, Do you have so much money that you don't know what to do with it? You just lent a classmate 30,000 and now you want to lend me money? It's normal to help a classmate in need. Compared to that, you seriously said, okay. You were that enthusiastic, but this time I won't need it because I was just testing Gao Feiyan's character. Actually, I've already made it big. Just wait for me to take care of you. The next day, looking at the business plan you drafted overnight, you felt like a genius. Such a plan couldn't possibly incur losses, it would be against nature. Then you called Wu Dongfei, hey Junior, it's Saturday. Are you free? Wu Dongfei replied with surprise, yes, I'm free. Then come shopping with me. I want to buy some clothes and plan to change my outfit. At least I can't wear street vendor stuff to avoid being looked down upon. Okay. Wu Dongfei readily agreed, then started rummaging through his clothes. Sisters, help me pick the best outfit. Did the rich senior brother invite you? 4 roommates poked their heads out from the mosquito net. Yes, he's coming to pick me up to go shopping, Wu Dongfei said, his face flushed. That's great. The 4 roommates jumped down to help him get ready. You drove to the base of Wu Dongfei's dormitory. Today was completely different from before. After all, money gives a man confidence. Even if you drive a fancy car and live in a luxurious house, without money, you still lack assurance. Now you had 100 billion in your account and a system that provided a 10,000-fold compensation for failures. You promised yourself to take good care of yourself from now on. Hurry up, sisters. The rich senior brother has arrived, driving a Koenigsegg. One roommate peeked out and exclaimed, wow, he's really here and smoking. So handsome. A few minutes later, Wu Dongfei got out and drove to the mall, heading straight for the Patek Philippe boutique. A saleswoman approached and asked, what price range are you looking for in a watch? You casually replied, the most expensive one. The saleswoman was taken aback, looking you up and down, unable to see any connection between you and a rich dude, considering the most expensive watch cost tens of millions, which was something he could afford. Almost simultaneously, all the customers turned their attention to you, and some laughed derisively. Just then, a rich guy pointed at your chest and said, kid, you look like a broke loser. How dare you come here to show off? Do you even know where this is? The most expensive watches cost tens of millions, not just a few thousand. Then he looked at Wu Dongfei and said, when choosing a boyfriend, you need to keep your eyes open. Know what's real. After the rich dude finished speaking, he turned to the saleswoman and shouted, that watch I just looked at, pack it up for me. It's only 3 million, just half a month's living expenses. At that moment, you calmly said, salesperson, inform your boss that I just bought this store. Instantly, the entire place fell silent, and all eyes turned to you. The silence continued, and everyone stared at Zhang Chen. This was a Patek Philippe boutique, and with so many watches, the total price had to be a colossal number. He bought the whole store. Was he just bragging or was it real? The owner quickly came out. She was a very elegant young woman, and she quickly calculated on her computer. She said seriously, sir, the inventory of watches alone is worth 1.45 billion. If you can provide 1.5 billion, I'll sell you the store for 1.5 billion. Zhang Chen didn't even frown, and the owner was ecstatic. She quickly drafted the transfer agreement. The two signed their names. Then came the payment. Zhang Chen swiped his card. Beep, the card was successfully processed. The receipt began to print rapidly. All the saleswomen and customers turned their heated gazes towards Zhang Chen. Damn, so impressive. Without even a glance, he directly spent 1.5 billion to buy this store? Just to slap someone in the face? How rich must he be? What is a god-level rich person? This is it. Immediately, they all looked at the man with the gold chain with disdain and mockery. They said he couldn't afford the most expensive watch? How about now? He just got slapped in the face, didn't he? The man with the gold chain was already dumbfounded, his face pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his legs weak. He couldn't even imagine that the seemingly unremarkable young man in front of him was such a terrifying god-level rich person. Just because he mocked him, he smashed 1.5 billion to buy this store? Has he gone mad? He had been crushed to dust. His face had been smashed to pieces. Zhang Chen then looked at the bewildered Wu Dongfei and said, from now on, you are the manager of this store. I will give you a salary of 1 million a year. How this store is run, you have the final say. This was one of his entrepreneurial plans. Wu Dongfei studied foreign languages and was a model, completely unrelated to business. Plus, she had no work experience at all. Letting her manage a 1.5 billion watch store would surely lead to chaos and disorder. If it didn't incur losses, that would be against the natural order. So, as long as there was a loss of 1 million a year, the system would compensate 10 billion. If by chance there was a loss of 10 million, that would be even more impressive, compensating 100 billion. How delightful. So satisfying. Still a college student? Chosen by a god-level rich person, directly a salary of 1 million a year. This beauty is really too lucky. Everyone looked at Woo Dongfei with envy, especially the store staff. Their gazes were even more eager. From now on, this beauty would be their boss, and they had to serve her well, they had to flatter her. Otherwise, they might get fired. Me, be the manager? Woo Dongfei was dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. She was only a sophomore, 20 years old. Be the manager? A salary of 1 million? Has he gone crazy? You should also get some experience. Zhang Chen said to her, I believe in you, you can do it. The problem is, I don't believe in myself, Woo Dongfei said, flustered. She wanted to refuse but was worried about disappointing him. Perhaps he liked her, so he wanted to give her some experience? Then, even if she was being pushed into it, she had to go. Then, Woo Dongfei began to hand over responsibilities with the former store owner. She understood nothing and was completely confused. She could only take notes. Fortunately, the store had a manager, also a woman, 35 years old, named Lu Qingya. She was well versed in these matters. With her assistance, they barely completed the handover. Zhang Chen then asked Lu Qingya to bring over 2 watches. One was a Patek Philippe Super Complication, men's, worth 78 million renminbi, and the other was a women's watch, worth 1 million. Not bad. Zhang Chen looked at them and put the men's watch on his wrist. He then gave the women's watch to Woo Dongfei. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? I like it, but it's so expensive, I can't accept it. Woo Dongfei's face turned red. It's okay, just a small gift. Come on, let's go buy some clothes. Zhang Chen took her out. So impressive, so impressive. I've never seen such an impressive person in my life. So this is how rich people spend money. I've really gained some insight. No wonder his girlfriend is so beautiful. Turns out he is a god-level rich person. The store erupted in discussion. Senior, why did you spend 1.5 billion to buy that store? Woo Dongfei asked cautiously. Then why did you buy a few hair ties? Zhang Chen retorted. Woo Dongfei was dumbfounded. Could it be that 1.5 billion was just like a few bucks to her senior brother? Oh my god, just how rich is he? What followed further shattered Woo Dongfei's worldview. Whenever Zhang Chen entered any store, his first words were to buy the most expensive item. As long as it felt good, he would buy it without hesitation. Various clothes, shoes, belts, ties, and he even bought Woo Dongfei quite a few outfits and bags. It was as if he was spending not money, but paper. Moreover, he seriously said, buying things is like marrying a wife, it must be the best. Put. Woo Dongfei burst out laughing. Is that how you make comparisons? Everyone wants the best, but what's the use without money? Then they entered a Ferrari dealership. He directly swiped his card to buy a Ferrari 488. It cost 4.5 million. Casually, he said, Dongfei, from now on, you'll drive this car. Consider it a benefit for being the store manager. And the gas, tolls, insurance, and repair costs will all be reimbursed. You must never pay out of your own pocket, otherwise, I will punish you severely. Keeping an extra luxury car would waste a lot of money, possibly hundreds of thousands a year. Of course, that would mean a loss of hundreds of thousands. The system compensates 10,000 times, which amounts to billions. Senior brother, why are you spoiling me like this? I might get spoiled. Woo Dongfei was deeply moved, throwing herself into Zhang Chen's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes misty. So refreshing. Zhang Chen embraced her, deeply inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. His blood was boiling. He never expected there would be such benefits to enjoy. At 3 p.m, Woo Dongfei returned to the dormitory with bags in hand. Where did you go today? Is this the gift he gave you? Did he confess to you again? Her 4 roommates surrounded her in a rush. Stop, stop, stop. Woo Dongfei plopped down on a chair. First, pour me a glass of water. I'm dying of thirst. The 4 roommates were exasperated. It was as if the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuchs were. They were worried sick for her while she didn't care at all. Duan Shanshan poured her a glass of hot water and added a pinch of tea leaves. Young lady, take your time drinking, and speak slowly. Don't lie. My head is still a mess. I really don't know what to say. Woo Dongfei took a sip of tea, her expression complicated. Start from the beginning, don't leave anything out. Help me verify if I'm dreaming. Woo Dongfei, a bit dazed, recounted everything that had happened in detail. Spent 1.5 billion to slap the Patek Philippe store in the face? Made you the store manager with $1 million annual salary? Gave you a watch worth $1 million, plus expensive clothes, bags, and cosmetics, along with a 4.5 million Ferrari 488? And he didn't even take you to a hotel? Didn't even hold your hand? Put. Are you making up a story? Verification complete. You're dreaming. You must have a fantasy syndrome. There's no such godly rich person in the world. The 4 roommates were stunned. then doubled over in laughter. But I still have the watch, and the things I bought are right here, and I even drove the Ferrari back. The car keys are here. Woo Dongfei took out the items one by one. Let me see. The four roommates rushed to look. They carefully searched online. They found that the watch was indeed a certain model from Patek Philippe, worth $1 million. The various clothes, bags, and cosmetics were all brand names, quite valuable. They even dragged Wu Dongfei to the parking lot, opened the brand new Ferrari 488, and experienced it for themselves. Only then did they completely believe it. My God, what an incredible rich person. Yesterday we actually doubted he was a scammer. I thought he was already a big spender for giving Lu Shiyu $1 million gift, but today I realized that was just child's play. Today he spent over $1 billion. Most of it was for Dongfei. Dongfei, you're hitting the jackpot. You've caught the eye of a rich man and will marry into a wealthy family. Poor us, still a bunch of mortals. Boo-hoo. I feel so pitiful. No rich man likes me. The most my boyfriend has ever given me is a phone worth a few thousand. I can't go on like this. Dongfei, have pity on me. Let me hug your boyfriend's thigh. The four of them were inexplicably shocked, endlessly sighing. You all have to help me. How can I manage that store well? If it loses money, how will I face him? Wu Dongfei said anxiously. That's not the point. The point is, how can you get into his bed as soon as possible? I'll teach you a trick to fulfill your wish. Yes. Making it happen is the most important. The four roommates began brainstorming. The conversation had completely derailed. At 4 p.m, a large group of classmates arrived at Deep Bay Garden. 5 boys and 4 girls. Zhang Chen's good brother Li Shi was among them. They drove 3 cars. Gao Feiyan drove a Porsche and confidently welcomed them at the entrance. Then he led them into the parking lot. After parking, the classmates were all stunned. Someone whispered, "So many luxury cars. No wonder this is the top luxury residential area in Deep City. If no one is here to greet you, you definitely can't get in." Gao Feiyang proudly said, "All the luxury cars here are the best in Deep City. I'm not bragging. Do you see that Koenigsegg? It's worth $100 million. The legendary top luxury car Koenigsegg?" Everyone's faces flushed, their hearts racing. Unable to resist the temptation, they crowded over to take a closer look. They couldn't help but start taking photos and group pictures. Even Gao Feiyan took a few shots. He only discovered this Koenigsegg today. A classmate sent the photos to the group. At all classmates, look what we found at Gao Feiyang's residential area. A Koenigsegg worth $100 million. Today has truly opened our eyes. Wow, so flashy, so cool. I wonder who the owner is. After working my whole life, I could only buy a tire. Gao Feiyang, you're amazing, living with such a top-tier rich man. The group chat instantly exploded. At Gao Feiyang, you can take a picture together, but why are you so disgusting? Touching the car, even licking it? Is that your car? Zhang Chen also spoke up. Oh, Zhang Chen, you poor guy, crawled out from under a bridge? If it's not my car, is it yours? What right do you have to talk here? Gao Feiyang exploded with anger, retorting on the spot. It really is my car. Otherwise, why would I say that? Zhang Chen replied. Your car? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Even if you worked yourself to death, you couldn't afford a car door, no, not even a tire. Gao Feiyang replied with disdain. For a while, Zhang Chen didn't say anything, but the next second, a photo was instantly sent to the group. The photo showed Zhang Chen sitting in the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg, very clear, even capturing the license plate. This was taken by Wu Dongfei for Zhang Chen. Now it was coming in handy. The license plate is the same, the car is the same. It should be the same one. Oh my God, is this car Zhang Chen's? Could it be that Zhang Chen has risen and made a fortune? How is that possible? Is there something wrong here? The classmates stared at the photo, dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. It must be fake. It's probably a car and photo of someone who looks a lot like Zhang Chen. He just happened to get it and thought it was funny to show off to us. Hai Feiyan, still shaken, disdainfully said, right, he's a computer whiz. Maybe he used some special method to modify the photo we just sent and added his own picture in there. This bastard really has some skills with computers. Maybe, the many classmates perfunctorily echoed, though they had other thoughts in mind. However, it would also be a bit difficult to make them believe that this was really Zhang Chen's car, because in their impression, Zhang Chen was incredibly down and out. They still vividly remembered the chat records from last night between him and Hai Feiyang. He could barely afford rent, so how could he buy a Koenigsegg worth $100 million? Wasn't that an international joke? One clever classmate immediately spoke up. Zhang Chen, your car is parked here to congratulate Hai Feiyang on his housewarming, right? Where are you? We can't see you. Zhang Chen, if you have the guts, don't just send a photo. Bring the car keys over and open the door. Then I'll drop my pants and stand on my head to take a dump. Hai Feiyan's eyes lit up as he spoke. Dropping your pants and standing on your head to take a dump? That's pretty harsh. Zhang Chen, sitting on the sofa, stroked his chin, a strange smile appearing on his face. Hai Feiyan was asking for trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well fulfill him. Zhang Chen, why aren't you speaking? Damn it, bring the car keys to prove it. Do you think we don't know about PSED photos? Daring to show off in front of me, Hai Feiyan, you're still far from qualified. You're just a poor loser. If you don't come out to show off, I wouldn't bother with you, but since you insist, I'll just slap you in the face. Zhang Shenhao, say something. Damn it, are you mute? Hai Feiyan continued to shout in the group. He was relentless. This time, he was determined to humiliate Zhang Chen until he cried. Damn, I took the elevator down, and you said so much? Are you a chatterbox? Zhang Chen's reply came. Come out. Hai Feiyan roared in a voice message. I'm right behind you. Zhang Chen also sent a voice message in the group. Swipe. All the classmates turned around. They saw Zhang Chen really standing behind them. Oh my god, Zhang Chen really came? This car can't really be his, can it? A thought surged in the minds of many classmates. Zhang Chen, you came. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Shi was very happy and gave Zhang Chen a bear hug. Zhang Chen, the car keys to open the door? Hai Feiyan mocked. You lost. Are you really going to drop your pants and stand on your head to take a dump? Zhang Chen taunted. Dropping pants and standing on my head to take a dump is a bit vulgar. How about this? Whoever loses has to call the other dad. Do you dare to bet? Hai Feiyan said. Bet. Zhang Chen agreed with a smile, pulling the car keys out of his pocket. He gently pressed a button. The Koenigsegg lit up with dazzling brilliance. The car door opened like butterfly wings. You can't imagine how cool and different it was. The entire venue was shocked, silent as a grave. Heavens, this 100 million Koenigsegg really belongs to Zhang Chen? A car worth 100 million? What an astronomical figure. It's a number that one could only look up to for a lifetime. Even if one worked incredibly hard, becoming a millionaire in this lifetime should be the limit. And the reality is, the vast majority of people have to save for years just to buy a car worth over 100,000, considering for years, and then picking and choosing for months before they can actually buy it. This comparison is infuriating. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hai Feiyan was also stunned, his face full of shock. Then suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he sneered, just because you have the car keys doesn't necessarily prove this car is yours. Maybe you're just a driver for someone else? Have you ever seen a supercar that needs a driver? Zhang Chen asked. Hai Feiyan was left speechless, and after a while, he dryly said, that could also be borrowed. You drove it over to show off. Did you borrow my car? Zhang Chen said. Less nonsense. Our bet was to use the car key to open the door. Now you've lost. Quickly call me dad. Gao Feiyan was embarrassed to the extreme and also extremely frustrated. How the hell did Zhang Chen have a car key? Whose car did he borrow? This time he really lost badly. Calling him dad was truly difficult. Gao Feiyan, call it out, or when we meet in the future, I'll call you son and make you lose face in front of your grandma, Zhang Chen said. Dad. Gao Feiyan's face turned as red as a pig's liver as he muttered softly. I didn't hear clearly. Did everyone hear it? You. Gao Feiyan was furious. This bastard wanted him to call out dad again? Alright, we're all classmates. Why take it so seriously? Gao Feiyan, aren't you going to take us to see your mansion? Many classmates began to smooth things over. Gao Feiyan took the opportunity to lead everyone to his suite. Zhang Chen was also swept along with them. The house was quite nice, 100 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with a distant view of the sea. So luxurious, so spacious, the decoration is exquisite. No wonder it's a mansion worth 200,000 per square meter. The total price is 20 million, something we could never earn in our lifetime. Everyone was envious. Gao Feiyan was very proud, explaining with arrogance, the paint on the walls was from a famous brand, the bathtub was from which country, and the flooring came from some company in France. Zhang Chen felt his embarrassment rising. Zhang Chen, why are you pouting? You could work your whole life and still couldn't afford a house in Deep Bay Garden. Last night you slept in a bridge hole. Do you have the right to look down on my house? By the way, did you manage to borrow money? If not, I still have a dime here. Gao Feiyan began to fire at Zhang Chen. Last night I slept in my own home, and I'm not afraid to tell you, my kitchen is even bigger than your house, Zhang Chen said. Gao Feiyan was so angry he almost spat blood. How could Zhang Chen belittle his proud house like that? He sarcastically said, so last night you weren't sleeping in a bridge hole, but in a park. The park is indeed spacious, much wider than my house, I have to admit that. Does the park have a kitchen? Zhang Chen said disdainfully, you really are an idiot. Then may I ask, where is your mansion? Upstairs, Zhang Chen pointed at the ceiling. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen, you're bragging without a draft? Do you know what kind of mansion is upstairs? It's a 5-story mansion connected together, each floor 1,000 square meters, a total of 5,000 square meters. It has an indoor elevator, a bar, a swimming pool, a gym, worth $1 billion. Is that something you can afford? Dream about it in your next life. Gao Feiyan laughed so hard he almost fell over. Believe it or not, I have something to do, I'm leaving first. You all enjoy yourselves. Zhang Chen turned and walked out. He got caught bragging. Can't hold his face anymore, leaving? Borrowing someone else's car to show off, really embarrassing. Gao Feiyan mocked repeatedly. Then he said spiritedly, everyone sit down, I'm going to cook, girls come help. I've prepared a lot of precious ingredients, fish, shrimp, meat, chicken, duck, goose, both white and red wine. That's great, we're going to have a good meal today. Everyone was very happy. A few girls followed Gao Feiyan into the kitchen to help. Li Shi lowered his voice and said, let's go upstairs and see, maybe Zhang Chen really lives up there. How is that possible? The other 4 classmates were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, they were still very curious to see the mansion upstairs, so they went out, took the safety stairs, and went up a floor. Seems like there's just one suite? Didn't Gao Feiyan just say that the 5 floors upstairs are all connected, belonging to one mansion? Of course, there's only one door. I wonder what kind of rich person lives there. I really want to go in and take a look. Then just knock on the door and say you're looking for Gao Feiyan, that you went to the wrong floor. There's a peephole. If they see a stranger, they definitely won't open the door. Li Shi shook his head, but he still pressed the doorbell. The 4 of them were a bit nervous. Would the owner open the door? After a while, the door opened. A wealthy man appeared before them. He was indeed handsome and imposing. His clothes were all designer brands, but why did he seem a bit familiar? He looked a bit like Zhang Chen. You are Zhang Chen? Li Shi asked hesitantly. We just met. You can't possibly not recognize me, right? Zhang Chen said, half amused, half exasperated. You really live here? What else would it be? Zhang Chen invited them inside. Oh my goodness. The 5 classmates were completely stunned. They were just ordinary people. They had never seen a luxurious mansion as grand as a palace. This was Zhang Chen's house? He was simply extraordinary. A true winner in life. How could Gao Feiyan compare? Compared to him, Gao Feiyan was like a small witch facing a great witch. They were not even on the same level. They excitedly toured the house, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor, then from the 5th floor back to the 1st. They lingered, captivated, their eyes wide open. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. I never knew a house could be this extravagant. Zhang Chen, you finally turned your hardships into success. Congratulations. Ah, Zhang Chen, you weren't wrong. Your kitchen is indeed bigger than Gao Feiyan's house. If Gao Feiyan knew, what would he think? Ha ha ha. I don't want to slap his face, or else it would really be a mess. Zhang Chen said, but that idiot just loves to seek humiliation. Last night I was puzzled. No matter how miserable you are, you can't be that miserable. Turns out it was a test of Gao Feiyan's character. Now it's truly been tested. Li Shi sighed again. Zhang Chen, can I hug your thigh? Zhang Chen, you drive a car worth $100 million and live in a $1 billion mansion. That's incredible. I admire you so much. The other classmates were also endlessly amazed. They sat in the bar of the house, drinking and chatting. At the same time, they gazed at the bustling city below. It felt exceptionally good. Soon, Li Shi received a call from a girl. Where are you guys? Come back quickly, dinner is ready. We're upstairs touring Zhang Chen's mansion. Sure, don't let Gao Feiyan hear, or it'll be awkward. You're lying. Really, if you don't believe me, come up and see. Just 3 minutes later, 4 girls rushed up. They were then left speechless, shocked beyond words, eagerly exploring while letting out surprised and admiring squeals. In the end, they all sat at the bar, drinking and chatting happily. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy, each exclaiming endlessly, living in a place like this is what it means to be truly successful. It's amazing. I've sat in a place like this. I have no regrets in this life. Thank you, Zhang Chen. You've made me realize I need to work harder. In this lifetime, I must live in a house like this, or else it would be a waste of coming to this world. Wanting to live in a house like this is too difficult. I don't even dare to think about it. I don't have the courage to think about it either. Let's go. We're going to the hotel for dinner. After chatting for a while, Zhang Chen realized it was dinner time and waved his hand. All right, let's go. All the classmates were very happy. So they entered the elevator. Going downstairs, they all uniformly forgot to tell Gao Feiyan, because they all knew that Zhang Chen and Gao Feiyan's relationship was too terrible. Just mentioning it was unpleasant. Deep Bay was undoubtedly the most upscale place in Deep City. Not only are there luxury residential developments like Deep Bay Garden and prestigious universities like Futon, but there are also bustling commercial streets and numerous large companies. The renowned 6-star hotel, Deep Bay Hotel, is located here. adjacent to Deep Bay Garden and Futon University. Covering over 1,000 acres, the hotel towers into the sky. It is resplendent and magnificent. Even a standard room costs $3,000 a night. The presidential suite is even more extravagant, costing over $50,000. If you don't bring a few $100,000 in cash, you aren't even qualified to dine there. Therefore, the clientele consists of various wealthy individuals, and the parking lot is filled with luxury cars. Zhang Chen, there's no need to eat here. I think the Hunan restaurant next door is quite suitable. I still prefer Hunan cuisine, Li Shi said cautiously, his expression slightly changing. He had been to Deep Bay Hotel before, just to host clients from his company. Just one meal had cost over $700,000. Even though it was company funds, it still pained him greatly. Right. I also don't like the food at big hotels. The service is too attentive, which makes me uncomfortable. Let's go to that Hunan restaurant. The other classmates echoed in agreement. They had been working hard in Deep City for a few years. How could they not know about the highest-end Deep Bay Hotel? To put it bluntly, even after 10 years of work, they might not be able to afford a meal there. Although they knew Zhang Chen was worth over $1 billion, and a few $100,000 might not be a big deal to him, they still didn't want him to waste money like that. Let's go. What are you worried about? Zhang Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless. With a net worth of hundreds of billions, could he not afford a meal? However, these classmates were quite simple-minded, not like the despicable scoundrels like Gao Feiyang. He led them into the hotel and directly booked a presidential suite, covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Besides a conference room and a large kitchen, there were more than a dozen rooms, all exquisitely decorated and luxuriously furnished. Outside the wide floor-to-ceiling windows was an endless sea, with misty waves stretching far and wide. On the other side was the bustling deep city, ablaze with lights, extending to the ends of the earth. Several chefs arrived quickly, and the ingredients were urgently delivered. Soon, a lavish dinner was prepared. Abalone, bird's nest, lobster, crab, top-quality red and white wines, including Maotai. A dozen stunningly beautiful waitresses entered in succession, serving everyone with smiles as bright as flowers, gentle as water. They even carefully removed fish bones for you. Pouring wine was something you didn't have to worry about. Even napkins were handed to you at any moment. Oh my god, this is too extravagant, right? Is this how the super rich live? The classmates were utterly shocked, their heads spinning. Zhang Chen, I had a crush on you in high school. I didn't expect you to be so successful now. Is it too late for me to pursue you again? Zhang Chen, I toast to you. Our feelings run deep, bottoms up. Zhang Chen, I can only say 2 words about you: admiration. The atmosphere gradually became lively. On the other side, however, it was as cold as a grave. Gao Feiyang sat in the hall, watching a table full of dishes, questioning his life. Is it really this frustrating? The food was ready, the bowls and chopsticks were set, and the wine was poured. Yet all the classmates had disappeared. One by one, they sent messages saying they had to leave due to urgent matters. Go back, you bastards. So many people, and each one has something to do? You're just jealous of me, deliberately making things difficult for me. The more Gao Feiyang thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could flip the table. Unable to hold back, he called a girl. He had a good relationship with her and often kept in touch. Perhaps she would tell him the truth. Shu, Deng Xiaoli took out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and made a gesture. Once everyone stopped talking, she answered the call and put it on speaker. Instantly, Gao Feiyang's voice came through the phone. Xiaoli, tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you all leave? We ran into the landlord of your mansion upstairs. He just happens to be my classmate. He invited us to dinner, and we couldn't refuse. Deng Xiaoli said, You're so clever. Everyone gave Deng Xiaoli a thumbs up. This avoided awkwardness and didn't offend Gao Feiyang. More importantly, it hinted to Gao Feiyang that the landlord upstairs was Zhang Chen. Just think about it. You'll definitely come to that conclusion, because Zhang Chen had mentioned before that he lived upstairs. Is he your college classmate? What a coincidence. What business is he in? He must be a big boss, right? Gao Feiyang, however, didn't catch the underlying meaning and excitedly pressed on. He hadn't even considered that Zhang Chen was the landlord of the mansion. I didn't have time to ask what business he does, but he must be a big boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't invite us to a 6-star hotel for dinner, Deng Xiaoli said while making a phone call, not forgetting to flatter Zhang Chen. Then why didn't you invite me? How could you forget about me? Gao Feiyang said, exasperated and indignant. I was thinking about the feast you prepared. It would be such a waste not to finish it, Deng Xiaoli replied. Don't worry, he's a very good friend of mine. It won't be hard for you to meet him in the future. You can visit any time since he lives right above you. You all left, and you expect me to finish all this food by myself? Do you think I'm a bottomless pit? Where are you eating? I'm going over there right now to toast the rich guy, Gao Feiyang said angrily. Anyway, he couldn't wait. This was an opportunity to meet a wealthy person that he absolutely couldn't miss. A few drinks, some flattery, and a few cigarettes offered with understanding, and they would become friends. Much better than a dry visit. To be honest, he bought this house just for the chance to meet the landlord of the mansion, to latch onto a big shot. And someone who can afford $1 billion mansion surely has hundreds of billions in wealth, maybe even over 1,000 billion. Meanwhile, his own company is only worth a little over 100 million. There's no comparison. Don't come, we're almost done eating. Deng Xiaoli quickly stopped him. If Gao Feiyang came over, it would just be self-torture. Not stopping him would be ungrateful. But if someone is determined to go, you can't stop them. You've only been eating for a few minutes? You're done already? Where are you? Gao Feiyang was furious. Deng Xiaoli looked to Zhang Chen for help and nodded at him. She then revealed the address and room number. Awesome, the presidential suite of a 6-star hotel. I'm in total awe of your classmate. I'm heading over right now, Gao Feiyang said excitedly as he walked out. The call ended. The room fell silent. Everyone's expressions were strange. Would Zhang Chen give Gao Feiyang a hard slap in the face later? What kind of expression would Gao Feiyang have? Add one more seat. Zhang Chen wasn't as stingy as they thought. He instructed the waiter. Just 5 minutes later, Gao Feiyang knocked and entered. He was no longer the arrogant figure he used to be. Instead, he appeared cautious and timid. In a place like this, anyone would be wealthier than him. Of course, excluding the waitstaff. Where's the rich guy? Gao Feiyang asked as soon as he entered, looking around in confusion. All the classmates turned their gazes to Zhang Chen. This was a clear hint, but Gao Feiyang still couldn't figure it out. He walked over to Deng Xiaoli and asked again, where's your classmate? He had to leave for something. You came too late, Zhang Chen interjected. Humble, low-key, kind to others, are there still such outstanding men in the world? All the beautiful waitresses sighed inwardly. They had already learned from their conversation that Gao Feiyang and Zhang Chen had a terrible relationship. He even said in the class group that Zhang Chen was begging for money and wanted to introduce him to a security job. If it were any other wealthy person, wouldn't they be furious? It's strange if I don't teach him a lesson. Zhang Chen's broad-mindedness is like the sea. No wonder he can rise again and become today's wealthy god. Many classmates secretly admired him. Leaving? All right. Gao Feiyang felt a bit gloomy as he sat down at the added spot, first eating a two-headed abalone, then mocking. Zhang Chen, didn't you have something to do? Now that the wealthy god is treating us, you just came here with your eyes wide open? Better than someone who comes uninvited, Zhang Chen said disdainfully. You. Gao Feiyang was so angry he couldn't speak. He indeed had come uninvited. This slap in the face was too harsh, wasn't it? Gao Feiyang, I toast you. Gao Feiyang, I also toast you. The classmates chuckled quietly but didn't want the two to quarrel, so they all raised their glasses. After drinking a few cups, Gao Feiyang still felt something was off. What was going on? Every classmate had a beautiful waitress serving them, yet he had none. Even stranger, there were two waitresses serving Zhang Chen, and they were the two most beautiful ones. Even more incredible, they were a pair of twins. Waitresses, did any of you stand in the wrong position? Gao Feiyang looked at the two beautiful waitresses serving Zhang Chen, his face full of indignation. We didn't stand in the wrong position. Then why does he have two, and I don't have one? Gao Feiyang asked angrily. We are gold medal waitresses and have the right to choose, and Zhang Chen is the most handsome, so we are happy to serve him. In their eyes, Zhang Chen was the big boss who was paying the bill. Of course, they had to serve him well. As for Gao Feiyang, Zhang Chen hadn't called for a waitress for him. How could they possibly pay him any attention? Ha ha ha, do you know his background? Let me tell you, he's just a poor loser, broke, can't even afford to rent a house. He was kicked out by his landlord the day before yesterday. Who knows where he spent the night? Gao Feiyang, filled with shame and anger, then laughed wildly. What we like is his looks, his demeanor. We don't care if he has money, and we certainly don't care where he slept last night. Two beautiful ladies. Can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Chen deliberately provoked Gao Feiyang. The two gold medal waitresses smiled brightly and immediately added Zhang Chen on WeChat. Damn! Gao Feiyang's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. What good was it that he was doing so well? What good was it that he had a car and a house? He had never had such top-tier beauties like him. That bastard Zhang Chen was simply lucky. He was actually loved by pure and stunning twin beauties. Could it be that being handsome really pays off? He. Zhang Chen looked at Gao Feiyang's twisted face from jealousy. The feeling of satisfaction in his heart was unprecedented. These two gold medal waitresses had really boosted his prestige. The feeling of not needing money to slap someone in the face was the most brilliant and deadly. Because this wasn't something you could achieve through hard work, it was innate. The other classmates were also stifling their laughter, and some couldn't hold it in and ran to the bathroom to laugh wildly. Mr. Son, it's Gao Feiyang. Can you come to the presidential suite for a moment? Gao Feiyang, unable to contain his anger, started making a phone call. His company was nearby, and they often hosted esteemed guests at this hotel. Over time, he had gotten to know the hotel manager. Soon, Mr. Son arrived. In his 40s, well-dressed and graceful, he wore a faint smile that made people feel good. He politely said, Mr. Gao, thank you for your attention. What can I do for you? I'm really unhappy about today's meal. Look, so many people have waitresses, and that's certain someone has too, but I have none. Also, Mr. Son, do you know? That bastard is just a poor loser who can't even afford a house. He probably slept under a bridge or in a park these past 2 days. And these two waitresses, say they just like his looks, so they both want to serve him. Gao Feiyang shouted loudly. The faces of the twin waitresses turned pale. Beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. They never expected that Gao Feiyang actually knew the general manager. And he even reported them? This was a disaster. What's going on with you two? Mr. Son's expression darkened. The waitresses actually dared to mock a guest? That was simply outrageous. We, the two stammered, unable to speak. Aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Gao? Mr. Son said coldly. Wait a minute. Zheng Chen said lazily. Mr. Son, right? May I ask if your hotel is for sale? What? You want to buy this hotel? Mr. Son's eyes widened in disbelief. All the classmates and waitstaff were dumbfounded. This was a 6-star hotel, possibly worth 20 billion. How could Zheng Chen dare to make such a claim? Zheng Chen, you idiot, daring to brag here? You're going to regret it. Gao Feiyang laughed maniacally. As long as your boss is willing to sell, I'll buy it. Zheng Chen said nonchalantly. Sir, you're not joking, are you? Mr. Son asked seriously. What do you think you are? Am I joking with you? Zheng Chen slammed the table. Dressed in designer brands, the 78 million watch on his wrist was immediately revealed. The aura of wealth was overwhelming. I'll call the boss right away. Mr. Son's pupils contracted, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He quickly made a phone call. Just 5 minutes later, the boss arrived. A woman in her 30s, with a noble demeanor, beautiful and sexy, dressed luxuriously yet simply. I am the owner of this hotel, Huang Yuehua. I heard you want to buy my hotel? The boss looked Zheng Chen up and down. Could he be a descendant of a legendary hidden family? Yes, just give me a price. Zheng Chen said. Deep Bay Hotel is the flagship hotel of our Huang family, essentially the business card of our hotel industry. It has been operating well, and the profits are decent. It's basically not for sale. Huang Yuehua politely declined, but she left a bit of room for negotiation. That was the art of negotiation. Basically not for sale, but it's not impossible to sell, right? Zheng Chen raised an eyebrow. Our hotel was valued at 18 billion at the end of last year. Huang Yuehua pondered. If you really want to buy, you must pay a premium, let's say 20 billion, how does that sound? 2 billion? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Mr. Son was silent, not daring to say a word. Gao Feiyang was also filled with confusion, looking at Mr. Son and then at Huang Yuehua, truly not understanding why they would really quote Zheng Chen. He was just a poor loser. This time you've really messed up. He's a super rich guy. The watch on his wrist is the most expensive Patek Philippe, worth 78 million. Mr. Son angrily whispered in Gao Feiyang's ear. What? The watch is worth 78 million? Gao Feiyang's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Although he was a second-generation rich kid, he was the worst kind. Being able to buy a house and a car was already the limit. A 78 million watch was truly beyond his imagination. God, please don't let this young man buy it. Mr. Son prayed in his heart. Zheng Chen pondered for a moment, then glanced at the still dumbfounded Li Shi before saying, Alright, 20 billion it is. You go prepare the transfer agreement and a lawyer. Okay. Huang Yuehua smiled slightly, secretly admiring. Indeed, he was worthy of being a descendant of a hidden family. He was generous, and he really had money. Perhaps, starting today, she could befriend a hidden family. That would be a huge gain. Zheng Chen, let's see how you die later. Gao Feiyang still couldn't believe that Zheng Chen could afford a 6-star hotel worth 20 billion. So, while Huang Yuehua went to prepare the transfer agreement, he muttered quietly again, Zheng Chen, this joke is too big today. Li Shi was even stumbling over his words. The other classmates didn't dare to speak at all. This was going to be a big deal. Boss, it's our fault for dragging you into this. The twin waiters looked tense, at a loss. Don't be nervous, I'm just buying the hotel and firing that general manager. That bastard didn't even ask me and wanted you to apologize. He's asking for trouble, Zhang Chen said lightly. Everyone was dumbfounded. So you're buying a 20 billion hotel just for this small matter? Are you crazy? The question is, do you have that much money? An hour later, Huang Yuehua and General Sun came back. They brought several lawyers, assistants, and financial staff. The agreement was also ready. Mr. Zhang, this is the transfer agreement. We will ensure a smooth handover without any chaos. Our hotel has no debts or loans, Huang Yuehua said. Then General Sun explained the hotel project, business situation, and management structure. The financial manager detailed the operating conditions. The lawyers explained the contents of the contract. Everyone listened, secretly tense and worried. Damn, this is for real. It's not a joke. What would happen if Zhang Chen couldn't come up with the money? They didn't dare to think further. Zhang Chen signed his name on the transfer agreement. Then he transferred 20 billion to Huang Yuehua's account through mobile banking. Almost simultaneously, Huang Yuehua received a bank text message. She checked her mobile banking and found that the 20 billion had indeed been credited. She smiled and shook hands with Zhang Chen. The 20 billion has been received. Happy transaction. What? The transaction was successful? It was completed so simply? The 6-star hotel now belongs to Zhang Chen? So awesome, really so awesome. Zhang Chen is incredible. Terrifying, too terrifying, to take out 20 billion to buy a hotel just to fire that General Sun? Many classmates were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief, their eyes shining with intense light. It was all directed at Zhang Chen, unable to look away. The many waiters were also inexplicably shocked, filled with admiration. Especially the pair of twin waiters, moved to tears, because Zhang Chen was standing up for them. At that moment, if Zhang Chen told them to die, they would willingly do so. Gao Feiyan was already dumbfounded. His mind was filled with confusion and disbelief. Just the day before yesterday, Zhang Chen had borrowed money from him to start a business, and today he took out 20 billion to buy a hotel? Was he a god? Where did the money come from? He pulled Deng Xiaoli aside and whispered, "What's going on? Zhang Chen borrowed money from me the day before yesterday? How did he suddenly become so rich? Did he rob a bank? Zhang Chen borrowing money from you was to test your character. Did you take it seriously?" Deng Xiaoli said with a dark face. "Impossible, I don't believe it." Gao Feiyan's face turned pale. He could accept anyone being a rich tycoon. But Zhang Chen was different. He had always been jealous of Zhang Chen, who was more handsome and had better grades than him. Moreover, Zhang Chen never cared about his rich second-generation status. So, he would mock him whenever they met, looking down on him. If there was a chance, he would definitely want to take advantage of Zhang Chen. That day, knowing Zhang Chen was down and borrowing money from him, he felt a rush of superiority. But now, he felt like he had been slapped in the face. The hotel is in hand. It's time to start executing the plan to ruin the hotel. Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously, clinging to Li Shi's shoulder, and said seriously, "You are my most trusted good brother. I hope you can help me by taking the position of general manager at the Deep Bay Hotel, with a temporary annual salary of 2 million. Now, why don't you hand over the work to the former general manager?" Having Li Shi as the general manager was a crucial part of ruining the hotel, because Li Shi was in the shipping business, completely unrelated to hotels. Moreover, Li Shi had a very special personality. He was too kind to others, genuinely caring for friends, subordinates, and employees. It didn't matter if he lived poorly, those around him had to live well. If a subordinate made a mistake, he couldn't bear to punish them, and would even take the blame himself. The term benevolent woman describes someone like Li Shi. The saying goes, kindness does not command troops, righteousness does not engage in business. Being overly loyal and too kind-hearted would inevitably lead to losing everything in business. Therefore, if Li Shi managed the hotel, his subordinates would be able to walk all over him. If there were no losses, it would be against the natural order. And this was a hotel worth 20 billion. A casual loss would amount to a huge sum. So, in the future, with Wu Dongfei and Li Shi as two capable generals, there was no need to worry about the two stores making money. Bankruptcy was also something to look forward to. He could leisurely travel and enjoy life, and when the time came, he would receive a tenfold compensation. He wouldn't dare to say tens of trillions, but thousands of billions could still be made, right? Ha ha ha. I humbly request a 5-star review ticket. Thank you, brothers. What? I'm supposed to manage the hotel? Li Shi was dumbfounded, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I can't do this, I'm not capable enough. Managing a hotel is actually not difficult at all. What I need is someone I can trust. You fit the bill perfectly. Zhang Chen urged him, I believe in you, you can definitely do it. No more eyes, you are the general manager now. You need to hand over the work immediately and prepare to take office. Zhang Chen interrupted. Many classmates were envious and jealous, their eyes turning red. How much trust Zhang Chen had in Li Shi to persuade him so earnestly? An annual salary of 2 million. That was something they might not earn in 10 years. In the end, Li Shi was persuaded by Zhang Chen and began to awkwardly hand over the work to General Sun. Gao Feiyang, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. General Sun was extremely frustrated, regretting it deeply, cursing in his heart. If it weren't for that bastard Gao Feiyang's phone call, how could such a thing have happened? Now, he, the general manager, had been fired. He had been ruined by that bastard Gao Feiyang. Facing General Sun's murderous gaze, Gao Feiyang was worried that the other party would stab him. He hurriedly left in embarrassment. Zhang Chen, help me out, I'm not doing well either. Zhang Chen, can I cling to your leg? Many classmates surrounded Zhang Chen, starting to flatter him. So what are you good at? Zhang Chen didn't immediately refuse. If he were to start a company for profit, he couldn't use mediocre high school classmates. He needed real talent. But his goal was to incur massive losses. Using them was quite suitable. Many classmates shyly mentioned their college majors or what they were currently good at. Deng Xiaoli couldn't think of what she was good at, and finally, feeling embarrassed, said, I work as a clerk. There's nothing much to say about it, but I discovered a talent for stock trading. Although I lost 30,000 this year, I feel like I understand it now and have confidence in making big money in stocks. I just don't have the capital. If I could have 100,000 as capital, that would be great. Clearly, she wanted to borrow 100,000 to trade stocks but couldn't say it outright. No one was willing to lend such money. All the classmates' eyes widened. It was simply a case of having long hair but short knowledge. Do you understand? You understand nothing. You still want to borrow money to trade stocks. It would be a miracle if you didn't lose everything. Lost 30,000? How much was the total capital? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. 35,000, and there's still 5,000 left. Deng Xiaoli said, but I really understand now. I will definitely make money in the future. What a talent! With a capital of 35,000, losing 30,000, not only is she not discouraged, but she also believes she understands and can make big money. Next time she loses everything, she'll surely think of herself as a stock god and want to continue. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent I need? It's like searching for iron shoes and finding it effortlessly. Zhang Chen slapped his thigh heavily, excitedly saying, Deng Xiaoli, you should resign as soon as possible and come work for me. I'll register an investment company, invest 10 billion, and you can be the general manager in charge of stocks. I'll give you $1 million a year. Really? Deng Xiaoli was a bit incredulous. Many classmates were almost fainting. How does this feel a bit absurd? Of course it's true. I believe you have a talent for stock trading, and it's a very outstanding one. Zhang Chen said sincerely, you are the talent I've been searching for, and today I finally found you. I really do have a super talent for stock trading, even Zhang Chen acknowledges me. That's great, now I can be more confident. Deng Xiaoli was ecstatic, overflowing with confidence, but still a bit nervous. She hesitantly asked, 10 billion? Are you sure? Is that too little? Then let's make it 20 billion. Zhang Chen asked, my God, how much money does Zhang Chen actually have? All the classmates were dumbfounded. Can he really take out 20 billion? Just to let Deng Xiaoli throw it away? No, I'm still a bit unsure. Let's try 10 billion first, okay? Once my skills improve again, I'll add more funds. Deng Xiaoli said, you still have some sense, huh? Knowing to try the waters with just 10 billion? All the classmates were silently mocking. Just 100 billion. Don't worry, you have to believe in yourself. Zhang Chen said decisively, then added seriously, however, I have a rule you must follow. You cannot use your own money to trade stocks. If you violate this, then you won't have to work anymore. This was a precaution. If Deng Xiaoli traded with her own money, she would definitely lose everything. That would truly harm her. I understand. You're worried about insider trading, right? Don't worry, I know the rules. Deng Xiaoli put on the demeanor of a seasoned stock trader. Everyone almost laughed to death. She only had 35,000 to trade stocks and yet claimed to understand insider trading? She actually dared to accept Zhang Chen's offer? To trade with 100 billion? This woman has a big heart. How did we not see this before? As for you all, I will keep you in mind, but for now, I haven't set up that many companies, and I can't just let you be ordinary employees, right? So, let's take some time. Zhang Chen said to the other classmates. What? He actually wants to reuse us? All the classmates were extremely puzzled. They just wanted to be ordinary employees. A salary of 10 to 20,000 would be fine. Can Zhang Chen really make hundreds of billions with such nepotism? You all are talents, it's just a pity you haven't had the opportunity. Zhang Chen said, you know Zhu Yuanzhang, right? He led a group of kids playing in the mud and conquered the whole country. So, don't underestimate yourselves. So we are that amazing? The classmates were a bit fired up. They also began to look forward to their futures. Soon they returned to Deep Bay Garden, continuing their grand discussions, pointing out the world, stirring up words. The dust of the past is worth 10,000 households. Only the poorly she was still handing over work. Have a strong tea to wake up from the alcohol. 2 gold medal waitresses also came over, helping the slightly drunk Zhengchen sit on the sofa. One of them started brewing tea. The other massaged his temples. Do you know who put glue on the teacher's chair that time? It was actually me. Deng Xiaoli has a crush on Zhang Chen and still quite likes him. Zhang Chen, think about it? Stop talking nonsense. I'm secretly in love with the PE teacher. The classmates were in high spirits, sharing many embarrassing stories from back in the day, making the 2 gold medal waiters nearly die from laughter. Suddenly, Deng Xiaoli's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and said irritably, "It's Gao Feiyang again. Why does this guy keep calling me? We're not even close. It's really baffling. I guess he wants to cling to your wealthy classmates' coattails. It'll be hard to do that in the future," a girl said seriously. Ha ha ha. The classmates laughed so hard they almost couldn't breathe. Stop laughing. I'm answering the phone. Deng Xiaoli shot a glare at the teasing crowd and answered the call on speaker. Gao Feiyang's voice came through. Hello, Deng Xiaoli, are you still at the hotel? We're not at the hotel anymore. We went back. We found a designated driver. Deng Xiaoli lied. Well, I wanted to visit your rich classmate. I didn't get to see him today, which is a pity. Can you give him a call? Gao Feiyang had his face swollen from being hit by Zhang Chen earlier. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated he became. In the end, he thought of Deng Xiaoli's wealthy classmate. Living in a mansion worth billions, doesn't he have a few hundred billion in assets? He must be at least as rich as Zhang Chen, if not more. So, he was trying to find a way to cling to the wealthy guy's coattails. After all, he still didn't know that Deng Xiaoli had suddenly become a stock god. The classmates all had strange expressions. Gao Feiyang was too slow-witted. No wonder he was at the bottom of his class. His IQ was clearly offline. Or maybe he was just dissatisfied with being slapped in the face and wanted to come back for more? Now, isn't it too late? Deng Xiaoli was dumbfounded. It's still early. I looked at the lights in the lobby, and they're still on. Obviously he hasn't gone to bed yet. Gao Feiyang said, by the way, what's your classmate's last name? Alright, I'll let him know. My classmate's last name is Zhang. Deng Xiaoli glanced at Zhang Chen and, seeing that he didn't shake his head, reluctantly continued. I must get in good with Deng Xiaoli's wealthy classmate. Gao Feiyang specifically changed into a nice outfit. He went upstairs, full of energy and anticipation. He rang the doorbell. A gold medal waiter walked over and looked through the peephole. Then he opened the door. It's you? Gao Feiyang was stunned. Then he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. It seemed this gold medal waiter was the lover of Deng Xiaoli's wealthy classmate. That's why he was here at night. Is there something you need? The waiter didn't step aside but asked coolly. We just came to visit a classmate. Is he home? Gao Feiyang said respectfully. Chairman, Gao Feiyang is looking for you. The waiter turned to Zhang Chen and asked. Let him in. Zhang Chen said lazily. He had already slapped Gao Feiyang in the face several times. He couldn't believe he still wanted to come back for more. And it was late at night, so he might as well indulge him. Why does the voice of the wealthy guy sound a bit familiar? Gao Feiyang was shocked. Please come in. The waiter smiled and invited him in. Oh my, this is too luxurious, isn't it? Gao Feiyang was in shock, his eyes a bit dazed. He felt immense envy. A mansion like this would be hard to afford even if he worked his whole life. Then he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move. He saw that the classmates who had already gone home were almost all sitting on the sofa. Even Zhang Chen was sitting there. Another gold medal waiter was giving him a massage, with a smile like a flower, breathing like an orchid. Damn, he had been fooled again. You guys, are all here? Didn't you say you went back? Gao Feiyang's face turned pale, gritting his teeth. Had he been isolated by his classmates? What had he done wrong? Why was he so unwelcome? Sigh, when someone wants to die, there's really no stopping them. What are you doing here in the dead of night? Many classmates felt like they were in a dog-eat-dog situation. I was planning to go home, but just after hanging up the phone, I got a call from my classmate inviting us to stay here for the night. And your classmate? Can you introduce me? Gao Feiyang didn't want to expose Deng Xiaoli's lie. To get close to the wealthy classmate, he needed Deng Xiaoli's introduction. He is my wealthy classmate, Zhang Chen. Deng Xiaoli stood up and pointed at Zhang Chen seriously. What? Your wealthy classmate is Zhang Chen? Gao Feiyang's expression changed drastically. Sweat beads the size of mung beans appeared on his forehead. He understood everything now. There was no other wealthy classmate, it was just Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had mentioned before that he lived upstairs. He didn't believe it. Plus, Deng Shili misled him by saying she met a wealthy classmate who lived upstairs. He thought they were two different people, which led to this huge misunderstanding. Indeed, that's quite a big leg to hug, but I can't reach it. Gao Feiyang sighed sadly in his heart. Gao Feiyang, what do you want from me? You're not here to pay respects, are you? Zhang Chen said with a teasing expression. You. Gao Feiyang's face turned red, his fists clenched tightly, and he nearly ground his teeth. At that moment, he regretted it to the extreme. What was he doing here? Wasn't he just asking for a beating? It was simply foolish. Do you want to hit me? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression turning cold. A special aura emanated from him, making people feel uneasy. No. Zhang Chen, I've offended you in the past. I'm just a fool. Please spare me. Gao Feiyang felt a terrifying threat, fear showing on his face as he nodded and bowed, starting to plead for mercy. If Zhang Chen had only a few tens of millions, he might still dare to confront him, even seek revenge. But Zhang Chen's wealth was now in the hundreds of billions. With just a finger, he could easily crush him. What good outcome could there be from fighting him? There's nothing to spare. We don't have much of a grudge, Zhang Chen said, but I don't want to see you, so I didn't call you for dinner and didn't invite you to my home. Do you understand? The chairman is someone who does big things, so generous. If it were another wealthy classmate, they would probably be arrogant and humiliate Gao Feiyang severely. The two top service staff had shining eyes, their faces filled with admiration. Many classmates let out a sigh of relief. Although Gao Feiyang was arrogant, domineering, and loved to show off, there was still a bond of classmate friendship. They didn't want to see a major conflict between classmates. I understand. I'll leave right away. Gao Feiyang nodded and bowed, panicking and awkwardly retreating. Sweat. All the classmates had strange expressions. Was this really the incredibly proud, extremely arrogant, super show-off Gao Feiyang? Had he been crushed? That night, Zhang Chen was very happy, because in just one day, he had cultivated 2 golden geese. One was a Patek Philippe boutique, and the other was the Deep Bay Hotel. With Wu Dongfei and Li Shi, 2 powerful figures, how could he not make a profit? Moreover, there was also the stock god Deng Shili backing him up. When she quit her job and started trading stocks, using her billions in wealth to mess around, it would be hard to lose everything. But losing a few tens of millions would be easy, right? That compensation would be in the thousands of billions. The only slight regret was that running a company was different from setting up a stall. The system didn't settle accounts daily. Instead, it settled once a month. So, to get the compensation, he would have to wait until next month. But he could wait. He still had over 700 billion in his account. On Sunday night, Li Shi dragged his exhausted body home. The past 2 days had worn him out. Taking over such a large hotel was overwhelming, with countless matters to attend to. Zhang Chen, however, acted like a carefree manager, completely ignoring everything. It was as if the hotel wasn't his at all. The burden rested entirely on his shoulders. The trouble was that he hadn't resolved matters with his previous job. Quitting and handing over responsibilities would be quite a headache. He opened the door. Then he sensed something was off. His girlfriend, Wu Qian, was sitting on the sofa, holding a suitcase, her face serious. It seemed something significant had happened. Wife, what's wrong? Li Shi felt a bit anxious. I've thought it over carefully, and we aren't suitable for each other. Let's break up. I've packed my things and I'm just waiting for you to come back to say goodbye in person, Wu Qian said resolutely. What did I do wrong? Wife, can't I change? Li Shi's heart sank, panic-stricken. 3 years of love, was it really going to end today? His wife had a decisive character. Once she made up her mind, it was unlikely to change. It was clear she was serious about breaking up. You didn't do anything wrong. I want to break up with you, she replied. I don't believe it. I must have done something wrong. Is it because you think I'm poor? Li Shi asked. Do you know why I liked you? Wu Qian said, because of your charisma. The first time I met you was on a train during the New Year when seats were scarce. You gave up your seat for me, but you didn't try to flirt or please me just because I was pretty. You genuinely wanted to give your seat to someone in need. You stood for over 10 hours. After a pause, she continued, later, as we dated, I found your heart to be purer than crystal. Being with you felt like being purified. That's why I was attracted to your noble character and fell in love with you. I never looked down on you for being poor. I know I don't deserve you, you're like a swan in the sky, and I'm just a toad on the ground, but I still want to know, why are you leaving me now? Li Shi said painfully. Although I don't mind you being poor, we still have to live, Wu Qian said. In these 3 years, how much money have you lent out? Your salary, even my salary, has been lent out by you. In the past few days, even the last 30,000 has been lent out. You even wanted to lend 1,000 for living expenses to Zhang Chen. If it weren't for his conscience, he wouldn't have taken it. We would have starved. I want to buy a house, I want to shop, I want to live a comfortable life like other women, but that's simply impossible. I can't blame you because being helpful is a golden quality, but I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry, Li Shi said, his face gloomy. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and tears mixed with the smoke. Don't say sorry, it's my own doing, Wu Qian said. I'm not capable enough to earn much money. So, by helping friends and classmates, I ended up not doing well myself, making you suffer along with me, Li Shi said. Before I leave, let me give you a piece of advice. You help others without expecting anything in return, but some people are insatiable and greedy. They come to borrow from you when they're in trouble, but when they have money, they refuse to pay you back. Look at your cousin, he drives a Mercedes and smokes Chinese cigarettes. But does he ever think about paying back the 100,000 he borrowed from you? Never. And that classmate of yours named Zhang Chen, you've lent him money 5 or 6 times, each time 5 or 600, 7 or 800. He takes it without a second thought. Every time he comes here, he comes empty-handed. Every meal is on you. Friends like that, who are like ungrateful wolves, shouldn't be kept, Wu Qian said. Li Shi's mouth twitched, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he turned his head to the side, clearly unable to hold back his laughter. What? Am I wrong? Wu Qian said with a dark expression. Let's not talk about the cousin. He looks good on the surface, but he really has no money. Otherwise, he would have paid me back long ago. Li Shi said. As for Zhang Chen, he was once in a difficult situation, extremely down and out. Every time he came to find me, he was broke. I was his last line of defense. How could I not help him? But now he has become successful, soaring to great heights. Now do you know how he is helping me? He has become successful? Helping you? Wu Qian looked surprised. Look at this. Li Shi took out a car key and placed it on the coffee table. Wu Qian picked it up, looked at it, and exclaimed, Rolls-Royce Phantom? A luxury car worth millions. You didn't pick this up off the street, did you? Then why don't you pick a few up yourself? Li Shi chuckled. This is the car he arranged for me. From now on, I will be driving this to work. This car was the configuration for the hotel's general manager. The former general manager, Mr. Sun, drove this car, and now that Li Shi had replaced him, it naturally became his vehicle. He arranged a Rolls-Royce Phantom for you? Wu Qian's jaw nearly dropped. Why? Because he insisted that I become the general manager. I had no choice but to accept. Li Shi said gloomily, honestly, I really can't handle it. It's giving me a headache. What? He hired you as the general manager? What company is it? Shenwan Hotel. He bought it yesterday. Li Shi had a complex expression. Isn't that a 6-star hotel? Worth nearly 20 billion? Not long ago, he had nothing, and now he can spend 20 billion to buy a hotel? I think you must be dreaming. Wu Qian jumped up. Or you're just trying to make me happy. Li Shi first took her out to see the vehicle before returning to explain everything that had happened over the weekend in detail. Driving a Koenigsegg, living in a billion-dollar mansion, buying a hotel for 200 billion on the spot, and he can also invest 100 billion in an investment company? Wu Qian was astonished. Where did he get the money? Is he from a hidden wealthy family? I've been to his house. It's just an ordinary family. Doesn't seem like it. Li Shi said. Wait, let me check. Wu Qian opened her laptop, went online, and used special channels and methods to investigate Zhang Chen's wealth. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, creating countless afterimages. It was hard for the eyes to keep up. A strange aura also emanated from her. About 5 minutes later, she found everything and said in admiration, he earned it all through legitimate means. It's not hundreds of billions, but thousands of billions. Your classmate is actually a super elite. He's incredible, and I was so shallow before. This was the power of the system. Even if he loaned money to Zhang Chen, it was all legitimate. There were absolutely no flaws. He is the classmate I admire the most. If it weren't for bad luck, he would have succeeded long ago. Why wait until today? Li Shi said. But I still disagree with you becoming the general manager. Wu Qian said. Why? Li Shi was astonished. Because you won't manage the hotel well and will incur huge losses. Wu Qian said seriously, you have a nice guy personality and won't be tough on unruly subordinates or harshly punish uncooperative suppliers. They will naturally take advantage of you. Management will be a complete mess. You are more suited to be a client manager, welcoming guests, and then the business will thrive. You're right, I feel that way too, so I originally refused. But that bastard was adamant, insisting I take the position of general manager, repeatedly pressuring me, and I had no way to refuse. Li Shi said angrily, let him suffer the losses. Put. Wu Qian burst out laughing, he's trying to help you out, so he made you the general manager with a 2 million annual salary. As for the losses, he hasn't thought about that yet. After all, he has a fortune of billions. He's confident. That bastard is so rich, yet he wants to put me in a difficult position. If I ruin his hotel in the future, how will I face the people of Jiangdong? No way, I can't be the general manager. Li Shi took out her phone and was about to call Zhang Chen. Wait. Wu Qian said, if you could refuse, you would have done it successfully by now. How about this, you continue being the general manager, and let me be the general manager's secretary. But in reality, I will be the general manager, and you will just handle the client manager's tasks, receiving some important clients, chatting a bit. This is your forte. We'll pull a fast one and make his hotel thrive. Then we can be together every day, driving luxury cars and living in mansions. It can't be too perfect. This plan is brilliant. My wife, if you take charge, it doesn't matter if it's a 6-star hotel or 10 of them, you'll manage it flawlessly. But why keep it from him? Just let him appoint you as the general manager, and I can be the client manager, right? Li Shi said excitedly. You, a grown man, working under your girlfriend, doesn't that feel humiliating? He definitely won't agree to that. He wouldn't let his brother be laughed at. So even if things seem fine for now, he will create another company and pull you in as the general manager. At that time, how will you find another girlfriend as capable as me to help you? Wu Qian replied. You're right. It seems we must keep this a secret, and it has to be a lifelong secret. He absolutely cannot know. Li Shi nodded seriously. Then Li Shi and Wu Qian began to discuss hotel management in detail. Li Shi even started handing over work to her. You're too nice. What kind of arrangement is this? Why keep someone who comes to work late every day and doesn't do their job properly? They must be fired. This employee is clearly the former boss's confidant. They are obviously trying to stir up trouble. Do you want to keep someone like that? Let them go tomorrow. Wu Qian scolded, and Li Shi's face turned red. There was no way around it. It was a character flaw. The next day, before dawn, Li Shi drove Wu Qian to the hotel. He appointed Wu Qian as the general manager's secretary and shamelessly claimed he had already arranged what she would do. He instructed everyone to cooperate. Then he went to his original workplace to handle his resignation. What big shot is here? Oh my, who is driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Isn't that Li Shi? The security guard was dumbfounded. Soon, all the employees in the unit knew. They flocked around him, asking questions. This isn't my car, it belongs to a friend, Li Shi said. Before long, Li Shi went to the general manager's office and submitted his resignation letter. What? You want to quit? Where are you going? My friend opened a hotel and wants me to be the general manager. I can't refuse. What's the annual salary? Manager Zhao was surprised. 2 million. Li Shi was an honest person, neither exaggerating nor lying. 2 million? What hotel can pay such a high salary? Manager Zhao looked astonished and envious. His own annual salary was less than 1 million. Shenwan Grand Hotel, Li Shi said. The number 1 6-star hotel in Deep City? Manager Zhao was dumbfounded, his eyes turning red with envy. Then he smiled and said, then I will try to keep you. When you go to the hotel in the future, remember to give me a discount. On the other side, Deng Xiuli also went to the company and handed her resignation letter to the department manager. She worked at a mold company and was a clerk, responsible for not much. Therefore, she looked forward to completing her handover within a week to become the president of Zhangchen Investment Company, stepping into the peak of her life. She was very excited and full of anticipation. She was the stock god recognized by Zhang Chen. Surely, she had some excellent qualities that she herself was unaware of. There was no need to doubt Zhang Chen's judgment. Otherwise, how could he have amassed hundreds of billions, nearly $1 trillion in wealth? Why do you want to quit? Manager Yu's expression was a bit strange. Someone invited me to work at an investment company, specifically handling stocks. Deng Xiuli said very seriously and earnestly. But in Manager Yu's eyes, it still seemed absurd and laughable. He stifled a laugh and said, Deng Xiuli, today is not April Fool's Day, don't come to tease me. Alright, go work hard. I won't hold it against you. Manager Yu, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Please approve my resignation and recruit a new clerk as soon as possible so I can hand over my work. Deng Xiuli felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Then she felt a bit disdainful. These people always thought they were remarkable, superior. Their own greatness and special talents were only understood by themselves. Well, and Zhang Chen. When I become famous in the future, you will know how formidable I, Deng Xiuli, am. What is your educational background? Do you still remember your major? Manager Yu asked. Education and major don't mean much. Many people's talents go undiscovered until they die. But I am that lucky one who has recently discovered it. That is stock trading. I am definitely a stock trading genius. with a natural instinct for stock curves. My judgments are almost never wrong. So, you lost 5,000 from your 35,000 capital. Manager, you said mockingly. Yes, I lost money, but I understood, I enlightened. Just like a high monk achieving nirvana, while others lose their whole lives without ever grasping it. That's the difference. Alas, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying, Deng Xiaoli said, but those who hire me do. So, you are still just a small manager, while he has made hundreds of billions. Manager Yu was so angry he almost spat blood. He originally wanted to persuade Deng Xiaoli to reconsider. Now he was even mocked by her. Then I don't care if you go to hell. He signed the papers with a dark face. Coldly he said, after this week, you can go trade stocks professionally. By the way, may I ask, what is your salary there? Let's keep it a secret, so you don't think I'm bragging or that the person hiring me is blind, Deng Xiaoli said. I will handle my current work as soon as possible. After Deng Xiaoli left, Manager Yu bent over, holding his stomach and laughing. Ha ha ha, the stock god who lost 30,000 is about to emerge, shocking the world. Pilai pala. The sound of electronic firecrackers rang out. The rich investment company was officially opened. Zheng Chen directly bought a building, Haitian building, 38 stories high, with a total price of 6 billion. This was originally an office building, with many companies residing in it. Zhang Chen used the 38th floor as the office for the rich investment company. There was a chairman's office, a general manager's office, and staff offices, meeting rooms, etc. All configurations were top-notch, and the company's general manager was indeed the 25-year-old Deng Xiaoli, with an annual salary of $1 million. During this time, she participated in recruitment, office decoration, and other matters. It looked quite impressive, as if she had truly transformed overnight from a clerk into a stock god. And today, she was dressed more beautifully than ever, and more confident than ever. Many guests came to congratulate her. After all, there were dozens of companies just in the Haitian building. The building's owner started a company and gave it such an impressive name, it would be inappropriate not to come and congratulate. Various congratulatory plaques filled the corridor, even the roadside downstairs was full. Lavish also sent a plaque on behalf of the Deep Bay Hotel. He had been working at the hotel since Monday. He found the hotel was managed very well by Wu Qian. He was secretly pleased. He specifically worked as a client manager, personally receiving clients. Seeing the general manager so approachable, many guests felt goodwill. The Deep Bay Hotel, now with a new owner, also gained a sense of recognition. Therefore, business unexpectedly became quite prosperous. Many high school classmates also came to congratulate. Only they knew Deng Xiaoli's background. One by one, they secretly worried. They also felt it was incredibly absurd. Zhang Chen's courage was too great. What exactly did he see in Deng Xiaoli? He really opened an investment company and appointed Deng Xiaoli as the general manager. A salary of $1 million a year? Could it be that Deng Xiaoli is truly the hidden Zhuge Liang? Will she soon transform into a stock god? None of Zhang Chen's college classmates came because he didn't inform them. He didn't even tell Wu Dongfei. After all, in his plan, the rich investment company was meant to incur massive losses. The performance would eventually be talked about, and it would become a daily joke. There was no need to make a big fuss now. Boss Zhang, congratulations. Boss Zhang, I thought you would start a computer company, but who knew you started an investment company? Zhang Chen, congratulations. Many guests surrounded Zhang Chen, offering auspicious words. Why are there so many people here to congratulate me? Zhang Chen felt a bit of a headache. He actually wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Boss Zhang, does your company operate externally? I want to invest some money. Yes, I also want to invest. There were quite a few bosses waving checks, wanting to invest. We're not operating externally for now. Zhang Chen was both amused and helpless. Losing his own money didn't matter because the system would compensate him 100-fold, but losing other people's money would be a sin. However, if he promised them a certain profit each year without disclosing the performance, that would be acceptable. So, he didn't say anything definitive. He would first test the waters and see how much Deng Xiaoli, the stock god, could lose in a month. The next day, stock god Deng Xiaoli began to build her position. She directed 3 managers recruited through a headhunting company and dozens of traders on how to proceed. Zhang Chen watched expectantly from the side. He even seriously announced that no one was allowed to question Deng Xiaoli's investment direction and strategy. Even in the face of massive losses, questioning was not permitted. In stock investment, if you lose today, who dares to say you'll continue to lose tomorrow? Today we lost, tomorrow we continue to lose, the day after tomorrow will be the same, that's the truth. Zhang Chen internally rebutted himself. He had traded stocks before and was an experienced investor. Naturally, he had quite a bit of experience, but now he just wanted to incur losses, preferably losing all 100 billion. Therefore, he had to establish Deng Xiaoli's authority. He couldn't let anyone persuade her to change stocks or stop losses, that could even turn losses into profits or reduce the losses. That would be a huge loss for him. Yes, Chairman. All the staff responded respectfully. Deng Xiaoli, however, had her eyes shining and became even more confident. She was the stock god. The stock god was her. She would surely make Zhang Chen a vast fortune, thus becoming famous worldwide. On the first day, 30 billion entered, with a loss of 1%. On the second day, another 30 billion entered, with a loss of 5%. On the third day, they fully invested, with an overall loss of 8%. Then there was nothing else. Everyone could play however they wanted. Playing games was fine. Chatting and boasting were also acceptable. In Deng Xiaoli's words, they just had to wait for the stocks to rise. Doubling, tripling, or even increasing by 10 times in the future was completely worth looking forward to. All the staff looked bewildered. Oh my, this stock god is too amazing. You managed to fully invest in just 3 days? Even Buffett wouldn't dare to do that. Moreover, the market is at a high point, clearly about to drop. It would be strange not to lose everything. Deng Xiaoli was also a bit puzzled. What was going on? These were all good stocks she had selected. They should have surged continuously, doubling and doubling again. Why did they drop as soon as she bought in? Ha, indeed a rare talent, losing 800 million in 3 days. My goodness, by the end of the month, losing over 30 billion will be easy, and the system will settle the account for me. Wouldn't that mean I would be compensated 30 trillion? I would directly become the richest person in the world, and I could even buy the United States. Zhang Chen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, admiring himself to the point of being in awe. He had actually discovered a top talent like Deng Xiaoli. It was exhilarating. Chairman, I don't quite understand the general manager's investment philosophy. Chairman, I suspect that General Manager Deng has a grudge against you and is deliberately setting you up. Otherwise, why wouldn't she wait for the right time to build her position? Why would she take over at such a high point? Chairman, have you killed Deng Xiaoli's parents? She's so ruthless, this is going to ruin you. The 3 managers and some experienced traders couldn't stand it any longer and came to Zhang Chen to complain. They had been in the stock industry for many years and had never seen anyone fully invest in 3 days. Any experienced investor would leave some funds aside just in case. Only those new to the market would foolishly go all in. And with Zhang Chen's high salary, they didn't want to lose their jobs. But if their hundreds of billions in wealth were messed up by the stock god, and they lost everything, would they still be able to keep the doors open? They might not even get their salaries. That would be tragic. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's mouth twitched a few times. His head also started to ache. Deng Xiaoli wasn't malicious, she was just a complete novice who had no experience. But she was particularly bold, so she recklessly attacked with hundreds of billions in wealth. She quickly ran out of bullets. But how could he brush off these guys? If you could understand the stock god's operations, then you would be stock gods too. So, you are still managers and traders. It's very difficult for you to be general managers. This is value investing. Wealth is something that comes with time. Can you have a little patience? I said before, no questioning. You should do what you need to do. Come on, let's play some games together. Zhang Chen racked his brain to defend Deng Xiaoli. Then he took all the employees and started playing games. His calmness made many employees question their own abilities. Could it be that they were really that incompetent? Was Deng Xiaoli right? Was the boss really that talented? Otherwise, how could he lose 800 million without even frowning? I am right, which is why Zhang Chen is so confident in me. Deng Xiaoli was overjoyed. I firmly believe these stocks will rise, doubling and then doubling again. Then she made a decision, lock the positions, and we'll see in 3 months. All employees will have a holiday, and salaries will be paid as usual. We'll meet again in 3 months. Oh my. Even Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. How could there be such a bold woman in the world? Did she think this was a game? This was a rhythm that could lead to losing everything. However, wasn't this the talent he had been looking forward to for so long? This could easily allow him to sustain losses for 3 months. Moreover, this way, he wouldn't have to rack his brain to placate the managers and traders. So he slapped his thigh and excitedly said, "This decision is great. I'll just pay you all 3 months' salaries in advance. Then you can play without worry." My God, all the employees were stunned. Were these 2 fools? The chairman must be joking or mocking the general manager. But the 3 managers didn't think so. If Zhang Chen were really a fool, how could he have earned so much wealth? Any wealthy person is not simple. They are sharper than a monkey. If you think they are fools, then you are the fool. But incredibly, Zhang Chen immediately notified the accounting department to pay all the managers and traders 3 months' salaries. He even smiled and said, "Have fun, and come back in 3 months to collect your bonuses. That won't be a small amount." Just don't be foolish and not come back. My God, is the chairman serious? What is this all about? The three managers were shocked, and the other employees were also astonished. But they began to cheer and celebrate. In one breath, I received 3 months' salary without having to work. I could go wherever I wanted to play. I could even take on a part-time job and earn another paycheck. As for whether I would come back after 3 months, that would depend on the situation. If the locked stocks made a fortune, of course, I could return. If I lost everything, there would be no need to come back. That bonus was definitely out of the question. Chairman, is this appropriate? The manager named Du Yun hesitated to say. Appropriate? How could it not be? Wealth is truly something that comes with waiting. Frequent trading may not necessarily lead to profit. Instead, it often results in losses. But value investing is different. Once you buy, don't look back, lest it affects your judgment. This is the most brilliant way to trade stocks, Zhang Chen said seriously. Wealth comes from waiting? After 3 months, most stocks will turn into worthless paper, and your 100 billion wealth will basically go down the drain. Let's see how you'll cry then. Many employees secretly shook their heads. They were all seasoned players in the stock market. Although they weren't stock gods, they weren't easily fooled by Zhang Chen either. They had seen too many stocks that seemed suitable for value investing suddenly crash and plummet. Not to mention 3 months, even 3 years or 30 years could see continuous declines. Therefore, once they encountered such stocks, they had to sell immediately and switch to others. Locking stocks was the dumbest move, but since they had already received their salaries, and they had tried their best to persuade the boss, there was nothing more they could do if he wouldn't listen. So they all took their leave, dispersing in a rush. Who would want to work? Paid vacation was much more appealing. Deng Xiaoli, why aren't you leaving? You could totally go on vacation. Zhang Chen was surprised. He had given her a salary of 300,000, which was like a small fortune. Since the stocks were locked, there was no need to stay at the company. If she changed her mind and called the employees back, it would be a loss for 3 months, which would be hard to say. My experience isn't enough, so I'll stay at the company to learn some theoretical knowledge, Deng Xiaoli said. Your experience is more than enough. Your operation this time amazed me. I admire you greatly. I can now announce that you are a stock god, an incredibly powerful stock god, Zhang Chen said, holding back a laugh. I think so too, but learning has no end. I want to improve and become an even more formidable stock god, Deng Xiaoli said. A true stock god must have an incredibly strong heart, indifferent to gains and losses. Once a plan is made, it must be executed consistently. I'm not there yet. I worry that the employees might influence my judgment and decisions, which is why I let them take a vacation. I hope that when they return in 3 months, I will have cultivated my inner strength to a point where they can never shake it. Good, well said, Zhang Chen said, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. This was the kind of single-minded stock god he wanted. Strong-hearted, unwavering, even if losing everything, they wouldn't change stocks. How much sorrow can one have? It's just like being fully invested in oil. Such a state of mind was wrong. One must not feel troubled at all. Firmly believe that it will rise again in 10 or 100 years. It seemed that his luck was very good. This was a talent sent by heaven. You flatter me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. However, in stock trading, you can't match me, Deng Xiaoli said. I used 35,000 in capital and lost 30,000. That was a painful lesson that taught me a lot. The first lesson, frequent trading is wrong. The second lesson, cutting losses is also wrong. The third lesson, switching stocks is wrong. I even wrote a stock trading journal. I admire you, Zhang Chen said, but you don't need to stay at the company every day. You don't have to come to work. Gaining insights at home is just as good. You're too good to me, but you're also quite cunning, knowing that I'm an extraordinary stock god who can help you earn immense wealth. Deng Xiaoli was all smiles, growing more confident. Then I'll be off. I'm going to look for a house and pay the down payment. Then I'll have my own place. After Deng Xiaoli left, Zhang Chen bent over, clutching his stomach with laughter, nearly laughing himself into stitches. There's definitely only one oddball like Deng Xiaoli in this world. Oh my, thankfully she doesn't have a boyfriend. Otherwise, her boyfriend would surely have a heart attack. Now the financial issues are completely resolved. Soon there will be hundreds of billions coming in. With so much money, how could I possibly spend it all? Zhang Chen wore a lewd grin, eagerly anticipating the end of the month. Senior brother, could you come by the shop? I need to discuss something with you. Senior brother, I have some business matters to report to you. Senior brother, something happened at the store today. How do you think we should handle it? Zhang Chen often received desperate calls for help from Wu Dongfei, nearly laughing himself to death. This girl was probably already in over her head, starting to incur losses, possibly even significant ones. Asking me for help? You're thinking too much. I'd rather the losses be greater. So every time he would say, "You're the general manager, you call the shots." But one thing you need to pay attention to is that employee benefits must be improved. After all, there's a new boss now, right? Also, don't be so stingy, be generous. Bonuses shouldn't be cut, and meal allowances should be the same. She also frequently called for help. Zhang Chen replied in the same manner. After all, it was just one theme: raise salaries, increase bonuses, waste more, and be a bit harsher with clients. The service attitude must be a bit worse. Of course, it was all said in a roundabout way. Otherwise, Shi would definitely think he had lost his mind. Who would want to ruin their own hotel? What reassured Zhang Chen the most was the stock god Deng Xiaoli, who had never sought his help even once. She truly locked her stocks away, never checking how the stocks she bought were doing. Such a good employee was highly appreciated by Zhang Chen. So, upon learning that Deng Xiaoli had her eye on a house and was figuring out how to raise the down payment, Zhang Chen generously transferred her 3 million, saying it was this year's bonus. With 3 million, Deng Xiaoli quickly paid the down payment and bought a beautifully renovated apartment. It was 100 square meters in size, with a total price of 10 million. This made many of her high school classmates envious. Deng Xiaoli became the general manager, and after just a few days of work, she locked her stocks and took a vacation, waiting for the stock prices to rise. Earning money was truly easy. They were all eager to help Zhang Chen with work. Unfortunately, they didn't have Deng Xiaoli's kind of guts. They could only passively wait for Zhang Chen's summons. They chatted and joked in their group every day. Once Zhang Chen spoke, they would scramble to flatter him, worried that he might forget about them. Aside from dealing with these small matters, Zhang Chen had nothing else to do. During the day, he played games, watched movies, and sped around in luxury cars. At night, he enjoyed foot massages, relaxation, and flirting with girls. Finally, the end of the month arrived. Ha! Hundreds of billions are about to come in. Zhang Chen laughed excitedly. He immediately went to the Patek Philippe store. "Senior brother, you're here." Wu Dongfei greeted him with surprise, bringing a faint, elegant fragrance. Dressed in a green short dress, her black hair flowed like clouds, long legs, high heels, and a tiny waist. She was stunningly beautiful. This month, she had been stationed at the store after class, rarely seeing Zhang Chen. Now that she saw him, of course, she was very happy. Most likely, Zhang Chen missed her and came to find her. "Rich senior brother, hello." Duan Shanshan was also there, greeting him with a playful smile, not mentioning the awkward incident from that night. "Hello, boss," the many employees respectfully greeted. "Hello, everyone," Zhang Chen smiled and nodded. Entering the office, Zhang Chen sat down at his desk. The store was in a bustling area, but the space was still limited, so there was only one office. The management staff all worked here. "Duanshanshan, you're the guest, please sit," Zhang Chen said with a smile. Last time, this girl was sharp-tongued, leaving quite an impression on him. However, she wasn't a bad person and treated Wu Dongfei well, so he didn't hold it against her. "I'll stand, thanks," Duanshanshan said a bit awkwardly, "because now I'm also an employee at the store. I brought Duanshanshan in to help, but the salary is very low, just 2,000 a month," Wu Dongfei said nervously, timidly. She seemed afraid Zhang Chen would get angry. "Only 2,000? That's too little." Zhang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. He had asked for a raise, bonuses, and improved benefits, but there were still employees making only 2,000 a month. However, it was fine. There was still time, and he could adjust things at any moment. It was the end of the month, but tomorrow was the last day. The system's settlement was also tomorrow. The reason he came a day early to understand the situation was to be prepared for any eventuality. If they really made a profit, he was confident he could turn a profit into a loss within a day. The reason for his confidence was that Wu Dongfei was just a rookie. Making the store profitable wasn't that easy. Business was a profound subject. Without experience and practice, making a profit was harder than climbing to the sky. So even if they made a profit, it wouldn't be much. A day's effort could easily be wasted, and it wasn't as simple as flipping a hand. What was the profit for this month? Zhang Chen no longer hesitated and asked Wu Dongfei. "Sisterly, please report the details," Wu Dongfei said without any panic, her face instead showing a hint of confidence. So confident? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could things be beyond his expectations? Impossible. How could a rookie make the store profitable? Moreover, salaries and benefits had been raised. It must be blind confidence. She would be crying soon. Sisterly, in charge of finances, was in her 40s. She clicked a few times on the computer. Then she reported, "Boss, General Manager, this month's sales were 228 million, with a profit of 25 million. How is that possible? 25 million? Zhang Chen felt as if he had been struck on the head, dizzy and seeing stars. His heart sank, and tears almost flowed out. 25 million, it would be incredibly difficult to squander that in a day. Bonuses? There were only a dozen employees. Did that mean giving each person 2 million in bonuses? Raising salaries? Doubling over a million would only be 2 or 3 million. If they only made a profit of a few 100,000, that could be manipulated. He had calculated it well. A loss of 100,000 wasn't much, right? That tenfold compensation would still be a billion. If luck was good, a loss of a few 100,000 could mean tens of billions. So much money suddenly vanished. It hurt so much it was hard to breathe. Damn it! A rookie could run a Patek Philippe store worth over $1 billion? Well, there must be a problem here. It needed to be investigated thoroughly. Only then could lessons be learned. To achieve the goal of massive losses. What was the profit like before? Zhang Chen steadied himself and asked. The profit was just over 10 million each month, not exceeding 20 million, Sisterly said. It was all thanks to the general manager and assistant Duan's good management. Duan Qinshan is an assistant? Zhang Chen seemed to understand something. His gaze fell on Duan Qinshan. This woman was definitely a shrewd character. That time she had firmly concluded he was a fraud. She even questioned whether wearing street market goods was also experiencing life. It seemed that the situation had most likely gone wrong because of Duan Qinshan. Damn, this woman was asking for it. I have a deep-seated grudge against you. We can't coexist. Duan Qinshan, tell me, how did you significantly increase the profits? Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and asked. This was a linguistic trap, waiting for Duan Qinshan to step in. It's not just me, it's a plan I discussed with Dong Fei. We organized some small activities, like raffles with prizes and discounts. Duan Shanshan felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What was going on with the wealthy senior brother? His eyes were blazing with fire, as if he wanted to devour someone. I haven't done anything wrong. What else? Zhang Chen asked, frowning. He absolutely did not believe that such trivial methods could significantly boost profits. Also, we replaced a few staff members with beautiful girls, all college students, Wu Dongfei said, blushing beside him. No wonder I saw several more beauties. They must be the campus flowers, just like car models, flipping their hair. It seems that the changes brought by these beauties have indeed led to a significant increase in profits. A river of sadness surged in Zhang Chen's heart. He had overlooked the fact that Wu Dongfei was also a car model. She taught many beautiful girls how to pose. How could that not drive people crazy? But it didn't matter. These profit-making methods could be corrected. Next month, there would definitely be losses. So he pondered carefully and said, dismiss all the beauties and replace them with some ordinary staff. We won't rely on beautiful women to attract customers. Otherwise, our reputation will suffer. In the long run, it's harmful. Moreover, having too many beauties will attract some unsavory characters, and anything could happen. The consequences would be unimaginable. This was pure alarmism. This was a bustling commercial street, with luxury stores and 8 security guards, all retired special forces. Who would dare to cause trouble? Yes, Wu Dongfei nodded with admiration. She was focused on short-term benefits, while Zhang Chen was looking at long-term gains. Clearly, in a situation where funds were not lacking, long-term benefits were more valuable. Chairman, they are all our seniors and juniors, they brought in profits. How can we dismiss them? Duan Shanshan naturally disagreed, saying it tactfully. What's there to be embarrassed about? Pay them 2 months' salary, and replace them with top-tier juniors and seniors. They deserve our care. They need warmth more, Zhang Chen said confidently. As a conscientious businessman, I just want to earn money while giving back to society, helping more people, especially those who need help the most. The more he spoke, the more eloquent and spirited he became. He was truly clever. This reason was irrefutable, and it sounded noble and grand. Senior brother, you are so noble and great. Wu Dongfei's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even Duan Shanshan looked at him with respect. At this moment, she was genuinely convinced. Zhang Chen was indeed a great man. No wonder he was called a wealthy god. Additionally, we can hold small activities, but they should be sincere, allowing customers to gain real benefits, Zhang Chen said. That way, repeat customers will increase. Once they all nodded in agreement, he added, increase the bonuses and salaries by another 10%. But we just raised them last month, Wu Dongfei exclaimed in surprise. Increase them again, Zhang Chen said. Then he looked at Duan Shanshan, thinking that she was a troublemaker who needed to be dealt with. With a forced smile, he said, Duan Shanshan, you are a talent. You're wasting your skills here. I want to transfer you to the Deep Bay Hotel as a supervisor or client manager. Would you be willing to go? Deep Bay Hotel? That 6-star hotel? Is it also yours, wealthy senior brother? Duan Shanshan asked hesitantly. Yes, Zhang Chen replied, feeling a bit helpless. To deal with the trouble that was Duan Shanshan, he had to reveal another one of his businesses. He had never told Wu Dongfei about it and had tried to keep her from knowing. Oh my god, that's amazing. Duan Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. Wu Dongfei was also in shock. The other management staff were dumbfounded. That was the number one 6-star hotel in the city, worth 20 billion. It actually belonged to Zhang Chen? It's over, my plans have been disrupted again. Immediately, Wu Dongfei sighed inwardly. Originally, she had planned to reply to Zhang Chen in the next few days and start being his girlfriend. But now, hearing this news suddenly, she wondered if replying immediately would make him misunderstand her as a gold digger. At that moment, she felt extreme regret. Why didn't she respond earlier? Was being reserved really that important? How much salary will you give me? Duan Shanshan asked eagerly. The salary will be set by the boss. But I think it will definitely be more than 2,000, Zhang Chen said. Then I'll give it a try, but I can only work part-time, Duan Shanshan said, a bit excited. If she could perform well, perhaps she could stay there to work after graduation. She was in the foreign language department and spoke fluent English, excelling at receiving foreign clients. Working in a 6-star hotel was right in line with her major. She wasn't as beautiful as Wu Dongfei, so she had to rely on her abilities. You have a clever plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. If I don't get the system compensation this month, will I not get it next month? Zhang Chen said proudly. Replacing the beautiful waitress with a dinosaur woman would make the guests feel nauseous. How could business not plummet? Without Duan Shanshan's strategies, Wu Dongfei would surely be at a loss. Plus, with the salary increase, improved benefits, and various activities becoming more affordable, it would be strange if they didn't make a profit. However, lessons still needed to be learned. He had to come by often. If any bad signs were discovered, they had to be extinguished promptly. So Zhang Chen called Duan Shanshan to get in the car. They were heading to the hotel now. As he started the car, he leaned out and said, Dongfei, profit is important, but brand is more important, and integrity is even more important. Senior brother, I remember. Wu Dongfei didn't catch the underlying meaning at all. After all, Zhang Chen couldn't clearly say that he wanted to incur losses. That might get him labeled as a lunatic and sent to a mental hospital. Wow, I finally got to ride in the car of the wealthy senior brother, Duan Shanshan exclaimed excitedly as she got in. But her face remained calm. She teasingly said, wealthy senior brother, do you only confess your feelings to women once? If you confess to Wu Dongfei again, there's an 80 to 90% chance it will succeed. I have a quirk. I never confess a second time, Zhang Chen said lightly. His confessions weren't because he genuinely liked someone, but rather to gain system compensation. How many beautiful women have you confessed to? Duan Shanshan asked with a smile. Just one. Who told me I had bad luck and didn't meet many super beauties? Zhang Chen felt a bit depressed and regretful. He hadn't encountered the other 3 campus beauties, otherwise, if he confessed, the system compensation would definitely be impressive. Giggle, Duan Shanshan laughed charmingly, thinking Zhang Chen was joking. She didn't pay much attention. Instead, she secretly envied Wu Dongfei. The senior brother was infatuated with her at first sight. No wonder he treated her so well. Soon, they arrived at the Deep Bay Hotel. The two got out of the car and walked inside. Make sure nothing goes wrong, Zhang Chen felt a bit worried. But recalling Li Shi's personality, he felt confident again. Li Shi was 1,000 times more compassionate than Xiangyu, the hegemon of Western Chu, and would definitely not let him down. Deep Bay Hotel, chairman's office. Zheng Chen, Li Shi, and the financial manager sat on the sofa. 2 identical twin gold medal waitresses were one making tea and the other massaging Zhang Chen's shoulders. Now Zhang Chen knew their names, Zhang Xueqing and Zhang Xueyu. They were identical in height and appearance. The only difference was the red rose and white rose embroidered on their wrists. The former was the older sister, and the latter was the younger sister. These 2 women are too beautiful, Duan Shanshan marveled quietly from the side. The way they looked at the wealthy senior brother was filled with admiration and affection. Clearly, they had a crush on him. Wu Dongfei, oh Wu Dongfei, if you don't agree soon, you might not have any chance left. This month's profit is not bad, a net gain of over 310 million, Li Shi said casually, as if it were nothing. A net gain of over 300 million? Zhang Chintian felt the world spinning, his vision darkening, as if he were a prisoner sentenced to death, about to face execution. At that moment, he began to doubt his life choices. How could someone like Li Shi manage a hotel well? How could he earn so much money? Did I hear wrong? Or is Li Shi just reporting nonsense? Chairman, here are the reports. The finance manager seemed to understand Zhang Chen's thoughts and handed over a stack of papers. Zhang Chen took them and examined them carefully. Dining, accommodation, karaoke, sauna, foot massage, all were profitable, just varying amounts. Clearly, this was true. Li Shi really made the hotel profitable. Perhaps the hotel was already highly profitable before, and this month must have seen a huge drop, so next month it will start losing money. Zhang Chen began to comfort himself. He then asked, What was the profit in previous months? Not bad, around 270 to 280 million, the finance manager replied. How is that possible? Zhang Chen was shocked beyond measure. The profit not only didn't drop but actually increased significantly? Could it be that he misjudged the person? Is Li Shi actually very good at management? What the hell is going on? Do I care about this mere 300 million? What I want is hundreds of billions, thousands of billions. Has my beautiful dream been ruthlessly shattered? Li Shi, you really didn't let me down, Zhang Chen praised with a guilty conscience. You said long ago that managing a hotel is not difficult at all. I didn't believe it then, but now I do, Li Shi said lightly. Really that easy? Zhang Chen stared at him intently, as if trying to see into his heart. Really very easy. Maybe I have a talent for it, Li Shi said, a bit flustered but trying hard to hold it together. What's the difference between the credit for my wife's achievements and my own? I can't say it out loud, or I'll be transferred and have to stand on my own. Then I'd be doomed. You all go out first. I want to be alone for a bit. By the way, her name is Duan Shanshan, a student from Futon University, quite capable, working part-time at the hotel. Li, please arrange for her. Zhang Chen waved his hand weakly. Li Shi and the other three exited. They all murmured in their hearts, the boss is indeed the boss, not caring at all about the profit of over 310 million, completely unfazed, clearly not taking it to heart. Only 3 people remained in the office. Zhang Chen and 2 top service staff. The 2 service staff dared not speak. So, there was a silence. Tell me, what kind of person is Li Shi? How capable is he? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. He was starting to feel a bit insecure. After so many years of friendship, had he really misjudged? We dare not. What's there to be afraid of? He is the general manager, we are the service staff. How can we speak ill of the general manager? You two are my close little spies, just speak the truth, both strengths and weaknesses, it doesn't matter if it's wrong, I'll ask more people. Close little spies? The 2 sisters blushed, their eyes sparkling. Then they simultaneously said, Li is just a smiling tiger. Smiling tiger? What do you mean? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Wasn't Li Shi a nice guy? A benevolent person who helps his subordinates when they make mistakes. How could he be a smiling tiger? He looks all smiles, very sincere to everyone, seemingly harmless. But, when he turns his back, he can be ruthless, without mercy, extremely vicious. If an employee is late once, he'll smile and say it's fine, but then turn around and kick them out. If a security guard misbehaves and accepts a pack of cigarettes from a guest, he might pretend not to see it. But the next day, the security guard is notified to settle his salary and leave. Since he took office, he has fired at least 100 employees, all for minor mistakes, nothing serious. Now, everyone is afraid of him, saying he is a smiling tiger, one that devours people. They are all trembling, afraid to make mistakes. How can there be such a smiling tiger in the world? You can't tell from the outside at all. Sigh. You can know a person's face but not their heart. It's hard to paint a tiger's skin but not its bones. Li Shi, I misjudged you. It turns out you are a smiling tiger? Damn, I've been deceived by you for over a decade. You've made me suffer. This time, Zhang Chen truly cried in the bathroom. Now, things have gotten serious. Li Shi is his brother, who once did him a favor. Now he has resigned and come to manage the hotel. The hotel is making profits, performing better than ever. Should he fire him? There's no reason for that. But if he doesn't remove him, the hotel will keep making profits. 200 billion in investment. When will I get that back? 300 million a month? 3.6 billion a year? Can I earn it back in 6 years? Zhang Chen counted on his fingers. He shook his head secretly. He is someone with a system. How can he make money at such a slow pace? Isn't that just wasting the system? No, he needs to think of a way. Li Shi, you smiling tiger, how dare you trick me? Just wait, I will make you pay. Zhang Chen drove off in a rush. On the surface, he wore a smile, but inside, his eyes were filled with tears. A flawless plan, almost guaranteed success. But it slipped through his fingers. Arriving at the Hai Tian building, Zhang Chen's mood improved. Because the rich investment company is bound to lose. 100% certainty. Even if it loses 10%, that's still $1 billion. The system compensation is 100 trillion. Is 100 trillion enough to spend? He could never spend it all in his lifetime. So, having a safety net with a stock god is very important. He made his way to the general manager's office. Deng Xiaoli was studying. The desk was piled high with stock trading books. She was engrossed, reading and taking notes. Manager Deng, can you open the account and let me see the situation? Zhang Chen asked. What are you looking at? Didn't I say to wait 3 months? The stock god Deng Xiaoli was quite displeased. It was simply too impatient. How can one be so eager in stock trading? Can't you hold out for a month? If it were me, I wouldn't be anxious even if I didn't check for a year. That's why I'm the stock god, and Zhang Chen is just a novice. The difference is vast. If you were my subordinate, I wouldn't let you see it no matter what. But you are my boss, giving me $1 million annual salary and $3 million in bonuses, treating me so well. I can only let you see it. Deng Xiaoli complained in her heart, slowly starting up the computer. She opened the stock account. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon, and tomorrow was Saturday. This means today's results would be the month's results. Whether it was profit or loss had already been determined. Zhang Chen looked forward with anticipation, his eyes already sparkling, because this was related to at least 100 trillion in income. It should be all green at first glance, just like the Hulunberg grassland. But something seems off? Mixed red and green? Could it be that some stocks have rebounded? Didn't it lose 8 points when it was just established? There must be something wrong with my eyes. Zhang Chen rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still the same mixed red and green. Floating profit and loss, minus 3 million and 10. Profit and loss ratio, minus 0.003%. The stock god's safety net worked, but it only lost 3 million? Deng Xiaoli was simply messing around, chaotic and disorganized. Have you ever seen a stock god who gives company employees a 3-month vacation? But it only lost 0.003%, almost negligible. Deng, due to the host's random salary and bonus distribution, the performance of the rich investment company is calculated using gross profit. This month's loss is 3 million, a failure. A compensation of 30 billion has been credited, please check. The sound of the system echoed. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chen received a bank text message, indicating a deposit of 30 billion yuan. Yet, he was in such pain that he could hardly breathe. What? Only a compensation of 30 billion? What happened to the promised 10 trillion? Where did it go? Did my 99.7 trillion just vanish like that? Moreover, they calculated it based on gross profit? What was the point of paying such high salaries and bonuses? A tremendous sense of loss, an enormous gap, an unprecedented blow. Zhang Chen's mind buzzed and turned into a blank slate. Then his vision darkened. He knew nothing anymore. Chairman. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the panicked voice of the stock god, Deng Xiaoli. When he finally woke up, he smelled a strong scent of disinfectant. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, hooked up 2 and 4. Li Shi, Deng Xiaoli, and Wu Dongfei were anxiously gathered around the bed. Senior brother, you finally woke up, Wu Dongfei cried with joy. What happened to me? Zhang Chen looked bewildered. Wasn't he just at the company? How did he suddenly end up in the hospital? At that moment, you looked at your stock account and suddenly fainted. Your face turned so pale, it scared me to death. Deng Xiaoli patted her chest, looking terrified. We've checked, and there's nothing wrong. It's just that your body is too weak, Li Shi said. Aren't you lacking exercise? Are you too busy? Do you sleep very late? You don't take care of your health at all. The disciplined excel, while the indulgent fall behind. Do you remember what the teacher said back then? I haven't been indulgent. I'm in great shape. Zhang Chen felt a bit frustrated. What was going on? How could he faint? Could it be that his health was really that poor? These past 2 years had been extremely tough, with irregular eating and sleeping habits. This past month, he hadn't exercised much either. He couldn't bear to sleep at night. He couldn't bear to get up in the morning. Was his body failing him? It seemed he needed to start exercising from now on, to avoid dying young. But why was his heart still aching? Oh, my 97 billion, how did it just disappear inexplicably? Thinking of this, he felt dizzy again, almost fainting once more. Fortunately, you fainted at the company. If it had been in your mansion, all alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You should find a girlfriend soon, Li Shi said meaningfully, glancing at Wu Dongfei. I can't agree to him right now. I don't want to be labeled as a gold digger, Wu Dongfei said, both shy and worried. Who would take care of him? What if he fainted at night? We must find a way to eliminate future troubles. I feel it can still be salvaged. Next month, I must secure that 10 trillion. Zhang Chen seemed not to hear, lost in his own calculations. Then he forced a smile and said, Li Shi, you've worked hard this month. I approve a paid vacation for you for a month. Go travel abroad and see how hotels are run over there. Since he was a smiling tiger, he decided to lure the tiger away from its mountain. He didn't believe they could continue to profit next month. Can I not go? Li Shi looked gloomy. He just wanted to stay with his wife, enjoying a blissful life together. You want me to travel alone? What if my wife runs off with someone? What if I get cheated on? No, you must go, Zhang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. He then turned to Duan Shanshan and said, You truly are the stock god I have high hopes for. your moves are extraordinary, and you've only lost 3 million so quickly. I'll invest another 40 billion, you can use it all for stock trading. Deng Xiaoli was clearly a novice messing around with stocks. If she didn't lose everything this month, it would be a miracle. He might as well increase the investment, giving her 50 billion to play with. If she didn't lose her shirt next month, he would take her surname. You can still come up with 40 billion? Just how much wealth do you have? Except for Li Shi, everyone else was dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. Moreover, you're investing so much money in stocks. Isn't that a bit risky? Isn't that a bit much? Deng Xiaoli was starting to feel uneasy. Even a big heart could hardly take it. Another 40 billion? What a terrifying number. Not too much, Zhang Chen said casually. Keeping it in the bank is useless. It's better to invest it in stocks. With your ability, you'll definitely make a profit. At least it'll be more than the interest. After saying that, he transferred 40 billion to the company's account on the spot. Then I'll call for support and come back to build the position immediately. Deng Xiaoli didn't refuse anymore. She was such an amazing stock god, and she had only lost 3 million this month. Next month, she would profit, and then double it, no need to say more. Of course, the more funds, the better, just like Han Xin counting soldiers. As for being busy, that was not a concern. 3 days to build the position, then lock it in. Oh my goodness. Li Shi touched his forehead, unsure of what to say for a long time. Zhang Chen was too bold. Betting on Deng Xiaoli? Was she really a stock god? She didn't look like one at all. Damn, Deng Xiaoli was also quite bold. Wasn't she afraid of losing everything? What if Zhang Chen went bankrupt? It seemed I must manage the hotel well to give Zhang Chen a way out. Li Shi, is Deng Xiaoli really a stock god? Wu Dongfei asked quietly, feeling anxious. Well, Zhang Chen said she is. This month, she used 10 billion to invest in stocks and only lost 3 million. Li Shi hesitated before replying. The market doesn't seem too good this month. Losing only 3 million with 10 billion isn't bad at all. Wu Dongfei felt relieved. Let's go. I'm going to set up a stall. Zhang Chen pulled out the 4-needle and got out of bed. With 970 billion gone, how could he sit still? He had to find a way to make money. Setting up a stall could earn him a couple of 100,000 a day. Much better than sitting idly by. What's going on here? Li Shi, Wu Dongfei, and Deng Xiaoli were all dumbfounded. You have a net worth of hundreds of billions, and you're going to set up a stall? Come take a look. Beautiful accessories, pretty hair ties. On the bustling street outside the gate of Futon University, Zhang Chen, dressed in stall clothes, squatted in front of his stall, weakly calling out. The hair ties and accessories were leftovers from the last time he didn't sell out. He deliberately parked the Koenigsegg not far away to attract beautiful women to come and watch and take photos. If a super beauty appeared, he would rush over to confess. He would definitely be rejected, and then he could receive generous system compensation. This was undoubtedly a genius idea. Not only would he lose money from the stall, but he could also fail in confessing to beautiful women. Sigh, after so long, not a single super beauty has come to check out the Koenigsegg? Zhang Chen frowned, sighing. He had only made over 30 billion this month. 970 billion had flown away. Sigh, why was making money so difficult? I say, little brother, don't sigh so much. The stall owner next door, selling various shoes, tossed Zhang Chen a cigarette. If business is bad, sighing won't help. I'm just afraid business will be good. Zhang Chen took out a lighter, lit it, and took a puff. Then he glanced at the other person and asked, have you always been selling shoes at a stall? I'm actually a writer, writing online novels. My book flopped, and I couldn't make a living, so I came out to set up a stall, hoping it might spark some inspiration. Your book flopped? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. This seemed like a path too. He liked reading online novels, but his writing was average, and he had no experience. If he wrote an online novel, it would definitely flop. The system would give him a 10,000-fold compensation. What would that be? A novel that could explode worldwide? That might be worth nearly 100 billion. Didn't Harry Potter earn the author over $1 billion? And that was over a decade ago. He excitedly said, Big brother, I really have no way out, and I want to write web novels too. Can you teach me? You have no way out? Duan Shanshan, who was about to leave school to go to work at a hotel, heard this and touched her forehead, unable to look directly. You, a tycoon worth hundreds of billions, teasing the poor, is that really okay? You want to write web novels too? The stall owner was surprised, looking Zhang Chen up and down. I do, Zhang Chen said. Maybe I'm a genius, and one book will make me famous? Ha ha ha. Newcomers are all as confident as you. When I first started writing, I was convinced I was a prodigy, ready to crush the competition and become famous with one book. In the end, I flopped so hard I couldn't see straight. After 7 years of writing, I've completely transformed. How old do you think I am now? I absolutely don't believe you're 40. Zheng Chen hesitated. 25. What? 25? Zheng Chen was dumbfounded. In front of him was clearly a middle-aged man. How could he only be 25? After graduating from college, I couldn't find a job, so I just kept writing novels, staying up all night, racking my brain. I aged 10 years in 3 years, but I still barely scrape by, and now I have to come out and set up a stall to make ends meet, or I'd starve. How could it be so miserable? Zheng Chen's face was filled with pity. 3 years ago it was fine, but now the environment has changed. It's all about free content now, subscriptions are down, it's tragic. But there are still people who can make money, right? Of course, but they are few and far between. Those people are all prodigies. So, you need to be cautious. I'm a cautionary tale. It's okay, I'll just give it a try, writing while I set up my stall. Can you give me some pointers? Zheng Chen took out his soft zhonghua and offered one. Smoking soft zhonghua? You're so extravagant. He. I took it casually, Zheng Chen said. The stall owner next door began to teach Zheng Chen how to write web novels step by step. Ideas, outlines, detailed outlines. He even helped Zheng Chen contact an editor. What do you think of this? The protagonist is a street vendor who has passed the family trial. Do you see that Koenigsegg? It's a gift from the family. There's a super beautiful girl taking pictures. The protagonist goes to confess his feelings. He's rejected. Then the protagonist takes out the car key, presses it, and the car lights up brilliantly. The girl is dumbfounded, regretting her decision. Zheng Chen said, "This beginning is not bad, you really have talent." The stall owner's eyes lit up. What's your education? Bachelor's degree, graduated from Futon University, Zheng Chen said quietly. What year did you graduate? The stall owner had a strange expression. 2017. Damn, I also graduated from Futon University in 2017. What was your major? Zheng Chen was shocked. He was actually a fellow alumnus. Computer software engineering. You're lying. I also majored in computer software engineering. How come I don't remember you? Zheng Chen said. You too? The stall owner stared at Zheng Chen intently, hesitantly asking, could it be that you are Zhang Chen? Oh my god, you really know me? Zheng Chen's eyes widened. I'm Jiang Baixue, the stall owner said excitedly. Oh my god, Jiang Baixue? Zheng Chen was dumbfounded. Jiang Baixue was indeed his university classmate. Obsessed with web novels, he hadn't studied properly during college, just read and wrote. But back then, he was quite successful, earning tens of thousands, even over 100,000 in royalties every month, making all the students envious. How had he ended up like this 3 years after graduation? Had he also fallen to the level of setting up a stall? Did he, like me, have a failed compensation system? Or perhaps a rich guy's stall system? At this moment, the two became even closer. Jiang Baixue also revealed the truth. He had suffered a serious illness in the past 3 years, lung cancer. It might have been due to smoking too much while writing. Fortunately, it was discovered early enough to be treated. But I have aged a lot. Writing has been sporadic. The financial situation isn't great. But, basically, I've managed to get through it. Nowadays, my new book is starting to gain popularity, and setting up a stall is just a way to rest and spark inspiration. Of course, whether I'm just putting on a brave face is another matter. Are you still smoking? Zheng Chen snatched the cigarette from his hand and threw it on the ground, extinguishing it. It's fine, I only smoke 1 or 2 a day at most. I don't dare smoke at home, my wife is there. Actually, the reason I set up a stall, aside from the above, is that I want to sneak a couple of puffs, otherwise, it's too hard to bear, Jiang Baixue said. Zheng Chen was completely speechless. It was as if he was risking his life for a smoke. How did you end up here setting up a stall? If your classmates see you, that would be so embarrassing, Jiang Baixue said. I'm different. At my age, no one would recognize me. You don't know, yesterday, Guan Weiliang came to buy shoes from me. He looked for a long time and still didn't recognize me. Guan Weiliang was a classmate who stayed at school and worked as a teacher at Fujian University. I'm not stealing or robbing. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zheng Chen said nonchalantly. But some people think it's embarrassing. Classmates in the group are talking about you, and they're saying some pretty harsh things. Jiang Baixue sighed as he glanced at the university class group. Zheng Chen opened the university classmates' WeChat group. Sure enough, it was lively. At all classmates, is this Zheng Chen? I'm a bit hesitant to confirm. Attached was a photo of Zheng Chen at his stall, looking quite dejected. Yes, this is Zheng Chen. He's setting up a stall? How did he end up like this? Oh my, dressed in stall goods, selling trinkets, so pitiful. The former top student, once worth over 100 million, has long since vanished. Sigh, time is a butcher's knife. Where is he setting up the stall? Just outside Fujian University. I took the photo secretly. I was in a hurry to get to work, so I didn't get out to confirm. Could it be that he's deliberately trying to elicit sympathy, hoping everyone will help him? Can't help, what can he do now? The times have abandoned him. At Xiaona, come see your former boyfriend. Are you relieved? Relieved, very relieved. When I broke up with him, I anticipated this day. He's the kind of person who would encounter such misfortunes. It shows he's just unlucky. I'm doing well now. My husband is 10 years older than me, but he loves me very much. My wedding ceremony is next week. Classmates must come. At Zhangchen, if you really have difficulties, just let me know. 300 to 500 is no problem. Also, you must come to my wedding. I'll waive the gift money since you probably can't come up with it anyway. Without your contrast, my happiness wouldn't feel as abundant. Actually, Jiang Baixue was also in the picture, but no one could recognize him. I didn't offend Xiaona, did I? Zhang Chen's face darkened. Had this woman lost her mind? Even if he was poor, she shouldn't mock him like this, right? Contrast her happiness? What the hell was that? Doesn't she know in her heart whether she's happy or not? Maybe she blames you for not being able to give her happiness all the time. If it weren't for that fire back then, she would have been the happiest woman in the world, certainly happier than she is now, Jiang Baixue said. Forget it. I won't hold it against her. Zhang Chen stuffed his phone into his pocket. If he were truly down and out, perhaps it would hit him hard. But in fact, he wasn't. Out of respect for their 3 years of love, he didn't want to say anything unpleasant to her, even though she was the one who abandoned him, even though she mocked and despised him like this. I see you don't have much business. You could really try writing online novels. Your idea just now was pretty good. Jiang Baixue changed the subject. I think it's not bad either, Zhang Chen said. How about I give it a try? What do you mean? To confess to that super beauty. Zhang Chen pointed at a super beauty live streaming by the Koenigsegg. The beauty in the stream was extraordinary. She had a slim waist, a curvy figure, and long hair that cascaded down to her waist. Her aura was cold and piercing. She looked like a snow lotus in the cold rain. She was a bit shorter than Wu Dongfei, about 1.72 meters tall. Her beauty resembled the autumn moon, flawless in every way. It was none other than Lu Xiyu. Although Zhang Chen had sent her $1 million in gifts during her last livestream, this was indeed the first time he had seen Lu Xiyu in real life. So beautiful, Zhang Chen secretly admired. He was increasingly certain that Lu Xiyu was very hard to pursue. She hardly interacted with her fans during the livestream, yet, her beauty and grace captivated them. The gifts in her livestream flowed like a shuttle, and it was no exaggeration. She was talented in singing and dancing. She probably liked boys who were versatile. Anyway, in such a large school, there was no boy she would take a liking to. Of course, that was just for now. In the future, who knows? Such a beauty would likely be pursued by impressive boys by the time she was a junior. Lu Xiyu was only a sophomore. It was normal that no one had swept her off her feet yet. So, if he confessed, would she possibly agree? She didn't know him, didn't know he was a wealthy god, nor did she know he was the occasional street vendor who topped her leaderboard. If she agreed, that would be unbelievable. So, he could confess boldly. That's Lu Xiyu. Are you really going to rehearse your confession? Jiang Baixue asked with a strange expression. For the sake of becoming a god with one book, this is necessary, Zhang Chen said as he took out a bulging plastic bag from his backpack and strode over. Pretending not to know her, he asked, Hello, beauty, are you Lu Xiyu? Yes, what's the matter? Lu Xiyu looked at him coldly. Do you want a hair tie or some accessories? Zhang Chen deliberately pointed at his street stall. Isn't this a confession? Aren't you just hitting on me? Jiang Baixue touched his forehead, speechless. Damn, a street vendor is hitting on Lu Xiyu like this? Oh my god, this is the boldest vendor I've ever seen. Is he enchanted by the streamer? The live stream exploded with chatter. No, thank you, Lu Xiyu said, both amused and bewildered. Zhang Chen then pulled out a bouquet of roses from the plastic bag. This was a prop he had prepared long ago for confessing to a super beauty. Now it was finally coming into play. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and sincerely said, Lu Xiyu, seeing you has left me in awe. It was love at first sight. I really like you. Would you be my girlfriend? The entire venue was stunned into silence. Passers-by were dumbfounded. Jiang Baixue was also wide-eyed. Fans in the live stream were furious. A street vendor dared to confess to Lu Xiyu so formally? What was he thinking? Did he have no self-awareness? Could this possibly succeed? Was he just looking for humiliation? My god, a street vendor is confessing to me? Where does he get his confidence? Lu Xiyu's eyes widened, her face filled with incredulity. After a long pause, she finally said tactfully, You're confessing to me the first time we meet. Don't you think that's too hasty and absurd? I believe in love at first sight and that my other half will feel the same way about me, Zhang Chen replied. How much do you earn from your street vending? Lu Shiyu's face turned slightly red as she tried to make him back off. Are you rejecting me because you think I'm poor? If so, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush, Zhang Chen said. I don't despise the poor, but I also don't want to date a street vendor, Lu Shiyu said. Hee, that's a rejection. Zhang Chen felt happy inside, but the system still hadn't reacted, offering no compensation. Clearly, his efforts were still not enough. So he proudly said, Lu Shiyu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Although I sell goods on the street, I am very outstanding, better than the vast majority of college students. I am like the ocean, incredibly deep, like the vast sky, mysterious and unfathomable. Pfft, street vendor, you're so outstanding that you're selling on the street. Impressive, impressive. Very outstanding, best at selling on the street. Outstanding enough to eat the wind and sleep in the dew, like a celestial being. The people in the live stream laughed derisively. What's so outstanding about you? Lu Shiyu glanced at the live stream and noticed the number of viewers was increasing. She asked with a half smile. My outstanding qualities are countless. For example, I am very tall, very handsome, and fluent in 10 foreign languages. Zhang Chen said. He didn't dare to say he was fluent in 10,000 languages. That would be too frightening. Ha, you're killing me. A street vendor actually dares to boast about being fluent in 10 foreign languages? Wow, you're so outstanding. Does your mom know? You can speak 10 foreign languages, yet you're still selling on the street? You must be crazy. Get that bastard to scram. Don't waste my time watching Koenigsegg. The fans in the live stream didn't believe him at all. I don't know you. Jiang Baishui almost fled in embarrassment. You're bragging without even preparing a script. Lu Shiyu isn't a fool. How could she believe that? That's very impressive. However, I still don't like street vendors, so you should just stick to selling. Don't disturb my live stream, okay? Lu Shiyu said, holding back her laughter. I'm also very rich. Zhang Chen said again. You're very rich? Hundreds or thousands? Perhaps in his mind, thousands is considered very rich? Poverty has limited his imagination. How pitiful. I feel like he really likes the streamer. After all, the streamer is too beautiful. But for a street vendor, just being able to say a few words to the streamer is already like his ancestors are smoking. He still dares to confess, and after being rejected, he wants to win her back? It's simply absurd. So embarrassing. The fans in the live stream continued to mock him. How rich are you, really? Lu Shiyu asked, trying to suppress her laughter. On the same level as the two Ma's, in the future, I should be the richest person in the world. For example, this Koenigsegg is my ride, Zhang Chen whispered. Keep it a secret, don't tell anyone. God, am I encountering a shameless bragging king? Lu Shiyu was dumbfounded, her expression turning cold. I said before, I don't like the rich over the poor. No matter how rich you are, I still won't like you. Ding, host's confession failed. Compensatory enhancement of the body once, then you can become the strongest man on earth, easily defeating Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, and Zhao Yun, and overpowering Stallone and Bruce Lee. Your charm will soar. With the host's current wealth, naturally, there will be 10,000 beauties of Lu Shiyu's caliber who will fall in love with you. The 10,000-fold compensation system, where you fail, it compensates there, making up for any weakness, helping you reach the peak of life. The system's voice echoed. Enhance my body once? Make myself the strongest man on earth? God, I just hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. He had long anticipated that if he was rejected by the 4 school beauties, the 10,000-fold compensation would be extraordinary. Now it was confirmed. His poor health had always been his weakness. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, yet only weighing 60 kilograms, he was as thin as a bamboo pole. He couldn't compare to any male model, let alone legendary figures like Xiang Yu, Lu Bu, and Zhao Yun. Now, could all these flaws be resolved? Would he soon become the strongest man on earth? Wow, this is too awesome. Happily returning to his stall, Jiang Baishui asked with a smile, how was it? After this rehearsal, do you have any inspiration? Inspiration is like a burst of urine, Zhang Chen laughed. Then you can come up with an opening now. I'll help you refine it, Jiang Baishui said. Lu Shiyu was still live streaming, broadcasting the Koenigsegg from various angles and directions. Koenigsegg is a Swedish supercar manufacturer, founded in 1994 by Christian von Koenigsegg, dedicated to producing world-class sports cars. This car is worth 100 million. Isn't it impressive? Isn't it powerful? As expected of a luxury car worth 100 million, it's so beautiful, truly stunning. What a pity, we can only see the outside, can't see the inside clearly. That's a rich person's ride. The owner must be incredibly impressive. Streamer, keep the live stream going. We must wait for the owner. I want to see what the owner looks like. If the owner comes, I have a small request. Let him open the car door so we can take a good look. Such top-tier luxury cars are rarely seen in reality. The number of people in the live stream was increasing, all excited and thrilled. Welcome, Long-gu. Lu Shiyu noticed a wealthy viewer entering and greeted him. Long-gu was second on the leaderboard, having donated over 800,000 renminbi, just slightly below those who occasionally set up stalls. He was definitely a true rich person. Wow, a rich person has arrived? Rich person, please tell us, how is this Koenigsegg? Long-gu, you are my idol, may I ask what your ride is? The fans in the live stream also became excited. I have 7 or 8 cars, but none can compare to that Koenigsegg, a luxury car worth 100 million, without a net worth of 100 billion. I wouldn't dare to buy it or drive it. Long-gu said, damn, the Koenigsegg owner has a net worth of 100 billion? Truly a rich person. Oh my, streamer, you must wait for the owner. Let me see what a 100 billion rich person looks like. The owner has a net worth of 100 billion? Lu Shiyu was shocked. She was also incredibly curious. What could the owner possibly look like? She waited for a long time, but unfortunately, the owner never appeared. I told you long ago that was my car. How could this woman not believe it? Still waiting there foolishly? Zhang Chen secretly found it amusing. But of course, he wouldn't prove it. He still wanted to use the Koenigsegg to attract super beauties, continue confessing, and gain huge benefits. Late at night, Zhang Chen began to pack up. Ding, the host has lost 150 yuan from the stall, a compensation of 1.5 million has been credited. The system's voice rang out. He, today's harvest is not bad. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. I can earn huge wealth on my own. I can also gain great benefits. Zhang Chen was very pleased. Zhang Chen lay in a bathtub filled with warm water. He said in his heart, system, I want to strengthen. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange current appeared out of nowhere. It spread from his mind to every single cell. His muscles trembled, his bones heated up, and his internal organs felt as if they were on fire. Black liquid was expelled from every pore of his body. Half an hour later, the strengthening ended. The water in the bathtub had turned as black as coal. Zhang Chen was secretly horrified. How many toxins had been expelled? He quickly washed himself clean. The first thing he did was look in the mirror. His face had become sharply defined, as if it had been chiseled. His slightly nearsighted vision had completely recovered. His body felt exceptionally agile, and his hands were incredibly nimble. Even more astonishingly, his muscles felt like steel. 8-pack abs, as if they were 8 steel plates. He raised his hands, and his bat wings stretched out. It was so impressive. He went to the gym to do pull-ups. One-handed, it was incredibly easy, as if he weighed only a few kilograms. He could easily do pull-ups with just one finger, doing 100 in one breath without any effort. He tried to lift a 200-kilogram barbell. Grabbing it with both hands, it felt as light as lifting a stick. He could also lift it over his head with one hand effortlessly. Oh my, am I strong enough to lift a cauldron? Am I even more powerful than Xianyu? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Bang! Zhang Chen punched the sandbag, sending it flying high into the air. With another kick, the sandbag soared again. Bang bang bang! His figure transformed into a blur. He struck 5 or 6 sandbags, making them shake wildly. Oh my, the system enhancement is incredible. It has completely changed everything. The strength in my arms definitely exceeds 1,000 pounds, and my nerve reaction speed has improved significantly. My reflexes are much faster than others. If I train for a while, I can easily dodge a machine gun's fire. Right now, I truly am the world's strongest man. After the test, Zhang Chen looked at the muscular man in the mirror and sighed inwardly. Just then, he received a call from Wu Dongfei. Senior brother, are you free? What's up? Don't mention the store, handle it yourself, Zhang Chen replied. I'm just hungry and want to invite you for a late-night snack. I'm hungry too. Let's go eat then. Zhang Chen's stomach was also growling, probably because the enhancement had consumed a lot of energy. After hanging up, a beautiful blush appeared on Wu Dongfei's face. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately began to dress up. Dongfei, you really need to seize the opportunity tonight. Today, the rich senior brother confessed to Lu Shiyu. Luckily, he disguised himself as a street vendor and didn't reveal that he was wealthy. Otherwise, with just a press of the car key, Lu Shiyu would probably have agreed. Also, the rich senior brother is in such poor health, you must take care of him. I suspect the rich senior brother wants to find a girlfriend, but he wants someone he likes. Lu Shiyu didn't pass the test. She will definitely regret it in the future. The roommates were all excited and agitated. You guys are too dirty. I'm just worried about him, Wu Dongfei said irritably while getting ready. Before Mr. Li went on vacation, he specifically told me to take care of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking him out at night. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei appeared at the night market. They drank beer and had late-night snacks. Tonight, Wu Dongfei looked even more beautiful than a fairy. High heels, a body-hugging skirt, and a short top. Her tiny waist could barely be grasped, and her long legs seemed like a compass. Fiery red lips, a beauty that could topple nations. She left all the men in the night market dumbfounded. The women, on the other hand, were filled with envy and jealousy. Senior brother, you've changed quite a bit. You've become much stronger and taller. What's going on? Wu Dongfei asked in surprise. I've been practicing a kind of divine skill. I broke through a bottleneck yesterday, which caused a brief discomfort, so I fainted for a while. But now I'm incredibly healthy. I am the world's strongest man, invincible. Zhang Chen had anticipated that Wu Dongfei would notice something unusual, so he prepared his words. The world's strongest man? Senior brother, you really can brag. Wu Dongfei giggled, her body shaking with laughter. Excuse me, can we join you for a drink? Two burly men sat down at the empty table, looking at Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei with ill intentions. Both were over 6 feet tall, wearing tank tops, their muscles bulging, with shoulder muscles like 2 basketballs. Dragons and phoenixes were tattooed on their arms. They exuded a massive presence, creating great pressure. Such strong men might not be seen in a lifetime, yet here were two. It was quite strange. The East Mountain 2 tigers just got out of prison. Are they going to commit a crime again? They must have their eyes on that beauty. She's too stunning, definitely a top model. This guy is so foolish to bring such a beautiful girlfriend out for a late-night snack. Low murmurs arose around them. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to drink with us? Zhang Chen looked at them with disdain. Get lost right now, or I'll crush you with a single finger. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone's faces displayed strange expressions, staring at Zhang Chen as if he were a corpse. My God, how could there be such a fool in the world? Daring to provoke the East Mountain 2 tigers? Do you know who we are? Underground boxers, top-tier mercenaries, capable of killing a water buffalo with 1 punch and a fierce tiger with 1 kick. We can even topple an elephant. You should know your audience before bragging. In the past, on the battlefield in the Middle East, I single-handedly killed 12 men. Kid, you were still sucking your thumb back then. The East Mountain 2 tigers mocked. So terrifying? Wu Dongfei turned pale with fear, secretly wanting to call the police. Don't be nervous. Zhang Chen grabbed her hand to stop her. Then he looked at the 2 muscular men and said, Do you know who I am? I am the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Do you know the immortal realm? A continent 100 billion light-years away. Countless immortals and cultivators, and I am the only immortal emperor, devouring the sun, crushing black holes with my hands, shattering galaxies with my gaze, and causing mountains to collapse with my breath, commanding 900 billion immortal soldiers. You 2 ants think you can topple an elephant? That's laughable. Now, kneel and apologize, and maybe I'll spare you. Put. Many people burst out laughing. My God, where did this clown come from? Is he a comedian? Even Wu Dongfei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You're seeking death. The East Mountain big tiger was furious, his hand as large as a fan reaching out. He lunged for Zhang Chen's neck, like a fierce tiger extending its claws. Fast, precise, ruthless. But everyone's eyes blurred. The East Mountain big tiger took a punch to the chest, flying backward over 10 meters, crashing onto an empty table. Bang! A loud noise. Both man and table collapsed to the ground. Teapots and dishes clattered down onto the big tiger. Yet Zhang Chen remained seated, as if nothing had happened. The entire venue was shocked into silence. The other muscular man's expression changed drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Having roamed the world for years, he had never encountered such an opponent. The speed was too fast, the strength too great. Could it really be the reincarnated immortal emperor? Ah! The big tiger jumped up again, grabbing a table and lunging at Zhang Chen, aiming to smash it onto his head. But Zhang Chen's right hand shot out suddenly. It was too fast for the eye to follow. Slap! The big tiger received a heavy slap to the face. Ah! He let out a scream, spinning like a top. He crashed into and overturned several tables before finally falling to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. He couldn't get up. His mouth opened, spitting out several bloodied teeth. Kill! The other muscular man could no longer sit still, leaping up suddenly. He threw a punch at Zhang Chen's temple, but for some unknown reason, his fist inexplicably landed in Zhang Chen's left hand. With a gentle squeeze, crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed. Ah! The muscular man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. He instantly knelt on the ground, nearly fainting from the pain. My God, with just half a move, he took down the East Mountain 2 tigers. How strong is he? Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Heavens, my senior brother is actually a martial arts master? Wu Dongfei was extremely shocked, her heart racing wildly. Ah, easy, easy, my bones are broken, really broken. The muscular man knelt on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead, his face filled with fear and shock. What kind of fierce person is this? How could he be so powerful? His brothers were invincible when they teamed up, having hardly ever met an opponent. But in front of him, they were like infants. Could he really be the reincarnated immortal emperor? Did he even use a little bit of his strength? It's over. I've really hit a wall today. He. It's just so satisfying to bully a master like this. I really am the world's strongest man. Unbeatable. Zhang Chen looked at the burly man kneeling and begging for mercy, a feeling of unprecedented pleasure surging in his heart. Just yesterday, he was a weakling, easily fainting. But today, he was unbeatable, the world's strongest man. This change was akin to the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields, a complete upheaval. He mocked, "Weren't you all so tough just now? Talking about flipping elephants, killing 12 people on the battlefield in the Middle East? Why are you kneeling now? We weren't bragging, it's just that you're too powerful. Lord Immortal Emperor, we were wrong. Please spare us this once." The burly man's face twisted in fear as he pleaded. "Pfft, calling me Lord Immortal Emperor?" Everyone burst into laughter. "Get lost." Zhang Chen suddenly flicked his hand. Whoosh! The burly man was lifted off the ground, soaring over a distance of more than 10 meters. He crashed headfirst onto the still dizzy Dongshan tiger. Bang! Ouch! The two rolled into a heap, tumbling and crawling. "Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor, for sparing our lives." The two were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies, scrambling away. "You broke so many things and think you can just leave without compensation?" Zhang Chen's tone was icy. "Did we break them? It was clearly you." The two burly men felt incredibly wrong but dared not utter a word of defiance, obediently compensating the boss 30,000 yuan, and flatteringly said to Zhang Chen, "Lord Immortal Emperor, we've covered your bill. You all take your time eating, we'll take our leave." They retreated step by step, fawning. Everyone was dumbfounded. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. The arrogant Dongshan tigers were as obedient as two little pugs in front of the fiercer Zhang Chen. After finishing their late-night snack, it was already past 11. Wu Dongfei blushed and said, "The dormitory building is closed, and the lady at the gate is really troublesome. I can't wake her up." "It's fine, I'll help you knock on the door later. I have a loud voice," Zhang Chen said. "But I forgot to bring my key," Wu Dongfei said shyly. "I don't want to knock and wake my roommates." "Do you have your ID with you?" Zhang Chen asked. "I do." Wu Dongfei was so embarrassed she almost covered her face. "Then I'll take you up and use your ID to open your dormitory door," Zhang Chen said. "Let me see. I didn't bring my ID either." Wu Dongfei paused for a moment, rummaged through her bag, and then said angrily, "Then let's go to my place." Zhang Chen didn't mind, he had plenty of rooms in his apartment. He took her all the way back to Deep Bay Garden. "Senior brother, you live alone in such a big house?" Wu Dongfei was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. "Yeah, I like spacious places." "This isn't spacious, it's like a palace. Cleaning it must be a hassle." "The hotel staff comes to clean every 3 days, Zhang Chen said. "I live in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, you can sleep in any of the other rooms, feel free to choose." "Senior brother, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "It's about us," Wu Dongfei said shyly. "Are you going to reject me?" Zhang Chen's spirit lifted, his face filled with anticipation. Lu Shiyu had rejected him, granting him a system enhancement, turning him into the world's strongest man. If Wu Dongfei rejected him too, what would be the compensation? He was so looking forward to it. "Who said I was going to reject you?" Wu Dongfei pouted playfully. "Wait." Zhang Chen suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Could it be that this girl wanted to agree to him? That would be a huge problem. He had to stop her. So he said seriously, "There's something I need to tell you. I have a quirk. Whenever I see a top-tier beauty, I can't help but confess. Perhaps it's the expectation of receiving affirmation from others. Of course, it's also an affirmation of a beautiful woman's looks. If I really liked a woman, I would confess a second time. Some things must be waited for slowly. Rushing things is not acceptable." Wu Dongfei was instantly filled with confusion and immense frustration. The words she had prepared could not come out at all. Is he stopping himself from agreeing to me? Did he confess casually that day? Was it merely an affirmation of my looks? But he gave me a watch, clothes, bags, even arranged a high-paying job for me. This is something any girl would find hard to get in a lifetime. Isn't that a sign of love? Wu Dongfei, let me tell you, choosing a boyfriend is a lifelong matter. It must be taken seriously. You must understand the other person's character, health, abilities, future, and family. Zhang Chen was sweating profusely, trying hard to persuade her. He somewhat regretted being too eager at the beginning, confessing in a Koenigsegg. As a result, Wu Dongfei neither rejected nor accepted. It dragged on until today when she was supposed to agree. He almost made a fool of himself. "What are you talking about, senior? I never intended to confess to you." Actually, I wanted to talk to you about your fainting yesterday. I'm very worried about your health. So, I want to move in with you, Woo Dongfei said playfully. Living together? Zhang Chen was slightly moved, looking her up and down. She was truly an unparalleled beauty. If they were to start living together tonight, it could be discussed. Who said anything about living together? What I mean is, I'll move in, but we'll stay in different rooms. Woo Dongfei shot him a shy glance. Men really are creatures who think with their lower halves. Just a moment ago, he was stopping me from confessing. Now he's starting to think wildly. Then it's unnecessary. I'm in great shape, the world's strongest man. Zhang Chen said, feeling disinterested. That fainting incident won't happen again. I'll only make others faint. After saying that, he did several somersaults in the hall. Front flips, back flips, side flips. Extremely agile. So strong. If I live with him, will I end up falling apart? Woo Dongfei's pretty face suddenly turned crimson. She could no longer sit still. She found a room to rest. She didn't dare to look too much. Just looking at him made her want to throw herself at him. I'm going to start typing. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up as he walked into the study, opened his computer, and began writing a novel. The sound of typing echoed continuously. Typing is more appealing than my charm? Woo Dongfei, lying on the bed in a sexy nightgown, was questioning her life. God, what kind of ironclad straight man have I encountered? Knock, knock, knock. Woo Dongfei, I'm going to set up a stall. Are you going home now, or continuing to sleep? As dawn broke, Woo Dongfei was awakened by the knocking and Zhang Chen's loud voice. She touched her forehead, utterly speechless. Oh my god, how can this ironclad straight man have so many quirks? He likes to confess to super beauties. He also likes to set up stalls at dawn? You are a billionaire. I'll continue sleeping. She turned over in a huff, saying angrily. A moment later, she heard the sound of the Koenigsegg's engine starting. Clearly, Zhang Chen really went to set up a stall. Zhang Chen had to go early because there were fewer people in the morning, so he wouldn't be seen driving the Koenigsegg there. Now he really loved setting up stalls. There was no job in the world more refreshing than this. He wouldn't even do it if he were an emperor. How is it? Have you started writing? Zhang Baixua genuinely wanted to help Zhang Chen, so she was particularly enthusiastic. I wrote 30,000 words last night and uploaded it. The title is I am a god of wealth who loves to set up stalls, Zhang Chen said. You wrote 30,000 words in one night? Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhang Baixua stared at Zhang Chen in shock, looking at him like a monster. I type pretty fast, so it didn't take too much time, Zhang Chen said. Last night, he spent an hour and typed 30,000 words. Of course, he hadn't been this fast before. It used to be about 5,000 words in an hour, but after the system enhanced his body, he not only became the world's strongest man but also significantly improved his typing speed. Of course, he was just writing casually and not paying much attention to detail. He was worried that if it really became popular, it would be a problem. Then you must be born to be a web novelist, Zhang Baixua said. Have you signed a contract? I did, an electronic contract, very convenient, Zhang Chen replied. Let me see your book. Zhang Baixua took out his phone, opened the website, and started looking at Zhang Chen's book. He found the author's name was Most Fond of Street Stalls. Put. Zhang Baixua burst out laughing. Your author name is way too self-deprecating, right? No, I really like street stalls. Watching beautiful women come and go. If I'm happy, I can even confess my feelings. The air is very fresh, much easier than working in an office, Zhang Chen said. Then why don't you say something in the group? I guarantee they'll roast you, Zhang Baixua said. Now Zhang Chen was completely famous in his university classmates group. Because he set up a stall today, someone took a photo and posted it in the group, titled Daily Snap. Even funnier, a classmate anonymously posted a live stream of Zhang Chen confessing to Lu Shiyu in the group. Apparently, a classmate happened to be watching Lu Shiyu's livestream at that moment. Zhang Chen, you really don't know how to be embarrassed. You're just a street vendor, and you dare to confess to Lu Shiyu? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Hilarious. At Zhang Chen, getting rejected and slapped in the face, how does it feel? Your face must be swollen, right? At Zhang Chen, I feel sorry for you. That's the campus bell. During her live stream, gifts come pouring in. Even if someone sends 1 million in gifts, they still can't win her over. At Zhang Chen, don't say you're my ex-boyfriend, I can't afford to lose face. Zhang Chen looked at the messages, they were all like this. Several former classmates who had a bad relationship with him were stirring trouble. If I really pursued, none of the 4 campus bells would escape. I just don't want to, Zhang Chen replied angrily. He was completely furious. How could there be such a group of clowns in the world? It's one thing to secretly look down on him, but to mock him in the group? Did he really have no temper? Aha, hilarious. Zhang Chen, you dare to boast like this, don't you feel shy? Zhang Chen, even if you've fallen to the level of a street vendor, even in your past, with a net worth over 100 million, you still couldn't pursue any of the campus belles now. Now the 4 campus belles of our alma mater are so outstanding that countless boys feel ashamed. Zhang Chen, you're just a clown, you know? The mocking was relentless, a continuous stream of disdain. Next Sunday, I'm taking Donghua and Shihua to attend Joanna's wedding. At Sha Zhangwen, Shi Chiwei, dare to bet with me? Whoever loses gets slapped 3 times by the other. Zhang Chen realized it was these 2 bastards causing trouble. They probably even posted the photos. They also worked in Deep City, and importantly, both of them had pursued Joanna in the past, but they had suffered a crushing defeat at their own hands, so their relationship with him had always been bad. After Joanna dumped Zhang Chen, they had been gloating and mocking him for 2 whole years. So why not give them a huge lesson? The group fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Had Zhang Chen gone mad? He actually wanted to make such a bet? A street vendor wanting to take Donghua and Shihua to Joanna's wedding? It was simply a pipe dream. Zhang Baixue was also dumbfounded, rubbing his forehead. Could it be that Zhang Chen had gone crazy from anger at these 2 bastards, and that was why he dared to fight back like this? At worst, Zhang Chen wouldn't attend Joanna's wedding. Anyway, for him, attending Joanna's wedding was a tremendous humiliation. At Zhang Chen, it's Donghua flirting, nosebleeds everywhere, Shihua live streaming, gifts flying like Wu Dongfei and Lu Xiyu, right? Sha Zhangwen asked. Right, Zhang Chen replied. Then I bet you, if you lose a tooth, don't blame me. I'll bet you too, classmate Zhang Chen, if you get slapped 6 times, don't call the police and make us pay, okay? The 2 rascals spoke in turn. Worrying makes sense, this bet isn't right. Classmate Zhang Chen just wants to extort some money, you 2 are falling for it. The other classmates were laughing and teasing. They didn't think Zhang Chen would win at all. Let's change the bet to eating a bowl of pumpkin on the ground like a dog, no hands allowed. How about that? That's a good bet, I agree. The 2 rascals were both vicious and clever. If Zhang Chen had to eat a bowl of pumpkin that looked like poop on the ground like a dog, it would definitely be embarrassing. If a video was taken, it would be even better. Moreover, there was no risk involved, no need to worry about being extorted. Alright, it's settled then. You 2 dogs better clean your plates, not a single bit left. Zhang Chen said. You're the dog, if you don't come that day, I'll smash your stall. If you smash the stall, I'll pin him down and make him eat pumpkin. The 2 guys said in turn. Ha, interesting, this time it won't be lonely. This bet is great, I want to join. I'll book a flight right now. I'll book a ticket too, this kind of excitement can't be missed. I was supposed to go on a business trip, but now I've changed my mind. I'll go to Shenzhen to watch you eat pumpkin. Ha! The other classmates were also excitedly chiming in. Each one was eager to watch the fun. In a dormitory at Futian University, Lu Xiyu was reading a book. A roommate rushed in, looking mysterious. Xiyu, there's a huge joke related to you. What joke? Lu Xiyu was taken aback. Look at this chat record? The roommate handed over the phone. On the screen was the chat record of Zhang Chen betting with the 2. What kind of jerk is this? Lu Xiyu was furious. A street vendor actually said he would take her and Donghua to Joanna's wedding? And he was betting with someone? Hee. There are indeed people in the world who don't know their own ugliness, confessing to you that day, and now betting with someone. Who the hell is this jerk? Hee, I found out, his name is Zhang Chen, a senior who graduated in 2017, majoring in computer software engineering. Actually, he was the campus heartthrob, a top student, started a company after graduation, and made over 100 million in a year, but was brought down by a lunatic, now reduced to being a street vendor. No wonder he said that day he was excellent, better than most college students. But the times have abandoned him, still immersed in past glory. It's really sad. This time he's bound to lose the bet. Eating pumpkin on the ground like a dog. What a joke. He's simply bringing it upon himself. I'm curious, how dare Zhang Chen make such a bet? Does he have a way to persuade you? Even if he gives me the top spot in a second, I wouldn't go with him. Even if he begs me in front of me, I wouldn't pay him any mind. Dreaming of persuading me. On Sunday, Zhang Chen uploaded 30,000 words, bringing the total to 60,000 words. But it was lukewarm, with very few readers. It seemed it was going to flop. On Monday, while setting up his stall, Zhang Baixue comforted him. Newbies are like this, you have to flop a few times before you learn something. Keep writing, don't give up. Just consider it gaining experience. Anyway, you typed fast. It won't delay anything. Flop a few times? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he had found a good way to utilize the system. It took a month to finish this book. By then, I would know what the system's compensation was. If the compensation was for a high-quality book, then I would use another pen name to write a few more flops. Guan Weiliang is here. He might be looking for you, Jiang Baixue whispered. Just don't say I'm Jiang Baixue. I really don't want to be ridiculed like that. I don't have a heart as big as yours. Got it, Zhang Chen nodded, glancing towards the school gate. Sure enough, a teacher exuding a strong literary aura walked over. He approached Zhang Chen's stall directly. It was none other than his former university classmate, Guan Weiliang. He looked at Zhang Chen and said with deep concern, "Zhang Chen, you used to be a top student, you achieved great things, and although you were let down by a lunatic, you can't just give up." "I'm just setting up a stall, I'm not giving up," Zhang Chen said, rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Guan Weiliang was genuinely concerned for him, unlike those classmates who mocked him. "You studied computer software engineering. Setting up a stall is such a waste, isn't it?" Guan Weiliang pulled Zhang Chen along. "Come with me, let's go to my class. It might inspire you, this class is basically prepared for you. Of course, it will benefit the students too." "What are you trying to do? Attend your class? Even if you were Buffett, I wouldn't want to listen. I just want to fail, I just want to lose." Zhang Chen was at a loss for words but couldn't resist him. He had no choice but to go along. After all, he had nothing else to do. Setting up a stall wasn't about making money. Guan Weiliang took Zhang Chen to the computer room and had him sit in front of a computer. Most of the students had already arrived. It was quite a coincidence that Lu Xiyu was one of the students and happened to sit right next to Zhang Chen. Her eyes widened. She thought, how impressive to set up a stall and even sneak into the classroom. Is he here to ask me to attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding? Ha, what a dream. This is Zhang Chen, from the same major as you, your senior, graduated 3 years ago, and he's here to attend a class today. Let's give him a warm welcome, Guan Weiliang introduced. Clap, clap, clap. Sparse applause echoed in the classroom. Isn't that the guy who sets up stalls outside the school? No way, he's a senior? He must be the most miserable senior in history, right? It doesn't matter if he's miserable, but he actually dared to confess to Lu Xiyu? That's just embarrassing. Soon, someone began to mock him in a low voice. Stall guy, stop dreaming. I won't attend your ex-girlfriend's wedding. You should leave now, don't disturb my class, Lu Xiyu said, lowering her voice. How do you know? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. This was truly a case of good news not leaving the house, but bad news traveling 1,000 miles. Oomph, someone told me. I have so many fans, what news don't I know? Lu Xiyu haughtily snorted. I'm not here to ask for your help. I'm really here to attend class. Your teacher pulled me in. He's my classmate, trying to save me from the sea of suffering. In fact, he's in the sea of suffering himself, Zhang Chen said. That's good, Lu Xiyu felt relieved. Guan Weiliang began the class, passionately stating, students, this lesson is about hacking techniques. What is the foundation of hacking techniques? It's not programming skills, nor intrusion skills, and certainly not the ability to hide oneself. It's hand speed. If your hand speed is too slow, you don't qualify to be a hacker. A hacker battle is like ancient military campaigns, emphasizing the importance of speed, a surprise attack from 1,000 miles away. In modern factories, to stand out in brutal competition, production speed is crucial. The students listened in astonishment. They had all practiced hand speed to some extent. As long as they could manage, they didn't pursue it further. But now the teacher was saying hand speed was so important? And it is such a basic speed typing practice that someone has made a fortune from it, Guan Weiliang said. Last month, an American named Robert had a sudden inspiration and created a speed typing test website. When you enter his site, you can take a typing speed test and then receive a ranking. The ranking list is quite impressive, the World Speed Typing Rankings. For the top 10 in the world, there are huge cash prizes. So, it attracted countless people to come and watch and test themselves. The traffic is enormous, and the advertising revenue is pouring in. Now the website is valued at over $1 billion US dollars. What? Just a speed typing test website? Worth $1 billion US dollars? Everyone listened, dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Zhang Chen instantly understood why Guan Weiliang had brought him to this class. The content was indeed valuable and provided him with great inspiration. However, he found himself interested in the speed typing test. How would his typing speed rank in the world? For us computer science majors, making money isn't difficult. How many big shots have become wealthy through computer technology? Boss Li from Chengdu, Ma Huadang from Tencent, Zhang Xiaolong from WeChat, Boss Zhang from Tushio, and Robert, the owner of the speed typing website. Guan Weiliang looked at Zhang Chen and said, I digress. Let's talk about speed typing. Here's an article I borrowed from the speed typing website. You all practice at your fastest speed. If you can complete it within 10 minutes, that's considered meeting the basic requirement. If you can finish in 8 minutes, that's excellent. If you can do it in 4 minutes, your speed can enter the top 10,000 in the world. The students inexplicably became excited, opening the typing practice software and starting to type furiously. Tap tap tap. Fingers flying, the sound continuous. It was like a storm. Finally, everyone finished. Check your time. who completed it within 10 minutes. The teacher said, "Raise your hand." He looked around, "Not even half of you." He asked again, "Is there anyone who finished in 8 minutes?" After a long pause, no one spoke, their heads hanging low. "Not a single one? Look at you all. You're not paying attention to the basics. Not even one person is excellent." The teacher's face darkened, clearly dissatisfied. "Teacher, don't be so absolute. Perhaps senior brother's speed is really fast?" Lu Shiyu couldn't help but say. This guy used her as a bet, which made her very unhappy. She couldn't miss the chance to see him make a fool of himself. So Guan Weiliang looked at Zhang Chen and asked, "How long did you take?" 2 minutes, Zhang Chen said. He was also very surprised by this result, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The system enhancement not only strengthened his body but also his nervous system. With improved reaction speed, his typing speed had naturally skyrocketed. He had already felt this in the past 2 days. In fact, if his typing speed didn't improve, he would still receive a tenfold compensation from the system for failing this test. His typing speed was still the best in the world. It was simply unavoidable. What? 2 minutes? All the classmates, including Lu Shiyu, were dumbfounded, then found it hard to believe. This was outrageous. If 4 minutes could place him in the top 10,000 in the world, then 2 minutes would mean he was number 1 in the world. Zhang Chen, lying is not a good habit. Guan Weiliang's face darkened. He regretted bringing Zhang Chen to class. It was like trying to lift a wall of mud. Zhang Chen had long since fallen from grace. Confessing to Lu Shiyu and then boasting like this was simply unbearable to watch. This isn't anything impressive. Why would I lie? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Do you know what the current world record for typing speed is? Let me tell you, it's 3 minutes and 36.01 seconds. Are you saying you're much better than the world record holder? The boast of the street vendor senior brother has been shattered. This is the tragedy of the ignorant. It seems that the street vendor senior brother is too busy with his stall to even know about the world typing speed rankings. Laughing to death, many students wore expressions of disdain and mockery. Lu Shiyu was also laughing so hard that she was shaking. 3 minutes 36 seconds 01? So impressive. Zhang Chen couldn't help but say. He hadn't even been half as fast as the other person. After all, he was the world's number 1 tough guy. Now do you admit you were lying? Guan Weiliang said coldly, I originally had a good impression of you, but you've really disappointed me. I just said that person was impressive. They were only a little slower than me, but I really only took 2 minutes, Zhang Chen replied. Is that so? Guan Weiliang walked over, looked at Zhang Chen's computer screen, and found the time on the calculator was 1 minute 58 seconds 22. He frowned. Cheating? No. Then practice again. Guan Weiliang said, let's witness this great historical moment together. His tone was thick with sarcasm. He was genuinely angered by Zhang Chen. He had kindly helped him, letting him attend a class to inspire him for his next venture. But he was actually bragging. Hand speed nearly double that of the world's number 1? How ridiculous and laughable. Did he think he could show off in front of Lu Shiyu? Was she a woman he could actually pursue? It was simply absurd. Ha! All the classmates gathered around, mockingly watching the spectacle. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, and suddenly his hands moved. He rapidly struck the keyboard. Tap tap tap, like rain on banana leaves. Fast, too fast. His 10 fingers turned into countless indistinguishable afterimages. The words on the screen flowed down like a waterfall. Soon, the test was complete. This time there was progress. 1 minute 52 seconds 03. The room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the students, including Lu Shiyu, stared blankly, their mouths agape. What the hell? It was actually true. The stall brother really completed it in just over a minute. He took half the time of the world's number 1. They had just mocked him? This was a hard slap in the face. So painful. Ah, great, Zhang Chen, you really didn't lie. Your hand speed is indeed the world's best. Now, go register on the Robert website immediately, then test, and claim the number 1 spot on the world hand speed leaderboard, winning a prize of 10 million meters of gold. Let the world see how amazing we Chinese are. Let those who mocked you see that you, Zhang Chen, are still the same Zhang Chen, rising overnight. Guan Weiliang laughed heartily. What? A reward of 10 million meters of gold? All the classmates were dumbfounded, filled with envy. Beauty, I have a feeling. In a few days, you'll happily accompany me to my ex-girlfriend's wedding. Zhang Chen teased Lu Shiyu in her ear. You're dreaming, Lu Shiyu was furious. Would I happily accompany you to a wedding? Isn't it just a prize of 10 million meters of gold? What does that even mean? But she quickly started calculating with her fingers. 10 million meters of gold is 70 million RMB. Use 20 million to buy a luxury house and car, and save the remaining 50 million in the bank, earning 2 to 3 million in interest each year. A lifetime of living well. Zhang Chen opened the World Hand Speed website. This was his first time visiting this site. Although he had heard of this new website in the past, he hadn't paid much attention. He hadn't followed the prize either, as he didn't think he could win. The website was clean and tidy. Right in front was a window to test hand speed. To test, one had to register first and turn on the camera, testing under video conditions. The most prominent position below was the World Hand Speed Leaderboard. First place, LB, USA, hand speed, 3 minutes 36 seconds 01. Second place, Smith, UK, hand speed, 3 minutes 41 seconds 02. Third place. On the right hung a banner, win big prizes with hand speed tests, 10 million meters of gold awaits you. A click would reveal the details about the prize. Entering first place, if no one surpasses the record in 3 days, a reward of 1 million meters of gold will be given. The longer the record holds, the higher the prize will rise. LB's data went unchallenged for 10 consecutive days. Thus, he received the highest prize of 3 million. Additionally, if someone can break the 3-minute barrier, a prize of 3.5 million will be awarded. If the 2-minute barrier is broken, another 3.5 million meters of gold will be rewarded. All the prizes add up to a staggering 10 million meters of gold. Zhang Chen noticed that there was also a forum on the Speed website. Countless people were posting, discussing how long LB could maintain first place, debating who had the potential to enter the top 10. Some even mocked the Chinese, saying that the Chinese were just trash, with a population of 1.4 billion, yet not a single person made it into the top 100. Even the Indians had 5 people in the top 100. There was also a recruitment section. Some companies were offering high salaries to the top speedsters. The benefits were enticing, with annual salaries in the millions of meters of gold, even tens of millions. This website is great, Zhang Chen secretly marveled. With just this idea, one could earn over 100 billion in wealth. Why had no one thought of it before? Zhang Chen, hurry up and register. Quick, take the test, it's 10 million meters of gold. The teacher and classmates were anxious, urging him. It's just 10 million meters of gold, what's the rush? Zhang Chen said lightly. The classmates were completely speechless. Just 10 million meters of gold? That's 70 million RMB, okay? Many people work their whole lives and don't earn half of that. What right do you, a street vendor, have to say that? No, you do have the right, because this prize was tailor-made for him. Zhang Chen began to register. Name, nationality, address, occupation. If a student, the school name must be provided, ID number, phone number, selfie, age. Very detailed. If you make it into the top 10, it involves a huge prize. The website will send personnel to retest. Only if there are no issues will the prize be awarded. This eliminates any loopholes. After registering, Zhang Chen clicked the test button. Instantly, a test page opened. It reminded him to adjust the camera. After passing, a start button appeared. The moment to witness history has arrived. The moment to win 10 million meters of gold has arrived. Many students became nervous and excited. Some even covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound and disturb Zhang Chen. Wait a moment, I need to report to the dean. Guan Weiliang suddenly stopped and walked aside to make a phone call. Dean Liu, hello, I'm Guan Weiliang, a teacher in the computer software engineering program. I've discovered a super speed genius. Over a minute? Are you sure? A serious voice came from the phone. Sure, you reported it well. This is a historic moment. It must be recorded on video. I'll bring a camera crew over. You all wait a moment. Yes, Dean. About 15 minutes later, the dean of the computer college, Liu Weiping, arrived with a camera crew. Even Vice President Liu from Futon University came over. Wow, today, the street vendor senior is amazing. Many students were secretly shocked. Hello, Vice President Liu. Hello, Dean Liu. Teacher Guan warmly welcomed them and then introduced, this is Zhang Chen. You are Zhang Chen, graduated in 97? Can you take the test again? Vice President Liu asked. Sure, Zhang Chen tested again. His speed did not decrease, instead, he was a second faster. Zhang Chen, from now on, you are a graduate student at our school, majoring in computer software engineering, and your advisor is me, Vice President Liu said. It can be like this? Everyone, including Liu Xiyu and Guan Weiliang, was dumbfounded, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Futong University is a top-tier university in the country, and it's very difficult to get into graduate school. But Zhang Chen actually got special admission as a graduate student without taking an exam? Just because he types fast? Even Zhang Chen looked confused. He didn't want to pursue a master's degree, he just wanted to set up a stall. As a billionaire, the future world's richest man, he didn't want to study anymore. Would he definitely fail if he studied? Fail? It seemed like there was a 10,000-fold compensation. It was indeed worth a try. At worst, he could skip classes every day to set up his stall. An extra compensation for failing at studying sounded pretty good. Principal, my senior brother is setting up a stall. He has no intention of pursuing a master's degree, a student said weakly. Zhang Chen, now you are my student. As a graduate student at the school, quickly modify your online registration details to indicate that you are a graduate student at Futon University. Vice Principal Lu continued to guide him as if he hadn't heard. Oh, all the students suddenly realized. This was equivalent to advertising for the school at the top position of the world speed typing list. It would greatly enhance the school's reputation. No wonder they specially admitted Zhang Chen as a graduate student. Once Zhang Chen finished modifying the details, Vice Principal Lu encouraged him with an expectant look. Zhang Chen, later you will show your highest level and strive for the top position on the world speed typing list. Zhang Chen nodded and clicked the start button. Instantly, a segment of English text appeared on the page. The number of letters was the same. The timer also started. Zhang Chen's hands moved. He typed like lightning. The sound of keys echoed. It transformed into countless indistinct afterimages. The text flowed like water, quickly arranging itself. Fast, too fast, even faster than the last time. Everyone, including the two leaders, looked shocked. Only the camera crew remained indifferent. Soon, Zhang Chen finished typing the last character. A prompt box popped up. Test completed, test valid, time used, 1 minute 47 seconds 26. Your rank, world first. Almost simultaneously, the world speed typing list was updated. The first place was unmistakably Zhang Chen, from Huagua, with a speed of 1 minute 47 seconds 26. LB dropped to second place, with a speed of 3 minutes 36 seconds 01. Oh my god, he really became first, and his time is half that of the second place. Damn, millions of dollars are in hand. The Stoll brother is getting rich. Haha, our Futon University is famous now. We Chinese can hold our heads high. Numerous students, teachers, the dean, and the principal were all dumbfounded, then became incredibly excited, dancing with joy. As soon as the world speed typing ranking was updated, the entire forum exploded. What? The first place is now a Huagua person? Time, 1 minute 47 seconds 26? Are you kidding me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can break 3 minutes, and after so many days, how could someone suddenly break 2 minutes? Cheating, it must be cheating. If it's true, this is definitely a great miracle. It turns out that human potential is limitless. Typing speed can be infinitely improved. Oh my god, LB has been surpassed. It's not just by a few seconds, but by over a minute. This is simply a chasm. LB will never catch up. Huagua people are just trash, cheating to get first. You're the trash. Huagua people are the best. We Huagua people don't act unless we have to. When we do, we're number one. Let you know how powerful we Chinese are. Not making a sound is one thing, but when we do, it's astonishing. Not flying is one thing, but when we do, we soar to the sky. This is us Huagua people. Impossible, how could this be? In a dark room in the United States, LB stared in disbelief at the changed ranking. His gaze was blank. Then he quickly began to search. Soon, the video of Zhang Chen's test was found, recorded by the camera. There are no signs of cheating, but he must have cheated. No one can have such fast hand speed. LB was exasperated. I want to file a complaint. Yes, a complaint. He immediately posted on the forum, cheating Huagua people. The Huagua people have once again relied on deceit to become number one in the world. I, LB, the fastest person in the world, have been crushed at the foot of the mountain, because he used 1 minute and 49 seconds less than me. That means his hand speed is more than double mine. Unless he is God, no one could have such hand speed. Perhaps you don't know, I have trained my hand speed since I was a child. After 20 years of hard training, I have only managed to improve my hand speed to this level. Even if I spent my entire life, I could never reduce my time by even 3 seconds. Such obvious cheating, and the website didn't notice? They even updated the leaderboard? I suggest immediately canceling his score and restoring the leaderboard. I bet, if it weren't for cheating, I would live stream eating dog feces. That makes sense, it is cheating. I said it was cheating long ago. LB, can't you take a loss? Don't you know there are geniuses in the world? Countless people replied below. Most supported LB, especially those in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Everyone was in an uproar. Cheating? Can we watch the video below before jumping to conclusions? Vice Principal Lu was furious and took the stage himself. He uploaded a segment of the video. This was recorded by a professional cameraman. It was much clearer than the footage from the camera. Not cheating. Assessment complete. Such fast hand speed, if it's real, that's really impressive. LB, you might as well get ready to eat dog feces. More people posted. The forum became even more lively. It also brought huge traffic to the website. In the office of the World Hand Speed Network, the boss, Robert, sat in his chair, happily watching the forum explode. He smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Boss, too many people are complaining, saying it's cheating, asking us to cancel Zhang Chen's score and restore the leaderboard. The phone is about to explode." A beautiful secretary exaggeratedly twisted her waist as she walked in to report. "We need the topic, welcome complaints. But I won't cancel it, I won't restore the leaderboard," Robert said with a strange smile. "Should we issue an announcement or something?" the secretary asked. "Now there's a river of cash flowing continuously into my wallet, and you want me to cut off that river?" Robert looked at the secretary as if she were an idiot. "You mean this incident has brought huge traffic to the website?" The secretary looked at him with admiration. "Exactly." Robert grinned. "I don't care if the Huagua people are cheating. I only care about traffic. So, we'll proceed as usual. Treat it as real, send someone to retest. If it's real, we'll give a bonus. If it's fake, we'll just issue an announcement explaining it. Anyway, we've gained huge benefits." "So, boss, do you think Zhang Chen cheated?" the secretary asked curiously. "There's an 80% chance he cheated. No one can have such fast hand speed, so I don't even have to pay out the 10 million bonus. But I've gained huge benefits. So, I want to thank Zhang Chen. Thank him for daring to cheat so arrogantly," Robert said. "After the retest, his reputation will be ruined, and the reputation of the Huagua people will be ruined too. What does that have to do with us? Isn't it all his own doing?" Robert shrugged and spread his hands. "God, the stallmaster is too amazing. How can he have such fast hand speed?" "The fast hand speed isn't the point. The 10 million meter gold prize is the point. Just typing a bit faster and he gets 10 million meter gold? He makes money too easily." The students of Futong University were also in an uproar. One by one, they raised their eyebrows and exhaled, their faces full of excitement. They were discussing and talking. Some girls with decent looks were inquiring about Zhang Chen. Does he have a girlfriend? Is he handsome? Is he tall? When they heard that Zhang Chen was tall and handsome, and had no girlfriend, they all became very excited and hopeful. Perhaps, they might have a chance. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Xiyu felt a bit depressed. It's so strange, a street vendor has such fast hand speed and has topped the world hand speed ranking? Could he really be that exceptional? "I saw the posts on the hand speed website, and they all say the street vendor senior is cheating," a girl said. "Even sports experts have come out to speak. It's impossible for a human to have such hand speed. Perhaps Zhang Chen used some special method to cheat, but no one noticed. When the website sends someone to retest, he probably won't be able to hide it anymore. If he wants to get the prize, he can only dream." "Is that so?" Lu Xiyu also entered the hand speed website to read the posts. The more she read, the happier she became. Perhaps he really did cheat. Otherwise, why would even sports experts come out to analyze it with scientific data? But she had personally witnessed Zhang Chen's hand speed test. She hadn't seen him cheat. Moreover, he couldn't possibly have known that the teacher would have a hand speed class today, so there was no way he could have prepared or had time to cheat. "Xiyu, if the street vendor senior didn't cheat, would you go with him to his ex-girlfriend's wedding?" her roommate curiously asked. "Of course not. Wu Dongfei wouldn't go either," Lu Xiyu said proudly. Zhang Chen was forcibly taken by Principal Lu to complete his enrollment procedures. Guan Weiliang stayed by his side, extremely excited, and spoke in the university group. "Did you see that Zhang Chen topped the world hand speed ranking? 10 million meters of gold in hand. And now he's specially recruited as a graduate student. Don't underestimate street vendors. Who knows if it's cheating? Chances are it's cheating. When the website comes to retest, it'll be a joke. After being in the same school for 4 years, I still don't know his hand speed. He types slower than me, world hand speed number 1? I just laugh. 10 million meters of gold is just a dream. His reputation will soon be in the gutter. When he loses the bet, he'll have to eat shit on the ground like a dog. Sorry, I wrote it wrong. It should be food." The two guys who bet with Zhang Chen were frantically commenting. "My goodness. It's simply a case of not flying until one soars into the sky, not making a sound until one astonishes the world. Zhang Chen's net worth is 70 million, and he still wants to write a book?" Jiang Baishui, who was selling goods, was dumbfounded and filled with envy. At Sha Zhangwen, Shi Qiwei, "Do you two want to eat shit? I can satisfy both of you. I'll definitely make sure you have a feast. A lifetime of unforgettable memories." Zhang Chen also saw this and retorted in the group. "Zhang Chen, don't say you're cheating. Even if you really get the prize, do you think the two campus beauties will pay attention to you? You're just dreaming. What level of beauty are the two campus beauties? Don't you have any self-awareness? So many rich second-generation kids can't even pursue them, and some even offer sports cars. Do you think they would go to the wedding with you? Who do you think you are? Zhang Chen, don't mind them. they're just two mad dogs. Guan Weiliang trembled with anger. Senior, congratulations on topping the world hand speed ranking. Congratulations on being specially recruited as a graduate student. Wu Dongfei walked over, exuding a rich fragrance, smiling like a flower. She wore green jeans and a dark green jacket. Her long hair flew, stunningly beautiful. Dongfei, you came at the right time. I want to slap them hard in the face. Zhang Chen was furious with the two idiots, wrapping his arm around Wu Dongfei's slim waist and handing his phone to Guan Weiliang. Old Guan, take a few pictures of us. Wu Dongfei's face turned red, but instead of pulling away, she leaned intimately against Zhang Chen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. It seemed as if she was Zhang Chen's girlfriend. You guys. Guan Weiliang's eyes bulged out of their sockets, his glasses scattered on the ground. Oh my god, what did he just see? Zhang Chen actually had his arm around Donghua Wu Dongfei's waist? Wu Dongfei wasn't even scolding him? Instead, she looked so happy and cheerful? How could this be? Zhang Chen was just a street vendor. Even if he won a prize this time, it would only be 10 million meters of gold. Although that's not bad, it couldn't compare to those rich second-generation heirs pursuing Wu Dongfei. Wu Dongfei actually liked Zhang Chen. She was the top campus beauty, the top car model, the sexiest among the 4 campus beauties. Senior brother, don't just stand there. Wu Dongfei has bought quite a few things from my stall. We got to know each other over time. I'm a master at flirting with girls, it's a piece of cake, Zhang Chen said calmly. Wu Dongfei rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen, feeling both amused and helpless. But she didn't refute him. Since Zhang Chen wanted to hide the fact that he was a billionaire, she could only cooperate. What? You flirted with Donghua just because she bought something from your stall? Guan Weiliang was dumbfounded, disbelief written all over his face. Otherwise, what am I doing setting up a stall? I'm just taking advantage of this benefit, Zhang Chen said with a serious expression that made it hard not to believe him. Is that so? Then I should try setting up a stall too? Guan Weiliang was a bit tempted. He didn't have a girlfriend either. Who knows, he might just flirt his way into a super beauty. Click click. Guan Weiliang took several photos of the two. Wu Dongfei was a master at posing and flipping her hair. Of course, she looked incredibly beautiful and sexy in the photos with Zhang Chen. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Next week, just wait to eat shit. Zhang Chen posted the clearest photo in the group chat, tagging those two bastards. Oh my god, a photo of Zhang Chen with Donghua? It really is Donghua. Why is she so close to Zhang Chen in the photo? Unbelievable, a street vendor actually managed to woo Wu Dongfei? Fake, it must be fake. The student group chat exploded, shocked to an unimaginable extent. Xia Zhangwan and Shi Chiwei were dumbfounded, then furious, and raged like mad. Next, Wu Dongfei accompanied Zhang Chen to check in and even went to buy bedding and such. She walked Zhang Chen to the dormitory entrance. Inside, angry voices could be heard. Damn, the street vendor senior brother is so impressive, ranked first in the world speed list, specially recruited as a graduate student, and Donghua Wu Dongfei is actively pursuing him, accompanying him to buy various things, looking very intimate? What's going on? Wu Dongfei has never been nice to boys. The last rich second-generation guy she ignored completely. How could she be so nice to the street vendor senior brother? Ah, this is driving me crazy. Wu Dongfei is my dream goddess. Zhang Chen, I must teach you a lesson. This was, of course, the graduate student dormitory. Most of them had come from the same university as undergraduates. They were all about 22 years old. Full of youthful vigor, they certainly knew all about the 4 famous campus beauties. Are there a lot of people living here? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Like the undergraduates, it's 5 people per dorm. It's just a bit larger, Wu Dongfei said softly. Ahem ahem. Zhang Chen deliberately coughed a few times. Then he knocked on the door. The door opened. Inside, there were indeed 4 people. They stared in shock at Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei standing outside. Their eyes were wide open. They had just been talking about the two of them. How did they end up at the door? Was this a case of talking about the devil and the devil appearing? My name is Zhang Chen. I'm here to check in and live in this dorm. Please come in. Please come in. The 4 were awkward to an extreme degree. This bastard who had stolen Wu Dongfei was actually from their dorm. What should they do? Beat him? Befriend him? The 2 walked in. It was a 5-room, 1 living room suite. Each person had their own room, but the desk was placed in the hall. Zhang Chen entered his room. Wu Dongfei began to clean. She carefully wiped the bed and then laid out the bedding. Just do whatever you want. I won't be living here much, Zhang Chen said before heading back to the hall. He took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and handed one to each of the 4. Then the 5 of them started to smoke. After some conversation, they arranged themselves by age. The eldest was Zhang Chen, the second was Fan Jinxiong, the third was Luo Ming, the fourth was Yin Xian, and the youngest was Li Weilong. Big brother, how did you manage to get Wu Dongfei? Luo Ming asked curiously. The other three perked up their ears. They had never seen Wu Dongfei treat a boy so well. It was simply unbelievable. I picked her up while setting up a stall, otherwise, I'd be bored to death. What? You set up a stall just to flirt with girls? And you actually got Wu Dongfei? The four were dumbfounded. Xian still couldn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Wu Dongfei, is what Zhang Chen said true? Pretty much. I went to buy something, found him really handsome, and he knows how to talk, so, I won't say more, Wu Dongfei said, her face flushed. My god, it's actually true? The four roommates were shocked, wishing they could kneel down and worship him. Incredible, simply incredible. A master at flirting. On the BBS of Futian University, a student posted a thread. The titled Dongfei, the famous flower has an owner, with a photo as proof. Below was a clear photo, Zhang Chen with his arm around Wu Dongfei's slim waist, and Wu Dongfei snuggled closely against Zhang Chen. It was the same photo Zhang Chen had sent to the university group. Wu Dongfei, are you blind? How could you like a stall vendor? I can take out 10 million at any time. Whoa, I can't live anymore, my goddess has been taken away. Wu Dongfei, what do you like about the stall vendor? Zhang Chen, you took my goddess, I won't let you off. Many students angrily commented below. How is this possible? Lu Shiyu stared at the photo of Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei on the BBS, dumbfounded. How could the proud and aloof Wu Dongfei like a stall vendor? The 70 million prize money hadn't even been collected yet. Wu Dongfei herself drove a 4.5 million Ferrari. Plus, she had a part-time job with $1 million annual salary. With such good conditions, there was no way a stall vendor could win her over. Shiyu, it seems he wasn't just betting randomly, he must have some confidence. Wu Dongfei will definitely go with him. Now it's just you left. Are you going to agree to him? Absolutely not. Even if he kneels and begs me, it won't work. Lu Shiyu was inexplicably angry. This jerk might have already had an ambiguous relationship with Wu Dongfei and still confessed to her? Isn't that a scumbag? Scumbags should die. Why would I care about you? Don't pull me. I want to set up a stall. You won't have any business setting up a stall now. No, you won't see any beautiful girls. You might as well go to class. It's not a major class, it's a PE class. Aren't you going? The four roommates argued and pushed him, dragging Zhang Chen to the sports field. Today's PE class was about bar techniques. The PE teacher was amazing, performing tricks on the bar that left many students stunned. They admired him to the point of worship. Then they erupted into wild applause. Teacher, can I live stream this? A cold, sharp female voice rang out. Everyone couldn't help but turn around. It was Lu Shiyu, looking like a celestial being, having appeared behind them at some point. Then they all felt their faces flush and their hearts race, their gazes burning with intensity. Undoubtedly, the PE teacher was putting in so much effort to attract Lu Shiyu's attention. The PE teacher is very young, only 28 years old, and reportedly doesn't have a girlfriend. It's quite normal to show off. Of course, you can, the PE teacher said with a smile. Then he continued to show off. One-handed pull-ups, stepping in the air, flipping like a windmill. Babies, this is our PE teacher from Futian University. Look how well he flips on the horizontal bar. Lu Shiyu actually started a live stream. So impressive. The PE teacher from Futian University is indeed extraordinary. Strong. The live stream was buzzing, filled with admiration and respect. So beautiful, so charismatic. All the boys were stealing glances at Lu Shiyu. They were secretly amazed. They wished they could rush into her live stream and give her a tip right away. Finally, the PE teacher stopped. Teacher Wang, you're so strong, really handsome. Lu Shiyu exclaimed, making the PE teacher beam with joy. The PE teacher is indeed amazing. But what about the students? Let them show off a bit. +1. Which student wants to give it a try? Lu Shiyu readily encouraged, looking at the many boys with hopeful eyes. The boys were all dizzy with excitement, eager to agree and show off their skills. But knowing their own limitations, they hesitated to perform and risk embarrassment. Classmates, I know there are experts among you, just show off a bit, will you? Lu Shiyu said, help me out. The babies are waiting. This had a huge impact. Almost all the boys were breathing heavily, their blood boiling. One boy stepped forward, and it was Zhang Chen's roommate, Fan Jinxiang. He was a bit chubby and hadn't exercised much. However, he still had decent strength. He stylishly put on gloves and grabbed the horizontal bar to show off. But he could only manage 9 pull-ups before turning red in the face, unable to do the 10th, let alone perform any other moves. Wow, is this the stamina of Futian University students? Too average, right? I didn't say to do pull-ups. I said to show off on the horizontal bar. This is killing me with laughter. Fatty, hurry up and get down, go home and drink milk. The live stream erupted in laughter, even looking down on Futon University. Fan Jinxiong retreated with a flushed face. Indeed, acting impulsively is a devil. Experts, come out, I know you can do it. Lu Shiyu continued to encourage, but no one else stepped forward. The laughter in the live stream grew louder. Zhang Chen, you look pretty strong, and your hand speed is the best in the world. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Shiyu's mischievous gaze finally landed on Zhang Chen's face. I'm not really good at the horizontal bar, Zhang Chen politely declined. He didn't want to steal the spotlight, because there was no benefit to gain. After enhancing his physique, even if he wasn't the best in the world on the horizontal bar, he would definitely be among the top few. Failure couldn't describe it. The system wouldn't compensate 1,000-fold. Didn't you say you were excellent? Stop being modest. After Lu Shiyu finished speaking, she began to live stream without permission. Babies, next up is Zhang Chen, a first-year master's student in computer software engineering. His biggest hobby is setting up stalls, and this morning he topped the world hand speed ranking. If he passes the retest, he could win a huge prize of 10 million meters of gold. Now, let's applaud and welcome him to show off on the horizontal bar. Wasn't he confessing to the streamer that day? Rejected mercilessly? Oh my, the stall brother is actually a master's student? My worldview has been shattered. Not just a master's student, but also the world hand speed champion. It's him, I was watching his video this morning. His typing speed is like lightning. Quick, go to Shiyu's livestream and watch the hand speed master Zhang Chen. Just because he's the fastest doesn't mean he's good at the horizontal bar? Haha, I feel like 5 pull-ups is his limit. 5 pull-ups? You think too highly of him. 3 is about enough. Haven't you seen how he hasn't dared to come out? The speed god is going to embarrass himself soon. Haha, so funny. Streamer, you aren't intentionally trying to make the stall master look bad, are you? Woman, you'll never understand my excellence. If you want me to embarrass myself, that's really very difficult. Zhang Chen teased in Lu Shiyu's ear, then proudly shouted, alright, let me show you what the world's #1 bar technique looks like. You'll never understand my excellence? Fluent in 10 languages? You're rich? The world's #1 bar technique? Hee hee. Lu Shiyu chuckled. All the classmates were also stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The world's #1 bar technique? Zhang Chen actually dared to boast like that? It's fine to brag privately, but this is a live broadcast. Damn, the world's #1 bar technique? Can't you just not brag for once? I've never seen someone so shameless. Turns out the top student from Futon University is just all talk. I don't know who gave him the courage to boast like that. He says his hand speed is the best in the world. Maybe his bar technique is impressive too? He's my idol, you can't insult him. Whoever dares to insult Zhang Chen, I'll take them down. The live chat exploded. Zhang Chen calmly asked, today your luck is bad, you've already lost 120 million, and losing the remaining 30 million is just a matter of time. Why aren't you even a little nervous or pained? Pang San asked. That money is just my prize money. It's like windfall. Why should I be nervous or pained? Zhang Chen replied. Impressive. Pang San clasped his hands. But in his heart, he thought, you big fat sheep, if I don't take you down, it would be against the natural order. Even the dealer looked at Zhang Chen with a gaze of disbelief. She had seen all kinds of gamblers, but someone as foolish as Zhang Chen was a first. Clearly lacking any gambling skills, yet he dared to bet against world-renowned experts? Prize money? Isn't that your wealth? Why give it to others? A fat sheep, a foolish fat sheep. Assessment complete. The gambling continued. Zhang Chen kept losing. After another 5 minutes, the last 30 million was also lost. All the chips piled up in front of Pang San like a small mountain. The outcome was set. The winner and loser were determined. Zhang Chen's entire fortune was once again taken by Wan Kuang. Once again, he was made a pawn for others. Zhang Chen, thank you, you're really a good person. I will be grateful to you, Xiaona said. Zhang Chen, thank you. Because of you, my company can rise. Because of you, I can marry such a beautiful wife. Because of you, my wealth has doubled again. Wan Kuang also looked grateful. If you make money next time, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Just donate the money to me directly, wouldn't that be better? Ha, Zhang Chen, you fool, are you enjoying losing now? Zhang Chen, are you going to start selling on the street tomorrow? Sha Zhangwan and Shi Chiwei laughed, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu both looked sad. A billionaire, bullied by such a loser. How embarrassing to say it out loud. Zhang Chen closed his eyes, listening to the heavenly voice in his mind. Ding. Host has lost everything, compensating with the world's #1 gambling skills and unlocking the perspective eye. Instantly, countless gambling techniques and experiences flooded into Zhang Chen's mind. A current also appeared out of nowhere, flowing through his eyes. It felt numb and tingling, as if stimulating something, or perhaps unlocking something. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, Zheng Chen remained motionless, his eyes still closed. Hee, I thought you could really be indifferent, not caring about 150 million in wealth. Now you know the pain, right? A smirk appeared on the face of Pang San, sitting across from him. In his lifetime, he had encountered many big fat sheep in the gambling world, but a big fat sheep as foolish as Zheng Chen was a first. Losing was so straightforward. In just a few rounds, he lost 150 million. Although most of it belonged to his cousin, he still had to take a third for himself. That was 50 million. It had been a long time since he had won this much. He could live lavishly for quite a while now. Fine wine and beautiful women were a must. Tonight was bound to be an incredibly wonderful night. I guess he wants to jump off a building and commit suicide? Apart from Wu Dongfei and Lu Xiyu, everyone else was making their judgments in their hearts. Xiao Na comforted him with a hint of mockery. Zheng Chen, don't overthink it. You lost to me. I can live a happier life now. Isn't that what you wanted? Oh my, did I really unlock X-ray vision? Once the stimulating current in his eyes faded, Zheng Chen opened his eyes and was completely shocked. With a thought, he could see through things, and with another thought, he could turn it off. The thickness of the X-ray vision was about 1 meter. Even walls, stones, and steel were no exception. Seeing through cards was, of course, a piece of cake. The system was astonishingly powerful. It could even grant someone the ability to see through things. This was exhilarating. The hard work of the day had not been in vain. To be honest, Zheng Chen was quite happy to have acquired the world's #1 gambling skills. Although he wasn't obsessed with gambling, just playing occasionally for fun, he had seen the charisma of the gambling king in movies, and it was truly impressive. Now, was he the world gambling king? As for the X-ray vision, he liked it even more, because X-ray vision had endless wonderful uses. Using it to gamble on stones, how could he not make a fortune? Using it to appreciate beautiful women, how could he not feel ecstatic? He could tell at a glance whether a beautiful woman's large chest was real or fake. And with X-ray vision combined with the world's #1 gambling skills, how could he not sweep through all the casinos? So, let's use Pang San in front of him as a sacrifice. He said, Xiao Na, you're right. It doesn't matter that you won my money. I've always hoped you would be happy. Then he took out a card and said, actually, I still have money. There's another billion in here. Really? Xiao Na, Wan Kuang, and Pang San's eyes lit up with intense excitement, their faces showing greed. I never lie, Zheng Chen said. In the past 2 years, I've actually made quite a few investments, so I earned $1 billion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so calm just now. You mean to continue gambling? Pang San asked eagerly. The luck was too bad just now, but I believe it will get better now, so I want to gamble with you again, Zheng Chen said. Each side puts up $1 billion as the stake, and the game ends when one side loses everything. $1 billion? Lu Xiyu and Wu Dongfei both felt heartache. It was clearly a sure loss, so why give them $1 billion? Did he really like Xiao Na that much, wanting to give her money this way? Hoping she would be even happier? What a fool! The dealer, Sha Zhangwen, Shi Chiwei, Wan Kuang all sighed inwardly. He's simply the biggest fool in the world. Zheng Chen, you're really too good to me, Xiao Na said. How about this, just give me the money directly, to avoid the hassle. If we gamble, the casino takes a cut, there are service fees, and some has to be given to my cousin. Why bother? You make a good point, but that wouldn't be fair to my girlfriend. So, let's stick to gambling, Zheng Chen said. Are you willing? If not, then forget it. Of course we're willing. How about this, you put up $1 billion, and we'll put up 300 million as the stake. One side loses everything, and that's it, Wan Kuang said excitedly. That won't do. Both sides must put up $1 billion. That's fair, Zheng Chen said. Dealer, don't you think so? You're right, sir. In this kind of betting game, one side must lose everything before it can end, so the stakes must be the same, the dealer said. But we only have 300 million, Wan Kuang said, feeling frustrated. Then let's forget it, Zheng Chen said as he stood up to leave. Don't go, we can come up with the stakes. Pang San stopped Zheng Chen. Then he said, cousin, sister-in-law, I have 500 million here. Together, that's 800 million. I can find a way to borrow another 200 million. That should be enough. But if I put up the stakes, the winnings and losses will be divided according to the stakes. If we win $1 billion, I want 700 million. How can that be? $1 billion is like Zheng Chen giving me his private money. How can I share that with you? Xiao Na was furious. Sister-in-law, this is the rule of the casino. There's no room for personal feelings, Pang San said. Since we're betting, it has to be divided this way. I won't take the 50 million profit from earlier at most. Can't you lend me 700 million? Wan Kuang asked. At worst, I'll give you 100 million in interest afterward. If it's 500 million in interest, I might consider it, Pang San said, a bit dissatisfied. So they discussed it carefully for a while. Finally, they reached an agreement. Wang Quang would borrow 700 million from Pang San and write an IOU on the spot. He would pay Pang San 300 million in interest afterward. Pang San also borrowed 200 million from his master, Ghost Hand Du Luan. Du Luan warned him, "You need to be careful. I suspect the other side is setting a trap. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such foolish people in the world." "Master, I will be careful," Pang San nodded. But he didn't take it to heart at all. After gambling with Zhang Chen for a while, he found that Zhang Chen had no gambling skills whatsoever. He was completely a big fat sheep. If he were pretending, Pang San wouldn't believe it. Unless Zhang Chen was a trained actor, he would inevitably show flaws. So both sides signed a betting agreement. Each would put up 1 billion, and the game would continue until one side lost everything. The losing side had the right to propose a change in the gambling method. This last clause was added by Pang San as a precaution. After all, he was an experienced player and a disciple of the gambling king. He was very alert. Zhang Chen, however, underestimated Pang San, thinking he was just a small-time gambler with no significant background. So he set up the game simply and crudely, without any skill. This made the gambling king Du Luan suspicious and led him to warn Pang San. Then both sides swiped their cards. Zhang Chen swiped 1 billion, receiving 1 billion in chips. Pang San swiped 700 million, receiving 700 million in chips, plus the 300 million he had from before, totaling 1 billion. "You decide, what are we betting on?" Pang San asked. "Let's go with a showdown," Zhang Chen said. "I don't like trouble. Let's finish the game quickly and go travel. Isn't that better?" Shabby, big shabby. Such a shabby actually got started. There's 1 billion in the account. Shi Chiwei and Xia Zhangwen both sighed inwardly. Wang Quang, Xiao Na, and Pang San felt the same. Just now, Zhang Chen lost badly in the showdown. Unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't bet on a showdown again, because that was Pang San's specialty. But Zhang Chen insisted on continuing with the showdown, which could only be described as hopelessly foolish. What is senior brother trying to do? Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei were also helpless, deeply sighing. "Senior brother, you're giving money to Xiao Na. She won't thank you and will secretly call you a shabby. Why bother?" "Alright, let's go with the showdown. Let's resolve this quickly." Pang San nodded. "Then tonight, you still have time to enjoy the night view of the Ayaman. If you don't mind, I would like to be your guide. I'm very familiar with this place." For someone like Zhang Chen, a money-giving child, he certainly liked it very much. As a gambler who relied on gambling for a living, he depended on fat sheep like Zhang Chen to contribute. Giving away 150 million wasn't enough. He still wanted to give away 1 billion. Not wanting to be rude, he had to accept it. "That's great. I was just worried about not having a guide. This is our first time here," Zhang Chen said gratefully. "Put." Xia Zhangwen, Shi Chiwei, Xiao Na, and Wang Quang all burst out laughing. Pang San is indeed impressive, playing the fool while eating the tiger, appearing harmless. After winning Zhang Chen's billion, will he guide him? How loyal. Zhang Chen is actually quite grateful? Is this being sold and still having to pay the seller? My goodness, are there really such fools in the world? In the VIP room, the gambling game began again. In the first hand, Zhang Chen lost 100,000. In the second hand, Zhang Chen lost 1 million. In the third hand, Zhang Chen lost 10 million. This is exhilarating. In less than half an hour, 1 billion will be mine. Pang San was filled with wild joy. Although he had experienced many grand occasions following Du Luan and had won quite a bit on his own, his total assets only amounted to 500 million. This meant that in over 5 years, he had only won 500 million. Now, he was set to win 1 billion at once, plus the previous 150 million he had won, totaling 1,150 million. Winning so much at once could be said to create a record in his life. Even after rigorous emotional control training, a hint of excitement flushed his usually dull face. It was just too exhilarating to win. The opponent was completely vulnerable. The biggest fat sheep among the fat sheep. My God, we are about to become billionaires, all thanks to that idiot Zhang Chen. This is truly a wonderful wedding day. We are soaring to new heights because of it. But this wedding is too shabby. Husband, you need to compensate me. Compensate? I will definitely compensate you greatly. We have 1 billion in wealth now. You can have whatever you want: luxury houses, luxury cars, cosmetics, bags. Wang Quang and Xiao Na were even more ecstatic, excited to the point of being unable to contain themselves. Their small company, although valued at over 100 million, had very little money they could actually control. Therefore, the wedding was not too extravagant. It could even be described as shabby. If we had known, we would have gambled with Zhang Chen too, then this billion would be ours. Xia Zhangwen and Shi Chiwei both felt a bit regretful, wishing they could get a piece of the pie. That was over 10 billion in wealth. What a huge number. What's so good about that woman? I feel sick just looking at her. She's completely a shameless gold digger. I also don't understand why my senior brother likes her. Why give her over 10 billion? Sigh, my senior brother must be blind. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were both very frustrated. They regretted coming along with Zhang Chen. Otherwise, they could have avoided this mess. Now, it felt like being fed excrement. The gambling continued. In the fourth hand, unexpectedly, Zhang Chen won, and he won 300 million at once. This time it was a fateful hand. Zhang Chen bet on a straight flush, while Pang San bet on 4 aces. The two pushed their bets fiercely. As a result, Zhang Chen successfully got the straight flush, and Pang San naturally suffered a crushing defeat. In one hand, Zhang Chen won back everything he had lost, plus an additional 130 million. Wan Kuang and Xiao Na's expressions changed drastically, their beautiful expectations shattered in an instant, and an infinite fear began to rise in their hearts. Sha Zhangwan and Shi Qiwei were also dumbfounded. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were equally shocked. Even the dealer was secretly astonished. Zhang Chen actually turned the tables? Was this pure luck? Ha ha ha, my luck has come. Today I will definitely win. Zhang Chen laughed heartily. Luck can't always be on your side. You will still lose. Pang San, however, remained calm and unperturbed, not nervous at all. As expected of a disciple of the gambling king. Truly, skill breeds courage. Don't worry, cousin, what kind of storms hasn't he seen? He'll win it back soon. Yeah, I'm not worried. Zhang Chen is just lucky, he will lose badly later. Wan Kuang and Xiao Na began to comfort each other, but in reality, they were already extremely tense. If they lost, the consequences would be incredibly severe. Describing it as losing everything wouldn't be enough, because they still owed Pang San 700 million. It was a vast fortune, and with their abilities and strength, they could never repay it even after working hard for 10 lifetimes. The gambling continued. The two had their wins and losses. However, Zhang Chen lost more than he won. To be precise, he was just bold and dared to place bets. His momentum was terrifyingly overwhelming. Once he raised the stakes by 300 million, then 500 million. He treated money as if it were nothing. Pang San seemed to be intimidated by Zhang Chen's aura, becoming a bit hesitant. 20 minutes later, Pang San's chips were down to only 400 million. He had put out 600 million. This was still due to his extreme caution and superb gambling skills. Otherwise, he would have lost everything long ago. Not good. I might have fallen into a trap. Zhang Chen actually possesses super impressive gambling skills. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Pang San's forehead, and his face turned as pale as a corpse. His hands and feet felt icy cold. How is this possible? Lost 600 million? Wan Kuang and Xiao Na looked even more terrified and incredulous. Their hearts raced, unable to sit or lie still. Wasn't it agreed that they would give them $1 billion to spend? Wasn't it said that they would win it back immediately? What about the credibility of the two of you? Is it really okay to deceive like this? Could it be that today they would go bankrupt and owe 700 million? Would their mansions and luxury cars turn into tombs and hearses, coming to take them away? Damn, Zhang Chen has completely turned the tables, winning all the way? Sha Zhangwan and Shi Qiwei both trembled, their faces filled with fear. What would happen if they also gambled against Zhang Chen? Oh my, the senior brother has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Losing 150 million earlier was just to set a trap? God, the senior brother started laying out his strategy while playing cards with us, pretending to know nothing about gambling, just to lure the opponent into betting against him? Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were also dumbfounded. They felt it was unbelievable. How terrifying was this cunning? Playing with him, they would eventually be played to death. These few fools were done for, completely finished. The senior brother's revenge was too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen such a trap. He really spent 150 million to set it up. Then he wins 10 billion from the opponent. Indeed, there are always stronger people among the strong, and behind a ruthless person, there is always another ruthless person. The dealer secretly sighed. Wait a minute. Pang San stopped the dealer from dealing cards. Zhang Chen, let's not gamble with all in. Let's change the way we play. Just roll the dice and guess the points. 100 million per round. How about that? My luck is so good. It doesn't matter what I play, the result is that you lose everything. Zhang Chen said lightly. Winning or losing is not yet determined. Don't be too proud too early. Pang San said proudly. He indeed had the capital to be proud because guessing the points was his forte, even rivaling his master, the ghost hand Duluan. Soon, the dice cup and 3 dice were brought over and placed on the table. Please. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Pang San grabbed the dice cup and shook it wildly. Then he slammed it down on the table. A strong confidence appeared on his face. You can guess now. His secret method of shaking the dice was called hitting the cow across the mountain. While shaking, he tapped the dice cup with his fingers, creating a special sound that resembled the sound of the dice colliding. Therefore, in such a situation, even a super skilled listener could not discern the true points. This is hard to guess, but luck is on my side. I can guess randomly and still win. Zhang Chen glanced at the dice cup. I'll guess 123, 6 points. Don't hit, it must not be 6 points. Wan Kuang and Xiao Now were praying in their hearts. Hit, it must be 6 points. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were also shouting in their hearts. The dealer revealed the dice cup, and it was indeed 123, 6 points. Zhang Chen guessed correctly. Heavens, is it really 6 points? Wan Kuang and Xiao Now were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies, feeling icy all over. The earlier joy and anticipation had long flown to the clouds. All that remained in their hearts was fear, pure fear. Now, the two of them had already entered the hearse, and it was about to be closed. Then they would be taken to hell, never to rise again. Not good, I've really fallen into the trap. Pang San finally understood completely, fear crashing over him like towering waves, drowning him entirely. He realized clearly that Zhang Chen's ability to guess the points was definitely not just good luck. So, Zhang Chen was actually a super skilled gambling master? His gambling skills were far superior to his own. He had thought of him as a big fat sheep, a fool and an idiot, but in reality, he was the true big fat sheep, the real fool and idiot. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was a fierce tiger, ready to devour him alive. My god! Sha Zhengwan and Shi Chiwei were also dumbfounded, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Zhang Chen was terrifying to such an extent? He was also skilled at gambling? He had set a trap to put Wan Kuang, Xiao Na, and Pang San to death? This was too vicious. This is amazing. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were overjoyed, excited to the extreme. They had thought Zhang Chen was foolishly going to give Xiao Na and Wan Kuang over 10 billion. Little did they know he was aiming to win 850 million from them? How ruthless, but it was truly satisfying. Undoubtedly, Zhang Chen had won this round. As a result, Zhang Chen had won 7 billion in chips, while Pang San was left with only 300 million. It's your turn to roll. The dealer gestured for Zhang Chen to start shaking the dice cup. It was a turn-based guessing game. You guess my roll, I guess yours. Guess right and you win. Guess wrong and you lose. Simple and brutal. Zhang Chen clumsily grabbed the dice cup, shaking it randomly a few times. He then casually pressed it down on the table. Pang San's ears were trembling, focused intently. Then he confidently said, 1 2, 1 5, 1 6, a total of 13. The dealer revealed the dice cup, but it was wrong. It was 1 2, 2 5s, totaling 12. Because Zhang Chen had used the super magical dragon flip dice secret technique. After the dice landed, one of them would silently flip over, changing the points. Impossible. Pang San was shocked, drenched in sweat. His hands and feet were trembling. Xiao Na and Wan Kuan were also pale, shivering. Sha Zhengwan and Shi Chiwei secretly felt a chill. But Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were beaming with joy, exhilarated to the extreme. In this round, Zhang Chen won again. He now had won 8 billion in chips, while Pang San was left with only 200 million. Pang San changed the rules again. It was a competition to see who rolled the higher number. However, Zhang Chen also made a request to bet 200 million all at once. A final gamble. The two of them rolled 5 times in a row, both getting triplets, remaining tied. On the 6th roll, Pang San did not get a triplet, rolling 665. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen casually rolled another triplet. So, Zhang Chen won again. With that, the gambling game ended. Pang San lost a full billion. Zhang Chen won a total of 850 million. In less than an hour. Lost 150 million in cash, and still owe my cousin 700 million? Xiao Na and Wan Kuang collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with despair and fear. This was truly a complete loss, a family ruined. At that moment, they regretted it to the extreme. Why did they scheme against Zhang Chen's 20 million? Now it was completely over. Lost? I've gone bankrupt? Still owe my master 200 million? Pang San's face turned pale, his eyes reddening. He suddenly cast his gaze at Wan Kuang's face. He lunged forward, grabbing his chest. Pay me back. You owe me 700 million. I have already gone bankrupt. How can I pay you back? Wan Kuang said, cousin, even if you kill me, I have no money. You still have the company, Pang San said. The company is about to go bankrupt. That 150 million is just advance payments and material costs, plus the bank loans, Wan Kuang replied. You! Pang San's eyes turned black with anger, and with a slap, he knocked Wan Kuang to the ground. He stomped madly. If you don't pay back the money, I'll just kill you. I will. Wan Kuang cried out in despair, kneeling before Xiao Na. You go plead with Zhang Chen, he likes you so much, maybe he will return the money to us. Zhang Chen, I'm begging you, please give us the money back, otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Xiao Na walked up to Zhang Chen, pleading. Ha! Zhang Chen exclaimed in surprise. When I went bankrupt, you were the first to take your clients and orders into someone else's arms. It was useless for me to beg you. Now that that person is bankrupt, you come to beg me? This is not like you, is it? But why should I return the money I earned with my own ability to you, this utterly disgusting woman? What are you even? What are you? Even if I gave the money to a beggar, I would never give you a single cent. Get lost. Xiaona had never seen such a cold and ruthless side of Zhang Chen. Her heart was pierced like a knife, and she suddenly turned around, pointing at Wan Kuang, saying, "From now on, you are you, and I am I. You want to break up with me? Pay back the money first." Wan Kuang exploded with rage. That IOU was written by you, not me. We didn't even get a marriage certificate. You wanted Zhang Chen's 20 million, set a trap, and ended up in it yourself. What does that have to do with me? After saying this, Xiaona rushed out. She got into the big Mercedes they had come in and sped away. Clearly, she was going back to Deep City to deal with the aftermath. Damn bitch, you're so ruthless. Wan Kuang was furious, wanting to chase after her, but he couldn't. He had just been injured by Pang San and could barely get up. That felt good. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu both felt particularly relieved. Wan Kuang, congratulations on your marriage, Zhang Chen said with a smile. I forgot to say that today. Zhang Chen, you are too vicious, Wan Kuang shouted in despair. This is all self-inflicted. Just take your time paying back the money and enjoy your bankrupt life. Zhang Chen sneered and left with the two school beauties. I hate this, I'm so miserable. Wan Kuang was in tears, filled with regret. This time, he had truly lost everything, his family shattered, his wife and children gone. He still owed a huge debt of 700 million. If he couldn't pay it back, Pang San would definitely not let him go. Let's go. Sha Zhangwan and Shi Chiwei finally came to their senses. They didn't want to stay a second longer. They left like the wind. They had already seen Wan Kuang's fate. It would definitely be worse than death. Zhang Chen's revenge was too ruthless. The two of them had only eaten pumpkin once, which was quite good. As for revenge, they better forget it. Zhang Chen was too powerful and terrifying. He topped the speed rankings, was fluent in 10 foreign languages, a master on the parallel bars, and even excelled in gambling. God knows what else he was good at. Being enemies with someone like that, one wouldn't even know how they died. Master, I've really fallen into a trap. I've lost badly. Pang San began to make a phone call, his face full of regret. What? You lost 850 million? A cold, angry voice came from the phone. You dare to set a trap for my disciple Duluan? Are you looking for death? Find him, I want to gamble with him once. Win the money back and make him lose everything. Thank you, master. A look of ecstasy appeared on Pang San's face. Late at night, the alley was brightly lit, and the casino was bustling. In a luxurious presidential suite of a hotel, Zhang Chen lounged on the sofa. Senior brother, why not gamble a few rounds? Isn't this like entering a treasure mountain and coming back empty-handed? Yeah, how good? You can win a few 100 million more, and you'll have money for shopping tomorrow. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were still excited and eager, trying to persuade Zhang Chen to gamble. Zhang Chen's gambling skills were truly astonishing, completely captivating the two of them. With such skills, winning was almost guaranteed. You can win, but you might not be able to take it away, Zhang Chen said. Nonsense. This is legitimate income. If you win, you can take it away. If you can't take it away after winning, who would dare to gamble? They would have closed down long ago. The two beauties laughed and shook their heads. Winning a few million should be no problem, but anything more might be hard to take away. Though I'm just guessing, Zhang Chen said. His gambling skills were given by the system. He had no master, no inheritance, so he didn't understand the rules of the casino at all. He had only read some novels and made some tenuous connections. Just guessing? Wow, I thought you were serious. But I've heard that if you're a top expert, the casino will give you a red envelope, and the expert won't come back, Lu Shiyu said. How go? With your gambling skills, you should be able to receive a red envelope. Want to give it a try? If it works, you could collect from every casino. That would be quite a fortune. If I could really collect red envelopes, that would be impressive. Wu Dongfei's beautiful eyes also lit up. Winning big money and collecting red envelopes isn't necessarily a good thing. I'm not afraid being alone in a strange place, but I can't help but worry about you too, Zhang Chen said. So, are we not going? The two beauties were touched but also a bit disappointed. How about we hack into the casino's management system and see what they're hiding? Zhang Chen also felt a bit regretful. Having come this far, if he didn't gamble big, it would be a disservice to his gambling skills and his ability to see through things. Are you confident? Lu Shiyu asked, a bit nervous. She was also a computer expert, a bit of a hacker herself. With the world's top computer technology, hacking into the casino's management system is a piece of cake, Zhang Chen said, his expression serious. Without hesitation, he opened his laptop. He connected to the internet. The two began to furiously type on the keyboard. Soon, they had written numerous special hacking programs and tools. Then they started the intrusion. In just 3 minutes, they succeeded without being detected. Wow, how GE's hacking skills are incredible. Lu Shiyu was extremely impressed, shocked beyond words. It seemed Zhang Chen wasn't bragging. His computer skills were indeed world-class. Damn, so many secrets and insider information? Soon, the three of them widened their eyes. What excited them the most was that if a super expert came, the casino's top experts wouldn't be able to resist. They would have to admit defeat and would really give a big red envelope. That super expert would then retreat. Otherwise, there would be a violent conflict. And the red envelopes were also graded, 1 million and 10 million. This is doable. Their eyes sparkled, because there was no danger. Only if you were unwilling to accept the red envelope and continued to gamble, or if you accepted the red envelope and then came back to gamble, would they send thugs to deal with you. They would beat you up, and you might even be killed, because you broke the rules first. But with so many casinos, collecting red envelopes one by one isn't something that can be done in a day, Zhang Chen said. Let's forget it. Let's get some sleep and tomorrow we can wander around. At worst, we can take a day off. Skipping class wouldn't hurt either, the two campus beauties said almost simultaneously, their faces flushed. How could they not do something so thrilling? They would definitely regret it for life. How about we take a nap first, then work through the night? Zhang Chen worried that the two beauties might not be able to handle it. He asked with concern, I can't sleep. Let's go now. All right then. So Zhang Chen exited the casino's management system, cleaning up all traces of the intrusion. The three of them excitedly headed to the casino on the first floor. They exchanged 100,000 in chips. The two beauties began to watch Zhang Chen perform. They started with the slot machines. In just a few minutes, Zhang Chen turned 100,000 into 3 million. The surrounding gamblers were left dumbfounded. This was just too impressive. What can you bet on? Is this slot machine his? Then Zhang Chen went to play baccarat, still betting on whatever. Of course, he didn't win every time, but he won a lot. 3 million quickly turned into 10 million. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were inexplicably shocked, admiring him to the core. Let's go bet on big or small. Zhang Chen wrapped his arms around the waists of the two girls and shifted the battlefield. The two school beauties blushed with embarrassment, but seeing their rival not refuse, they also steeled themselves and remained silent. Who's afraid of whom? Countless gamblers looked over, secretly envious and jealous. Betting on big or small was the easiest for Zhang Chen. Other games required careful calculations, but this one only needed his X-ray vision. X-ray vision activated. Zhang Chen commanded in his heart. Instantly, the world his eyes saw changed. The points in the dice cup were clear as day. He also saw some exquisite scenery. Wu Dongfei's figure is amazing. Lu Shiyu is so fair and sexy. Both are the real deal. This is true natural beauty, Zhang Chen secretly sighed. After a few minutes of betting, he won another 10 million. The dealer's expression changed. In the surveillance room, the casino owner was furious. Can someone tell me who this kid is? No one like him has been in the gambling scene before. Several attendants exchanged glances and said, a newly emerged expert? So ignorant of the rules? Winning over 20 million and still not stopping? Do you have any confidence in beating him? We do. Several attendants were full of confidence. Then why aren't you taking action to make him cough up both the principal and the interest? The casino owner was livid. Soon, Zhang Chen and the two girls were invited to the VIP room. Sir, your gambling skills are quite impressive, the attendant named Yang Jing, in his 30s, with bright eyes, a broad forehead, and slender hands, looked Zhang Chen up and down. Just good luck. Zhang Chen was very modest, but Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were extremely excited, because Zhang Chen was about to face off against the top expert in the casino. If he could win, they would receive red envelopes. This was a tremendous honor. If he lost, he could just give back what he had just won. But the kind of scenes only seen in movies was happening in reality. Don't be modest, let's have a friendly match. Yang Jing's eyes shot out a cold light. He was determined to make Zhang Chen lose badly. Otherwise, how could he justify the high salary the casino paid him? His role as an attendant was to deal with gamblers like Zhang Chen. That was how the casino could keep making profits. Otherwise, it would have closed down long ago. The guest is free to choose. How could Zhang Chen refuse? 50 million in chips, and the game ends when it's all lost, Yang Jing said. Do you have any objections? 50 million is too little. How about 500 million? Zhang Chen said casually. 500 million? Yang Jing was instantly furious. Every time he faced a skilled gambler coming to the casino to make money, according to the rules, they would make the opponent cough up both the principal and the interest, at most doubling it. Zhang Chen had just won over 20 million, so he proposed a bet of 50 million, making Zhang Chen lose over 20 million. That was considered quite friendly, and if it were a super skilled expert, extremely confident in their gambling skills, they would propose increasing the stakes, essentially going against the casino. This was commonly known as smashing the venue. In other words, Zhang Chen was here to smash the venue, and he was being very bold, wanting to win 500 million from the casino. How arrogant and presumptuous was that? It was as if he didn't take the casino attendance seriously at all. Where did this newcomer come from? Just because he mastered a bit of gambling skill, he dared to stir up trouble? He was simply courting death. Are you sure? Yang Jing's face was filled with anger. The many attendants in the surveillance room and the casino owner were all furious as well. If all the gambling masters in the world were like Zhang Chen, then there would be no need for casinos to open. They would simply become banks for gambling masters. Therefore, Zhang Chen must be taught a harsh lesson: to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. A warning to the world. Sure, Zhang Chen did not hesitate at all. 50 million was nothing to him. He had no interest in it. In his first battle after coming out of retirement, he lost 1.5 billion. In the second battle, he won 1 billion. Both were significant amounts. Indeed, he's here to disrupt the game. Yang Jing's face grew increasingly cold as he shouted, 500 million it is. Since Zhang Chen had drawn the line, he naturally had to respond. Thus, Zhang Chen exchanged for over 400 million in chips, totaling 500 million. Yang Jing also collected 500 million in chips from the casino. The chips piled up on the table in front of them. They began to gamble. It was still a test of skill and luck in a game of Texas Hold'em. Yang Jing was truly formidable. It seemed the dealer had some issues as well. As a result, Zhang Chen lost 5 hands in a row, losing 10 million. Heh, still want to bet 500 million? I'll make you go bankrupt. Yang Jing sneered. The observers in the monitoring room and the boss were also chuckling. Where did this naive kid come from? He was simply a money-giving child. Could my senior brother really lose? Is this person really a super master in the gambling world? Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were also shocked. Initially, the two of them were in awe of Zhang Chen's gambling skills. Now they realized they might have been a bit blindly worshipful. I want to cut the cards, Zhang Chen said lazily. With his X-ray vision, how could he not notice the dealer's problems? Once he started cutting the cards, things changed dramatically. In 10 consecutive hands, Zhang Chen won 8, bringing back 1 billion. Yang Jing's face turned ashen. Sweat beads the size of peas appeared on his forehead. The dealer was also extremely nervous, no longer daring to cheat while shuffling the cards, lest he end up helping Zhang Chen. But it was still useless. Zhang Chen continued to win. Soon, he won another 2 billion. In total, he had won 3 billion. He then switched to Pai Gao. Yang Jing lost another billion, totaling a loss of 4 billion. The casino quickly changed dealers, bringing in a 40-something veteran, the casino's top master. They were betting on dice, guessing the numbers and shaking the dice to compare sizes. The result was still more losses than wins, putting them in a precarious state. Zhang Chen was calm and relaxed, as if he were playing a game. His opponent, however, was trembling and drenched in sweat. Ah, this is infuriating. Didn't you all say you could win? Yet you lost so miserably. What use is it to support you? You can't even handle a naive kid? Boss, calm down. We underestimated him. His gambling skills are incredibly strong, definitely top 10 in the world. We can only make it into the top 100. Is that so? Yes, we wouldn't dare lie to you. Quickly find a master, hurry. In the monitoring room, the casino boss was furious. Duluan just arrived at the entrance. His disciple, Pang San, was set up and lost 850 million. He's here to take revenge for his disciple. It's very likely that this person is the one who won against Pang San. Duluan, ranked 5th in the world? Ah, that's great. Please have him come over immediately. Ah, finally found you, Zhang Chen. This time, let's see how you die. Pang San, having received the news, grinned sinisterly. He never expected that Zhang Chen would dare to go to the casino to cause trouble. Was he tired of living? The dealer finally lost the last chip. In front of Zhang Chen, however, there was a mountain of chips totaling 1 billion. In fact, Zhang Chen was not even satisfied. Winning was simply too easy. Not only because of his high gambling skills but also because he had X-ray vision. He could see through everything. Waiter, exchange these chips for cash, Zhang Chen said calmly. I don't think that's necessary. Although the dealer was pale from losing, his eyes now sparkled. Why? Zhang Chen was not nervous, but his voice had turned icy. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu became tense. Could it be that the casino couldn't afford to lose? Would they resort to violence? This wasn't Deep City, but a place they were unfamiliar with. Because you're about to be sent out, the dealer said confidently. You mean there are more experts coming to gamble with me? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Yes. Please wait a moment, the dealer replied. I hope you won't disappoint me and bring more money. Expectation flickered on Zhang Chen's face. Ha, you really don't know how to live. The dealer and the croupier looked at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. Only they knew the power and terror of the ghost hand, Durin. He had dominated the gambling scene for 10 years, ranking in the top 5 in the world. A true gambling king, he had hardly ever lost. How could a young lad like him deal with that? Bang! The door was pushed open. 3 people walked in. 2 of them Zhang Chen recognized, Pang San and the bruised Wan Kuang. The other was in his 40s, slicked back hair, dressed in a suit. He exuded an extraordinary presence. Master, it's him, Pang San pointed at Zhang Chen. Is it you who set up the game and won 850 million from my disciple? Durin's murderous aura was palpable, fierce, and domineering. You've got some guts. Don't you even ask who Pang San's master is? To me, you are just passerby A and passerby B. Do I need to inquire who you are? What a joke, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. You won 850 million from them. Do you think that's just 8? 5? And you act as if nothing happened? Who are you trying to fool? Durin's face was filled with anger. Ha ha, indeed. Poverty limits your imagination. 850 million is an astronomical figure. You are truly pitiful, Zhang Chen said with a look of pity. All right. After all these years, you are the first to be so arrogant in front of me, Durin. Just wait, I will make you lose everything, even the pants on your body. As for these 2 beauties, they will stay with me tonight. I believe they will be delighted. Because I, Durin, am known for my generosity. Spending lavishly is no empty talk, Durin shouted with a murderous intent. Lose everything? Lose my pants? That's a good idea. I will definitely fulfill your wish. Just afraid you might chicken out and not dare to continue. Zhang Chen was thoroughly enraged. This bastard had crossed a line by targeting the women around him. The dignity of the world's #1 gambling king could not be insulted. Those who insult him must die. So bold, Durin was furious. As a super-powerful gambling king, he had swept through the major gambling arenas around the world, defeating all opponents. His fame was immense, his presence unmatched. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? What courage do I need to deal with a nameless pawn like you? Zhang Chen said lightly. Come, let's get started. You can choose the gambling tools. I will accompany you to the end. I've seen many madmen like you, but their graves are already 3 feet high. They all lost everything and committed suicide. A cold smile appeared on Durin's face. He sat down confidently in front of Zhang Chen. In no time, he exchanged for 10 billion in chips. The pinnacle of the world's gambling game began. One side was the ghost hand Durin, ranked 5th in the world. The other was the inexperienced Zhang Chen. The former was renowned, shocking the world. The latter had little record, having only won 2 games today. You said I could choose the gambling method, and you would accompany me, right? A cruel smile appeared on Durin's face. Yes, Zhang Chen replied casually. Then the croupier will deal the cards, and we will each grab 5 cards to see whose is bigger. Durin said, it's 10 billion around. What do you think? All right, Zhang Chen still wore an indifferent expression. God, what kind of fool is this, daring to gamble with Durin like this? Does he really not know Durin? Doesn't he know Durin is nicknamed the Ghost Hand? Everyone in the casino looked at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. Ha, this is it. This idiot is about to lose his pants. The casino owner in the surveillance room laughed heartily. Several attendants also chuckled. Ghost Hand Durin's gambling style is the best in the world. No one can surpass it. Even the current gambling king, Melnaz, suffered a crushing defeat against Durin. So, this is a guaranteed win. The dealer began shuffling the cards rapidly, her speed like lightning. Then she said seriously, both sides can only snatch the cards in their hands, otherwise, it will be considered a violation, and you will lose directly. Once both sides nodded, she suddenly threw the cards into the air. The cards instantly scattered, fluttering down. The 2 moved. Both hands quickly reached out to grab the cards. Swish, swish, swish. Their hands even collided a few times, not allowing the other to grab the big cards. In the blink of an eye, they were back in their seats, glaring at each other. Please reveal your cards, the dealer said. You first, Zhang Chen replied with a faint smile. You're definitely going to lose. Durin slammed 5 cards onto the table and slowly spread them out. It was a straight flush, AKQJ10. Even though they were hearts, they were still incredibly strong cards. For Zhang Chen to win, he needed the spade AKQJ10. That was nearly impossible. Wow, that's amazing. Everyone was stunned, filled with admiration. Truly, Ghost Hand Duran was impressive. Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei began to feel nervous. Could Zhang Chen really lose? I'm definitely going to lose? Are you sure? Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Just now, I prevented you from getting the spade. That card fell to the ground. Ghost Hand Duran said confidently, so, you can't possibly win against me. Ha ha, Zhang Chen, you idiot. Do you know who my master is? It's Ghost Hand Duran. This gambling style is the best in the world. No one can surpass it. Pang San laughed excitedly. With this, he had won Zhang Chen $1 billion. The 850 million that went out had returned, plus an additional 150 million in winnings. As for the money the casino had put out, it would easily be won back later. The casino would provide a reward, no less than 100 million. So, do you dare to raise the stakes? I'll match whatever you put in. Zhang Chen ignored Pang San and simply looked at Ghost Hand Duran, saying calmly, then let's raise it by another $1 billion. Ghost Hand Duran declared without hesitation. He pushed the spade behind him, ensuring it would fall to the ground. How could he be intimidated? Soon, both sides swiped their cards again, exchanging for $1 billion in chips, piling them on the table. A 20 billion bet was an absolutely astonishing gamble. Everyone was shocked. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu trembled nervously. Even Duran's face was flushed with excitement. Winning 20 billion with a single hand would surpass all previous records. It was bound to become a legend in the gambling world. You can reveal your cards now, Duran commanded. As you wish. Zhang Chen gently turned over his 5 cards. One by one, he laid them out. It was the spade KQJ10. The entire room was stunned into silence. Duran's eyes nearly bulged out, his face filled with disbelief. Zhang Chen actually grabbed the spade? How could that be? He lost? Lost 20 billion? This was all the wealth he had earned in his lifetime. Pang San, who had been excitedly laughing and eagerly anticipating, seemed struck by lightning. He couldn't move, his whole body turned cold. A deep fear surged within him. Lost? Did he drag his master down with a 20 billion loss? Wouldn't his master kill him? It's over, it's over. The hole is getting bigger and bigger. Is Zhang Chen a devil? Wan Kuang was utterly despairing, lost and disheartened. He had a premonition that his life was completely ruined. He owed 700 million. How could he repay that? How is this possible? The casino owner and the many attendants were also left dumbfounded. His eyes were almost bursting. Senior brother won again. What the hell is that Ghost Hand Duran? What world number 1? It's nothing. Brother, how is the real master of speed? Double first place. What is Ghost Hand Duran even worth? Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei both smiled brightly, excitedly whispering in their hearts. It was so thrilling. Winning 20 billion in one go. I want to see the surveillance footage. Ghost Hand Duran finally calmed down, his killing intent surging as he shouted. He suspected Zhang Chen was cheating. Cheating was still possible. As long as he had a black spade on him, he could just pull it out. The surveillance footage began to replay immediately, the scene of the card snatching appearing on the wall's display screen. The speed was slowed down by more than 10 times. The black spade appeared, falling from the sky. At that moment, Duran had already grabbed 3 cards, all hearts. So, he casually flicked the black spade behind his head. Then it slowly fell. As it descended to Ghost Hand Duran's lower back, a hand, like a ghost, reached out from the side. It caught it. Due to the speed being too fast, no one saw it. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ghost Hand Duran also stared blankly. Was Zhang Chen a god? How could he see that card? And he even reached around Duran's body to grab the black spade? You lost. Ghost Hand Duran's face turned pale. Anger, frustration, despair, and pain reached an unbearable level. He thought he had the upper hand, but lost everything in one go. 40 billion for a bet. Do you dare? Zhang Chen said lightly. I have no money left. Duran gritted his teeth. Lost 20 billion and you have no money left? You were so arrogant just now. I thought you had tens of billions. Enough for me to win a few times, Zhang Chen said disdainfully, then coldly added, how about this? Your 2 eggs in your pants, 1 egg for 20 billion, 2 eggs for 40 billion. Do you dare to bet them? If you win, not only can you break even, but you can also win back 20 billion. See, I'm generous, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces showed disbelief. Zhang Chen actually valued Duran's 2 eggs at 40 billion as a bet? Such a bet had never been heard of in history. Did they have a blood feud? Do we have a grudge? Not just them, even Duran looked puzzled and asked. The first time I met you, I had no grudge. But what did you say when we met? Don't tell me you forgot, Zhang Chen said coldly. The venue fell silent. Almost everyone looked incredulous. Some even started to shiver. Just because Duran had said something offensive to the 2 women earlier? He wanted Duran's 2 eggs? That was too cruel, too excessive, right? An eye for an eye? A heart smaller than a needle's eye? But Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were moved to tears. Zhang Chen actually cared about them so much? Duran was also trembling with anger, his eyes turning red. He felt a bit regretful, thinking he shouldn't have been so quick with his tongue earlier. Now he had offended a ruthless person. The trouble was a bit big. I've already given you the chance, it's up to you to seize it, Zhang Chen said. Actually, I don't have confidence in winning against you, because your speed is really fast enough that people can't see clearly. But since you dared to offend the women around me, betting 40 billion on your 2 eggs is worth it. Duran didn't want to lose and become a eunuch, becoming the laughingstock of the world. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse, but the words were swallowed back. He had worked hard all his life in the casino to earn over 20 billion. Now he had lost it all. If he admitted defeat like this, could he still live a luxurious life like before? Could he still enjoy beautiful women, fine wine, and delicious food? Could he still be admired and respected by countless people? The answer was, of course, no. His fame was too great, and he had received red envelopes from the casino. No casino would give him any more, nor would they allow him to win money. If he insisted on gambling, he would be beaten to death. Thus, he would inevitably end up impoverished and in a terribly tragic situation. But if he agreed to gamble with Zhang Chen again, betting 2 of his eggs, and won, then his fate would be completely different. His life could even reach its peak. So, do I have a chance of winning? Duran began to analyze calmly. The scene of his earlier confrontation with Zhang Chen flashed in his mind. Zhang Chen's hand speed was also very fast, but it seemed to be just a bit slower than his. The reason he lost was due to a strategic error. He should have held onto the ace of spades and thrown it on the ground at a critical moment. Then he would have undoubtedly won. He would learn from this lesson next time. However, there was still a bit of doubt. How could Zhang Chen see the cards behind him? Did he see him push the ace of spades to the back? Did he accidentally grab it just right? That was luck. Yes, it was just good luck. I won't give you another chance. With this thought, he became confident, his eyes shining with determination as he stared at Zhang Chen. Do you mean what you say? Of course, Zhang Chen replied with a smirk. I might just lose some money, but if you lose, you'll be down 2 eggs. What do I have to fear? I bet with you. Duran's face flushed with humiliation, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. This round, he had to win. He would take it step by step and turn the tables. He would make Zhang Chen lose everything, his pants, and finally, his 2 eggs, becoming a eunuch for life. Under the bizarre gazes of the crowd, the betting agreement was established. Zhang Chen used 4 billion in chips, while Duran bet 2 eggs for a single round. Zhang Chen signed with ease and pleasure. Duran's hand trembled as he signed. Although he was a formidable gambling king, he had never found himself in such a miserable situation. However, he was a born gambler, extremely stubborn. He would not admit defeat without losing all his capital. So, he awkwardly wrote down his name. My God, really betting 2 eggs? Wow, I've seen bets on hands and feet, but betting eggs is a first. This is definitely a groundbreaking first. A pioneering gambling match, destined to be recorded in history. Everyone was secretly murmuring, their expressions complex, absurd, expectant, excited, thrilled, and more. Master, you must win. Pang San was already dumbfounded, pale as a ghost. Wan Quan was even more terrified. He had thought Zhang Chen was a big fat sheep, but who knew he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with even the world gambling king Duran betting 2 eggs? How ruthless and vicious was that? Did they really think they could win his money? It was simply courting death. Senior brother will definitely win. Brother Hao will surely win. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were also very nervous, their hands tightly clasped together, as if this could give Zhang Chen strength. The unprecedented gamble began. The two sat facing each other. Zhang Chen asked lightly, how do you want to bet? Just like before. Duran closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Other betting methods had opportunities, but they were slim. Pang San had already tried. Zhang Chen was skilled in cards, dice, and pai gao. He was no less than himself, and perhaps even better. Whoosh! The dealer shuffled the cards and tossed them into the air once more. The two sprang up instantly, reaching for the cards. Duran wanted to block Zhang Chen from grabbing the cards, but he only felt a flash in his eyes. Zhang Chen had already snatched the cards and tossed them onto the table, revealing the ace, king, queen, jack, and 10 of spades. He hadn't even managed to grab a single card. Damn it, I've been tricked. Duran felt a chill run through him, his face turning paler than a corpse. He was clear-headed. In the first round, Zhang Chen deliberately didn't use his full strength, his hand speed not reaching its limit, just to give himself a glimmer of hope to win, allowing him to gamble with him again. In other words, by the first round, Zhang Chen had already set the stage. He had to win his 2 eggs. How vicious, how ruthless. I just said one offensive word. You schemed to take my 2 eggs? How regretful. If I had chosen another way to gamble, I might still have a chance to win. Now it's completely over. Oh my god, this speed is too fast. It's normal for Duran to lose. Duran fell for the trap, losing in his strongest event. Now he's in a miserable state. He can't keep his 2 eggs. From now on, he'll have to become a eunuch. Duran is finished, completely finished. Who would believe that he ended up like this just because he offended 2 women? My god, you can provoke Zhang Chen, but never lay a hand on the women around him. That will end very badly. Everyone's gaze was blank. I won. Where are my 2 eggs? Zhang Chen looked at the dealer and asked coldly. Bring someone, cut off Duran's 2 eggs. The dealer's heart trembled, but he could only give the order. Several big men rushed in, followed by a few doctors carrying hemostatic and emergency tools. They pinned Duran to the ground, and amidst his pig-like screams, they cut off his 2 eggs on the spot. They placed them on a tray and brought it to Zhang Chen. Take it to feed the dogs. Zhang Chen ordered indifferently. I never expected that Duran, would end up in such a state. Duran lay on the ground, trembling in pain. His face was filled with despair and anguish. The regret in his heart flowed like the Yangtze River, endless and unceasing. Why help Pang San? It was clearly Pang San who set the trap. He deserved to lose everything. Even if he wanted to stand out, why offend the women around Zhang Chen with words? The reason he could live freely until today was that he hadn't encountered a ruthless person. One must not be too arrogant in life. Unfortunately, he realized this too late. Daring to offend the people around me leads to this kind of end. Zhang Chen pointed at Duran, his gaze disdainful, sweeping over Wan Kuang and Pang San. Thud, thud, the 2 were so scared they collapsed to the ground, their souls gone. So vicious, so brutal. The 2 school beauties naturally didn't dare to watch such a scene and had turned away long ago, but the feelings in their hearts were unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, Zhang Chen could ask them to do anything, and they would agree. This is a small token of our casino's appreciation. Please be lenient. The casino owner personally presented a red envelope. A ruthless person like Zhang Chen, with such incredible gambling skills, even Duran lost everything, even his eggs. If he didn't soften up, Zhang Chen would continue to gamble, and the casino would soon change its surname. Zhang Chen activated his X-ray vision and discovered that inside was a check for 10 million. He didn't decline and accepted it, because he had already won 500 million from the casino. From now on, Zhang Chen wouldn't come to this casino to win money again. Otherwise, it would break the rules. It would be like smashing someone's rice bowl. Moreover, if the casino encountered a super-skilled expert they couldn't handle, they could seek Zhang Chen's help, and he would be obliged to assist. Of course, the casino would offer generous rewards. At this moment, the night was deep. Zhang Chen and the others returned to the presidential suite, preparing to rest. Senior brother, you're amazing. Brother Hao, I admire you so much. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were ecstatic. Zhang Chen's gains that day were indeed impressive. He won 850 million during the day and another 2.5 billion at night, plus a 10 million red envelope, a total income of 3.36 billion. This was just a small test of his skills. If he participated in the World Gambling King competition or challenged numerous gambling kings in many super famous casinos, how much would he win? It was just for fun. Nothing much, Zhang Chen said casually. After chatting for a while longer, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Boom boom boom. In the middle of the night, suddenly there was lightning and thunder, and a torrential rain began to pour. Bang bang bang. The door to Zhang Chen's room was knocked on. He opened the door to find Wu Dongfei shivering outside in a sexy, alluring camisole nightgown. Senior brother, I'm scared of thunder. Can I come in? Come in. Zhang Chen was surprised. It was the first time he had seen a woman so afraid of thunder. Once Wu Dongfei shyly walked in, he closed the door. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. Wu Dongfei obediently agreed and quickly burrowed under the covers. Just then, a thunderclap sounded, shaking the ground. She let out a scream, jumped off the bed, and dove into Zhang Chen's arms, trembling like a quail. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Zhang Chen held her tightly, gently patting her shoulder. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on again. Zhang Chen opened the door casually. He saw Lu Shiyu shivering outside as well. How good, I'm so scared of thunder. Then come in. Zhang Chen shook his head secretly. What was wrong with these two beauties that they were both afraid of thunder? Thank you, how good. Lu Shiyu blushed and quickly walked in, only to see Wu Dongfei trembling in Zhang Chen's embrace. Her expression became a bit unnatural, even a little flustered. Boom boom boom. The heavy rain poured down, and the thunder roared again in a series. The lightning outside was blinding. Ah! Lu Shiyu let out a terrified scream. She also dove into Zhang Chen's arms, trembling alongside Wu Dongfei. Don't be afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Chen was also shocked. the thunder was really terrifying. He had no choice but to lie down with them on the bed, covering them with the blanket. He could only hope that the thunder would stop. Otherwise, with the two of them trembling in bed, they wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Fox spirit. You're a fox spirit too. Zhang Chen likes me. I warn you not to have any ideas about him. He confessed to me. He confessed to me too. But you already rejected him, and I didn't. Then can't I pursue him? The two school beauties were pushing and shoving under the blanket, whispering and bickering. The rain came quickly and left just as fast. In just about half an hour, the rain stopped, and the thunder disappeared. The night was silent. All right, get up. Go back to your rooms to sleep. Zhang Chen sighed in relief, but there was no response. Upon closer inspection, he found that both of them had already fallen asleep, breathing evenly. What the hell? They fell asleep so quickly? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. He pushed the two of them but couldn't wake them. He tried to pull his arm out, but they held on tightly, making it impossible to move. What to do? Zhang Chen was at a loss. Finally, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. He felt a fragrant scent wafting, soft as cotton. It was an unprecedented comfort. He soon fell asleep. Senior brother, you slept with me last night. You must take responsibility. How good, you also slept with me last night. You can't just walk away. When they woke up in the morning, the two school beauties confronted Zhang Chen one after the other. Did you not realize this is my room? Also, when the thunder stopped last night, I couldn't wake you no matter how much I shouted or shook you. How can you blame me? I was almost suffocated by you too. Zhang Chen said angrily. Anyway, we slept in the same bed for a night. If you don't care about me from now on, it's just abandoning me after starting something. Anyway, you held me all night last night. If you don't take responsibility, you're a scumbag. Two beautiful women glared at each other, the tension in the air palpable. Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. What responsibility did he have when he hadn't done anything? Sigh, were these two campus beauties really such cowards? Why were they so afraid of thunder? He was just trying to do a good deed and ended up in trouble? No wonder no one dares to help elderly people who fall anymore. They're just afraid of being blamed. Had he been blamed this time? Perhaps they were just joking? They didn't seem like the unreasonable type of women. All right, stop joking around, get up quickly. Zhang Chen put on a stern face, pretending to swat the two on their behinds. Finally, he managed to shoo them out. He got up himself, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Then he sat on the sofa in the hall, playing on his phone while contemplating the day's itinerary. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound of high heels echoed as Wu Dongfei and Lu Xiyu, dressed more beautifully than ever, entered the hall. One began to pose and flip her hair, while the other started to dance gracefully, calling it morning exercise. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Did they really have to be this alluring? Were they competing for beauty? Should he be the judge? Plum blossoms compete with spring but refuse to yield. Poets waste their ink on evaluations. The plum must concede 3 parts white to the snow, yet the snow loses a segment of fragrance to the plum. Zhang Chen recited slowly. The two flowers were equally stunning, competing fiercely. After a long while, no winner could be determined. Finally, they ceased their contest, each linking an arm with Zhang Chen and crowding him as they headed outside. Senior brother, let's go collect red envelopes. With so many casinos, it'll take some time. They were all very excited. Didn't you say you wanted to go shopping and sightseeing? Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Collecting red envelopes is more fun. Collecting red envelopes is exhilarating. The two women's beautiful eyes sparkled with fervor. Zhang Chen was a billionaire, indifferent to receiving a few million or tens of millions in red envelopes, but they were just ordinary people, thrilled to earn a few thousand a month. So, accompanying Zhang Chen to collect red envelopes from each casino, millions and tens of millions would roll in. If they didn't give, they could win several hundred million, even over a billion. How thrilling and refreshing. Moreover, he had already been intimate with Zhang Chen. Although nothing had happened, the closeness couldn't be denied. Zhang Chen collected red envelopes with great authority, feeling proud of himself. These two women are strange. They wouldn't be thinking of something inappropriate, would they? Zhang Chen breathed in the rich fragrance, his arms enveloped in warmth and softness. He felt a bit lightheaded, almost intoxicated. Once outside the hotel, however, something felt off. Suddenly, a dozen strong, intimidating men charged over, each over 6 feet tall. The leading man was at least 6.5 feet tall, built like an iron tower, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Is the black bear going to bully tourists again? What a sin! The black bear must have taken a liking to those two super beauties. That young man is doomed for bringing such beautiful women to play. The black bear practices the golden bell shield, with unbeatable defense and brute strength, he can take on a dozen men alone. Bringing so many to bully a young man is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The young man is in trouble, he'll probably have to kneel and admit defeat. Are you Zhang Chen? The black bear asked with a sinister grin. I am. What do you want? Zhang Chen replied indifferently. We're here to warn you, the Ayaman is not welcoming you. Please leave immediately. The black bear's tone was icy. What if we don't leave? Zhang Chen withdrew his hands from the warmth and took a step forward. Then we'll have to break both your arms and completely incapacitate you. The black bear radiated menace. I'm telling you clearly, I won't leave. Moreover, I plan to visit all the casinos. Zhang Chen remained unfazed and provocatively replied. Brave, but you're asking for trouble. Big brother, don't waste your breath on him. Just take him down and see how he gambles. Looking for death. The group of burly men erupted in anger, making a ruckus. Are you sure you don't want your hands anymore? The black bear asked with a sinister grin. If you have the guts, come and take them. What are you comparing? Zhang Chen continued to provoke, seemingly oblivious to fear. However, Lu Shiyu trembled in fear. Only Wu Dongfei was unafraid, knowing Zhang Chen possessed formidable strength. Disable him, the black bear ordered loudly, completely enraged. Kill, kill, kill. A dozen burly men charged at him frantically. Their fists rained down on Zhang Chen like a storm. He. Zhang Chen let out a disdainful cold laugh. Two fists alternated in a flurry of strikes. Fast, too fast, so fast that the men couldn't even react. They only felt a massive hammer hit their noses. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattered nasal bones. Excruciating pain surged. Ah. They flew backward, crashing to the ground several meters away. Blood gushed from their noses, rolling and screaming in agony, like slaughtered pigs. Yet Zhang Chen stood there unscathed, arms wrapped around the waists of two school beauties, as if he hadn't just sent everyone flying. I didn't expect you to be a master after all. The black bear's face showed a hint of wariness. But today, when I say I will disable you, I will. Just lie down for me. He lunged forward, his fist the size of a bowl striking out rapidly. A brutal combination of punches. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch produced a sound like an explosion, like a tire bursting. He. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, not even looking. His right foot shot up, striking the black bear squarely in the mouth. Bang! The black bear, like a mountain, instantly toppled backward. The ground shook from the impact. Ah! The black bear let out a piercing scream, spitting out a dozen bloodied teeth. Yet he struggled to rise again, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand. He swung it rapidly. In an instant, the cold glint dazzled, and the whistling sound was ear-piercing. The chilling killing intent was palpable. In the blink of an eye, he had thrust dozens of daggers at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen wore a mocking smile, easily dodging while holding the two school beauties. Then he suddenly kicked out twice, striking the black bear's wrists. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Ah. The dagger flew from the black bear's hand into the air. He fell to the ground again, rolling and screaming, my hand, my hand. He was a master, of course. He knew his hand had suffered a comminuted fracture and could never recover. But who could he blame? Just moments ago, he had wanted to disable Zhang Chen's hands. Now, being disabled himself was only natural, right? Zhang Chen had dodged for so long, and countless onlookers had witnessed it. Disabling the opponent's hands was self-defense. There was no need to worry. Hiss. This young man is so strong. This young man is ruthless. Incredible, too incredible. The black bear in front of him is like a 3-year-old baby. This person is too strong. Everyone was utterly shocked. People in nearby hotels also watched through telescopes, their faces turning ashen. The test had failed. Zhang Chen was not easy to bully. It was hard to stop him from sweeping through the casino. How good? Do you still know martial arts? Lu Shiyu looked at him with surprise and admiration. You made me the strongest man in the world, Zhang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Lu Shiyu looked confused. How did she make him the strongest man in the world? Did he mean that he unleashed his primal power to protect her? Thinking of this, her heart softened. A wave of sweetness surged in her heart, spreading throughout her body. Let's go. Zhang Chen no longer delayed, leading the two beauties away. The next part went very smoothly. Walking into any casino, the casino owner would obediently hand over a check. Small casinos are worth 2 to 3 million. Big casinos are worth 10 to 20 million. Soon, hundreds of millions would be in hand. This is too exhilarating. How about we take another trip to Las Vegas? Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were extremely excited. They felt an unprecedented thrill and a sense of pride. They even felt unsatisfied and wanted to raid Las Vegas again. No more trips. You need to go back to class. Zhang Chen refused without hesitation. Although receiving red envelopes was enjoyable, he didn't want to go just for that. Earning millions a day from a street stall isn't satisfying? If a super beauty happens to come by, and after a heartfelt confession is rejected, receiving a 10,000-fold compensation, isn't that appealing? Plus, he could chat and boast with his old classmate Jiang Baishue. He could even brainstorm for an online novel. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he not seize the time? On Monday morning, the three of them went shopping in Xiamen and returned to Shenzhen in the afternoon. It was too rushed. We didn't buy anything. The time was too tight. It was just a fleeting glance, not satisfying. The two beauties pouted a bit, acting spoiled. Since you didn't get to enjoy yourselves this time, I'll give you a very special gift. Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously. What gift? The eyes of the two campus beauties lit up, their faces filled with anticipation. Zhang Chen had gone to Xiamen and returned with over 4 billion. The gift he was giving must be extraordinary. How about I give you a piece of gambling stone material? Zhang Chen led them into a gambling stone shop. This shop was right in Shenwan. Zhang Chen had been there before and even gambled once, but of course, he lost everything. But today, Zhang Chen was no longer the same Zhang Chen. He had activated his X-ray vision. With such an incredible ability, how could he pass by a gambling stone shop without trying his luck and bringing back some precious jade? Whether for his own collection or as a gift, it would be very impressive. You're giving us gambling stone material? The two campus beauties were taken aback. This was indeed a very special gift. However, they also knew that gambling stone material was basically just rock, and the probability of it yielding jade was probably less than 1%. Not too big. I don't want it too big either. Something the size of a fist will do. Just as a keepsake, the two beauties said. Do you think it's not precious, so you want a small one? A strange expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Isn't that so? But as long as it's from you, I like it. Even if you give me a piece of mud, I'd be very happy. Let me tell you secretly, I am actually the world's #1 gambling king, and the kind that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Gambling stones are always a sure bet. So, the gambling stone material I give you will be very precious. Make sure you don't throw it away, okay? Zhang Chen whispered. The two beauties' hearts trembled. The world's #1 gambling king? They wanted to doubt it, but the fact that Zhang Chen swept through the Xiamen casino told them it should be true. However, was the world's #1 gambling king skilled in gambling stones? They had never heard of that. Could it be that Zhang Chen was bragging? Or was he just joking? The floor of the gambling stone shop was filled with various shapes of gambling stone material. Many were dull and unremarkable. There were even many leftover fragments from cuts. There were plenty the size of a fist. Of course, there were also half-gambling materials with opened windows, revealing a sparkling green light. The cheaper ones were only a few dozen, while the expensive ones cost millions. There were many customers, all eagerly selecting gambling stone materials, then going to cut the stones, going through a whole ordeal. When they saw Zhang Chen and the two beauties enter, countless gazes were cast their way. Some people's eyes went wide, their expressions dazed. Some covered their noses, but still, blood flowed out. It was simply because Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu were too sexy and stunning. They are the kind that makes you completely addicted at first glance. They can make you fall in love at first sight. For such women, you would disregard everything just to pursue them. You could even give up everything. Oh my god, they are so beautiful. Could they be movie stars? Who is that man? Why is he so close to them? Are they all his girlfriends? Heavens, I finally meet a goddess I fall in love with at first sight, and it's two of them. But they actually have boyfriends? Another rich second generation, how annoying. Immediately, the discussions rose and fell. Their eyes burned with anger and jealousy. Zhang Chen activated his X-ray vision and looked through. Then he shook his head secretly. Almost all of them were just white stones without jade. Even those semi-gambling materials with open windows were deceptive. Only the top experts would open windows, and where they opened, there was just a thin layer of jade. If bought, it would definitely lead to a total loss. After a round, he had seen through all the gambling stones. Zhang Chen picked out 3 pieces of rough stone. One was the size of a grapefruit, one was the size of a half basketball, and the last one was only the size of 2 fists. Of course, there was jade inside. In fact, there were a few other rough stones that were decent, but the quality of the jade inside was not high, so it wasn't worth it. He didn't take them. He spent a total of over 400,000. He even bought a set of stone-cutting tools. Then he returned to Deep Bay Garden. Isn't this too luxurious? Lu Shiyu was visiting Zhang Chen's mansion for the first time and was immediately stunned. Had she ever seen such a luxurious house? 5 floors connected? Was it really necessary to be this extravagant? You live here alone? This small one belongs to me, and these 2 big ones are gifts for you. You can choose one, Zhang Chen said. You choose, I won't choose. You choose for me. The two campus beauties smiled like flowers. All right. Zhang Chen carefully examined the two of them. He then looked closely at the jade inside the rough stones. He gave the larger one to Wu Dongfei and the smaller one to Lu Shiyu. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, Hao Gu. The two treated them like treasures, holding them close. I want to cut this one open, Zhang Chen said, then took the stone and the machine to the storage room. The two beauties naturally followed in, holding their rough stones, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Senior brother, can you cut mine first? Wu Dongfei asked eagerly. Are you sure you want to cut it open now? Zhang Chen replied. It's too heavy if I don't cut it, and it's hard to keep, Wu Dongfei said. But if you cut it open, it will reveal wealth, and thieves will take notice. Zhang Chen warned. Are you sure there's precious jade? What if there's nothing? Wu Dongfei pouted in rebuttal. Then let me show you my skills, Zhang Chen said, taking the rough stone from Wu Dongfei's arms and began to cut it. The sound of cutting echoed. The stone was sliced in half. Wu Dongfei poured water on it, but there was no green at all. Senior brother, you're just bragging, Wu Dongfei pouted. Don't rush. Zhang Chen quickly continued cutting. Then he used a grinding machine to polish it carefully. Slowly, a bright red jade emerged, crystal clear, dazzling, and stunningly beautiful. It was the size of a palm and half a fist thick. Its value might not be less than that of a house. Could this be ice-type red jade? So beautiful, senior brother, you are truly amazing. Wu Dongfei cheered, her face filled with joy. Do you like it? Zhang Chen handed it to Wu Dongfei, smiling as he asked. I love it so much. This is the best and most precious gift I've ever received in my life. Senior brother, you are so good to me. Wu Dongfei cradled the jadeite in her hands, shyly leaning into Zhang Chen's embrace, her face filled with happiness and excitement, her eyes brimming with tender affection. Don't just throw yourself into someone's arms. Can't a beautiful woman like you be a bit more reserved? Do you want to be the subject of ridicule? Zhang Chen thought to himself with a hint of disdain. Brother Hao, I want to cut too. Lu Shiyu said, her eyes red with envy, filled with anticipation. Zhang Chen began to cut the rough stone Lu Shiyu had chosen. Unlike others, he cut from the side. He didn't want to split a complete piece of jadeite in half, as that would diminish its value. Snip, snip, snip. Slowly, only a small portion of the rough remained. Zhang Chen started polishing it. Gradually, a hint of yellow began to show. Wow! Lu Shiyu was already so excited that she splashed some water on it. Now it was clear. It was indeed yellow jadeite. Oh my god, is this ice-type chicken oil yellow? Lu Shiyu exclaimed in surprise. Brother Hao, you are truly amazing, to an unbelievable extent. Don't rush, it's not polished yet, Zhang Chen replied with a smile. He also liked this type of jadeite very much. It was quite lucky to encounter both red and yellow jade this time. He planned to explore more when he had the time. He continued polishing, and soon it was fully polished. It was indeed chicken oil yellow, even larger than a fist. Crystal clear and stunningly beautiful. This is for you. Do you like it? Zhang Chen said with a smile. I love it. I love it so much. It's so beautiful, simply the best treasure in the world. I want to keep it forever. Lu Shiyu, like Wu Dongfei, leaped into Zhang Chen's arms, her face radiating happiness and surprise. Sigh, do my arms cost nothing? Everyone is asking for hugs. Zhang Chen secretly sighed. Isn't it better to be a bit reserved? Shameless, Wu Dongfei was furious, wishing she could pull Lu Shiyu away. She quickly said, Brother Hao, your piece hasn't been cut yet. Right, it's my turn now. Zhang Chen immediately pushed Lu Shiyu away and began cutting the stone with enthusiasm. Soon, he had cut it out and polished it nearly to completion. Washing off the dust revealed its true form. It was about the size of half a fist, fully green, transparent, without a single flaw. It was simply too beautiful. Senior brother, could this be the legendary glass-type Imperial Green? Wu Dongfei asked in shock. I'm not too sure. I don't know much about jadeite, Zhang Chen said. I just simply like this very transparent green. The two school beauties were utterly speechless. You don't know much about jadeite, yet you bought 3 stones and cut out 3 such beautiful pieces? Are you a deity? Is the world's #1 gambler really that magical? Always winning? Actually, I don't know much about jadeite either. Me neither. How about we shoot a video and take some photos, then post them on the jadeite forum to see what others say? Whatever you want. Zhang Chen shrugged. So the two school beauties quickly completed the video and took the photos. They sent them to the jadeite forum, asking everyone about the quality of the jadeite and its estimated value. They even posted the weight. They were very meticulous. Then they went swimming on the 5th floor with Zhang Chen. As for the swimsuits, they were, of course, bought today at the mall. Wu Dongfei wore a blue bikini, showcasing her stunning figure, her long legs perfectly exposed. Lu Shiyu wore a white bikini, with ample coverage where it needed to be and just enough where it was slim. They looked like two beautiful mermaids, alluring and enchanting. Lu Shiyu was very good at swimming, fast and skilled. But Wu Dongfei, coming from the north, couldn't swim at all. Senior brother, teach me. You've come to the right person. In at most 3 days, I can teach you. Zhang Chen was full of confidence. He was from the south, with a great river in front of his house, and had grown up in the water. He began to teach her step by step. Inevitably, there would be intimate contact. This vixen must be pretending not to know on purpose. She schemed against me once. Lu Shiyu was furious, her eyes darting as she said, "How good, you go take a break. I'll teach Dongfei." "Sure, I'll go smoke a cigarette." Zhang Chen's craving for a smoke hit just right, and he left without hesitation. "Did I ask you to teach?" Wu Dongfei was so angry she almost spat blood. This woman was really inexplicable. Was their relationship that good? She felt disgusted and swam for a while before coming ashore. The two immediately picked up their phones and entered the Jade Forum. Someone replied, "So many, how good, you quickly look." The two campus beauties were overjoyed, crowding around the smoking Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen curiously looked over. Sure enough, there were many replies. "Don't be modest, OP. You're a Jade Master and a top billionaire. Identification complete. Are you here to show off, OP? OP must be in the jewelry business. How could you not understand Jade? How could you not know the price? That piece of glass-type Imperial Green is worth at least 500 million. Ice-type Red Jade, bright and stunning, top quality, at least 50 million. Ice-type Chicken Oil Yellow, pure and transparent, extremely beautiful. 50 million is the lowest price. The one upstairs is a valuation expert, respect. This must be fake, right? Where is there a glass-type Imperial Green Jade that big? The Chicken Oil Yellow and Red Jade look real though. I want to buy it for 100 million. OP, are you selling? For that piece of glass-type Imperial Green, I'll offer 600 million. My phone number is. OP, you must contact me. What? Red Jade and Chicken Oil Yellow worth 50 million? Imperial Green worth 500 million? The two campus beauties were truly dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Originally, they estimated it would be at most a few 100,000. Who knew it was so precious? This was terrifying. Zhang Chen casually bought 3 stones and made 600 million? He was simply a reincarnation of the god of wealth. Being his woman, would they still have to worry about money? They wouldn't have to worry for 100 lifetimes, right? Such an expensive gift, I can't accept. Immediately, the two beauties said in panic at the same time. Although they had already considered themselves Zhang Chen's girlfriends, he hadn't acknowledged it yet. Even as a girlfriend, such an expensive gift should be declined. You both have the qualification to accept, so don't refuse, Zhang Chen said. Wu Dongfei had given him mastery over countless languages, although it hadn't been of much use yet. If he traveled to places with many animals, like Shenangjia, it would definitely come in handy. And Lu Shiyu had directly transformed him into the world's #1 tough guy, which was immensely beneficial. These were things that wealth couldn't buy. What qualification? Explain clearly. The two beauties were both expectant and frustrated. How could they both have qualifications? Did he really want to play both sides? Because you are both top beauties, Zhang Chen said. This reason was powerful enough. The two campus beauties were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, yet felt sweet inside. After some more refusals, they finally accepted. They each found a chance to tell Zhang Chen, later, "Come to my room. I also have a precious gift for you." A precious gift? Trying to trick me? No way. Zhang Chen scoffed. He had been with them for days, and he could see through them. There were no secrets between them. He knew exactly what they had in their bags. Of course, he knew they had no precious gifts. He locked the door without hesitation and went to bed to rest. The weather was great tonight, no thunder. He would definitely be able to sleep well. So nice. Damn, you. Are you setting up a stall again? In the morning, Zhang Baishuei came over to set up his stall and immediately saw that the stall next door was already ready. Zhang Chen was sitting there, typing rapidly on his phone. Zhang Baishuei stared in shock, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. Old Zhang, you're 10 minutes late today. Zhang Chen typed with his left hand while lighting a cigarette with his right. He looked cool and handsome. I say, old classmate, you're a wealthy man. Why do you want to set up a stall? Zhang Baishuei took a small stool and sat down next to Zhang Chen. There's no job more refreshing than setting up a stall. I really enjoy it, Zhang Chen said. By the way, did any super beauties pass by yesterday? There really was one. TSK. She was stunning, so alluring it made one drool. Her figure was absolutely the best in the world, 3 times prettier than any movie star. Zhang Baishuei slapped his thigh. What a loss. Zhang Chen felt incredibly frustrated. Although he made billions yesterday, it probably didn't compare to the compensation for being rejected by the super beauty. She should live nearby, there will be another chance. But can you handle it alone? You already have 2 girlfriends, isn't that enough? Who said I have 2 girlfriends? Everyone in the group is saying so. Zhang Chen glanced at the chat records and found it to be true. The main content was about how Zhang Chen brought 2 campus beauties to Joanna's wedding, hugging them closely and being incredibly intimate. While playing cards, he was also kissing their cheeks. Then there were mentions of 2 jerks eating pumpkin, along with photos. Although Jiang Baixue never participated in class activities and never spoke in the group, he was the most attentive to public news. How could he not see these discussions? Suddenly, another classmate spoke up in the group. I have a top secret announcement. Wan Kuang has gone bankrupt. So, Joanna and Wan Kuang have broken up. Impossible. Is it true? Of course it's true. Wan Kuang lost 850 million at the gambling den and still owes his cousin 700 million. Could it be that Zhang Chen won his money? Exer Chiwei, Sha Zhangwen, didn't you also go to the gambling den? What's the situation? Wan Kuang set a trap, letting his gambling king apprentice's cousin take action, trying to win Zhang Chen's 20 million in gold, but ended up losing 850 million to Zhang Chen. Joanna and Wan Kuang broke up on the spot. I don't know what happened afterward. Sha and I came back immediately. Did you really win 850 million from Wan Kuang? Jiang Baixue asked cautiously. Just giving him a lesson, Zhang Chen said lightly. Damn, it's true. That's brutal. You've left Wan Kuang in a hopeless situation. Jiang Baixue was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. What is a ruthless person? This is it. Zhang Chen continued typing, occasionally calling out to customers, and if a beauty came by, he would steal a few more glances. You type too fast. It's a wonder you don't crash. Jiang Baixue shook his head while looking at what Zhang Chen was typing. Really going to crash? The writing is good, but the plot is completely loose, just random thoughts and jumbled nonsense. If it doesn't crash, it's against nature. I'm just practicing my writing, typing, and relieving boredom, Zhang Chen said with a smile. It was about to go online soon, with only a few hundred collections. If it became popular, it would be a miracle. So, does that mean he would soon receive system compensation? Awesome. Boss, let's go play basketball. Boss, why set up a stall? Let's go play basketball. In the afternoon, 4 roommates came over, enthusiastically inviting Zhang Chen. No, I want to set up a stall and watch beauties. Zhang Chen refused without hesitation. There's no business right now? What beauties are you watching? Boss, it's a competition between our dorm and the dorm next door. The losers have to buy drinks. We can't do it without you. We need 5 people. A competition? You mean a basketball game? Then how good are they? Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. What if they lost the match? The system should compensate him. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. The dorm next door is full of northerners. 2 of them are 1.9 meters tall, and the rest are above 1.75 meters. Their skills are quite good. They have the title of the best basketball dorm in Futang. But we are not weak either. With you as the leader, we will definitely win. Old Jiang, help me watch the stall. I'm going to play basketball. Go ahead. Jiang Baixue waved his hand. Then he looked enviously at the 4 who crowded around Zhang Chen and left. What a peculiar person. He was now a graduate student but never attended classes. He came to set up a stall every day. But the teachers didn't care about him. After all, with his speed ranking first in 2 categories, he had made a huge contribution to the school's reputation, so he didn't have to worry about graduating. It's just a pity about those 10 foreign languages and that super impressive computer technology. However, Zhang Chen, with a fortune of over $1 billion, could live the life he wanted, right? Unlike himself, who set up a stall just to make a living. If he didn't set up for a day, he would go hungry for a day. Sigh, comparing people really makes one angry. Jiang Baixue sighed deeply. The basketball court was bustling today. The school basketball team was divided into 2 groups, playing a match. Each one was full of passion, showcasing their skills. There were also 2 other dorms playing matches, equally fierce and impressive. Yang Bo, go for it. Zhang Chen, come on, dunk one. Li Jun, you're amazing. A group of girls was watching, clapping, and cheering enthusiastically. Many boys were also watching the game, but their eyes occasionally wandered to the girls. There were just too many beauties, a riot of colors, hard to take in. Importantly, Donghua's Wu Dongfei and Xiao's Lu Xiyu were both watching the game, cheering for Zhang Chen. They were dressed more beautifully than ever. Truly the most stunning scenery in the world. Zhang Chen performed excellently, jumping high and running fast. He could even dunk, though his movements were a bit stiff, but still impressive. Unfortunately, he had too many useless teammates. All 4 of his roommates were not tall and had poor skills, missing shots even when unguarded. Thus, they were completely crushed. When the match ended, Zhang Chen's dorm lost 55-76, a full 21-point gap. It could be described as a crushing defeat. Ding, the host has lost the basketball match. Compensation, world-class basketball skills, 10,000-fold compensation system. Where you fail, it compensates, making up for your weaknesses, helping you reach the peak of your life. The system's voice rang out in time, as beautiful as heavenly music. Instantly, countless memories of basketball techniques flooded Zhang Chen's mind. This is awesome. Zhang Chen jumped up in joy. Gaining any world-class skill could change anyone's life. Now he could definitely play in the NBA. And he could dominate any star player. How could that not be cool? How could that not be exhilarating? How good, you're sweating, let me wipe it for you. Lu Shiyu held out a white towel she had prepared earlier, carefully wiping Zhang Chen's sweat. Senior, you must be thirsty, have some water. Wu Dongfei also opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took a few sips and then passed it back to Wu Dongfei. Wu Dongfei took a few sips herself. The whole place turned to look. The entire playground fell silent. All the students gritted their teeth, staring at Zhang Chen. Their eyes burned with an extremely fierce anger. Their gazes were icy, like sharp swords. If looks could kill, Zhang Chen would have died 1,000 times. Oh my god, his dream goddess Lu Shiyu was intimately wiping Zhang Chen's sweat? Hadn't she previously rejected his confession? What was going on now? Could it be that after Zhang Chen confessed again, Lu Shiyu had agreed? Zhang Chen's girlfriend? And what's going on with Dong Hua? Sharing a bottle of water with Zhang Chen? Can they not be a couple? There's a high chance they've already slept together. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Zhang Chen has 2 girlfriends? 2 campus beauties. Dong Hua twirling her hair, nosebleed pouring. Xihua live streaming, gifts flying in. They are the goddesses that everyone dreams of pursuing but can never reach. And yet, they are monopolized by a street vendor senior? He expects them to coexist peacefully? How is that possible? Is the power of 20 million meters of gold that great? Too much, absolutely too much. Bastard, such a bastard. Scumbag, a super scumbag. He doesn't even have a girlfriend himself. On Saturday morning, Shiyu and the rich guy occasionally went to set up a stall for a date, and they didn't come back for 2 nights, only returning this morning. How did she suddenly get involved with Zhang Chen and act so intimately? Lu Shiyu's roommate was even more puzzled, unable to comprehend the mystery. Xiao Jian, why are you still playing basketball? The Shifei you were pursuing has already thrown herself into Zhang Chen's arms. On another basketball court, a teammate pointed at Lu Shiyu, who was wiping Zhang Chen's sweat. Ah, this is driving me crazy. Xiao Jian turned his head and was instantly furious. His eyes turned blood red. Xiao Jian was one of the prominent figures at Futon University, a key player on the school basketball team, and a rich second generation. He had been diligently pursuing Lu Shiyu, having once sent her hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts during her live streams. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he was convinced he could win her over. It was just a matter of time. He never expected Lu Shiyu would fall for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, you're asking for death. He stopped playing and kicked the basketball away, charging forward like a mad bull. What the hell is going on? This is going to be good. Xiao Jian might fight Zhang Chen. Awesome. I love watching rich kids fight over jealousy. Do they think just because they have money, they can do whatever they want? Bro, money really does let you do whatever you want, so Zhang Chen dares to play both sides. Get the sunflower seeds, peanuts, and popcorn ready. It's going to be a show. Many students were grinning mischievously. Lu Shiyu, what are you doing? Xiao Jian rushed in front of the two, angrily asking, wiping sweat for the rich guy. Lu Shiyu replied, is this something you should be doing? Wu Dongfei is his girlfriend. Xiao Jian said darkly, what I do is none of your business. Lu Shiyu was taken aback. You. Xiao Jian's eyes turned dark with anger. Get out of the way, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson. Zhang Chen was getting impatient, raising his hands and naturally wrapping them around the waists of the 2 campus beauties. The 2 beauties offered no resistance, instead snuggling into his embrace, their faces flushed with shyness and happiness, their eyes sparkling. This was Zhang Chen publicly declaring their relationship, right? From now on, they would be Zhang Chen's girlfriends, right? Oh my god. All the students were once again dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Their eyes nearly popped out. Their hearts almost shattered. God, the 2 campus beauties couldn't have already become Zhang Chen's women, could they? In the past, they were so proud, looking down on any boy. So many rich second generations had pursued them, offering sports cars and houses. But they had rejected them all. Now, they both liked Zhang Chen? Became Zhang Chen's women? Why? Why on earth? Oh my god, the boss is too awesome. The 4 roommates were also dumbfounded, filled with extreme envy and jealousy. They admired Zhang Chen to the core. Zhang Chen, today it's either you die or I die, one of us has to lie down. Xiao Jian's eyes were about to burst with rage. Lu Shiyu was the goddess in his heart, someone he had pursued for so long without success. Now she had actually slept with Zhang Chen? He clenched his fists, ready to fight Zhang Chen. Then come hit me. Let's see who dies. Zhang Chen was completely furious. Both school beauties had slept with him, even if nothing had happened. But how could he tolerate any boy touching them? If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he have peaceful days in the future? Zhang Chen, you have Wu Dongfei as your girlfriend, yet you still pursue Lu Shiyu? You're straddling two boats. It's simply moral decay and despicable character. Xiao Jian continued to shout. You must have used some incredibly vile and malicious means to deceive them. That's slander. Be careful, I might sue you, Zheng Chen said with a dark face. If this weren't on campus, he would have slapped the guy dead. Idiot. Fool. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu looked at Xiao Jian as if he were a fool. You. Xiao Jian clutched his chest, so angry that his heart hurt. But he quickly came up with an idea. Kneeling halfway on the ground, he sincerely said, Lu Shiyu, I really like you a lot. I fell in love with you at first sight. If I can't marry you, my life will have no color. Will you be my girlfriend? I'm sorry. Lu Shiyu didn't hesitate to refuse. Lu Shiyu, don't rush to refuse. Listen to me. Tingyun Company is a business founded by my dad, worth 4 billion. I'm my dad's only son. Xiao Jian quickly interrupted Lu Shiyu, exuding a powerful aura. A long hidden air of wealth also radiated from him. Tingyun Company belongs to Xiao Jian's family? Then Xiao Jian is quite an impressive rich second generation. Rich and athletic, I bet Lu Shiyu will change her mind. I didn't expect Xiao Jian to be so capable. Many students looked astonished, and the eyes of many beautiful girls lit up. I said before, I never despise the poor and love the rich, so there's no need to mention how much money your family has. As for me, I already have someone I like. So, sorry. Lu Shiyu refused without a second thought. Are you kidding? In just these 2 days, Zhang Chen had made over 4 billion. Coming back, he could casually buy 3 stones worth 600 million. The one he gave her was worth 50 million. The important thing was that she had slept with Zhang Chen, even if nothing happened. But the ambiguity and flirtation were known only to her and Zhang Chen. How could she agree to someone else? Oh my, she actually refused? Lu Shiyu really doesn't despise the poor and love the rich. She was attracted by Zhang Chen's talent and fell for him. This is true love. Lu Shiyu, why bother? Competing with Wu Dongfei, can you win? Zhang Chen, what kind of charm do you have that makes both school beauties like you? The scene erupted. Countless boys were envious and jealous, their eyes turning red. Xiao Jian was also dumbfounded, unable to believe he had been rejected. Could it be that Lu Shiyu really didn't despise the poor and love the rich? What to do then? He could only change his target. So he turned his gaze and said to Wu Dongfei, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. The person I like the most is actually you. Please be my girlfriend? He firmly believed that very few women could refuse his confession. The power of 4 billion wealth was no less than an atomic bomb explosion. It would shatter a beauty's reserve into dust, making it non-existent. The crowd was in an uproar. Scumbag. Xiao Jian was also a big scumbag. He was just as bad as Zhang Chen. He had confessed to 2 school beauties in succession? Just a moment ago, he said he super liked Lu Shiyu. Now he says he likes Wu Dongfei the most? Did he have to change so quickly? Wu Dongfei was also stunned, never expecting to be caught up in this. She disdainfully said, if you continue to pursue Lu Shiyu, I might still think a little higher of you, but now you are worthless in my eyes. Aren't you two just interested in Zhang Chen? How embarrassing. 2 school beauties chasing after a street vendor, and he doesn't even reject one of them. How despicable, how much of a jerk. The world's #1 scumbag is nothing compared to this. Xiao Jian stood up and mocked. Do you want to die? A surge of anger suddenly welled up in Zhang Chen's heart. Do you dare to compete with me in a dunk contest? Xiao Jian asked maliciously. Whoever loses has to crawl through the other's legs. He was absolutely confident he could crush Zhang Chen. After all, he was the best dunker in the school. If Zhang Chen lost and crawled through his legs, his reputation would be ruined. Those 2 school beauties wouldn't like him anymore, right? That would give him a chance to pursue them instead. Xiao Jian is so ruthless, he really wants to humiliate Zhang Chen. This bet is really interesting. A good show is about to unfold. Haha, I wonder if Zhang Chen dares to accept. Everyone saw Zhang Chen play basketball just now. He can dunk, but it's very forced, and he can't compare to Xiao Jian. After all, the latter is a special recruit for basketball, so he won't accept. However, if he doesn't accept, he'll be at a disadvantage. Zhang Chen, bet on it, I believe in you. Zhang Chen, accept him, crawling through his legs is nothing. Didn't Han Xin crawl through someone's legs before? Many students were excitedly discussing, and some were egging him on. After all, they loved to watch the drama unfold. Moreover, they really wanted to see Zhang Chen get humiliated. How could one person monopolize two school beauties? It was simply against the natural order. Boss, don't bet. Boss, don't accept. He's a sports special recruit. This is clearly unfair. The four roommates said. How go? Why bother with this mad dog? Senior, let's go. Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei were also trying to stop him. This bastard has angered me. I want to teach him a good lesson. Zhang Chen said angrily, then turned to Xiao Jian and said, fine, I'll bet with you. Ha ha, then just wait to crawl through my legs. Xiao Jian was extremely excited. The four roommates and the two school beauties were shocked. Zhang Chen couldn't be crazy, could he? This was clearly a guaranteed loss. Hee, you'll know who crawls through whose legs soon enough. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he looked at Lu Shiyu and said, you haven't done a live stream today, right? How about we live stream the dunk contest? Then someone can crawl through someone else's legs? Since he wanted to teach the other party a lesson, he naturally wanted to amplify the impact. Moreover, it could help Lu Shiyu gain more fans and receive more gifts, killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Do you have confidence in winning? Lu Shiyu hesitated a bit. If Zhang Chen embarrassed himself, the live stream would be ruined. Beating him is as easy as beating a dog. Zhang Chen whispered in Lu Shiyu's ear, actually, I'm still the world's #1 basketball expert. I didn't use my real strength in the match just now, otherwise, it wouldn't have been fun, you know? My goodness, the world's #1 basketball expert? Is that even possible? Lu Shiyu's heart trembled. She could hardly believe it. But Zhang Chen had created too many miracles. World-class hand speed, world-class in the horizontal bar, a language expert. His gambling skills were also world-class. He might even be the world #1 in stone gambling. Being the world's #1 in basketball wasn't impossible either. So she started the live stream. Welcome to Shifei's live stream. We are now live streaming a dunk contest. One side is the hand speed master, language expert, gymnastics prince, and computer genius Zhang Chen, while the other side is our school's basketball team's main player, sports champion, and dunk prince Xiao Jian. The stakes are quite special. The loser has to crawl through the winner's legs. Are you crazy? Wu Dongfei grabbed Lu Shiyu's arm, her face filled with anger. The man who slept with me said he is still the world's #1 basketball expert, and he wants me to livestream. Lu Shiyu whispered in Wu Dongfei's ear. What? Senior brother is still the world's #1 basketball expert? Wu Dongfei was dumbfounded. She couldn't even pay attention to the provocation in Lu Shiyu's words because the news was too shocking. Wow, interesting, a dunk contest with a leg over? Zhang Chen will definitely win. Xiao Jian will definitely lose. Leg over? What if he doesn't do it? The live stream room exploded. Quick, go to Shifei's live stream, a great show, an exciting show. Dunk contest with a leg over, hurry to Shifei's live stream. Fans were calling their friends everywhere. The number of people in the live stream room skyrocketed. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Gifts poured in like raindrops across the screen. Some students who got the news rushed to the basketball court. Such an exciting show couldn't be missed. Both Zhang Chen and Xiao Jian believed they would win, so they naturally wouldn't stop it. After all, it wasn't their own face on the line. Adding some fans and popularity to Shifei's livestream, why not? Zhang Chen, how do we compete? Xiao Jian said disdainfully. You say how we compete, and that's how we do it, Zhang Chen replied, I don't mind. Wow, Zhang Chen is indeed a madman. Isn't this too arrogant? Is he really as stunning as his pull-up? This is confidence, not arrogance. My Zhang Chen is just that excellent, capable of anything. Fans in the live stream room and students on site were all speaking up. Among them were quite a few of Zhang Chen's diehard fans. Then let's each dunk 8 times. You go first or I go first? You go first. After discussing, Xiao Jian skillfully dribbled the basketball, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixated on the hoop. Then he took off. With a few quick steps, he jumped high. Agile and powerful, he raised the basketball high with both hands and slammed it into the hoop. A two-handed dunk. Success! So impressive. Is this really a basketball expert among college students? Futon University lives up to its name. This dunking level is astonishing. Awesome, awesome. It's making my blood boil. Countless people were stunned, filled with admiration. This also caused the number of fans in the live stream room to continue to surge. Xiao Jian continued to dunk. One-handed dunks with both left and right hands. Switch hand dunks, axe dunks, turnaround dunks, windmill dunks, self-lob dunks. All successful. Oh my god, he could totally make it to the NBA. Xiao Jian, I love you, you're amazing. I'm in awe, my jaw just dropped. Damn, he's only slightly inferior to Jordan. Babies, Xiao Jian's dunks didn't disappoint you, right? Lu Shiyu said with a smile. Next, we will give you an even bigger surprise. Let's welcome Zhang Chen to the stage. Zhang Chen is definitely going to lose. No matter how good Zhang Chen is, he can't compare to Xiao Jian. Zhang Chen is going to do the leg over, how tragic. Almost everyone was not optimistic about Zhang Chen. It was just that Xiao Jian's previous dunks were too spectacular. Under countless gazes of disdain, expectation, and eagerness, Zhang Chen picked up the basketball and stepped back a bit. Then he took off, dribbling the ball as he charged forward. Like an arrow, with a whooshing sound, his hair and clothes flew back. In the blink of an eye, he reached the three-point line, stomped down hard, and leaped into the air. Like a mighty eagle, like a cheetah, crossing several meters of distance, he raised the basketball high with both hands and slammed it into the hoop. Boom! The basketball hit the ground with a loud bang. He landed like a fierce tiger, exuding an air of dominance. Jumping from 3 meters away, a two-handed dunk. Success! And it could be included in textbooks for countless people to learn from and worship. The entire venue was shocked, silent as a grave. Oh my god, how is this possible? A 3-meter jump dunk, and no one has ever succeeded before? Zhang Chen actually did it? Oh my goodness, I thought Zhang Chen was worse than Xiao Jian, but it turns out he crushed it effortlessly. So awesome, even better than NBA players. Immediately, gasps of astonishment and discussions erupted. Zhang Chen, you really didn't disappoint me. Lu Shiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Dongfei also looked pleasantly surprised, her palms almost clapping raw. My goodness, did the boss not give it his all in the last match? Oh my goodness, could it be that the boss is truly capable of anything? The 4 roommates were also inexplicably excited, their faces filled with joy. Damn! Xiao Jian and his close friends cursed inwardly, their faces written with shock. This is bad. This time, he might really be in trouble. Zhang Chen, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Zhang Chen, you're so handsome. Flowers from the east and west all fall into your arms. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. The first line was shouted by a few girls. The second line, of course, was shouted by the 4 roommates. The 4 guys were already beside themselves with joy. They just wanted to help Zhang Chen take revenge and infuriate Xiao Jian. Hearing this, Zhang Chen stumbled and almost fell. Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei blushed with embarrassment, shooting a glare at the 4 troublemakers. Zhang Chen continued his performance. The second dunk, a 720-degree turn under the leg switch dunk. Success! This was also a world first. No one had ever spun 720 degrees, the maximum being 360 degrees. Then he performed powerful back dunks, turn dunks, windmill dunks, switch dunks, gliding dunks. Incredibly agile, with astonishing jumping height. It looked absolutely beautiful. Everyone got to enjoy a world-class dunk performance. Oh my god, this is too amazing. Even Jordan wasn't this good. Vince Carter wasn't this impressive either. Unprecedented and unmatched. Contemplating the vastness of the universe, I weep alone. Xiao Jian is good, but compared to Zhang Chen, it's like an elementary school student meeting a college student. The gap is too big. The live stream exploded, and the audience grew larger. It easily reached 1.5 million. The students on site, including Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei, were excitedly shouting. The noise was deafening. The playground turned into a lively ocean. He's simply a prodigy. The principal and teachers also heard the news and watched the live stream, all looking shocked. World number 1 in hand speed. World number 1 in the horizontal bar. World number 1 in dunks. Proficient in 10 languages. He even claimed to be the world number 1 in computer technology. Xiao Jian, you lost. Go crawl under the pants. Zhang Chen spread his legs and said mockingly. Xiao Jian's face turned blood red, gritting his teeth. He had been so confident, so sure of victory. Who would have thought he would lose so badly? Zhang Chen actually mastered such terrifying dunking skills? It was simply unprecedented. Could it be that he really had to crawl under the pants? Xiao Jian, hurry up and crawl under the pants. Xiao Jian, a bet is a bet, crawl under the pants. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 were waiting anxiously. Countless students shouted. Even the fans in the live stream were urging. Crawling under the pants was the most exciting part of the show. So, more people entered Shifei's live stream. The number exceeded 1.6 million. Gifts poured in like dense raindrops. Lu Shiyu looked pleasantly surprised. This time, they hit the jackpot. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Jian pushed through the crowd and ran away. The best strategy was to run. Everyone was dumbfounded. You lost and just ran? Is that allowed? Want to run? Dream on. Zhang Chen chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Xiao Jian. He grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back. Xiao Jian struggled continuously, but he couldn't break free. Ha ha ha. Xiao Jian is like a little child in front of Zhang Chen. God, Zhang Chen's speed is too fast. If it were a sprint, he could definitely break the world record. It seems that in both sprints and long-distance running, Zhang Chen is #1 in the world. God, this is the most comprehensive athlete. Countless people became excited. Get through. Zhang Chen let go of Xiao Jian, spread his legs. You proposed the bet yourself, you have to bear it. You called for this, so you have to finish it even if it's with tears. I can't get through. Xiao Jian was exasperated and extremely frustrated. He was also puzzled. How could Zhang Chen be so strong, nearly breaking his neck? Are you an idiot? Just lie down and crawl like a dog, and you can get through, Zhang Chen said. Put. Countless people burst out laughing. Damn. Xiao Jian was furious, his face full of despair. He wanted to escape but couldn't. Crawling through his pants was too embarrassing. At that moment, he regretted provoking Zhang Chen. Now he was truly miserable. Hurry up and get through. Hurry up. Xiao Jian, you coward, it's just crawling through your pants. Hasn't Han Xian done it too? Xiao Jian, don't be a coward. Hurry up. The crowd began to shout excitedly again. In the end, Xiao Jian knelt down and crawled through Zhang Chen's pants like a dog. Ha ha ha, he really did it. Awesome. Brother Hao is mighty. Brother Hao is invincible. The students on site and in the live stream shouted excitedly. Although they were jealous that Zhang Chen had 2 school beauties, Zhang Chen was truly outstanding. His dunking skills were definitely #1 in the world. He was also a language expert, a master of speed, and a champion on the horizontal bar. A computer whiz. With a guy like this, any beauty would surely be deeply attracted. Yet, Zhang Chen was not proud at all, calm and unbothered. Surrounded by Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu, he walked away gracefully. He looked incredibly charming. This is so awesome. The former school hunk is terrifying. If I had any of Zhang Chen's skills, I could also date a school beauty. Zhang Chen is living the dream, casually sleeping with 2 school beauties. Being a man to the level of Zhang Chen is what makes life worth it. In this world, there is no man cooler than Zhang Chen. I also really like Zhang Chen, but unfortunately, he has 2 girlfriends, so there's no place for me. I wonder if Zhang Chen's bed is big. If I count as 1, would there still be room? Watching the backs of Zhang Chen and the 2 girls, the discussions were endless. Everyone was envious and jealous to the extreme. Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei had dinner with Zhang Chen at school before reluctantly returning to their dorms. Shiyu, aren't you going on a date with the rich guy on Saturday? You haven't been back for 2 days? Where have you been? Shiyu, why are you so nice to the stall vendor senior? Shiyu, you've confused us all. Who are you actually dating? Is it the occasional stall vendor, or the speed master, dunking master, horizontal bar master, language expert, computer whiz Zhang Chen? Lu Shiyu's roommates immediately surrounded her with questions. Actually, he's also a martial arts master and a super rich guy. Lu Shiyu's pretty face flushed as she happily added in her heart, hurry up and speak, you're making us anxious. The 4 roommates were stamping their feet in urgency. I just had a meal with the rich guy, he's also a young man, but he doesn't have that intention towards me. Then I met Zhang Chen, he invited me, and I went with him to his ex-girlfriend's wedding. I don't know what happened, but I seem to really like Zhang Chen. I've made up my mind to be his girlfriend, Lu Shiyu said half-truthfully. But Zhang Chen already has a girlfriend, Wu Dongfei. What does you getting close to him mean? They're not lovers, they're just ordinary friends. At most, it's just that Wu Dongfei has a crush on him, and he hasn't accepted her yet. So, I'm competing with Wu Dongfei, and I don't believe I can't outcompete her, Lu Shiyu said. The next morning, Zhang Chen was preparing to set up his stall when he received a strange phone call. Hello, I am the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department at Weijie Game Company. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhang Chen? I am. Is there something wrong? Zhang Chen was a bit confused. Weijie Game Company? How could they have my phone number? Why are they calling me? You submitted a resume to our company over a month ago. I just wanted to ask if you mistakenly added an extra 0 to your salary requirement? Did you write an annual salary of 2 million instead of 200,000? If so, you can come in for an interview today. Interview? Zhang Chen suddenly realized that he had submitted dozens of resumes, claiming to be proficient in 10 foreign languages and asking for an annual salary of 2 million. After more than a month without any response, a company finally reached out to him? So he said, I didn't make a mistake. I am asking for an annual salary of 2 million. You just graduated 3 years ago and don't have any outstanding achievements. Are you sure you want to ask for 2 million? Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? You're the one who's mistaken. I'm asking for 2 million, and I won't lower it by a single cent. Even if you lowered it to 200,000, you might not pass our company's interview. Ha, goodbye. The woman laughed mockingly and hung up. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, you'll know my power. Zheng Chen was furious. Ding! The host submitted resumes over a month ago and has not successfully found a job until today. Compensating Weijie Game Company. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Almost simultaneously, a large stack of company materials and contracts appeared on the bed. Damn! Zhang Chen's face lit up with joy. His job search had finally been deemed a failure? They actually compensated him with a company? What kind of company is this? Zhang Chen quickly picked up the materials and flipped through them carefully. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because Weijie Game Company was no ordinary company, it developed and operated games. Although it had only been established for 5 years, it had developed more than a dozen relatively successful games, with a market value of 80 billion. Now, 95% of the company's shares belong to him. I hit the jackpot this time, getting compensated with an 80 billion game company. Zheng Chen was so happy he jumped up from the bed. This was no less than setting up a stall. So, what about continuing in the future? The host now owns multiple companies, and even if job hunting fails in the future, there will be no compensation, the system's voice continued. When you submitted your job application, there were no companies, and you were unemployed. Within the rules allowed. Oh, Zhang Chen nodded, indicating he understood, but he was still extremely excited. His major was computer software engineering. He had once wanted to start a game development company, but he had not been able to fulfill that wish. Now he owned Weijie Game Company, worth 80 billion. How impressive and prestigious was that? That woman who called me earlier seemed to be talking about this company? A strange expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Just then, his phone rang again. It was still that woman, her voice extremely charming. Hello, Chairman, I am Lu Mingyan, the Deputy Manager of the Human Resources Department at Weijie Game Company. When will you come to the company? You just called me, right? Zhang Chen asked. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was too rude earlier. I thought you were just a job seeker. Who knew you were the chairman? Not to mention an annual salary of 2 million, even 20 million wouldn't be too much. Her voice was filled with fear. This woman really knows how to flatter. Zhang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. This is the benefit of being a boss. However, he still said coldly, I'll be there in 10 minutes at most. He had not forgiven this woman. Once he got there, he would make an example out of her. Wasn't this a chicken delivered right to his door? Weijie Game Company was about 10 kilometers away from Deep Bay Garden, located in a bustling industrial area. At this moment, the management of Weijie Company stood respectfully outside the door, waiting for the new chairman's arrival. I need to perform well today. Xia Zhangwen was dressed in a suit, his hair neatly combed. His face was filled with anticipation. Honey, can you plead for me later? I offended the chairman on the phone just now, Lu Mingyan whispered. Yes, she was Xia Zhangwen's girlfriend. Their relationship was quite good, and they planned to get married next year. Xia Zhangwen was also very satisfied with her, as Lu Mingyan was very attractive and had a great figure. She was also a graduate of a prestigious university. He had pursued her for 2 full years before finally winning her over. After all, there were too many competitors. Can I say anything? Xia Zhangwen was astonished. The chairman is your alumnus, Lu Mingyan said softly. That's great. Xia Zhangwen's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. It seemed that his luck was finally turning, and he was about to become successful. At the same time, he secretly admired how impressive his alumnus was, having achieved such great success. An 800 billion game company, perhaps just one of his many enterprises. After all, this company was newly acquired by him. Honey, what year did he graduate? Xia Zhangwen asked excitedly. I don't know, but he sounds very young, Lu Mingyan replied. Very young? That's even better. Xia Zhangwen couldn't contain his excitement and couldn't help but post in the university alumni group. At all classmates, I have great news to share. The company I work for, Weijie Game Company, has been fully acquired by one of our impressive alumni. Right now, I'm waiting at the company entrance for the chairman's arrival. Wow, such an impressive alumnus? Xia, it looks like you're about to hit it big. Xia, hurry up and cling to your boss's leg. Congratulations, don't forget us when you get rich. Even Xiaona chimed in, excitedly saying, Xia, is it true? I'm going to your company for an interview today, applying for the secretary position. Maybe there's hope now? After breaking up with Wan Kuang, she rented a place and was looking for a job. Xiaona, you're actually applying for the secretary position at my company? Why didn't you tell me? Xia Zhangwen felt both troubled and frustrated. He already had a girlfriend, and their relationship was good. If Xiaona came to work, would he still have peace? After all, she was the goddess he once liked. Moreover, if the goddess came to apply at his company, it was very likely she was doing it for him. After all, she was single again now. Why should I tell you? Can you even help? That's the new chairman, Xiaona scoffed. She had just sent her resume to some suitable companies and hadn't expected to find former classmates in this company. Besides, was it that easy to get the secretary position? She studied computer science, not secretarial work. She was just trying her luck based on her outstanding looks. The secretary position was decided by the chairman. What good would it do to pull strings and tell Xia Zhengwen? But if the chairman was an alumnus, the chances of success would increase significantly. I can give you a heads up, like what salary you should ask for. I know the ropes. What salary? Hurry up and tell me. Our company's secretaries have an annual salary of around 500,000. If you can seize the opportunity to rise, you'll be set for life. The last secretary is now married to the former chairman and has immigrated abroad. 500,000 annual salary? Seize the opportunity to rise? Is that how secretaries are now? A bright blush appeared on Xiaona's face. She began to carefully groom herself, putting on the most beautiful clothes and spraying the most expensive perfume before heading out to drive to Weijie Game Company. Her face was filled with anticipation. Perhaps this was a turning point in her life. Zhang Chen, just wait until I rise to power and become the wealthy boss lady with a fortune of nearly 100 billion. Just see how I humiliate you. Wan Quan, you better die in a ditch and never come back. I don't want to see you, that incompetent fool, being brought to ruin by Zhang Chen, losing everything and having your family shattered. It's embarrassing for me too. A flashy Koenigsegg sped in from the other side of the road. Of course, it was the spirited Zhang Chen behind the wheel. Here it comes, that must be the chairman's car. The executives at Weijie Company became excited and nervous, standing tall, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Xia Zhengwen stood in a prominent position, his eyes eager, his face full of expectation. Lu Mingyan felt a bit anxious and fearful, unable to gauge the new chairman's personality and temper. With a whoosh, the car stopped at the entrance. A young man with an impressive demeanor stepped out, dressed in designer clothes, a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, seemingly the most precious model. An overwhelming aura of wealth approached. My God, this is too rich. Driving a Koenigsegg worth 100 million, and the watch alone is worth over 70 million? He's like a walking vault. Isn't it dangerous to go out like this? Some perceptive executives were secretly shocked. What's going on? He looks a bit like Zhang Chen? Xia Zhengwen, while astonished, felt a chill run down his spine. His heart raced. It shouldn't be Zhang Chen. It couldn't be, absolutely not. Zhang Chen had only graduated 3 years ago and went bankrupt 2 years back. Earning $1 billion would be the limit. How could he buy a game company for 800 billion? It must be a case of mistaken identity. After all, there are several people who look just like my dad, yet have no blood relation. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief. Hello, Chairman. Everyone respectfully bowed. Xia Zhengwen shouted even louder. Hello to you all. Zhang Chen scanned the room meaningfully, his gaze lingering on Xia Zhengwen's face for a few seconds before walking through the company's grand entrance, flanked by the executives. The premises were vast, covering about 500 acres, surrounded by over 2-meter-high walls. There were 3 office buildings and dozens of employee dormitories. The company not only developed games but also produced gaming equipment, such as gaming keyboards and mice. In other words, it was involved in both software and hardware. Thus, there were over 5,000 employees. The company's landscaping was well done, with lawns like carpets, shady trees, and flower beds everywhere. There were even several basketball courts and a soccer field. Not bad, not bad. I really like it, Zhang Chen said happily. A company this spacious and beautiful now belonged to him? Over 5,000 employees would rely on him for their salaries from now on? This was even more impressive than buying a 6-star hotel. This was his own independent kingdom. Everything would be decided by him as the boss. However, he needed to think carefully about how to manage the company. Should he let it incur losses to receive system compensation? Or should he aim for profitability to save face? With the increase in industry, a profitable company was essential. Otherwise, if his own business was in the red, how embarrassing would that be? Arriving at the top floor of the office building, he entered a conference room. Many executives began to introduce themselves. General Manager Deng Jishue, male, PhD, 36 years old, has been in position for 3 years. There were 2 male vice presidents, one surnamed Lu and the other Zhao, both highly educated and also in their 30s, responsible for the production and game development departments, respectively. The HR manager, Shi Chenyan, 28 years old, was quite attractive, scoring at least 85 points on looks. Finance manager Kong Shihua had a good appearance, scoring 80 points, but she should be around 30. Then there was the design department manager, the production department manager. Chairman, the company's financial status is as follows. General Manager Deng Jishue began his report. The company's operating condition was good, with an annual profit of around 10 billion. There were no debts at all. It was simply a golden goose laying eggs. Moreover, a new game was about to enter public testing. Once it became popular, the company would gain a substantial cash flow, and profits could be greatly increased. An annual profit of 10 billion? Not bad. For a company like this, it would be hard to incur losses. It can only continue to be profitable, which also helps to save face. Zhang Chen thought carefully as he looked at the report and made a decision in his heart. Once, he had started from scratch and amassed a fortune of over 100 million. Now, with a system backing him, he was certainly not worried. Calm and confident. Chairman, this is the deputy manager of the design department, Xia Zhangwan, who has good technical skills. Deputy General Manager Zhao noticed Zhang Chen's gaze lingering on Xia Zhangwan's face several times and made a special introduction. Hello, Chairman. I heard you graduated from Futon University? I did too. Xia Zhangwan looked at Zhang Chen with the adoring eyes of a pug looking at its owner. What nonsense, didn't we meet on Saturday? Zhang Chen replied. Saturday? Did we meet? I have no impression, Xia Zhangwan said, looking confused. Damn, has this idiot developed amnesia? Did he eat too much pumpkin? Zhang Chen said with a strange expression, coldly adding, let me remind you, I made you eat pumpkin on Saturday, remember? Eat pumpkin? You are Zhang Chen? Xia Zhangwan's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. So you still haven't recognized me? Zhang Chen said, are you pretending to be an ostrich, or is your brain malfunctioning? Why you really are Zhang Chen? Xia Zhangwan stuttered, overwhelmed with too many hopes and dreams of clinging to the chairman's leg, all bursting like soap bubbles. Whether he could keep his job was a question. He had worked for 3 years, struggling to become a deputy manager. His girlfriend was also a deputy manager in the HR department. If he got fired, would Lu Mingyan not dump him? Oh God, this was simply his nightmare. He didn't dare provoke Zhang Chen anymore, so why was he back? And now he was the chairman of the company? Where did he get the 80 billion to buy the company? Oh God, what was going on? Was he dreaming? Aren't you suffering from dementia? Zhang Chen pretended to explode in anger. No, please don't fire me, I beg you. Xia Zhangwan was so scared he couldn't stand, collapsing to the ground. Do you have any difficulties? Zhang Chen immediately changed to a friendly demeanor, as if basking in spring sunshine. Xia Zhangwan glanced at Lu Mingyan, whose face had turned dark, unsure how to explain. Afraid everyone will hear? Then tell me quietly, Zhang Chen said. My girlfriend is Lu Mingyan. If you fire me, she might break up with me. I love her very much. Zhang Chen, I was wrong in the past, terribly wrong, but I have surrendered completely. Please have mercy on me and let me off the hook. Xia Zhangwan crawled over like a dog, then stood up, lowering his voice and stuttering. Don't worry, my heart isn't that small. Just go back and work hard. Zhang Chen patted his shoulder. I will definitely work hard. Xia Zhangwan was very happy. Had he gained Zhang Chen's forgiveness? Did this mean he could cling to Zhang Chen's leg in the future? What a terrifying figure. A fortune of over 80 billion? Poor him, who had once humiliated and mocked Zhang Chen in the group. He was simply oblivious to the danger. He stepped back and gently closed the door. Vice President Zhao, as far as I know, Xia Zhangwan's character is extremely despicable. Investigate him thoroughly and see if he has embezzled or accepted bribes. If he has, report it to the police. If not, dismiss him as soon as possible, Zhang Chen said. My God, he was so amiable just now, and now he pulls out a knife. This chairman is terrifying. All the senior executives felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, Chairman. Vice President Zhao regretted it to the extreme. He shouldn't have introduced Xia Zhangwan earlier. He had only wanted to flatter him, knowing they were alumni. Now, that flattery had backfired. Are you Lu Mingyan, assistant manager of the HR department? You called me twice today? Zhang Chen's gaze fell on Lu Mingyan's face. She was quite attractive, though not as much as Chao Na, but still scored an 82. She was like a flower growing out of cow dung. Reporting to the chairman, I am Lu Mingyan. I apologize again. Lu Mingyan's face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The pressure from this chairman was overwhelming. His personality was too frightening. Are you still Xia Zhangwan's girlfriend? I am, Lu Mingyan said, her face full of bitterness. She was truly unfortunate, having inadvertently offended the chairman, and she was also Xia Zhangwan's girlfriend. It seemed her job was hard to keep now. Birds of a feather flocked together. You and Xia Zhangwan actually get along, which clearly shows you are of the same kind. Our company does not need you. You will hand over your work immediately and go to the finance department to settle your salary. Zhang Chen said without hesitation. Chairman, I was deceived by him. He disguised himself very well, but I have now discovered his despicable character. Therefore, I have decided to break up with him immediately. Moreover, I want to report him. He has done something wrong against the company. Lu Mingyan began to save herself. Then tell me in detail. Don't worry, I am fair in rewards and punishments. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Sha Zhengwen has a cousin who runs a small game background company, which should not qualify for our company's game background design, but in fact, he has taken on 2 game background designs. Sha Zhengwen is responsible for the game background, and I suspect there is insider trading involved. Lu Mingyan said. Chairman, I will investigate immediately. Vice President Deng's forehead broke out in sweat. He returned to his office and immediately began to investigate Sha Zhengwen's issues with great efficiency, calling all of Sha Zhengwen's subordinates in for meetings, searching for any clues. Soon, evidence was found. Sha Zhengwen had received a kickback of 3 million from his cousin's company. This was also the reason why Sha Zhengwen could drive a Porsche. After reporting to Zhang Chen ordered the police to handle it. The police car arrived quickly, and several officers got out and took Sha Zhengwen away. Chairman, you said to let me work well, why are you investigating me? Sha Zhengwen shouted in disbelief. Sha, you took millions in kickbacks from your cousin, causing the company huge losses. The chairman knows your character well, he is just keeping you steady while looking for evidence. Are you still serious? Vice President Deng gritted his teeth and said, I was truly blind not to see you were such a scoundrel. What? How could such a secret be discovered? Sha Zhengwen was completely dumbfounded, his body turning cold. A deep sense of despair surged in his heart. How did he get involved with Zhang Chen, this ruthless star? It was simply like killing without blinking. He was doomed now. Sha Zhengwen, how was I so blind back then? Deceived by your sweet words, I actually fell for someone like you? From now on, you are you, and I am me. We have no more ties. Lu Mingyan stood in front of the police car, furious and extremely angry. This is the first time she has met such a fool as Sha Zhengwen. Clearly a golden thigh, yet he is blind to it and even offends it, resulting in the golden thigh turning into a big stick. Can't you be beaten to death? No, I'll compensate the company for the losses. Let's get married right away, okay? Sha Zhengwen finally broke down, crying and shouting. Married? Are you dreaming? In a moment, I will go serve the chairman, doing my utmost to please him. I will unlock countless positions that you could only dream of enjoying. Lu Mingyan whispered in his ear. You. Sha Zhengwen trembled with anger. Do you know who reported you? It was me. Lu Mingyan whispered before walking into the office building. Bitch, bastard. Sha Zhengwen was furious, but he only dared to curse in his heart. Because he really did something wrong. Is it wrong to report? No. Why is there a police car? Did something happen at the company? Joanna, who had just entered for an interview, asked the security guard at the gate. There's an idiot named Sha Zhengwen who embezzled 3 million. The security guard explained in detail, seeing how beautiful Joanna was. Sha Zhengwen? Joanna was dumbfounded, and upon a closer look, wasn't that just Sha Zhengwen? I'm not. Sha Zhengwen also saw Joanna and quickly covered his face. He really couldn't face his former goddess, and he missed the chance to remind Joanna that the new chairman was Zhang Chen. Otherwise, Joanna might not have gone in for the interview, but she didn't know and entered with full anticipation and longing. The former secretary had married the former chairman and immigrated abroad. She must be living an incredibly happy life. The position of secretary, especially in a private company, indeed holds great allure for a materialistic woman like her. Hello, Chairman. Zhang Chen, accompanied by senior executives, inspected various departments of the company: design, creative, technical, finance, customs, production. Every employee respectfully shouted, "Awesome!" Zhang Chen secretly felt pleased. This was even more impressive and commanding than being the chairman of a 6-star hotel. What satisfied him was that there were many beautiful women in the company. As a 25-year-old man, full of vigor, he loved looking at beautiful women. Beautiful women are the most beautiful scenery in the world, and as the chairman, he could appreciate them freely without worrying about the disdainful looks from them. The only regret was not receiving the system's 10,000-fold compensation. If he confessed to any beautiful woman in the company, there was an 80 to 90% chance she would agree, even if she was married. So, failure in confession was not an option. Oh my, the chairman is so tall, handsome, and upright. Could he be a bodybuilder? Isn't he too handsome? When he looked at me, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. The chairman smiled at me, and my legs went weak. The many beautiful female employees were excitedly discussing, not only because Zhang Chen was good-looking, the world's #1 hunk, but also because of the allure of wealth. At least 800 billion in assets. A huge temptation for any beautiful woman. After the inspection, Zhang Chen sat in the wide and luxurious chairman's office chair, exuding an imposing presence without anger. He felt unprecedentedly good. Lu Mingyan flatteringly massaged Zhang Chen's temples, her head resting on something soft, gently rising and falling with her delicate movements. It felt quite comfortable. Your technique is quite good. Do you often serve Sha Zhengwen like this? Zhang Chen said with a half-smile. Him? Dream on, I've never massaged him. A look of disdain appeared on Lu Mingyan's face. I was blind not to see how despicable his character was. Then he simply entered a treasure mountain and came back empty-handed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. A scene of tears behind iron bars even floated before his eyes. The woman that Xia Zhangwen loves the most is indulging herself completely. Happiness can only be experienced through comparison. Therefore, Zhang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction. Chairman, you're absolutely right. I have many ways to serve people that Xia Zhangwen has never experienced. Would you like to try them one by one? Lu Mingyan whispered enticingly in Zhang Chen's ear, licking her lips, looking incredibly alluring. If needed, I will find you. Zhang Chen's voice turned a bit cold. Chairman, the company is currently recruiting a secretary for you, and the interview time is approaching. What do you think? Lu Mingyan was also quite perceptive and quickly changed the subject. She felt a sense of relief in her heart. Perhaps, just maybe, she had managed to keep her job? He needed a bad woman like her to secretly monitor the company. Then let's start the interview. Zhang Chen didn't delay, saying it lightly. He was also a bit expectant. He would soon have a secretary. She must have a big chest and high looks. Thirdly, she should have a high education and good upbringing. There's no helping it. I'm just a member of the Beauty Association. Hello, I'm here for the secretary interview. Xiao Na gracefully walked through the company's entrance and spoke to the receptionist. Interviewing for the secretary? The receptionist looked Xiao Na up and down, appearing very picky. What are you looking at me for? Xiao Na was quite displeased. You're just a receptionist. Can't you just notify upstairs? Are you the interviewer? The HR manager told me that the chairman is very busy today and doesn't have much time for interviews, so I'm helping to screen candidates. You must be more beautiful than me to pass the first round. Although you are beautiful, your figure isn't as good as mine, and your looks are even less so, the receptionist said seriously. I feel you're not quite suitable. Xiao Na was completely speechless but finally began to scrutinize the receptionist closely. Upon doing so, she truly felt a bit ashamed. The receptionist looked like a model, with a stunning figure, graceful curves, and waist-length black hair, extremely sexy. Her looks were exquisite, like a porcelain doll. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. Not to mention men, even women would be mesmerized by her. How could she possibly surpass that? It was a joke. Wei Jie Game Company had a market value of 80 billion. The receptionist, of course, was selected from thousands. She was definitely a top-tier beauty. Moreover, her education was undoubtedly high. She was not just a pretty face but had depth as well. After working as a receptionist for a while, she could be transferred to another department. Underestimating the receptionist would surely lead to a harsh lesson. Oh my, you're even more beautiful than a celestial being. You could easily become a big star. I really can't believe there are women in the world more beautiful than you. Xiao Na immediately began to flatter her, and in the end, she added sweetly, if you strictly follow the manager's instructions, then no one will pass, and wouldn't that mean there's not a single candidate? That wouldn't be appropriate. Let me through, I'm the only one, okay? After much persuasion, the receptionist finally relented and arranged for her to wait in a conference room for the interview. The conference room already had more than 10 women waiting for their interviews. Each one was dressed to the nines, stunningly beautiful. Their demeanor was also very impressive. A few were even comparable to the receptionist. This is a bit difficult, the competition is too strong. Xiao Na felt a bit deflated. Perhaps her only advantage was her status as an alumna. She must seize this point and perform well. No, she had another advantage. She studied computer science. This was a game design company, and the secretary must understand computer knowledge to assist the chairman effectively. And my demeanor is excellent, and my looks are outstanding. I'm still very attractive to men. Perhaps the chairman likes this type of beauty? Different strokes for different folks. In summary, the possibility of success is still quite high. Joanna, go for it. You can do it. The chairman is so young, my goodness, he might be younger than me, and so fit, just one glance makes my heart race. Me too. How can there be such a young chairman? Better looking than male models, and with an even better figure. I heard from my uncle that 95% of the company's shares are in the chairman's hands. This is an 80 billion company. You saw it just now, he drove a Koenigsegg here, a sports car worth 100 million, and the watch on his wrist is the most expensive Patek Philippe, worth 78 million. A peerless rich and handsome man, a top-tier tycoon. How great it would be to be his secretary. Two beautiful women sitting next to Joanna were gushing like schoolgirls. Oh my, this chairman is just too awesome. Joanna listened, dumbfounded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Determined, she vowed to secure this position today. This was simply a golden opportunity. Sisters, wish me luck. Xin Qianqian dressed more beautifully than ever, carrying a handbag as she prepared to leave. A super academic achiever, she was also very attractive, only slightly less than the four campus beauties, being the flower of the computer science department. Having self-studied most of the university courses and not wanting to date, finding a part-time job was her ideal choice. She had high hopes for this interview. Qianqian, you will definitely succeed in the interview. With your obedient and beautiful demeanor, and being a top student, you will surely succeed. Go for it, our Qianqian is invincible. The four roommates, including Wu Dongfei, said cheerfully. Arriving at Weijie Game Company, the receptionist looked her up and down and said, not bad, very pure, and with a great figure. This looks like a secretary. Sorry, I'm here to apply for a game designer position. Xin Qianqian said, feeling a bit helpless. Not applying for the secretary position? The receptionist was taken aback and then sent her to another conference room. Soon, Xin Qianqian came out with her head down. She had failed the interview. Her skills were still not enough. If it were a full-time position, it might be acceptable. But for part-time, it wasn't enough. For part-time work, one must be a top expert, which is why many companies hire part-timers. But of course, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. Beautiful lady, did you fail the interview? The receptionist had a good impression of Xin Qianqian. Such a pure and beautiful woman was rare. She couldn't help but ask with concern. Yes, Xin Qianqian said gloomily, your company's requirements are too high. I'm only a sophomore, not qualified for part-time. Then how about applying for the secretary position instead? The receptionist lowered her voice. How could I possibly get that? Xin Qianqian chuckled helplessly. She wasn't even a secretary major. Besides, she could only work part-time. Have you ever heard of a part-time secretary? Actually, the secretary doesn't have too many tasks. Part-time is also possible. As long as the chairman likes you, it's fine. The receptionist continued to persuade, it doesn't hurt to try, you've come this far. Is the salary high? Xin Qianqian asked quietly. At least 500,000 a year. The receptionist lowered her voice, revealing a secret. If Xin Qianqian got the secretary position, it would mean having a powerful friend. And this was one of the invisible benefits of being a receptionist. She could get to know the company's higher-ups first. So high? Then I'll give it a try. Xin Qianqian was shocked and happily agreed. Soon, she was arranged in another conference room, waiting for the secretary interview, but she quickly started to feel a bit insecure. The conference room was filled with beautiful women. Each one was prettier than the last, each one more alluring. The only thing she could surpass them in was age. After all, she was only 20 years old. She couldn't help but say in the dorm group, sisters, I failed to apply for the part-time game designer position, so now I'm applying for the secretary to the board. Please pray for me. Put, secretary to the board? Qianqian, are you planning to use your looks? How can a part-time job be a secretary to the board? The four roommates were dumbfounded, caught between laughter and tears. The interviews had already begun. One by one, beautiful women were called into the chairman's office. Yes, Zhang Chen was interviewing in his own office. It was very convenient and suitable. 200 square meters in size. There was a small meeting room, a tea table with sofas, and a small cubicle for secretarial work. There was even a 3-bedroom lounge in the back, luxuriously decorated. It was meant for the chairman and the secretary to rest. The interviewers were, of course, Zhang Chen and the HR manager, Shi Qianyan. Shi Qianyan was merely assisting, asking the beauties about their education, work experience, and so on. Zhang Chen spoke little, often just asking a few questions. Anyone flirtatious, giving him sexual hints, or with extensive experience was immediately dismissed by him. Anyone with a boyfriend was quietly crossed off his list. He had a cleanliness obsession in this regard. His secretary had to be pure. The thought of being influenced by another man during work hours was uncomfortable. So, after a round of interviews, continuing with a dozen more, none met Zhang Chen's requirements. Chairman, your standards are too high, Shi Qianyan said, but the next one is quite good. She graduated from university 3 years ago, has never had a boyfriend, is very attractive, and is also your schoolmate. Really? Zhang Chen became interested. A very attractive woman who hadn't had a boyfriend in 3 years was either lying, had too high an opinion of herself, or simply didn't find any man around her appealing. Of course, there was another possibility. She could be a lesbian. The second option, however, was worth looking forward to. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Come in. The door was pushed open. Joanna walked in with elegant steps, but she quickly turned pale with shock, because the chairman and Zhang Chen looked too much alike, as if they were cast from the same mold. However, their clothing was different, and their aura seemed different as well. More confident, more proud. A Patek Philippe watch adorned her wrist. It's not Zhang Chen, they just look alike. The world is so big, there are indeed people who look exactly the same. Joanna, like Sha Zhangwen, began to bury her head in the sand. Self-deception, and she had ample reason. That day at the door, Zhang Chen said he had earned a fortune of 1 billion in 2 years. Yet the chairman before her was sitting on 80 billion. He was simply not comparable to Zhang Chen. So, she quickly calmed down and sat down opposite Zhang Chen and Shi Qianyan. Her posture was exceptionally dignified. Her aura was also very good. The world is too small, isn't it? Zhang Chen had a strange expression. Joanna actually came to interview for the secretary position? Moreover, this woman seemed not to recognize him. She even dared to sit down calmly. Could it be that she was burying her head in the sand like Sha Zhangwen? You didn't come to the wrong place? Zhang Chen's gaze shifted to Shi Qianyan's face. This is her resume. Shi Qianyan handed it over, and there's a photo. Zhang Chen took it, looking at it mockingly. Aside from her education not being fabricated, her work experience was somewhat exaggerated. Her romantic history was even more fabricated. She actually claimed she had never had a boyfriend? Well, that was hard to verify. She could easily lie about that, making the application process much easier, especially for the position of secretary to the board. You're not suitable, you can leave. Zhang Chen had no desire to chat with Joanna. He had no feelings for this woman anymore. In fact, just seeing her made him a bit nauseous. How did he ever end up with such a girlfriend? Apart from her looks, she was worthless, especially her character, which is very poor. Why isn't it suitable? I feel very suitable. I studied computer software engineering. It's a perfect match. Plus, we're alumni. You're a wealthy man. Isn't it fine to take care of an alumnus? Joanna was very unwilling, having been eliminated without even a single question. You have many strengths, but you've lied about your feelings, Zhang Chen said coldly. I didn't lie. I really didn't lie. I've been single all along. Joanna insisted, her face sincere. She knew that if she admitted it, she would have no chance left. How is Wan Kuang doing now? A hint of mockery appeared on Zhang Chen's face. You know Wan Kuang? Joanna was taken aback. I know him. I attended your wedding, Zhang Chen said casually. The wedding was lively, especially the pumpkin dish, which left a deep impression. You are Zhang Chen? Joanna was jolted awake from her denial, her face filled with fear and shock, stammering and trembling all over, as if suddenly stricken by illness. I thought you had amnesia, Zhang Chen said irritably. How is that possible? Joanna's eyes widened to their limits, her face a mask of shock. The man before her had once been her boyfriend, a genius who had cared for her deeply. After graduation, he started a business and became a billionaire in just a year. She had lived a life of luxury and happiness. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. A fire set by a mentally ill person led to his complete bankruptcy. Not wanting to live a hard life with him, she left him with clients and orders. 2 years passed, and he had risen again, completely reborn. He had become a super genius, and had turned ruthless, seeking revenge for every slight. He easily crushed the relatively happy life she had with Wan Kuang, leaving Wan Kuang with a debt of 700 million. She had thought he would only have a fortune of a few billion. Little did she know he was still the chairman of Weijie Company. That company was worth 80 billion. What a terrifying astronomical figure. If she hadn't abandoned him, if they had shared joys and sorrows together, would she be here today interviewing for the position of secretary? She would be the one interviewing others. She would be the boss, commanding everything with authority. She would be a top socialite, living freely as she pleased. She could buy anything she wanted. Planes, cruise ships, luxury homes, and cars would all be within reach. I am such a fool, an idiot, a moron. I picked up a corncob but dropped a mountain of gold. Is there anyone in the world more foolish than me? Zhang Chen, I was wrong. For the sake of our past friendship, could you arrange a job for me? I think the secretary position suits me very well. I will work hard to make you satisfied, Joanna said, choking back tears. She still had some self-awareness. She knew that there was probably no chance left with Zhang Chen. He had 2 beautiful school flower girlfriends now, so she could only settle for second best. This wasn't too much to ask, right? Besides, if she became the secretary, perhaps she could rekindle their old feelings with some maneuvering. If Zhang Chen shared a little wealth, it would be enough for her to enjoy for a lifetime. Arrange a job? Don't even think about being a secretary. Cleaning toilets, with a monthly salary of 1,000. Are you willing to do it? Zhang Chen said with a mocking expression. Past friendship? That had long been lost when she threw herself into Wan Kuang's arms with clients and orders. Moreover, this woman had specifically mocked him in the group, claiming her choice was correct and that Zhang Chen was the unlucky one. Zhang Chen contrasted her happiness. So despicable, so wicked. it would be good enough not to slap her a few times. Arrange a good job for you? Dream on. Zhang Chen, you are so ruthless. Joanna was furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. To make someone who had been used to a life of luxury clean toilets? How could he say such a thing? Knowing that further pleading was useless, she stormed out with a pale face. After going downstairs, the receptionist sighed and said, I told you long ago that you weren't suitable. You didn't believe me, and now look, you've been eliminated, right? You little bitch dared to mock me? Joanna was furious to the point of madness. You're the bitch. Can't get the job and you're hysterical, crying and throwing a fit. Do you think this is your home? That everyone should cater to you? Get lost, and stop embarrassing yourself here. The receptionist sneered. She had long been displeased with Joanna, who came for an interview but looked down on her at the front desk. If it weren't for her kind heart, Joanna wouldn't even have had the chance to interview. Now she couldn't get the job and was cursing? She had only sighed for her, after all. Simply ungrateful. You little bitch, I want to tear your mouth apart. Joanna was enraged to the extreme, lunging to grab the receptionist's face. You shrew, how dare you cause a scene in our company? 2 security guards rushed over, grabbed Joanna, and threw her onto the street outside with a thud. Woo-woo. Joanna lay on the ground, utterly despondent, crying her heart out. If she hadn't broken up with Zhang Chen, she would be the boss's wife. Would that receptionist and those 2 security guards dare to treat her like this? Absolutely not. They would be groveling at her feet, trembling. Regret, regret, regret. Wishing she had done things differently. Finally, it was Xin Chanqian's turn for the interview. She nervously walked into the chairman's office. Without sitting down, she stood in front of the 2 interviewers, her head bowed, and began her self-introduction. Hello, Chairman. Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Xin Chanqian. I am 20 years old. At this point, she nervously glanced at Zhang Chen. Then she was stunned, exclaiming, Street vendor senior? Street vendor senior? What does that mean? Shi Chenyan was completely confused. Today was truly bizarre. The previous interviewee was the chairman's ex-girlfriend. Now a super pure beauty appeared, seemingly knowing the chairman? It seemed the chairman was quite the ladies' man. You know me? Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward. Could she not call him street vendor senior? How about hand speed master? Dunking master would work too, but he still had a good impression of Xin Chanqian. She was very attractive, only slightly less so than Lu Xiyu and Wu Dongfei, but she was exceptionally pure. At first glance, she looked like a very well-behaved girl. Are you really street vendor senior? Xin Chanqian asked again, still in shock. She seemed a bit incredulous. Yes, Zhang Chen said, helplessly smiling. Sit down, don't be surprised. Oh my, so street vendor senior is actually a super rich guy. No wonder Lu Xiyu and Wu Dongfei are both vying for him. I get it now, I completely understand. Xin Chanqian had a strange expression, her face flushed with excitement. This was exhilarating. Even if she didn't get the job as the secretary, she had learned a big secret. She looked at Zhang Chen with admiration and began to introduce herself seriously. Finally, she shyly said, Actually, I came to interview for a game design position, but I didn't pass because I can only work part-time. On the receptionist's suggestion, I came to interview for the secretary position. Street vendor senior, do you think I'm qualified? Could you please drop the street vendor part? Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Yes, senior. Xin Chanqian blushed. I'm really used to calling you that. I'm sorry, I actually admire you so much. You're a hand speed master, a bar master, fluent in 10 foreign languages, the world champion in dunking. Any one of those is something others would spend a lifetime trying to achieve. Stop, stop, stop. Zhang Chen interrupted her. I'm not flattering you, I really admire you. Xin Chanqian said earnestly. Not only pure but also simple-minded. You said you self-studied the courses from your junior and senior years, so let me test you. Zhang Chen began to ask questions related to computer science. He even had her operate the computer on the spot and design a small program. Although her speed was a bit slow, she managed to complete it. Not bad. I've heard about a super scholar in the second year of the software engineering program, Xin Chanqian. It's nice to finally see her in action. A look of appreciation appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Xin Chanqian could definitely be considered a computer genius. Nurturing such talent would be very useful in the future. He pondered and said, So do you really want to apply for the position of secretary to the board? Or do you want to apply for a game designer position? I want to apply for the secretary to the board. Xin Chanqian felt a surge of joy. From his tone, it seemed she had a good chance. Why the change of heart? Zhang Chen asked, looking at this pure and somewhat innocent junior sister with curiosity. Because the chairman is you, senior, and I admire you the most. Also, the salary for the secretary to the board is higher. Xin Chanqian said earnestly. Can you handle the job of secretary to the board? Zhang Chen asked with a strange expression. I can make tea, brew coffee, and give shoulder massages. I often practice in the dormitory, and my roommates say I'm the best at it. I'm practically a genius. Can I give it a try? Xin Chanqian looked eager to give it a shot. Then go ahead and try, Zhang Chen said, suppressing a laugh. The job of secretary to the board requires more than just these 3 skills, but if one can't do these 3, then it's absolutely not acceptable. So Xin Chanqian began to skillfully make tea and brew coffee. The faint aroma of tea and coffee wafted through the air. Taking a breath was refreshing. Zhang Chen took a few sips and nodded slightly. It was surprisingly good, not inferior to Zhang Shueqing and Zhang Shueyu, who had undergone specialized training. It was clear that Xin Chanqian truly had talent. At the very least, her genuine passion allowed her to do so well. So, she was a very caring girl. Soon, Xin Chanqian began to give Zhang Chen a shoulder massage and massage his temples. Her fingers were slender and nimble, very rhythmic. Moreover, she was very serious, smiling throughout, making one feel as if they were basking in spring breezes. So comfortable. Zhang Chen closed his eyes in enjoyment. Having money really allows one to do as they please. Actually, I'm very outstanding, handsome, and fit. For beautiful women, my charm is too great, not to mention shoulder massages. Even going to bed is something to look forward to. Just like 2 campus beauties. Of course, wealth also enhances this charm. Zhang Chen rebutted in his heart, refining his thoughts. This was a reflection and summary of life. Only by understanding these could one better enjoy life. Chairman, am I doing well? Xin Chanqian asked, her breath warm against Zhang Chen's ear. Very well. Zhang Chen was almost falling asleep, but this brought him back to reality. You've passed this round. But being a secretary to the board requires understanding other things as well. You sit down, the interview continues, Shi Chenyan said with a smile. She also had a good impression of this pure girl. Xin Chanqian obediently sat down again, her face beaming with a smile. This is definitely a child nurtured by a scholarly family, Zhang Chen thought to himself, then asked, do you know what the job of a secretary to the board entails? While I was waiting for the interview just now, I looked it up on Baidu, Xin Chanqian said. I summarized it as follows. First, you must be considerate, which means being loyal to the chairman. I can definitely do this. The second point is to be familiar with the company's processes, so that you can supervise the staff well. I study computer software, and I've already gained your recognition, Chairman. You are the world's top computer expert. The company focuses on game development and produces game hardware as a secondary aspect. I believe that as long as I familiarize myself over time, I can handle it. Third, you need to have patience, wisdom, and be able to communicate well with the chairman, clearly and accurately conveying the chairman's instructions. She spoke with such clarity and strong logic. She was truly a talented woman with a strong ability to learn. But you're part-time and still have classes. I'm worried you might wear yourself out, Zhang Chen said with a smile. I'm not afraid of being tired or of hardship, Xin Chanqian replied. My learning ability is strong, and staying in university won't teach me much. But if I come to the company for training, I will grow faster. Senior brother, give me a chance, okay? If I don't do well, you can just fire me. Alright then, let's give it a try, Zhang Chen said with a slight smile. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, senior brother. Xin Chanqian's face lit up with surprise, and she cheered with joy. We haven't discussed the salary yet, Zhang Chen said. What are your requirements? According to the company's regulations, Xin Chanqian replied cleverly. Chairman, the salary for the secretary is an annual salary of 500,000, with bonuses calculated separately. But Xin Chanqian is part-time and probably can't come in the morning. She can only start in the afternoon. What do you think? Shi Chenyan said. Let's start with an annual salary of 350,000, and if her work is outstanding, we can add more, Zhang Chen said. Since the company aimed to be profitable, they couldn't be reckless. Thank you, Chairman, Xin Chanqian said, her face filled with surprise. Duan Shanshan had just been hired as a business manager at a 6-star hotel with a monthly salary of 20,000. She was earning much more than that. Senior brother is really generous. Plus, there's a lot of flexibility. Go handle the onboarding procedures. You start work today, Zhang Chen said. Xin Chanqian happily went with Shi Chenyan to handle the onboarding procedures. A few young employees from the computer department were waiting outside, bringing several brand new computers. They all looked young and sharp. They began setting up computers for Zhang Chen. I need 2 computers on this desk, Zhang Chen said, the kind that can be operated simultaneously with both hands. Zhang Chen always carried a laptop with him, ready to type at any moment. When he was setting up stalls, he also typed on his phone, but he was quick, easily typing 20,000 words in an hour. Now, with 2 computers set up, he wasn't just writing books, he was ready to dominate online. This would showcase his prowess as the world's top computer expert. Yes, Chairman. The expressions on the employees' faces were a bit strange. They didn't quite understand Zhang Chen's intentions. Clearly, they hadn't recognized him as the speed typing master. After all, some time had passed. Plus, Zhang Chen had been wearing large sunglasses at the time. It wasn't easy to recognize him. And how many super skilled hackers are there among company owners, able to operate with both hands? Perhaps the chairman is just going to play games? Playing with the secretary? They murmured ambiguously in their hearts. But of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud, and their faces were very serious. Soon, they had installed 3 computers in the office, and of course, the company's internal software had already been set up. They carefully explained everything to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen began to operate, casually saying, "The company's firewall is inadequate. It's too weak. I can breach it in just a minute. This. The forehead of the computer department manager broke out in beads of sweat. Wei Jie Game Company was engaged in gaming and computer-related fields, with computer experts aplenty. The firewall used was certainly not something that could be bought on the market. It was built by the company itself, very excellent and outstanding, successfully preventing many hacker intrusions. It protected the company's interests. But what did the chairman mean by saying that? Was he deliberately nitpicking? Was he dissatisfied with his manager? Was he about to be fired? Such a firewall, for a large gaming company, is really a bit lacking. You all need to work hard in the future. Zhang Chen said coldly, "Now, I'll perfect it for you, so you can see what a solid wall is, and what it means to be impenetrable." Blowing hot air? A few employees from the computer department scoffed secretly. They were all super skilled computer experts, incredibly proud and self-important. They didn't believe for a second that Zhang Chen was better than them. Xin Chanqian finally completed the paperwork and returned to the chairman's office. She was left dumbfounded. Inside stood more than a dozen employees, fervently crowding around Zhang Chen. He was typing away, his hands flying in a blur as he wrote software. Clap, clap, clap. His hands moved so quickly that they became countless afterimages, making it hard for the eyes to follow. The program on the screen flowed like a waterfall. Zhang Chen was modifying and perfecting the firewall based on the original framework, patching up one vulnerability after another. Oh my, this is terrifying. So the chairman is the speed god Zhang Chen, the #1 in computer technology. I just want to kneel and worship. Me too. Chairman, I admire you to the utmost. Xin Chanqian also looked at him with admiration. Being Zhang Chen's secretary was truly delightful. Not only could she serve a handsome guy every day, but she could also learn computer technology from him. How could she not improve rapidly? Alright, you all study and learn well, and quickly master the techniques I've demonstrated. Zhang Chen finally stopped and said, "Yes, Chairman." All the employees in the computer department responded respectfully and fervently. "Chairman, your computer skills are so amazing that we can only worship you. Chairman, you truly are the world's #1 computer expert, unmatched by anyone." They then began to fervently flatter him again. "Chairman, manager, she just took me to all the departments. Now I can start working." Xin Chanqian said in a crisp voice. "This secretary is too pure, isn't she?" The employees in the computer department muttered secretly, but they quickly retreated and closed the door. "This is my email address. Now, send an email in the chairman's name, and then send another in the secretary's name, so they can email us for important matters in the future. Also, you need to check my emails regularly, and if there's anything that needs my attention, remind me," Zhang Chen said. Xin Chanqian sat at her desk and quickly registered her email. Then she sent 2 emails in succession, one in her name and one in Zhang Chen's name. Fast and efficient. This was her forte. Zhang Chen was very satisfied. This was the most qualified secretary. She had truly never dated anyone, yet was smart and capable, pure and obedient. Moreover, she admired him greatly. The other women interviewed today were not pure, most were incredibly flirtatious and had deep emotional experiences. If one of them became the secretary, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. "Let's go, we need to show our strength." Zhang Chen picked up his laptop. "Show our strength? What does that mean?" Xin Chanqian looked confused. Were they going to disrupt another game company? "Let's go to the design department and let them see the prowess of our brother and sister team. If we don't impress those tech big shots, it will be hard to carry out our work in the future," Zhang Chen said. He had only impressed the computer department staff earlier. The employees from the development and technology departments were different. The former maintained the network, while the latter was responsible for game programming. "Chairman, This all depends on you. My skills are not as good as theirs, but I will learn from you and seek your guidance. I will definitely surpass them as soon as possible, Xin Shanshan said. The development and design departments were in the same hall, separated by screens, with hundreds of people present. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Secretary Xin. The numerous employees greeted them respectfully. Zheng Chen merely nodded lightly. However, Xin Shanshan's face flushed slightly, filled with excitement and exhilaration. Oh my god, is this the prestige of being a secretary to the board? It's absolutely thrilling. Does this count as a meteoric rise? Everyone, pause your work and come over for a meeting. The chairman has something to say to you, Xin Shanshan said cheerfully. Once all the employees gathered, Zhang Chen calmly stated, I'm here to help you solve technical problems. You can ask me any question. I'll provide you with ideas and solutions on the spot. Let's begin. What? Everyone looked bewildered. How many problems had they encountered while developing the game? Many were unsolvable, and they could only find ways around them. Did the chairman really dare to boast like this? The problems you can't solve are nothing to the chairman, Xin Shanshan urged. Hurry up and ask. The chairman's time is precious. Chairman, I have a question to ask. A disheveled employee, disregarding everything, pulled Zhang Chen to sit at his own desk, pointing at the difficulties he faced in his design, eagerly asking, Are you crazy, Sun Bai? Do you really believe the chairman has extraordinary technical skills? Asking such a difficult question? Isn't that putting the chairman in a tough spot? Many employees touched their foreheads, feeling both amused and helpless. They had all discussed that design problem and found no good solution. They were even prepared to give up and lower the design requirements. This problem is so difficult. Xin Shanshan frowned. I wonder if the chairman can solve it? It's very simple. No need to explain, just watch me operate. Zheng Chen said nonchalantly. His fingers began to dance over the keyboard. Tap tap tap. Like a storm, like rain hitting banana leaves. The shadows of his hands moved so fast that it was hard to see. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Chen stopped, stood up, and walked away, looking completely at ease. However, everyone was still staring at the computer screen in shock, because the design problem had been perfectly solved. This was a top-tier problem that had given so many experts headaches, and they had no way to resolve it. The chairman had solved it in just 3 minutes? Oh my god, what terrifying skills. It was simply beyond the limits. So amazing, so impressive. I want to kneel down and worship. Xin Shanshan was equally stunned. Soon, many computer experts began to ask questions frantically. Zhang Chen, with an indifferent expression, proposed ideas and thoughts that basically solved the problems. Sometimes he was too lazy to explain, rolling up his sleeves to type on the keyboard. In just a few minutes, he resolved everything. In only 2 hours, he had solved all their accumulated issues. It was like a whirlwind, unstoppable. Then he left gracefully with Xin Shanshan. There was no self-praise, no arrogance. It was as if this was not a remarkable feat at all. My god, how can there be a chairman like this in the world? He understands everything? He excels at everything? He can solve any problem? So the chairman is the speed god Zhang Chen. He claimed his computer skills are the best in the world, but I think it's not just that. He should be the best in the galaxy. So awesome, so incredible. I've never admired anyone before, but today I'm completely in awe. Oh my god, today has opened my eyes. If we could all comprehend this, our skills would skyrocket. With a chairman like this, a computer genius from the galaxy, how can the company not rise rapidly? The employees were buzzing with excitement, discussing fervently. As night fell, a Koenigsegg slowly drove out from Weijie Game Company. Zhang Chen couldn't help but look back one last time. This was his own company. In just one day, I conquered all the employees of the company. Especially the staff in the computer and technical design departments regarded me as a god. From now on, I wouldn't need to come in every day. I would merely supervise, while the secretary, Xin Shanshan, would take my place in overseeing any employee in the company. The management of the company was not something I needed to worry about. Professional managers were more adept at that. The general manager and the 2 vice presidents were quite capable. There was no need to change them for now. In the future, when you come to work, just call for the company to send a car to pick you up. Don't take a taxi yourself, it's not safe, Zhang Chen said to Xin Shanshan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Any man would be moved by such a pure beauty as Xin Shanshan. Whether driving or taking a taxi, there would always be danger. But sitting in the company's car alleviated those worries. I understand, Chairman, Xin Shanshan said, her face filled with emotion. Was there really such a good chairman in the world? No wonder the two campus beauties were desperately pursuing him. Zhang Chen dropped Xin Shanshan off at the school gate, not driving in, as he didn't want anyone to know he was a wealthy man. Chairman, thank you so much, Xin Shanshan said, reluctant to get out of the car. To be precise, she didn't want to part ways with Zhang Chen. She wanted to stay by his side forever. Shanshan is back. Did you get the job? Shanshan, you're back so late. You didn't do anything bad, did you? Xin Shanshan pushed open the dormitory door, and her 4 roommates immediately surrounded her, curiously asking questions. Sisters, today I had an incredible stroke of luck and successfully got the job as secretary. The annual salary is currently 350,000, not including bonuses. If I perform well, there will be a raise. Xin Shanshan said cheerfully. You really got the job? You're part-time and can still be a secretary? The boss isn't just interested in your looks, is he? Yeah, definitely not with good intentions. The 4 roommates stared at Xin Shanshan in disbelief, looking at her as if she were a monster. Then they began to question her. You're all too dirty-minded, always thinking wildly, Xin Shanshan pouted. The boss is only 25, incredibly handsome and fit, and has exceptional computer skills, the kind that's out of this world. His net worth must be over 80 billion, right? If he wanted to sleep with women, it would be too easy. Why would he have his eyes on his secretary? I'm just his eyes in the company, monitoring everything. He won't go to the company often. Once he completely takes control, he might not even go once a month. I have to contact him through computer and phone. That's a top-tier wealthy man. Oh my, is there really such a perfect man in the world? Just hearing about him makes my heart flutter. The roommates stared in awe, trying hard to imagine the boss's charm. Sisters, you chat slowly. I'm going to study, Lu Shiyu said, uninterested. She never believed there was a man better than Zhang Chen in the world. Shiyu, don't rush to leave. I have something to say to you. Xin Shanshan pulled Lu Shiyu into the room and closed the door tightly. Meaningfully, she said, my boss is definitely as excellent as the street vendor senior, just as handsome and incredibly perfect. He appreciates you. Would you be interested in meeting him? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you possessed? Lu Shiyu said angrily. I only like the street vendor senior. I won't marry anyone else in this lifetime. No one could ever be better than him. Even if they could, I wouldn't like them. Xin Shanshan burst out laughing. Do you know who my boss is? Once you know, you'll definitely like him and fall madly in love with him. You won't be able to extricate yourself. Now she finally understood that Lu Shiyu didn't know much about Zhang Chen's background. I have no interest in your boss. Don't mention him in front of me again, Lu Shiyu said with a dark face. You really can't take a joke at all. I'm just joking with you, Xin Shanshan said playfully. What I mean is, when you meet a man you like, you have to take the initiative and never let the opportunity slip away. Since you like Senior Zhang Chen and he's so outstanding, go after him boldly. Wu Dongfei is not someone to be underestimated. As Zhang Chen's devoted secretary, she would never leak any of his secrets. But Lu Shiyu was also her good sister. She had already hinted at it, but unfortunately, she didn't pick up on it at all. So she could only encourage her to pursue Zhang Chen wholeheartedly. TSK, little beauty, you're so pure, and it's rare for you to have feelings? It seems your boss is really impressive. Now you know what it's like to fall for a man, right? It's not something you can achieve just by trying hard. Excellent men are not lacking in women, Lu Shiyu said with a mischievous smile. I'm just reminding you, and you're dragging me into this. Oh dear, why is Dongfei's brain not working today? Xin Shanshan said, both amused and exasperated, her expression quite strange. She quickly changed the subject. So what's going on between you and Zhang Chen? Haven't you officially confirmed your relationship yet? I'm having a headache right now. He's just a straight man of steel, the kind that can't be bent, Lu Shiyu said, touching her forehead, unsure how to explain. What do you mean? Xin Shanshan asked, puzzled. A top beauty like Lu Shiyu, and there are still men who wouldn't jump at the chance. Lu Shiyu hesitated for a moment before revealing the thunderous incident. What? You spent a night together, and he was indifferent? He can't possibly be uninterested in women, right? Xin Shanshan was dumbfounded. How could that be? He confessed to me. Lu Shiyu shot Xin Shanshan a glance. Then he must be sick. Should we take him to the hospital? Xin Shanshan asked with some concern. He's not sick. That night, I secretly gave him for over an hour, and my throat still hurts now. Wu Dongfei is so clueless, she has no idea, Lu Shiyu said, her face flushed, seeming a bit proud. Xin Shanshan was once again left speechless, unable to process such a scene. It was something she couldn't even dare to imagine. I want to ask him out, but I'm worried he might refuse. Plus, Wu Dongfei is very vigilant and will definitely show up to cause trouble. so it's a bit complicated. Do you have any good ideas? Lu Shiyu said. Don't ask me about this, you're much better at it than I am. I believe you can definitely succeed, Xin Shanshan said, her face turning red. How good, let's go have a late-night snack. Lu Shiyu couldn't help but start contacting Zhang Chen. I'm not eating, I'm a bit tired today and plan to rest, Zhang Chen replied, having solved so many technical problems today. He was indeed a bit exhausted. You see, he's just that kind of straight man, completely oblivious to the hints, Lu Shiyu said gloomily. But I see he really likes beautiful women, Xin Shanshan said cautiously. After spending a day with Zhang Chen, she had certainly noticed that his gaze was easily attracted to the beautiful women in the company, even to herself. How could he possibly be a straight man of steel? It must be that Lu Shiyu's approach was wrong. In the luxurious room, Zhang Chen sat on the bed, eagerly looking at his university classmates' group chat. It was very lively. At Sha Zhangwen, did you hug the thigh? At Sha Zhangwen, who is the alumni after all? Damn it, Sha Zhangwen, have you hugged the golden thigh and ignored us? At Xiaona, did you succeed in applying for the secretary position? But neither Sha Zhangwen nor Xiaona came out to speak. At all students, it is said that Sha Zhangwen received several million in kickbacks during work and was taken away by the police. As for Xiaona, she failed the application. Zhang Chen spoke up, attaching a photo of Sha Zhangwen being escorted into a police car. What the hell? How is this possible? I was wondering why Sha wasn't talking. Turns out something happened. The students were stunned by the news, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Then they lost interest, feeling bored. The discussion stopped. The group fell into a deathly silence. He, I really am the topic terminator. Zhang Chen smirked. The next morning, he didn't go to set up his stall but went to work at the game company with renewed vigor. He needed to stay for a few days to stabilize the morale and fully take control of the company. After lunch, Xin Shanshan changed into a beautiful outfit and gracefully went downstairs, ready to go to work. The car to pick her up had already arrived. It was a Mercedes. The driver was a woman. Hello, Secretary Xin. The female driver said respectfully. Hello. Xin Shanshan got into the car, feeling inexplicably excited. She should be considered to have set a record. In her sophomore year, she found a part-time job, and it was a high-level position, secretary to the board. She had a car to take her to and from work, all thanks to her senior, Zhang Chen. Thinking of Zhang Chen made her heart race. He was an outstanding man who made countless men feel ashamed and countless beauties swoon. How lucky, Xin Shanshan is going to work, with a car to pick her up. I heard she's the secretary, so pure. Probably has the boss smitten. Watching the car speed away, many students were filled with envy and jealousy. Once at the company, Xin Shanshan made tea and brewed coffee for Zhang Chen. After handling all the emails, she began to massage his shoulders. Zhang Chen signed several documents in the morning and typed out tens of thousands of words in one go. He was a bit tired. He enjoyed closing his eyes, a little harder. Xin Shanshan nodded obediently. Then she timidly said, Chairman, I have a secret I haven't told you. What secret? I am roommates with Lu Shiyu. That's nothing. I feel a bit awkward, just afraid she might get jealous. Jealous? Zhang Chen was taken aback. Why do you think that? Because anyone would misunderstand, right? Isn't it a bit ambiguous between the chairman and the secretary? Xin Shanshan said, blushing. It's fine, don't worry. Zhang Chen patted her hand. Xin Shanshan felt as if she had been electrocuted, directly falling onto Zhang Chen's back. Isn't that a bit too sensitive? Zhang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he said, let's go check out the back of the company. What's there to see at the back of the company? Xin Shanshan was puzzled. Lu Mingyan said there's a stone gambling shop back there. Let's go try our luck. Zhang Chen said. He had come over in the morning, and Lu Mingyan had come to flatter him again. Massaging and kneading his legs, she casually mentioned the stone gambling shop behind. Zhang Chen had been thinking about it ever since, because the stone gambling shop was like his own bank. Sure. Xin Shanshan was very happy. She had never gambled on stones before. Of course, she was willing to go and broaden her horizons. So the two went downstairs. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Secretary Xin. The receptionist greeted them with a bright smile. What's your name again? Zhang Chen asked. My name is Yin Yuding. The receptionist said charmingly. Come on, come with us to the stone gambling shop to try our luck. Zhang Chen invited. Taking such a beautiful little sister out on the street must be quite impressive. But isn't there no one at the front desk? Yen Yuding felt quite tempted upon hearing this. Lu Mingyan, you take over the front desk for a while. Zhang Chen happened to see the HR deputy manager Lu Mingyan and a clerk coming down the stairs, and he ordered, Chairman, where are you going? Lu Mingyan jogged over with a strong fragrance, asking sweetly. To the stone gambling shop you mentioned, to try our luck, Zhang Chen replied. He had no good feelings towards Lu Mingyan. Originally, he wanted to make an example of someone, but there was a bigger chicken, Sha Zhangwan. Plus, the company needed a bad woman like Lu Mingyan to report back on things. That's why he didn't let her go. Chairman, that place is a bit remote. Let me take you there? Lu Mingyan said. I'll have the clerk cover the front desk for a while. That works, Zhang Chen agreed. The three beauties surrounded Zhang Chen as they walked out. Who did I offend? Why do I have to cover the front desk? Is being ugly a reason to lose my rights? The clerk was filled with frustration. Who is that? So flashy? Taking three super beauties shopping? Passers-by glanced over along the way. Many even glared at Zhang Chen. The three beauties were simply too alluring. Especially Yan Yuding and Xin Shanshan, one radiant, the other pure. They were dazzlingly beautiful. And Lu Mingyan was sultry to the bone, extremely sexy. She also appealed to many men. Yet the three were intimately surrounding Zhang Chen, looking at him in a special way, as if he were a lover. Zhang Chen inquired about the front desk lady's situation. She was 22 years old, a graduate from a relatively ordinary undergraduate institution, majoring in computer science. She had come to apply for a job but didn't get it. At that time, the company needed a front desk lady, offering $6,000 a month, and asked if she was willing to take it. She agreed. So she had been working for over 3 months now. Keep working hard to learn computer knowledge, and soon you won't be just a front desk lady anymore, Zhang Chen said. Yes, Chairman, Yan Yuding replied excitedly. This was the boss's promise. The future looked bright. I really regret it. Lu Mingyan, however, was filled with regret. If she had refused Sha Zhangwan and not become his girlfriend, she would still be single now. With Zhang Chen's demeanor, he loved beautiful women. She would have received special treatment, right? You graduating from university is quite impressive. You have two equally beautiful twin sisters who graduated from high school and started working. They were bullied, and they even had to apologize? Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of Jiang Shueqing and Jiang Shueyu. In terms of looks and figure, they could be stars, but unfortunately, their education was too low. What happened next? The three women looked curious. I bought the hotel and fired that general manager, Zhang Chen said casually. Now they are still working as top-notch waitresses, but no one dares to bully them anymore. My territory, my rules. The three women were dumbfounded. This was too impressive. The Deep Bay Hotel is also Zhang Chen's? My goodness. Lu Mingyan was increasingly shocked. Sha Zhangwan was simply an idiot. With such an impressive classmate, instead of trying to get close, he went out of his way to offend him. As a result, he ended up in prison, almost dragging himself into trouble. A billionaire. How many billionaires are there in the world? Even having 100 million is quite impressive. I see the sign, Xin Shanshan, surprisingly with good eyesight, pulled Zhang Chen to quicken his pace. So bold, I wouldn't dare to hold the chairman's hand, Yan Yuding secretly admired. However, if I were the secretary, I might be that bold too? The chairman really likes this pure secretary. I need to find a way to get on her good side. Lu Mingyan's face showed envy. The stone gambling shop wasn't too big, but there were plenty of stone materials for gambling. Many curious people came to take a look, and quite a few were there to try their luck. Especially at the stone cutting area, it was crowded to the point where not a drop of water could pass through. Oh my god, the gamble has risen. It really has risen. It's a big rise, a big rise. This is amazing. Excited voices erupted from the stone cutting area. Zhang Chen and his three companions also gathered to take a look. They discovered a piece of rough stone the size of a basketball, cut open in the middle. A green cross-section was revealed. It looked quite beautiful. Young man, are you selling this? I'll offer 500,000. I'll offer 600,000. Soon, the price soared to 800,000. 1 million, if anyone wants it, I'll sell it. The young man's face turned blood red with excitement, his hands trembling. Alright, I'll buy it for 1 million, an elegantly dressed old man said. Soon, the transfer was completed. The rough stone changed hands. Keep cutting for me, the old man said excitedly. Crack, crack, hiss, hiss, hiss. More cutting and polishing followed. Soon, 2 pieces of jade were extracted. One was the size of a rice bowl, and the other was the size of a palm, about half a finger thick. Ha ha, it's a glutinous ice-type spinach green. The gamble has risen. The old man laughed excitedly. I'll offer 5 million. 8 million. 2 million. 2 million. More people began to bid, and the price climbed to 8 million. Most of these people own jade shops. They made a living with their skills. The jade processed independents could earn them a good amount of money. Not selling, I'm keeping it for myself. The old man refused without hesitation. He was clearly not short on money. Calling him an old man was a bit inappropriate. He looked to be in his 50s, with only a few sparse white hairs that weren't very noticeable. I should have sold it earlier. The young man was pounding his chest in frustration. You should be content. You only spent 9,000 and made 1 million. If the old man had cut it wrong, you wouldn't be saying that. There are risks involved. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. How interesting. I want to try gambling on stones too. Me too. Xan Chanchan, Yen Yuding, and Lu Mingyan were all blushing and excited, wanting to test their luck. You can try, but it's best to ask for my opinion first, Zhang Chen said. Why? The three women looked confused. Because I can tell you that you probably won't lose. Zhang Chen said, I'm the world's #1 stone gambling expert. Put. The three beauties burst out laughing, not believing him at all. Soon, they began to look for their preferred rough stones. Others followed suit, bustling about to buy, all stimulated by the excitement. But while ideals are beautiful, reality is cruel. They all lost their bets, and when cut open, it was just stone, not even a hint of jade. One by one, they lost everything. Miss, you really don't understand stone gambling. How about I pick one for you? If it rises, you can accompany me for a meal? The old man, holding 2 pieces of jade, whispered beside Xian Shanshan, I'm a super skilled stone gambling expert. Thank you, but no need. Xian Shanshan flatly refused, quickly catching up to Zhang Chen. She never expected to encounter an old lecher in a stone gambling shop. Miss, where do you work? How about being my woman? I'll give you these 2 pieces of jade? The old man approached Yen Yuding, lowering his voice to ask. These 2 pieces of jade were worth nearly 3 million. Their allure was immense. Few women could resist. Yen Yuding was startled, jumping up and running to Zhang Chen as if escaping. The old man felt very frustrated, only able to gaze longingly at the 2 stunning beauties, helpless. His gaze then fell on Lu Mingyan, who was also very charming and beautiful, but he quickly averted his gaze. Such women are hard to catch. Moreover, they are difficult to deal with, and he might not be able to handle them. The 2 beauties just now were different. They looked fresh out of society, pure and beautiful, easy to deceive. Chairman, that old man is not a good person. Chairman, Xian Chanxian and Yen Yuding timidly complained to Zhang Chen. Old lecher? Zhang Chen's face darkened as he glanced at the old man. He said lightly, let's teach him a lesson later. He continued to use his X-ray vision. If he weren't focused on seeing through the raw materials, how could the old man's little actions escape his notice? This stone is quite special. Xian Shanshan picked up a black stone. It looks a bit like a big sweet potato, but unfortunately, it's black. Zhang Chen couldn't help but take a look. Instantly, he almost had a nosebleed. Because the X-ray vision also affected Xian Shanshan, the stunning scenery was undoubtedly revealed. Moreover, there was actually jade within the black stone. Seeing Xian Shanshan take a look and then put the stone down, Zhang Chen said, take it, you should buy that one. Xian Shanshan obediently agreed and picked it up again, looking as if she would do anything Zhang Chen said. Chairman, how about this one I have? Yen Yuding kept asking. Zhang Chen shook his head repeatedly, and finally, he grew impatient and kicked a stone the size of a rice bowl, saying, buy this one. Thank you, Chairman. Yen Yuding's face lit up with surprise. She quickly hugged it, treating it like a treasure. If either of you 2 stones has jade, I'll read my name backward. The old man, unwilling to give up, followed behind, sneering. Zhang Chen ignored him completely and continued forward with the 3 beauties. Finally, Zhang Chen finished seeing through all the gambling stones. He selected only 1 piece of raw stone. It was as big as a basket, pitch black. Zhang Chen lifted it effortlessly with 1 hand. The old man was secretly astonished. This young man has great strength. Lu Mingyan also chose a piece, the size of a soccer ball. She didn't ask Zhang Chen for his opinion because she didn't believe he was truly a master at gambling stones. When they reached the order-taking area, Zhang Chen pointed to the stone under the middle-aged man's buttocks and asked, Boss, is the stone under your butt for sale? You want to buy it? The boss laughed. It should be an ordinary stone. He had picked it up from the roadside during a trip to Myanmar. Seeing it had a nice shape, resembling a stone stool, he brought it back. It would be nice to make a stone stool out of it, Zhang Chen said. How much? I'll sell it to you for $1,000, the boss replied with a smile. Zhang Chen bought 2 stones, spending over 3.9 million. The main reason was that the first stone was too large, hence the high price. The 3 women also swiped their cards, each paying over 1,000 for the stones they selected. Then they went to the stone cutting machine. They began cutting the stones. Zhang Chen first cut Lu Mingyan's stone, slicing it into 4 pieces. Of course, there was nothing inside. Over $1,000 went down the drain. Lu Mingyan didn't mind, smiling throughout. because she hadn't really expected much. It was just a gamble for luck. Not listening to the old man's advice, suffering the consequences right before your eyes. The old man sneered from the side. Old man, what about these two stones? Do you think they have jade? Zhang Chen pointed at the raw stones Xin Chanshan and Yan Yuding bought, asking with ill intent. Not a chance, the old man scoffed. How about we make a bet? Zhang Chen said, if there's jade inside, you sell me one of your 2 pieces of jade for $1. If not, I'll buy your 2 pieces of jade for 6 million. Do you dare? Damn, this young man is crazy? It's clearly a losing bet. So foolish, could it be that he's rich and stupid? Everyone looked at Zhang Chen as if he were a fool. The conditions need to be changed. You must cut out more than $1 million worth of jade from these 2 stones for me to consider it a loss, otherwise, it's a win for you, and the stakes remain the same. Do you dare? The old man blinked, a cunning look written all over his face. I'm in. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smile, a strange expression appearing on his face. He had promised to teach the old man a lesson, and he intended to do just that. So, he would lead the lecherous old man step by step into the abyss. Unfortunately, he couldn't take his 2 eggs. This wasn't the gambling den after all. Thus, the 2 of them immediately signed a contract. They signed their names and pressed their handprints, leaving many people stunned. The 3 women did not stop them. They knew that 3 million was nothing to Zhang Chen. They even understood that Zhang Chen just wanted to teach the old man a lesson. Losing 2 pieces of jade would be quite a lesson, wouldn't it? Zhang Chen quickly cut out the piece for Yan Yuding and polished it. The jade was slightly larger than a fist. It was a lovely green. Oh my, is that a green with floating flowers from the furong variety? I bid 2 million. I bid 3 million. I bid 2 million. Soon, someone raised the bid to 8 million. Oh my, the stone chosen by the chairman has appreciated. 8 million? Yan Yuding was so excited that her face turned red as she shouted, Chairman, I love you. You're amazing. Chairman, you're incredible. Xin Chanshan cheered from the side. That front desk girl is so lucky. Lu Mingyan was very envious. Old man, you lost. Zhang Chen's gaze was fixed on the old man's face. Old man, you lost. Hurry up and give me the jade. Come on, come on. Old man, you're so rich. What are 2 pieces of jade to you? The crowd began to urge him. Damn it, I actually lost? Lost 8 million in one go? The old man's face turned ashen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had thought it was a sure win. Reluctantly, he handed the jade to Zhang Chen, feeling immense pain. 8 million just like that became someone else's. Zhang Chen also took out a coin and gave it to the old man. This was a transaction, not gambling, reasonable and legal. He. Xin Chanshan and Yan Yuding giggled with delight. Letting you be lecherous, letting you be a rogue. Now you know the pain, right? Zhang Chen began cutting stones again and soon cut out Xin Chanshan's piece. It was only the size of a fist, but the quality was better. Oh my, this is ice glutinous green, worth a fortune. I bid 5 million. I bid 6 million. In the end, someone raised the bid to 8 million. Xin Chanshan was already dumbfounded. The stone chosen by Zhang Chen had yielded jade worth 8 million? What kind of ice glutinous green was this? Wasn't this a direct path to wealth? Chairman, I don't know how to thank you. Xin Chanshan threw herself into Zhang Chen's arms, her shoulders shaking as if she were crying. She came from a scholarly family, but her parents were just elementary school teachers with low salaries, so she studied hard. In her freshman year, her parents divorced. Her mother remarried and would not provide her with living expenses. As for her biological father, although he loved her, he had to give his salary to his new wife. Where would he find money to support her? She had been living on loans and scholarships. As for the relatively nice clothes, they were all gifts from her roommates. Money was too important to her. But now, she had unexpectedly received jade worth 8 million? Why are you crying? Zhang Chen was puzzled. Woo. Xin Chanshan continued to cry. She stammered about her family background. In the end, she said, I'm just too excited and happy. Then cry when you get back. Don't cry now. Zhang Chen's voice softened. He had also been down and out in the past, even falling behind on rent. For himself at that time, 8 million was also an astronomical figure. He might have been so happy that tears streamed down his face. Ladies, have you sold your jade? The price I offer is very fair, asked the woman who had made the highest bid. Sold? The 2 beauties exchanged glances and then looked at Zhang Chen simultaneously. With such valuable items on them, they might not be able to sleep. Then let's sell it. Zhang Chen waved his hand, selling even the jade he had won from the old man. Thus, each of them made 8 million, while Zhang Chen made 8 million. These 2 girls are luckier than ever, Lu Mingyan said, her eyes red with envy. 8 million was something he could envy, but 8 million was something she truly envied, because even if she worked for 30 years, it would be hard to earn 8 million. Zhang Chen began to cut the stone he had bought. "Chairman, didn't you say you were going to keep it as a stone pedestal?" Yan Yuding asked curiously. "I changed my mind," Zhang Chen said seriously. Soon, he sliced the stone in half. Xin Chanxian poured a scoop of water over it. Instantly, one of the cut surfaces shone with a dazzling purple light. "The gamble has risen, a big rise. Oh my, this is violet. It's skyrocketing. It seems to be glass type." Countless people went crazy, their eyes burning with excitement. The three beauties were also dumbfounded. A stone pedestal cut out glass type violet? But Zhang Chen remained indifferent. He continued to cut the stone and soon extracted the jade. It was a piece of violet jade as big as a volleyball. Crystal clear, extremely beautiful. "Oh my god, this is really glass type violet. This is a top treasure. I offer 800 million, sir, will you sell it to me?" The crowd grew even more fervent, and the woman buying the jade was also captivated. She offered a terrifyingly high price. 800 million? Everyone was dumbfounded. A stone pedestal bought for just 1,000 yuan had yielded jade worth 800 million? This was a windfall. The chairman is simply the reincarnation of the god of wealth. The chairman is truly the world's #1 stone gambling expert. Yan Yuding and Xin Shanxian were so shocked they couldn't speak. "I'm such an idiot, why didn't I ask the chairman's opinion when choosing the stone?" He had said that from the start. Lu Mingyan regretted it deeply. She wasn't foolish, in fact, she was quite clever. Initially, she thought Zhang Chen claiming to be the world's #1 stone gambling expert was just boasting or joking. Later, when 2 stones rose in value, she thought it was a coincidence. But with the third stone skyrocketing to a value of 800 million, she understood that Zhang Chen wasn't bragging. She had missed a chance to get rich. Otherwise, she would have certainly made millions like Xin Chanshan and Yan Yuding. "Didn't you say you were going to keep it as a stone pedestal?" The owner of the stone gambling shop was also envious, his eyes red. It turned out that the stone he had been sitting on for years was actually a raw stone for gambling, containing glass-type violet, worth over 800 million? How could he not think to cut it open? He had sold it for just 1,000 yuan? 800 million. With so much money, one could never use it all in a lifetime. Beautiful women, beautiful scenery, delicious food, luxury cars, mansions, and cruises could all be enjoyed to the fullest. "This is top-grade jade, I'm keeping it for myself," Zhang Chen refused. Then he pointed to the other half of the stone and said, "However, if someone is willing to offer a high price for this half, I would be willing to sell. 100,000, 200,000. Someone really did make a bid. Perhaps there was also glass-type violet inside. However, no one dared to offer too high a price. The old man made the highest bid at 800,000. "Do I care about a few 100,000? Zhang Chen scoffed, slicing the stone in half. After watering, a section unexpectedly revealed a hint of purple. It seemed there was also glass-type violet inside. "I'll bid 3 million. I'll bid 8 million. I'll bid 10 million. At this point, everyone went crazy. The old man even bid 30 million. Instead, the woman buying jade didn't place a bid. She was in the jade business, not gambling, just buying jade materials. "If it's 50 million, I'll sell it," Zhang Chen said. 50 million? Everyone was taken aback. This was a terrifying number. This half has already cut out glass-type violet worth 800 million. This half is also purple. Forget it, forget it. I'll cut it myself. I don't lack 50 million. I'm just tired of cutting stones and want to take a break." Zhang Chen pretended to start cutting again. "Wait," the old man shouted, carefully shining a flashlight over it. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, I'll buy it for 50 million. I'll bid 55 million. Another competitor emerged, a middle-aged man. "You." The old man was so angry he nearly spat blood. He wanted to raise his bid but had no money left. He could only stare in disbelief. "Old man, it's sold to you for 50 million, Zhang Chen said. Everyone was dumbfounded. He wouldn't sell for 55 million, but he would sell for 50 million? Was he crazy? "Why won't you sell to me? I bid higher?" The middle-aged man was exasperated. "I just won his jade earlier, so I'm compensating a bit." "Sorry," Zhang Chen replied. "Fine then." The middle-aged man was incredibly frustrated. The chance to make a fortune was gone. "Thank you." The old man was, of course, all smiles, immediately transferring 50 million to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stepped aside, started smoking, looking like he was taking a break. The three beautiful women were puzzled, glancing at Zhang Chen and then at the old man. They felt something was off. Chop, chop, chop. The old man quickly cut the stone in half. A scoop of water was poured on it. There was no jade at all. That hint of purple was only a millimeter thick, just barely cut by Zhang Chen. How is this possible? The old man's face turned pale. Sweat beads the size of beans appeared on his forehead. He continued cutting until the stone was reduced to pieces the size of fingers. Still, he found not a trace of jade. The dream of striking it rich was completely shattered. Moreover, the 50 million was entirely wasted. Not a single cent was earned back. The old man trembled, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he sat down on the ground, lost and dejected. 50 million, just like that, thrown away. Even the richest would feel heartache. Besides, he wasn't that wealthy. Without this 50 million, while it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, it was close enough. Oh my god, I almost lost 55 million? The middle-aged man also looked terrified, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Old man, get out of the way, don't delay me from cutting stones. Zhang Chun threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. My 50 million. The old man finally came to his senses and cried out loud. It was a pitiful sight. Crying? Who can you blame for your own greed? Get lost, get lost. The boss was furious, ordering 2 security guards to drag the old man out. Chop, chop, chop. Zhang Chen began cutting another piece of stone. Soon, there were earth-shattering cheers. The gamble has risen again. Oh my god, this is the god of gambling. Zhang Chen ignored it completely and quickly peeled the jade away. It was large, about the size of half a bucket. Oh my god, this is high ice type Imperial Green. The woman rushed over, her eyes wide in shock as she shouted. Blast type Imperial Green is the top-tier jade. The last time Zhang Chen cut a piece, it was worth 500 million. High ice type Imperial Green is second only to glass type Imperial Green. It is also very precious and exceptionally rare. A piece this large is certainly worth a fortune. I'll bid 2 billion. Will you sell it? The woman looked at Zhang Chen, asking expectantly, what, 2 billion? Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. What an astronomical figure this was. It could last several lifetimes. This was outright wealth. So terrifying. Heavens, the chairman has already made 2.8 billion? Xin Chanxian and Yen Yuting were shocked to the point of being speechless. I regret it so much. I actually didn't believe him. Lu Mingyan was dumbfounded and regretted it to the core. Otherwise, she could have easily made a few million instead of losing over 1,000 like now. This jade is nice too, not for sale, Zhang Chen said casually. He held a piece of jade in one hand and walked away with 3 beautiful women. Xin Chanxian had already called the company driver to pick them up. My goodness, the driver was dumbfounded. Where did the chairman get this jade? It's so big. Of course, he won it from gambling on stones. Xin Chanxian said excitedly. They placed the jade in the trunk and got in the car. Xin Chanxian then asked, Chairman, did you deliberately sell it to the old man for 50 million because you knew there was no jade inside? Of course, I said I would teach him a lesson. I originally wanted to trick him a bit, but seeing how he was basically bankrupt, so I guess he was lucky. Last time, that world gambling king who had his eyes on the woman next to me, what was his name? Ghost Handurin, I won 2 of his eggs, and now he's probably still crying in the hospital, Zhang Chen said nonchalantly. Xin Chanxian and Yen Yuting were left speechless. They thought Zhang Chen's lesson meant tricking the other party out of 2 pieces of jade worth 2.8 million. Little did they know it was about making the old man go bankrupt, and he was still not satisfied? He even won 2 eggs from the gambling king? This was too ruthless and vengeful, right? But why did it feel so sweet and happy? At that moment, Zhang Chen could ask them to do anything, and they would agree, including going to bed. If I could marry Zhang Chen, how happy that would be. Lu Mingyan, in shock, also looked dreamy. Do you know? Our chairman is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Today he made 2.8 billion at the gambling stone shop, and even the secretary and the receptionist got rich because the chairman picked a rough stone for them. One made 3.8 million, the other 8 million. My goodness, he made 2.8 billion just from gambling stones in such a short time? And that's not all. The chairman also taught a lecherous old man a lesson, tricking him out of over 50 million. Lu Mingyan is filled with regret because she bought rough stones without asking the chairman's opinion, and the chairman had warned her. I'm telling you, the chairman is the world's #1 gambling stone expert. Any gambling stone shop is his bank. I want to give birth to a monkey for the chairman. I want to give birth to a monkey for the chairman too. When Zhang Chen returned to the company with 2 pieces of jade worth 2.8 billion, the staff were completely excited, utterly fervent. Is this the glass type violet? It's so beautiful. The high ice type Imperial Green is incredibly beautiful, and so huge, this is a rare treasure. All the senior executives found reasons to report to Zhang Chen, then gazed fervently at the jade on the table, gasping in amazement, utterly thrilled. Chairman, congratulations. Chairman, why not start a jewelry company? With your amazing gambling stone skills, not using them properly would be a waste. Chairman, you must be the reincarnation of the god of wealth. They all began to flatter him. Starting a jewelry company is too easy, not challenging at all. Occasionally visiting a gambling stone shop is fine. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Chairman, you have to take me with you then. Please take me too. The senior executives were filled with anticipation, especially Lu Mingyan. Her gaze was so intense it seemed capable of melting gold and iron. How about this? We evaluate outstanding employees once a year, with a quota of 20. At the end of the year, I'll take the outstanding employees to a stone gambling shop. Consider it a bonus for everyone. It's not limited to Deep City. We can go to Magic City, Yanjing, or other big cities. Even Myanmar, Zhang Chen said. You all discuss how to evaluate outstanding employees and come up with a plan. Yes, Chairman. All the executives cheered, their faces filled with enthusiasm. This was exhilarating. As long as they worked hard and performed well, they could expect a big payout at the end of the year. Not expecting millions, but hundreds of thousands could be anticipated, right? That would be equivalent to a year's salary. I still have a chance, I still have a chance. Lu Mingyan cried tears of joy. The chairman actually rewards outstanding employees like this? Secretary Xin Chanxian was dumbfounded. It seemed Zhang Chen was truly the world's best stone gambler, able to hit the mark every time, winning every gamble. Otherwise, how could he dare to make such a decision? Soon, this news spread like wildfire through every department of the company. All the employees were thoroughly excited. Each one worked harder and was more motivated. Efficiency greatly improved. The company took on a whole new look. Does this count as using someone else's money to give bonuses? Zhang Chen laughed proudly. To be honest, he had little interest in those stone materials worth hundreds of thousands or millions. If he bought them all, it would be too selfish. One person getting rich while others lost money? Using these materials to reward outstanding employees was just perfect. This was simply a genius idea. Chairman, this reward is excellent, but it could be even better. You could buy some stones and hold a lottery for the employees at the end of the year. That way, everyone has an uncertain chance, and no one would easily quit, making the company very stable, and the benefits would definitely improve, Xin Chanshan suggested. Good suggestion. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. In fact, some of the materials contained jade, but they were of poor quality, like dog's hit and bean green types, not worth much, just tens of thousands or over 100,000. Such stone materials could also be bought back. After all, they only cost a few hundred each. Holding a lottery for employees would make them very happy if they won. So Zhang Chen had Xin Chanshan send out an email explaining this benefit. The entire company erupted in cheers once again. They were extremely excited and looked forward to it immensely. If the hotel, watch store, and rich companies all incur losses, I would still reward many employees like this. Zhang Chen's face was filled with anticipation. In the following days, he rarely went to set up a stall. He stayed at the game company, showing off. It was just too enjoyable. In the mornings, Lu Mingyan would come to attend to him, massaging his legs while also reporting on others. In the afternoons, Xin Chanshan would arrive, even more attentively serving him. For meals, they would go to Deep Bay Hotel, where the twin beauties served diligently. Sometimes he would have late-night snacks with Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei. This was definitely the peak of life. So enjoyable and comfortable. Finally, the end of the month arrived. Zhang Chen, filled with anticipation, walked into the office of the rich company. Good morning, Chairman. All the employees greeted him respectfully. Basically, everyone had returned from vacation. To be precise, they had been called back last month and had been working ever since. Working was so comfortable, there was no need to watch the market. They just played games, listened to music, and read novels. Everyone looks in good spirits. Zhang Chen smiled. Let's play some chicken together later. Let's play chicken together. I like that. Chairman, now we are all experts. I guarantee we'll win every time. The many traders laughed excitedly. Playing games every day. How could their skills not improve? Working at such a company was more comfortable than being an emperor. High salary and freedom. No one cared if you were late or left early. If you didn't come, no one would ask. You aren't even allowed to check the stock account, lest it affect General Manager Deng's thoughts and judgments. Moreover, they now know that Zhang Chen is a billionaire. He said Deng Xiaoli is a stock god, giving her 50 billion to operate. How could there be any mistakes? Otherwise, how could he have become a billionaire? Zhang Chen walked into the general manager's office. Deng Xiaoli was actually eating chips and listening to music, looking completely relaxed. Hello, Chairman. Upon seeing Zhang Chen enter, she stood up to greet him. What's wrong? Not reading stock trading books anymore? Zhang Chen was a bit surprised. This was different from before when she used to study hard. Has she given up? Does she know she's just a novice messing around without a clue? I studied hard for 2 months and have already grasped the essentials. Now I've transformed into a top stock god. After a bit more practice, I should be on par with Buffett, Deng Xiaoli said proudly. Naturally, there's no need to read anymore. Those repetitive things aren't worth looking at. Damn, you've only studied for 2 months, and you're already a top stock god? I think you're even worse than Zhao Kuo, who only talks big. Impressive, really impressive. You truly live up to being the god of losses I have my eye on. Zhang Chen almost laughed out loud. This is what they call a full bucket of water making no sound, while a half-full bucket clinks loudly. This time, it's stable. 5 chapters delivered, begging for a 5-star rating. So how are the results this month? Zhang Chen asked, suppressing a laugh. I don't know, Deng Xiaoli said. After building the position and locking it in, I haven't looked at it since, and no employees are allowed to check either. I have to admire that big heart. It's quite a rarity, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Among his 3 main subordinates, Wu Dongfei, Li Shi, and Deng Xiaoli, he felt most at ease with Deng Xiaoli. High school education, clerical work experience, trading stocks, investing 50,000 and losing 30,000, with no stock trading knowledge at all. She actually thinks she's a stock god. After building a position of 50 billion, she just stupidly locked it in. Not even a glance afterward. If she doesn't incur losses like this, it would truly be against the laws of nature. How much will she lose this time? Even if it's a 10% loss, that's still 5 billion. A tenfold compensation would be 50 trillion. Zhang Chen was filled with immense anticipation, his eyes shining. He ordered, then open the account. Let me take a look. Okay. Deng Xiaoli seemed a bit helpless. Zhang Chen may have money, but his patience was truly lacking. He had to check once at the end of every month. Aren't the ups and downs just numbers? If it drops, it will eventually rise again. What's the use of looking now? Just empty joy and needless sorrow. Why bother? Isn't it more enjoyable to chase girls? Isn't it more fun to pretend to be poor and set up a stall? She slowly opened the stock account. It was all bright red, with not a hint of green. Everything had risen. October earnings, 10,028,971. Rate of return, 20%. What the hell? Profited? Made 100 billion? A crazy 20% profit in a month? Zhang Chen's eyes bulged out of their sockets. His jaw almost dropped. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The anticipation in his heart, the joy he felt, instantly vanished. Tears almost flowed out. The pain in his heart was unbearable. Do I care about this 100 billion? What I was looking forward to was 50 trillion. Just like that, it inexplicably disappeared. Who do I go to for an explanation? Damn it, this is ridiculous. How can messing around with stock trading lead to profit? If it were really that easy, anyone could be a stock god. He had seen many people buy stocks only to find huge losses, then bury their heads in the sand and delete their trading accounts. 8 or 10 years later, they expectantly check, only to find the stocks have been delisted, and they have nothing left. It's truly a case of wanting to cry but having no tears. It shows just how foolish it is to lock in positions while trading stocks. That's truly a guaranteed death. But what's going on now? The returns are pretty good, but they still fall short of my expectations by a lot. In a few years, it will definitely multiply many times over. Deng Xiaoli said confidently, I advocate value investing, focusing on the long term. Is that so? Zhang Chen glanced at her, sneering. Value investing, my foot. The Chinese stock market is not suitable for value investing. If you don't sell when it rises, it will eventually drop like a rock. But damn it, Deng Xiaoli just happened to catch a dead mouse like a blind cat. She really made money this month. What on earth is going on? So he entered the stock forum to check the comments. Then he discovered a secret. If the main force doesn't move, I won't move. The main force is so awesome, just not moving. Everyone, charge. The main force is optimistic about this stock, not selling any shares every day. The trading volume is too low. It can't drop. It seems I might have dug my own grave. Zhang Chen felt a bit anxious. He had invested too much. 500 billion. Deng Xiaoli bought a dozen stocks. Each stock was worth tens of billions. So much capital lying idle. The turnover rate was shockingly low. It was hard to drop, but easy to rise. So, next month is a bit uncertain, huh? What to do? Zhang Chen continued to operate, carefully observing the market trends. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face. The index had already surpassed 100 points. It was about to plummet. When the market crashes, these stocks would also plummet. If the main force doesn't have funds to back it up, it would fall endlessly. Continuous limit downs were possible. Any main force would sell high and buy low, reducing costs. At critical moments, they could also provide support. That's the correct way to operate. It's just a pity that I couldn't get the system compensation this month. Last month I still got 300 billion. My 50 trillion, damn it, has flown away again. Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. He still had to praise Deng Xiaoli. Not bad, making progress, having faith and belief leads to success. I feel the chairman isn't very happy, very calm. No wonder he's a billionaire who started from scratch, not taking 100 billion wealth seriously. Deng Xiaoli murmured in her heart, a hint of admiration appearing on her face. Stepping out of the office, Deng Xiaoli announced, everyone, the chairman just checked the stocks, and we made 100 billion this month, with a return rate of 20%. Let's keep working hard to achieve even better results. A big red envelope at the end of the year. God, 100 billion in a month? So awesome, the chairman's vision is really good. Knowing that General Manager Deng is an extraordinary stock god, discovering her from a clerk. No wonder the chairman can become a billionaire. How do you think the chairman discovered that General Manager Deng is a stock god? General Manager Deng lost 30,000. The chairman could see her extraordinary talent. Could it be that these few numbers hold some secret? The employees erupted in cheers, each one in awe of Zhang Chen's insight. You all think too much. I just found a novice to lose money. If Deng Xiaoli is a stock god, then each of you is a pangu among stock gods. Zhang Chen was internally shedding tears of sarcasm. But he said, Deng Xiaoli is an extraordinary genius, my female god of wealth, managing my 500 billion fortune. No, now it's 600 billion. It will become even more in the future. I firmly believe. Saying this almost made him want to vomit. Deng Xiaoli was very excited, raising her hands to accept the worship of the many employees. When the losses come, you'll know that the female god of wealth was just a clerk, far less knowledgeable about stock trading than you. You could do 1,000 times better than her. Zhang Chen murmured in his heart. Not wanting to delay any longer, he walked out with a dark face. Didn't you say you would eat chicken with us? Why did he leave? Didn't he mean what he said? The chairman was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? Why do I feel like the chairman isn't happy? It's not that he's unhappy, he's just very calm. It's just 100 billion in wealth. The chairman doesn't care much about it. The employees were all discussing. Zhang Chen went downstairs, letting out a deep sigh. His dreams of wealth had shattered again. He had only earned 100 billion with tears. Why was it so hard to incur losses? He sadly lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Through the sparse smoke, he seemed to see the 50 trillion wealth he had hoped for dissipating like mist. His heart ached, so painfully. It's okay, we still have 3 generals, and we've only lost 1, there are still 2 left. Zhang Chen wiped away the tears of sadness from his face, tossed the cigarette butt aside, and drove swiftly to the Deep Bay Hotel. Hello, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman. As Zhang Chen stepped into the hotel, a chorus of greetings rang out continuously. He made his way to the chairman's office. Jiang Shueqing and Jiang Shueyu, dressed beautifully, were already waiting at the door to greet him. They embraced Zhang Chen, enveloped in a rich fragrance. Although they were still top-notch service staff, they only attended to Zhang Chen. Of course, when Zhang Chen wasn't around, they had other responsibilities, essentially acting as his personal secretaries at the hotel. You look beautiful today. Zhang Chen gently hugged them, a radiant smile appearing on his face. In the presence of these 2 lovely and beautiful girls, even the worst mood could brighten. Thus, every boss would want to find super beauties as secretaries. The 2 sisters cheerfully invited Zhang Chen to sit on the sofa. One busily brewed tea while the other began to massage his shoulders. They were all smiles, with bright eyes and cheerful expressions. Hello, Chairman. Li Shi entered with the finance manager. He had just returned yesterday after a month-long trip. Such benefits made many envious, but Li Shi was quite troubled. He just wanted to enjoy life with his wife, not travel alone. Have a seat. Zhang Chen pointed to the sofa. Once they were seated, Zhang Chen smiled and said, You look good. I lost 5 pounds. Li Shi touched his forehead, almost in tears. A smiling tiger, even if you've lost weight, you're still a tiger. Zhang Chen silently mocked in his heart but said, losing weight is better than gaining. You didn't exercise enough before, now you look great. Health is the most important. You still have the nerve to say that? Last month, you fainted for no reason. You should go out for a walk, and you can't take any beauties, just go alone. Li Shi said with a dark face. You don't know, I was practicing internal martial arts, breaking through a critical bottleneck, which is why I fainted for a bit. Now I'm the strongest man in the world. Have you seen my videos of doing pull-ups and slam dunks? Zhang Chen said proudly, then started doing flips continuously in the office. Thud, thud, thud. He flipped over 100 times without breaking a sweat. Damn! Li Shi's eyes widened. The finance manager was also dumbfounded. How incredible was that? What terrifying physical fitness. Let me tell you, I can go for over 3 hours at a time. Zhang Chen whispered in Li Shi's ear. Of course, that was just bragging. If he failed to show off, maybe the system would compensate him? You were just a monk for a month. Do you think I don't know? Li Shi scoffed. Although he was abroad, his wife managed the hotel. Plus, she was a super hacker. With her exceptional skills, she naturally had her ear to the ground. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. This smiling tiger was indeed not simple. He even knew that he had been a monk for a month, but that time at the door. Did it count? Almost 3 hours. That should be impressive, right? He wasn't entirely just bragging. But did this count as failing to show off? System, please compensate me quickly. The host is already the world's #1 tough guy, with a theoretical endurance time of 3.5 hours, the system's voice rang out. What the hell? That's so impressive? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, his heart filled with joy. The world's #1 tough guy, and he even has endurance? But he was also a bit worried. With such prowess, what woman could handle it? So he smugly said to Li Shi, actually, I understated it by half an hour. I was afraid you'd feel inferior. Are you still bragging? Can't you see all these beautiful women around? Li Shi said, both amused and exasperated. She didn't believe it at all. Soon, the two started smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke. They didn't mention performance for a long time. Zhang Chen was absolutely confident that the hotel would incur losses this month. Just looking at Li Shi's listless demeanor made it clear, so there was no rush. However, Li Shi didn't want to discuss performance with Zhang Chen at all, because it wasn't his merit. He was an honest person, and had a sense of compassion. He was willing to take the blame for his subordinates' mistakes but didn't like to take credit for their work. How's the performance this month? Zhang Chen finally asked. About 320 million. Li Shi replied. A loss of over 320 million? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. Wouldn't that mean compensating over 30 billion? Ha ha ha. This is what they call planting flowers with intent but getting nothing, while casually inserting willows and having them flourish. I said the profit is over 320 million, Li Shi said irritably. What kind of boss is this? It seems like he's hoping for losses? Boom! Zhang Chen felt as if a thunderous roar, carrying the breath of destruction, struck him. Instantly, his whole body went numb, the world spun around him. His insides burned, and his skin felt like charcoal. The joy in his heart turned into pain and disappointment. My over 30 billion, gone again. What use is this 320 million? Damn it, what a nightmare. They actually made a profit? And even more? This smiling tiger is so formidable? The trick of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair didn't work? What's going on? I feel a bit cold? The chairman seems to be grinding his teeth? The 4 of them were all puzzled in their hearts. The hotel didn't incur losses. They made so much, they should be very happy. It must be an illusion, it has to be my illusion. Why did we make even more profit this month? Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and asked. Although General Manager Li went on vacation, he issued orders through the internet and handled company matters in a timely manner. The staff didn't dare to slack off. Operations were orderly. Customers were very satisfied, leading to more repeat customers. Thus, profits increased, the finance manager explained. Damn, this smiling tiger is so ruthless, even abroad he can intimidate the staff? He can command remotely? Zhang Chen secretly felt wary. The most blind thing he did in his life was misjudge Li Shi, the smiling tiger. Otherwise, how could he have let him become the general manager? The result was that he lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Li Shi, I like watching animals on the African savannah. Do you like it? Zhang Chen suddenly asked. Wild buffalo and lions? Wolves? Giraffes? And rhinos? Crocodiles? I like them too, Li Shi replied enthusiastically, not knowing how to write the word deaf. The 3 women, however, looked confused, wondering how they suddenly started talking about animals on the African savannah. Is this the wild imagination of men? That's great. Zhang Chen slapped his thigh. I really want to see the savannah, but I don't have time. Since you like it too, why don't you take some people to the savannah, film a TV series about the lives of savannah animals for us to enjoy? Who knows, we might even sell it and make a small profit. I approve you to use 200 million in funds. Find people immediately and set off as soon as possible. Let's send the smiling tiger to Africa and see how he manages the hotel remotely. If there are no losses next month, I'll read my name backward. Li Shi's smile instantly froze, nearly collapsing on the spot. Has Zhang Chen gone mad? Why should a layman like me go to Africa to shoot a TV series? I just got back a day ago. Just one day, Lishi said, his face filled with despair as he pleaded, Chairman, I'm not a director, and I know even less about filming TV shows. Can't you send someone else? Someone else? No way. It has to be you. You understand me best and can create the TV series I want, Zheng Chen replied. Wife, I can't take it anymore. The chairman wants to send me to Africa again, to shoot some animal documentary for him to enjoy, saying he doesn't have time to go himself. Lishi returned to the office, collapsing weakly onto the sofa, his face etched with frustration. He shouldn't have agreed to that one comment. Now he was trapped. He really doesn't have time. He's very busy, Huang Qian said. How can he be busy when he's out every day setting up stalls? Flirting with girls every day? Lishi said darkly, I don't have time. I need to accompany my wife. Put. Huang Qian burst out laughing. He hasn't been setting up stalls lately. Instead, he spent 8 billion to buy Weijie Game Company and is integrating it vigorously. Plus, he won over 4 billion at the casino, making them all immediately pay protection fees, and he went gambling for stones twice, earning tens of billions. What the hell? How much wealth does he actually have? Lishi exclaimed, jumping up, disbelief written all over his face. Even I can't figure out his true wealth, but he is indeed the world's top computer expert. The firewall he built, I can't breach. His gambling skills, hand speed, parallel bars, basketball, are all world-class, Huang Qian said. You have such an amazing classmate, you're just incredibly lucky. He wants the best for you, to travel the world, and instead of being grateful, you're here complaining. You really don't know what's good for you. But I really don't want to go. I don't like traveling, Lishi said, feeling so frustrated he wanted to bang his head against the wall. You can delay for about 10 days. Just say you're looking for a director's assistant or something, and it really does take time. This way, you can rest well, and also go out to exercise, but be careful, don't get out of the car randomly. Filming has to be done inside the car. Huang Qian said, 2 billion in funding, and you don't need to hire stars, no actor fees, enough to shoot a beautiful TV series. Where can you find such a good deal? Sai, why is he so good to you? Lishi wanted to refute, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Sai, once he boarded Zhang Chen's pirate ship, it seemed there was no getting off. Although life was a bit poor back then, he could be with his wife every day. How happy was that? Ha, smiling tiger, let's see how you make the hotel profitable this time. Zhang Chen thought of Lishi's frustrated and helpless expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You make me suffer, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Soon, he arrived at the Patek Philippe watch store. Very nice. All the beautiful women were gone. Just some dinosaur ladies. Business was also very slow. Almost no one was seen. Steady. Good day, Chairman. All the staff greeted respectfully, especially those dinosaur ladies, their faces filled with gratitude. It was Zhang Chen's decision that allowed them to get a well-paying part-time job. Wu Dongfei came out, exuding a rich fragrance, dressed in denim shorts and a white gauze top, her black hair flowing, so sexy it made one's nose bleed. She joyfully welcomed Zhang Chen inside, letting him sit on the sofa. She personally brewed fragrant tea and then sat down next to him. Dongfei, how's the performance this month? Zhang Chen asked. Don't worry, if there are losses, I won't be angry. It's just to give you some practice, to hone your skills. You don't know, I found another stone gambling shop, spent hundreds of thousands to buy 2 stones, and cut out jade worth 8 billion. Senior brother, you're amazing. Wu Dongfei was pleasantly surprised, her beautiful eyes becoming watery. But, senior brother, you underestimated me. This month, there was no loss. We made a profit of 26 million, which is $1 million more than last month. Surprised, aren't you? Really? Zhang Chen's body instantly stiffened. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had already transferred away that strategist Duan Shanshan. All the beautiful staff had been replaced with dinosaur women. Business was clearly not good. How could they be making money? More than last month? If making money was that easy, he could have become rich selling goods on the street long ago. Of course it's true. Wu Dongfei took out the report from the drawer and spread it out for Zhang Chen to see. It's over, all 3 generals have been wiped out. Zhang Chen looked at it, his face turning ashen, his heart aching in waves. He had thought that this month he could become the world's richest man. Who knew it was still out of reach? Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Wu Dongfei noticed that Zhang Chen's expression was off and asked nervously. Nothing. I'm happy for you, you really didn't let me down, you've grown. Zhang Chen forced a smile and then inquired about the reason for the performance increase. Because we raised the salaries, and the less attractive junior sisters and seniors are grateful for their jobs, so they work especially hard. Their service attitude is particularly good, and they are very patient. Although male customers don't favor them, female customers are very satisfied. There are even more repeat customers. Business has actually improved somewhat. The performance has slightly increased. After explaining, Woo Dongfei admired him, saying, "Senior brother, you are truly amazing. You are a business genius." Zhang Chen wished he could slap himself a few times. What kind of bad idea was this? Not only was there no loss, but they were making a fortune instead. But if he hadn't come up with such an idea, would they not have made money? Sigh, why was it so hard to incur a loss? It was much easier to lose money selling goods on the street. Senior brother, I also contributed. How will you reward me? Woo Dongfei, oblivious to the situation, wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's neck and acted cute, clearly wanting him to kiss or hug her. I have some things to do. Zhang Chen was in no mood to be affectionate with her. 500 trillion in wealth had flown away. Even a celestial being in front of him held no interest. So, he directly pushed her away, walked away with a stern face and furrowed brows. He simply couldn't think of a way to incur losses for the store. It was better not to see it. Senior brother seems to not like me anymore. Woo Dongfei was panicked and distressed, tears almost spilling out. She hurried back to the dormitory and called Duan Shanshan back from the hotel to discuss countermeasures. Shanshan, senior brother, was very happy at first. Why did he suddenly become unhappy? What should I do? Woo Dongfei was at a loss. Don't worry, has anything special happened between you two recently? Something special? There is indeed one thing. We went to the concave door together. Woo Dongfei briefly mentioned Zhang Chen winning money at the concave door and then shyly added, on the night of the thunderstorm, the three of us lay on one bed. I was upset that Lu Shiyu was causing trouble, so I quietly. After more than an hour, I really couldn't hold on anymore, and worried I wouldn't be able to speak the next day, so I stopped. Could he be angry because of that? But that doesn't make sense. When we returned to Deep City, he even gave me a piece of jade worth 50 million. Duan Shanshan was dumbfounded, her cheeks flushed. She didn't want to know such intimate secrets. She could only comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. You weren't ambiguous with any other boys. He treated you well before and then gave you 50 million in jade. What is that if not true love? You two haven't even officially started dating yet. How could he possibly not like you anymore?" Zhang Chen sat on the sofa in the study, questioning his life. Every time he was almost certain there would be a loss, how had it slipped out of control? As soon as the end of the month arrived, they were making money? If money were really that easy to make, then anyone could be a millionaire. Can even Deng Xiaoli make money from stock trading? 500 billion turned into 600 billion in just 1 month? Woo Dongfei is completely a novice in business. How could she manage a store? Yet she makes over 20 million every month. As for Li Shi, there's no need to mention him. Even if he misjudged someone, he is actually a cunning tiger with hidden depths. But having lured the tiger away from its mountain, he went on a trip abroad and still managed to make the hotel profitable? At this rate, when will I become the world's richest person? Excluding that 100 billion loan, my own wealth is only over 120 billion. Relying on others is not as good as relying on myself. Let's see what I can do. Zhang Chen opened his computer and began typing furiously. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He had prepared a book that was bound to flop. Today, he would write the grand finale. Pilai Pala. His 10 fingers became a blur, making it hard for the eyes to follow. The words on the screen flowed like a waterfall, transforming sorrow and anger into strength. Indeed impressive. 3 hours later, he had typed out 150,000 words. The keyboard was almost smoking. He then uploaded those 150,000 words in one go. And this book, I Am a God of Wealth Who Loves to Set Up Stalls, was finally completed. A total of 1.5 million words. Exactly 1 month, averaging 50,000 words a day. This is quite impressive. Not many authors can achieve that. However, the readership was sparse, with a pitiful 28 subscriptions. One reason was the writing wasn't great, and the other was the time was too short. There were only a dozen or so reviews, mostly marveling at how fast the author typed. As for the writing style and content, no one discussed it at all. Completely flopped. Assessment complete. System, aren't you going to compensate me? Zhang Chen asked expectantly in his heart. Whether it's a failure needs time to verify. It hasn't been recommended yet, and readers haven't seen it. The editor hasn't really studied your book either. Other authors haven't noticed it either. So, you need to be patient. In half a year or a year, there should be results, the system replied. What? This isn't considered a flop? No results yet? I have to wait half a year or a year. Zhang Chen was instantly furious. Had he worked so hard typing for a month? Didn't you see that? Reader, peer, and editor evaluations are all essential. This is unavoidable. Writing a book is like this. There are also other matters that need time to verify whether they count as failures, the system patiently explained. Ah, This is driving me crazy. Zhang Chen nearly exploded his computer. What kind of ridiculous system is this? How can there be such a huge flaw? In the past, when I confessed to some beauties and got rejected, it was clearly a failure, but I didn't get any compensation, being told I didn't try hard enough. Even if I didn't try hard enough, there should be some acknowledgement. Today he was genuinely furious. Nothing was going smoothly. All three of his generals were down. The novel was completed, and it still wasn't considered a failure. He had to wait another half a year or a year. Ding! Host has discovered a system loophole, system upgrading. The system's voice rang out. What the hell? I made it upgrade? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, completely stunned. His combat power was actually this strong? Even the system had to upgrade? Soon, a strong sense of anticipation appeared on his face. Hopefully, after the upgrade, these loopholes could be resolved. That would be amazing. Upgrade complete. In an instant, a system interface appeared before him. System, failure tenfold compensation system. Host, Zhang Chen. Age, 25. Failure points, 200 points. Failure points? What is this? Zhang Chen was astonished. Is this what they call an upgrade? Shouldn't it assess his writing failure and quickly give him a tenfold compensation? What's with this failure points nonsense? The host must have a process of effort for any failure. In the past, when the host casually confessed to beauties and got rejected, or when the host tried to show off and failed, the system didn't consider it a failure. Therefore, no compensation was given. This is not right. I have to show some acknowledgement. So, I will give the host some failure points. As long as the host collects a certain number of failure points and applies them to something they are doing, it will lead to quicker results. And 200 failure points are your compensation, the system said. Quicker failure? I'm not quite sure I understand. Zhang Chen frowned. Let me give you an example. Suppose you have written a book but it hasn't received any recommendations and hasn't been read or reviewed by peers or editors. If you apply some failure points, the system will recommend the book, prompting peers and editors to read it immediately, thus quickly determining whether it truly flops, the system explained. The same goes for other things. That sounds quite interesting. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he applied the 200 failure points to his flopping book. In an instant, something magical happened. The website displayed a recommendation for the book I Am a Rich Guy Who Loves to Set Up Stalls, and it was in a prime position, featured prominently. What the heck? A flopping book can get such a prominent feature. What's going on? A trash book is getting featured? Damn, my book is so good, and it doesn't even qualify for this? Numerous authors were furious, feeling unjustly treated, and they all went to check out the book. Aside from the fast updates, it's worthless. Oh my gosh, did he write 8 chapters in one meal? This is killing me. He wrote 100,000 words on gambling stones? There's no plot. It's as bland as water. It's a miracle it's not flopping. Countless authors mocked. What kind of garbage are you writing? Why so casual? The beginning is decent. Damn, is this forcing me to eat shit? Author, with such good writing skills, why can't you refine the plot a bit? Many readers also left comments. Wow, the system is so powerful? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. It was truly immediate results. Those 200 failure points were incredible. So satisfying. It seems he needs to find ways to earn more failure points in the future. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host's book has flopped completely, compensating with 3 top-tier masterworks. Almost simultaneously, 3 books appeared in Zhang Chen's memory. These 3 books were titled Starry Sky, Home, Starry Sky, Conquest, and Starry Sky, Starsea. They were a trilogy. Each book contained 3 million words, totaling 9 million words. As Zhang Chen read through them carefully, he was utterly shocked. These were 3 science fiction works, depicting a civilization gradually leaving its home, conquering the starry sky, and ruling the Starsea. Various civilizations and technologies were beyond what Earthlings could imagine. The writing was unparalleled, surpassing any great literary master. The plot was ingeniously crafted. Anyone who read it would become completely obsessed. They wouldn't stop until they finished. This time it's really satisfying. Zhang Chen laughed excitedly, a deep joy spreading across his face. These 3 books could easily make him a top-tier literary master, renowned throughout history. Making movies and TV shows was undoubtedly a given. Winning various literary awards was also certain. Moreover, the civilizations and technologies described within had high research value. Perhaps, they were based on real events, not mere fiction. So, this was a true dual gain of fame and fortune, something countless writers longed for but couldn't achieve. He went out again, starting to set up his stall. With such powerful failure points, he had to earn them quickly. Plus, while setting up the stall, he could type on his phone, allowing him to quickly finish writing these 3 books. Then he could publish them in print. What the heck? Why are you setting up a stall again? Jiang Baishue touched his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. My book flopped. If I don't set up a stall, won't I starve to death? Zhang Chen said. You starve to death? Jiang Baishue shook his head. The one starving to death is right next to you. Ding! Host's attempt to show off failed. Failure points +1. Awesome! Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He boasted again. Bro, I've got inspiration. I'm going to write a world-class masterpiece. Put! Jiang Baishue burst out laughing. Damn, you're bragging without even drafting a script. Ding! Host's attempt to show off failed. Failure points +1. He, racking up failure points like this feels quite rewarding. Zhang Chen chuckled to himself. Bro, actually, I'm the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Zhang Chen continued. You're not having a mental breakdown today, are you? Should I take you to the hospital? Jiang Baishue said with a dark expression. Ding! Host's bragging failed. Failure points +0. 00001. Damn! The failure points for bragging are so low? Zhang Chen was furious, instantly losing interest in earning failure points through bragging. It was a complete waste of his breath and time. So he asked, Old Jiang, have you seen any super beauties lately? I saw that beauty I mentioned last time again, an unparalleled beauty. If you saw her, you'd definitely bleed from your nose. Jiang Baishue's eyes instantly lit up. It wouldn't be Manhwa or Beihua, would it? Zhang Chen asked. The 4 campus beauties of Futian University, one from each direction. He had only confessed to the East and West beauties, and hadn't encountered the other 2 yet. This was also why Zhang Chen chose to set up his stall here. The 2 campus beauties would eventually leave the campus. Moreover, this was a bustling area, and there were other beauties passing by. Even if he got rejected, it wouldn't count as a failure, and he could still earn failure points. So, Zhang Chen was even more interested in setting up his stall. No, I've seen those 2 campus beauties as well. Pure and beautiful, no less than the East and West beauties you've pursued. But this beauty is different, uniquely sexy, flirtatious, and stunning. Her S-curve is so exaggerated it'll leave you dumbfounded. In any case, she's very special. You could describe her as a natural beauty, a femme fatale. Jiang Baishue said excitedly. I know where she works. He. Quick, tell me. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. What about a finder's fee? Jiang Baishue made a money-counting gesture. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen scanned the QR code on his stall. He paid him 1,000 yuan. This amount was just right. Jiang Baishue had a strong sense of pride. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refrained from asking any classmates for help. Generous. Jiang Baishue was delighted, pointing to a nearby building. She works at the Bank of China. Great. Zhang Chen was extremely excited. He sensed he was about to gain something huge again. He immediately went to a nearby flower shop and bought a bouquet of red roses. He hid them in his bag. This prop for confession was essential. You're not thinking of confessing to that beauty again, are you? Jiang Baishue touched his forehead, his head pounding. After spending some time setting up stalls with Zhang Chen, he had seen Zhang Chen confess to several beauties, none of which were successful. They had all been laughed at, and he had endured quite a few strange looks himself. Of course, when I see a beauty, I must bravely confess. It's a recognition of her beauty. It's also a way to hone my willpower and resilience. Zhang Chen said seriously, then he picked up some dust from the ground and smeared it on the back of his hand and face. He even messed up his hair. His clothes were wrinkled. Of course, he wasn't wearing a watch. He looked in the mirror. He was definitely a poor loser, down to the last detail. I don't know you. Jiang Baishue moved his stool away, but it was useless. Zhang Chen pulled him back again. How did I end up with such a bizarre classmate? Jiang Baishue covered his face. Despite having a fortune of over $1 billion, he tirelessly set up a stall. He confessed his feelings whenever he saw a beautiful woman. Moreover, he pretended to be a poor loser. It was simply sinful. Bro, I'm writing the world's greatest masterpiece. Keep an eye out for me, and if any beautiful woman appears, remind me, Zhang Chen said, starting to type on his phone. His fingers became countless afterimages. The words flowed down like a waterfall. Oh my, did you really write this? Jiang Baishue turned his head to take a look, his gaze fixed, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Of course, if it wasn't me, would it be written by a ghost? Zhang Chen shot him a glare. But how can you write so fast? And with such talent? It's so innovative. Jiang Baishue questioned. I've been conceiving this story for over 20 years, it's already formed in my mind. This is called deep contemplation, and the pen flows like a god, Zhang Chen said while typing. Moreover, I'm planning a trilogy, a sister piece. So you started conceiving it in the womb? No wonder it's so good. Brilliant. Good. Awesome. Jiang Baishue read along, barely keeping up with Zhang Chen's typing speed. He kept slapping his thigh, his face increasingly filled with enthusiasm. Go on, set up your stall, keep an eye out for beautiful women. If you remind me when one shows up, I'll give you 1,000 as a reward, Zhang Chen said irritably. Really? Jiang Baishue's eyes lit up. Could it be fake? Zhang Chen glared at him. A billionaire wouldn't care about such small change. Ha, that's fantastic. Jiang Baishue was instantly overjoyed, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings, not missing any passing beauties. He reminded Zhang Chen whenever he saw one. Ding, the host confessed to a beautiful woman, scared her away, failure points plus 10. Ding, the host confessed to a beautiful woman again, scared her away, failure points plus 10. In just one morning, Zhang Chen confessed to 3 beautiful women, earning 30 failure points. Adding a few from Jiang Baishue, his failure points reached 35. Moreover, Zhang Chen typed 100,000 words that morning. No need to think, just type it out. How could the speed not be fast? Look, a super beauty from the bank is coming out. Jiang Baishue, who had earned 4,000 yuan from Zhang Chen that morning, was now in high spirits, his eyes evolved into eagle eyes with radar. As soon as the beauty stepped out of the bank, he spotted her. He quickly reminded Zhang Chen. Xia Lei walked out of the bank with a light step. Dressed in a blue work uniform, her 1.76-meter figure was perfectly accentuated. Due to years of fitness, her hips were prominently curved, her waist even more slender, and her curves were striking. Her S-curve was astonishing. Her features were exquisite, with large bright eyes that held a natural allure. Her skin was fairer than snow. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist, fluttering in the air. With every step, she swayed, exuding charm. Countless men stared in awe. One guy turned to look at her and crashed hard into a wall, breaking his nose and causing blood to flow. Whoosh! A Lamborghini Veneno sped over and stopped beside CLA. The door opened like butterfly wings. A young man with an imposing demeanor smiled at her. CLA, get in, I'll treat you to a meal. Thanks, but I brought my own lunch. I just came out to buy a few hair ties. CLA politely declined, her steps unwavering as she headed towards a roadside stall. Sigh, rejected again. Sun Tao looked frustrated and gloomy. He had waited half the morning for just this one sentence. He was a promising young second-generation rich kid who met CLA while handling business at the bank and fell head over heels for her at first sight. Irresistible. Because she was not only stunningly beautiful but also exceptionally talented. A renowned calligrapher. A famous writer. Her pen name was Hua Lei Qingxiang. She had published 3 long novels, all of which were adapted into television films. The copyright alone sold for hundreds of millions. She was once the most beautiful girl at Hucking University. At that time, the number of boys pursuing her could circle the earth holding hands. But her standards were too high, she didn't fancy a single one. During high school and college, she turned down at least 30 directors' offers. After graduating from university, she came to Shenzhen and worked at the China Bank. From then on, Sun Tao began his fervent pursuit. He sent flowers every day and drove a supercar worth 30 million to wait for her. But he was ruthlessly rejected. He persisted for 2 years, unwavering. It didn't touch her in the slightest. He hadn't even touched her finger. CLA, I must win you over, Sun Tao yearned in his heart. He drove slowly behind her, mesmerized by her beautiful silhouette. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Old Jiang, you weren't bragging. She truly is a stunning beauty, Zhang Chen exclaimed, then worriedly said, what if she doesn't agree when I confess? Agree? Are you dreaming? Jiang Baishue laughed. Did you see that handsome guy driving the Lamborghini? His name is Sun Tao, the heir of Tianfeng Group, worth over 100 billion, and young and accomplished, cultured and refined. He has been pursuing her for 2 years with no progress at all. So proud? Zhang Chen was surprised. She has the right to be proud, Sun Tao said. Her name is CLA, and her pen name is Hua Lei Qingxiang. Hua Lei Qingxiang? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't she the author of major works like Bubbling Buds and Flower Empress? The talented woman whose royalties exceed 500 million? Yes, a super talented woman. Her brilliance is comparable to that of the ancient Li Qingzhao, Sun Tao said. We internet writers are nothing but trash in front of her. It is said she is also a famous calligrapher, and her writing can sell for high prices. So, you can confidently confess. There's no need to pretend to be a poor loser. She will definitely reject you. I really don't understand why you like to be tortured like this. I suggest you see a psychologist. Nonsense, I'm just enjoying life. There's no such thing as being tortured. The beauty I confess to, even if she rejects me, will turn around and fall in love with me, Zhang Chen said irritably. Bragging like that will bring you misfortune. Jiang Baishue shot Zhang Chen a glance, a bit displeased, because Xia Lei was his idol and goddess. A few days ago, he had learned about her background and was still excited. He fantasized about asking her for an autograph. But every time she passed by, he felt ashamed and didn't dare to speak. Of course, he couldn't tolerate Zhang Chen belittling CLA like that. Ding, host's show-off failed, failure points +1. The system's voice rang out. Showing off is different from bragging. Showing off means having real strength, while bragging means lacking it. This beauty must be my lucky star. I haven't even started confessing yet, and I've already earned a failure point, Zhang Chen thought joyfully. Now he had 36 failure points. Xia approached Zhang Chen's stall, carrying a faint, elegant fragrance. She softly asked, "How much for the hair ties?" "That depends on your looks. If you're pretty, it's free," Zhang Chen replied with a smile. "Then I'll just take them." Xia smiled slightly, as if 100 flowers were competing for beauty, dazzling and unparalleled. She picked up 10 hair ties, pretending to leave. She had absolute confidence in her looks. When buying small items, many stall owners wouldn't take her money, but she certainly wouldn't take such small advantages. Now it was just a little joke. Although Zhang Chen looked like a poor loser, he was tall, handsome, and had a slightly disheveled charm. "That won't do, you must answer a few questions for me," Zhang Chen said seriously. "First of all, I am actually a great writer." "Do you believe it? What about your pen name?" Xia asked with a smile. "Pen name? I haven't thought of one yet," Zhang Chen replied. "Don't you have a pen name called Most Loves to Set Up a Stall?" Jiang Baixue interjected at an inopportune moment. "Most loves to set up a stall? I've read your book, I Am a God of Wealth Who Loves to Set Up a Stall. It's quite well written." "Writing 1.5 million words a month. That's impressive," Xia said with a half smile. "Ding, host's pretentiousness failed. Failure points +1. Beauty, actually I am a god of wealth. Do you believe it?" Zhang Chen smiled brightly. "I believe it, of course," Xia said insincerely. "Ding, host's pretentiousness failed. Failure points +1. Actually, I am very outstanding. Do you believe it?" "I believe it," Xia nodded perfunctorily. "How much are these hair ties anyway?" "Failure points +1. 5 yuan. Zhang Chen knew Xia was getting impatient, so he didn't continue to rack up failure points from her. Secretly, he was very excited. This beauty was indeed his lucky star. The failure points were coming in fast. Xia scanned the QR code and paid 5 yuan. She turned and walked away. "Beauty, you left something behind," Zhang Chen shouted. "What did I leave behind?" Xia turned around, puzzled. "You left me behind," Zhang Chen said, holding a bouquet of flowers, kneeling on one knee. "Beautiful lady, you were so beautiful and elegant, I fell in love with you at first sight. Will you be my girlfriend?" "I don't know him," Jiang Baixue covered her face. Xia, who had been giggling from being flirted with, was now dumbfounded. A street vendor actually confessed to her? And he even had flowers prepared. This was too ridiculous. "You street vendor, you're looking for trouble." Sun Tao, furious, pushed the door open and got out of the car. He snatched the flowers from Zhang Chen's hand and smashed them to the ground, stomping on them a few times. This was an enormous humiliation. The goddess in his heart was actually flirted with by a street vendor and even confessed to. How could he tolerate that? "You, a street vendor, who gave you the confidence to confess to Manager Xie? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, simply unaware of your own ugliness. You ruined my shoes with your flowers, clean them up immediately, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Sun Tao was extremely arrogant. He had been furious for 2 years because he couldn't pursue Xia. The goddess in his heart, even a rich second generation like him couldn't win over, yet a street vendor dared to confess. It ignited the anger he had suppressed for so long. And when he trampled Zhang Chen's flowers, he indeed got his shiny leather shoes dirty. Is this how arrogant rich second generations are? Do you think we street vendors are easy to bully? Jiang Baixue picked up a high heel and rushed over, filled with righteous indignation. "Dare to make a move? One call from me, and you'll be ruined," Sun Tao shouted arrogantly. He exuded an air of superiority that turned heads among passers-by. Jiang Baixue was instantly intimidated and dared not make a move. But Zhang Chen, as if he hadn't heard, continued to look at Xia. "Beauty, you still haven't answered me. Did you not hear what I said?" Sun Tao was furious. "You'll be cleaning my shoes later, don't rush," Zhang Chen said. "Fine, I'll wait then." Sun Tao instinctively misheard. He felt even more pleased with himself, thinking he was impressive. He had just intimidated a street vendor. Put, Xia, of course, didn't mishear and burst out laughing. "Stop laughing. Agree to be my girlfriend before you laugh," Zhang Chen urged again. "I'm sorry, you're not the person I like," Xia said, turning to leave. Ding, host's confession failed, failure points +10. The system's voice rang out. Zhang Chen smiled brightly and quickly chased after Xia, blocking her path. He sincerely said, "Beautiful lady, I know you were Xia, with the pen name Hua Lei Qing Xiang. I believe that in this world, only I can be your dream lover and Prince Charming, because I am truly exceptional, and once you get to know me, you will deeply fall for me. Please think about it again." He had pinned all his hopes on this matter. If he was rejected again, he could immediately receive system compensation. This was truly something to look forward to. Bastard, are you done? Hurry up and lick my shoes, Sun Tao said in exasperation. Can you wait a moment? It will be ready soon. Why are you in such a hurry? What kind of strange hobby is that? Zhang Chen replied irritably. He. Xia Lei couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and giggled, her body shaking with mirth. She finally discovered one of Zhang Chen's strengths, his humor. Sun Tao was being played around by him and didn't even realize it. You look really good when you smile. I really like you. Please agree to be my girlfriend, Zhang Chen said passionately again. No matter how exceptional you are, no matter how wealthy you are, no matter how much you like me, and no matter how much you cling to me, I will absolutely not like you. So, don't waste your time on me anymore. I once told him the same thing, so I hope you take it as a warning. Xia Lei pointed at Sun Tao and said, What the hell? Who did I offend to get dragged into this? Sun Tao's forehead broke out in 2 black lines. He trembled with anger, more determined than ever to humiliate Zhang Chen severely next time, to let him know the consequences of offending him. Just licking shoes wasn't enough. He needed to add more to it. Today, the young master was in a bad mood. This must be the effect of failure points, otherwise, she wouldn't be so resolute. After all, I haven't even started to cling yet. Zhang Chen marveled inwardly. The system was indeed impressive. It could really shorten the process. Otherwise, he might have to confess several more times. The last time he confessed to Lu Shiyu and failed, he received compensation because Lu Shiyu had to livestream a Koenigsegg and couldn't leave. It allowed him to confess continuously and try to persuade her. Now, it should be about time, right? Not disappointing Zhang Chen, the system's voice rang out like heavenly music. Ding, host's confession was rejected. Compensation of 3,000 years of lifespan. With 3,000 years, the host should be able to make 10,000 talented women like Xia Lei fall for you. The failure compensation system compensates where you fail. It will make up for your weaknesses and help you reach the peak of your life. Almost simultaneously, a current surged through Zhang Chen's entire body. He felt inexplicably that the chains binding him had been severed. It was as if he had evolved into a higher form of life. My God? 3,000 years of lifespan as compensation? I just hit the jackpot. Zhang Chen's heart was filled with ecstasy. Indeed, the more top-tier the beauty, the more terrifying the compensation for a rejected confession. After all, making 10,000 beauties like Xia Lei fall for you was incredibly difficult. Even if you could make one like you, there weren't 10,000 such beauties on Earth. You could only use 3,000 years to make up for it. This was exhilarating. Then, Zhang Chen eagerly asked, System, do I now have 3,000 years of lifespan? Yes, the system replied. What kind of principle is this? Zhang Chen asked in disbelief. The system briefly explained. The gist was, survival of the fittest, elimination of the unfit. Darwin's theory of evolution is correct. Humanity will choose to pass on excellent genes, generation after generation, endlessly. Theoretically, this will produce a gene for longevity, inherited and strengthened over generations, ultimately leading to immortality. But because ancient people had natural enemies, they could only choose to reproduce in large numbers to avoid extinction. Therefore, the longevity gene was sealed. If the numbers were insufficient, encountering a natural enemy would lead to total annihilation. Modern people, however, no longer have natural enemies. There is no need to compensate for quality with quantity. Yet, with the current level of technology, unlocking the sealed longevity gene is still impossible. Thus, a lifespan of only 100 years remains. But the system can. The system not only easily unlocked the seal within Zhang Chen's body, awakening the longevity gene, but also evolved it a bit. Hence, Zhang Chen can have a lifespan of 3,000 years. This is not something extraordinary. Oh my God, the system is amazing. It seems to come from a very advanced civilization. Zhang Chen secretly marveled. He was also filled with excitement, realizing he now had 3,000 years to plan his life. Of course, he also wanted to repay the incredibly alluring beauty, Xia Lei. Street vendor, hurry up and lick my shoes. Otherwise, I'll kill you today. Sun Tao shouted fiercely, exuding a murderous aura. Don't go too far. Do you really think being a rich second generation means you can do whatever you want? Jiang Baixue rushed over with high heels in hand. Xia Lei, who had already walked a distance, also stopped and looked back with some concern. What would the poor vendor do when bullied by the rich second generation? Would he back down? Or would he resist? Sigh, being too beautiful also has its troubles. Some men always want to compete for her attention. Both of you have been rejected by me. Do you still want to create conflict? Are you out of your mind? Everyone, come take a look. Someone is about to lick shoes. This kind of excitement cannot be missed, Zhang Chen shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet. You still want everyone to watch the excitement? Xia Lei looked at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. Did he really want to incite public outrage? This was indeed a good method. Perhaps it could make Sun Tao back off. Oh my God, what is Zhang Chen doing? Jiang Baixue touched her forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. He, this idiot wants people to watch him lick shoes. This is just what I want, Sun Tao chuckled sinisterly. Lick shoes? Damn, really? Passers-by stopped in their tracks, and many vendors gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity. Sun Tao, right? You can start licking my shoes now. Everyone is waiting, Zhang Chen said, pointing at Sun Tao's nose. Damn, this is so awesome. A street vendor is making a rich second generation lick shoes? Ha ha ha, the street vendor is going wild, making the rich second generation lick shoes. Looks like there's excitement to watch. Awesome. Everyone became excited. Such courage? Xia Lei looked surprised. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the rich second generation? It's over. Today's incident has escalated. Jiang Baixue also touched her forehead, feeling a bit at a loss. Zhang Chen was going to confront him head-on. Could he really win? That guy was a super rich second generation. 100 billion in assets. What? What did you say? Sun Tao's nose twisted in anger, and he could hardly believe his ears. Lick his shoes? Was this bastard looking for death? You stole the flowers I was giving to the beauty, threw them on the ground, and stepped on them, dirtying my shoes, and you just say to lick them clean. Everyone saw this. Do you want to go back on your word? Zhang Chen said angrily. He's right, the vendor confessed his feelings to the beauty, and he, a passerby, randomly stole flowers and trampled them like this. The flower shop owner, a cute girl, said indignantly. Zhang Chen was her big customer. He bought a bouquet every day last month, contributing nearly 10,000 yuan. Of course, she had to speak up for him. Yes, I saw it too. The rich second generation is bullying honest people. It's too much. If the rich second generation doesn't lick shoes today, it would be utterly unreasonable. How outrageous for a rich second generation. You're not even a beauty. What does it matter to you if the vendor confesses? Are you going to bully him? The many vendors began to angrily echo. They were all poor, naturally aligned with Zhang Chen, who was selling on the street. How could they not help Zhang Chen? Moreover, what they said was the truth. You, talking nonsense. It was clearly your flower that got my shoes dirty. I told you to lick my shoes, and you agreed, telling me to wait a moment. Sun Tao was furious, his face turning blood red, fists clenched tightly. How dare a mere street vendor turn black and white? If he didn't teach him a lesson, could he still consider himself a super rich second generation? You stole my flower and trampled it like this, juice splattering everywhere, clearly dirtying my shoes, and you say to lick them clean. Zhang Chen said angrily, now you want to back out? Are you afraid of losing face? Then why did you steal my flower and step on it? You're asking for death. Sun Tao was seething with rage, glaring fiercely. The one asking for death is you, Zhang Chen replied. Today, I will teach you a harsh lesson, so you know some people are not to be trifled with. Sun Tao grabbed Zhang Chen by the chest, and with his other hand, he swung a hard slap at Zhang Chen. Everyone saw it, he attacked first. Zhang Chen seized the opponent's wrist and pulled down hard. With a thud, Sun Tao had no ability to resist and fell directly to the ground. Ha, now lick it, that's fine too. Zhang Chen laughed maniacally, grabbing Sun Tao by the neck and pressing him down onto his own leather shoe. It was an old, very dirty leather shoe. The smell was certainly unpleasant. Ugh. Sun Tao immediately began to gag, pushing against the ground with his hands, struggling desperately. But it was of no use. The hand gripping his neck was like a mountain, unmovable. Instead, his mouth rubbed against the leather shoe. His mouth was bleeding, and his teeth were nearly broken. Oh my, he really is licking. This rich second generation is quite trustworthy. Ha. I've never seen a rich second generation lick shoes before. Ha, isn't that Sun Tao? Why is he licking shoes? Gagaga, Sun Tao has met a tough opponent in this street vendor. His reputation is ruined. Countless people were dumbfounded, excitement bubbling within them. Some even started taking photos and videos. Zhang Chen is in big trouble now. Jiang Baixue touched his forehead, unsure of what to do. He originally wanted to help, but now realized there was no need to help at all. Sun Tao couldn't possibly compete with Zhang Chen. He couldn't even argue back, let alone match him in strength. This poor loser has some nerve, doesn't he? Xia Lei was also dumbfounded, thinking Zhang Chen would back down and let the rich second generation bully him. But unexpectedly, he was beating Sun Tao to a pulp? Could he be a retired special forces soldier? A king of soldiers? Street vendor, you are asking for death. I will definitely kill you. Sun Tao's face was blood red. As a super rich second generation, when had he ever been so humiliated? He shouted in anger and resentment, but with his mouth rubbing against the shoe, he couldn't speak clearly. You better lick it clean obediently. If you want to talk tough, save it for later, Zhang Chen said. Haven't you heard the saying, rich second generations don't suffer losses? You. Sun Tao was so furious he felt like his lungs would explode. He really wanted to kill someone, but now he was like a baby being pinned down, and he had no companions with him. It was simply crying to the heavens with no way out. I'm not in a hurry at all. If you don't lick it clean today, I won't let you go, Zhengchen said calmly. Today, I'll give you a lesson on who you cannot provoke. Ah! Sun Tao let out a shrill and resentful scream. He simply couldn't endure such humiliation, given his proud and arrogant nature. He really didn't want to bow his head. He didn't want to lick shoes, but if he didn't lick them clean, he couldn't escape. This bastard was too strong. He couldn't break free at all, so he began to shamefully lick the shoes. His tongue was as agile as a dog's. Oh my god, he's really starting to lick. Ha ha, the rich second generation thinks he can do whatever he wants, but when he meets someone tough, doesn't he have to obediently lick shoes? He's licking them pretty clean. Has he licked shoes before? Is this really the arrogant and domineering Xiao Tao? Now he should be renamed to Lick Dog. Ha ha ha. Countless people began to excitedly discuss. Street vendor, just wait, I will definitely take revenge on you 1,000 times over. Hearing such discussions, Sun Tao was filled with grief and anger, vowing in his heart. It took him a good 10 minutes to lick Zhang Chen's shoes until they shone completely clean. Not a speck of dirt or dust remained. His tongue was numb, and his mouth had turned black. It was as if he had eaten a bottle of ink. It was truly miserable and embarrassing. Not bad, not bad, you licked them pretty clean. You weren't a shoe shiner before, were you? Or in your last life, were you a dog, good at using your tongue? Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. You're the shoe shiner, your whole family is. You were a dog in your last life, good at using your tongue. Sun Tao's eyes were about to burst with rage, but he only dared to say this in his heart. Because his neck was still being held by Zhang Chen, he couldn't get up. This feeling of being at someone else's mercy was too uncomfortable. He didn't want to endure it for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha, it is very clean. So shiny, even brighter than when oiled. Some people laughed and echoed. Alas, Sun Tao has lost all face this time. I hope he can learn a lesson. Xia Lei secretly sighed, but he will definitely take revenge. The street vendor is enjoying himself now, but the next scene will be very tragic. She wasn't as relaxed as the other onlookers, because this incident was triggered by her. Watching the situation escalate, she felt powerless. It was a bit uncomfortable. Let me go quickly. Sun Tao shouted furiously. You may rise. Zhang Chen pulled him up. He even tidied up his clothes and looked him over. Quite handsome. No wonder you're a rich second generation. You. Sun Tao was so angry he felt like spitting blood, wanting to strike back but dared not. The guy in front of him was so strong and fierce, as strong as an ox, he couldn't take him on. Put. Seeing such a scene, countless people burst into laughter. This was too funny, right? Isn't this how TV shows and movies portray it? Unfortunately, it was too short, just over 10 minutes. Sun Tao finally broke free from Zhang Chen's grip and quickly retreated to his car. He opened the car door, jumped in, and pointed at Zhang Chen with a sneer, saying, Street vendor, if you have the guts, don't run. Run? You're thinking too much. I won't pack up until dark, Zhang Chen said, so feel free to find someone. No matter how many you bring, I can take them all down by myself. Damn, the vendor is so awesome. Oh my god, this is incredible, he's really going all out. Ha, there's more to see. I was wondering why the exciting movie was so short. Turns out there's a sequel. The vendor must be a retired Special Forces soldier, able to sweep everything by himself. Ha, I can't wait. Is he just bragging? Soon the vendor will slip away, and the exciting show will end here. Even a fool wouldn't wait to die here. The crowd laughed excitedly, their faces filled with anticipation. But some didn't believe Zhang Chen would really wait. Very well. Sun Tao closed the car door but didn't drive away. Instead, he started frantically making phone calls. Leopard, you bring people here. I want to teach a bastard a lesson. Duan Chang, you bring people here immediately. Futin University. Crackling. Zhang Chen sat on a small stool, continuing to type furiously. There was no sign of him wanting to leave. It seemed he really intended to wait for the other party to call for help. You should leave quickly, it will be too late soon. Jiang Baishua was so anxious that her hair seemed to smoke. But no matter how much he urged, Zhang Chen remained unmoved. He continued typing, assuring him not to worry, that he could handle everything. Do you really think you're the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? You're not even a king of soldiers. If you get beaten up and end up with a bruised face, it will be too late for regrets. Jiang Baishua looked helpless. Oh my, you're really not leaving? There will be a big show soon. Damn, what do you have to rely on? Cool, this is a real man, a true hero, daring to face the bleakness of life, daring to confront the revenge of the rich second generation. Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Are you stupid? still not leaving? Xia Lei finally couldn't hold back and walked over to say, "Beautiful lady, you should go back to the bank and stop watching the fun here. Otherwise, you'll fall in love with me even faster, and I will most likely heartlessly reject you, which will make it awkward for you." Zhang Chen said, "I will fall in love with you? Do you think you're the charming scholar Tang Bohu or the ideal son-in-law Wang Shiji?" Xia Lei trembled with anger. What kind of bastard was this, so arrogant? To me, Tang Bohu and Wang Shiji are nothing. I can easily beat them. Zhang Chen said, "Rude." Xia Lei turned and left. Obviously, she instinctively thought Zhang Chen meant to beat them with force. He could indeed do that. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen found it amusing and laughed loudly. When you get beaten half to death later, you won't be able to laugh, only scream in agony. Xia Lei turned back and glared at Zhang Chen. A glance back brings forth 100 charms. Spring arrives at the small stall. Who accompanies me through the passage of time? A flower bud releases its fragrance. Zhang Chen recited with great poetic enthusiasm. You, really not afraid of death? Xia Lei was dumbfounded. What kind of bastard was this? At this moment, he still had the mood to compose twisted poetry? Actually, you should worry about him. He will be in a lot of pain later, Zhang Chen said seriously, but I still thank you for your concern. When a person is destined to die, they really can't be stopped. Xia Lei was so angry she stamped her feet, causing waves of emotion, thrilling and shocking. They're coming, they're coming. Someone shouted excitedly. Whoosh! 3 Mercedes-Benz cars and a minibus sped over and stopped by the roadside. The doors opened. More than 20 burly men in security uniforms jumped down. "Hello, young Master Tao." They all respectfully saluted Sun Tao, who had already gotten out of the car. Sun Tao was filled with murderous intent, his aura overwhelming. Pointing at Zhang Chen with a sneer, he said, "Street vendor, you have guts, actually not running away. Now, just tell me, how do you want to die? Idiot, now you can't escape even if you want to. So foolish." These are more than 20 security guards, all very strong. The vendor is finished, he's going to be beaten half to death. The discussions were endless. Sigh, now you must regret it, right? Xia Lei sighed inwardly. It was the first time she had seen someone so foolish. She had done her best. If he got beaten, he couldn't blame her. How do I want to die? I was just about to ask you that, Zhang Chen said, the corners of his mouth curling up in a half-smile. He looked at Sun Tao as if he were looking at a dead man. All right, you really are very arrogant. Sun Tao was furious, but do you know who they are? Who are they? Zhang Chen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and exhaled a round smoke ring, casually asking. They are all retired Special Forces soldiers. Any one of them can punch through concrete bricks and break wooden stakes as thick as a bull. Moreover, there are 3 real kings of soldiers among them, the invincible kind. Sun Tao shouted arrogantly, "You're so arrogant, keep it up. What the hell, so strong?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Their gazes shifted to the security guards. Indeed, each one was calm, their eyes icy, and their killing intent restrained. Their stances were also quite deliberate, blocking any escape route for Zhang Chen. The stall owner must be quite capable, but this time he has kicked a steel plate. Everyone silently judged. Retired Special Forces? And 3 martial kings? Zhang Chen said, "That's pretty good, but to deal with you, I only need 1 second. Everyone was stunned. Even if you were a deity, it was impossible to defeat more than 20 masters in just 1 second. This was an outrageous boast. Who would believe it? Sun Tao was so angry his nose twisted. More than 20 security guards, especially the 3 martial kings, were furious, shouting loudly. Although they were retired and in their 30s, their combat power was not at its peak. However, having worked as security and bodyguards, their training had not ceased. Their combat abilities were still quite impressive. Even the peak martial kings in the military might not be able to sweep through so many masters alone. As for 1 second, that was a huge joke. Come on, let's have a one-on-one, dare you? One martial king could no longer hold back and jumped in front of Zhang Chen, coldly saying, "There's no need for a one-on-one, you all come at me together. I'll finish it in 1 second to avoid trouble." Zhang Chen continued to smoke casually. "You arrogant fool, lie down for me." The martial king was completely enraged, his body lowered as he lunged forward. His left hand waved to block Zhang Chen's line of sight, while his right fist slammed toward Zhang Chen's abdomen. Boom! It actually produced a loud sonic boom, like a tire bursting, but a fist the size of a bowl appeared like a ghost, arriving first and striking the martial king squarely in the face. Bang! Ah! The martial king flew backward like a plane, crashing hard into the security guards behind him. Instantly, he knocked down more than 10 people. Some rolled away, some crawled up. Even Sun Tao was knocked to the ground. The back of his head hit the ground hard, instantly swelling up to the size of an egg. Then Zhang Chen moved again, darting like a ghost. Countless fists with afterimages struck out. Fast, too fast. so fast that people couldn't react. Bang bang bang. All the security guards who hadn't fallen, including the two powerful martial kings, received a punch to the face or chin. Ah 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 ah. They cried out in pain, all toppling to the ground, bruised and battered. So, in just a moment, all the security guards, including Sun Tao, were sprawled out on the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen continued to smoke casually. Yes, the cigarette in his mouth hadn't even fallen. What the hell, he really finished it in 1 second. This is too awesome. Oh my god, so there really are martial arts masters in the world. Impressive, too impressive. This is a true master. The martial kings are no match. Amazing, so amazing. The stall owner is too strong. The entire place was shocked, buzzing with discussions, excitement, and exhilaration. Zhang Chen is actually a martial arts master? Jiang Baixue was dumbfounded. Then she felt a mix of laughter and tears. She had worried for nothing. It was simply a case of overthinking. How is this possible? Xia Lei looked at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. At that moment, she finally understood. This poor stall owner was not simple at all, at least not in terms of martial prowess, but how strong Zhang Chen truly was, she couldn't determine, because she didn't know the true strength of these security guards. Perhaps Sun Tao was just boasting. In fact, they were not retired special forces or martial kings, just ordinary veterans. As they aged, of course, they couldn't fight as well. And Zhang Chen was in the prime of his fighting years, probably just in his early 20s. After being enhanced by the system and having just unlocked and evolved the longevity gene, I gained a lifespan of 3,000 years. At 25 years old, compared to 3,000, it's an insignificant number, still in the infancy stage. Therefore, I look very young. If I say I'm 25, no one would believe it. Thud thud thud, most of the security guards immediately jumped up, with some even performing a carp jump. They looked quite agile, but they were quickly retreating to cover Sun Tao's escape. Sun Tao, supported by two security guards, was holding the back of his head, crying out in pain. Ouch, ouch, he looked utterly miserable. Sun Tao, are you trying to escape? Do you really think you can? Zhang Chen slowly walked over. Thud. Two elite soldiers lunged in from the left and right to block, buying time for Sun Tao to escape. However, Zhang Chen didn't even glance at them, casually slapping both away with two swift blows. The speed was too fast. There was no way to dodge it. In martial arts, only speed is invincible. Zhang Chen's hand speed is the best in the world. That's not just bragging, it's been proven. As for strength, it's even more terrifying, absolutely surpassing Xiang Yu, the hegemon of Western Chu. After all, being enhanced into the world's strongest man has significantly improved his physical abilities. In a single step, Zhang Chen was already in front of Sun Tao. A few more slaps sent over a dozen security guards tumbling. He grabbed Sun Tao by the chest and said lightly, "What's the rush? Let's have some fun first. What do you want?" Sun Tao stammered, fear evident on his face. He couldn't even dream that this street vendor was so powerful. To him, so many security guards were like infants. Was this even human? Zhang Chen pointed at a bunch of flowers on the ground. It's simple. You have to pick up these flowers with your mouth and throw them in the trash can. No hands allowed. Then you can leave. I'm really a reasonable person and very merciful. You're going too far. Sun Tao was furious to the point of madness. That bunch of flowers had been trampled by so many people, turning into fragments. Picking them up piece by piece with his mouth would be incredibly difficult. More importantly, some leaves had been stepped into a pile of dog poop. How could he pick those up? Do you think I'm just a street vendor and easy to bully? That's why you dare to steal my flowers and trample them, Zhang Chen mocked. But in my eyes, you're also easy to bully, and I can do whatever I want to you. Now I ask you, are you willing? I'll do it. Sun Tao felt humiliated, frustrated, and terrified to the extreme. Who was bullying whom didn't matter. What mattered was that a street vendor was so powerful. All the experts he had invited were just there to deliver their heads. Now he had fallen into his hands. If he didn't submit, he might lose his life. He immediately obediently knelt down like a dog, picking up the petals and leaves one by one with his mouth and tossing them into the trash can. He even pinched his nose to pick up the leaves from the pile of dog poop. Then he vomited profusely. Wait until I get out of this. I'll take a billionfold revenge on you. Sun Tao swore in his heart while he vomited. Ha! This is too funny. The street vendor wins. The rich second generation is so miserable. The vendor is so awesome. Awesome, it's the first time I've seen a poor loser take down a rich second generation so ruthlessly. The onlookers laughed and were inexplicably excited. Ugh ugh ugh, Sun Tao was still retching, and the many security guards could only silently hand him bottled water. They didn't dare to make any other moves. They couldn't fight back. The gap was too great. Street vendor, you wait for me. If I don't kill you today, I'm your grandson. Sun Tao threw away the water bottle, pointing at Zhang Chen and shouting madly, "Wait if you want. Bring it on." Zhang Chen was unafraid. Good, good, good. Sun Tao was frantic and immediately started making phone calls. "Brother Hu, help me teach a bastard a lesson. I'll give you 10 million as a reward." What the hell, spending 10 million to hire a top expert? Ha ha ha, is there more drama to come? This is simply full of twists and turns. Awesome, this is even more thrilling than watching a movie. Everyone else also became excited, their faces filled with anticipation. The onlookers waited eagerly. Meanwhile, the stall owner was enthusiastically trying to attract business. For a moment, business actually picked up quite a bit. Zhang Chen, however, was still typing away. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. He was remarkably calm. What a strange person. Xia Lei also stayed, waiting to see the commotion. As a writer, she loved such interesting story material. Being able to write such popular novels was related to her keen observational skills. It also had to do with her being an unparalleled beauty, because conflicts often inexplicably arose around her, providing her with material. This conflict was just like that. "I have to say, Zhang Chen, you're getting more impressive. I'm completely convinced," Jiang Baishui said, then whispered, "Another beauty has come. Are you going to confess?" "Another one?" Zhang Chen looked up and indeed saw 3 women walking over. The one in the middle was very pretty. She should score an 88. 10 points for failure, can't miss out on this. Zhang Chen immediately stood up and blocked the 3 girls. He said to the girl in the middle, "Miss, you are incredibly beautiful, just my type. Would you be my girlfriend? Although I run a stall, I'm actually quite excellent." What the hell, he really confesses when he sees a beauty. This is crazy. The stall owner's skin is too thick. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the many stall owners, who were all laughing uncontrollably. Today, Zhang Chen had already confessed to 4 beauties, this was the 5th. Scumbag. Xia Lei couldn't help but laugh and cry. He had just confessed to her and now to another beauty. It seemed he liked all the pretty women. Ah, the beauty was startled, her face flushed with embarrassment. She ran away like the wind. Her 2 companions shot Zhang Chen a fierce glare before quickly chasing after her. Failure points plus 10. He. Zhang Chen smiled brightly. This was quite enjoyable. If he accumulated enough failure points, he could do more things. For example, research methods to treat certain terminal illnesses, study chip technology, lightspeed engines, artificial intelligence. Speeding up the process would soon yield results. Success was certainly good, but failure was even more worth looking forward to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the patience to study. The time was too long. Maybe his brain isn't normal. Sun Tao gritted his teeth, muttering in his heart. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked a poor loser. As a result, he was forced to lick shoes and pick flowers, embarrassing himself. Another Mercedes-Benz came speeding by. With a whoosh, it stopped beside Sun Tao. The door was pushed open. 2 extremely burly men got out. They were nearly 2 meters tall, with backs like tigers and waists like bears. Their necks were as thick as their heads. Their limbs were like large trees, muscles bulging, especially the muscles on their shoulders, which looked like 2 basketballs. They exuded a massive presence, creating great pressure. Such strong men, if they were in ancient times, would definitely be fierce generals like Dianwei or Zhang Fei. Their footsteps were heavy. With each step, the ground visibly trembled. Their enormous shadows also blocked the crowd. It was as if 2 iron towers were moving closer. What the hell? Where did these strong men come from? God, I'm scared just looking at such strong men. Could it be that Sun Tao hired them to deal with the stall owner? That's it. The vendor is definitely doomed this time. Everyone was secretly shocked, and some women didn't even dare to look at them. It was just too brutal. Ah, finally, you guys are here. No need to say more. As long as you teach that bastard at the stall a lesson, I'll give you 10 million without a penny less. Sun Tao laughed heartily as he approached. The 3 Special Forces soldiers also greeted him respectfully. This was a sign of respect for the strong. First the money, then the job. The 2 burly men shouted. All right. Sun Tao felt a bit of pain in his heart but still paid immediately. He truly hated Zhang Chen too much. You guys have only been retired for 7 or 8 years, and you're this weak? You can't even handle a vendor? Just watch us. Don't say one vendor. Even if there were 10 or 100, we could tear him apart. If you don't believe it, we can even flip an elephant. The 2 burly men, having received the money, were very pleased and shouted one after another. Their voices were incredibly loud, like the roar of tigers and leopards. It made everyone's ears buzz. Whose car is this? It's blocking the road. Move it immediately. A few traffic police walked over at an inopportune moment, pointing at the Mercedes that the 2 burly men had driven. It's ours, we'll move it right away. The 2 burly men walked over, bent down, and lifted the car. They directly moved it to the sidewalk. What the? The traffic police were dumbfounded. All the onlookers were also stunned. This Mercedes must weigh at least 3 tons, right? That's 6,000 pounds. They could lift it and move it easily? God, how could there be such terrifying strongmen in the world? Was Xiang Yu this powerful? Li Yuanba probably had this kind of strength, right? The vendor is definitely dead this time. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Chen. Indeed, there are always stronger people among the strong, and there are capable people behind capable people. Xia Lei sighed endlessly. This time, the vendor is probably going to kneel. I hope it doesn't lead to a loss of life. Ha ha ha. Poor loser at the stall, do you see? This is the real invincible master. You're nothing. Sun Tao pointed at Zhang Chen and laughed maniacally. Get him, make him unrecognizable. Thud thud thud. The 2 burly men, filled with murderous intent and momentum, stepped forward to the stall but suddenly stopped. Their eyes widened to the limit, staring intently at Zhang Chen. Wasn't this the ruthless emperor who had repaired them that night? A reincarnated celestial emperor? My God, he's actually running a stall? Thud. The 2 men directly knelt down, respectfully shouting, "We meet your majesty. We humbly wish your majesty peace." Ha! What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. 2 men who could lift a Mercedes actually knelt before a vendor and called him your majesty? Was the vendor the king of the underworld? Damn, this is too awesome. Is this really my classmate Zhang Chen? Jiang Baishue's gaze went blank. Incredible. Xia Lei also looked incredulous. Impossible. Sun Tao's sinister smile instantly froze, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. His face turned pale. The many security guards also fell silent. It seemed that the vendor might be some terrifying big shot. Even the East Mountain 2 tigers had knelt down. What could they do? Now you can call me Grandpa. Zhang Chen raised his head, looking at Sun Tao, and said, kneel down and call me Grandpa 300 times, and you can leave. Kneel down and call you Grandpa 300 times? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too ruthless. How could Sun Tao ever show his face again? In fact, Sun Tao had already been thoroughly dealt with today. Shoe licking, flower sucking. These were humiliations that he could never wash away in his lifetime. Sun Tao was furious. He turned and ran, wanting to escape to his car and leave this place. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Dongshan Daho chased after him like lightning. With a casual swipe, all the security guards were knocked to the ground. He grabbed Sun Tao by the neck, twisting him back like a small chicken, and pressed him to kneel in front of Zhang Chen. Hurry up, shout Grandpa 300 times. Take it easy, take it easy, ah. Sun Tao let out a piercing scream. Raised in luxury, he could hardly withstand the crushing force of a man like Dongshan Dahu. Then he obediently shouted, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Oh my God, the stall owner is so awesome. This rich second generation is getting wrecked. Spending 10 million to hire an expert, only to have it turned against him, that's too funny. Everyone was inexplicably excited. The stall owner is mighty. The stall owner is invincible. I love you, stall owner, like a mouse loves rice. Stall owner, you're the coolest, the number 1 in the world. After Sun Tao finished kneeling and shouting Grandpa 300 times, not daring to utter a harsh word, he left in utter disgrace, and Dongshan Eru also withdrew. Countless people began to cheer excitedly. The most fervent were, of course, the students from Futian University. Each one was beaming with excitement, utterly enthusiastic. Stall owner? Xia Lei felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that this stall owner was truly the senior brother of some mysterious sect, with the strength to defeat any military king, so he could take down dozens of security guards in a second? Moreover, he had established a mysterious organization, with 2 terrifyingly strong men as his subordinates, who called him Your Majesty. A stall owner, attracted by her beauty, explained flatteringly, Beautiful lady, his name is Zhang Chen, and he has 2 strange hobbies. The first is that he loves to set up a stall, selling hair ties and accessories, losing money every day but enjoying it. The second is that he likes to confess to beautiful women but has never succeeded, as they all run away from him, which is quite funny. But who would have thought his martial prowess was so terrifying? 9 times out of 10, he is a disciple of an ancient martial arts sect, playing in the mortal world. I can't commend such a strange person. Xia Lei glanced at Zhang Chen, who was still setting up his stall, and without further delay, turned to leave. A disciple of an ancient martial arts sect? It was indeed possible. But what use is ancient martial arts in a high-tech era? No matter how skilled, one bullet could take you down. Since the Qing dynasty was breached by the 8-nation alliance with guns and cannons, ancient martial arts had completely declined. The competition between nations was all about firearms and technological strength. Moreover, she preferred talented scholars. She didn't like rough martial artists. Even if they were chivalrous figures in the mortal world, she felt the same. Zhang Chen, Xia Lei doesn't have any good feelings for you. If you can win her over this time, I will admire you. Jiang Baishua watched Xia Lei walk away and patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. I don't plan to win her over, don't provoke me. Zhang Chen replied, but I really want to go talk to her. After saying that, he stood up and walked straight to the bank. My God, is this love at first sight? Is he going to cling to her? She has already clearly rejected you. Isn't it pointless to cling? Jiang Baishua rubbed his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Xia Lei sat gracefully on the office sofa, looking at the computer while munching on cookies. Yet in her mind, the image of Zhang Chen battling over 20 security guards, along with 2 strong men lifting a Mercedes, and then kneeling in front of Zhang Chen calling him Your Majesty kept surfacing. What kind of person was he? What kind of past did he have? Beautiful lady, what are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? I've been standing in front of you for quite a while, and you haven't reacted? Someone was knocking on the table. Xia Lei snapped back to reality, looking up to find that it was indeed the stall owner standing in front of her. She was slightly taken aback and said somewhat helplessly, Didn't I tell you? I will never like you, so there's no need for you to cling. I never confessed to a woman a second time. So, you can rest assured, I won't come to bother you. I have other matters to discuss, Zhang Chen said irritably. What matters? Xia Lei let out a breath, a professional smile appearing on her face. I have a physical book I want to publish. Can you introduce me to a reliable editor? Zhang Chen said seriously. You want to publish? Xia Lei almost couldn't hold back her laughter. It wouldn't be your book I'm a rich guy who loves to set up stalls, would it? No, it's another one. I've carefully conceived it and spent 10 years writing it. It will definitely make a name for itself. A book that becomes legendary, Zhang Chen said. Make a name for itself? A book that becomes legendary? Put! Xia Lei burst out laughing. Ding! Host's attempt to show off failed, failure points +1. Zhang Chen smiled brightly and continued to look at her. Just tell me, are you willing to help with this? This is a business card from Yang Xiaolan, an editor at Orchid Publishing House. She's very reliable and has a unique perspective, so I'll give it to you. Xia Lei stopped laughing, found a business card, and handed it to Zhang Chen. Thank you so much, Zhang Chen said sincerely. Is there anything you need help with? Don't be polite. Just ask. I still have some connections. Then I won't be polite at all, Xia Lei said. I'm a client manager, and there's a quota for deposits and loans every month. I didn't meet my target last month. Can you help me open an account at my bank and deposit some money? That's a small matter. By the way, your bonus is tied to the amount of deposits you bring in, right? Zhang Chen asked. That's right, Xia Lei said with a professional smile. A beauty like her shouldn't find it hard to bring in deposits. However, the quota given was also very high. Otherwise, how could she have failed to meet her target last month? As for getting Zhang Chen to open an account, she was actually worried that he wouldn't give up, hoping to make him feel embarrassed and back off. Because how much money could Zhang Chen deposit? 3 to 5,000? Or 3 to 5 million? Once she knew his financial situation, he wouldn't even be able to brag. Naturally, he would disappear from her sight. Xia Lei quickly helped Zhang Chen open the card and even downloaded the app for him. Zhang Chen didn't delay and immediately operated on his phone. I've transferred the money. By the way, are there any discounts? Discounts? If your funds exceed 10 million, then of course there are discounts. If it exceeds 100 million, the discounts are even higher. Some of my clients have funds over 1 billion, even tens of billions, and they can basically get 5% interest, Xia Lei said, looking at Zhang Chen with a teasing expression. She wanted to see Zhang Chen's embarrassed and awkward expression, but she was disappointed. Zhang Chen remained unfazed. That's pretty good. Can you help me see how to deposit this money? Should I do it as a fixed deposit or some other method? Sure, Xia Lei began to operate again. She swiped the card, and then she saw an astronomical number appear in the account, 60 billion. 11 digits? 6 billion? Xia Lei felt as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. What was going on? Shouldn't it be 6,000? How did it turn into 6 billion? Could it be a system error? Mr. Zhang Chen, how much did you just transfer? After a long while, Xia Lei finally came back to her senses, trembling as she asked. 6 billion, Zhang Chen said. Is that not enough to meet the target? Then I'll think of another way to help you. He came to ask for the editor's contact information just to have an excuse to thank her, because Xia Lei indirectly helped him gain 3,000 years of lifespan. And it didn't matter which bank the money was in, he didn't lose anything but allowed her to profit. Why not? That's enough, more than enough. Xia Lei was inexplicably shocked. My God, this stall vendor is so impressive? He casually transferred 6 billion? That's terrifying, too ruthless. She really underestimated him. It turns out that this street vendor is actually a super rich guy? Who would dare to believe that? If you have a 1-year fixed deposit at 6%, and if you want to withdraw, you can calculate the interest based on a month, a week, or 10 days. Xia Lei's voice inexplicably softened, and a hint of reverence appeared on her face. The power was astonishing, and the wealth was incredible. How could such a young man be simple? You've become so gentle? It seems that attracting deposits is very important to her. I'll let the hotel's transactions go through the Bank of China later, Zhang Chen muttered to himself while waiting for the deposit business to be completed. He left gracefully, not even glancing back at her. Gratitude was paid in full. From then on, there would be no further entanglements. Take care, Hao Gu. Xia Lei sent him to the door and watched Zhang Chen's figure disappear, her gaze lingering for a long time. A street vendor, yet he's a billionaire. Why does this feel so absurd to me? There's nothing strange about it. Some wealthy people like to pretend to be poor, enjoying a normal person's life. If you like him, you could have someone investigate him. No, absolutely not. I like talented individuals, not wealthy ones. Xia Lei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Recently, I've been taken care of by the god of wealth. The transactions from Deep Bay Hotel suddenly switched to our bank, specifically looking for me, saying it was my business. I haven't contacted them, nor do I know their boss. The business just came to me. Deep Bay Hotel? The 6-star hotel worth 20 billion? Yes. My goodness, how much transaction volume is that? It must be tens of billions every month, right? You're about to strike it rich. That's amazing. That's why I'm so happy. I even asked the company why they were treating me so well. They said it was just a normal business adjustment, no special reason. Isn't that strange? What's strange about that? You're a super beauty, as vibrant and eye-catching as a flower, naturally attracting all kinds of bees and butterflies. It's perfectly normal for deposit business to come your way. Perhaps someone has a crush on you and is doing a good deed. What kind of metaphor is that? Xia Lei pouted playfully. It's just the truth. The beauty sitting opposite said sweetly, look, all the men in the cafe are drawn to you, all watching you. They're looking at you too. You're a super beauty as well. Compared to you, I feel a bit overshadowed. Hurry up and find a boyfriend, otherwise, when will I find my Prince Charming? They're all attracted to you. Go away. If you don't want a date, don't blame me. By the way, do you have any new works recently? The publisher is waiting for your book to save them. I haven't had any inspiration lately, but I did discover a street vendor with high combat skills these past few days. It's a good subject, but I don't know how to write martial arts. You can write martial arts too. With your talent and boundless imagination, it would definitely be a hit. Martial arts isn't quite suitable. I prefer writing about urban romance. I could incorporate the vendor into it, but I haven't figured it out yet. If I start writing next year, that would be quick. Suddenly, Yang Xiaolan's phone rang. She answered, and a crisp voice came from the phone. Hello, are you editor Yang Xiaolan? Yes, may I ask who you are? I'm Xan Chanshan, the secretary of Wei Jie Game Company. I have important business to discuss with you. Do you have time to come to our company? I have time. I'll head over right away. I should be there in half an hour. Yang Xiaolan's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Wei Jie Game Company develops games and sometimes purchases copyrights to adapt games. It's highly likely that this is about such business. This is a great opportunity. After hanging up, she smiled and said, CLA, my luck has come. I'm going to Wei Jie Game Company to discuss business. Then I wish you good luck. Xia Lei smiled brightly. By the way, I need to tell you something. I gave your business card to a street vendor. He is a web novel writer, and his books are simply unbearable to look at. If he approaches you about publishing, just brush him off. He wouldn't say he's a street vendor, would he? You need to tell me his name. Yang Xiaolan said, half laughing, half crying, you're just giving me trouble. His name is Zhang Chen. Xia Lei didn't elaborate further. Zhang Chen is wealthy, but being rich and being talented are two different things. Yang Xiaolan is busy with her work, time is precious. How could she waste it on a failed web novelist like Zhang Chen? She had only given him her business card because she couldn't refuse at the time. Well, I'm leaving then. Xia Lei quickly walked out of the cafe. Should I invite Zhang Chen to dinner to thank him? Xia Lei found herself in a dilemma. She had given him a business card of Yang Xiaolan, but his book was clearly not going to be published. Yet he had brought over 60 billion, allowing her to receive a huge bonus. She thought Zhang Chen would come after her again or ask her out. Then she could conveniently thank him. However, days passed, and there was no news. Clearly, he really wouldn't confess to a woman a second time. He kept his word and didn't pester her. How about I draft a financial plan for him? Help his wealth grow quickly? Then I can invite him to discuss it. Whether he agrees or not, it would still count as thanking him? Xia Lei's eyes sparkled, her face full of confidence. Others thought her talent lay in calligraphy and writing, but only she knew that her talent in investment and finance was even more outstanding. Tap tap tap, Zhang Chen sat on the office sofa, typing furiously. His speed was terrifying. The words flowed like a waterfall. Chairman, Xin Chanxian whispered in his ear, Editor Yang Xiaolan has arrived, is the meeting room here? Here, I'll let you talk to her first. Show her the beginning, Zhang Chen continued typing. Yes, Chairman. Xin Chanxian replied and immediately called, Yuding, bring Editor Yang Xiaolan to the chairman's office. Editor Yang Xiaolan, please come with me. Yan Yuding smiled slightly. She led Yang Xiaolan into the elevator, all the way to the top floor, then into the chairman's office. So luxurious, even the receptionist is stunning. The women in this office must be the secretary Xin Chanxian, pure and beautiful, no wonder it's a game company making a fortune every day, Yang Xiaolan thought to herself in admiration. Editor Yang Xiaolan? I'm Xin Chanxian. Hello. Xin Chanxian shook hands with Yang Xiaolan and then invited her to sit down. Is that your chairman? Yang Xiaolan's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhang Chen. His typing speed was astonishing. And he was so young and handsome? Yes, he's typing, don't disturb him. Xin Chanxian looked at Zhang Chen with admiration. Yan Yuding, however, was quite bold. She walked behind Zhang Chen and gently massaged his shoulders. She often did this. Now that they had hired another receptionist, the two of them were on duty. She could certainly take a break. Every morning, if Zhang Chen came while Xin Chanxian was absent, she would take over Xin Chanxian's tasks, making tea, brewing coffee, and massaging shoulders. She even often asked Zhang Chen questions about computer technology. The field was advancing rapidly. Soon, she would be transferred to another department. Your chairman is so handsome, may I ask what his name is? Yang Xiaolan asked softly. Zhang Chen, Xin Chanxian replied with a smile. Zhang Chen? Yang Xiaolan was taken aback. The name Xiaolei had mentioned earlier seemed to be Zhang Chen, but he was a street vendor. It seemed they were not the same person. Same name, different fate. Did you recognize him? Our chairman is quite famous. Xin Chanxian said proudly, world's #1 in hand speed, world's #1 in computer technology, world's #1 in gambling skills, world's #1 in stone gambling, world's #1 in parallel bars, world's #1 in slam dunks, world's #1 in literary talent. Your chairman is really impressive, Yang Xiaolan echoed, unable to hold back her laughter. It was just too ridiculous. This secretary named Xin Chanxian admired Chairman Zhang Chen so much? She was practically a die-hard fan. How could she boast like that without blushing? The only true claim was the hand speed. Computer skills? Slam dunks? Gambling skills? Stone gambling? Literary talent? All #1 in the world? It was simply a huge joke. See that? Those are the 2 pieces of jade our chairman won last month at that stone gambling shop, worth 2.8 billion, Xin Chanxian said, unaware that Yang Xiaolan was secretly mocking her. In order to ensure a smooth negotiation and secure a good royalty, she was all in, pointing at the jade placed on 2 empty tables. These 2 pieces of jade had been taken out of the safe at work and displayed on the shelf as a decoration. It was also a sign of good fortune. Isn't that glass? Yang Xiaolan had noticed it long ago and thought little of it. Now, however, she was a bit surprised. How could it be glass? This is jade that has been separated from the stone, so it's very irregular, Xin Chanxian explained. Let me take a look, Yang Xiaolan scoffed inwardly. Such large jade? Did she think I was a fool? She walked over for a glance. At that moment, she was completely dumbfounded. As an editor who had published books on jade, she had a deep understanding of it. With just one look, she could tell this was real jade. Heavens, is this glass-type violet jade? Is this high ice-type imperial green? She exclaimed. Your eyesight is quite good, it's exactly these 2 types of jade, which is why they are particularly precious. Someone offered 2.8 billion on the spot, but the chairman didn't sell. Last month, our chairman also won a small piece of glass-type imperial green worth 500 million. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to see it, Xin Chanxian said excitedly. How much capital did he use to gamble for these? Our chairman only bought 4 pieces of stone. Xin Chanxian detailed the situation from that day of stone gambling, concluding, our company also has a rule that outstanding employees receive benefits at the end of the year. What? You 2 also made a fortune that day, one earning 8 million, the other 3.8 million? Yang Xiaolan was dumbfounded. She was also pondering whether to apply for a job at this company. That's why I say our chairman is the world's #1 stone gambling expert, Xin Chanxian said. Let me tell you secretly, last month he swept through the Amun casino, winning back over 4 billion. All the casinos were convinced and obediently sent red envelopes. Is that true? Yang Xiaolan found it hard to believe. Sit down, I'll show you the news. Xin Chanxian pulled Yang Xiaolan to sit in front of the computer. She started to search for news about the gambling king. Pressing enter, Countless articles about Zhang Chen appeared instantly. There were photos, but he was wearing sunglasses. Mysterious gambling king's skills are extraordinary. Gambling king Duran suffers a great loss. The headlines were shocking. Oh my. Yang Xiaolan read through it carefully, stunned as if she were a fool. Could it be that Xin Shanxian wasn't a die-hard fan, and Zhang Chen was really that impressive? World's #1 in stone gambling? World's #1 in gambling skills? Take a look at this. Xin Shanxian searched for videos of Zhang Chen's slam dunks, parallel bars, and even world hand speed tests. The first two were secretly filmed by onlookers and posted online. This is too impressive, right? Yang Xiaolan's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and disbelief. How shallow had she been? How could she not believe Xin Shanxian's words? She had scoffed inwardly? Thankfully, she hadn't laughed out loud. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment. It would be a slap in the face. Oh my god, what a miraculous man this is. Yang Xiaolan cast her gaze upon Zhang Chen. She noticed he was typing faster and faster, making it hard for the eyes to keep up. Our chairman is a creator, writing 300,000 words every day. His literary talent is the best in the world. The stories are unparalleled. You would worship it just by reading the beginning. No writer can compare to him, Xin Shanxian said with admiration. What? 300,000 words a day? Yang Xiaolan's eyes widened, her gaze becoming dazed. Even if it were possible, could a book written like that really be worth reading? Others certainly can't, but our chairman is the best in the world, so of course he can, Xin Shanxian replied. Moreover, not a single word, not even punctuation, can be changed. He has been contemplating this story for over a decade. It's been thoroughly thought out. Our company will buy the game rights for 3 billion, turning it into a game that will surely sweep the world. But there are still many technical challenges to solve. Indeed, after reading 300,000 words, Xin Shanxian suggested adapting it into a game. The creative department, design department, and development department had all discussed it. They all agreed it was top-tier game material, unprecedented and unmatched. They planned to buy the adaptation rights for 3 billion. What a high level of affirmation. However, adapting such a science fiction novel into a game is no small feat. The current technology is still insufficient. They must wait for future technological advancements, where one can play games with their thoughts, before they can officially develop it. But Zhang Chen plans to establish a game research department to study some high-tech game projects. This is undoubtedly incredibly difficult. It requires a vast amount of research funding. What ordinary game company would dare to research? But Zhang Chen dares. Success is certainly good, but failure is even more exhilarating, with the system compensating 1,000-fold. That is more exciting than causing losses to hotels, jewelry stores, or wealthy companies. Perhaps this is the best way to utilize the system. Therefore, during this time, Zhang Chen is particularly passionate. All these changes began when he started collecting failure points. Failure points can accelerate the process. Otherwise, it would take far too long to see results. He can wait because he has a lifespan of 3,000 years. But the project leaders cannot wait, as they only have a lifespan of 100 years. Moreover, Zhang Chen has many research plans, but it requires an immense amount of wealth to execute. So, he needs to earn more money. These 3 books must be published as soon as possible, and they need to be sold in every country in the world. English, German, French, and so on. Zhang Chen will write those versions himself. Only he can trust the translation work to avoid any errors. The reason I asked you here is to discuss the publication of the chairman's book. Now take a look at the beginning. Xin Shanxian pointed to the first 300,000 words. Starry Sky. Homeland? What a ridiculous name. Yang Xiaolan sneered inwardly. To be honest, she had no expectations. Can something written so quickly be good? Even a deity couldn't do that. Which writer can produce a masterpiece without several years of effort? You write 300,000 words a day? Even internet writers would be scared. 3,000 years of ambition? The author's name is so childish. Yang Xiaolan scoffed again in her mind. Who can live for 3,000 years? What does it matter to have ambition? Oh, this content introduction is pretty good. It gets my blood boiling. Yang Xiaolan's spirit began to lift. As she started reading the main text, shock appeared on her face. Her eyes widened to the limit, burning with intense flames. The literary talent is extraordinary. The creativity is out of this world. The plot is incredible, and it's astonishingly novel. It surpasses any world-renowned classic. This book will surely sweep the globe. It will definitely win the Nobel Prize in Literature, it will surely save the publishing house. The disdain and contempt in her heart had long since vanished, replaced by fervor and excitement. Slowly, she was completely immersed in it. She had utterly forgotten herself. Editor Yang Xiaolan. No matter how Xin Shanshan called her, she did not respond. Great, another fan completely lost. Xin Shanshan felt quite pleased. She wasn't a fool. How could she not see Yang Xiaolan's indifference and nonchalance? The slap in the face felt so good. I'm exhausted. Zhang Chen stopped typing, slumping on the sofa, gasping for breath. Typing at such a terrifying speed was, of course, exhausting. Not only was he mentally drained, but his hands were also incredibly tired. Xin Shanshan and Yan Yuding quickly sat beside him, starting to massage his hands. Their faces were filled with concern and heartache. No, I can't type like this, it's too foolish. Zhang Chen muttered to himself. If he were just typing in Chinese, it would be acceptable. At worst, he would have to work hard for a month to finish. But translating into hundreds of languages? He wouldn't be able to produce anything even if he died trying. If he hired someone to translate, he wouldn't feel at ease. Such a monumental work couldn't have a single word altered. Translation could easily go wrong, which would lower the quality. System, do you have any solutions? Zhang Chen asked in his mind. Are you giving up? Admitting defeat? The system inquired. Yes, I've been exhausted these past few days. I've lost a few pounds, Zhang Chen replied. Ding, host's text output failed. Compensation from Brainwave Helmet Company, which specializes in producing brainwave helmets. You can go online, game, work, communicate through brainwaves, and of course, quickly output text, millions of words in a minute. Any language is fine. Failure compensation system, compensating where you fail, making up for your weaknesses, helping you reach the peak of your life. The system's voice rang out like heavenly music. Wow, I hit the jackpot again. Zhang Chen was so excited he almost fainted. He was planning to establish a research department to study high-tech games and other scientific projects. He hadn't even started yet, and even if he did, he thought it would take a long time to fail. Then he would receive the system's 10,000-fold compensation. But he never dreamed that failing to output text would directly compensate him with the Brainwave Helmet Company. Could it be produced right away? This was simply amazing. Chairman, you're smiling so brightly. The chairman must be enjoying our massage. Xin Shanshan and Yan Yuding felt sweet in their hearts, their smiles like blooming flowers. System, how did that factory come about? There can't be such a miraculous company on Earth, right? Zhang Chen couldn't help but wonder in his mind. Of course, it's a company just established by me, this system. As for how it was founded, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. So don't ask, the system replied lightly. Also, I've registered 380,000 patents for brainwave research in your name. It's reasonable and legal. No one can encroach on your company. What the hell, 380,000 patents? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. This was unbelievable. The patents are under the company's name, and all the shares are in your hands. There won't be any trouble or suspicion, the system said. Is there anyone in the company? It's all automated lines and some robots, but the robots have IDs, just like real people. Others can't tell the difference. Even if you go to the hospital for a checkup, they won't discover the secret, the system said lightly. Oh my god, this is incredible. Zhang Chen was utterly shocked. He felt the system's magic once again. It was simply omnipotent. It was probably the most amazing system among countless others. Secretary Xin, what about the rest? Yang Xiaolan had finally finished the first 50,000 words, but there was nothing after that. She immediately went crazy. Even though she saw two beautiful women massaging Zhang Chen's hands, the atmosphere seemed quite ambiguous. But she couldn't care less. Have you finished reading it? Can we start discussing the publication now? Xin Shanshan smiled. Can I take a look for a while longer? Yang Xiaolan felt an itch in her heart, like a cat scratching. No, because it's almost time to get off work, Xin Shanshan said. Then, fine, let's have a good talk. Yang Xiaolan replied. Please sit here, Zhang Chen said, opening his eyes and speaking. Once Yang Xiaolan sat down, he carefully examined her. She was around 27 or 28, with a delicate appearance, elegant demeanor, and a very good figure. Her attire was appropriate, exuding a scent of scholarly elegance. She's actually a beauty who could score 92 points. What a pity, there's no chance to confess again, because she would definitely agree, and that would be embarrassing, Zhang Chen secretly lamented, regretting the 10 failed attempts he couldn't capitalize on. Mr. Zhang, you are truly a genius, and so handsome and charming. Yang Xiaolan's eyes were fiery, her face filled with admiration. You are too kind, Zhang Chen said modestly. Mr. Zhang, your book Starry Sky, Home must be published by our Orchid Publishing House. We will definitely give you the highest discount, Yang Xiaolan said with anticipation. The boss in front of her was a future literary giant, already #1 in multiple fields worldwide, with a fortune of at least 800 billion. When dealing with a big shot like him, if they didn't show the utmost sincerity, the business would surely slip away. After some negotiations, they confirmed to adopt a royalty system. The formula for calculating royalties: book price times N%, royalty rate times number of copies. However, N was not yet determined. They had to go back and discuss it with the chief editor. But Yang Xiaolan promised it would definitely be the highest ever, surpassing any other author. What was the highest before? Xin Chanxian asked, dissatisfied. 60%, Yang Xiaolan replied. Then it has to be at least 70%, Xin Chanxian insisted. 70%? That's too much. I feel it's unattainable, but I will definitely try my best. Yang Xiaolan rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache. In the end, they signed an agreement. Yang Xiaolan took the 50,000-word beginning and left excitedly. She needed to report back to the chief editor. This matter was too important. It could be said to determine the fate of the publishing house. Nowadays, physical publishing was impacted by online literature, making it hard for publishers to survive. Many small publishing houses had gone bankrupt. Orchid Publishing House was large and well established, still able to hold on, but it was hard to say how long they could last. With such a divine book, things would be different. Zhang Xin didn't delay either. He left the company and drove off at high speed. But he wasn't going home. He was heading to the Brainwave Helmet Company. Such a miraculous company, of course, he had to see it at the first opportunity. All robots? That was quite rare. Starry Sky Brainwave Company and Weijie Game Company were located in the same industrial area, and they were adjacent. So, Zhang Chen stepped on the gas and arrived quickly. He pressed the accelerator, eyes wide open to take a closer look. The area was no less than that of Weijie Game Company, about 5 to 600 acres. Surrounded by 3-meter-high walls, it was also equipped with electric fences. But the layout was different, with more production workshops. There was only one office building, but it had 18 floors. Dormitories and a cafeteria were all complete. It wasn't a high-tech building, just very ordinary structures. You couldn't tell at all that this was a masterpiece of the system. Perhaps the buildings were originally there, and the content inside was the true masterpiece of the system. There were security guards at the entrance. Each one was burly and imposing, clearly formidable experts. System, are these security guards also robots? Zheng Chen asked in his heart. Yes, they are all robots, the system replied. Wow, you can't tell at all. Zheng Chen was completely shocked. He drove towards the entrance. With a whoosh, the door opened automatically. Hello, Chairman. The 4 burly security guards respectfully saluted in unison. Zhang Chen parked the car in front of the office building. The management staff inside must have received the security's message, as they all came out to greet him. All of them were young and beautiful women. Most were of Asian descent, with a few being Caucasian. There were no brown or black-skinned individuals. Thus, each one was youthful and graceful, a sight to behold. Wow, are these all robots? Can't even tell at the hospital? Zhang Chen was secretly astonished. They began to introduce themselves. General Manager Zhang Lan, Deputy General Manager Zhang Rong. There were too many managers to mention. The secretary's name was Jing Kaiwei. She had fair skin and was identified as a citizen of the White Swan country on her ID. Her looks could score a 99 out of 100. In any case, she was infinitely close to perfection, like a top-tier beauty from a two-dimensional world. Then they surrounded Zhang Chen and walked into the production workshop. It was all automated production lines. Producing a brainwave helmet involved 9,999 processes, divided into 360 workshops. It was extremely complex and precise. As for the materials, they consisted of various stones and even soil. After going through various processes, they transformed into brainwave helmets. It was simply astonishing. However, with the robot's detailed explanations, Zhang Chen understood. It was entirely at the current technological level of Earth. The only difference was that each process represented the pinnacle of Earth's technology. That was the impressive part. So awesome, so incredible. After touring around, Zhang Chen held a freshly produced brainwave helmet, grinning from ear to ear. The helmet was exquisitely made, looking just like a beautiful hat. Moreover, it was very lightweight. Wearing it felt comfortable. You could easily wear it out. It was definitely not as heavy as a motorcycle helmet. Soon, they arrived at the chairman's office, located on the top floor of the building. It covered an area of 500 square meters and even had a billiard table. If work got tiring, one could play billiards. Zhang Chen immediately sat in the boss's chair and put on the brainwave helmet. He turned on the computer, ready to conduct experiments. Secretary Jing Kaiwei quickly brewed tea and made coffee. Then she began to massage Zhang Chen's shoulders. Not too light, not too heavy. Her technique was just right. Zhang Chen felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but hum. He was secretly astonished. If countless such beautiful robot women were produced, who would still be interested in real women? However, beautiful robots probably couldn't bear children, so there was no need to worry too much. Chairman, the method of use is like this. General Manager Zhang Lan explained carefully while holding the brainwave helmet. Zhang Chen understood and flipped the switch. Instantly, it was as if he had developed special abilities. He saw infinite electric waves and also his own brainwaves. The two instantly connected. Then he could go online. He directly accessed the computer through the network cable. It was just like operating with his hands. Typing was incredibly impressive. He just had to think, and words would quickly form. The speed was like lightning. In 1 minute, Zhang Chen typed out several million words. This meant that the helmet contained special conversion software that was compatible with current typing software. It had to be said, this was amazing. It was like copying and pasting. Playing games was even more convenient. It was not tiring at all. Both hands were completely liberated. It was even more thrilling to play. As for office work, sending emails was extremely convenient. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Chen could control the computer in his mansion, as well as the computers in other game companies' offices. Chairman, the brainwave helmet also has communication functions. Just like a phone, you can make calls. Zhang Lan said. Zhang Chen began to try it out, first binding his phone number, then calling Xian Shanshan, this is Zhang Chen. Have you finished work? Not yet. I'm reading the book you wrote, it's amazing. He then called Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu one after another. The conversations were smooth and exceptionally clear. The incredible part was that Zhang Chen was speaking through brainwaves, not with his mouth. In other words, whatever you think can be converted into sound through brainwaves. Zhang Chen also contacted the robot using a brainwave helmet. This time, they communicated entirely through brainwaves, making it even more convenient and faster. This is too advanced, a bit scary. Zhang Chen took off the brainwave helmet, his face filled with shock and a bit of worry. The emergence of such a technological product would undoubtedly trigger a terrifying technological revolution. Mobile phones would be completely eliminated. Office efficiency would be greatly improved. Technology would advance significantly. This was, of course, a good thing for himself and for Huagua, but for other countries, it would be a disaster. A world war could very well break out. Chairman, don't worry, we are still in the debugging phase. The yield rate is very low, Zhang Lan said. Even if the debugging is successful, we can produce at most 10,000 helmets a day. The speed can improve in the future, but the increase is limited. And starting another factory like this one is extremely difficult. We would have to set up 10,000 different factories for the 10,000 small parts. It could completely replace the previous mobile phone suppliers. We can collaborate with major companies in all countries. How long will the debugging take? Zhang Chen asked. At least a month. Maybe even longer, Zhang Lan said. Then we need to work hard to produce for a while, with a stock of over 1 million, before we can officially start selling. Otherwise, it will be snatched up instantly. What about the price? Zhang Chen asked. The plan is 50,000 each. This way, it won't impact mobile phone sales, Zhang Lan said. A revolutionary change will happen soon. In the future, I will set the rules for the new round of technological revolution. Zhang Chen stood up, positioned in front of the wide floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling world outside. A sense of unprecedented ambition surged within him. His face was filled with anticipation. 3,000 years of life, endless wealth. How wonderful would his life be? Meanwhile, Yang Xiaolan returned to work at publishing house with a beaming face. She sat in her office, grinning foolishly. This time it was like a pie falling from the sky, landing right on her head. Indeed, the more beautiful a person is, the better their luck. In the past, she had encountered the super beautiful writer CLA, and the publishing house made a fortune from her books. Now she had met the world-renowned literary giant Zhang Chen. He had mentioned 3 books, sister volumes, and they were to be published in every country in the world. She had taken on all these matters. How much benefit and profit was there in this? She had to demand a raise, a bonus, and, also request a house allocation. At the very least, she should get the down payment covered. Who had contributed more than she had? Manager Yang, I heard there will be layoffs and salary cuts, and you're still smiling? Everyone else is crying. A clerk sighed. The publishing house is failing. It can't hold on any longer. It's time to leave. What? Layoffs and salary cuts? Yang Xiaolan was taken aback. A notice has already been sent out. A 10% salary cut, 20% layoffs, the clerk said. Don't worry, I can turn the tide. Not only will there be no layoffs, but there won't be any salary cuts either. Instead, there will be raises. Yang Xiaolan was full of confidence, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Holding the world's #1 masterpiece, unprecedented in history, what was there to worry about? She walked towards the editor-in-chief's office with a USB drive. Could it be that manager Yang has found another good book? It can't be CLA's new work, right? But that would be hard to turn the tide, the clerk wondered. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Xiaolan knocked and entered. The editor-in-chief, Pang Sanyuan, was frowning at a list, circling and crossing things out. The moment he saw Yang Xiaolan, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Manager Yang, does CLA have a new work? No, she's still in the conceptual stage. She won't start writing until next year, Yang Xiaolan replied. Then it's over. Chief editor Pang Sanyuan sighed. Are we really going to lay off staff and cut salaries? Yang Xiaolan asked. We have no choice, we've been losing money, and it's hard to even pay salaries, the chief editor said. You're on the layoff list too, so pack your things and go to the finance office to collect your salary. What? I'm being laid off? Yang Xiaolan couldn't believe it. She was a very important editor, and she held a world-renowned classic in her hands, yet she was being laid off? This was absurd. We have no choice, layoffs target those with higher salaries, and yours is just below mine. So, you understand, chief editor Pang Sanyuan said. But, I found a very good science fiction work that is sure to sell well. It might turn things around and save the publishing house from its predicament. Yang Xiaolan paused for a moment before speaking. Science fiction? Ha, even if it's a top-notch classic, what difference does it make? Physical books are being shattered by online novels. The more science fiction it is, the worse it gets. Aren't online science fiction novels more appealing? The scary part is, there are countless such online science fiction works. There's simply no market for it anymore, chief editor Pang Sanyuan said. Chief editor, don't jump to conclusions. Just take a look, okay? Yang Xiaolan said patiently. No need to look, you've already been fired. Go to the finance office, the chief editor said, rubbing his bald head, which was slick with oil. His words were merciless, chilling to the bone. Then don't regret it. Yang Xiaolan shot him a disdainful glance and turned to leave. If you had gotten CLA's new work, I wouldn't have fired you. But you didn't. The chief editor muttered, she won't start writing until next year, and it will probably be mid-year or the end of the year before it's done. By then, I'll have to meet her in person. Yang Xiaolan quickly went to the finance office to settle her account. Then she returned to her office to pack her things and leave. Manager Yang, what's wrong? The clerk asked. I've been laid off. Goodbye, Yang Xiaolan said angrily. What? You've been laid off too? The clerk exclaimed. Didn't you just say you were going to turn things around and give everyone a raise? You. Yang Xiaolan was so furious she couldn't speak. She glared at her and then walked out with her bag. Goodbye to the publishing house where she had worked for 5 years. She would have to find a new job. I accidentally slapped manager Yang in the face just now. You're so beautiful, with such a high salary, attracting all the attention, and yet so proud, how could you not get fired? The clerk said awkwardly, then added with jealousy. Manhwa Publishing House, conference room. Chief editor Su and Yang Xiaolan sat facing each other. Chief editor Su was in her 40s, a woman. Elegant and gentle, she had a strong feminine charm. The scent of books was particularly rich. She looked at Yang Xiaolan's resume and said softly, I admire your abilities and would like to hire you. But you know, the physical publishing industry is not doing well, and our Lianhua publishing house is also in a tough spot. We may have to lay off staff and cut salaries. If you come here, are you willing to make a commitment? That is, to quickly find a super outstanding classic to bring vitality to our publishing house. I've found a stunning masterpiece. Take a look at the beginning. Yang Xiaolan handed over a USB drive. I'm looking forward to it. Chief editor Su was pleased and immediately opened her computer to start reading. Soon, she was completely engrossed. Her face was filled with shock, and her eyes were ablaze with fervor. It wasn't until she finished reading the 50,000 words that she came back to her senses. My God, has a top literary master emerged in our country? Chief editor Su's face lit up with ecstasy. Our Lianhua publishing house is saved. No, we will rise completely. We must sign him, at any cost. She tightly grasped Yang Xiaolan's shoulders. I'll handle your onboarding procedures immediately, a 20% salary increase, and will provide you with a 3-bedroom apartment. But, you must sign him over to me. All his future works will be published by our Lotus Publishing House. She understood the industry rules well and didn't ask who the other party was. By securing Yang Xiaolan, she had also secured the author. Editor-in-chief, the author is conceptualizing a trilogy, each book 3 million words, intending to translate it into numerous foreign languages and sell it in any country. I've taken this matter on as well, Yang Xiaolan added. That's great, your salary will be doubled. A 120 square meter apartment, with the property deed in your name. How does that sound? Said editor Su, but the author wants 70% of the profits. Excitement and enthusiasm surfaced on Yang Xiaolan's face as she continued. Agree to it, editor Su said without hesitation. Publishing it worldwide, we can earn quite a bit too. I believe this set of books will sell over 100 million copies. Over 100 million copies? Yang Xiaolan was dumbfounded. Did editor Su have too much faith in this book? The total population of the Earth is just over 10 billion. What I mean is, it will take several decades to sell over 100 million copies, editor Su clarified, a total of 9 million words, that's 45 volumes, each priced at 100 yuan, which totals 4,500 yuan. Even if we sell 100 million copies, that's still 450 billion. Editor Su, please stop calculating, or I might have a heart attack, Yang Xiaolan said, clutching her chest, feeling overwhelmed. There will also be bonuses, huge bonuses. Editor Su's eyes sparkled, growing more excited and animated. The next afternoon, Yang Xiaolan and editor Su returned to Wei Jie Game Company. Zhang Chen met them again in the chairman's office. Mr. Zhang, I was dismissed from Orchid Publishing House. To avoid delaying your book's publication, I joined Lotus Publishing House. This is editor Su from Lotus Publishing House, and we are willing to publish your book under the most favorable conditions. Yang Xiaolan announced a big piece of news right away. Of course, she felt a bit anxious, fearing Zhang Chen might be displeased. Hello, Chairman Zhang. Editor Su was also very nervous. Dismissed? Joined Lotus Publishing House again? Zhang Chen was taken aback. How could such a thing happen? However, it didn't matter which publishing house it was, as long as he could get favorable terms. So, he didn't pay much attention and shook hands with editor Su. They began discussing the publishing details. Xin Chanxian sat beside Zhang Chen, holding a notebook, ready to take notes. She was now very familiar with the role of a secretary and enjoyed the job immensely. Chairman Zhang, we at Lotus Publishing House agree to all your requests, following the 70%. Editor Su took out a contract that had been prepared in advance. Zhang Chen examined it carefully and found nothing amiss, so he signed it. Editor Su and Yang Xiaolan were overjoyed. Editor Su assured, Chairman Zhang, we will do our utmost, not daring to slack off even a bit. This is a business worth hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Zhang Chen and Xin Chanxian were a bit surprised. It seemed like too much for just publishing 3 books. How could it reach hundreds of billions? Your book's creativity, literary quality, and storyline are unparalleled, unprecedented. Anyone who reads the beginning will definitely finish it. And with such a vast world, selling 100 million copies would mean 4 to 500 billion. After all, your book totals 9 million words, editor Su explained earnestly. That will take many years, right? Zhang Chen thought about the quality of the book and nodded in agreement, smiling. If you can finish writing it this year, you should be able to sell 100 million copies within 3 years, editor Su said confidently. Yang Xiaolan eagerly asked, Chairman Zhang, how many words have you written so far? You are very lucky. I have already finished it and translated it into 50 languages, but only limited to the first book Starry Sky. Home Zhang Chen took out a hard drive from his bag. This was something he had created this morning using a brainwave helmet. He couldn't help but marvel at the endless possibilities. Technology truly is the primary productive force. Otherwise, if he had to type it out by hand, it would take him years to accomplish. What? You've already finished the first book? And translated it into 50 languages? Yang Xiaolan and President Su were dumbfounded. Xin Chanxian also looked incredulous. When did the chairman finish writing? Hadn't he just written over 1 million words? They immediately opened it on the computer in the conference room. They read and appreciated it carefully, discovering that indeed every word was exquisite, and the quality was consistently high. Not a single word could be replaced. As for the other languages, they could only understand English. They found the translation to be flawless. Their hearts were filled with joy. When can it be published? Zhang Chen asked. In about a week, President Su said excitedly. As for the foreign languages, it will take a month or 2. Soon after, they took their leave, as there was much work waiting for them. Near the end of the workday, Zhang Chen received a very unexpected phone call. Mr. Zhang Chen, hello, this is CLA. Why haven't you come to set up your stall these days? Zhang Chen was bewildered. What does it matter to you whether I go to set up a stall? This woman is a bit inexplicable. Didn't she reject me and warn me not to cling to her? I've already repaid my debt of gratitude. What does she mean by calling me now? Urging me to set up a stall? Do you need something? Zhang Chen didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You've saved up so much money and helped me a great deal. I've been feeling uneasy, so I want to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude. Xia Lei's voice was very charming and pleasant. A beautiful woman inviting me to dinner, of course, that's great. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. Xia Lei, you've really embarrassed yourself this time. Xia Lei hung up the phone, her cheeks flushed, feeling extremely awkward. It had always been men asking her out. This was her first time asking a man out, and it just had to be a man she had coldly rejected, claiming she would never like him. What is wrong with me? Xia Lei covered her burning face. These past few days, it felt like she was under a spell. As time passed, she found herself increasingly fond of recalling the image of Zhang Chen sweeping everything away with his strength and leaving with 6 billion in a carefree manner. She had devised an investment plan for him but didn't mention it when she called. Instead, she insisted on inviting him in an ambiguous way. Was she attracted by his mystery? By his formidable strength? Or was it simply his 6 billion wealth that intimidated her? Not wanting to think too much, she finished work. She returned home to start getting ready. She went downstairs. Then she saw a flashy Koenigsegg parked downstairs. Zhang Chen was lazily leaning against the car door, smoking. He was dressed in designer clothes, wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. He looked incredibly handsome. This is too handsome, too flashy, Xia Lei muttered to herself. She couldn't even imagine that the Zhang Chen who set up stalls could be so ostentatious. He practically looked like he was carrying a bank on him. Zhang Chen was also sizing up Xia Lei. Her delicate duck-egg face was lightly powdered, and her cherry lips were painted a deep red. She wore a green dress, a dark green jacket, and white high heels. Her curvy figure was fully displayed, and that S-curve could make any man bleed from the nose. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She exuded an elegant aura, radiating a strong scent of books. Her thick, beautiful black hair was fluffy, resembling a cloud. Is this a fairy descending to earth? Zhang Chen secretly admired. He was also a bit surprised at how beautifully this woman was dressed. What purpose did she have in inviting him to dinner? You, really are the Zhang Chen who sets up stalls? Xia Lei approached Zhang Chen, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. I'm a bit hesitant to admit it, she asked. Absolutely true, Zhang Chen smiled. So the two got into the car. Let's go to the Deep Bay Hotel. You can eat whatever you want, Xia Lei said with a smile. Okay, Zhang Chen drove quickly. They soon arrived at the Deep Bay Hotel. The two walked in side by side. Good evening, Chairman. The security guard and the receptionist both greeted Zhang Chen respectfully. How naive of me. How could there be free lunch in the sky? Xia Lei was stunned, her expression complex. It turned out that Zhang Chen was the owner of the Deep Bay Hotel. He had the hotel's revenue funneled into his own bank, counting it as his own performance. Was he trying to intimidate me with his wealth? A hotel worth 20 billion, with 600 billion in deposits. How many more assets did he have? What kind of achievements? Terrifyingly, he also had incredible martial power. Was it a bit foolish to have rejected him so ruthlessly? In the presidential suite, Zhang Chen and Xia Lei sat facing each other. After ordering food, Xia Lei asked for 2 bottles of 1982 Lafitte. I'm driving, so let's skip the alcohol, Zhang Chen said. This is your territory. Are you afraid of getting drunk? Xia Lei teased. Alright, I'll drink with you until we're happy, Zhang Chen replied. Soon, the dishes were served. Half a glass of red wine was poured, gently swirling. Looking at the handsome man before her, with a devil-may-care smile that exuded a mysterious aura, Xia Lei's heart inexplicably raced, and a faint blush rose to her cheeks, making her look radiant. Zhang Chen, thank you for your care. Xia Lei raised her glass. Beautiful lady, thank you for your help. You've given me 3,000 years of life, Zhang Chen thought to himself. Zhang Chen, may your career in love be as fulfilling as this glass of wine, without a single drop of regret. Xia Lei finished her glass of red wine, turning it upside down, and indeed, not a drop spilled. Such poetic language. No wonder you're a great writer, Zhang Chen secretly marveled. A woman with such beauty and talent was rare, her charm boundless. Zhang Chen, I thank you again, let me toast you once more, Xia Lei said, raising her glass with a flirtatious smile. May you become more beautiful and enchanting. Zhang Chen also raised his glass with a smile. They clinked their glasses gently. The atmosphere grew increasingly pleasant. By the end, Xia Lei was quite drunk. I'm going to sleep for a bit. I'll continue drinking with you later. She stood up, swaying as she walked toward the room. Zhang Chen, fearing she might fall, quickly caught her. Xia Lei leaned softly into Zhang Chen's embrace. The two nestled together ambiguously. Oh my, this is too sexy, Zhang Chen thought to himself, holding her as he walked into the room and laid her down on the bed. He even covered her with a blanket. But the stunning spring beauty could not be concealed. That unparalleled face, the rosy cheeks, the shiny black hair, the curves of her body made the blanket rise and fall. The temptation was astonishingly great. This was the most beautiful and sexy goddess that countless men could never pursue. Completely drunk and unaware, she was entirely at his mercy. Yet Zhang Chen still walked out without hesitation, because he was clear-headed. Sleeping with such a beautiful and incredibly sexy woman could lead him directly into a romantic entanglement from which he might never escape. He didn't want a girlfriend right now. This life was quite good, surrounded by beautiful women, but none were his girlfriend, so they could all coexist peacefully. There were even special perks, just like that night when the thunder struck. If he had a girlfriend, she would definitely get jealous. Then it would hurt both parties. Having experienced emotional entanglements, Zhang Chen thought clearly. He opened his computer and started playing games. Soon, he lost himself in the game. Character test passed. In the room, Xiaolei sat up from the bed, mumbling, high martial power, tall and handsome, with a fortune of at least 800 billion. The only drawback is that the writing is too poor. What kind of book is that? But overall, he is still an outstanding talent. Should I try to experience the taste of love with him? But I rejected him so coldly. He probably keeps his distance from me now. It seems I need to employ some tactics to make him fall deeply in love with me. Unable to extricate himself, then everything will naturally fall into place. More than an hour later, Xiaolei pushed open the door and walked out. She had a shy expression on her face. I'm sorry, I got drunk. I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I? No, you were very quiet when you were drunk. You just fell asleep, Zhang Chen said, stopping his computer game. By the way, I've formulated an investment plan for you that can rapidly increase your 60 billion wealth. Are you interested in taking a look? Xiaolei said as if she were completely unconcerned. Then let's take a look, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. You'll soon witness my astonishing talent. I don't believe you won't be immediately captivated. Xiaolei's face was filled with confidence. She took out a USB drive from her bag, plugged it into the computer, and opened it. The investment plan instantly appeared on the computer screen. First, she eloquently discussed the basic principles of investment and finance, explaining how to avoid investment failures. Then she analyzed numerous emerging industries: health, new materials, new energy, artificial intelligence, 6G communications. Below were some companies she suggested Zhang Chen invest in. They were all currently inconspicuous but had immense potential. TSK. This woman is so talented. If I invest according to her plan, my wealth could multiply in just a few years. What a pity, though. I'm a systematic man who relies on failure to get rich, not success. If I were to invest, I would look for companies on the verge of bankruptcy, Zhang Chen muttered to himself. So, he casually said, not bad, I'll consider it, thank you. And then there was no further discussion. In fact, he didn't even take the investment plan. Do you have a different opinion? Xiaolei was furious. This was an investment plan she had painstakingly researched, and it could easily sell for hundreds of thousands. But he dismissed it. There is a different opinion. For example, the telecommunications industry you care about is about to exit the historical stage. All mobile phone companies will close down, including Apple. Although he internally agreed, Zhang Chen didn't want to give this proud talented woman any encouragement. He had to strike her hard. How can you talk nonsense? How could mobile phones exit the historical stage? What would replace them? Who would end it? Xiaolei's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. It's true. I never lie, Zhang Chen said. Evidence? Show me the evidence so I can be convinced, Xiaolei said with a dark expression. If you don't have evidence, you owe me an apology. She had initially had a great fondness for Zhang Chen, but now that fondness had evaporated. It turned out he liked to boast and belittle others' talents and hard work. Alright, I'll provide evidence, but you have to help evaluate it. However, you must promise to keep it confidential because there are still many preparations that haven't been completed, Zhang Chen said. Okay, I will definitely keep it confidential. Xiaolei's lips curled up, a faint sneer appearing on her face. She didn't believe such absurd news. She also didn't believe Zhang Chen could really provide any evidence. By the way, you once told me, no matter how excellent I am, no matter how wealthy I am, no matter how much I like you, and no matter how much I cling to you, you would absolutely never like me. That still counts, right? Zhang Chen asked. Of course. It counts. Xiaolei trembled with anger. What did this bastard mean? Did he know she had a preference for him? Did he want to capture him? Then I can rest assured. Let's go. I'll take you to a place to see the evidence. Zhang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Xiaolei was completely speechless. Did this bastard really think she would chase after him? Hello, Chairman. Following Zhang Chen through the gates of the Starry Sky Brainwave Company, she heard the respectful greetings from 4 security guards and numerous management personnel who came out to welcome them. Xiaolei was shocked. Her expression was quite complex. Although she hadn't yet seen the company's content and products, just from the spirit and demeanor of the resources and the scale of the company, it was clear that this company was extraordinary. It might be worth hundreds of billions, even over $1 trillion. And Zhang Chen was only 25 years old. How had he achieved such immense success? Could the talented person she admired be as outstanding as him? Even the ancient Tang Bohu or Wang Shiji might not compare to him. They made their way to the chairman's office. Zhang Chen introduced the company and the functions of the brainwave helmet to CLA while he played billiards with his secretary, Jing Kaiwei. Bang! Jing Kaiwei was incredible at billiards, making a clean shot. After all, she was a robot. Her angles were calculated perfectly, with no mistakes. Wow, this is amazing. Robots really are beyond what humans can compare to, Zhang Chen marveled inwardly. He felt a strong sense of defeat. Would humanity ultimately be replaced by robots? In the future, would the ones accompanying him for 3,000 years be robots? Ding, host has failed at billiards, compensating with the world's #1 billiard skill. 10,000 times failure compensation system, compensating where you fail, making up for your weaknesses, helping you reach the peak of your life. The system's voice rang out just in time. Instantly, incredible billiard skills appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. He immediately advanced to become the world's #1 billiards expert. He began to experiment right away. This time, Zhang Chen broke first, also making a clean shot. It was as if he could hit wherever he pointed, sinking any ball he desired. The billiard balls obeyed him like his own fingers. This is too amazing. Zhang Chen was overjoyed, inadvertently mastering a world-class skill. Now even robots would find it hard to defeat him. With a 10,000 times compensation system, it was hard not to be impressive. He had already acquired many world firsts: hand speed, computer technology, slam dunks, gambling skills, billiards. He even possessed X-ray vision. It was like having a pair of eyes that could discover wealth. Chairman, you're so amazing. Secretary Jing Kaiwei looked at him with admiration. She appeared to be a real woman. No one could easily tell she was actually a robot. She could even act cute and playful. She could do everything a woman could do, except bear children. Bang bang bang. The two of them started playing snooker. This time, it couldn't be a clean shot. They were both calculating their moves, and the competition was intense. Their skill level was, of course, world-class. After Zhang Lan finished introducing the functions of the brainwave helmet to CLA, she had her try it out for making calls, playing games, browsing the internet, and working. How is this possible? CLA was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't regain her senses for a long time. Zhang Chen had actually founded such a high-tech company? The end of the mobile phone era? Was Zhang Chen the Terminator? From now on, a new technological revolution would unfold from Zhang Chen's hands? Would Huagua become the world's leader, the rulemaker? My God, this man was 1,000 times more outstanding than she had imagined. How shallow I am. The investment plan she was so proud of seemed full of flaws in his eyes. Nothing at all. He easily refuted her points about the communications industry, but she didn't believe it. She had to see the evidence. Now that she had seen the evidence, she was completely amazed. No wonder he worried about her falling in love with him and clinging to him. What to do? Surrender? No. I am the super talented CLA. I not only possess stunning looks and a devilishly attractive figure, but I also have outstanding intelligence and abundant talent. I am a renowned writer and an impressive calligrapher. None of this can be compared to him. The online novels he writes are unbearable to look at. I still have qualities that surpass his, and I can still attract him. I can definitely make him fall deeply in love with me, unable to extricate himself. Then he will pursue me again and confess to me. At that point, I will consider agreeing to him. After daydreaming for a long time, CLA finally calmed down a bit. Her complex gaze fell on Zhang Chen. She discovered that his skill in snooker was simply out of this world, surpassing any top players in the world. That secretary was also a billiards expert. What was frightening was that, in terms of both figure and appearance, the secretary was only slightly inferior to her. A wealthy man like him could not possibly lack beautiful women around him. How could she possibly win? It was so difficult. It was also quite awkward, because she had already ruthlessly rejected him, saying she would never like him, and he had confirmed that again earlier. Zhang Chen, your achievements make me incredibly admire you. CLA, with an intoxicating fragrance, walked up to Zhang Chen. I can't even find the words to evaluate your achievements. But you will surely leave your name in history. You will become. That's nothing. There's nothing to be proud of. Zhang Chen interrupted her. If it weren't for you insisting on seeing evidence, I wouldn't have brought you here, to avoid ruining our friendship. CLA was furious. Was this guy worried that she would fall in love with him and cling to him? How could she encounter such a jerk? Did he really look down on her like this? Thinking of this, a mocking expression appeared on her face, and she coldly said, I haven't even finished speaking. When I say you will leave your name in history, do you know what I mean? It means becoming a sinner of the nation and the people, with over 100 billion souls on your hands. Our earth will inevitably be destroyed because of you. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Chen's face turned pale with anger. Did this woman have a natural grudge against him? How could she be so alarmist, demeaning everything about him? I'm not exaggerating at all, nor am I belittling you. You are indeed impressive, and I admire you. But the more impressive you are, the faster the earth will be destroyed, and the quicker humanity will go extinct. I never dreamed that humanity's extinction was so close, either this year or next. You are the root of the problem. Xia Lei continued. If you don't explain yourself, I won't let this go today. Zhang Chen was so angry he almost wanted to hit someone. Then let me ask you, are you planning to sell the brainwave helmet to the public soon? Xia Lei asked seriously. Yes, the plan is to do so in a month. Zhang Chen replied. Then the destruction of the earth will happen in a month. Xia Lei said, the reason is simple. It is too advanced and will soon lead to the next technological revolution, and it has already succeeded in revolutionizing. From then on, Huaguo will be the world's strongest country, the rulemaker. Any country will have to retreat. But will they be willing? Especially the United States, will they just watch as they are surpassed? No, absolutely not. Therefore, all countries will unite to threaten and attack our country, to erase us or push us into the abyss. Our country, of course, will not be willing to accept this and will unite with some countries to counterattack, thus leading to a world war. Humanity will basically be extinct. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. His brows slowly furrowed, and his expression gradually became serious, because there really was such a possibility. Right now, Huawei is the world's second largest economy, slowly closing the gap with the United States. The United States was already furious, using all kinds of suppression and blockades, sparing no effort. If I released the brainwave helmet, it would be like setting fire to gasoline, instantly turning into a raging flame, reducing the earth to ashes. Is it true that such an advanced brainwave helmet cannot be sold? Am I just going to be happy for nothing? If you praise me a little, I'll help you solve this problem. Xia Lei said with a slight sense of pride, smiling sweetly. A kiss? How can that be? Zhang Chen looked at her delicate, rosy face, feeling quite displeased. How could this woman be so bold and flirtatious? It's simply shameless. But you can be casual. I am not that kind of person. Who said anything about a kiss? I said to praise me, just compliment me a bit. Xia Lei was both shy and angry, giving Zhang Chen a fierce glare. Did he think she was useless? Earlier, when she pretended to be drunk, he was so honest. Was he really that dull? Now he was saying teasing things. This was outright flirting, completely lacking in subtlety. A compliment? Is that a bit difficult? Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward and troubled. How can a compliment be difficult? Xia Lei said angrily, do you think I'm worthless in your eyes? That's not it. It's just that I don't like sweet talk, worried that women might misunderstand. After saying that, Zhang Chen forced himself to add, actually, you're already very excellent. There's no need for me to praise you. Am I really excellent? Xia Lei's face instantly blossomed with a smile, as if 100 flowers had bloomed, bringing spring back to the earth. The office became bright and cheerful. Zhang Chen was too lazy to say another word. Receiving affirmation again, Xia Lei was even happier. To get the recognition of a genius like Zhang Chen, what an honor that was. Let's sit down and talk. Xia Lei, with a beaming smile, pulled Zhang Chen to sit on the sofa. After taking a sip of the tea prepared by Secretary Dong, Jing Kaiwei, she charmingly said, actually, it's very simple. Just use the method of boiling frogs in warm water. Right now, you only need to release a brainwave helmet that can play games. It has no other functions. This won't provoke too much reaction from other countries, but it's still a huge market that can rapidly develop the gaming industry and allow you to earn immense wealth. When other companies can also produce such helmets in the future, you can upgrade to internet capabilities. Once competitors catch up, you can upgrade to office functions, and finally upgrade to communication capabilities. This might take decades. In this way, the technological level of other countries will gradually catch up, while Huawei will completely surpass the United States. It will be a smooth transition. Moreover, during this process, you will have earned the most wealth, much more than if you released an ultimate product all at once, and you don't have to worry about triggering a world war. In simple terms, it's about using time to resolve the crisis. Insightful. Zhang Chen slapped his thigh, his face filled with admiration. A talented woman truly deserves her title. Not only did she see the crisis at a glance, but she also instantly thought of a solution. No wonder he had been feeling a bit uneasy. But since it wasn't time to release the product yet, he hadn't thought much about it. How about a kiss? Xia Lei pointed to her delicate face, shyly suggesting. This was simply getting carried away with pride. Men and women should not engage in physical contact. Zhang Chen's face instantly darkened. Moreover, I already complimented you once, which is like paying you. We owe each other nothing. You really are single by choice. Xiaolei's heart full of expectation instantly turned to nothing. All the romance turned into awkwardness. What kind of ironclad man was this? So infuriating. Zhang Lan, do you think the plan Xiaolei just mentioned is feasible? Zhang Chen ignored Xiaolei and asked seriously. Feasible. Moreover, it's much simpler, most of the parts are no longer needed. The production capacity can be increased by more than 100 times. Zhang Lan replied. Then let's change to producing and selling products that can only be used to play games with brainwaves, Zhang Chen said. Everything produced before will be sealed or transformed. Yes, Chairman, Zhang Lan replied respectfully. Great. At that moment, Zhang Chen felt an immense sense of relief, as if he had laid down a heavy burden. Releasing overly advanced high-tech products would break the livelihoods of countless companies, creating numerous enemies and causing widespread repercussions, leading to immense pressure. In serious cases, as Xiaolei said, it could even trigger a world war. But now, there was no need to worry. This talented woman still had some skills, but she was too proud. She needed to be firmly suppressed. The last time she ruthlessly rejected me, her words still echoed in my ears. Want me to kiss you? Dream on. You feel great, but I don't feel great at all. Xiaolei was quite frustrated and wanted to grab Zhang Chen's hand and bite it hard. Ideally, she wanted to draw blood to vent the nameless fire in her heart. Let me take you back. It's already very late. Zhang Chen turned to look at Xiaolei. Then thank you, Xiaolei said with a stern face, clearly unwilling. Isn't it still early? It's just past 11. Playing until 3 o'clock wouldn't be a problem. But it was hard to refuse. Soon, Zhang Chen drove her back downstairs. As Xiaolei slowly unbuckled her seatbelt, she casually asked, by the way, have you contacted editor Yang Xiaolan? Is there hope for your book to be published? This was meant to hit Zhang Chen a little, to prevent him from getting too cocky. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. She had been hit hard by him tonight. The investment and financial planning had become a joke. She had only salvaged some face with her own wits, but to have him reject her kiss with disdain? If it were another man, he would be overjoyed, right? I contacted her. She's really nice. She agreed to publish my book and even sell it abroad. The discounts she offered are substantial. I'm very satisfied. Thanks again. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. The first of the 3 books would be published soon. He wondered if he could earn back billions in wealth. Are you writing a pornographic novel? Xiaolei asked, shocked and disdainful. Is that why it's being sold abroad? Pornographic novel? Zhang Chen was instantly furious, nearly grinding his teeth. Is there anyone who belittles others like this? Unable to contain his anger, he said, the main purpose of writing that online novel before was to practice typing. The content was completely off the top of my head, whatever came to mind. So, that's not my true level. I see. Then I will look forward to reading your upcoming masterpiece, Xiaolei said, a smirk on her lips, a hint of pride on her face. Did that deeply strike him? Is he having a hard time with it? Everyone has weaknesses. Even if you are a genius, you are no exception. She pushed the door open and got out, twisting her slim waist and exaggeratedly high buttocks as she walked into the building. Only the lingering fragrance remained. I don't want to conquer you, otherwise, I could have slept with you tonight. Zhang Chen, unable to stand Xiaolei's arrogance, slammed the steering wheel in frustration. It's over, completely over. I've deeply fallen for him. Back in her room, the proud Xiaolei was instantly brought back to reality, sitting on the sofa and lamenting. She had always been a proud woman, looking down on any man who pursued her. This time, she had finally suffered a backlash. She encountered a prodigy who happened to love street vending. He looked so scruffy while confessing to her. How could she not reject him? Now, it was too late. He had gradually breached her defenses. 600 billion in savings, hotel transactions, dining at hotels, the Brainwave Helmet Company. A continuous series of powerful moves. It was simply overwhelming, and she was left in disarray. She could only use his unseemly novel to turn the tide. He was still arguing, refusing to admit defeat in this round. She couldn't help but call Yang Xiaolan. Xiaolan, are you still awake? No, I'm busy proofreading. Has that street vendor contacted you about publishing? Street vendor? No, he hasn't contacted me, but he told me he already reached out to you, said you gave him a big discount and would sell his book abroad? Ah, I see. Yang Xiaolan suddenly understood that the Zhang Chen she met was the same Zhang Chen that Xiaolei mentioned. After all, they were both wealthy, had the same name, and were so young. How could they not be the same person? But, according to Xiaolei, the book he wrote was unworthy of mention? What do you know? Xiaolei was confused, completely in the dark. It's nothing, I just remembered that he did contact me, and I read his book. It's quite good, so I'm planning to publish it. Really? It can be published? Xia Lei couldn't believe it. Of course, Yang Xiaolan replied. Could it be that he's just practicing typing by writing web novels? Xia Lei's expression changed slightly. No way, could it be that she couldn't outshine him in writing? What web novels has he written? Yang Xiaolan was curious. The world's top literary genius writing web novels? Xia Lei told her. I told you, beautiful lady, what he said must be true. He writes web novels just to practice typing. If you want to know more about him, I suggest you do it. Yang Xiaolan glanced at that book and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, instantly judging that Xia Lei actually knew very little about Zhang Chen, so she suggested, well, how's the book he published? Is it better than mine? Xia Lei sensed something was off and asked nervously. There's basically no comparison between the two. But let's wait until the book is published, and you can judge for yourself after reading it. Yang Xiaolan didn't want to discourage Xia Lei too much. It's fine. His book can't compare to mine at all. Xia Lei patted her startled heart. After chatting a bit more, she hung up the phone. She started to Baidu. Soon, she found an overwhelming amount of news related to Zhang Chen. Videos of world speed typing tests, where he could speak 10 foreign languages. Videos of him on the parallel bars, dunking videos. News of him sweeping through the gambling den. There was even a video of Zhang Chen winning 2.8 billion from buying stones. Additionally, there was a video of him defeating security guards, making 2 strong men kneel and call him Your Majesty, which Xia Lei had witnessed herself. Is this guy a monster? Xia Lei was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Zhang Chen's excellence far exceeded the sky. She couldn't even catch up with him. The gap was too vast. His achievements could even look down upon the world, making anyone feel ashamed. How could she compare herself to him? How could she possibly capture his heart? No wonder he said he never confesses to a woman a second time, because he has that kind of qualification, turning back to make any woman fall for him. So impressive. So amazing. But why, if you're so impressive, do you want to sell on the street? Why confess to a beauty upon meeting her? I know nothing about your situation. Is it wrong to refuse you? Yet you want to gradually conquer my heart? Make me surrender willingly? I won't. My literary talent is better than yours. My calligraphy is better than yours. I have the right to be proud. So it turns out that I can sign Zhang Chen's book, and Xia Lei has a part in it. Once this busy period is over, I need to thank her. Yang Xiaolan hung up the phone and continued to work, no longer distinguishing between day and night. Did you know? Yang Xiaolan started working at Manhwa Publishing, with double the salary, and she directly got a 120 square meter apartment worth nearly 20 million. It's said that there will be a huge bonus at the end of the year, no less than 10 million. I've heard that too. I even ran into her on her way to work this morning. She looked radiant and full of spirit. Yang Xiaolan has made it big. It's said that she brought a divine book to Lianhua Publishing House, and the initial estimate is that it could sell 100 million copies, raking in 4 to 500 billion. In recent days, various rumors about Yang Xiaolan have been circulating at Orchid Publishing House. The two publishing houses are too close, located in the same industrial area. The editors all know each other, and many editors frequently switch jobs between the two. Nonsense, it's just a science fiction book. 100 million in sales? What a pipe dream. Chief Editor Pang has certainly heard such gossip. He scoffs repeatedly, filled with disdain. With Lianhua Publishing House causing such a stir, it's bound to go bankrupt. Sigh, such a large publishing house, is it really going to close down? That divine book has been published. It's so brilliant, so magical. I bought 15 copies in one go. Spent 1,500 yuan. I bought 15 copies too. It's so damn good. It's simply the work of a literary genius. The writing is out of this world. The creativity is unparalleled. The science fiction reads as real as life. It's so satisfying. 3,000 years of heroism. He's my idol. I'm his die-hard fan. 1 million copies sold out in a day. It's terrifying. That day, the staff at Orchid Publishing House went crazy, shouting excitedly. Each one held the book, reading it as if it were a treasure. Their faces were filled with awe and devotion. How is this possible? Chief Editor Pang was also reading this book, and upon reaching the beginning, his face was filled with shock, his heart trembling. The quality was astonishingly high. Not a single word could be changed. It was perfect in every way. What kind of literary giant is this? 1 million copies sold in a day? 15 billion in sales? Wouldn't there be even more tomorrow? I actually missed out on such a divine book. Why the hell didn't I take a look back then? Why did I have to fire Yang Xiaolan? I want to die. Not just Orchid Publishing House, countless other publishing houses and writers were discussing and worshipping it. They were all searching for the author. The internet was filled with news about this book. It easily made the headlines. The next day, over 3 million copies were sold, amounting to over 4.5 billion yuan. On the third day, it was even more ferocious, over 5 million copies, totaling over 7.5 billion yuan. Don't hold me back, I want to jump off a building. Chief editor Pang insisted on jumping off, unable to bear such a blow. Thousands of billions, possibly even over $1 trillion in wealth, thrown away by himself, and he had become the laughingstock of his peers. The publishing house's owner was furious, pointing at his nose and cursing him out. He ordered him to pack his things and get lost immediately. Don't jump off here, go somewhere else, no one will stop you. So, that day, chief editor Pang left in a fluster, tragically and awkwardly resigning. He never appeared in the publishing world again. Years later, someone saw him selling books at a street stall, with the most sold being the 3 books by Zhang Chen. One cannot help but marvel at the oddities of life. Lianhua Publishing House was filled with joyous sounds. Everyone's face was beaming with happiness, because salaries were raised, and bonuses were distributed. Of course, the happiest were chief editor Su and Yang Xiaolan. They were grinning from ear to ear, because the boss, in his excitement, directly gave each of them a bonus of 5 million. Want to grab a coffee? Yang Xiaolan also received a call from CLA. I'm really busy right now, can't get away. You've made it big, and you're ignoring me now? Not at all, I'm really busy because Starry Sky Homeland has been translated into 50 languages, and we need to send someone abroad to negotiate publishing. Yang Xiaolan said, Are you stupid? With such a divine book, just give them a taste, and they'll come running to you, no need to send anyone. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? Yang Xiaolan's eyes lit up. I've given you such a good idea, hurry over, I have something important to discuss with you. In the cafe, Xiaolei and Yang Xiaolan sat facing each other by the window. Xiaolei held a book titled Starry Sky Home, and said with a smile, First, congratulations on your meteoric rise. You've struck it rich. Then, with admiration, she added, The passion of 3,000 years is truly remarkable, simply a literary giant without equal, the best in the world, making me admire him to the core. These past few days, I've been sleeping with the book. The stories inside are so captivating, so vivid, as if they really happened. Hurry up and tell me, who is the author? You're not falling for him, are you? Yang Xiaolan asked meaningfully. What do you mean? He's a man and very young. Xiaolei's beautiful eyes lit up, a surge of excitement rising in her heart. Yes, and he's an unparalleled handsome man, Yang Xiaolan said. So, are you moved? Not moved, to be precise. This book came a bit late because I already have someone I like. I'm hopelessly in love with him, Xiaolei said gloomily, but I ruthlessly rejected him and said I would never like him. The scary part is, he quietly wove a web of affection, trapping me tightly. What worries me is that he might have woven this web unintentionally. Then I would be in a miserable situation. Who is it? So impressive? Yang Xiaolan was extremely surprised. What a proud woman Xiaolei was. There was no man in this world she admired. She had never been moved by any man before. Who would have thought she was now captured by someone? It's that street vendor, Xiaolei gritted her teeth, feeling an inexplicable heartache. Zhang Chen hadn't contacted her even once these past few days. She had passed by his stall, but he hadn't greeted her at all. He treated her like a stranger. Her beauty, her pride, might mean nothing in his eyes. It was incredibly frustrating. Isn't the street vendor Zhang Chen? Yang Xiaolan was both amused and enlightened, realizing that perhaps only someone like Zhang Chen could win over Xiaolei. She laughed and said, So it's him, no wonder. You should just surrender and pursue him. It shouldn't be a problem. If you want to win him over, you might as well save your effort. After a pause, she sincerely added, I really have to thank you. It was you who gave him my business card, completely changing my fate. You also saved Lianhua Publishing. What are you saying? I don't understand. Xiaolei's expression suddenly changed. The situation was not good. The enemy's situation had changed. The author of the book in your hands is him. Don't let it slip. He doesn't want anyone to know, Yang Xiaolan said. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a street vendor be the author of 3,000 Years of Passion? The web fiction he writes is a mess, utterly unworthy of mention. It's completely different, Xiaolei exclaimed, shocked, jumping up with her eyes wide open. Her face turned pale. Was the only thing she could be proud of shattered? Was there no way to retreat now? But that's the truth. And he writes web fiction, 100% just practicing typing. The content is completely thoughtless, but it can still become a book. That's quite a rarity. He types tens of thousands of words in an hour. You have to admire that, Yang Xiaolan said, a deep admiration showing on her face. Xiaolei sat down weakly, her head hanging low. Her face was filled with desolation. She thought his writing was unworthy of attention and even mocked the book he published as trash. But he was the greatest literary giant in the world. without equal before or after. This was simply a tremendous irony. It was a hard slap in the face. This person was more extraordinary than any prodigy. She was finished, completely defeated. Could it be that she really had to open the city gates and surrender? No, absolutely not. She still had one last line of defense. That was calligraphy. That time she saved money, Zhang Chen's signature. The characters are quite ordinary, so I still have a solid defense line. It can be considered the defense line of the inner city. Stop being tsundere and reserved, just confess your feelings. He is a natural talent. Only a beauty like you deserves him. If I were as beautiful and talented as you, I would confess too. Yang Xiaolan said seriously, and you must hurry. A man like him, how could he not have women liking and pursuing him? So, there must be many women chasing after him. The early bird catches the worm. Confess? Xiaolei's face turned red. Isn't that the same as surrendering? That's just a pathological tsundere and reserve. Since he confessed to you first, even though you rejected him, to break the deadlock, of course, you have to confess. Otherwise, with his conditions and pride, how could he confess to you again? Then, there would be no possibility at all. Yang Xiaolan encouraged. She was Xiaolei's good friend and confidant. If Zhang Chen and Xiaolei got together, she would also benefit greatly. Once Zhang Chen's book is published, she could take it all. That's true. Looking at the situation these past few days, he really has kept his distance from me. I must confess to break the deadlock, Xiaolei murmured. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and started sending a WeChat message. The last time they had dinner, she had added Zhang Chen's WeChat. Zhang Chen, do you have time this weekend? I want to invite you to the beach, Xiaolei said. No time. Zhang Chen's reply was so blunt. He was already very alert. This woman seemed a bit strange. She wouldn't be trying to take advantage of him, would she? The last time at the hotel, it seemed she had deliberately gotten drunk. He wasn't fooled. Now she was inviting him again? What kind of ironclad man is this? Xiaolei was so angry she almost spat blood. Yang Xiaolan turned her head to look and couldn't help but chuckle. Don't laugh. Quickly think of a way for me, Xiaolei said with a dark face. Wait until he closes up, then you go find him. At that time, it will be quiet at night, and there will be many opportunities. Yang Xiaolan pondered for a moment and said, good idea. Xiaolei's eyes lit up with excitement. Going to find him during the day, she wouldn't have the face for that. Besides, he might not even pay attention to her. Going when he closes up is perfect. Shiyu, it's so late. Where are you going? I'm going to find Hao Gu. The weather forecast says there will be thunderstorms tonight, a perfect time for thunder, Lu Shiyu said excitedly. It had been a long time since they had good thunderstorm weather. Finally, it had arrived. Thunder is good weather? Why? The four roommates, including Xin Chanxian, were all puzzled and couldn't understand. Sisters, I'm leaving. I won't be back tonight. Lu Shiyu finished her makeup and happily went out. In another dormitory, Wu Dongfei was also getting ready. Dongfei, are you still going to see the rich senior brother at this time? I have to go. The weather forecast says there will be thunderstorms tonight. That shameless Lu Shiyu will definitely go to seduce the senior brother. I have to keep an eye on her, Wu Dongfei said angrily. Lu Shiyu is too shameless. She has already rejected the rich senior brother, and now she's chasing after him again. That's really thick-skinned. The four roommates, including Duan Shanshan, were all indignant. How much did you earn today? Zhang Chen asked. Thanks to you, I made an extra 6,000, and I earned 300 from the stall. Zhang Baishui said cheerfully. Are you going to write when you get back? Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. This classmate was definitely living a tough life. Getting a few thousand yuan made her this happy. I already planned it out during the day and even typed a few thousand words on my phone. An hour of writing when I get back will be enough. Zhang Baishui said. How go? When are you closing up? Lu Shiyu approached with a strong fragrance and sat down next to Zhang Chen. What are you doing here? Zhang Chen was taken aback. The weather forecast says it will thunder tonight, and I'm so scared, so. Lu Shiyu wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's. I want to sleep with you, then I can sleep well. Oh my god. Zhang Baishui heard this and touched his forehead, disbelief written all over his face. Heavens, what did he just hear? Lu Shiyu wants to sleep with Zhang Chen tonight? Could it be that they have already slept together? Will it really thunder? Zhang Chen glanced skeptically at the sky. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with not a single cloud in sight. It really will. Just check the weather forecast, Lu Shiyu insisted. I can't agree to that. If I do, something will happen. But if Wu Dongfei comes too, then I won't be afraid of anything happening. Will she come? If she doesn't, I'll go pick her up. Zhang Chen thought wickedly, nodding without hesitation. Alright, then let's sleep together tonight. Wu Dongfei, please don't come, Lu Shiyu thought joyfully, praying in her heart. But things didn't go as she wished. Wu Dongfei soon arrived, looking more beautiful than a fairy. The moment she saw Lu Shiyu, she felt a pang of regret. Thankfully, she was clever and had come over, otherwise, Lu Shiyu would have succeeded tonight. Wouldn't she be crying her heart out? So she sat down on Zhang Chen's other side. Senior brother, when are you closing up? It's about to rain, and there will be thunder too? Then why are you out here? Zhang Chen asked knowingly, a half smile on his face. I'm terrified of thunder, you know that. Tonight, I want to sleep with you. Wu Dongfei pouted. Sure, Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation. Oh my. Jiang Baishui, who had been eavesdropping, was already dumbfounded. His eyes bulged out of their sockets. Two campus beauties are going to sleep with Zhang Chen? And it seems they have done so multiple times already. How incredible is that? How delightful. They were both setting up stalls. Why is there such a vast difference? He was trying to earn a little more money, setting up his stall while typing away. He didn't participate in any social events or attend any activities. Poverty limits ambition. How pitiful. He thought he had found a classmate in a similarly miserable situation. But little did he know, he was charming two campus beauties while setting up his stall. And now they want to sleep with him? This is truly heartbreaking. At that moment, old Jian was so envious and jealous that his eyes turned red. He glanced enviously at the three of them chatting intimately. He felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, realizing how miserable his own life was. Covering his chest, he quickly packed up and left, not even saying goodbye to Zhang Chen. Damn it, Zhang Chen must be doing this on purpose to torment him. How infuriating. What's going on? In the tea house, Xia Lei, who had been waiting for Zhang Chen to close up, widened her eyes, staring intently at the two campus beauties beside him. She had forcibly dragged Yang Xiaolan here for tea, waiting for an opportunity to confess. But it seemed she had been intercepted by other women. His confidants, Yang Xiaolan sighed, I think it's better to give up. He already has 2 girlfriends. 2 girlfriends? Xia Lei felt as if she had been stabbed, her heart aching so much she could hardly breathe. Fuming, she walked out. She marched straight to Zhang Chen's stall, glaring at the 2 campus beauties. She found both of them stunningly beautiful, absolutely dazzling. They were no less than herself. The 2 beauties sensed their rival and simultaneously clung tightly to Zhang Chen's arm, warily locking eyes with Xia Lei. It was simply because Xia Lei was too sexy and charming. Those 2 women are so beautiful and very young. Xia Lei, you have no hope. Yang Xiaolan sighed quietly as they exited the tea house. Closing up, Zhang Chen glanced at Xia Lei, thinking how strange she was acting today, still lingering around. He quickly packed up his stall and then pulled Lu Shiyu onto the Koenigsegg. Meanwhile, Wu Dongfei drove up in a Ferrari. One rushed ahead, the other followed closely behind. Xia Lei sadly watched the 2 cars leave, remaining motionless for a long time. Forget it, what's the point? Yang Xiaolan approached, linking her arm with Xia Lei's, her face filled with sympathy. In the past, Xia Lei had looked down on any man. Now, she had set her sights on the incredibly outstanding Zhang Chen, who had 2 girlfriends, which was completely normal. But it turned out neither was the secretary Xin Xianxian nor the beautiful receptionist who looked like a model. One couldn't help but say that Xia Lei's luck was too poor. I refuse to believe it. I can't lose to 2 little girls. Xia Lei finally came to her senses, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Are you going to compete with them? Yang Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. Xia Lei opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. The feeling of heartache had completely enveloped her. Tears were almost spilling out. At that moment, she truly felt a bit panicked. Could it be that her love hadn't even begun before it was already over? He dismissed her investment in financial planning, didn't care about her beauty, and those 2 beauties were no less than her. Her talents seemed like a joke in front of him. Was her final pride just calligraphy? Would that even be useful? Let's go, we're heading back. Yang Xiaolan forcibly pulled Xia Lei along. Zhang Chen, you scumbag, starting something and then abandoning it. As Xia Lei walked, she kept looking back. She really wanted to see Zhang Chen come back to comfort her, but there was none. Now, he should be taking the 2 beauties home. What story would unfold? Did she even need to fight for it? Back home with Lu Shiyu and Wu Dongfei, Zhang Chen was in a great mood. He had been racking up failure points these past few days. He already had 100 points. Not bad at all. Plus, his book sales were doing well. He was sure to make a big profit. Senior brother, have you read Starry Sky? Home, bro, Starry Sky. Home is so good. If you haven't read it, you should check it out. I brought you a copy. As soon as the 2 campus beauties entered, they chattered excitedly, as if spring had arrived, bringing joy and a pleasant mood. I'll read it when I have time, Zhang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Not only had he read it, but he had also read the next 2 books, and they were vividly clear in his memory. After chatting for a while, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. It hadn't rained yet, nor had there been any thunder, so the two of them felt shy about going to Zhang Chen's room right away. However, that night, they ended up sharing the same room, intending to keep an eye on each other and prevent any sneaky moves. Who was that woman just now? So sexy and elegant, she seemed to be after bro. I haven't seen her before, but she's definitely a super beauty, no less than us. What should we do? What can we do? It all depends on who he ultimately chooses. He'll definitely choose me. If he chooses me, you can forget about it. The two of them quietly discussed, both sensing the arrival of a rival. Then they started arguing again. Boom boom boom. At midnight, thunder indeed roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. The light was dazzling, as if countless swords were slashing through the sky. It felt like the gods were angry. Thunder crashed to the ground, turning trees into powder, sending up clouds of smoke, like bombs exploding. Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu jumped up simultaneously, rushing into Zhang Chen's room and diving into his arms, screaming in fear. Don't be afraid. Zhang Chen was both amused and helpless, holding them close. He covered their heads with a blanket. Gradually, the sky began to brighten. Zhang Chen was still sound asleep, while the two campus beauties snuggled up to him on either side, sleeping peacefully, making him the filling in a sandwich. The storm and thunder had long ceased, replaced by bright sunshine. After getting up, Wu Dongfei pulled Zhang Chen aside, her pretty face flushed and her eyes sparkling with water. Senior brother, I have something to tell you. What is it? Zhang Chen was taken aback. This girl could actually be shy? Wasn't she quite bold last night? Senior brother, my aunt is coming over today. I think she's here to cause me trouble. If I can't handle it, you have to help me out, okay? Wu Dongfei said vaguely. Sure. Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation. After enjoying the benefits last night, he felt he had to help with such a small favor. Aunt, you're looking younger and younger. Wu Dongfei was driving a Ferrari, and in the passenger seat sat a woman in her 30s, exuding confidence. She was dressed appropriately, elegant and luxurious. At first glance, she was not someone to be underestimated. Stop flattering me. You've been mysterious these past 2 months and now you're driving a Ferrari. What exactly are you doing? Lin Li's face was filled with anger. I just found a good part-time job. Wu Dongfei stuck out her tongue. She didn't explain in detail but took her to the Patek Philippe store for a look. You, a store manager, with $1 million annual salary, and a 4.5 million Ferrari? Lin Li looked skeptical. You haven't been taken care of by your boss, have you? Aunt, what are you talking about? Wu Dongfei was at a loss for words, her pretty face turning red with embarrassment. She really did sleep with her boss last night, but unfortunately, there was that third wheel, Lu Shiyu. Stop making excuses. I know your situation quite well. You've stayed out several nights. If that's not being taken care of, what is it? Plus, you've been flirting with a street vendor. You're simply beyond redemption. I'm so disappointed. If your parents knew, they would be heartbroken. Lin Li was distraught. Aunt, you have such a big influence, nothing can be hidden from you. Wu Dongfei felt a bit worried. Knowing she couldn't hide it, she had already given Zhang Chen a heads up, otherwise, she wouldn't get through today. Do you know? Your aunt has already arranged a future for you. After graduation, you'll marry into the Hong family in Magic City. That's a real wealthy family, with assets over 100 billion. They've seen your photo and are very satisfied. Lin Li took out her phone and opened the album. Look, how handsome and imposing Hong Tonghai is. He's 25 this year and is already the vice president of Tianya Company, showcasing exceptional management talent. What's even more impressive is that he's also a talented writer, known as Haiyang. Vice president of Tianya Company? And writer Haiyang? Wu Dongfei was slightly surprised. Tianya was a very famous gaming company. The shareholding structure was quite complex, but part of it belonged to the Hong family. Being the vice president of Tianya Company was certainly not ordinary. Writer Haiyang was also well known, on par with the fragrance of budding flowers, having created several novels that sold their copyrights and were adapted into films and television. She glanced at the photo again. He was indeed handsome and confident, radiating youth and capability. You're really letting yourself go. Lin Li was heartbroken. This time, I'm here to transfer you to Magic City University. You must remember, don't leak anything about being taken care of, and don't mention any flirtation with the street vendor. You must cut ties with them. Transfer? No, I don't want to transfer. Wu Dongfei's heart tightened inexplicably, shaking her head quickly. She never expected her aunt was here to transfer her. Are you reluctant to leave that boss who's taking care of you? Lin Li was furious, hating that boss to the core. How could he be so despicable, using money to tempt Wu Dongfei and making her develop feelings for him? He deserved to die 1,000 times. No. Then what is it? What I mean is, the boss isn't taking care of me. Then you stayed out all night with that street vendor? Yes. Wu Dongfei's face turned red, her head hanging low. What a sin. Lin Li was trembling with anger. This was even more infuriating than being kept by someone. At least being kept could mean access to the other person's money. What could a street vendor offer? This couldn't even be described as being blind, it was simply foolish. Foolish to the point of no return. Auntie, this is my choice, and I don't regret it. I imagine that the Hong family wouldn't be satisfied with me like this either. So let's just drop it and don't transfer me, Wu Dongfei said. She didn't want to reveal Zhang Chen's amazing qualities, but Zhang Chen had always been low-key. Moreover, he had advised her not to disclose his background to her aunt. No, even if the Hong family disagrees, you must transfer. I can't just watch you walk further down the wrong path. Lin Li's tone was firm and left no room for argument. She wasn't a fool, she instinctively felt that Wu Dongfei had told many lies. Most likely, she had not only slept with the street vendor but had also been kept by the jewelry store owner. Otherwise, how could she receive such treatment? In the afternoon, Zhang Chen went to set up his stall again. It was Saturday. The crowd was large, and perhaps he would see more beautiful women. It was the golden time for earning failure points. As for the Koenigsegg, he didn't drive it over today. With Jiang Baixue assisting him, he wouldn't miss any passing beauties. The Koenigsegg could now step back from the stage of attracting women. Strangely, Jiang Baixue didn't come today. His spot was taken by a woman who seemed a bit older. Her expression was heavy, looking worried. When she saw Zhang Chen approaching, a look of surprise crossed her face. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Chen?" "Yes," Zhang Chen nodded. "And you are?" "I am Tang Menglan, Jiang Baixue's wife," the woman said warmly. "Oh, sister-in-law, hello. Why didn't old Jiang come today?" Zhang Chen was polite and pleased. He had always wanted to know the true situation of Jiang Baixue but never had the chance. Jiang Baixue never spoke of his difficulties. The only time he mentioned his miserable life was when they had first met and didn't recognize each other. After that, he never spoke of it again, clearly valuing his pride and not wanting to be ridiculed by classmates. He went to the hospital for a checkup. He has to go once a month, Tang Menglan said. Zhang Chen started chatting with her and soon learned about Jiang Baixue's family situation. Jiang Baixue rented a small apartment nearby, a one-bedroom unit. The rent was 1,000 yuan. Jiang Baixue wrote books while also setting up his stall. His books had flopped, and he earned more from the stall. Due to ongoing medication and frequent chemotherapy, he was basically living beyond his means. Tang Menglan originally had a job with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, but because Jiang Baixue fell ill, she had to quit to take care of him. Now, like Jiang Baixue, she was writing online novels to earn some royalties, which allowed her to have flexible time. Tang Menglan was now 2 months pregnant. The pressure of life was growing heavier. "If you have any difficulties, just tell me," Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. Old Jiang was indeed living a miserable life. What a hard fate. If it weren't for lung cancer, he would definitely be the most carefree one. Old Jiang values his pride very much and would never ask classmates or acquaintances for help, Tang Menglan said. So, he has basically cut off contact with acquaintances. After a pause, she added softly, "He only accepted your help." "Sister-in-law, don't say that. I didn't help him. I just asked him for help and paid a little bit," Zhang Chen said seriously. "I brought a telescope today. Are we continuing?" Tang Menglan looked at Zhang Chen gratefully and asked shyly. "Of course, we are continuing," Zhang Chen replied. Tang Menglan immediately widened her eyes and began scanning the surroundings. From time to time, she would use the telescope to observe closely, ensuring she didn't miss any beautiful women. Zhang Chen was also dressed in tattered clothes, with dust smeared on his face, looking like a true poor loser. Ding, the host confessed to a beauty, and the beauty was scared away. Failure points plus 10. Beep. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Chen confessed to 3 beautiful women, accumulating 30 points of failure. Meanwhile, Tang Menglan earned 3,000 yuan, her face beaming with joy. She was also immensely curious about Zhang Chen's peculiar hobby. Why did he enjoy confessing to beautiful women? She worriedly asked, "Zhang Chen, aren't you just eating away at your savings? This won't do." "Don't worry, sister-in-law," Zhang Chen replied. "I'm not setting up a stall every day. On days I don't, I'm out making big money." Just then, Zhang Chen received a WeChat message from Wu Dongfei, Sr. "My aunt found out about us and wants to transfer me to another school. I don't agree, and now she's dragging me to find trouble with you. Wu Dongfei can't handle her aunt. It looks like I have to step in," Zhang Chen thought to himself, shaking his head. She seemed to be quite a formidable character. Only 3 minutes later, Wu Dongfei and Lin Li arrived on this bustling street. "Who is it?" Lin Li asked fiercely. "That one," Wu Dongfei pointed at Zhang Chen. Lin Li scrutinized him closely, shaking her head repeatedly. Aside from being handsome and fit, he seemed to have nothing else going for him. Wu Dongfei was actually unwilling to transfer schools for him. What kind of magic did this man possess? Had he put Wu Dongfei under a spell? With a dark expression, she approached Zhang Chen and coldly said, I am Wu Dongfei's aunt. You need to pack up and we need to talk. In the cafe, Zhang Chen and Lin Li sat across from each other, while Wu Dongfei was not allowed to enter. You, the stall vendor, what despicable means did you use to deceive Wu Dongfei? Lin Li asked coldly. I heard you want to transfer Wu Dongfei? Zhang Chen countered with a question. Yes, Lin Li replied angrily. Since she doesn't want to transfer, then let her stay, Zhang Chen said. Am I supposed to just watch her fall into a pit of fire? Lin Li's face was filled with rage. If you really like her, then don't harm her. She has a bright future ahead. She has a fiancé, someone a billion times better than you. Fiancé? Really? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Wu Dongfei had never mentioned this to him. Of course it's true. I personally arranged the match, but she doesn't know, as I didn't want to affect her studies. Who would have thought she would be so unambitious, living with a stall vendor like you? It's simply ruining her future, Lin Li said through gritted teeth, her tone icy. The intense anger almost became tangible. So she doesn't know herself? Then it doesn't matter, Zhang Chen remained calm. This depends on her own wishes, no one can force her. I'll give you $1 million, leave Wu Dongfei immediately. Lin Li could no longer contain her anger, quickly writing a check and slapping it down in front of Zhang Chen. I'll show you something, maybe you'll change your mind. Zhang Chen took out his laptop and opened a file for Lin Li to see. Ha, you, a stall vendor, have secrets? Lin Li scoffed, looking at him with disdain, but her eyes lit up instantly. The complete manuscript of Starry Sky. Home, the 300,000-word manuscript of the second part, Starry Sky. War. She quickly opened the manuscript of Starry Sky. War and began reading excitedly. Wow, this is so exciting. Soon, she was completely lost in it, entirely forgetting her original purpose for coming, engrossed in the reading. Can we talk properly now? Zhang Chen forcibly took back the laptop. So you are the one behind heroic aspirations for 3,000 years? Lin Li's face was filled with surprise. On the surface, he was just a stall vendor, but in reality, he was the world's greatest literary master. Just from 3 books, he could earn hundreds of billions. He was even more outstanding than Hong Tonghai. No wonder Wu Dongfei was living with him. Yes, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Since you are so talented, and you two are already living together, I won't stop you. Lin Li pondered for a moment and pretended to be reserved as she said, my family's Wu Dongfei is a stunning beauty, and it's her first love. You can't let her down. Don't worry. Zhang Chen's face broke into a strange smile. It was all settled, too easy, almost laughably simple. Soon, the two of them were chatting and laughing as they walked out. Senior brother, how did you convince my aunt? You won't leak your identity as a rich man, will you? Wu Dongfei asked in surprise, her voice low. Of course not, Zhang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Stop whispering and take me to see where you two live together? Lin Li said, not in the best of moods. You go ahead first. Zhang Chen handed the keys to Wu Dongfei. He hadn't driven over today, so they could only walk back slowly. After all, Wu Dongfei's Ferrari 488 couldn't fit 3 people. Wu Dongfei was filled with wild joy, determined to stay there tonight and not leave. That way, there would be no Lu Shiyu to be a third wheel. Could it be that? She blushed, too shy to think further. Soon, the two of them got into the car and drove towards Deep Bay Garden. Why didn't you tell me he is Houching Sankianian? I'd been worried for so long. Today I was really tormented, thinking you had completely fallen. Just now, I even wrote $1 million check to make him leave you. It was such a huge embarrassment. Lin Li shot Wu Dongfei a reproachful glance, her heart secretly delighted. All her worries had vanished. It turned out Wu Dongfei hadn't fallen. She had fallen for the world's greatest literary master. What great taste she had, simply unbelievable. She was truly fortunate. Aunt, what are you saying? Wu Dongfei was stunned, suddenly slamming on the brakes. Oh my god, what did she just hear? Houching Sankianian is Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen is Houching Sankianian? How could that be? It must be a tall tale, right? You actually didn't know he is Houching Sankianian? Now it was Lin Li's turn to be surprised, her eyes wide. If Wu Dongfei didn't know this secret, how did she fall for Zhang Chen? I didn't know. Is he really? Wu Dongfei asked, her face filled with wild joy and anticipation. Of course. Just now he opened his laptop and showed me the entire manuscript of Starry Sky. Home and the 30,000 words of the second part, Starry Sky. War. How could it not be him? Tonight, I have to finish reading those 30,000 words, or I won't be able to sleep. It's so exciting, even better than the first part. He's simply a genius. A literary master that comes once in 100 years. Lin Li's face flushed with excitement. Oh my, Wu Dongfei was both shocked and delighted, utterly stunned. The Haoqing Sanqianian she admired so much was actually the Zhang Chen she loved deeply? Was he really capable of anything? Was he number one in everything? Gambling skills, stone betting, slam dunks, parallel bars, hand speed, computer technology. What was terrifying was that he was also a rich man. His wealth was in the hundreds of billions. No, it was in the thousands of billions. Because of these 3 books, he could earn 1 to 200 billion in wealth. Oh my god, he was too outstanding, too perfect. Since you didn't know this, why do you like him? Lin Li asked, puzzled. I just feel he's very talented, so. Wu Dongfei subtly covered it up. Lin Li didn't catch on, instead nodding in agreement. Whether someone is talented or not, you'll know after dating for a while. And Wu Dongfei daring to live with him could only mean she had good taste. This car was actually bought for you by him, right? Lin Li said. Yes, Wu Dongfei didn't dare to deny it, or it would involve the shop owner again. It would still lead back to Zhang Chen. His identity as a rich man couldn't be hidden. He treats you quite well, Lin Li said, her eyes full of smiles, but be careful, don't get pregnant. Wu Dongfei blushed and parked the car in front of a pharmacy with a turn. Auntie, I'm going to buy something, just wait a moment. Go ahead, go ahead. Lin Li could hardly contain her laughter. She certainly knew what Wu Dongfei was going to buy. Wu Dongfei entered the pharmacy, her face flushed, and after wandering around, finally found what she needed. She said to the salesgirl, I want to buy this, the most expensive one, and the largest size. Of course, she lowered her voice as much as possible to avoid being overheard. That would be so embarrassing. What a beautiful lady, a top model. Has she been pursued by men? And she's buying this herself? The salesgirl looked amazed and quickly took out a small box. Thank you. Wu Dongfei was already extremely embarrassed. She scanned and paid. With her face still red, she hurried back to the car and quickly stuffed the small box into her bag. She didn't dare to look at Lin Li even once. She immediately drove off. Soon, they entered Deep Bay Garden. Her car already had a pass, so they weren't stopped. This community is quite upscale, Lin Li said, looking around and nodding in satisfaction. They parked at Zhang Chen's designated spot. She pulled Lin Li towards the elevator. Whose car is that? Lin Li pointed at the flashy Koenigsegg. I don't know whose it is. I've never seen the owner, Wu Dongfei lied. Before long, the two of them entered Zhang Chen's luxurious mansion. So luxurious, so extravagant, Lin Li exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping. Such a flamboyant literary giant? But why would he set up a stall? Could it be for inspiration? To observe and experience life? To see all kinds of people, so he could portray any character vividly, with flesh and blood? Yes, it must be so. Impressive, really impressive. No wonder he could become the world's #1 literary giant. I have to say, Lin Li's imagination was quite strong. It also saved Zhang Chen from having to explain. Auntie, let's just sleep here tonight, no need to go to a hotel, hotels aren't clean. Wu Dongfei asked expectantly. Of course, we'll sleep here, Lin Li replied without hesitation. Auntie, sit down. Lin Li was overjoyed and quickly made tea. Was her aunt here to assist her? Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to win over Zhang Chen. He never brought her home alone. If he did, he would bring both her and Lu Shiyu, resulting in them being awkward third wheels, and neither could manage to win him over. Lin Li didn't sit down, she began to excitedly explore. At the same time, she secretly admired the place. It was so extravagant. There was even a gym, a bar, and even a swimming pool. Senior brother, my aunt really likes your place. She said she's staying here tonight, but we haven't eaten yet. What do you think? Wu Dongfei called Zhang Chen again, speaking cautiously. I'll call the hotel and have a chef come over to cook on site. Zhang Chen's voice came from the phone. Wu Dongfei looked ecstatic. This was settled. She had received approval. Tonight, she must win over her senior brother. Lu Shiyu, you will still lose to me. Competing with me, you are still far behind. Dongfei, do you have a swimsuit? I want to swim, Lin Li said, looking at the clean, clear swimming pool with longing. Yes, all new. Wu Dongfei opened a wardrobe filled with brand new swimsuits, still unopened. Pour me a glass of red wine, Lin Li instructed while changing clothes, as if it were her own home. Not at all polite. After all, she thought Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei had been living together for a long time. She was Wu Dongfei's real aunt. Why be polite? Moreover, she was also a super beauty. Swimming would only add to the beautiful scenery. Any man would welcome it, including Zhang Chen. Auntie, you have such a great figure. Wu Dongfei came over with a bottle of red wine and 3 glasses, giggling as she said, of course. Lin Li had a proud look on her face. Both Lin Li and Wu Dongfei were wearing bikinis, swimming in the pool like mermaids, a sight to behold. Isn't their figure just too good? Zhang Chen, who hadn't gone into the water, sat on a lounge chair admiring them. As for being angry, that was out of the question. Woo Dongfei had already asked for permission via WeChat, leaving him with no hard feelings. My aunt is also a top model. Although she doesn't model anymore, she keeps fit and never slacks off, Woo Dongfei whispered in Zhang Chen's ear as she jumped up. What does she do now? Zhang Chen asked, watching Linli, who was still happily swimming. Since marrying my uncle, she hasn't modeled and has been managing the company. A domineering CEO, Woo Dongfei said vaguely. What company does she manage? Zhang Chen became interested. Nanshan Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. It's quite famous, Woo Dongfei replied, mainly producing cancer treatment drugs. Are there any new drug research projects? Zhang Chen inquired. Aunt, Zhang Chen is asking you, Woo Dongfei cheerfully asked. New drug research? Linli got out of the pool and sat down next to Zhang Chen, smiling. Yes, we are researching targeted drugs for lung cancer, but it's very costly, and the chances of failure are high. I'm very interested in research for terminal illness treatments, Zhang Chen said. How about I invest some money? If it succeeds, great. If it fails, I won't feel too bad. Great. I was just worried about having too little funding, which could lead to failure in new drug research, Linli said with surprise. I invested 3 billion, but haven't seen any results yet. If you invest and we have results in the future, we can distribute the profits according to the investment ratio. What do you think? Alright, I'll invest 3 billion, Zhang Chen said. He couldn't invest too much. If the funds ran out and there were no results, it would be considered a failure. The system could compensate him 1,000-fold. Moreover, he could add the points earned from failures to his own. Results could come in just a few months. This was very cost-effective. And it was foolproof. Successful projects would yield profits. Even failures could yield greater returns. It might even compensate for drugs or methods to treat lung cancer. That would not only make money but also contribute significantly. The significance was immense. Thus, an investment of 3 billion was quickly agreed upon. Woo Dongfei found a moment to say seriously, Aunt, please don't take advantage of him. She knew well that while 3 billion was just a casual gamble for Zhang Chen, he was usually ruthless and vengeful towards enemies. He had immense power, and his revenge could be terrifying. That time Zhang Chen attended his ex-girlfriend's wedding, he caused her to lose her family and left her with a huge debt of 700 million. He even won 2 of the gambling king Durin's testicles in a bet, just because Durin had arrogantly said something inappropriate. She was unaware that Zhang Chen had sent Xia Zhangwen to prison and ruined a lecherous old man. Otherwise, she would be even more worried. How could I take advantage of my own people? What are you worried about? You really are an extroverted girl, Linli said with a dark expression. I'm just looking out for you, Woo Dongfei thought to herself. In the dining room of the mansion, the three of them sat around the table. The table was filled with lavish dishes, mostly seafood. There were lobsters weighing over 10 pounds, abalone, crabs weighing more than 3 pounds, and prawns as thick as a thumb. After all, Linli had come from Yanjing to Shenzhen, so she had to treat them to the local seafood specialties. The wine was also top-notch red wine from the finest winery in France. Several beautiful waitresses were serving them. This time, they didn't let Jiang Shueqing and Jiang Shueyu come over. The two had a somewhat special relationship with Zhang Chen, making it easy for others to see his identity as a wealthy man. Now Zhang Chen is playing the role of a great literary master, and he is also a wealthy man who enjoys setting up street stalls. Isn't this too lavish? Linli was dumbfounded. They actually hired chefs and waitstaff from a top hotel? This meal could cost millions. Indeed, money allows one to do as they please. He eats like this almost every day, Woo Dongfei thought to herself. She generally didn't dare to eat lavish meals with Zhang Chen, or else she would have ballooned. Zhang Chen, however, was not worried about gaining weight because he had been enhanced by the system. Moreover, he had unlocked and evolved his longevity genes. His body's adjustment ability was excellent. His weight had always been maintained at 80 kilograms, whereas before, he only weighed 60 kilograms. Zhang Chen, your book was just published not long ago, and you've already received money? Linli asked curiously. I received a portion of the advance payment, Zhang Chen lied. In fact, he hadn't received any royalties yet. The contract specified monthly payments. It had only been a few days. Of course, if he wanted money, a single phone call would have the publisher transferring hundreds of millions to him. But Zhang Chen didn't lack money, and the publisher knew that. Naturally, they followed the contract. How was the contract signed? Don't let yourself suffer a big loss, Linli said. I heard the sales have already exceeded 10 billion in these few days. It's a 70-30 split. I get 70, Zhang Chen replied. That's very good, Linli said happily. Indeed, if the book is good, the publisher will definitely cater to you. She then asked, I heard it has been translated into 50 languages? Did you find someone to translate it? Yes, Zhang Chen nodded. Then it will soon be a bestseller worldwide. This is a huge fortune, Lin Li said excitedly. This IP is also extremely valuable. You must secure the movie and television rights and not sell them cheaply. For game adaptations, you must also find a big company, and make sure to sign a profit-sharing agreement. Sisterly, you really are experienced. No wonder you're a domineering CEO, Zhang Chen raised his glass. I toast to you, wishing you more and more beauty. You call me sisterly? Lin Li was both amused and exasperated. Wu Dongfei also playfully rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen. There was even a strange worry that Zhang Chen might confess to her aunt, which would be a disaster. You're about the same age as me. It's not awkward to call me sister, Zhang Chen laughed. Alright then, let's just call each other by our names, Lin Li said happily, knowing she was several years older than Zhang Chen. Did she really look that young? It seemed that working out every day and taking care of her skin was indeed effective. The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests. Then Lin Li said she wanted to watch Starry Sky, Conquest, taking Zhang Chen's notebook to her room to enjoy. Of course, she wouldn't disturb Zhang Chen and Wu Dongfei. Now she was very satisfied with Zhang Chen. Not only was he fit and handsome, but he was also exceptionally talented. He was about to become a wealthy man. Senior brother, I have something to say to you. Wu Dongfei pulled Zhang Chen into a room. She playfully pouted. You are actually the one with grand ambitions for 3,000 years. Why didn't you tell me? Just yesterday, I was recommending Starry Sky, Homeland to Lu Shiyu. It's nothing special. What is there to say? Zhang Chen shrugged, looking nonchalant. Nothing special? Wu Dongfei was completely speechless. This was the world's #1 classic, unprecedented and unmatched. A book that could earn hundreds of billions was nothing special? So she wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's neck and shyly said, Senior brother, I still want to sleep with you tonight. It's not thundering tonight, Zhang Chen said in surprise. Are you scared to sleep alone? Senior brother, you mustn't play dumb, Wu Dongfei pouted. Where am I playing dumb? Zhang Chen's heart began to race, because the woman in front of him was the top model, Wu Dongfei. She was also the Eastern flower among the 4 campus beauties of Futon University. The Eastern flower tossed her hair, and Zhang Chen's nose bled profusely. She was the dream goddess of countless boys. Don't say you didn't know last night. Wu Dongfei stomped her foot. I had a dream last night. If you keep pretending to be clueless, I'm going to get angry. After a long silence, a voice finally spoke up. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk tomorrow? Not afraid, but there's no tea. I bought one. Wu Dongfei pulled out a small box from her bag, her face filled with pride and shyness. Since it was a tough battle, of course, she was prepared for everything. Spring had arrived, and the azaleas were in bloom. The brief yet long night had finally passed. Zhang Chen walked out of the room feeling refreshed, a radiant smile on his face. Driving a top-tier luxury car fresh off the assembly line was a dream for any man. Naturally, he was in an exceptionally good mood. However, Wu Dongfei was still in bed, sound asleep. She didn't know when she was jolted awake by the ringing of her phone. Grabbing her phone, she groggily asked, Who is it? My young lady, are you still not awake? It's almost time for lunch. Lin Li's voice came through the phone. It's almost time for lunch? Wu Dongfei's eyes widened. Struggling to sit up, she said with a mournful face, I think I might have a cold. What symptoms do you have? Lin Li asked with concern. Sore throat, sore hands, and my knees hurt. Wu Dongfei answered instinctively. That shouldn't be a cold, right? You're overdoing it. Are you showing off to your aunt? Oh my, what did I say? Wu Dongfei suddenly realized, covering her mouth too late. Her cheeks flushed, she quickly denied. I really have a cold. Aunt, don't jump to conclusions. Then should I go get you some medicine? I'm worried you might catch colds often. Lin Li teased. Wu Dongfei felt flustered. It's over, she said the wrong thing. She would be teased by her aunt for a lifetime. Quickly changing the subject, she asked, What about him? He went to set up a stall. Lin Li replied. Still setting up a stall? Wu Dongfei was dumbfounded. What's wrong with that? Where would the inspiration come from if he didn't? Lin Li said, He's only written 300,000 words of the second book. I think it would take an all-nighter plus a whole morning to finish it. Get up, he'll be back for dinner soon, the chef has already arrived. After a while, Wu Dongfei stepped out of the room, but each step was painful, as she leaned against the wall for support. What happened to you? Lin Li asked with a strange expression. I twisted my waist. Wu Dongfei lied. Did you go too wild last night? Lin Li touched her forehead. 3.5 hours once, and 7 hours straight twice. Not a second less, Woo Dongfei recalled, still feeling a bit scared. She was young and exercised every day, so her body was good, otherwise, would she still be alive? It was too intense, too fierce. But she had finally become his woman. She just didn't expect the price to be so high. That terrifying? Linley was completely stunned, her gaze blank. In 1 second, he took down over 20 Special Forces soldiers, including 3 elite soldiers. One finger could do hundreds of pull-ups, and he could lift a car with one hand. What do you think? Woo Dongfei said with a proud and haughty expression. Last time, a video circulated of Zhang Chen making 2 men who could lift cars kneel. She was very curious about how strong Zhang Chen really was. Should she encourage him to lift a car to try? As a result, Zhang Chen effortlessly lifted a Mercedes with one hand, without breaking a sweat. Oh my, so he's not just a great rider, but also a super powerful martial arts master? Linley was shocked, looking like a fool. She then helped Woo Dongfei sit down on the sofa and poured her a cup of hot tea. A few minutes later, Zhang Chen indeed returned. In fact, he hadn't gone to set up a stall, he just took a stroll outside to avoid meeting Linley alone. After all, he had really slept with Woo Dongfei last night. After drinking, with a top beauty like Woo Dongfei throwing herself at him, and after 2 nights of thunderous foreplay, he simply couldn't resist the temptation. His golden body was broken. Zhang Chen immediately felt that something was off. Why did Linley look at him with such a strange gaze? And why had Woo Dongfei turned into a cripple? She was limping and needed support to walk? You broke my golden body, and now you're suffering, aren't you? When Woo Dongfei shot him a playful glare, Zhang Chen finally understood something and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was also a bit awkward. Zhang Chen, do you have any other drafts? I want to see more, Linley asked eagerly after dinner. What more to see? You stayed up all night reading last night, hurry up and catch up on your sleep, Woo Dongfei replied irritably. There's nothing to see, I haven't written anything else, Zhang Chen lied. In fact, he could write both books at any time. He had brought back a brainwave helmet. It had a password that only he could use. Others couldn't use it. So, there was no need to worry about leaking secrets. Linley took a nap at noon. In the afternoon, she prepared an investment agreement. The two signed and stamped it. Then Zhang Chen transferred 3 billion to the account of Nanshan Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. This investment was considered complete. From now on, they would just wait for failure or success. In the afternoon, Zhang Chen drove Linley to the airport. He was driving a Koenigsegg. Linley was so angry she almost spat blood. Just yesterday, Woo Dongfei had tricked her into thinking she didn't know whose car it was. It was simply lying without batting an eye. Zhang Chen, I have something to tell you. On the way, Linley blushed and reminded him, you're so vigorous, 3.5 hours once, 7 hours twice. You can only share a room with Dongfei 2 nights a month at most. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. Although I've talked to her about it, you're the key, you can't force or pressure her, understand? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Woo Dongfei actually revealed such a secret. Was she too loose-lipped? It's not that she's loose-lipped, but in that kind of situation, how could I not ask? She wouldn't be able to hide it even if she wanted to. Linley seemed to understand Zhang Chen's thoughts and explained. Then she eagerly asked, do you have any training methods? Is that why you're so vigorous? Zhang Chen was completely speechless. Why were you driving so recklessly? Can we not talk about this embarrassing matter? Next time, let my husband ask him. I can't really ask. Linley muttered to herself and switched the topic, saying, if you have time to go to Yinjing, be sure to contact me. I'll introduce my husband to you, you two will definitely hit it off. Also, when you write the follow-up content, make sure to show it to me first. Okay. Zhang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This fierce and sexy woman finally stopped talking about embarrassing things. It was a sunny morning. Zhang Chen sat in front of a street stall and asked with concern, Old Zhang, how did the health check results turn out this time? For now, it's fine, but who knows about the future, Jiang Baishu said with worry. Cancer is a terminal illness, who knows when it might relapse? Even living at the bottom of society, he still couldn't bear to leave this world. He couldn't bear to part with his wife, who shared joys and sorrows with him, and even less so with the child who hadn't yet been born. So, he just wanted to earn a little more money for emergencies. Old classmate, hang in there. When my 3 billion investment in new drugs fails and I get system compensation, you won't have to worry anymore, Zhang Chen silently thought. Of course, he comforted him with empty words, saying that as long as he had a good mindset, everything would be fine. Jiang Baishu nodded, forcing a smile, and changed the subject, saying, have you noticed that there are fewer and fewer beautiful women passing by? Yeah, I've noticed. Zhang Chen nodded. Could it be that we've scared the beautiful women away? You scared the beautiful women away. not including me, Jiang Baixue said with a dark face, then added, shall we change places? But there are still 2 campus beauties from Futong University that I haven't seen, Zhang Chen said, a bit unwilling. Any top beauty, when rejected, can still gain tremendous benefits. Lu Xiyu rejected me, turning herself into the world's strongest man. Xia Lei rejected me, granting herself a lifespan of 3,000 years. What will the system compensate me for being rejected by a top beauty? It's definitely worth looking forward to. The other 2 campus beauties are of the same caliber. I found out that they are both in their senior year and have gone out for internships. They won't be back until next semester, which is after the new year, Jiang Baixue said. We can just come back to set up our stall after the new year. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and change locations. Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, became anxious. No wonder he hadn't encountered the other 2 campus beauties all this time. Wait, Jiang Baixue's expression turned serious. I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Do you think I'm so poor that I can't get by, and that's why you're helping me in this way? Don't use the excuse of enjoying life to brush me off. If you don't explain clearly today, I'll return the money to you, and I'll change locations myself. You don't need to follow. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. Jiang Baixue was too proud to accept any help from classmates or friends. He had indeed found an excuse to help him. Discovering a beauty could earn him 1,000 yuan, earning several thousand a day. Although he hadn't planned to come every day, even if he only came for 3 to 5 days, it would still amount to 20 to 30,000 yuan. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Of course not. Moreover, he wasn't blind. Now, this guy was genuinely suspicious. He needed to think of a way to convince him. Helping others is so troublesome. So he turned his eyes and came up with a plan. Meaningfully, he said, Old Jiang, have you read the book Starry Sky? Home, no mood to read. Jiang Baixue pretended to be tough. In fact, he couldn't bear to, after all. Buying the book costs 1,500 yuan. He had earned about 20 to 30,000 yuan from Zhang Chen, but he was saving it for emergencies. I happen to have a copy here. Take a look at the beginning. Zhang Chen took out the first volume from his bag. Does this book have anything to do with what we're talking about? Jiang Baixue said irritably. Of course it does. You'll understand as soon as you look at the beginning, Zhang Chen replied. Jiang Baixue started reading, and confusion filled his face. He had seen this beginning before. The day Zhang Chen said he was writing the world's greatest masterpiece, and it started just like this. From that day on, he had been earning extra money from Zhang Chen. He raised his head and hesitantly said, Could it be that you wrote this book? Yes, Zhang Chen said. This. How is that possible? Jiang Baixue's eyes widened, and he stuttered. It was said that this book was the greatest masterpiece in the world, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even the old lady selling vegetables was holding this book and reading it, completely obsessed. It was actually written by Zhang Chen? How could it not be possible? You saw me type out the beginning with your own eyes. Zhang Chen was both amused and helpless. Then can't you earn hundreds of billions from this book? Jiang Baixue clutched his heart, his gaze burning with intensity. It's already been translated into 50 languages and will sell all over the world. It really can earn that much, Zhang Chen said. Moreover, I conceived it as a sister series. There are 3 books in total: Starry Sky, Home, Starry Sky, War, and Starry Sky, Star Sea. If I write them all, I could casually earn 2 to 300 billion. Casually earn 2 to 300 billion? Jiang Baixue's eyes nearly popped out. His heart ached. Heaven and earth, please strike this monster down with a thunderbolt. Setting up a stall and writing books, why am I so miserable? He can have 2 campus beauties sleep with him and write a few books to earn hundreds of billions? After a long while, he finally calmed down a bit and said with a dark face, So what you mean is, you're very rich and don't care about a few thousand or 10,000 small amounts? You're just giving me alms? You think too highly of yourself. My money is earned through my own hard work, not blown in by the wind. How could I possibly give it to you? Don't even think about a few thousand, even a few hundred is out of the question. Zhang Chen said with a dark expression, When I confess to beautiful women, I'm looking for inspiration and observing human nature. You might ask, since I have eyes myself, why do I need your help? That's because I'm in the process of conceptualizing, pondering, or just typing away. I can't focus on 2 things at once. Right now, I'm writing my second book, Starry Sky, Conquest, and I need more inspiration. You are my important assistant, indispensable. Confessing to beautiful women and being rejected will give you inspiration? Jiang Baixue asked, looking puzzled. Don't you think beautiful women are the most beautiful scenery in the world? They can move people, especially when a beautiful woman rejects you and then falls in love with you later. That's a mysterious psychological change, isn't it? Doesn't that inspire you? Zhang Chen continued to stretch his reasoning. It actually sounded somewhat plausible. That makes some sense, maybe I should give it a try? Jiang Baixue said eagerly, thinking he might write a great book himself. Not to mention making a few billion, even a few million would be nice. You can try, but personal habits differ, and the effects will vary. You need to be mentally prepared for failure. Also, your wife is so virtuous and treats you so well, don't let this drive her away, or you'll regret it too late, Zhang Chen said, both amused and with a strange expression. The image of Jiang Baixue, this middle-aged uncle, confessing to beautiful women was hard to bear. Ah, you're right, I can't do this. It's only suitable for you. Jiang Baixue's expression changed drastically. If his pregnant wife, who had shared joys and sorrows with him, were to be driven away, he would definitely consider suicide. Then he excitedly said, I know a great place with lots of beautiful women. I guarantee it will inspire you like a flood. Let's go. He finally managed to fool him. Zhang Chen felt quite proud. Having a companion to chat and, like a radar, spot beautiful women made him feel less lonely and incredibly relaxed, while also helping an old classmate in need. Why not? Soon, Jiang Baixue took Zhang Chen to a new place, proudly saying, there are beautiful women everywhere here, many models live here, and even some actresses. Why does this community seem familiar? I feel like I've been here before? Zhang Chen said, slightly puzzled but didn't think much of it. Ding! The host confessed to a beautiful woman and scared her away. Failure points plus 10. Ding! The host confessed to another beautiful woman and scared her away again. Failure points plus 10. Changing to a different spot to set up shop, the harvest was indeed substantial. By the end of the morning and afternoon, he had earned 100 failure points. That was quite valuable. And Jiang Baixue wasn't exaggerating, this seemingly ordinary community truly had beautiful women everywhere. Shiyuan community, also known as the Beautiful Women Community. How about it, any inspiration? Jiang Baixue was also feeling quite proud and extremely excited, because today he had earned 10,000 yuan. He had originally worried that Zhang Chen would secretly give him money. Now he knew Zhang Chen was a great writer, using this method to find inspiration. So why be polite? Earning more money would be good. If his cancer recurred and he died, he could leave some money to support his pregnant wife. After all, the child must be born. I'm not exaggerating. The more beautiful women there are, the more inspiration there is. Now I can write tens of thousands of words of story. Absolutely thrilling. Zhang Chen boasted casually. Another beautiful woman is coming, but it's one you've already confessed to. Jiang Baixue's eyes had completely evolved into eagle eyes. He could sense any beautiful woman appearing. Just then, a BMW sped towards them, suddenly slowing down. It stopped right in front of their stall. The driver was none other than CLA, wearing a white short skirt, her black hair tied in a ponytail. She was stunningly sexy and beautiful. She had a sulky expression, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chen, a hint of surprise glimmering in her gaze. The great literary master was playing hard to get quite skillfully. Last time, he had deliberately provoked her by bringing two beautiful women home right in front of her. It had left her feeling as if her soul had been lost for the past few days. She had been torn about whether to give up or not, wallowing in self-pity, feeling as if their love had ended before it even began. But now, he had actually set up a stall right at the entrance of her community? Was this his final step in pursuing her? And here I am, appearing right beside you. Shouldn't you take action? Come confess your feelings again? Perhaps then, I would seriously consider agreeing to you. I was wondering why this community felt a bit familiar. It turns out it's the one where CLA lives. I didn't recognize it last time when I picked her up because I didn't enter through this gate, Zhang Chen realized, suddenly enlightened. But he was also a bit puzzled. Why was this woman looking at him like that? Although she had indirectly granted him 3,000 years of life, making his long life destined to be exceptionally lengthy and happy, he had already repaid his debt of gratitude. They had no further ties. She wouldn't be waiting for you to confess, would she? Jiang Baixue said with envy and jealousy. That gaze seems so affectionate. It gives me goosebumps. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Chen. Since he was a super literary master, it was entirely possible for someone like CLA, a beautiful writer, to fall for him. I never confess a second time to a beauty who has clearly rejected me, Zhang Chen said ambiguously, otherwise, I won't be able to gain inspiration. Instead, he could continue to confess to those beauties who had run away in fright. Because they had no idea of his background, they would be scared off again. The points for failure could be earned multiple times. Are you really that concerned about your pride? CLA, having waited for a long time without any response, felt a bit unhappy. What made her even more awkward and frustrated was that Zhang Chen didn't even glance at her again. Instead, he confessed to another passing beauty, scaring her off with a scream. Most of the beauties in this community, she knew quite well. If she became Zhang Chen's girlfriend in the future, how awkward would it be to run into them? Forget it. I won't care about you. She finally drove away, shooting Zhang Chen a fierce glare before leaving. Finally gone, otherwise, it would have been a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Chen secretly sighed in relief. He still admired Xia Lei a lot. She was exceptionally talented and stunningly beautiful. What was even more impressive was her devilish figure from working out. She was simply a miracle. Such a woman was what any man would long to have. Unfortunately, she was too proud, hurting countless men who pursued her, as if stabbing their hearts with a knife. How cold and ruthless it was when she rejected his confession back then. Those who continued to pursue her after being rejected were probably only guys like Sun Tao, the sycophants. Hey, what's that person doing? Jiang Baishu has suddenly noticed something new, secretly pointing at a Mercedes. Is it a car shake? Zhang Chen asked curiously, but the car isn't shaking. There's someone inside with binoculars. He seems to be a bad guy. Jiang Baishu said. Is that so? Zhang Chen immediately activated his X-ray vision and took a closer look. Indeed, there was a man sitting inside the Mercedes, dressed quite lavishly, holding binoculars, and was peering at a certain building within the community. What the hell? Zhang Chen frowned slightly. He walked over and knocked on the car window. The car door opened. The man inside had already put away the binoculars and asked aggressively, "What do you want?" He had been there for over an hour, having long noticed Zhang Chen setting up his stall and crazily confessing to any passing beauties. He was itching to give Zhang Chen a beating. Now this bastard was coming to knock on his window? I just wanted to ask what you were looking at with those binoculars, Zhang Chen asked coldly. Looking at what? Who are you to meddle? The man exploded in anger. You, a street vendor, dare to interfere? Are you looking for trouble? I suspect you are involved in illegal activities. So, if you don't provide a legitimate reason, I will call the police, Zhang Chen said. He was simply bored and looking for some amusement. If this guy comes down and punches Zhang Chen, it will be quite a show, Jiang Baishu chuckled. Ever since witnessing Zhang Chen's strength last time, he no longer stopped Zhang Chen from causing trouble. You still have the nerve to call the police? I almost called them first, saying you were harassing a beautiful woman, Sun Xiaojun sneered, pointing at Zhang Chen. Since you don't dare to call the police, it means you have something to hide. So, tell me, who are you? What is your purpose? Zhang Chen dragged him out. Sun Xiaojun struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Frustrated, he could only explain, like your companion, I'm using binoculars to look at beautiful women, but I'm looking at a specific one. Someone wants to confess to her and needs to find the right moment. You better pray you're not lying, Zhang Chen warned before stepping back. He would continue his street vending, and with his keen eyesight, he could observe every move of the other party. If a bad person crossed his path, he would certainly send them where they belonged. The man retreated to his car and began making a call. Xin Xiao, she has finished work and returned home, but I don't know if she will come out. She likes to drink tea, so she might come out for tea. Keep a close watch on her, a voice came from the phone. Yes, the man replied respectfully. Then he sneered at Zhang Chen from the car, just wait until I complete the young master's task. Let's see how I teach you a lesson, a street vendor, daring to be so arrogant? Xia Lei returned home and immediately pulled back the curtains to look at the entrance of the community. She could just see where Zhang Chen was setting up his stall. Zhang Chen could certainly see her too. It was the perfect spot. She blushed and quickly pulled the curtains shut. No way was she going to let him see. If he had the guts, he could come knock on her door, then he could look all he wanted. She then called Yang Xiaolan. Xiaolan, do you have time? Want to come out for tea? Xia Lei said with a smile. Great talent. You seem to be in a good mood? Could it be that there's been some progress? Is he looking for you again? Yang Xiaolan's voice came through the phone. You guessed it right. That literary genius has many quirks and has come to set up a stall right at the entrance of my community, directly in front of my window. It must be intentional, Xia Lei said, a bit smug. Is that so? It better not be a coincidence. A rich and talented man like him, would he really be so persistent in pursuing you? Yang Xiaolan asked. Because I ruthlessly rejected him, he can't confess again, so he can only hint like this, letting me understand his feelings, Xia Lei retorted. But why did he bring two beautiful women home in front of you? Yang Xiaolan said, so, be cautious. Don't get too deep. It could hurt a lot. No matter how flirtatious he is, I still can't forget him. I've already fallen for him. I think about him every day, Xia Lei sighed inwardly and added, hurry over to the tea house at the entrance of my community. I must create an opportunity for Zhang Chen. As long as he greets me, I will surrender to him. I won't hold back. I have a few things to do. The earliest I can get there is in half an hour. Can't you be faster? Xia Lei was quite unhappy. This was her lifelong affair. How important was this? Why were you dragging your feet? What if the literary genius got impatient waiting? She immediately began to groom herself, quickly making herself more beautiful than a fairy. With a cheerful demeanor, she went downstairs. Stepping out of the community with a faint, elegant fragrance, it was a coincidence that 3 models also emerged from the same place, each with an outstanding figure and striking looks. They were undoubtedly breathtaking scenery amidst the world. They walked right in front of Xiaolei. Zhang Chen, what should we do about these 3 beauties? Jiang Baixue pointed out. Zhang Chen turned his head and his eyes lit up. What was there to hesitate about? He immediately approached them with flowers and declared, "Ladies, you are all as beautiful as celestial beings. Would you all be my girlfriends?" He confessed with a grand sentiment, disregarding personal honor and shame. The points he earned from failures would all contribute to the research of new drugs, speeding up the process and yielding results sooner. Once he failed, the compensation would be 1,000-fold, making cancer as easy to treat as a cold. It could save countless lives, including Jiang Baixue's. What did it matter if he sacrificed a bit of honor? Confessing to 3 beauties at once? Isn't that too absurd? Jiang Baixue touched his forehead. Passers-by on the street were left dumbfounded, caught between laughter and tears. Moreover, he was just a street vendor, dressed in cheap clothes. His hair was messy, and his face was dirty. To confess to 3 models and ask them all to be his girlfriends? It was simply audacious and greedy. The 3 models were taken aback, simultaneously letting out a shriek. They quickly darted around Zhang Chen and ran away. Ding! The host's confession to 3 beauties scared them off. Failure points plus 30. The system's voice rang out. He, I earned 30 failure points in one go. Awesome! Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed there was a shortcut to earning failure points. He would continue to explore this in the future. Perhaps he could earn even more. Old Jiang, I'm heading to the restroom to continue my search for beauties, Zhang Chen shouted as he walked back into the community. He ran into Xiaolei, who casually handed him a key, saying, "There are no public restrooms in the community. My home is in 1601 of this building. Go ahead." "Thank you." Zhang Chen felt a bit awkward. What a coincidence. He took the key and headed to that building. Xiaolei approached the spot where Zhang Chen and Jiang Baixue were setting up their stall, pretending to shop. She quietly asked Jiang Baixue, "Do you know why Zhang Chen likes to confess to beauties?" "Well, I know." Jiang Baixue stammered, thinking of his idol goddess. "Can you tell me?" Xiaolei asked with a smile. Jiang Baixue instantly lost himself, forgetting to keep Zhang Chen's secret. He blurted out the reasons Zhang Chen had shared with him, adding, "He started writing Starry Sky, home the day he confessed to you." In such a short time, writing 300,000 words requires a lot of inspiration, and he can only gain it this way. I see, so he's quite the oddball, using confessions to gain inspiration? Xiaolei's doubts were resolved. The only thing she disliked about Zhang Chen vanished. "You have a good relationship with him. Are you good friends?" Xiaolei asked again. "Not just good friends, we're also college classmates." Jiang Baixue was eager to explain everything about his ancestry. He even proudly stated that he was the guiding light for Zhang Chen's online writing. He helped refine the outline of "I am a rich guy who loves to set up stalls." "No wonder you're struggling," Xiaolei thought to herself, but having a classmate like Zhang Chen is just pure luck. Zhang Chen entered Xiaolei's suite. It was a duplex with 3 bedrooms and a living room, clean and tidy. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. Zhang Chen first went to the restroom. Then he pushed open the door to the study. The study was spacious. The walls were adorned with calligraphy works, most of which were signed by Xiaolei. Elegant running script, stunning regular script, and cursive script that danced across the page, all pleasing to the eye at first glance. Impressive. Zhang Chen admired it carefully before reluctantly leaving the study. He casually glanced around and noticed there were no men's belongings. He understood that Xiaolei really lived alone, and the rumors about her never having a boyfriend were true. Could this woman really not be interested in men? A strange thought suddenly surged in Zhang Chen's mind. The men pursuing Xiaolei were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Surely there must be some exceptionally outstanding ones among them? Yet, she had rejected them all without hesitation. Was there no reason for that? He shook his head, walked out, and locked the door. He went downstairs and returned to his stall. Quietly, he slipped the key to Xiaolei. Xiaolei secretly found it amusing. Was it really necessary for him to be so sneaky? After all, we are family now, right? She didn't linger and walked into the tea house across the street. Choosing a seat by the window, she could just see Zhang Chen, and he could see her too. Everything was perfect. Now, she just had to wait for Yang Xiaolan to come and strategize for her. Tonight, she had to win over the great literary master. Meanwhile, the man in the Mercedes, Sun Xiaojun, was excited, making a phone call. "Shin Xiao, she's out. She's at the tea house across from the community, looking in good spirits. It should be a great opportunity to confess." In the evening, 4 supercars roared in. They stopped at the entrance of Shiyuan Community. They were a silver, an Aston Martin, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Hennessy Venom GT. Red, gray, blue, yellow. All were luxury cars worth tens of millions, especially the silver, which was worth 50 million. Then, they were wrapped in 4 huge gift boxes, tied with colorful ribbons. They looked exceptionally beautiful. Soon, a truck delivered a whole cargo of red roses, neatly arranged in front of the 4 supercars, forming a large heart shape. Bright and eye-catching. Extremely beautiful. Numerous bodyguards in black suits appeared, carrying the 4 gift boxes and placing them in front of the roses. They then stood in 2 straight lines, looking particularly imposing and grand. My God, for supercars worth nearly 200 million, is this a gift for someone? Damn, is a super rich person about to confess to their crush? Giving away billions in gifts? Poverty limits my imagination, so this is how the rich confess to beauties. So awesome. Passers-by were dumbfounded, discussing, and pointing. Zhang Baishui and Zhang Chen were also surprised. This was definitely a grand gesture from a super rich person. Who could be so high-profile and arrogant? Bang! The door of the Mercedes was pushed open. Sun Chaojun swaggered out. He kicked Zhang Chen and Zhang Baishua's stall away and shouted, "Get lost! My brother is about to confess to a beauty. What are you doing here?" He was 100% sure that Zhang Chen and Zhang Baishua wouldn't dare to resist. They would obediently retreat. After all, anyone running a stall was just a poor loser. How could they dare to confront a super rich person giving away 4 supercars to a beauty? That was like courting death. You bastard, dare to mess with our stall? Zhang Baishua was furious, picking up a high heel and smashing it hard into Sun Chaojuan's face. Bang! A large red mark instantly appeared on Sun Chaojuan's face as the sharp heel hit him. You poor loser running a stall, you're asking for it. Sun Chaojun was furious. He lunged to hit Zhang Baishua, but was knocked to the ground by a slap from Zhang Chen, who then stepped on his face and said coldly, "Dare to mess with our stall and hit people? Looks like you really haven't learned your lesson." The crowd was shocked, falling silent. This conflict came out of nowhere. Everyone was watching the luxury cars being turned into gifts. How did the stall owner suddenly explode? You dare hit me? You dare step on my face? Sun Chaojuan's eyes were about to pop out, his lungs ready to explode. After all, he was Xin Shao's lackey. With Xin Shao covering him, when had he ever been so humiliated? And by a street vendor, no less? Nonsense, Zheng Chen said. If I'm not satisfied today, your big brother won't be confessing his feelings. You have guts. A black-clad bodyguard lunged at Zheng Chen, kicking towards his abdomen. But Zheng Chen caught his foot and casually tossed him into the air. The guy flew back like he was riding the clouds, crashing hard onto the ground, grimacing in pain. A staff member, dark-faced, walked over, who looked to be in his 30s, with a broad forehead and sharp eyes. He was clearly intelligent and eloquent. He clasped his hands and sincerely said, "Sir, my name is Bai Siyuan, a manager at the Tian Group. I'm here handling an important matter for our young master, Tian Enshin. The people below were too hasty, and I apologize for that. Could you please let this go? As for your losses, we are willing to compensate." The Tian Group was quite famous. They engaged in a special business, caring for patients in a vegetative state. They had opened many rehabilitation centers across the country. Due to their expertise, the profits were high, and they even planned to expand internationally. Thus, they were already a trillion-dollar group with a decent reputation. I'll let my losses go, but as for his losses, you should compensate. Let's say 500,000 yuan. Zheng Chen released his foot. Since the other party was reasonable, there was no need to escalate the situation. As for his own losses, there were none, as everything was intact and undamaged. If he accepted their compensation, he would profit today, but the system wouldn't provide a 10,000-fold compensation, meaning he would end up earning much less. 500,000? That's too much, right? We won't pay any unjust money. It should be fair, Bai Siyuan said, neither humble nor arrogant, with a strong presence. That also includes mental distress. He startled us greatly, and my companion has health issues. He can't handle such shocks, Zheng Chen replied. Are you planning to be unreasonable? Bai Siyuan's expression darkened. If he accidentally knocked over our stall, your handling would be appropriate. But he did it on purpose, so we need to add a bit more. Zhang Chen's expression turned cold. Fine, 500,000. Bai Siyuan stared at Zhang Chen for a moment, then glanced at his watch, reluctantly agreeing. He then transferred 500,000 to Zhang Chen. The matter settled down. Zhang Chen didn't delay, transferring the 500,000 via WeChat to Zhang Baishui. I can't accept this, it's all for you to reclaim, Zhang Baishui exclaimed in surprise. I only have a few hair ties. worth a little over 100. What a joke to compensate. Your shoes are worth tens of thousands, so that's why you can pay so much. I said from the start, it's for you, Zhang Chen said. Then forgive my greed, I will graciously accept it. I'll treat you later. Zhang Baixue hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse any longer. His wife was pregnant, and he could relapse into lung cancer at any time. When one is poor, aspirations are short. He could only accept Zhang Chen's kindness. Xiaolei and Yang Xiaolan sat in a tea house, leisurely sipping tea while watching the bustling scene outside. They certainly saw the conflict involving Zhang Chen. They both smiled. Provoking someone as terrifyingly powerful as Zhang Chen was like seeking death, wasn't it? There are so many beautiful women. Why isn't the great literary master confessing? Yang Xiaolan asked curiously. Probably because there are too many people, all chaotic, making it hard to find inspiration, Xiaolei speculated. I wonder what rich person is confessing to which beautiful woman. How lucky. So many luxury cars. It's worth 400 million, right? If someone confessed to me like that, I would be over the moon. Even if it were an old man in his 70s or 80s, I would agree. What a lack of ambition. You already have a house and a car, and with your year-end bonus, you have tens of millions in assets. You'd even love an old man? Xiaolei said, both amused and exasperated. Love, the older I get, the more I love. Because the older I get, the faster I die, and all the family fortune will be mine, Yang Xiaolan said. Put. Xiaolei spat out a mouthful of tea. After chatting a bit more, Xiaolei, filled with anxiety, said, do you think that when he finishes packing up, if I confess, he won't refuse, right? If he really came here to set up a stall on purpose, then it will definitely succeed, Yang Xiaolan replied. A great talent paired with a great literary figure is a perfect match. He probably thinks the same way. I'm just afraid it's a coincidence, Xiaolei said. I was so foolish earlier. Why didn't I take him home? Letting him go by himself? Wasn't that missing a good opportunity to confess? Don't regret it. They're packing up and about to leave. You should hurry and confess. Yang Xiaolan suddenly brightened, reminding her. Zhang Chen and Zhang Baixue were packing up. They were getting ready to leave. Originally, they planned to watch the excitement, but after clashing with the rich second generation, they instantly felt no goodwill towards them and lost interest. Tap tap tap. How could Xiaolei miss this opportunity? She quickly walked out of the tea house, heading towards Zhang Chen. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a gray Silby sped over. It stopped at the entrance of the community. A wealthy man stepped out. In his 30s, about 6 feet tall and handsome. Dressed in designer brands, his hair meticulously styled. He wore a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, the most expensive model, worth 78 million. He also had a glass-type imperial green jade ring on his finger, worth over 10 million. With his car, the total value approached 200 million. Thus, he exuded an overwhelming aura of wealth. Hiss, this is the real deal. Wow, this is the epitome of a rich and handsome guy. Oh my, he's so rich and so handsome. I wonder which beauty he is going to confess to. It must be a goddess-like beauty, right? Our community has many beauties, models, little stars, beautiful CEOs. I just wonder who the lucky one is. If I were that beauty, I would definitely faint from excitement. The onlookers gasped in awe, their eyes burning with envy and jealousy. No one thought the confession would fail. Such a grand scene was practically built with gold. How could it not succeed? Even a princess would probably be moved. Welcome, young Master Shen. All the bodyguards in black respectfully bowed. Bai Siyuan whispered a few words in Tian Inshen's ear. A cold light flashed in Tian Inshen's eyes, fixing on Zhang Chen and Zhang Baixue, who were packing up. But he quickly withdrew his gaze because Xiaolei was coming over. There was no time to cause trouble. Your companions are still drinking tea, and you rushed over like this. Money really does allow one to do as they please, Tian Inshen said, very pleased with himself. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and sincerely said, Xiaolei, your beauty makes even celestial beings envious, and your talent shames Li Qingzhao. I've liked you for a long time. These are all gifts for you. Please accept me and be my girlfriend, okay? Almost simultaneously, many bodyguards opened the gift boxes. For luxury cars appeared at the same time, shimmering with magnificent light under the evening glow. For small gift boxes were also opened. An ice-type imperial jade bracelet, a green gemstone necklace sparkling with green light, the gemstones as big as eggs, a large diamond ring, a handbag worth over 1 million, adorned with many small gemstones on the surface. Instantly, it was a dazzling display of jewels, shining in competition. Oh my, this is too awesome. Heavens, it turns out it's the beautiful writer Xiaolei being confessed to. Xiaolei is both talented and beautiful, and her figure is on par with the top models. She can be considered the most top-tier beauty. It's normal for a wealthy man to take notice. From now on, Xia Lei will marry into a wealthy family and live happily ever after. The onlookers, especially the women, were filled with extreme envy and jealousy. I wish I could replace Xia Lei. From now on, I would marry into a wealthy family and live a life of happiness, spending money like dirt. Oh my, that rich guy is confessing to Xia Lei? Yang Xiaolan jumped up in shock. She was also incredibly envious. Xia Lei is so lucky. A top-tier rich man like Zhang Chen likes her, and now another impressive rich man is confessing. Now it all depends on who Xia Lei will choose. Even Zhang Chen and Jiang Baixue widened their eyes, their faces filled with surprise. They had no intention of leaving, they all wanted to see if Xia Lei would agree. Especially Jiang Baixue, who was glued to the spot. Xia Lei was his idol and goddess. Would she really agree because of wealth? If so, it would dim her brilliance a bit. If she refused, they would still feel sorry for her. After all, women are meant to marry. Xia Lei herself was also in a daze. She never dreamed that such a grand gesture from a rich man was meant for her. Hadn't she rejected Tian Enshen's confession 5 times? Hadn't he already given up? Why was he confessing again? Was this never-ending? It was simply infuriating. In the past, she might have been touched, but today, she was only annoyed because she was about to confess to Zhang Chen. If she delayed, there might not be another chance. The great literary master would surely be impatient. This might have already been his biggest concession. She couldn't be ungrateful. After all, she had ruthlessly rejected him the first time, and he had expressed his displeasure, saying he wouldn't confess a second time. So, he could only deposit 600 billion into my bank, funnel hotel revenue through my bank, dine at the hotel, and continuously attack with his brainwave helmet company. Seeing that I hadn't reacted, he even brought 2 beautiful women home to provoke me. Now he set up a stall in my community, the final hint. It was also my last chance. I had to seize it tightly. Xia Lei is stunned by my grand gesture. It seems she will soon fall into my arms. From now on, Xia Lei will be my exclusive possession, and no one else can touch her. Tian Enshen was immensely pleased to see Xia Lei frozen in shock. He had prepared for this day for a whole year, mainly because of the 4 supercars, which took so long to order. His father also agreed to his extravagant pursuit of Xia Lei because she was both beautiful and intelligent. Moreover, she had never been involved in any scandals. In fact, she had never even dated. Such a woman had no flaws at all. Marrying her would be a gain. I already have someone I like. Sorry. Xia Lei finally came to her senses and rejected him without hesitation. What? Rejected? The entire venue was shocked into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. You only have someone you like, but no boyfriend. Does that mean you can't agree? Can the person you like really compare to this rich man in front of you? Are you stupid? Rejected? Great. Rejected? Awesome. Jiang Baixue and Zhang Chen were clapping their hands in delight, reveling in the misfortune. As men, they absolutely did not want the beautiful woman they admired to be taken away in front of them. Although it was an irrational thought, the 2 of them were as happy as if they had found $100. How is that possible? The pride, anticipation, and excitement in Tian Enshen's heart instantly vanished, replaced by a deep anger. A surge of rage erupted from every part of his body, transforming into a blazing fire that burned furiously. It was as if he wanted to turn to ashes. He quickly blocked Xia Lei, who was trying to get past him, and said angrily, Xia Lei, you're lying. You don't really have someone you like. If you want to reject me, don't use such a poor excuse. Do I need to lie to you? The person I like is right here, and I'm going to confess to him. Please don't block me, okay? Xia Lei was getting a bit impatient. If that bastard delays my confession, then dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. What? Xia Lei has someone she likes here? Is she going to confess? Everyone was dumbfounded. Xia Lei is pursuing someone? How is that possible? A super rich and beautiful girl like Xia Lei, plus a talented woman, pursuing a man? How outstanding could that man be? Is there really such an outstanding man in the world? It shouldn't exist, right? Even if there is, he should be married by now. After all, most wealthy people achieve great success in middle or old age. Achieving great success at a young age, starting from scratch, is almost impossible, unless he is a super rich second generation. And the person in front of us, Tian Enshen, is indeed a super rich second generation. Only by standing on his father's shoulders can he have so much wealth to pursue Xia Lei. Then I want to see who you like. Just how excellent is he? Tian Enshen was furious, almost going mad. He even doubted that Xia Lei was lying. So, he didn't stop her anymore, letting Xia Lei bypass him and walk straight towards Zhang Chen. Xia Lei has someone she likes? Who is it? I want to know too. Zhang Chen was still oblivious to the danger approaching. Instead, Jiang Baixue, as an observer, nudged Zhang Chen with her elbow and whispered, could it be that she likes you? You're a great literary figure, your charm is too great for her. Me? No way, she said before that she would never like me. Zhang Chen's expression changed, suddenly feeling that the situation was a bit dire. He grabbed his things and pulled Jiang Baishui to run. He couldn't leave Jiang Baishui behind. He had just received a windfall of 500,000, and the other party was now furious, so she might just beat Jiang Baishui up. But now, there was a crowd everywhere. Jiang Baishui was on a tricycle, and with a big bag in hand, how difficult would it be to squeeze out? Unless he grew wings and flew away. So, before he could escape, a delicate, fair hand had already grabbed Zhang Chen. In an instant, Zhang Chen felt as if he had been paralyzed, unable to move. His mind went blank. God, is CLA really going to confess to me? Can someone tell me what to do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Jiang Baishui, you go first, I'll find a way to get out later. Zhang Chen whispered. Get out? Why would you want to get out? Isn't it good to enjoy it? Anyway, you're incredibly charming. 2 campus beauties have already slept with you, what's one more? Jiang Baishui's eyes burned with envy and jealousy. He casually grabbed Zhang Chen's bag and placed it on the tricycle. Then he pushed the tricycle and squeezed out of the crowd, disappearing at the somewhat chaotic and restless entrance of the community. Zhang Chen, shall we go home? CLA's cheeks were flushed, but she was gripping Zhang Chen's arm tightly. There were so many people here, even if she wanted to confess, she felt a bit embarrassed. My God, CLA likes a street vendor? At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly and understood. They were all dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. They could hardly believe their eyes. Is CLA blind? Ignoring a super rich second generation like Tian Enshun? Rejecting gifts worth hundreds of millions? Choosing a street vendor? Has she gone mad or is she just foolish? This completely subverted their worldview. I get it now. CLA likes a poor loser who sells on the street, rejecting the confession of a super rich second generation. This is true love, pure and flawless, without any impurities. Liking is liking, loving is loving, and it has nothing to do with wealth. Perhaps the street vendor saved CLA, which made her like him, or maybe it was just a chance encounter. Anyway, this is true love. I finally believe in love. In this materialistic society, there is still true love. Perhaps one day, a rich and beautiful woman like CLA will deeply like me and insist on bringing her billions of wealth to be my woman. Ha ha ha, us poor people also have love, and we also have hope. Gagaga, even though I sell goods on the street, you can't underestimate me. Who knows, a rich beauty might take me home soon. Immediately, some people began to imagine success, excitedly shouting. Expectation was written all over their faces. Impossible, absolutely impossible? Tian Enshin's eyes were blinded with rage, his heart nearly exploding. CLA rejected him and took the hand of a street vendor? In her eyes, this super rich second generation was not as good as that street vendor? This was simply a blatant humiliation. It was like someone was defecating on his head. What to do? Although he hadn't thought of a solution yet, his reaction was quick. He brought a dozen bodyguards to block Zhang Chen and CLA. He hopefully said, CLA, please stop acting, okay? Just randomly picking a street vendor to take home? Do you think I'm a fool? That's true, CLA might just be acting, using this method to reject the super rich second generation. Otherwise, the super rich second generation would continue to pursue her crazily, endlessly. Others chimed in with their imaginations. Acting? You're overthinking it. CLA shot Tian Enshin a glare, wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and shyly kissed him. With a buzz, Zhang Chen's mind, which was just starting to recover, went blank again. It's over. Caught off guard, he was forcefully kissed by this talented woman. My reputation, my brilliant and mighty image, all dimmed. Wow, it's real, not acting. Oh my God, CLA really likes the street vendor, unbelievable. This street vendor hit the jackpot, instantly becoming wealthy, and he has a super beautiful girlfriend. This is more bizarre than winning the lottery. I'm so envious. The onlookers were filled with extreme envy and jealousy. After all, CLA had earned billions from writing books. She was a true rich beauty. How could a street vendor marry her and not feel ecstatic? Didn't they see that even super rich second generation heirs worth over 100 billion were desperately pursuing her? Sending gifts worth billions still couldn't move CLA. Tian Enshin, however, was about to explode with rage, his eyes turning blood red. How could he bear such a scene? The pure and flawless top goddess in his heart, whom he had pursued for years without success, was actually pursued by a lowly street vendor, tainted by him? Fury erupted from every organ in his body, transforming into an invisible flame that spewed from every pore. He became a blazing torch, illuminating the entire night sky. He let out a piercing, vengeful scream. Beat him, kill this bastard, I'll take all the consequences. He had lost his sanity, becoming as mad as a beast. He truly wanted to destroy Zhang Chen from this world. Erase him completely. Oh my God, this is going to cost lives. The super rich second generation has gone mad, so he's lost his reason. If it were me, I would go mad too. The onlookers were all taken aback. This roar, filled with murderous intent, of course, startled Zhang Chen and Xia awake. Zhang Chen's face showed signs of vigilance. The many bodyguards also surged forward, filled with killing intent, without any hesitation. They were completely obeying orders. But Bai Siyuan shouted, "Wait!" As the many bodyguards stopped, he whispered in Tian Enshen's ear, "Shen Shao, it's not worth losing your mind over a woman. In front of so many people, killing him would be very difficult to handle. Besides, you might not even win. This street vendor is likely a formidable expert, possibly one of the top retired soldiers. Otherwise, how could Xia have taken a liking to him? Hoo. Tian Enshen took a long breath, suppressing the anger within him with all his might. In the end, he weakly waved his hand, canceling the irrational order. He was not a fool, but an elite among the rich second generation. He wouldn't do something so foolish. Otherwise, he would face imprisonment. He was a precious jade, while the street vendor was mere rubble. Why clash head-on? The one who suffers in a mutual destruction is himself. Then he looked Zhang Chen up and down, but couldn't see anything special about him. Frustrated, he asked, "Xia, I love you so much, I like you so much, and I've gone to great lengths to prepare gifts. I can understand your rejection, but I can't accept that you chose a street vendor. What makes him better than me? If you can convince me, I'll leave right now and stop bothering you." "Yeah, this is inexplicable. You must give an explanation. If there's no reason, who would be convinced? He's prepared so many precious gifts, and you choose a street vendor. It seems like you're degrading yourself, but in reality, it's humiliating Shen Shao." Some people echoed this, and even some were indignant. You can refuse the pursuit of a rich second generation, but you can't choose a street vendor. I'm not any worse than a street vendor. Why not choose me? No matter how you say it, it's all jealousy towards the street vendor. It's simply an unexpected blessing. I've clearly rejected your 5 confessions and said that I will never like you. Xia said coldly, "You should give up and not cling on. So, your injuries are self-inflicted. As for who I like, it has nothing to do with wealth, excellence, or character. It's just a feeling, a fate, or perhaps a promise from a past life. Why do you have to dig deep and compare who is better with the person I like? Isn't that childish?" In her mind, Zhang Chen was certainly much better than Tian Enshen. However, she didn't want to reveal Zhang Chen's identity as a wealthy and talented person. That would bring endless trouble. In the future, if Zhang Chen wanted to gain inspiration and confess to a beauty again, if the beauty knew his background, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. That would be a big joke. It would also bring many more competitors. Although she was confident, there were countless beauties in the world, and there were certainly those more beautiful than herself. Men are all part of the appearance association. Even a great writer might not withstand temptation. Xia is indeed a talented woman. What she said makes a lot of sense. Perhaps she just likes ordinary people, just likes poor losers. Why explain? Why compare with other men? That's her right. Marriage is free, Xia is a free woman. But unfortunately, the one she likes is not me, but a street vendor. Maybe the street vendor saved the galaxy in a past life, which is why Xia likes him. More people agreed with Xia and began to discuss. Tian Enshen, however, was so frustrated he felt like he would vomit blood. No matter how much better he was than a street vendor, Xia still liked him. What the hell was going on? He glared at Zhang Chen and said, "Street vendor, don't you feel ashamed? Do you have the right to marry Xia? Xia is so beautiful and excellent, and she is also very wealthy, with a fortune of several hundred million. I'm just a street vendor, a poor loser, completely mismatched. So, I'm also terrified. But she likes me, pursues me, holds onto me tightly, wanting to take me home. What can I do? If you were me, would you refuse?" Zhang Chen looked at Tian Enshen with an innocent expression. The words he spoke were infuriating. He was deliberately trying to provoke him. After all, the other party had just ordered to have him killed, even though his subordinates had stopped it. But he still wanted to punish him a little. You. Tian Enshen trembled with anger, stuttering as he spoke. He couldn't manage to say a complete sentence. His heart was filled with immense sorrow and despair. Indeed, if he were a poor guy selling goods on the street, how could he refuse if Xia came to him with open arms? He would be absolutely ecstatic. He wouldn't want to let go at all. So, why don't you tidy up and go home? Or how about confessing to another beauty on the spot? "I see there are quite a few beauties here," Zhang Chen suggested again. "You're too bad." Xia happily hugged Zhang Chen's arm, playfully rolling her eyes at him. But she definitely didn't stop him. Whatever he wanted to do, she wholeheartedly supported. "Handsome, confess to me. confess to me, I'm beautiful too. Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful? The many women watching were all excited and stirred up. They waved their arms and pushed forward desperately. A strong, burly woman stood out, grinning at Tian, revealing 2 prominent front teeth. Handsome, hurry and confess to me, I'm also a super beauty. Wow, wow, wow. Tian bent over in disgust, nearly throwing up the food from the night before. Seriously, you consider yourself a beauty? Ha ha ha. Countless people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Xia Lei took the opportunity to pull Zhang Chen out of the crowd and head home, happily glancing back at the tea house. Yang Xiaolan was waving at her, her face filled with blessings and envy. I just got forcefully kissed by Xia Lei. I need to go to her house and discuss compensation. I can't let this slide. Zhang Chen grumbled angrily to himself. Although the feeling just now was very good, even if you are a super beauty, you can't just kiss me without permission. Xia Lei, I won't give up. I will wait for you. One day, you will come back to my side. Tianenshan watched the two leave, gritting his teeth, tears streaming down his face, unwilling to accept it as he shouted, "Oh my, still not giving up? Are you possessed? God, the super rich guy has turned into a love-struck fool? Xia Lei has taken a street vendor home. What do you think will happen tonight? Isn't it foolish to not give up?" Everyone sighed secretly. Xin Xiao, give it up. Bye, see you inside. No, I will never give up. Tonight, I will stand right here. I don't believe I can't move her. Tianenshan clenched his fists. Zhang Baixue pedaled away quickly on his tricycle, not looking back. He wasn't worried at all about Zhang Chen's safety. Would he need to worry about such a fierce person? Instead, he, who was as weak as a chicken, would become a burden to Zhang Chen. So, the faster he escaped, the safer Zhang Chen would be. He could imagine with his toes that if Xia Lei confessed to Zhang Chen, the rich second generation would definitely go crazy. A conflict was very likely to occur. Soon, he returned home, parked the tricycle in the hallway, and locked it. Carrying his bag, he opened the door and walked in. The one-bedroom apartment was very cramped. "Honey, why are you back so early today?" Tang Manglan, who was cooking, asked in surprise. "I made a fortune today, so I came back early." Zhang Baixue's face was full of smiles. "Did you see a lot of beauties today?" Tang Manglan also looked excited and expectant, her eyes shining with fervor. "I saw a lot of beauties and directly earned an extra 13,000 because we changed locations." Zhang Baixue said, "Wow, 13,000? My goodness, I've really struck it rich." Tang Menglan jumped up in excitement. Then she became a bit worried again. Can Zhang Chen afford to spend like this? Ha, I used to worry about that too. I even suspected he was just giving me charity and thought about refusing, even returning the money to him. Zhang Baixue laughed heartily, but now, I don't think that way at all. Why not? Tang Menglan poured a cup of hot water for Zhang Baixue, asking curiously, "Do you know who wrote Starry Sky?" "Home." Zhang Baixue puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, it's Haoqing Sanqian Nian, right? Do you know who Haoqing Sanqian Nian is?" "No idea. Isn't it that no one knows?" He doesn't want to reveal himself. "I'll tell you a secret. Haoqing Sanqian Nian is Zhang Chen, and Zhang Chen is Haoqing Sanqian Nian." Starry Sky. Home was written by him. I've seen the initial draft, and I was shocked at the time. His source of inspiration was confessing to beautiful women. Zhang Baixue lowered his voice. "My goodness, then isn't he a billionaire?" "Not just that, he wrote a sister series, 3 books totaling 9 million words. If each book earns $1 billion, that's 3 billion. That's incredible, terrifying even, and he's really a good person, not at all arrogant, gentle and polite, and very kind. He's also a formidable martial arts master. Today, he helped me earn 500,000 extra. 500,000, oh my, will they retaliate? They shouldn't, right? With that much money, would they care about 500,000? Besides, with Zhang Chen, the martial arts master around, there's nothing to fear. So we have over 600,000 in savings now? Yes, just over 650,000. If we can keep earning, shall we buy a house? Not a red book one, just a farmer's collective housing. The couple excitedly discussed and envisioned a bright future. Would that bright future really come? Xia Lei pulled Zhang Chen back to her suite. She closed the door and locked it. Then she invited Zhang Chen to sit on the sofa and served him fragrant tea. She explained seriously, "That person I just mentioned is someone I met at the bank. He kept pestering me after being rejected. He confessed to me 5 times over the years, and today was the 6th time. It's simply annoying. Don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with him. Why are you worried about me misunderstanding?" Zhang Chen thought to himself, "I'm not your boyfriend, let alone your husband. Great writer, your Starry Sky. Home is truly magnificent, unprecedented, and unparalleled. I admire you to the core." Xia Lei's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with water, as she began to lay the groundwork for a surrender-style confession. How did you know? Zhang Chen touched his forehead, suddenly realizing something. It was this book that caused the trouble. In the past, she knew he was a wealthy man and didn't react much, not to the extent of throwing herself at him. But now, she was recklessly confessing to him, without any reserve. It was because she liked great talents. In the past, she had hinted to him that only great talents like Tang Bohu and Wang Shiji would make her fall in love at first sight. Now that he had become the world's #1 great writer, he completely matched the image of the Prince Charming in her heart, and with the identity of a wealthy man, it made her fall in love. I was the one who introduced you to Yang Xiaolan, how could I not know? Xiaolei playfully glared at Zhang Chen, gathering her courage to say, Zhang Chen, you were so outstanding, so perfect, overflowing with talent. I have hopelessly fallen in love with you. Even if you are quite flirtatious, in my eyes, it has turned into a talents flirtation, and I won't blame you or get angry. Can you accept me and let me be your woman? Zhang Chen was completely speechless. You said you would never like me. What about your credibility? How can a person live without credibility? But somehow, a strange sense of refreshment surged in his heart. This was the super talented woman Xiaolei, whose talent could rival Li Qingzhao, whose looks could score 99 points, and whose figure could score 100. Countless rich second-generation heirs pursued her but couldn't catch her. Yet she was now pursuing him. It was simply beyond words. But I have a girlfriend, Zhang Chen said apologetically. He had already slept with Wu Dongfei, who was effectively his girlfriend. He couldn't do anything to betray Wu Dongfei. Otherwise, he would be a scumbag. He would never be a scumbag. I didn't say I wanted to be your girlfriend. I said I wanted to be your woman, a confidant. As for what happens in the future, it depends on fate. You are a talented man, and I am a talented woman. Why should we be bound by worldly rules? The ancient talented men and beautiful women, the red sleeves adding fragrance, how wonderful and carefree was that? Xiaolei said, but it's not ancient times anymore. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. This talented woman was incredibly conservative when she was conservative, yet extremely bold when she was open. She was truly a rebellious and unique woman. But isn't this trying to make me a scumbag? Absolutely not. You just kissed me. Don't you want to take responsibility? Xiaolei said, puffing up in anger. I was about to find trouble with you. You forced a kiss on me, so you should be responsible for me, Zhang Chen retorted, instantly furious. I'll take responsibility. From now on, you will be the only man, and I will be your woman, your confidant, Xiaolei said without hesitation. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, completely stunned. It was over, he had said the wrong thing. This talented woman's reaction was too quick. After a moment, he weakly said, let's just be confidants. If you want to be my woman, don't bring it up again. All right. A cunning glint flashed in Xiaolei's eyes, and a flower-like smile appeared on her face. The great literary master had already fallen into the trap. With her unparalleled beauty, devilish figure, and talent that was no less than Li Qingzhao's, how could a great literary master not fall deeply in love with her after spending some time together? Let's show a little tonight. Perhaps, you won't want to leave. Here, from now on, will be your warmest home. I will be your lifelong concern. Great literary master, since I am your confidant, will you help me solve some troubles? Xiaolei said, hugging Zhang Chen's arm and gently shaking it. Her voice was as charming as a aureole. Of course. Zhang Chen glanced at her flower-like smile. He was deeply attracted by her lively eyes, almost sinking into them. Solving troubles was something he had long desired. Success was certainly good. Failure was even more exhilarating because of the system's tenfold compensation. Then help me get rid of Tian and Shen's relentless pursuit. Xiaolei said, you mean he hasn't given up? He still wants to pursue you relentlessly? Zhang Chen was a bit incredulous. Xiaolei had just kissed him passionately and even brought him home. How could this rich guy still be hanging around? You underestimate him. He's a super infatuated guy, exceptionally devoted. Once he falls for a woman, he won't give up until he wins her over, Xiaolei said. There's a 90% chance he's still waiting at the entrance of the community, staring at my window. Let me take a look. Zhang Chen walked into the master bedroom and pulled the curtains open. Sure enough, he hadn't left. He stood straight at the entrance of the community, looking up at this window. When he saw the curtains open, Tian and Shen's eyes lit up, like two stars. Clearly, he was still not giving up. He wanted to continue his relentless pursuit. Being pursued by this jerk is simply the worst luck. She doesn't like him. Why not just give up? There are so many women in the world. Why cling to one? Doesn't he know that this is a tremendous harm to women? Xiaolei also came in, fuming, and said, Great literary master, you must think of a way to make him disappear. I never want to see him again. Such a person is hard to deal with, hard to scold, because he hasn't done anything wrong. He is merely pursuing. But he is as annoying as a sticky plaster, Zhang Chen pondered, I have a good method that can make that guy suffer in despair and disappear at the fastest speed, never to appear before you again. What method? Xia Lei asked, her face full of expectation. Zhang Chen, having amassed such great wealth, must be resourceful and skilled. The method he thought of should be effective. So, like this. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smile, neither fully a smile nor a frown. Xia Lei felt an infinite shyness. This method was too wicked, but it was exactly what she wanted. You sit for a moment, I'll go take a shower and change my clothes. Xia Lei gracefully walked into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing began. It carried a hint of alluring fragrance, evoking endless fantasies. Zhang Chen couldn't help but take a glance. The bathroom door was frosted glass, and colorful paper was stuck on the outside. He couldn't see what was happening inside. Should I activate my X-ray vision to enjoy the sight of a beauty bathing? An evil thought surged up, but it was forcibly suppressed by Zhang Chen. He began to carefully examine the room. It was clean and tidy, arranged very warmly, filled with the scent of cosmetics. His gaze fell on the window. After calculating carefully, he started to fiddle with the desk lamp. A mischievous smile spread across his face. Xia Lei finally emerged from the bathroom, wearing a spaghetti strap short dress. The exposed skin was as dazzling as snow, radiant and beautiful. Her long legs were like compasses, adorned with glistening dewdrops. Her black hair, freshly washed, exuded a rich fragrance. She bent down to wrap herself in a snow-white towel, gently drying herself. Then she used a hairdryer to dry her hair. Her waist-length hair cascaded down like a flowing black waterfall, occasionally lifted into the air by her, transforming into a cloud of darkness. Shall we begin? Zhang Chen gently embraced her from behind, taking a deep breath as the mixed fragrance of shampoo, body wash, and the high-end perfume Xia Lei had just sprayed enveloped him. Just acting, no turning it into reality, okay? Xia Lei shyly reminded him. Are you reminding me or rejecting me? Zhang Chen asked with a strange expression. The talented woman really knew how to entice. Every move she made captivated the heart and mind. Every word she spoke sparked endless imagination. Why hasn't that bastard come down yet? Tiananshun's face grew increasingly grim. He still couldn't quite believe that Xia Lei would fall for a street vendor. Even if they had kissed passionately, even if she had brought him home, nothing more intimate would happen. Xia Lei would surely soon discover the countless flaws of a street vendor and kick him out. However, as time passed and Zhang Chen still didn't come out, he began to feel a bit anxious. Could it be that he misjudged the situation? My goddess in my dreams, the goddess I love deeply. Please change your mind quickly. Can't you see I'm still waiting for you? Suddenly, the lights in Xia Lei's room went out, followed by pink lights illuminating the space. It was like a movie being projected. Two figures were cast on the curtains, one in front of the other. The one in front had both hands on the bed, while the one behind embraced the waist of the one in front, swaying rhythmically. No, this can't be real. Tiananshun's eyes widened, his face turning as red as blood. A bolt from the blue. The goddess he had pursued for 3 years was being defiled right in front of him by a street vendor. What was even harder for him to believe and understand was that despite his countless hardships and struggles in pursuing the goddess, he still saw no hope of success. Yet, the street vendor had effortlessly won her over. No, he hadn't even pursued her, he had directly slept with the goddess. The scene before him struck him like a heavy blow. It left him dizzy, heartbroken, and shattered. It also shattered his worldview into pieces. It turned out that the goddess he could never pursue was, for that poor guy selling goods on the street, incredibly easy to win over, effortlessly so. Could it be that the goddess who was unattainable for the rich and powerful was merely a trophy for the poor? Damn, how absurd is that? Am I dreaming? I lost her, no, I never had her at all. What is there to talk about losing? I have been desperately pursuing her, trying hard to move myself, but I have never moved her. I have never entered her world. This dream should wake up. Tiananshun was heartbroken, as if mourning a great loss. The motivation to pursue vanished in an instant, no longer existing. He even refused to look at this nightmarish scene. He also refused to remember. Zhang Chen and Xia Lei were still acting. Zhang Chen was gently pushing things along, making Xia Lei sway continuously. It was particularly rhythmic and spectacular. He couldn't help but recite a couplet. Peaks gather like a crowd, waves surge like fury. What are you saying? Xia Lei, a talented woman, was incredibly smart. She understood immediately. Instantly, her face flushed with shyness, even her neck and ears turned red. I want to write a poem, but I'm not good at it. Can't come up with anything. What a pity, Zhang Chen said seriously. Wait, I'll help you fill it in. Xia Lei said, I like writing poetry and filling in lyrics, but don't laugh at me later. I won't. Zhang Chen was both amused and helpless. he was just talking nonsense. Did this woman take it seriously? Isn't it about time? It's been over half an hour, right? Xiaolei felt weak all over, a bit unable to hold on. Let me check. Zhang Chen swiftly pulled back the curtains and widened his eyes to look down. That super-rich second-generation kid, Tian Enshin, who had been pestering Xiaolei, along with several supercars, had long since vanished without a trace. Of course, no man could withstand such an evil blow. He would be utterly despairing and then completely give up. They were not even a couple, let alone husband and wife. They were merely the goddess of a secret crush. And seeing the goddess, he could never pursue being affectionate with another man. Naturally, he would give up immediately. There are plenty of beauties in the world, isn't it better to choose another target to pursue? He's gone, he must have given up. Zhang Chen lowered the curtains, looking quite pleased. With a little trick, I made your heart break and your dreams shatter. From now on, he will flee to the ends of the earth. Great, finally rid of that jerk. How can I thank you? Xiaolei also leaned over to take a look, her smile radiant, filled with joy. Don't be polite with me. I'm heading back. You should get some rest too. Zhang Chen waved his hand and quickly walked out, as if this place were a den of dragons and tigers. However, he still felt very happy. He had helped Xiaolei a little. He hadn't made any mistakes himself. Perfectly flawless. What are you going back for? I have guest rooms here. Xiaolei pulled him back, playfully scolding. I still want to discuss literature and art with you, write poetry and paint. Next time, it's too late today. Zhang Chen was already sweating on his forehead. If he stayed, how could he avoid making mistakes? Facing a woman like Xiaolei, even a deity couldn't resist. Didn't you just say you wanted to fill in the lyrics? Xiaolei still held onto him. I've already thought of the rest. This time, we'll write a poem together. I'll write it out for you to see. So amazing? Zhang Chen was very surprised and also very much looking forward to it. He went with her to the study. Xiaolei spread out the paper and picked up the pen to write. Mountains slope sheep leaving you, peaks gather like a crowd. Waves surge like fury, a slender willow waist, just a single strand. Skin like jade, fragrance like poison. Every night, who do I suffer for in longing? The Oriole's voice, shy, keeps you here. Go, I want to cry, stay, I want to cry. This is a poem described from a woman's perspective. The woman is beautiful, with a large chest, a slim waist, fair skin, and a captivating fragrance. The lover stays overnight. The lover refuses, feeling sad and wanting to cry. The lover agreed, so happy that he felt like crying. It was very evocative. The wonderful thing was that the first two lines were recited by Zhang Chen, and they weren't even his own creation. They came from Tongguan Huaigu, originally meant to describe the mountains and waves, but now used to describe a woman. It was a stroke of genius, indescribably exquisite. The subsequent phrases were even more breathtaking, overflowing with talent. What was even more impressive was the elegant calligraphy, stunningly beautiful, rivaling the works of any great calligrapher. Such poetry and such calligraphy complemented each other perfectly, intoxicating the heart and mind. My God, this is incredible. Zhang Chen was truly amazed. This way of pursuing a man was unprecedented, giving Zhang Chen endless stimulation and temptation. He even wanted to hold her in his arms, to be entwined with her until the end of his life. Such a woman could only be possessed and cherished by someone as extraordinary as himself. But he couldn't be a scumbag. He could only admire good words, good characters. Even Li Qingzhao wouldn't be better. How can I compare to Li Qingzhao? Xiaolei said, her face flushed with shyness, a bit proud. She had just shown a glimpse of her talent. Great literary master, you should be moved, right? You should stay tonight, not to share a bed, but to discuss literature and enjoy tea and conversation. Is there anything more beautiful in the world? The long night stretches on, returning home alone, even with a beautiful woman by your side. But there is no poetry, no ambience. You will always miss me. Here will always be your favorite harbor. Actually, I am also a great calligrapher. No less than Wang Shiji. Zhang Chen suddenly shifted his gaze and boasted, but I've never shown it, always hiding my talent. Because I believe no one is qualified to appreciate my calligraphy. There is no one who understands me in this world, who will listen when the strings break. Then quickly write a piece of calligraphy for me to see? Just write this poem. Xiaolei looked surprised. She was a talented woman, who loved talented men the most. But in this era, most talented men were measured by their wealth. They lacked the purity of ancient scholars, because the great scholars of the past expressed their governance through music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She admired Zhang Chen immensely. At just 25, he had earned hundreds of billions in wealth. That was simply unparalleled. Moreover, he had written the world's greatest masterpiece, ascending to the throne of a super literary master. If a great literary master claimed to be a calligraphy expert, no less than Wang Shiji, could it be false? She quickly laid out the paper. Zhang Chen did not decline, picking up the brush to write. He worked very hard, exceptionally serious, but it was just ordinary characters, with no foundation at all. It had nothing to do with being a great calligrapher. Are you mocking me? Xia Lei looked at Zhang Chen, puffed up with anger. She felt greatly disappointed. She had really thought Zhang Chen was a great calligrapher. Making such a joke was equivalent to tarnishing the art of calligraphy. Ding! The host's attempt to show off in front of a calligrapher has failed, compensating with the world's #1 calligraphy skill. The system's voice rang out. In an instant, a memory appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. It was as if he had been a calligraphy genius since childhood and had persisted in writing calligraphy for hundreds of years. Oh my, I hit the jackpot again. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. He had shown off many times, but only 3 times had he received system compensation. He had shown off in front of Wu Dongfei, mastering countless languages. He had shown off during a live broadcast, becoming the top computer expert. Now, showing off in front of Xia Lei, he had become the world's #1 calligrapher. All of this was done in front of experts, which earned him compensation, making up for his weaknesses. In an instant, he felt an itch in his hands. Proudly, he said, "This is my calligraphy from when I was 3 years old. I just wanted to let you see how good my calligraphy talent is. I was already this impressive at 3. After 22 years of hard practice, my calligraphy is now the best in the world, unmatched by anyone before or after. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry." Xia Lei wore a stern expression, clearly unhappy. In fact, she was already angry. The grand image of Zhang Chen in her mind had crumbled significantly. "Just wait and see what I write," Zhang Chen said, taking another piece of paper, dipping his brush in ink, and standing in concentration. A powerful aura of a master calligrapher emanated from him. An elegant air also flowed forth, as if he were a towering mountain scraping the sky, or the vast starry sky. It gave a sense of profound mystery, unfathomable and deep. Then he began to write. It was the same poem from earlier. Mountains slope sheep leaving you, peaks gather like a crowd, waves surge like fury, a slender willow waist, just a single bundle. Skin like jade, fragrance like poison. Every night longing for whom do I suffer? The Oriole's voice, shy, keeps you here. Go, I want to cry, stay, I want to cry. He used cursive script. The characters danced like dragons and phoenixes, resembling a peacock spreading its tail, stunningly beautiful. It was like a sword flying from the heavens, breathtaking. Every character, every stroke, was seamlessly connected, as if crafted by nature itself. In moments of intensity, it was like 1,000 troops galloping, and in moments of ease, it flowed like the mighty Yangtze River. So beautiful. This was undoubtedly a peerless work of calligraphy. Xia Lei was dumbfounded, her face filled with shock. Oh my! She had been stunned since Zhang Chen wrote the first character. Her face was filled with astonishment, infatuation, and obsession. As a calligrapher herself, she could see even more clearly the brilliance and extraordinary nature of Zhang Chen's calligraphy. It was simply unparalleled throughout history. To say there had been no one before and none to come would not be an exaggeration. Her breath quickened, her eyes burned with intensity. Her whole body trembled, as if she had fallen into a magnificent dream. She could no longer wake up, nor did she want to wake up. How elegant, how beautiful. Is this really what I wrote? Zhang Chen was also stunned, admiring it obsessively, his gaze somewhat entranced. If it were hung in his study, it could definitely be described as illuminating a humble abode. It was also the highest realm of showing off, because this was his own work, not that of another calligraphy master. And seeing Xia Lei so infatuated, waves of satisfaction surged within him. Ha ha ha, this time, he had shown off in a grand way. Bigger and more exhilarating than that time he was interviewed in 10 different languages. This calligraphy is a bit indecent. I should destroy it, Zhang Chen said, reaching out to tear up the piece. It wasn't that he disliked the characters, but the poem was too flamboyant. If he didn't destroy it, it would surely be passed down through the ages. Then his reputation as a romantic talent would be inescapable, and Xia Lei would undoubtedly be labeled as his woman, a tag she could never shake off. Countless future generations would see her as his lover. Although he had a lifespan of 3,000 years and could defend himself hundreds or even thousands of years later, it would still be hard to explain. Moreover, 1,000 years later, could he still use the identity of Zhang Chen? Would he not be seen as a monster? Would anyone still believe he was that Zhang Chen? Perhaps he could research longevity technology. After failing, the system would compensate him 1,000-fold. It might just compensate him with the most incredible longevity technology. Human lifespan could be greatly extended. Immortality was not impossible. Not good. you can't tear it up. Xia Lei suddenly woke up, like an angry mother leopard, forcefully pushing Zhang Chen away and continuing to shove him toward the study door. She was determined to preserve this piece of calligraphy. I'll write you another one. Zhang Chen could only grasp her hand, helplessly laughing and crying. I want that one, it's an invaluable treasure. I will cherish it forever. Xia Lei's pretty face flushed red, extremely excited, particularly thrilled. I'll write you 3 more, how about that? Zhang Chen said in a tempting tone. If you want to destroy that piece, you'll have to step over my dead body. Xia Lei said fearlessly, as long as the person is there, the calligraphy is there. When the person dies, the calligraphy dies. Damn! Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Observing her closely, he realized she was serious. He suddenly felt a bit worried. Of course, he could forcibly push her away and destroy that piece of work, but she might really do something foolish. Or she could come to bother him every day, making him write another piece. That would be a big trouble. Forget it, life is just a fleeting moment. If one doesn't die, they live for countless years. Anyway, 100 years later, I can change my name, and no one will know I am Zhang Chen. What if Xia Lei is my confidant? What if she is my woman? What does it matter if I am the charming talent Zhang Chen? It has nothing to do with me. I just want to enjoy a beautiful life to the fullest. Then you can keep it. Zhang Chen said helplessly, I'm leaving. After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. If he didn't leave, he really wouldn't be able to. That poem from earlier had already stirred his heartstrings. Any man would find it hard to resist such an elegant pursuit. You can leave, but you still have to write a piece of calligraphy, and it must be in running script. Also, write this poem. I will treasure it forever and absolutely will not sell it. Xia Lei tightly hugged his waist, refusing to let go. All right, I'll write it. Zhang Chen's face turned red. Such intimate contact was simply too stimulating. So he wrote another piece of calligraphy in running script. It was natural and stunning. It was as if a group of breathtaking beauties were dancing gracefully with bright eyes and charming smiles. It was hard to look away. It was no less than Wang Shiji's Lantinggi Su. In fact, it was even better. Golden hooks and silver strokes, natural and unforced, unparalleled in the world, with no predecessors or successors. Xia Lei was utterly captivated, praising endlessly. Her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled like lakes. At that moment, she was already smitten. Even if Zhang Chen wanted to sleep with her now, she would gladly agree. Such calligraphy is too enchanting, isn't it? Zhang Chen was secretly shocked but not infatuated. Instead, he turned to leave. Great literary master, great calligrapher, it's too late. Why don't you stay? Xia Lei pulled him back, shyly saying, why go against your own heart? Isn't living like that exhausting? It's still early. Zhang Chen's face was burning. He really didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay and talk about calligraphy, poetry, painting, and playing the piano, and perhaps he could even gain a system reward 1,000 times over. But Xia Lei was too beautiful and too sexy, and her talent was overwhelming, her charm too great. He couldn't hold himself steady. To sleep with her on the first visit would be too frivolous. He broke free from her grip, opened the door, and dashed out. You didn't drive, right? Take my car back. Xia Lei chased after him, handing him the car keys. I have 2 cars, a Ferrari and a BMW. Don't worry about me not having a car to drive to work. Do you have to be this smart? I haven't even said anything yet. Zhang Chen complained inwardly. Such a clever, talented woman was truly a treasure carefully nurtured by heaven and earth. She actually became my confidant, trying to keep me here? With a determined heart, he took the keys and hurried downstairs. He drove away in Xia Lei's Ferrari. Yay! Xia Lei closed the door and made a victory gesture. Great literary master, oh great literary master, it turns out you were so sentimental too. Shaken by just one poem? You will fall in love with me sooner or later, but you are too talented. A martial arts master, a wealthy genius, a great literary master, a calligraphy expert, a dance master. As for dunking in the horizontal bar, those are nothing. I am also enchanted by you, utterly captivated. She immediately called Yang Xiaolan, who also lived in the same community, inviting her over to discuss something important. As soon as Yang Xiaolan arrived in her pajamas, she was surprised and asked, did the great literary master leave? The great literary master is a bit hypocritical. He clearly wanted to stay but still left. Xia Lei said excitedly, but he left behind 2 super treasures. Their value is immeasurable. Decades or hundreds of years later, they could be exchanged for a building. She pulled Yang Xiaolan into the study and showed her the 2 pieces of calligraphy for her to admire. My God, this is incredible, right? Cursive surpasses Zhang Su? Running script exceeds Wang Shiji? The great literary master is actually the world's #1 calligrapher? There's no helping it, he's just that outstanding. I've completely lost myself and hopelessly fallen in love with him. Did you write these words? So flamboyant? The first 2 lines were written by him, the rest is mine. Oh my god, have you 2 already rolled in the sheets? That's too fast, right? Nonsense, where did that come from? Then how could it be that the peaks are like a gathering and the waves are like fury? I see, you just have to admit it. Ah, I'm so furious. Bang bang bang. Inside the luxurious villa, Tian Shen was frantically smashing things. The floor was a mess. His face was twisted, and his eyes were bloodshot. The goddess he had been desperately pursuing had actually slept with a street vendor. Moreover, it was the goddess who invited the vendor home. How could he not feel depressed and frustrated? A dozen bodyguards, along with a group of sycophants, didn't dare to breathe. Bai Siyuan, help me think of a way. I can't swallow this anger. I must teach that vendor a harsh lesson, preferably beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. Tian Shen gritted his teeth and said, Yao Quan, what do you think about that vendor's strength? Bai Siyuan frowned, looking at the bodyguard who had fought with Zhang Chen. Very strong. If I had 10 of me, I could barely fight him. Yao Quan felt a lingering fear. So powerful? Everyone gasped. Even Tian Shen looked shocked. Yao Quan had just retired as a soldier king and was the strongest among all the bodyguards. He was paid a salary of $1 million a year. That vendor could take on 10 Yao Quans? Xin Xiao, now you should understand, that vendor is not an ordinary person. There's a reason Xia Lei likes him, Bai Siyuan said. But I've lost face and become a huge joke. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will I have the face to mix in the future? How could Tian Shen let it go like that? Zheng Chen was leisurely driving Xia Lei's Ferrari on the road. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, staring blankly at the shops by the roadside. This was originally a bustling street, but most of the shops were closed, with signs saying for transfer or for rent. The impact of e-commerce, combined with the high housing prices in the deep city, has caused many companies to relocate, leading to a population outflow. It's normal for businesses to struggle, shops to incur losses, and close or transfer. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Why don't I open dozens or hundreds of shops, focusing on traditional clothing, food, grocery stores, supermarkets? I would definitely lose a fortune. Even if each shop loses 10,000 a month, the system would compensate me 100 million. If I lose 100,000, it would compensate me $1 billion. Open a few hundred shops, and in a month, I would be the richest person in the world, and in a year, I could buy the United States. Ding! Host has discovered a system loophole, system upgrading. The system's voice echoed in his mind. What? A loophole? The system is upgrading again? Zhang Chen was astonished. This was already the second upgrade. It seemed his combat power was quite formidable. Ding! System upgrade complete. After a while, the voice sounded again. A system panel appeared in front of Zhang Chen. System, failure 10,000 times upgrade system. Host, Zhang Chen age, 25 failure points, 312 points failure cards, 0 cards. This upgrade has perfected a loophole. From now on, for the same type of failure, the host will not receive a 10,000-fold reward, only failure points. For example, if the host fails to open a shop or confesses to a beauty, he received a 10,000-fold compensation once. If he fails again in opening a shop or confessing to a beauty, he will only receive failure points, no more 10,000-fold compensation. The system explained further. Then what is the use of the failure cards? How can I get them? Zhang Chen frowned slightly but had to admit that this loophole was reasonable. If he could become the richest person in the world using such a low-level method, it would be utterly laughable. Failure cards come in sets. Possibly 10 cards in a group, possibly 100. Only when you collect them all will you know their functions, but they are definitely incredibly powerful, beyond your wildest dreams. As for how to obtain them, it's simple. Recently, if you've been tirelessly confessing to beautiful women, and if a woman with exceptional looks, personality, and talent rejects your confession, then you can get a failure card, the system said. Functions beyond my wildest dreams? Let me fly through the sky, grant me immortality, allow me to date Daji, Shishir, and Yuji, make me the king of the universe? System, do you think I dare to dream like that? Is it even more powerful than this? Zhang Chen was shocked and very much looking forward to it. He couldn't wait to collect a set of failure cards to try out the incredible functions. The system crashed on the spot, remaining silent for a long time. Soon after, Zhang Chen received a call from Jiang Baixue, asking how he was doing and if he needed help. With my strength, what are you worried about? Even if there were 100 times more of them, I could take them all down by myself, Zheng Chen said boastfully. Then have you slept with Xia Lei? Jiang Baixue's voice became lewd. feeling relieved. All you think about is sleeping. Do you think sleeping comes without responsibility? Jung Chen replied irritably. Why are you suddenly so serious? You didn't think like that when you slept with 2 campus beauties back then, Zhang Baixue muttered. What did you say? Nothing. After hanging up, the lewdness and envy on Zhang Baixue's face did not fade, and he sighed. That's just too impressive. It looks like Xia Lei wanted to sleep with him, but Zhang Chen rejected her. That's why he is a great literary figure, while you are a nobody. Tang Menglan shot him a glance. If it weren't for being sick, I would at least be a big shot. How could I be this miserable? Zhang Baixue protested. Fortunately, you're not a big shot, or you'd be left and right hugging. Tang Menglan pinched Zhang Baixue's ear and twisted it around. Ow! Zhang Baixue let out a painful scream. He secretly felt a sense of dread, thankful he hadn't followed Zhang Chen's example of confessing to beautiful women for inspiration. Otherwise, his ears would probably be in trouble. The next morning, Sun Chaojun and a group of bodyguards set out. They wandered around the Shiyuan community and near Futian University, searching for Zhang Chen and Zhang Baixue. However, after half a morning of wandering, they hadn't seen a single shadow. Xin Xiao, all the street vendors are out, but those 2 bastards are nowhere to be found. They must be hiding to avoid trouble, Sun Chaojun reported cautiously over the phone. Keep looking for them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. They extorted 500,000 from me and slept with my goddess. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I show my face again? Xin Xiao's voice was icy and furious. Zhang Chen and Zhang Baixue were still setting up their stall. However, they had changed locations. The profits were much better here. Now, neither of them relied on the stall for income. One relied on side earnings, while the other depended on system compensation, also earning failure points and failure cards. Is there really a beautiful woman in this place? Zhang Chen looked skeptical. They were currently outside a convention center, and there was no one in sight. It felt like they were 2 fools setting up a stall. Hee, forgive me for keeping you in suspense, just wait and see, Zhang Baixue said proudly. At 8 o'clock, there was movement. Many staff members arrived and hung up banners, warmly celebrating the National Calligraphy Exchange Conference, warmly welcoming calligraphy master Su Shanshui to attend the conference, warmly welcoming calligraphy grandmaster Wang Jejun to attend the conference. There were dozens of banners. Each name was that of a calligraphy master. Even Xia Lei's name was among them. This is a calligraphy exchange conference held once every 10 years, and calligraphers from all over the country will come. The beautiful women coming for the event will soon fill the convention center, Zhang Baixue said in an exaggerated tone. Then I will wait and see. Zhang Chen immediately began to look forward to it. Could it be that today he could collect failure points? The calligraphy exchange conference held once every 10 years, and on a national scale, was indeed extraordinary. Soon, the place became lively. Groups of 3 or 5 people arrived, the men dressed elegantly, and the women were as beautiful as flowers, exuding an elegant aura. They all came to participate in the calligraphy conference. In fact, there were many wealthy individuals there, specifically to purchase calligraphy works. Today, the calligraphers would create works on site and auction them off. If one were to buy a piece, it could appreciate dozens or even hundreds of times in a few years or decades. The parking lot on the side of the hall quickly filled up with luxury cars. Ferraris, Porsches, Rolls-Royces, Lamborghinis, Bugattis. A dazzling array that left one speechless. It seemed as if all the luxury cars in the city had come here. With luxury cars, of course, there were also super beauties. After all, any luxury car needed to be paired with a beautiful woman to truly stand out. Ding, host confessed to a beauty, was rejected, failure points plus 10. Zhang Chen didn't care about anything else and confessed to every beautiful woman he saw. However, today he wasn't dirty or shabby, he was just wearing some street vendor clothes and sat in front of his stall, shouting non-stop. He was afraid others wouldn't know he was a street vendor. So, he still looked quite handsome. He was a poor but good-looking guy. Thus, he didn't scare away the beauties, but they all rejected him without hesitation. After all, the beauties coming here were not simple. How could they possibly be interested in a street vendor? Moreover, this street vendor was quite amusing, confessing to beauties as soon as he saw them. Even after being rejected, he remained undeterred. Did this poor guy think he could rely on his looks to win over a super rich beauty and live off her? What a typical scumbag. Awesome, in just half an hour, I've earned 60 failure points. Too bad the failure card hasn't been activated yet. Zhang Chen was very happy. He casually invested all the failure points he earned into new drug research. Such research, without the addition of failure points, might not yield results for years, but with the addition, it could take only a few months, or even less. How many lives could that save? Compared to countless lives, what did personal reputation and honor matter? Attention, a super beauty scoring 98 points is coming. Jiang Baixue stood at the entrance, scanning the crowd like an eagle, and reported through the walkie-talkie, "Get ready." "Received, received," Zhang Chen replied using the walkie-talkie. This was a tool Jiang Baixue had procured. He was becoming increasingly professional. Then Zhang Chen took flowers out of his bag, preparing to confess. He was secretly excited. A super beauty scoring 98 points was rare, likely on par with the top 4 campus beauties in CLA. If he were rejected, there was an 80% chance he could obtain a mysterious failure card, gathering a set with mysterious functions he could hardly dare to imagine. "Thank you." Zhou Yaxin thanked the Didi driver and got out of the car, smiling as she walked towards the hall. "Yaxin, the talented girl has arrived." "Yaxin, you're getting more beautiful." "Yaxin, this time you must outshine CLA." Many people recognized her, both men and women, all part of a group of literati, each with an exceptional aura. Zhou Yaxin was also a beautiful writer. She was a master of calligraphy and also skilled in carving, enjoying making her own seals. Nanlei and Bei Xin. Nanlei refers to CLA, while Bei Xin refers to Zhou Yaxin. They were known as the two great beauty writers of today. Both had extraordinary backgrounds and were stunning beauties. Their suitors were as numerous as the fish in the river. However, women like them were particularly proud and had high standards. Having just graduated from university 2 years ago at the age of 24, she was still unmarried, and with so many handsome suitors pursuing her, she had yet to settle on a boyfriend. It was truly overwhelming. "I can't suppress CLA." "You can suppress her. I heard she fell for a street vendor and kissed him in public." "Really?" Zhou Yaxin's eyes instantly lit up. Her relationship with CLA was very poor. Both were exceptionally talented, being writers and calligraphers. Moreover, they were both stunning beauties. Naturally, they secretly wanted to compete with each other. They mocked and belittled one another. Even their fans often engaged in verbal battles, eager to see CLA make a fool of herself. It's true, what happened last night was quite a scene when Tian and Shen confessed to her. But she actually chose a street vendor. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone chimed in, their expressions quite strange. Then I must congratulate her today. Zhou Yaxin smiled happily. This would really put her in her place. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant in front of me again. Wow, she's really beautiful. Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Yaxin, his eyes shining. Tall and slender, with exquisite features. Her elegant demeanor, chin held high, was prideful to the heavens. She was indeed a beauty on par with the 4 campus flowers in CLA. This time, he had come to the right place. Without any hesitation, he rushed over to block Zhou Yaxin, knelt on one knee, and held up a rose high. "Beautiful lady, although I don't know you, your beauty and grace have captivated me. You are a fairy descended to earth. I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare a street vendor confess to a top beauty like Zhou Yaxin? Who gave him the confidence? Even a lazy frog wouldn't be this bold. "Who are you? Can you introduce yourself?" Zhou Yaxin's pretty face flushed slightly as she tilted her head to look at Zhang Chen. So handsome, so tall. Could he be some rich second generation waiting here to confess to her? Could he be a rich kid from Deep City? There were plenty of local tycoons and wealthy people around here. "My name is Zhang Chen, and I'm a street vendor," Zhang Chen said, pointing to his stall without a hint of embarrassment. "What? You're a street vendor?" Zhou Yaxin instantly exploded with anger. All her expectations turned to nothing. This was simply an insult to her. So she mockingly asked, "Did you hear that last night the talented CLA chose a street vendor and took him home for the night? So you thought you'd follow suit and dare to confess to a super beauty? Dreaming of having the same romantic encounter?" "Not only did I hear about it, but I also saw it live," Zhang Chen replied honestly after a moment of surprise. He almost said that he was the street vendor CLA had chosen. "Well, let me tell you secretly, CLA will come over soon. When she does, you should block her and confess to her. You must plead desperately, then she might agree to give you a night of passion. Because she likes street vendors. Understand?" Zhou Yaxin said in a low voice. "Damn, does this woman have a grudge against CLA?" Zhang Chen instantly understood, a surge of anger rising within him. He almost wanted to hit her but held back and said, "Beautiful lady, if you agree to me, why would I need to confess to CLA?" "Agree to you? Do you see the sun in the sky? If it rises from the west, then there might be a slight possibility." Zhou Yaxin pointed at the sky, held her head high with pride, swayed her slim waist, and walked away quickly. Ding! Host's confession to the beauty failed, compensation. The system's voice rang out. 1 failure card as compensation. Zhang Chen listened to the system's voice, which sounded like heavenly music, and jumped up in joy. The frustration from Zhou Yaxin's cold rejection swept away. Almost simultaneously, a card appeared in his pocket. He quickly took it out to admire it. It looked like a beautifully crafted playing card, with the number 1/18 on it. Clearly, this was a set of 18 failure cards. As long as he obtained 17 more, he could reveal something magical. I just don't know what kind of magic will happen. It's not too difficult. I've already got one, Zhang Chen said cheerfully, stepping back to his stall to continue setting up. I was so embarrassed. Just now, a handsome guy at a street stall confessed to me. Me too. I almost ran away. If it were a wealthy tycoon instead of a street vendor, that would be great. Zhou Yashin entered the conference hall and immediately heard many such discussions. She was taken aback. Had street vendors confessed to many beautiful women? Wasn't that harassment? This couldn't go on. Not only did she think this way, but other calligraphers were also furious. However, it was difficult to confront a street vendor. Thus, a strange atmosphere filled the hall, along with a hint of discordant voices. With a whoosh, Xia Lei parked her BMW in front of Zhang Chen, playfully rolling her eyes at him. What were you doing last night? Otherwise, wouldn't it have been nice for us to come here together today? She hadn't told Zhang Chen about the calligraphy conference last night, and when Zhang Chen returned her car this morning, she hadn't mentioned it either. She was worried that Zhang Chen would come to set up a stall because many quality beauties would be there. Perhaps some beauty would know Zhang Chen's background and agree to his confession. Wouldn't that make her one more competitor? But she never expected that Zhang Chen would come on his own. Why are you dressed so beautifully? Zhang Chen's gaze was a bit dazed, and he felt inexplicably angry. Today, Xia Lei was more beautiful than ever. She wore an off-shoulder chiffon top and a black leather skirt. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her figure was stunning, as if it might burst out of her clothes. Her eyes were large and bright, and her lips, which Zhang Chen had tasted yesterday, were as vibrant as flower petals. Sexy and stunning, she was far more beautiful and alluring than Zhou Yashin. She was exactly Zhang Chen's type. Are you going to participate in the calligraphy conference later? Xia Lei's pretty face flushed slightly. Was this great writer really stunned? Did he like her dressed like this? What does a street vendor like me have to do with a calligraphy conference? Zhang Chen finally came to his senses, his face slightly reddening. The master is among the people, while the clown is in the hall. Now I finally understand that this saying is true. Xia Lei looked deeply at Zhang Chen before driving to the parking lot to park her car. Then she walked into the conference hall. However, she found a quiet spot to chat with Zhang Chen on her phone. Great writer, I dreamed of you and me all night last night. Did you dream of me? Are you regretting going back last night? Don't regret it. Let's meet again tonight. Zhang Chen was completely speechless, but somehow, a strange feeling surged in his heart. Was this his confidant? Did she say he was her only man? Meeting again tonight? More and more people were arriving. More and more beauties were appearing. Ding! Host's confession to the beauty failed. Failure points plus 10. The continuous sounds rang out. Unfortunately, he didn't get another failure card. Although there were many beauties today, only Xia Lei was a super beauty, and Zhou Yashin could barely be counted. Street vendor, are you looking for death? How dare you harass my goddess Zhou Yashin? A man in his 30s, well-dressed and with an arrogant demeanor, rushed out of the conference hall, furious. He kicked Zhang Chen and Zhang Baishua's stall, sending numerous hair ties, accessories, and shoes flying everywhere. It was clear how much force he used. His name was Lu Aishu, a rich second generation and a talented calligrapher. He was quite famous. He had been pursuing Zhou Yashin for several years and was close to succeeding. As soon as he arrived, Zhou Yashin had told him about this incident. So, he came out looking for trouble, thinking that a street vendor was someone he could easily crush and bully as he pleased. The goddess you desperately pursue, and you, a mere street vendor, can only kneel and worship her, yet you dare to confess your feelings? This is simply lowering the goddess's status. It's a humiliation to yourself. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know my strength. What happened? Did the stall get kicked over? Did the vendor offend someone? I heard the vendor confess to a beautiful woman, and she's this person's crush, so he got angry. Forget it, vendor, don't argue with him, the poor shouldn't fight with the rich. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Kneel down and apologize to me, or I will make sure you don't leave here alive today. Lu Aishu raised her fist, her voice filled with murderous intent. Make someone kneel and apologize? Isn't that too much? Who says a vendor can't confess to a beauty? The crowd was indignant. Zhang Baishua rushed over, sneering, do you think we vendors are easy to bully? I'll knock out a few of your teeth later. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourselves. A few vendors are just trash and ants to me, I don't even have the interest to bully you. Lu Aishu pushed Jiang Baishua down to the ground. Then she kicked fiercely towards Zhang Chen's face. She looked very agile, clearly a skilled fighter. Zhang Chen just sat there, with some hair ties still hanging from his hair, remaining silent and letting the other party act arrogantly. But now his gaze turned cold, his left hand reached out, grabbing her foot and pulling her. With a thud, Lu Aishu landed on the ground in a split. Zhang Chen then slapped her down again. He stepped on her face and said lightly, "You think I won't teach you a lesson for treating me like a fool? What the hell, this idiot looks good but is useless, now he's getting taught a lesson. The vendor is so awesome, this feels great. Well done." The onlookers cheered excitedly. Lu Aishu had been too arrogant just now, and she was the one who started it. Getting beaten up was well deserved. Lu Aishu struggled furiously, but it was of no use. The foot on her face felt like a mountain. The more she struggled, the heavier it became. Her head was being pressed into the mud. "Why are you hitting people?" Zhou Yashin, who had chased out, was furious at the scene, clawing at Zhang Chen's face. But Zhang Chen brushed her aside. She stumbled back several steps, nearly falling, and dared not approach again. She could only stand aside, anxious, secretly blaming Lu Aishu, saying, "You claim to be a taekwondo master, easily beating up a dozen thugs, and you insisted on coming out to teach a vendor a lesson. I couldn't stop you. Now you're being stepped on? What can I say about you? Vendor, if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, I will make sure to kill you sooner or later." Lu Aishu shouted angrily from under Zhang Chen's foot. "Fool, big idiot. What good is being tough with your mouth? Fool, you're under my foot and still talking tough? A real man doesn't suffer losses in front of him, do you not know that? The vendor is the one who is ruthless and speaks little. Dealing with a fool like you is easy as pie." The crowd laughed derisively, filled with disdain. "Let him go. Hurry up and let him go." Zhou Yashin stomped her feet and shouted, exasperated. Today was a huge embarrassment. "Beauty? You like men like this? Damn, you really blind my titanium alloy dog eyes." Zhang Chen still kept his foot on her, looking at Zhou Yashin and saying, "You disappoint me so much. It turns out you're just a vase. I regret confessing to you just now. A woman like you doesn't even interest me enough to sleep with." Now his feelings towards Zhou Yashin were extremely negative. It was just a confession, and he hadn't entangled her. Yet she brought someone to cause trouble? How proud and arrogant could such a woman be? How shallow. He had confessed to many beautiful women before, and nothing like this had ever happened. Even beautiful women passed by repeatedly, feeling pleased with themselves. When it was time for her to confess, she rejected him again. This was an affirmation of her looks, and it made her even more confident. Anyway, Zhang Chen didn't feel there was anything wrong with confessing. You, Zhou Yashin trembled with anger, furious as a storm. She also felt extremely wronged. It was Lu Aishu who insisted on coming out to seek trouble. As a weak woman, she couldn't stop him. Moreover, she hadn't expected him to be so crazy. She thought that just scolding him for setting up a stall would make him leave immediately. "You arrogant fool, weren't you just so cocky?" Zhang Chen ignored Zhou Yashin and turned his attention back to Lu Aishu beneath his feet, shouting, "Let go of me, or the consequences are beyond what you can bear." This was Lu Aishu's first encounter with the harshness of society, and he was furious and arrogant. "I can let you go, but you have to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll stomp on you until dark." Zhang Chen said calmly, "What? You want me to kneel and apologize?" Lu Aishu's eyes widened in rage, his anger reaching a boiling point. What a noble identity he had. How could he kneel to apologize to someone as lowly as a street vendor? "Didn't you think I was easy to bully just now? So you could beat me up and make me kneel to apologize?" Zhang Chen sneered, "Now it's your turn. Can you not handle it?" Street vendor, let go of Lu Aishu immediately. He is today's VIP, a master of calligraphy. Whatever it is, let him go first. A dozen security guards from the venue rushed over, filled with murderous intent and imposing presence. What's going on? Everyone saw it. This bastard struck first. If he doesn't kneel and apologize today, it won't matter who comes. Zhang Chen said with a cold smile. Go. The dozen security guards were not intimidated. They shouted in unison and charged forward, aiming to take Zhang Chen down and rescue the VIP Lu Aishu. He. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, quickly shaking his hands a few times. All the security guards suddenly flew into the air, soaring over Zhang Chen's head. Like frogs, they crashed onto the grass, bruised and battered, sprawled out in all directions, screaming in pain. My God, so strong? A hidden master of martial arts? Damn, I didn't know there were such powerful experts in the world. Heavens, this is incredible. Awesome, just too awesome. Ha! This calligrapher really kicked a steel plate. Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Zhou Yashin was also stunned. God, this street vendor is actually a martial arts master? He took down more than 10 security guards in a second? Lu Aishu was simply having the worst luck, kicking a titanium alloy steel plate? How can there be such a fierce person in the world? Lu Aishu, who was pinned to the ground, also saw this and was completely dumbfounded. The hope in his heart vanished in an instant. Now, escaping seemed like a distant dream. So strong, perhaps even the police wouldn't dare to handle him. What's going on? An old man with white hair got out of a car. He walked over leisurely. It was none other than the calligraphy master Su Shanxue. With his white hair and reading glasses, his complexion was rosy. He exuded an air of elegance, with a strong scent of literary culture. Master Su, many calligraphers in the venue rushed out to greet him. They were extremely enthusiastic, their faces filled with admiration. Xia Lei also walked out, looking at Zhang Chen with a helpless expression. Why do you get into conflicts with people every day? Now you've got a calligrapher under your foot, and you're stepping on his face. How will this end? What's going on? Why humiliate a calligrapher like this? Do you think we literati are easy to bully? Su Shanxue looked at Zhang Chen, his tone icy. Lu Aishu was a rising star he had high hopes for, and he had guided him several times. This so-called calligrapher is too much. Zhang Chen only retaliated. Jiang Baishua, still sitting on the ground, was furious and clearly recounted the events. He is an online writer, actually quite talented, but after being diagnosed with cancer, he lost the will to write. His works flopped. However, his expressive ability is exceptional. Well done, Xia Lei was the first to applaud. Keep stepping on him. Don't let up. Let him know the price of arrogance. Zhou Yaxin was so angry she nearly spat blood. Indeed, it was a case of enemies meeting, and they were particularly hostile. The knife was indeed sharp. This bastard confesses his love whenever he sees a beautiful woman. I suspect he's harassing them. Although Lu Aishu was a bit excessive, aren't you being even more excessive now? Stepping on his face and pressing him to the ground, how arrogant. Zhou Yaxin began to fight back. You called him to trouble me, and now you want to turn black into white? What's wrong with me confessing to beautiful women? Did I hurt anyone? He arrogantly kicked my stall, demanded I kneel and apologize, and even hit me. Now that he's hit a wall, he wants to reason with me? What a joke, Zhang Chen shouted. If all calligraphers are like you, then this calligraphy conference should just be cancelled. It's too damn disgusting. You. Zhou Yaxin trembled with anger, but for a moment, she didn't know how to retort, because she was indeed in the wrong. Although she didn't call Lu Aishu over, it was her words that provoked him and caused the trouble. This was truly like falling into a pile of mud. It wasn't shit, but it might as well be. Hey, young man, don't generalize. Calligraphers are all literati, builders and explorers of the spiritual realm, Su Shanxue said. Our country has produced many great literary figures, creating countless moving works. They are a precious treasure of humanity, not to mention historical figures. Just talking about modern literary giants, their works like Starry Sky, Home are like a lighthouse in the night, illuminating the path of human civilization. You should let him go. Don't delay today's calligraphy conference. This bastard is considered a calligrapher? I see him as a pile of shit. I'd rather step on him to prevent him from stinking up the place and ruining the calligraphy conference. Zhang Chen remained indifferent, showing no respect to Su Shanxue. The crowd was dumbfounded. The stall owner still wouldn't let Lu Aishu go? An elderly man in his 80s was discussing things with him calmly. What he said made a lot of sense. Can't you give him some face? Su Shanxue's expression darkened. What kind of status did he have? Even in front of many high officials, his words wouldn't be rejected. Yet he was ignored by a stall owner. Stall owner, do you know who he is? That's the calligraphy master Su Shanxue, a descendant of Su Shi, 83 years old this year, and you don't even respect him. Are you even human? Zhou Yaxin said angrily. Many calligraphers began to criticize Zhang Chen, each one filled with righteous indignation. This was moral coercion. Don't talk about Su Shanxue. Even if it were Su Shi, I'd have the same attitude. Although I'm a street vendor, anyone who dares to bully me will pay a huge price. If he tells me to kneel and apologize, then he must kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll step on him until dark. Zhang Chen sneered. Today, if Lu Aishu doesn't kneel and apologize, it wouldn't matter if the emperor came. Could a loser like Lu Aishu bully me? I am a distinguished literary giant, the world's #1 calligrapher, the world's top computer expert, the owner of a brainwave helmet company that can spark a new technological revolution, the world's #1 gambling king. Each title is supreme. Those who insult me shall die. Oh my, this is too much of a principle to stick to, saying he'll step on him until dark. This time, Lu Aishu is really in trouble. Call the police, there's no other way. The crowd murmured, sighing repeatedly. Lu Aishu, who was being stepped on, regretted it to the utmost. This gave him a monumental lesson. It turned out that the poor weren't so easy to bully. It turned out that when the poor got angry, it was quite terrifying. How about this? there's no need to kneel and apologize. Just compensate for some economic losses. Xiaolei stepped in to mediate. These hair ties, accessories, and shoes aren't worth much, so don't worry about compensating for those. But this idiot injured my companion, so let's settle on 500,000 for medical expenses. Zhang Chen gave Xiaolei, this confidant, some face and pointed at Jiang Baixue, saying, otherwise, you must kneel and apologize, or I'll step on you until dark. If he really called the police, it would be a bit troublesome. Although Zhang Chen wasn't afraid, revealing his identity would make the other party back down immediately. But he didn't want to disclose his identity. He still wanted to continue earning failure points and failure cards. Failure points could perhaps be obtained by opening more loss-making shops, but failure cards were much harder to come by. However, confessing to a top beauty was possible. The important thing was to get some money for Jiang Baixue. This guy was too proud to accept help from acquaintances and could only resort to this method. Ouch, ouch, my bones are broken, and I can't get up now. Jiang Baixue immediately played along, shouting in pain. The crowd was both amused and exasperated. Could he be any more obvious? 500,000? Isn't that too much? Zhou Yaxin said, puffing up in anger. Not a single cent less, Zhang Chen replied. Otherwise, I'll step on you until dark. I'm willing to compensate 500,000. Lu Aishu caved in, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Once Shang Chen released his foot, he clumsily crawled up, a clear footprint of red and black on his face. He quickly transferred 500,000 to Zhang Chen and fled into the hall like the wind. He didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. The street vendor won big and even got compensated 500,000. The street vendor is amazing. So satisfying. I don't think it's that simple. The street vendor might be in big trouble. The crowd buzzed with discussion, some envious. Congratulations and prosperity, Zhang Chen said with a strange smile at Jiang Baixue. He then transferred the 500,000 to him. Only in this way would Jiang Baixue be willing to accept it. Because this was compensation money, who told the other party to push Jiang Baixue down? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Jiang Baixue's face was filled with strange expressions. The two of them seemed a bit like they were staging a scam. Yesterday it was 500,000, and today another 500,000. He understood in his heart that Zhang Chen was taking care of him, helping him, but it was in a way he could accept. It wasn't charity. It made it impossible for him to refuse. Refusing would be bad. What's inappropriate? He willingly agreed to compensate you for medical expenses, Zhang Chen said. Jiang Baixue still accepted it, tears of gratitude in his eyes. Woo-woo. After a while, a police car arrived. A dozen dragon inspectors got out, led by a particularly beautiful female inspector, who was striking and impressive. She coldly asked, who called the police? Lu Aishu rushed out of the hall, pointing at Zhang Chen and shouting, Inspector, I called the police. He extorted 500,000 from me. Damn, this calligrapher is not to be trifled with. He actually called the police? Saying the street vendor extorted him? Given the circumstances, it could be considered extortion, and it seems the street vendor is in big trouble. I wonder how many years he would get for extorting 500,000. Extorting public and private property, if the amount is large, is punishable by imprisonment for less than 3 years, detention, or control. If the amount is huge or there are other serious circumstances, it is punishable by imprisonment for 3 to 10 years. According to the Supreme People's Court's regulations on the standards for determining the amount in extortion cases, 500,000 is considered a huge amount. It carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Someone answered skillfully, it's over. How can the street vendor compete with the calligrapher? The other party is of a higher level. Saying it's extortion means it's extortion. 3 years in prison is unavoidable. The street vendor is doomed. Why did he need to demand 500,000 in compensation? That's clearly outrageous. I'll testify for the street vendor. The calligrapher is compensating for medical expenses, not extorting. But at that time, he was being held down. Isn't that extortion? No, the vendor let him go first, so it doesn't count as extortion. But the vendor used force, and the calligrapher was threatened. It could also be considered extortion. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Vendor, just wait to sit in jail for 10 years. Lu Aishu sneered, daring to hit me, daring to extort me, the law will protect me. People like you, evil as you are, will surely meet a bad end. Beautiful lady, you are simply a fairy descended to earth, making me fall for you at first sight. Will you be my girlfriend? Zhang Chen completely ignored Lu Aishu, kneeling on one knee, holding up flowers to confess to the beautiful officer Long Cha. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes nearly blinded. Lu Aishu's eyes almost burst with rage. Jiang Baixue touched his forehead, speechless for a long time. All the officers were utterly stunned. What kind of outrageous move is this? You are currently being accused of extorting 500,000. This is a serious crime. Aren't you even a little scared? Not worried at all? You still have the mood to confess to the beautiful officer? What are you doing? The beautiful officer Di Qianyan, who had been very serious, now blushed, showing a hint of feminine shyness. As a top beauty, she had received countless confessions, but being confessed to in such a situation was a first. I know my confession is a bit abrupt, but I truly fell for you at first sight. Can you agree to me? Zhang Chen said with sincerity. Having confessed to so many beauties, he had become a textbook on how to confess. It was very standard, with not a single mistake to be found. Captain, we are here to handle a case. One officer noticed Di Qianyan's blushing face, seemingly distracted by Zhang Chen's confession, and couldn't help but remind her, right now, you are a suspect. Don't pull this kind of stunt. Di Qianyan snapped back to reality, saying fiercely, this is of no use. I can't give you any leniency. Let's talk about that later. My confession is serious. I really like you, and I absolutely have no ulterior motives. Zhang Chen continued, but I don't know you at all. Does this confession even mean anything? Di Qianyan was once again led astray, her face flushed. Officer, the vendor is really strong. Why don't you just agree to him? Officer, I bet you'll fall for him later. Someone shouted with a laugh. One of them was Jiang Baishuei. He really had guts, even daring to tease the officers. The crowd joined in the laughter. What are you doing? What are you doing? Everyone be quiet. Many officers were furious, their noses wrinkled in anger. Daring to tease their beautiful captain as if they didn't exist? And you, the vendor, do you have the audacity to think you can touch her before we even have a chance? It does mean something. At least you'll get to know me right away and have a deep impression, then you'll want to learn more about me, and eventually, you'll like me and start pursuing me. Zhang Chen's lips curled up, a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. I will pursue you? Di Qianyan was furious. This bastard, a mere vendor, was too full of himself, too self-deprecating. How many rich second-generation heirs and wealthy suitors had pursued her, and she didn't even bother with them, yet she could never fall for a vendor. Yes, it will start soon, Zhang Chen said confidently. Then I'll tell you now, I have no interest in you, the vendor. I will never like you. We are from two different worlds. Don't come to bother me again. Goodbye. Di Qianyan said angrily, turning to get into the car. Captain, we haven't handled the case yet. Another officer quietly reminded. Right, I almost got led astray by this bastard. Di Qianyan suddenly realized, and amidst the laughter of the crowd, she walked back, glaring at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had already stood up, a strange smile appearing on his face, looking very pleased. Because the system's voice rang out, ding, host's confession to the beauty failed, one failure card awarded. I actually earned another failure card, and it was delivered right to me. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. What just happened? Di Qianyan began to inquire. Everyone started to recount the events in a flurry. Lu Aishu was the most arrogant, insisting that Zhang Chen had stepped on his face to extort 50,000 from him. This case is simple, but also a bit complicated. The crowd of dragons exchanged glances. Officer, I have something important to discuss with you privately. Zhang Chen led Di Qianyan aside. You're not going to confess again, are you? Di Qianyan said angrily. I've already made it clear that I rejected you, so stop pestering me. Don't worry, I won't confess to a woman a second time. Zhang Chen smiled. I just came to tell you that I have no evidence of extorting him. Evidence? What evidence do you have? Di Qianyan was puzzled. You tell me, if I were a wealthy god with tens of billions, would I extort 50,000 from a loser like him? Zhang Chen said. If that assumption holds, of course not, then he is framing you. But are you a wealthy god? Di Qianyan looked skeptical. My name is Zhang Chen, Deep Bay Hotel, Tycoon Company, Haitian Building, Weijie Game Company, Brainwave Helmet Company, all belong to me. Besides, I am also the author of Heroic Sentiments for 3,000 years. You're bragging without a script. Di Qianyan was dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a monster. She had seen people brag, but never someone who could brag like this. Most of these companies she knew, their combined market value was in the tens of billions, and you say you are Heroic Sentiments for 3,000 years, earning tens of billions from writing a book? Then why are you selling on the street? Just then, editor Yang Xiaolan drove up, clearly also here for the calligraphy conference. Di Qianyan stopped her and whispered, Xiaolan, the street vendor says he is Heroic Sentiments for 3,000 years? Is it true? Great writer, is something wrong? Yang Xiaolan asked nervously, looking at Zhang Chen. I was framed by a loser. Zhang Chen shrugged. Officer D, I seriously and solemnly tell you, he is indeed Heroic Sentiments for 3,000 years. He gains inspiration through confessing to beauties. He is also a top-tier wealthy god. Yang Xiaolan whispered in Di Qianyan's ear. Is it really true? Di Qianyan was dumbfounded, suddenly linking her arm with Zhang Chen, declaring, from today on, you are my boyfriend, Di Qianyan. I finally waited for you. Everyone in the room was stunned. Their faces were filled with absurdity, especially Lu Aishu, who had been confident in making Zhang Chen guilty of extortion. With her vast network of connections, she could have sentenced Zhang Chen to 10 years, completely crushing him into the dust. He would never rise again. Just a street vendor, nothing more than an ant, could be easily played with. But what was happening now? The beauty Di Qianyan actually announced in public that Zhang Chen was her boyfriend? Had she gone mad? Or could the street vendor perform magic? Yang Xiaolan was also dumbfounded, her eyes bulging out of their sockets. Has the captain been possessed? Captain, what's wrong with you? The crowd of dragons exchanged confused glances. Hey, you just rejected me. 2 black lines appeared on Zhang Chen's forehead. He had never seen a woman change her mind so quickly. But you confessed to me, and now I understand you. I found that we are very compatible. So, I agreed. Di Qianyan looked excited and thrilled, holding on to Zhang Chen tightly. Di Qianyan, have some shame, will you? Xia Lei rushed out from the conference hall. I don't care, he confessed to me, and now I've agreed to him. Di Qianyan's face turned red with embarrassment. He is my boyfriend, and we moved in together yesterday. Are you sure you want to steal my best friend's boyfriend? Xia Lei said angrily. Stone-shattering silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. My God, Xia Lei actually moved in with this street vendor last night? Now the beautiful captain wants to be his girlfriend too? 2 beauties fighting over a man. What on earth is so special about this street vendor? Zhang Chen, you are so bad. You clearly slept with my goddess Xia Lei last night, yet you act all righteous and say you didn't. Zhang Baishui was furious. When did I move in with you? Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, but he couldn't refute it now. Otherwise, the seemingly domineering beauty, Long Cha, would definitely cling to him. That would be even more troublesome. Sigh, today went wrong. It's just cohabitation. We didn't get a marriage certificate. Besides, even if we got married, we could still get a divorce. Di Qianyan saw that Zhang Chen didn't refute her and believed it, but she had no intention of giving up. Such a good opportunity must be seized. After all, the great literary master and super rich man confessed to her, he liked her. She secretly counted on her fingers. Deep Bay Hotel 20 billion. Rich investors 60 billion. Hai Tian Building 5 billion. Wei Jie Game Company 80 billion. The Brainwave Helmet Company, she didn't know how much, so she wouldn't count it for now. Starry Sky. Home counted as 100 billion. A total of 265 billion. If Zhang Chen wrote 2 more books later, that would be over 400 billion. There is only one such golden son-in-law in the world. Absolutely no second. Not to mention a best friend, even her mother wouldn't allow it. You, a rough Long Cha, do you think he would like you? He likes talented women like me. I advise you to think it through. Don't end up with a head full of bumps. He took down more than 10 security guards in a second. He likes the heroic me. Otherwise, why would he confess to me? His confession was just to get inspiration. Like you? You're overthinking it. He already lives with me. How could it be your turn? Good sister, can you just let him go to me? Other things can be given up, but love cannot. Let him go to me. Not letting. The 2 beauties continued to argue endlessly. The onlooker's worldview was completely shattered. This was truly a good show of 2 women fighting over a man. One is the top talented woman Xia Lei, and the other is the beautiful Long Cha Di Qianyan. Both are top goddesses that countless rich second-generation heirs desperately pursue but cannot catch. Yet they both like a street vendor? Are they blind? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Aishu was questioning her life. Jealousy made her eyes red. Xia Lei was a super beauty with both talent and looks, and the beautiful Long Cha in front of her was equally charming and heroic. They were actually fighting to be Zhang Chen's girlfriend? Where does that leave her? A talented man and rich second-generation heir. Are you all blind? Can't you see the real talented man standing right here? Aren't you supposed to catch this jerk? What are you doing? Who am I? Who is me? Our captain must be possessed. Did the street vendor cast a spell on her? All the Long Cha stared blankly, looking at Di Qianyan as if she were a monster. This was their goddess, whom they had desperately tried to please and pursue but couldn't reach. Now she shamelessly fights over a boyfriend? Stop arguing. If you keep this up, even beauties will turn into ugly monsters. Zhang Chen, with a black line on his forehead, could no longer bear it. Am I invisible? Am I just a commodity that can be passed around? The 2 beauties shot each other a fierce glare. They blushed and stopped arguing. Arrest him and take him back to the police station for questioning. Di Qianyan pointed at the still questioning Lu Aishu. What? Arrest me? Why? Lu Aishu was furious, her anger boiling over. I simply couldn't understand. How did the street vendor manage to turn the tables? Because you attacked, beat, defamed, and framed others, Di Qianyan said coldly. Lu Aishu was dumbfounded. How could she have such charges against her? The crowd also wore strange expressions. At this moment, Lu Aishu truly felt like she had hit a titanium alloy steel plate. Officer D, give me some face. The calligraphy master Su Shanshui stepped in, of course, sent by Zhou Yaxin as a savior. Di Chenyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rescinded the order, merely warning Lu Aishu before flashing a charming smile at Zhang Chen. Handsome, call me sometime, I'm very obedient. Damn, so proactive, and hinting like that? Everyone was dumbstruck. Shameless, Xia Lei scolded with a dark face. She then whispered in Zhang Chen's ear, you can't ask Di Chenyan out. She has someone she likes. Someone she likes? Then why is she being so shameless? Zhang Chen was taken aback. It's your charm that's too great, making her lose her restraint. In fact, her crush is quite extraordinary, working in a mysterious department. Don't provoke her, or you'll attract big trouble, Xia Lei said. You already have 3 girlfriends now. Don't go chasing after more. Where did I get 3 girlfriends? Zhang Chen was so angry he felt like spitting blood. Wasn't it just Wu Dongfei? Yeah, 3 is a lot, don't be too greedy, Zhang Baixue chimed in. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhang Chen glared at Zhang Baixue. Great literary master, I'm off to a meeting. Xia Lei smiled brightly, twisting her slim waist as she entered the conference hall. The onlookers also dispersed. The Longches had long retreated. This farce came to a dramatic end. Of course, Zhang Chen emerged victorious. He had stepped on Lu Aishu's face, forcing her to compensate him 500,000. Moreover, he also earned 2 failure cards. However, there was no trace of joy on Zhang Chen's face. Instead, he was grinding his teeth. He had almost been schemed against by Lu Aishu. If he weren't a wealthy tycoon, he might have ended up in jail. This was a deep-seated grudge. The calligraphy conference officially began. Hundreds of calligraphers gathered together. Each had a table with the 4 treasures of the study placed on it. Numerous leaders gave speeches, including calligraphy master Su Shanshui and master Wang Jiejun. Then came the live calligraphy creation, evaluated by the calligraphy masters and several experts. Many wealthy individuals, along with beautiful men and women who came to admire, watched curiously. Everyone was excited, occasionally gasping in amazement. These characters are so beautiful, truly a dance of dragons and phoenixes. Xia Lei's calligraphy is so elegant, seems like she's improved. Master Wang Jiejun's running script is simply unparalleled. Great literary master, not much business now, right? Want to come in and take a look? After writing a piece of calligraphy, Xia Lei sent a text to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was the world's #1 calligraphy master. If he wanted to make a name for himself, now was a great opportunity. I don't want to go, Zhang Chen replied. There will be an auction later. If you write a piece of calligraphy, selling for a few million, even tens of millions, wouldn't that be tempting? Xia Lei said. I don't lack money. I don't want to auction my work. However, I can go in to appreciate the calligraphy of many masters. Then hurry in. I'll meet you at the door. Xia Lei was very happy. Shall we go in and take a look? Zhang Chen clapped Zhang Baixue on the shoulder. Are we allowed in? Zhang Baixue was also feeling bored now, as there was no one outside anymore. There was no profit to be made outside. However, today he had already made a big gain. So, he was very happy, his face beaming with joy. He was secretly calculating whether it was time to buy a house. He had over $1 million on hand now. Unprecedented wealth. Of course, you're allowed. Zhang Chen pulled Zhang Baixue up and walked to the entrance of the conference hall. What do you want to do? The numerous security guards were both angry and afraid. Just moments ago, they had been knocked down by Zhang Chen, left grimacing in pain. Could this bastard be looking for trouble again? We're just going in to take a look. You won't stop us, will you? Zhang Chen said. Not doing anything else? Like confessing to a beauty? The head of security asked warily. I promise we won't do anything else. Zhang Chen secretly found it amusing but still gave his assurance. Zhang Chen and Zhang Baixue walked in, guided by Xia Lei, and began to slowly wander around, admiring the calligraphy of numerous calligraphers. Most of the calligraphers had already finished their works. Running script, regular script, cursive script, European style, yen style. Some were beautiful, some majestic, some grand, some elegant, some ethereal. It was truly impressive. If one were to buy a piece to hang in their study, the taste would certainly elevate. Moreover, most of the calligraphers' works had potential for appreciation. Some wealthy individuals waved checks, waiting to purchase works from calligraphy masters and top-tier artists. Calligraphy master Su Shanshui and several masters were evaluating numerous pieces of calligraphy at table after table. With just a few words, they pointed out the characteristics and flaws. They were incredibly knowledgeable. The highly rated calligraphy pieces would be bought on the spot. This wasn't a formal auction, but it was close enough. This calligraphy is quite good, Zheng Chen said, not really listening to Su Shanshui's evaluation, as he gazed at a piece of beautiful and cold calligraphy, slightly moved. Shu, keep your voice down, this is Zhou Yaxin's calligraphy. If she hears your evaluation, she might mock you again, Xiaolei whispered. That vase's character isn't great, but the calligraphy is acceptable, Zheng Chen shook his head. Xin Hui and Kai Jing's calligraphy is also very good, but they were notorious traitors, so it shows that calligraphy and character aren't necessarily related, Jiang Baixue chimed in from the side. After all, he was a web novelist and was quite familiar with historical figures. Hey, what are you two doing pointing fingers at my calligraphy? If you ruin my work, you two street vendors won't be able to afford it, a voice interrupted. Xiaolei, what do you mean? Bringing in two street vendors, is this a place they can enter? Xiaolei, just because you spent the night with a street vendor, do you think he can evolve into a cultured gentleman? Zhou Yaxin rushed over, her face filled with disdain. Finally, she had caught an opportunity to take a small revenge. Security! How could you let two street vendors in? Can such despicable people enter here? You two street vendors, get lost, don't ruin our calligraphy works. Even if you spend your whole life as street vendors, you won't be able to afford a single character of it. Lu Aishu also rushed over, mocking and filled with contempt. Is this your writing? Zhang Chen pointed at a piece of calligraphy nearby, sneering. Yes, I can casually sell it for 100,000 or so. Do you think you can earn that much as a street vendor in your lifetime? Lu Aishu said proudly. This is also calligraphy? It's just trash, disgusting as hell, Zhang Chen said, and with a loud spit, he spat on it. Jiang Baixue immediately touched his forehead, realizing it was over, really over. Trouble was brewing again. Zhang Chen was a troublemaker. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Saying it was trash was fine, but he couldn't spit on it. However, misery loves company, and so he quickly spat as well. Trash, so disgusting. This is also trash. Pfft. Zhang Chen spat again on Zhou Yaxin's calligraphy. Trash, I spit. Jiang Baixue immediately followed suit, spitting on it as well. Xiaolei was dumbfounded, but secretly, she felt pleased. Just moments ago, those two had mocked her for living with a street vendor, calling her lowly and blind. Now, she could finally vent her frustrations. You, looking for death. You bastard. Lu Aishu and Zhou Yaxin were so angry their eyes turned dark. If it weren't for knowing Zhang Chen's formidable strength, they might have resorted to violence. This was nothing short of a blatant insult. An excessive insult. One that no one could tolerate. What's going on again? The calligraphy masters Su Shanshue and Wang Jejun approached with dark expressions. These two street vendors spat on our calligraphy, calling it garbage. Not only did they ruin my work, but this is an insult, and I will not let it go today. Lu Aishu and Zhou Yaxin were extremely furious. The crowd widened their eyes and saw that there was indeed saliva on the two pieces of calligraphy. Their faces darkened. They had never witnessed such a thing before. It was utterly humiliating. A dignified calligrapher insulted by two street vendors? How could this be tolerated? Did you spit on this? Su Shanshue's tone was icy, his gaze equally cold. For the first time, he felt such disdain for the two individuals. Yes, we did spit on it. Such garbage calligraphy is disgusting, Zhang Chen admitted without hesitation. You, a street vendor, have the right to criticize our calligraphy? What qualifications do you have to call it garbage? Are you deliberately insulting calligraphers? Our calligraphy works belong to us. If you spit on them, you must compensate. These two pieces of calligraphy are worth 2 million. You must pay and apologize. The many calligraphy masters had never seen such arrogant street vendors. Each one was filled with righteous indignation, furious. I didn't say that everyone's works here are garbage. I only said that these two pieces of calligraphy are garbage. Zhang Chen said lightly, why are you so angry? Young man, you are very arrogant, you know? I want to ask you, can you read? Have you ever written with a brush? Su Shanshue was completely enraged. He could tell that Zhang Chen looked down on any piece of calligraphy. It was truly too arrogant. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, how could that be acceptable? He knows his own name. He probably doesn't even recognize his name. He has never written with a brush, only used a broom to sweep the floor. Lu Aishu, Zhou Yaxin, and several other calligraphers mocked simultaneously. Ha ha ha. More people sneered derisively. You, an illiterate, dare to insult us calligraphers? And you dare to spit on calligraphy works? This time, you'll pay until you go bankrupt. Lu Aishu continued to mock, his face filled with disdain and contempt. It was as if he were a lofty deity, and Zhang Chen was a lowly ant on the ground, utterly insignificant. I can read and have published novels. I have also written with a brush, but I can't produce such garbage. Zhang Chen looked directly at Su Shanshue, standing his ground. This old man had been supporting Lu Aishu, and it was time to give him a lesson. Otherwise, if word got out that the world's greatest literary genius and calligrapher was taught a lesson by an old man, it wouldn't sound good. Seeking death. Su Shanxue and all the calligraphers were furious. Too arrogant, too presumptuous. Published novels? And still calling the works of two calligraphers garbage? If they didn't crush him today, how could they face others? So you are a master like the Shaolin floor-sweeping monk. May I ask what great works you have published? It wouldn't be an online novel, would it? Su Shanxue suppressed his anger and asked mockingly. He prepared to attack one by one, to thoroughly humiliate Zhang Chen. He was an old stubborn man who despised online novels and often criticized them. Now he had found an opportunity. I can't compare to the floor-sweeping monk. I'm just a street vendor. Zhang Chen said lightly. As for my works, you already mentioned them earlier, so there's no need to bring them up again, right? When did I mention your works? Su Shanxue was furious. You, a street vendor, think I would mention your garbage works? Am I that tasteless? Mr. Su, didn't you just mention Starry Sky, Homeland? That's what he wrote. Xiaolei pointed at Zhang Chen, delivering a sharp blow. The impact was earth-shattering. It felt as if the heavens and the earth had been cleaved apart, severing time and space. Everyone was stunned into silence. They couldn't move. Their gazes turned vacant. What? The street vendor is the one who wrote the world's greatest masterpiece, Starry Sky, Homeland? That's a literary giant. In just 1 week, sales in Huagua exceeded 30 billion. And that's just in one language. It has now been translated into 50 languages, selling like hotcakes worldwide. The English version alone generates 50 billion in sales daily. The total for other languages is no less than that. The entire world is going crazy over this set of books. Even many scientists seek inspiration from it. This book is the most terrifying money-making beast. How many billions can it sell? 100 billion? 200 billion? 300 billion? No one dares to estimate. In the eyes of any literary figure in the world, heroic sentiment for 3,000 years is the supreme existence. It is also the pride of Huagua's literati. They would worship it if they could. Everyone wants to meet heroic sentiment for 3,000 years, but the publisher refuses to reveal his true name. There's no way to pay a visit. Who would have thought that the great literary figure heroic sentiment for 3,000 years is a street vendor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're lying. Don't insult the great literary figure in my heart. He must be an elegant old man. How could he be a street vendor? Lu Aishu and Zhou Yaxin shouted in disbelief one after the other. The latter's face was filled with intense anger. In Zhou Yaxin's mind, heroic sentiment for 3,000 years was equivalent to a god. How could she tolerate someone impersonating him? Su Shanxue looked on with disdain, scoffing repeatedly. He didn't believe it at all. His book is what I introduced to Yang Xiaolan for publication. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yang Xiaolan, Xiaolei said. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Yang Xiaolan's face. Yang Xiaolan solemnly confirmed it once more. Hiss. It's actually true. Everyone gasped in shock. My God, the young and handsome boy from last year is the great literary figure heroic sentiment for 3,000 years? He can earn over 100 billion just from writing a book? What kind of extraordinary person is this? There has never been anyone like him before, nor will there be anyone after. How could they have clashed with him? They had always looked down on him, scorned him, especially Zhou Yaxin, who felt like she could die. This was her most admired idol. She had thought he was an old man, but unexpectedly, he was such a handsome young man. He had even confessed to her earlier. If she hadn't rejected him, how wonderful it would have been to agree. Wouldn't that mean she could be with her idol, living a fairy tale life? No wonder Xiaolei wanted to live with him. No wonder Di Qianyan also wanted to be his woman. Now, they had completely offended their idol. She was so angry that she spat on her own calligraphy work. How could this grudge ever be resolved? Lu Aishu's eyes nearly popped out. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck. The street vendor had instantly transformed into a literary giant? Oh heavens! Are you trying to kill me? What heinous crime have I committed? Why are you doing this to me? Su Shanxue's expression was also extremely complicated. This was the great literary figure heroic sentiment for 3,000 years that he worshipped? He had thought he was an old man of the same age as himself. That's why he admired him so much. But it turned out to be this street vendor right in front of him? He had even said his book was online literature? This was too embarrassing. His book was 1,000 times better than mine. Compared to his, my book doesn't even count as online literature. He. Now you know how powerful it is, right? Jiang Baixue secretly felt proud, puffing out his chest. This was truly a moment of triumph. Even if you are heroic sentiment for 3,000 years, you still can't spit on our calligraphy works. Lu Aishu really couldn't stand this strange silence and weakly said, we calligraphers may not have your eloquence, but our characters are decent, not the garbage you speak of. Do you think just because you're a great literary figure, you can casually tarnish the art of calligraphy? He was quite clever, first taking the moral high ground to pull all calligraphers to his side. At least that would keep him invincible. Perhaps it would even ruin Zhang Chen's reputation. Well said. What if you're a great literary figure? If your character is poor, you'll still be remembered for it. Mr. Su said stubbornly. Whether one's character is good or not is not for you to judge, Zhang Chen said. If I say it's garbage, then it's garbage. Because I have that qualification. You have qualification? Do you think you're Wang Shiji, or Zhang Su, or Yan Jinqing? Lu Gongquan? Lu Aishu jumped up, expressing his utmost disdain. Zhang Chen, teach him a lesson. Xia Lei handed over a brush. If a tiger doesn't show its power, will a monkey like you become famous? Zhang Chen took the brush, glanced at Lu Aishu, and began to write. Do you not see the yellow river's water coming from the sky? He used wild cursive, the brush moving like a dragon or snake. The momentum was magnificent, as if the sea was rising, each wave higher than the last. Even the characters carried a hint of intoxication, vivid and expressive. It was as if celestial maidens scattered flowers, each bloom stunningly beautiful. As if a dancer waved long sleeves, floating with grace. As if a swordsman drew his sword, the sword's energy slicing through the stars. As if thunder split the sky, the brilliance dazzling and soul-stirring. My heavens! All the calligraphers, including Su Shanchue, knelt down on the spot. It was too beautiful, too impressive. Such calligraphy had surpassed the realm of their imagination. Each stroke was naturally perfect, exquisite to the extreme. They could only worship in reverence. Oh my goodness, do you have to be this monstrous? Zhang Baishua looked at the kneeling calligraphers, touching his forehead, speechless for a long time. You're here to smash the venue. Everyone collapsed on the spot. After finishing the wild cursive, Zhang Chen poured a toast. He then used regular script to write Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su. There were no typos or corrections. It was stunningly beautiful, breathtaking. It was as if a group of fairies with bright eyes were dancing gracefully. Each one was a beauty, elegant and charming, absolutely better than the original. Because Zhang Chen was the world's #1 calligrapher, surpassing any calligrapher in history. This was the brilliance and magic created by the system. Heavens, it's too gorgeous. My God, is there really such miraculous calligraphy in the world? This is definitely the world's #1 regular script, surpassing Wang Shiji. The wild cursive just now also surpassed Zhang Su. Numerous calligraphers were incredibly enthusiastic, excited to the extreme. Su Shanchue was no exception, completely lost. But Lu Aishu's eyes dimmed, his face pale, mixed with deep terror. Zhou Yaxin was full of fervor, yet the regret in her heart surged like the rising tide of the sea, wave after wave. I'll offer 3 million for these two pieces. I'll offer 5 million. I'll offer 8 million. I'll offer 10 million. Many wealthy individuals also became incredibly crazy. The calligraphy written by the world's #1 literary figure and the world's #1 calligrapher was so beautiful that so many calligraphers worshipped it. They all felt there was profit to be made and crazily raised their bids. Soon someone bid up to 500 million. No one raised the price for the moment. But that was because it wasn't an auction, otherwise, it would be worth much more. Oh my goodness, Zhang Chen, are you the reincarnation of the god of wealth? Just writing a few lines can sell for 2 billion? Writing a book can sell for several hundred billion? Zhang Baishue touched his forehead, his face filled with shock. He didn't know what to say for a long time. Don't sell it. In a few decades, it will be worth tens of billions. Xia Lei wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's neck. Give it to me, I'm your confidant. Alright, I'll give it to you. Zhang Chen inexplicably thought of Tiananmen's confession to Xia Lei, all the supercars and precious gifts he had prepared, worth over 200 million. He couldn't let himself fall short, so he generously agreed. But then he thought, wait a minute, I'm not Xia Lei's boyfriend. Why should I give her such a precious gift? Could it be that in my heart, I've already regarded her as my woman? Am I actually captivated by her beauty and talent? Can't I extricate myself? Great literary master, I love you. Xia Lei exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Zhang Chen's face. She was simply thrilled with these two pieces of work. This was essentially Zhang Chen's debut. Its value was immeasurable. As for those two erotic pieces, they were not suitable for public appreciation. Auctioning them was out of the question. That would be laughable, because they were too risque. They belonged in the boudoir, only for personal enjoyment with a lover, at most with 1 or 2 close friends. Click, click. Since they couldn't buy them, they still had to take photos. Many wealthy individuals and calligraphers rushed to take pictures. Master Zhang, I truly apologize for earlier. I was too shallow and underestimated the heroes of the world. Su Shanshui found an opportunity to apologize to Zhang Chen. Then he desperately sought advice on calligraphy skills. Many calligraphers surrounded him, listening with fervor. As for Lu Aishu, no one paid him any attention anymore. Compared to Zhang Chen, his calligraphy was nothing but trash. Zhang Chen was not wrong. Zhou Yaxin stood timidly to the side, listening with admiration. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and heat. It seemed she wanted to melt Zhang Chen from afar. During this time, Zhang Chen went to the restroom, and when he came out, Zhou Yaxin stopped him. Master Zhang, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to have that jerk cause you trouble. It was many beautiful women who mentioned your confession, and I inadvertently brought it up, and he just went crazy. She bowed and sincerely apologized. Whether it's a misunderstanding or the truth, you mocked me so much, and I've already spat on your calligraphy. There's no need to ease the relationship to avoid awkwardness, Zhang Chen said, but I still have to thank you for your beauty. It has helped me a bit. After saying that, he bypassed her and walked away quickly. Zhang Chen, actually, I really admire you, like you, have a crush on you. I'm just a bit proud. My character isn't as bad as you think. Can we be friends? Zhou Yaxin hugged Zhang Chen's waist from behind. The soft sensation shot through Zhang Chen's mind like lightning. He was utterly speechless. Let go, or I'll get angry. And that's not something you can handle. Zhang Chen was furious. But I really like you. Zhou Yaxin released Zhang Chen, her eyes brimming with tears. There are plenty of women who like me. You're not the only one, Zhang Chen said coldly. I just want you to forgive me. Otherwise, I feel terrible. You're my idol, the great literary master I admire the most, the world's #1 calligrapher, the most charming talent. If I think you dislike me, it would be unbearable. Zhou Yaxin looked pitiful, tears in her eyes. Any man seeing her would probably want to hold her close and protect her. Stop crying. A hint of mischief appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he turned and wiped the tears from her face with a napkin. Thank you. Zhou Yaxin, like a pear blossom in the rain, became even more enchanting. You seem to have a good relationship with Lu Aishu. It wouldn't be a romantic relationship, would it? Zhang Chen asked in a lowered voice. I haven't agreed to him yet, Zhou Yaxin said, her face flushed. I really don't like that person. His character is too despicable. If you want my forgiveness, don't associate with him. Find someone with good character and wealth. It's responsible for your own life. Men fear choosing the wrong profession. Women fear marrying the wrong man. You must keep your eyes wide open. Zhang Chen said wickedly. That bastard just called the police, and he wouldn't give him an unforgettable lesson for life. How could that be? He incited Zhou Yaxin to break up with him. It would definitely make him heartbroken. Really? As long as I stop dating Lu Aishu, you'll forgive me? Zhou Yaxin's beautiful eyes lit up, and a look of ecstasy spread across her charming face. Yes, I can pretend today never happened. In fact, we can still be good friends in the future, Zhang Chen tempted. Then I'll break up with him right away. The tears on Zhou Yaxin's face disappeared in an instant, and a vibrant blush spread across her cheeks, a wave of happiness surging in her heart. Finally, she could be forgiven by her idol. The fear and pain vanished. It was like the rain had passed and the sky cleared. It couldn't be more beautiful. So she and Zhang Chen returned to the hall, chatting and laughing, and coldly said, Lu, from now on, we are no longer friends. I don't know you anymore. Don't pursue me again. I will never like you. What? It was as if a bolt of lightning struck, and Lu Aishu's vision darkened, his body trembling. Pain erupted from his heart, spreading throughout his body. A beauty like Zhou Yaxin, with both talent and looks, was rare in the world. The rich second generation and handsome men pursuing her were like a flood, but only he had the skills to win her favor. Because he was not just a rich second generation, but also a great talent, a famous calligrapher. He thought Zhou Yaxin was about to agree, and he was about to embrace the beauty. Now Zhou Yaxin had completely rejected him? Was it all in vain? Zhang Chen, you are too vicious. Lu Aishu was furious, staring at Zhang Chen, his teeth grinding. He could have guessed with his toes. It was because of Zhang Chen that Zhou Yaxin would completely reject him. Still dare to provoke me? Then let's add some fuel to the fire. Zhang Chen sneered, casually wrapping his arm around Zhou Yaxin's slim waist, whispering in her ear, Yaxin, you said Lu Aishu called the police to make me serve 10 years in prison? Isn't that vicious? Brother Hao, Lu Aishu was just a reckless beast and a mad dog, too vicious. You taught him well. Zhou Yaxin blushed and agreed. No. Lu Aishu's heart suddenly ached. It felt as if he had been stabbed hard. This was too much, too bullying. Zhang Chen had directly taken away the goddess he was about to pursue successfully, and the goddess looked down on him so much? In a restaurant, in a private room, Zhang Chen, CLA, and Zhou Yaxin were having a meal. As for Jiang Baishue, he had already gone home to report the good news, because he had earned more than 520,000 today. Of course, he also didn't want to be a third wheel. He didn't have the big heart like Deng Xiaoli. How could he withstand the impact of Zhang Chen and the two super talented women flirting? As for Lu Aishu, he had repeatedly begged Zhou Yaxin, but it was completely useless. Zhou Yaxin still abandoned him and left with Zhang Chen. Great writer, are you a bit greedy? Is 3 not enough? Do you really have to add her? My relationship with her is not good. We've always been rivals and might not get along. Xie Lei held Zhang Chen's hand cautiously. What 3, 4, what are you thinking? Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead. He just wanted to infuriate Lu Aishu, which was why he brought Zhou Yaxin to dinner. It was a deep-seated grudge. He had to take revenge fiercely. Brother Hao, I'm writing a novel related to love. Can you give me some opinions and suggestions? Brother Hao, I plan to move to Shenzhen to settle down. Where do you live? I want to buy a house where you live. Zhou Yaxin held Zhang Chen's other hand, her face full of admiration and love. Shameless. You are even more shameless. Soon, the two women started arguing. Like fighting chickens. Don't argue. Eat. Zhang Chen was so angry he almost spat blood. What were you two arguing about? I'm not your boyfriend. The two beauties stopped arguing, as if nothing had happened. The waiter who came in to deliver the dishes couldn't bear to look directly. His expression was incredibly strange. He had seen many impressive people, but never anyone as impressive as this. Bringing 2 girlfriends, each one more charming than the last, utterly unique. And with just one sentence, he made both of them obedient. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on and then pushed open. A group of people walked in. At the forefront was Tian Enshen, with the others towering and fierce, exuding a murderous aura. Zhang Chen, we meet again. Tian Enshen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire. He stared hard at Zhang Chen. What do you want from me? Zhang Chen's expression darkened as well. Was this bastard here to pursue Xie Lei again? When would it end? We'll talk about our matters later. Tian Enshen coldly replied, shifting his gaze to Joya Xian's face, and said seriously, you are the talented woman Joya Xian from the saying Nan Lei Bei Xian? Who are you? What do you want? Joya Xian raised her chin high, like a proud swan. She had always been an aloof goddess, looking down on any man who pursued her. I am Tian Enshen, who once pursued Xie Lei, but she chose him. They are already living together. Tian Enshen said, why do you need to get close to him? There are plenty of good men in the world. Pursuing Xie Lei was pointless now since she was already living with Zhang Chen. Changing to pursue Joya Xian, who was equally renowned as Xie Lei, seemed like a good idea. So you are the rich second-generation Tian Enshen. Joya Xian raised her chin even higher. You don't understand the thoughts of us talented women. What we like is overflowing talent, not money. I came to his side not to be his girlfriend, but to be a confidant who shares a deep connection with him. You might not understand this, so you should go back where you came from. Don't disturb us. Tian Enshen was furious, speechless for a long time. Damn it, Joya Xian also liked Zhang Chen? Wanting to be his confidant? But isn't that the same as being a girlfriend? Can someone tell me? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. It was also today that he learned Zhang Chen was a great literary figure, with a single book selling for 1 or 2 billion. It was said there were 2 more sequels, which could earn several billion more. Although he was impressive, he was merely a billionaire. At most, he can only compare to one of Zhang Chen's books. This was too frustrating. Zhang Chen, you're too greedy, wanting to monopolize 2 talented women? Tian Enshen turned his anger towards Zhang Chen, gritting his teeth. What I do has nothing to do with you. Zhang Chen was furious. Was this bastard crazy? Neither of the talented women were his girlfriends, so why was he getting jealous? Zhang Chen, you're very arrogant, too arrogant. Tian Enshen said, dare to bet with me? Bet on what? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Let's bet on a bodyguard competition. We'll go to a bodyguard company. You hire one person, I'll hire one person, and we'll compete on the spot. You can even participate yourself. Tian Enshen said. Does such a company exist in Deep City? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. Of course it does, Tian Enshen replied. A bodyguard competition sounded easy, but in reality, it was a true life and death struggle, where anything goes. It was normal for someone to be crippled on the spot. Although Zhang Chen was the world's strongest man, it didn't mean he was the world's best fighter. Zhang Chen had defeated many experts relying on his super-fast hand speed, and he was unarmed. If the experts used weapons, it would be a different story. Therefore, if Zhang Chen competed against a fully armed bodyguard, it was possible he could be defeated. However, for Zhang Chen, failure was the ultimate pursuit. And at this point, wanting to achieve failure had become very difficult. This opportunity presented to him could not be missed. What's the wager? Zhang Chen smirked. How about betting 3 billion? Tianenshan appeared harmless. If the fighter Zhang Chen found lost badly, Zhang Chen would step in himself, because his combat strength was formidable. The chances of dying in the ring or becoming disabled were quite high. This was clearly a trap to take revenge on Zhang Chen. 3 billion? Sure. Zhang Chen put his arms around the shoulders of the two talented women. When the time comes, we can use it to buy a super luxurious villa, and we can compose poetry together, play music, paint, play chess, write books, dance, and sing. How does that sound? Now he understood the two talented women's intentions. They didn't want to fall in love with him. They just wanted to be confidants, sharing poetry, music, painting, writing, and singing. There was nothing wrong with that. He also enjoyed such a leisurely life. Great, great. The eyes of the two talented women lit up, their pretty faces filled with anticipation. That was the life they yearned for. However, they were also a bit worried. Could Zhang Chen win? This was a bet on a bodyguard competition, not a writing contest. There was no absolute certainty. How refreshing. Tianenshan burst into laughter. This time, he was determined to win Zhang Chen's 3 billion fairly and make Zhang Chen disabled. He wanted to ensure that no one could find any fault. How dare he sleep with his goddess, CLA? And how dare he occupy another talented woman, Joya Xin? She was another target he intended to pursue. Did Tianenshan seem that easy to bully? Ha ha ha. His subordinates also began to laugh strangely, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a dead man. No matter how strong, how powerful, or how talented he was, could he escape the revenge and schemes of young Master Shen? Zhang Chen drove a Koenigsegg, with Joya Xin sitting in the passenger seat. Xia Lei followed behind in a BMW. Leading the way was Tianenshan driving. They arrived at the Sihai Bodyguard Company, located at the foot of a small mountain, very spacious. Boss Li and manager Qian personally received them. After all, both Tianenshan and Zhang Chen were billionaires, major clients. A bodyguard company, after all, serves the wealthy. We each want to hire a very skilled bodyguard, so the candidates will compete on site. Tianenshan was familiar with the process and made his request. Please follow me. Boss Li was pleased. Many rich second-generation heirs loved to compare, especially when it came to bodyguards. Every time they came to hire bodyguards, they would request competitions. He just satisfied the client's demands, and business was naturally booming. In his company, there were hidden talents and experts everywhere. It all depended on one's eye for talent. Soon, they arrived at a training ground. In the center stood a ring. Many experts were training on the ground, both men and women, all very fierce, exuding a powerful aura. One expert was practicing kicks, sweeping across a wooden post as thick as a bowl like a whirlwind. Crack, crack. The wooden post broke directly. A woman was practicing swordplay, her blade flashing coldly, forming a curtain of light that repelled water. So impressive. Xia Lei and Joya Xin were in shock. They were literati and talented women, writing about romance and beauty. They had almost never understood bodyguards, martial skills, or combat. Xia Lei had only realized during that time when she saw Zhang Chen defeat a dozen bodyguards in seconds and two super strong men kneeling before him that there were indeed lethal skills in this era. Victory and defeat could be determined in an instant, life and death in the blink of an eye. It was sharper and more brutal than Sanda, Muay Thai, or Taekwondo. If the skills are good, let's hire a few female bodyguards. Zhang Chen nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. He was strong enough not to need bodyguards, but now he had a few enemies. He needed to hire some bodyguards to protect his women and confidants. Since I have multiple companies, the bodyguards can be affiliated with the security department of the company. Clap, clap, clap. Boss Li suddenly clapped his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of powerful experts all came over, neatly lined up in front of them. The training and assessment of our company's bodyguards do not take place here, but in Africa and Southeast Asia. Each of these bodyguards has undergone qualified training and received a diploma. They are all excellent bodyguards, Boss Li said. You can choose the one you like and then have a match. However, each match must be paid for with a fee of 100,000. This is how the rich second generation selects bodyguards. They hold match after match until they pick out the super strong ones. Because they do not trust the company's recommendations, who knows if they are really powerful? They only believe their own eyes. 30 billion at once, or in multiple installments? Tianenshan looked at Zhang Chen, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had been here too many times and was basically clear about the strength of these bodyguards. So, the bodyguard he chose would naturally be the strongest. Winning against Zhang Chen, who was here for the first time, would be a piece of cake, right? Great literary master, you are at a disadvantage this way. He is very familiar with this place and has a good relationship with the boss, making it easy to cheat, CLA and Zhou Yashin whispered in Zhang Chen's ear. Don't worry, Zhang Chen said with a calm smile, how about 3 times? 10 billion each time. That's straightforward. Tian Shen almost laughed out loud. Indeed, he was a nouveau riche, writing a few books could sell for hundreds of billions, but today, he would make you lose your pants. If you lose your temper and continue to gamble with me, I will win everything you have. 10 billion per bet? Boss Lee was dumbfounded. The eyes of the many bodyguards widened, their expressions blank. In the past, many wealthy individuals had come to select bodyguards in this way. The highest bet had been 10 million. 10 billion was terrifying. These two bosses were definitely top-tier wealthy individuals. If chosen, they would rise to the top in one step. You choose first, Zhang Chen said lightly. I choose first? Ha, this is definitely a fool. I will win for sure. Tian Shen was extremely excited. Choosing the strongest bodyguard first meant that no matter how Zhang Chen chose afterward, he would not be a match. It would be hard for him to lose. So he said without hesitation, I choose number 9. Yes, all the bodyguards wore training uniforms and had numbers. Number 9 was not too tall but very sturdy. He looked quite fierce. He was currently the top expert. Could I? Boss Lee even gave Tian Shen a thumbs up. What are the rules? Zhang Chen asked casually. No hot weapons or cold weapons, but you can use hidden weapons, like iron nails or flying needles. There are no rules in the fight, anything goes. After fighting once, you cannot fight a second time, Boss Lee said. Then I'll take number 99, Zhang Chen said lightly. Number 99 looked unremarkable, but he had dozens of iron nails hidden on him. Clearly, he was a master of hidden weapons. This was something Zhang Chen discovered with his X-ray vision. For gambling, X-ray vision is all-powerful. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. Although gambling wouldn't provide a 10,000-fold compensation, he could win it back later. At worst, he could go up himself. And this round was mainly to see the strength of the hidden weapon expert. Soon, number 9 and number 99 stepped onto the stage. They stared at each other fiercely. Then they shouted. The battle began. Bang, bang, bang. Punches and kicks flew, the speed was fast. All were lethal moves. It was indeed a fight to the flesh. In just a few breaths, number 99 was knocked to the ground, letting out a piercing scream, and his hidden weapons were unleashed. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of iron nails shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They tore through the air. Bang. Number 9 was impressive, instantly falling to the ground. Dodged it. Number 99 shot out a dozen nails again, but they were all avoided. Then number 9 kicked him off the stage with a flying kick. In the first round, Zhang Chen lost. 1 billion, huh? Tian Shen said with a smug look. Making money was too easy. He. His subordinates also laughed creepily. Zhang Chen was too foolish. He fell into the trap without realizing it. Today, he would lose so badly. The second round quickly began again, and Zhang Chen chose number 76, a master of flying needles. Tian Shen chose number 92. Once again, number 92 emerged victorious, because number 92 also used hidden weapons, and there was only one hidden weapon. It was a small knife, much smaller than the tiniest bamboo leaf. It flew out in an instant, piercing through number 76's palm. Number 76 completely lost his combat ability and couldn't even use the flying needles. He was directly defeated. 20 billion now, are you transferring or writing a check? Tian Shen said with a creepy smile. 30 billion isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Chen remained unfazed. This can't go on. Xia Lei and Zhou Yashin were both anxious. They had already lost 20 billion. Would they really have to lose 30 billion? They had initially said they would win 30 billion from the opponent. Not only would the big villa be ruined, but they would also be slapped in the face. It was too frustrating. Then shall we start the third round? Tian Shen laughed. Earlier you said I could personally take the stage? Zhang Chen asked. Of course. Tian Shen's eyes lit up. Winning money was satisfying, but teaching Zhang Chen a lesson was the ultimate goal. If he could use a hidden weapon to blow up Zhang Chen's balls, that would be incredibly satisfying. Not only would he win money, but he would also ruin Zhang Chen. The important thing was that Zhang Chen wouldn't find a reason for revenge. Who told him to go up himself? Then I'll take this round myself, Zhang Chen said. Very well. Then I choose number 7. Tian Shen didn't delay, shouting with killing intent. Number 7 was small and monkey-like, looking very agile, but his gaze was icy. He also had hidden weapons, which were iron spikes. Not many, just 9. Blow up his balls, and I'll give you 1 billion. Tian Shen called number 7 aside and whispered, I absolutely keep my word, otherwise, you can use a hidden weapon to blow up my head. 1 billion? Are you sure? Number 7's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Greed appeared on his face. Sure, it's 1 billion. I just won 20 billion, and if I win again, it's 30 billion. What are you worried about? Tian In-shen said generously. You should call an ambulance first, so he doesn't bleed to death. Number 7 said. I'll call right away. Tian In-shen said with a wicked smile, then seriously added, don't underestimate him, his combat power is very strong, much stronger than any top soldier. To defeat him, you must use the hidden weapon immediately. Number 99, can I borrow your iron nails? Zhang Chen walked over to the dejected number 99 and said, what do you need the iron nails for? Number 99 was astonished. Because I'm also a super skilled master of hidden weapons, Zhang Chen boasted. Number 99's hidden weapons were indeed powerful, but the opponent was too strong. He also knew him very well, so he avoided them. Of course, he had a flaw, which was that his strength was too weak, and the speed of the hidden weapons he shot was not fast. Absolutely impossible. Number 99 looked at Zhang Chen's hands, a sneer appearing on his face. There was no sign of hidden weapon characteristics at all. To master hidden weapons, one must practice hard. 10 years of relentless training would leave special marks on the palms and fingers. Ding! Host's attempt to show off failed, compensating with the world's #1 hidden weapon technique. The system's voice was like heavenly music. In an instant, Zhang Chen's mind filled with memories of hidden weapon techniques. Any hidden weapon can be wielded, it is the best in the world. Falling leaves and flying flowers can both injure a person. This is the highest realm of hidden weapons. Damn, this is impressive, Zhang Chen exclaimed in delight. If he couldn't get a tenfold compensation, he wouldn't be willing to compete. Because hidden weapons can attack from a distance, one misstep could lead to a significant loss. Although he could receive a tenfold compensation afterward, getting injured was still not worth it. So he looked at Tian In-shen and said, how about we raise the stakes? 50 billion around? 50 billion, sure. Tian In-shen clapped his hands. I love raising the stakes. If you lose this round, you'll owe me 70 billion in total. Conversely, if I lose, I'll owe you 30 billion, right? Your math skills are pretty good, Zhang Chen replied. Then let's write the checks and give them to Boss Li. Whoever wins gets the checks. What do you think? Tian In-shen's eyes flickered. If he could blow up Zhang Chen's balls, he would have to be sent to the hospital. By then, it would be too late to write a check or make a transfer. He would be in excruciating pain. Writing checks sounds good, Zhang Chen smiled calmly. So, both of them took out their checkbooks and wrote huge checks, one for 70 billion, the other for 30 billion. Are you confident? Xiaolei and Zhou Yaxin were both very nervous, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were constantly worried something might go wrong. This was not a bare-handed battle. It was a fight where anything goes. One misstep could lead to injury. Just moments ago, 2 bodyguards had been hurt, one with a hand pierced through. When have I ever let anyone down? Zhang Chen smiled at the 2 talented women. He stepped onto the stage, and number 7 jumped up as well. The 2 stood about 10 meters apart, facing each other. Xiaolei, you chose him. Today, I will cripple him and win his 70 billion fortune. Tian In-shen sneered inwardly. Of course, he would never say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be trouble. Be careful, the number 7 bodyguard said, extremely vigilant, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, staring intently at Zhang Chen. He believed Tian In-shen's words. If Zhang Chen wasn't strong, how could he bet 50 billion at once? Feel free to make your move, Zhang Chen said, hands behind his back, calmly. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? All the bodyguards wore strange expressions. This was a life and death arena, not a joke. You still have your hands behind your back? Do you want to die slowly? Kill! Number 7 shouted and lunged forward, his hands moving continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Iron thorns flew out like lightning, making it hard for anyone to see. They blocked any escape route for Zhang Chen. Impressive, Zhang Chen pretended to look a bit flustered, dodging rapidly. Numerous iron thorns whizzed past him. His shoulder, waist, pants, and thigh were all torn, but he was very lucky. He wasn't injured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 7's face changed dramatically as he shot out iron thorns even faster. He fired the last iron thorn, but it was equally futile. He couldn't hit Zhang Chen. Get lost, Zhang Chen sneered, landing a kick right in number 7's groin. Ah! Number 7 screamed as he flew off the stage, rolling and crying out in pain below. He couldn't get up at all. So strong. All the bodyguards were wary. Zhang Chen, you are invincible. Zhang Chen, I love you. Zhou Yaxin and Xiaolei cheered with joy, jumping up and down. Just moments ago, their hearts were in their throats. Now, they felt relieved. Moreover, the big villa was in their hands. They could enjoy the pleasures of life there. How could this happen? Tian In-shen, however, was furious, his face turning pale, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. It was so close, Zhang Chen's pants were almost torn. Why was his luck so bad? Tian and Shen's subordinates also dared not make a sound, shrinking their necks, looking timid. Even the exceptionally wise Bai Siyuan looked as if he had lost his parents. It was clearly a plan with a high chance of success, so how did it end in failure? Instead, he lost 3 billion to Zhang Chen? What a staggering astronomical figure. This was truly tragic. Thud. Zhang Chen jumped down and reached out to take the check from Boss Li's hand. He looked at Tian and Shen and said lightly, "Thank you for your generosity." Tian and Shen was so furious he felt like spitting blood. His mind heated up, and he shouted, "Let's gamble again, still 5 billion, are you brave enough?" Xin Xiao, no. Bai Siyuan nervously intervened. "Get lost." Tian and Shen pushed him aside, his eyes blazing as he stared at Zhang Chen. "Are you brave enough?" Just now, Zhang Chen had been lucky. Luck couldn't always be on Zhang Chen's side. If they played another round, he could win back the money and even gain an additional 2 billion. He could even cripple Zhang Chen, making him a lifelong invalid. Why not? Would he just watch Zhang Chen walk away with 3 billion and 2 beautiful women? In the future, would Zhang Chen use the 3 billion to buy a villa, where they would have threesomes every day? Tian and Shen, you a rich second generation, dare to shout at me? Asking if I dare? It's simply a huge joke. Let me tell you, I can throw money at you until you drown. Zhang Chen said. I'm just asking you, do you dare to gamble? Don't give me all this nonsense. Tian and Shen's momentum diminished. He felt so stifled and frustrated that it was unbearable. In the past, he had always said such things to other rich second generations, but today, he was being crushed by Zhang Chen, and he couldn't refute it. This bastard could earn 1 or 200 billion just by writing a book. There were still 2 more books to come. His family's total wealth was just over 100 billion. How could he compare? He couldn't compare at all. Don't say 5 billion, even 10 billion, 100 billion, I dare to gamble. Zhang Chen shouted with great momentum. My God, this rich guy is amazing, too awesome. Boss Li, Xianzong, and all the bodyguards secretly admired him. The 2 talented women were even more dazzled, their hearts racing. Then let's gamble. Tian and Shen gritted his teeth, not daring to say another word. Having already lost 3 billion, adding another 5 billion was the limit. Otherwise, it would be an empty check. The consequences would be severe. So they each wrote a check for 5 billion. This time, Tian and Shen chose bodyguard no. 5, a female bodyguard. The weapon she used was a fine needle made from cow hair, blue and coated with deadly poison. It was shot out from a mechanism hidden in her sleeve. Very terrifying. If I can blind him in one eye, I'll pay 1 billion. If I can blind both, 2 billion. Tian and Shen grinned as he instructed no. 5. I'll do my best. No. 5 replied indifferently. She wasn't worried at all that Tian and Shen would go back on his word. Angering a bodyguard like her would have serious consequences. It was foreseeable that Tian and Shen would end up blind himself. This time, I will also use a hidden weapon. Zhang Chen casually picked 2 leaves and jumped onto the stage. Using 2 leaves as a hidden weapon? All the bodyguards scoffed. This was too arrogant. It was simply outrageous. Using leaves to injure someone was something that only existed in legends. It had long been lost to time. Even whether the legends were true was uncertain. Ha ha ha, pretending to be a master? That's laughable. Just now, you almost got hit by a hidden weapon, your clothes and pants were torn. Do you look like a master at all? If it were another hidden weapon, there might be some concern, but 2 leaves? That's a huge joke. This time, it's a sure win. Zhang Chen won't even have his pants left. Tian and Shen and his sycophants were all laughing mockingly. A great literary master can still pick leaves and flowers? Is that true? Xia Lei and Zhou Yaxin were also a bit incredulous. They felt a mix of anticipation and worry. A 5 billion gamble, after all. Moreover, hidden weapons can be terrifying and deadly. Whoosh! Bodyguard no. 5 also jumped up, facing Zhang Chen. Kill! Bodyguard no. 5 lunged forward like lightning. Both arms raised, the mechanisms hidden in her sleeves aimed at Zhang Chen's face. She was about to press the switch, but suddenly, Zhang Chen's hand twitched. 2 leaves traced a marvelous arc, arriving in an instant. They struck her arms directly. With a soft thud, sharp as a knife, they sank deep. Ah! She let out a piercing scream. Her arms fell limply. The hidden weapons in her sleeves clattered to the ground of the arena. Then her vision blurred, and she received a slap to the face. She spun like a top and flew off the stage. Crashing to the ground, she spat out a few bloody teeth. Now it was clear. 2 leaves were embedded in her arms, deep enough to see the bone. Blood flowed slowly, staining her sleeves red. Silence, like a graveyard. Everyone's gaze was blank, shocked as if they were fools. My God, the technique of plucking leaves and flying flowers really exists? Zhang Chen can actually do it? Could he be a master of national martial arts? A terrifying expert comparable to Zhang Sanfeng? Otherwise, how could it be possible? This is too amazing. The great literary master is not just a talented scholar and a wealthy man, but a true martial arts master? Zhou Yaxin and Xia Lei were inexplicably shocked. Their hearts raced, their eyes burning. At that moment, Zhang Chen's invincible image was completely imprinted in their hearts. It could never be erased. This was even more shocking than the last time when two strong men who could lift a Mercedes-Benz knelt down. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tianxian's face was filled with fear, beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. He shouted in disbelief. The technique of plucking leaves and flying flowers was not scary. What was terrifying was that he had lost 5 billion again. That made a total of 80 billion. That was a terrifying number. His father would definitely kill him. 100 billion in wealth, and he had just lost 1/10 of it. That was earned by his father over decades of hard work. How could he not be furious? Whoosh! Zhang Chen jumped down and snatched the check from Boss Li's hand. Calmly, he said, Tianxian, thank you again for your generosity. Now I can buy a better villa. You! Tianxian trembled with anger. His heart nearly exploded. His goddess had been taken by him, and now he had lost 80 billion to him. It was simply unjust. This time, it could be said that he had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. He had even lost his pants. Let's go. Zhang Chen wrapped his arms around the waists of the two talented women and turned to leave. Boss Li asked, Boss, don't you want bodyguards? Not interested for now. Zhang Chen refused without hesitation. Having injured a bodyguard from this company, it wasn't suitable to hire them anymore. Moreover, these bodyguards were only good at hidden weapons. Their combat skills were lacking. If he were to hire bodyguards, he would need to look at several other companies. Damn, he's so strong. Why would he need bodyguards? All the bodyguards sighed inwardly. Such a wealthy man was too terrifying. Not only did he possess incredible wealth, but he also had astonishing martial prowess. Tianxian was not worthy to be his opponent. If he continued to play, he would definitely be played to death by him. Zhang Chen, I will never let you go. Tianxian, however, was oblivious to his own situation, staring fiercely at Zhang Chen's back, his eyes filled with rage. Grabbing by Siyuan's hand, he said, Siyuan, think of a way for me. I must teach him a lesson. Shan Xiao, can you calm down? With his terrifying skills, doesn't he have a master? Bai Siyuan said, doesn't he have a background? Not to mention whether we can harm him. Even if we could, we would face terrifying retaliation, which could lead to the destruction of our families and the scattering of our loved ones. Moreover, he is very cunning, having deliberately feigned weakness earlier. With his clothes and pants torn by hidden weapons, he lured you into continuing to gamble, resulting in a loss of 5 billion. Such a person is terrifying. If you insist on sticking to it, then I can only resign and leave. I don't want to die so young. I was really foolish, falling for that bastard's tricks. Tianxian said angrily, unwilling to accept it. We can take revenge on him without him knowing. If you want to keep it a secret, you must not do anything yourself. Bai Siyuan said, to deal with him, you must operate within the rules. Just like this time, other schemes and tricks cannot be used. Once you slip up, he can retaliate and can silently kill you without leaving a trace of evidence. Why joke with your own life? Tianxian shivered with cleverness, feeling extremely aggrieved. Could it really end like this? Wenhua Mountain is located by the sea, with beautiful scenery. Developers have built more than a dozen villas here. It is the most luxurious villa in Deep City. Each villa is worth billions. The villa at the top of Wenhua Mountain is the king of villas, surrounded by walls, covering dozens of acres, arranged like the most exquisite garden. Rare flowers and strange plants, artificial hills and unique stones, the sound of bubbling springs. One side offers a distant view of the sea, especially spectacular when the tide rises. The other side overlooks the bustling deep city, where at night, the lights stretch to the ends of the earth, particularly magnificent. The villa not only has a main building but also auxiliary buildings. The corridors are winding, with numerous pavilions. Guqin and Gujing are placed in pavilions of various styles, along the corridors. If one sets up an easel on the rooftop and paints various beautiful scenes, or writes freely on a table, that would definitely be the best enjoyment in life. The interior of the villa is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded, decorated exquisitely, elegant and stylish. The total price is 8 billion. Zhang Chen easily bought it, winning 8 billion without spending a penny himself. It was simply exhilarating. Xia Lei and Zhou Yaxin moved in immediately. They absolutely loved this place. They are talented women, both writing books, and are particularly picky about their living environment. However, they were 1,000 times satisfied with this place. You can live here, but you must not argue anymore, Zhengchen said. The two talented women exchanged a glare and obediently agreed. Great literary master, how do you think my painting turned out? Great literary master, let's play chess. The two talented women were unprecedentedly happy, both dressed beautifully like fairies, especially CLA, whose figure was stunning enough to make one's nose bleed. I have a rule. That is, I will only show my skills when I encounter top-notch experts, otherwise, there's no need for my unparalleled skills, Zhengchen said. I just want to ask you, are your painting and chess skills world-class? The two talented women exchanged strange expressions. If you're not good, don't boast. Otherwise, how could you not show your skills in front of us? We are top-tier talented women with extraordinary looks. But they didn't call him out on it. It wouldn't be good to insist on making Zhengchen play chess or paint. After all, they couldn't claim to be top experts in that area. After all, a person's energy is limited, and mastering one skill is already impressive. However, Zhengchen is recognized as the world's #1 calligraphy master. So, they hugged Zhengchen's arm and acted cute, gently swaying, successfully persuading him to write a few pieces of calligraphy for them. Zhengchen also wrote a dozen pieces of calligraphy for himself, which he hung in his study. Of course, he also hung up the calligraphy written by the two beauties. One is beautiful and bright, the other is beautiful and cold. They complement each other perfectly. It's hard to describe how stylish it is. These calligraphies, especially those written by Zhengchen, are of immense value. However, there's no need to worry about theft, as the security of the Manhwa villa is exceptionally tight. The wealthy residents inside all had powerful bodyguards. There were many famous dogs, and any slight movement would send them barking wildly. Look, a white crane. Xiaolei opened the window and pointed excitedly at the stream outside. Zhengchen widened his eyes to look. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen white cranes playing by the stream. Their snow-white feathers had hints of gray on their wings. They were simply beautiful. These are the white cranes that come to the south for the winter, Zhengchen said joyfully. I'm going to greet them. Greet them? How do you do that? Xiaolei and Zhou Yaxin looked at him in astonishment and confusion, but they followed Zhengchen outside. Zhengchen approached a spot not far from the flock of cranes, and some of the cranes were startled, taking to the sky. Only 2 or 3 remained, but they watched Zhengchen warily. Zhengchen made a strange sound, resembling a crane's call. It was very clear. A few of the white cranes were incredibly surprised and responded with their own calls. The cranes flying above also echoed the calls. Then they swooped down, landing in front of Zhengchen. Zhengchen continued to communicate with them in their language. Soon, he was able to connect with them. He could pet them, and they were not afraid, seeming to enjoy it. It was as if they regarded Zhengchen as one of their own. Oh my, how is this possible? The two talented women were dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. This was too magical. Zhengchen could actually communicate with the white cranes? Woof woof woof. A few small dogs came rushing over, barking loudly, trying to scare the cranes. There were a total of 6, all German shepherds, which Zhengchen had recently bought. Woof woof woof. Zhengchen shot a glare at the little dogs, making a strange noise. The 6 little dogs stopped in their tracks and backed away, wagging their tails. Zhengchen then continued to communicate with the cranes and the little dogs. Soon, the hostility between the two species was dispelled, and they were surprisingly able to play together harmoniously. The two talented women were increasingly shocked and impressed. Inspired, they each composed a poem. Their creativity was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of ancient poets like Li Qingzhao and Zhu Shuzhen. Actually, I have the poetic talent of Li Bai, Zhengchen thought to himself, starting to show off. I don't believe it. The two talented women shook their heads in unison, especially CLA, who was completely unconvinced. The last time she wrote a romantic poem, Zhengchen had praised it endlessly, yet he had claimed not to be skilled in poetry. Many great literary figures excelled in prose but not in poetry. Those were two different talents. They were good at poetry, while novels were secondary. However, novels were more profitable because they appealed to the masses. Poetry was highbrow and niche. Ding, the host has failed to show off in front of experts, compensating with the world's top poetic talent, plus 5,000 top-tier poems. The failure compensation system will make up for your weaknesses and help you reach the peak of your life. The system's voice rang out, like heavenly music. Almost simultaneously, Zhengchen's memory was filled with 5,000 classic poems, ancient lyrics, and modern poetry. His mind became incredibly agile, as if he could instantly compose a decent poem. Heavens, I've hit the jackpot again, Zhengchen thought, overwhelmed with joy. Unable to contain himself, he declared proudly, don't believe it? Pen, ink, paper, and inkstone at your service. Yes, great literary master, the two talented women replied sweetly. Soon, they brought the 4 treasures of the study and set them on the stone table in the pavilion. Zhang Chen wielded his brush and wrote a poem. It was grand and powerful, with an imposing momentum, completely comparable to Li Bai's toasting wine. Oh my, is he a great literary master or a great poet? The two talented women gazed at him with fiery eyes, their hearts racing. Their faces were filled with admiration and affection. At that moment, Zhang Chen was the only one in their eyes and hearts. Nothing else mattered. I want to be his woman. Both talented women shouted in their hearts with longing. The various talents displayed by Zhang Chen, calligraphy, literary flair, poetic talent, were nothing less than a mesmerizing potion for the two gifted women. They were utterly lost. On this day, Zhang Chen was inspired and wrote 8 poems, each a classic. They were no less than the representative works of many famous poets in history, such as Li Bai, Su Dongpa, and Xin Shiji. Coupled with the world's best calligraphy, they shone even brighter. In the words of the two talented women, these 8 poems could elevate Zhang Chen to the divine realm, directly crowning him as the god of poetry. And these 8 pieces of calligraphy would surely be worth billions. Of course, if Zhang Chen created too many similar works, their value would diminish. The night was hazy, and the chef sent by the hotel had prepared dinner. The 3 of them sat together, drinking red wine to liven the mood. In the end, they drank to excess. Zhang Chen knew nothing anymore. So fragrant. When he woke up, he smelled a scent like orchids. It seemed to be emanating from his embrace. He moved his hands and then discovered that a woman was lying in his arms. CLA? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. What was going on? Don't make a fuss, can't you just sleep well? CLA mumbled, changing her position to sleep better in Zhang Chen's embrace. Last night, CLA and I both got drunk. I helped her back to her room, and it seems I just collapsed on her bed, then I knew nothing. Zhang Chen was stunned for a while, finally remembering something. Then he secretly shivered. It's over, now I'm really going to be stuck with her. He gently tried to move her away, wanting to sneak away quietly, but CLA grabbed him. Where are you going? You're not trying to sneak away, are you? Just going out to cool off. Cool off? What for? You slept with me, so you should take responsibility. CLA wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath fragrant. Did I really sleep with you? Zhang Chen was a bit skeptical. Could it be fake? Last night you brought me back to my room and insisted on staying, saying I was beautiful, like a fairy, and then you started touching me. You were so strong, I couldn't resist, so I had to let you have your way. CLA said, feeling wronged. Now I'm really your woman, but I won't be jealous, don't worry. You're my idol and male god. No way? I have no memory of it at all? Zhang Chen looked terrified. No memory? Then this time you will definitely remember. CLA coiled around him like a beautiful snake. No. Zhang Chen grabbed her hand, sweating on his forehead. You were so proactive the first time, don't pretend the second time. CLA pouted playfully. It's over, I really slept with her. Zhang Chen felt hopeless and gave up resisting. The brilliant sunlight shone into the room. Zhang Chen looked at the sleeping CLA, who was as beautiful as a painting, and remained silent for a long time. Last night, he had fallen into CLA's trap, thinking they had truly had their first time. Who would have thought? Sigh, how could a peerless talent set such a trap for him? Who would dare to imagine? How can this woman be so beautiful? How can her figure be so stunning? He gently caressed her delicate face, which seemed to be able to squeeze out water, greedily murmuring in his heart, I want to keep your youthful beauty, to accompany me for 3,000 years. CLA, I have to go to the company. Zhang Chen whispered in her ear. I'll sleep a bit more, CLA mumbled in response, quickly falling back asleep. By the time she fully woke up, it was already noon, and she felt as if she were falling apart, unable to get up. Zhou Yashin, come save me, I think I'm dying. CLA panicked and called Zhou Yashin for help. Zhou Yashin arrived quickly, looking at the messy room and the motionless CLA, her face filled with shock. What happened to you? CLA weakly explained. Oh my, over 3 hours at once? Zhou Yashin was dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. How can I help you? First, drink a cup of hot water, make some nutritious breakfast, and then ask for leave for me, just say I'm sick. CLA said pitifully. What about him? Zhou Yashin asked, busy yet feeling frustrated. These things should be done by Zhang Chen. Does he really not cherish her? He went to the company, said something about end-of-month evaluations and needing to make new plans, very important. CLA replied, but why didn't he tell me? Zhou Yashin said, he probably doesn't know how miserable I am. I overestimated my stamina and was too naive, just wanting to make him happy. And this is the result. I won't dare to do it again next time, CLA said. You brought this on yourself, who told you that you had never had a boyfriend before? Now you've had enough suffering, right? Zhou Yashin said, a bit gleeful. Secretly, though, she was envious and jealous, her eyes turning red. Xiaolei said that her previous cohabitation was actually a lie, last night was the real deal. Just one night, and she became the woman of a great literary master and poet. But she was too beautiful, with a figure too good. It was too easy to tempt men. She felt so foolish. If she had known earlier, she could have done the same last night. Then there would be no need for Xiaolei at all. Sigh, she lost to her again. As if you've ever had a boyfriend? Xiaolei scoffed. You'll suffer in the future too. But I warn you, don't tempt my Zhangchen. He is my man. Don't set your sights on him. You can be a confidant, but you absolutely cannot be his woman. You better be able to satisfy him first, Zhou Yashin retorted with a sneer. You. Xiaolei was furious but didn't know how to counter. She really couldn't do it. With a roll of her eyes, she said, he has 2 other girlfriends. Adding me makes 3. That's enough for him to be satisfied. Don't even think about it. Not interested, Zhou Yashin shot Xiaolei a glance. Secretly, though, she was shocked. The great literary master and poet actually had 3 girlfriends? That makes 4 with herself? So scummy. Disgusting you. You're far from being able to compete with me. Xiaolei glanced at Zhou Yashin, who was full of disdain, secretly feeling proud. Zhou Yashin was too proud. She always defined love as sacred and unique. Although she admired Zhang Chen immensely and loved his talent, she certainly couldn't tolerate this. From now on, she would at most be a confidant to Zhang Chen, not crossing the line, right? Zhang Chen parked the car outside the main gate and walked into the Patek Philippe store. Although he knew the possibility of loss was small, there was still a glimmer of hope. What if there was a loss? Wouldn't that be a huge surprise for him? Senior brother, we made 23 million this month. Wu Dongfei reported cheerfully, holding the report. As expected, surprises have nothing to do with me, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. Senior brother, I heard. Wu Dongfei wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's, cautiously asking. Heard what? Zhang Chen's heart tightened slightly. She wouldn't have found out so quickly that he slept with Xiaolei, would she? I heard you participated in the National Calligraphy Conference, stunning everyone, and ascended to the throne of the world's #1 calligraphy master. The 2 pieces of calligraphy you wrote are worth over 500 million. Is that true? Wu Dongfei's eyes were bright with anticipation. It's true. Zhang Chen took out a piece of calligraphy. This is what I wrote. It's a gift for you. Oh my, this writing is so beautiful. I love it. And this poem is so magnificent. How come I've never heard of it before? Wu Dongfei opened it and was left in shock and ecstasy. The poem is also my creation, Zhang Chen said. Wu Dongfei admired and praised for a long time before saying, then this piece of calligraphy must be very precious, right? Is it worth 2 or 300 million? My goodness, just a piece of calligraphy, 2 or 300 million? Wu Dongfei was utterly shocked, holding it like a treasure. Chairman, good afternoon. Zhang Chen arrived at the Deep Bay Hotel, and as soon as he entered the chairman's office, the Zhang sisters greeted him with radiant smiles. They then surrounded him and had him sit on the sofa. One made tea, while the other massaged his shoulders. Zhang Chen enjoyed a sip of tea, a look of pride appearing on his face. With a slight maneuver, he had the smiling tiger Li Shi sent off to Africa, where he was now mingling with lions, elephants, and buffaloes on the grasslands. There, the phone lines were down. Let's see how he manages the company from afar. Could he avoid losses this time? He then called the financial manager over and asked, how's the profit this month? This month's profit is about the same as last month, around 230 million. The financial manager handed over the report, smiling. What? What did you say? Zhang Chen doubted his ears. They had actually made a profit again? There wasn't even a slight reduction in profit. How could this be possible? The financial manager repeated it. Li is on a business trip to Africa. Didn't that delay any work? The profit is still this high? Zhang Chen asked, exasperated. Li is quite impressive. He arranged this month's work before leaving. Because of his authority, no one dares to go against him. Therefore, the hotel operations have been running smoothly without any chaos, the financial manager said. Damn, this smiling tiger is so capable? Zhang Chen felt a chill in his heart. He had been invincible, yet he had stumbled against Li Shi, the smiling tiger. He immediately called Li Shi. Li, how's it going? When can you come back? I want to shoot a valuable animal documentary. Maybe I can sell it to a TV station and earn some money back, Li Shi replied, so it might take more than a month. Take your time, don't rush. Make sure you're satisfied with the shoot, Zhang Chen said. If you need more money, just let me know. I won't even use up all the money. By the way, I heard you wrote a book that became a sensation, earning over 1,000 billion? You created 2 pieces of calligraphy and didn't sell them for 500 million? Li Shi asked. How did you find out? Zhang Chen was astonished. It's not a secret. A classmate found out yesterday, and there was news in the group, Li Shi said, with your capabilities, how could you have fallen from grace? Every time you come to see me, are you just teasing me? Without the trials of falling from grace, how could there be today? Zhang Chen replied irritably, on the contrary, you pretend to be a good person, but you're actually ruthless. Even on a business trip, you can manage the hotel so well. Next time, I'll send you on a business trip to Antarctica. What did you say? Li Shi was furious. You want to send me to Antarctica? Are you trying to kill me? I didn't say anything. Zhang Chen felt a bit guilty and regretted having spoken his mind. He hurriedly hung up the phone. He then went to the wealthy investment company. This time, he was truly full of confidence. He was sure to gain a 10,000-fold return from the system. Because the market was poor this month, dropping 200 points. Deng Xiaoli was locking the warehouse and ignoring it, so she would definitely suffer significant losses. Hello, boss. Good afternoon, chairman. Many employees greeted him respectfully. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing the commotion, Deng Xiaoli also came out to greet him, inviting Zhang Chen to sit on the sofa. Still locking the warehouse? Haven't you looked? Zhang Chen asked. I don't look. To avoid disturbing my thoughts, Deng Xiaoli replied with a determined expression, already exuding an air of a goddess. Well, let's take a look, Zhang Chen said. Soon, the account was opened. November earnings, 3,562,007,017. Rate of return, 5.7%. Zhang Chen's smile and anticipation instantly turned stiff, his anger bubbling up. He had thought this time he could soar to the heavens and become the world's richest man. But, the beautiful dream was shattered. Was Deng Xiaoli really a stock god? Even with the market down, she could still make a profit by locking her positions? Although the profit wasn't much, just over 5 points, she still made over 3.5 billion. This was simply absurd. He had been skeptical of her, which was why he let her trade stocks. How could she have evolved into a stock god? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Chen ground his teeth and began to look at numerous stocks. He found that these stocks hadn't really dropped, most had risen against the trend. Meanwhile, other stocks had plummeted, some losing half their value. Could it be that I gave too much money? Did it stabilize these stocks? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen almost slapped himself. Meeting. Zhang Chen said darkly, summoning many employees to the conference room. Are we at a loss? No, that's not right. I secretly checked, and we made a profit. I also checked secretly, we made tens of billions. Seeing Zhang Chen unhappy, the employees looked puzzled and whispered among themselves. Everyone, do you know what kind of company we are? Zhang Chen asked. Who doesn't know? Isn't it just a rich investment company? Someone whispered. Yes, this is a rich investment company. We can't just focus on stocks. Starting next month, we will begin angel investing, Zhang Chen said. We won't hire another manager. It will still be managed by General Manager Deng. General Manager Deng, you are capable, so please work a little harder. Angel investing? I haven't done that before, Deng Xiaoli said, slightly panicked. Although she had a super strong heart, she couldn't remain calm when facing an area where she had no experience. Trading stocks was different. She had experience, losing 30,000 out of 30 to 50,000. Just learn, you have talent, trust me, Zhang Chen said. Deng Xiaoli was indeed a very suitable manager. She was bold and reckless. Such excellent traits were absolutely rare. If it were another manager, seeing a project at a loss would have them panicking to death, but Deng Xiaoli would definitely not. Do I really have talent? Deng Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and she began to feel eager to try. Oh my, how is your heart so strong? Zhang Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he maintained a serious demeanor, saying earnestly, I never misjudge people. If I say you have talent, then you definitely do. Deng Xiaoli was like she had been injected with adrenaline, excited and proud. She looked down on the world, full of vigor. Eagerly she asked, Chairman, how much do you plan to invest? Let's use the profits from Starry Sky. Home book, Zhang Chen said. The exact amount will depend on sales. Chairman, Starry Sky. Home is written by you? You're the great literary master with emotions spanning 3,000 years? An employee jumped up, excitedly asking. The other employees were also shockingly amazed, their faces filled with fervor. What's so strange about that? Deng Xiaoli said calmly. The chairman is not just a great literary master who can casually write a book to earn over 100 billion, he is also the world's #1 calligrapher. At this calligraphy conference, the chairman created 2 pieces that sold for 500 million, and it said that in a few decades, they could appreciate to tens of billions. Oh my! All the employees were dumbfounded. Why does it feel like she's calmer than I am? Is she pretending to be me? Zhang Chen was bewildered. Was Deng Xiaoli really from Earth? How had she changed so much? She hadn't been like this at that university reunion. Zhang Chen called editor Yang Xiaolan to ask about the sales distribution. Great literary master, I was just about to call you. The distribution for November will be sent to you today, but it only counts until the 25th, Yang Xiaolan said. Send it to the rich company's account. By the way, how much is it? Zheng Chen asked casually. I only counted the sales for 20 days, and even less for the foreign ones, just about 10 days. Exactly 100 billion. After deducting various expenses, the profit is around 70 billion, and you can get about 50 billion, Yang Xiaolan said. That's not bad. Zheng Chen was very satisfied. In less than a month, he was getting 50 billion. Not just not bad, it's incredibly amazing. Next month, it's expected to reach 100 billion, but it will decrease afterward. However, it might break 300 billion, Yang Xiaolan said excitedly. By the way, how's the second book coming along? I've written several 100,000 words, Zheng Chen lied. It's better to take it slow. He had only gotten 3 books so far. To write more, he had to do it himself. Although he had already gained the world's top talent in poetry, he hadn't yet acquired the talent to write such masterpieces. So, he still needed to find a way to obtain the world's top writing talent. Only then could he be extravagant. Then we can release the first volume first. Yang Xiaolan said with surprise. Countless people are eagerly awaiting the second book. I'll go ask you for the manuscript right now. After hanging up the phone, all the employees were stunned, looking at Zheng Chen as if they were fools. All their gazes were fervent as they looked at him. Incredible, just incredible. Writing a book that sells worldwide. Can it sell 300 billion? Can he get 150 billion? How terrifying is that? What's even scarier is that he is still writing the second book, and he has already completed the first volume. With a boss like this, who would worry about their future? Director Deng, 500 billion will be credited to the account shortly, mainly investing in 2 industries. One is high technology, including basic material research, and the other is research on extending life and maintaining youth, Zheng Chen said. If the research on extending life and maintaining youth fails, will the system compensate for these 2 technologies? It's worth looking forward to. Chairman, I feel these researches are very costly, and the possibility of investment failure is quite high. Deng Xiaoli immediately transformed into an investment expert, hesitatingly asked. Angel investing shouldn't fear failure. Even if 100 projects fail, as long as one succeeds, it will make up for it because it can earn tens of thousands of times, Zheng Chen said. When I invested in Tencent, Alibaba, and Didi as an angel investor, I made a fortune. He lowered his voice and added, I invested in a brainwave helmet gaming company, and it's about to make big money. The company's future market value will be in the hundreds of billions, and trillions won't be a problem. This is a secret, so don't let it out. Oh my, that's amazing. Many employees were almost ready to kneel and worship him. Chairman, I understand now. I will definitely not let you down, Deng Xiaoli said with fervor, her voice resolute. After a while, indeed, 500 billion was credited to the account. The wealthy investment company finally became busy. All the employees were like they had been injected with adrenaline. They began to study and research with shining eyes. As night deepened, Wu Dongfei sat at her dormitory desk, absent-mindedly reading a book. From time to time, she glanced at her phone. Zheng Chen said he would call tonight. Why hasn't he called yet? Could he be entangled with those 2 talented women, Xiaolei and Zhou Yaxin? There were rumors about the 3 of them yesterday. What's going on? The 4 girls exchanged ambiguous glances. Wu Dongfei hadn't returned last Saturday. There was an 80 to 90% chance that she was with the wealthy senior brother that day, making things official. However, they felt a bit shy to ask. Encouragement was fine. It could be taken as a joke, but if they pried, it would show low emotional intelligence. Could it be that the wealthy senior brother started and then abandoned her? He slept with her and then didn't take responsibility? It's been over a week since she went out overnight. They all speculated in their hearts. They were also a bit worried about Wu Dongfei. A wealthy person as excellent as him, to capture his heart and make him wholeheartedly devoted to you, exclusively loving you, is not completely impossible, but it must be incredibly difficult. What? The wealthy senior brother didn't ask you out? Duan Shanshan couldn't help but ask. He said he would call me, probably busy with something and forgot. Wu Dongfei said. Then why don't you just call him? He's busy, I don't want to disturb him. Suddenly, Wu Dongfei's phone rang. She quickly glanced at the caller ID, her face lighting up with surprise as she answered. Zhang Chen's voice came through. I'm done, I'm back at Deep Bay Garden, come over quickly. I'll be there right away. Wu Dongfei hung up the phone, cheerfully getting ready, grabbing her bag and heading out. I'm going out for a bit. Are you coming back tonight? Her 4 roommates exchanged glances. Not coming back, Wu Dongfei said, her face flushed. Be careful on the way. It's fine, I'm driving, it's nearby. To a hotel? No, to his place, Deep Bay Garden. TSK, Deep Bay Garden, a gathering place for top tycoons. Our sister has already entered the circle of top wealthy people. I can only say that the rich senior brother is too amazing. He's a great literary figure with a passion spanning 3,000 years, earning over 100 billion from a single book. Plus, he's the world's #1 calligrapher. A piece of his calligraphy is worth hundreds of millions. So envious of Dongfei. Wu Dongfei is so lucky. She was the first to be noticed by the rich senior brother. She's simply living the dream. As soon as Wu Dongfei left, they began to gossip, filled with envy. As soon as Wu Dongfei entered the room, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. A yellow body-hugging dress and high heels, waist-length hair tied in a ponytail. She looked sexy and stunning, radiant. Donghua, playing with your hair, nosebleed alert. Want to show your hair to your husband? Zhang Chen said with a grin. Wu Dongfei blushed but couldn't refuse her lover's request. She began to pose and play with her hair. Indeed, it was endlessly enchanting, captivating the soul. Impressive, impressive. Zhang Chen circled around her, carefully admiring her as if she were a piece of art. He vowed in his heart to preserve Wu Dongfei's beauty and youth. It had to be done quickly. He needed results within 5 years. Only then could the system's 10,000-fold compensation take effect. Otherwise, when one grows old, what good is the technology to maintain eternal youth? Not thinking too much, Zhang Chen picked Wu Dongfei up around the waist and strode into the room. 3.5 hours later, a tired voice sounded, "Senior brother, can we sleep now? It's still early, so we're continuing." Wu Dongfei was almost falling apart, a bit panicked. "This won't do, we need to find a scapegoat." With a glance, she suggested, "How about letting Lu Shiyu come over?" "How can that work?" Zhang Chen's face was filled with a strange expression. Wu Dongfei actually proposed such a ridiculous suggestion? "We're not doing anything else, just playing a thunder game." "No thunder? What game to play?" Zhang Chen's face turned red. All right, let's sleep. I'll sleep too." The power of the scapegoat is indeed immense, instantly changing the senior brother's mind. "Tomorrow, I probably won't need to lean on the wall." Wu Dongfei secretly felt proud and relieved. A good night's sleep. Zhang Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Looking at his watch, it was already 9 o'clock. He picked up the phone, and a panicked, helpless voice came through. "Zhang Chen, I'm Tang Menglan, Zhang Baishua's wife. Zhang Baishua has had an accident." "What happened?" Zhang Chen's heart sank, sitting up. The worst fear was a cancer relapse. His new drug investment hadn't yielded results yet. He was attacked last night, seriously injured. "He didn't want me to tell you, but I feel something is off, so I secretly called you." Tang Menglan said, heartbroken, "I don't know who the hell attacked him. He's just a kind person who doesn't seek conflict. Why attack him? Let's meet and talk. I'll come over right away." Zhang Chen's face turned ashen. Zhang Baishue is just a humble little person, living at the bottom of society, tormented by cancer. He was actually beaten? Who could he have offended? "Senior brother, what happened?" Wu Dongfei woke up in surprise. "It's just that a classmate had a little incident. I'm going to the hospital to take a look." "You can sleep a bit more," Zhang Chen said. Soon, he drove to the hospital. He saw Jiang Baishue, who was wrapped up like a mummy. His leg was in a splint. Clearly, it was broken. "Zhang Chen, why are you here?" Jiang Baishue looked surprised. "Jiang Baishue, you really aren't being a good friend or classmate, are you? You got into trouble and didn't tell me?" Zhang Chen's face darkened. "How badly are you hurt?" "Just a broken right leg. The rest are just superficial injuries." "It's nothing. You really didn't need to be alarmed," Jiang Baishue said. "I was just tired and needed a few months of rest. Plus I can still write books, so don't worry. You almost died, and you're acting like it's nothing." Tang Menglan walked in with breakfast, first greeting Zhang Chen before frowning. "Why are you making it sound so serious?" Jiang Baishue said weakly. "What exactly happened?" Zhang Chen asked. "I was coming back from setting up a stall yesterday, passed through a small alley, and 4 masked men suddenly jumped out and beat me up without saying a word. I don't even know them. Maybe they mistook me for someone else," Zhang Baishue explained. "Did they say why they beat you?" A cold light flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. "Not a word," Zhang Baishue replied. "That means it was premeditated. They intended to hurt you." "You haven't offended anyone, have you?" Zhang Chen asked. "Someone like me, would I offend anyone?" "They must have mistaken me for someone else," Zhang Baishue said firmly, "so I didn't report it to the police." "I'll handle this. You just need to recover," Zhang Chen said, then went to ask the doctor for more information. He learned that Zhang Baishue was brought to the hospital around 10 last night and almost didn't make it. The injuries were severe. He had suffered a heavy blow to the head, a broken right leg, and countless other superficial injuries. Moreover, Zhang Baishue's health was already poor, and he was still taking anti-cancer medication. He was brought in a state of unconsciousness. Although the assailants didn't intend to kill him, they were indeed ruthless, so Zhang Chen called the police. Soon, the detectives arrived, led by Di Qianyan. She was poised and had a unique aura. She carefully inquired about the incident and took notes before leaving to investigate. Before she left, she told Zhang Chen, "You need to be careful too, you've offended quite a few people. Notify me as soon as you have any news. Tell me about any clues, no matter how small." Zhang Chen seemed not to hear her. After she left with her team, Zhang Chen also drove away from the hospital, his face ashen and his gaze icy. He had two suspects in mind, one was Lu Aishu, and the other was Tian and Shen. However, it was he who had offended them, not Jian Baishue. If they wanted revenge, they should be targeting him. Could it really be a case of mistaken identity? That day, Zhang Chen didn't do anything else but visited several security companies and a few bodyguard firms. Yes, he was looking for bodyguards to protect his woman and his close friend. This was a lesson. Such incidents must not happen again. Damn, why can't I find a satisfactory bodyguard? After leaving the last bodyguard company, Zhang Chen let out a deep sigh, his face filled with frustration. None of them were strong enough, not even able to withstand half of his moves. Moreover, there were too few female bodyguards, almost all were male. Ding, host's bodyguard search failed, compensating with Hero Bodyguard Company, which has 10,000 qualified robot bodyguards. Failure compensation system, compensating where you failed, addressing your weaknesses, helping you reach the peak of your life. The system's voice suddenly rang out. What the hell? Zhang Chen stared in shock. He really didn't expect the system to compensate just now. He was still thinking about whether to lower the standards and casually hire a few bodyguards. But he was also worried that the bodyguards might be disloyal, bringing even greater danger. As a result, the system began to compensate. It directly set him up with a bodyguard company? 10,000 robot bodyguards? That's a bit too ruthless, isn't it? Soon, Zhang Chen drove to the Hero Bodyguard Company. It was in the same industrial park as the Brainwave Helmet Company and the Game Company, namely the Green Sea Industrial Park. It occupied a larger area, with very standard martial arts training grounds and indoor training facilities. "Hello, Chairman." The security guards all respectfully saluted. Each of them was tall and robust, looking very powerful. The company's general manager also came out to greet him. His name was Zhang Jun, male. Soon, Zhang Chen learned that the company really had 10,000 bodyguards. There were 5,000 male and 5,000 female bodyguards. They were proficient in firearms, cold weapons, hand-to-hand combat, and were skilled in tracking, investigation, and assassination. Their combat abilities were extremely strong, only slightly inferior to Zhang Chen. Damn, this is impressive. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for 2 bodyguards in pairs to protect himself, Wu Dongfei, Lu Xiu, CLA, and Zhou Yaxin. Zhou Yaxin had broken up with Lu Aishu because of Zhang Chen and might face retaliation. Protection was a must. He also arranged for 2 bodyguards to secretly protect Jiang Baixue and Tang Menglan. The security guards from several companies quickly changed into their own company's bodyguards. The company's higher-ups also arranged for a bodyguard to protect him secretly. Robots don't need salaries, so with so many, they should definitely be utilized. After a moment of contemplation, he sent out 4 more bodyguards to Shangnan to secretly protect his parents. This way, it was like having an impenetrable wall. No more worries. No matter how powerful you are, can you really escape the eyes of robot bodyguards? Any danger would be nipped in the bud. Arrange a few more people to investigate the attack on Jiang Baixue, Zhang Chen ordered again. Chairman, should the company take on external business? Zhang Jun asked. Sure, this way we can gather some information, Zhang Chen said. It might yield surprising results. Soon, Zhang Chen received a call from Di Qianyan. I found some clues. Let's meet at the cafe. Can't you say it over the phone? Zhang Chen was anxious. He didn't want to wait overnight for revenge. Only by knowing who the other party was could he take action. Oh, a big beauty like me is asking you out, and you're not happy about it, right? Di Qianyan's somewhat domineering voice came through the phone. This isn't the time for a date. I'm not in the mood. It's hard to explain over the phone. Hurry over. Zhang Chen walked into the cafe. Here. Di Qianyan stood up from the booth and waved at him. She was wearing a white tight-fitting outfit and a black leather skirt. Her legs were long, straight, and fair. Her exquisite short hair was dyed a light red. She wore sunglasses. She was undeniably a modern woman. Her vibrant personality made people's hearts race and mouths dry. Isn't this a bit too dressed up? Do you think this is really a date? I'm here to ask about the case, Zhang Chen thought to himself, but his mood still brightened. Beautiful women have such an effect and power, always able to make men happy, whether in bed or out of it. It never changes. Sitting across from her, Di Qianyan ordered a cup of coffee for Zhang Chen and complained, why don't you dress up a bit? You still look like you're selling goods on the street? Do you think you deserve my careful dressing? Are you flirting with me? You better not regret it, Zhang Chen said. I've already transformed into a scumbag, killing one when I see one, and two when I see a pair. You are already a scumbag, TSK, for girlfriends. Do you think you can handle that? Di Qianyan looked at him with disdain. For girlfriends? How come I didn't know? Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, wondering why people kept imposing girlfriends on him. There are only Wu Dongfei, CLA, and if you count Lu Xiyu, just 3. Moreover, CLA is the result of being tricked herself. With someone like me, a top-tier wealthy man, having 2 or 3 girlfriends, could that be considered a lot? Am I a scumbag? Is there any conscience in saying such things? Wu Dongfei, Lu Xiyu, CLA, Zhou Yaxin, Di Qianyan counted on her fingers. TSK. I have to admit your bold moves. You and Zhou Yaxin were at odds, even spitting on her work in disgust. But you forgave her so quickly and made her your girlfriend, spending 8 billion to buy a villa, hiding 2 talented women in a golden house, living wildly and chaotically. Why do I sense a strong smell of jealousy? Are you jealous? Zhang Chen didn't bother to clarify, as it would only make things worse. I'm not jealous, Di Qianyan said. I'm not a talented woman. I have no interest in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I'm only interested in your leaf picking and flower flying. If you're willing to teach me, I'd be happy to be your girlfriend. So, what do you think? Interested in adding another girlfriend? Clearly, in just one day, she had done a lot of work, even investigating Zhang Chen's bet with Tian and Shen at the Sihai Company. If I were your crush, I'd be driven to death by you, Zhang Chen said. I'm curious, does he just let you be? He's not my boyfriend. Do I have to be responsible for him? Di Qianyan said fiercely. Don't be stubborn, Zhang Chen said. Give me his number. I want to talk to him. Talk to your big head, Di Qianyan said fiercely. Do you still want to hear what I found out? No rush. First tell me about your crush. I'm very curious about him. What mysterious department is he from? You dare to flirt with me in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid he'll get angry? Zhang Chen pulled out a cigarette. Di Qianyan picked up the lighter on the table and lit it for him. Then she took one for herself, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a perfect smoke ring before saying softly, he's a pervert. He won't get angry. Otherwise, he would have come to trouble you long ago. A pervert? Zhang Chen was stunned. Yes, a dead pervert. Di Qianyan gritted her teeth. Once, I found a man and pretended to live with him for 3 months, and he just ignored me. In the end, I told him I was pregnant, and guess what he said? He actually happily said to give birth. He even sent me 1 million for living expenses, saying it was for raising the child. How is that possible? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Is he gay? Or is he injured down there and can't do it? What are you thinking? Di Qianyan rolled her eyes at Zhang Chen. He's just a playboy, living it up every night. Then how did you fall in love with him? Zhang Chen had a strange expression. Why don't you ask how your 5 girlfriends fell in love with you? Di Qianyan glared at Zhang Chen. Hey, why did you add another one for me? Zhang Chen slammed the table in anger. What kind of crazy woman is this? How can she be so reckless? Isn't that just a matter of time? Di Qianyan said nonchalantly. You confess to beautiful women every day, claiming it's for inspiration. How can nothing happen? Is he that capable? Is he as impressive as me? Zhang Chen felt he couldn't win against this woman and changed the subject back. If he were incapable, would I like him? As for whether he's better than you, wait until he gets jealous and comes over, then you'll know. Di Qianyan said with a mischievous smile. This time I have a feeling, as long as we date a few more times and go to a hotel a few times, he'll show up. I haven't seen him in 3 years. I'm not going to act with you, it's boring. Zhang Chen's face darkened. Whether you cooperate or not doesn't matter, I can act by myself. Just think about it, you're a top-tier wealthy man, and you can still pick leaves and fly flowers, and you're even a great literary figure and calligrapher. Am I too outstanding? Is it really that normal for a top beauty like me to fall for you? So I often seek you out, invite you, and stay over at your place. Will he be nervous? Will he get jealous? Di Qianyan said proudly. He will. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. If he were that man, he would definitely be extremely nervous. He would rush over to stop and save the situation immediately. So, from now on, I'll be bothering you more. Please bear with me, Di Qianyan said. You're as beautiful as a fairy. If you keep swaying in front of me every day, don't blame me if something happens, Zhang Chen warned. That's fine. At worst, I'll just be your 5th girlfriend. Anyway, you're quite impressive and also the man I like, Di Qianyan said nonchalantly. Damn. Zhang Chen was almost furious. He wished he could hit her. How could she treat love like this? How could she be so indifferent? Even you're angry, so he must be furious too. This time, we must force him out, Di Qianyan said, grinding her teeth. Alright, I don't want to hear this nonsense anymore. You should get to the point, Zhang Chen said with a dark face, fuming. What else is there? Di Chenyan asked in surprise. Didn't you say you found out some clues? Zhang Chen was so angry he wanted to curse. Was Long Cha really this unreliable? Talking nonsense? Isn't it just a small fight? What's there to investigate? Di Chenyan said irritably. I'm asking you who the perpetrator is. Zhang Chen slammed the table, really about to explode. I'm not a god. How would I know who the perpetrator is? Di Chenyan glared at Zhang Chen. There are no cameras there, and their car was stolen, plus they were all masked. There's no way to investigate. But the other party is so cautious, they must be experienced. But just to beat up a small fry selling on the street. Don't you find that strange? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me the result, Zhang Chen said impatiently. There's no result, Di Chenyan said, only some conjectures. Conjectures? Do you even need to say that? Zhang Chen said with a dark face. I also suspect that I dragged him down, that it was someone sent by Lu Aishu or Tian and Shen who attacked him. But where's the evidence? I need evidence. He had one more thing he didn't say. He couldn't retaliate against the wrong target, or it would be a joke. Lu Aishu went back to the north on the day of the calligraphy conference and even threatened that you, Zhang Chen, better not go to the north, or he can't guarantee what might happen, Di Chenyan said. He really has no power in the south and doesn't have many friends. So, it's Tian and Shen who did it. Zhang Chen didn't care about Lu Aishu at all. He would deal with him when he went to the north. If he dared to cause trouble, he would take him down. We can only say there's this suspicion, Di Chenyan said. Who told you to take away his goddess CLA, whom he pursued for many years? And you even won 8 billion from him? That's all his own doing, Zhang Chen said. Besides, the logic doesn't add up. If he wanted revenge, he should come after me. Why go after Jiang Baixue? I'm the one he hates. I also found out some news. When you won 8 billion from Tian and Shen, he said he wouldn't let you go and wanted to take revenge. But it was his advisor Bai Siyuan who talked him out of it. Did he change his mind later? First teach Jiang Baixue a lesson, then deal with you? Di Qianyan said. You come to ask me, who should I ask? Are you Long Cha or am I? Zhang Chen was so angry he wanted to curse. Aside from some news, there was no substantial progress. It seemed he still had to come personally. Isn't this a date with you? No, a discussion with you? Di Qianyan said without blushing. Is there nothing else? I'm leaving, Zhang Chen said, too lazy to talk more with her, and got up to leave. Bastard, not even buying a single order, stingy rich guy, go die. Di Qianyan rushed out in a flurry. Be careful, or I'll just move into your house, eat your food, drink your drinks. But Zhang Chen had long since vanished without a trace. You are Bai Siyuan? In a luxurious suite, Bai Siyuan woke up to find himself bound like a zongzi. A masked man stood at the foot of the bed, staring at him as if he were dead. This brave man, whatever you want, just take it. Bai Siyuan secretly lamented, but spoke generously. The safe's code is. You're quite clever. However, I'm not here for money. I have a question for you. If you dare to lie, next year on this day will be your death anniversary, the masked man said coldly. Brave man, feel free to ask. I will speak without reservation, Bai Siyuan replied. The attack on Jiang Baixue, the one who was setting up a stall with Zhang Chen, was it your idea? The masked man's tone was icy. No, Bai Siyuan answered without hesitation. Then whose idea was it? I don't know about this matter, Bai Siyuan said. Crack! The masked man picked up a metal ashtray and squeezed it gently. The ashtray shattered into numerous pieces, clattering to the ground. Then he grasped Bai Siyuan's throat and said coldly, then I can only send you on your way. No, I'll talk. Even though Bai Siyuan was exceptionally clever, facing such an unreasonable masked man, he could only yield, fearfully shouting. It was Tian and Chen's idea. His goddess was taken by Zhang Chen, and he lost 8 billion to Zhang Chen, who used it to buy a villa, spending every day in the villa with 2 talented women. He was really furious. He wanted to take revenge on Zhang Chen but was repeatedly stopped by me. So he found someone to attack Jiang Baixue to vent his anger. He thought it was a small matter that wouldn't provoke Zhang Chen's wrath. Even if he knew, he wouldn't retaliate against him. Do you still want to lie? Don't you want to live? I'm not lying, really not lying. He's just like a child, venting his anger. This idea was actually yours, right? It really wasn't. I'm not an idiot. Why would I do something so meaningless? I've advised him many times not to fight with Zhang Chen, Bai Siyuan said with a sincere expression. Then what about the perpetrator? They've all been arranged to go abroad to avoid the storm. You seem like a decent person. Leave that idiot as soon as possible. Finally, the masked man released him. Then he left quietly. Tian and Shen, you idiot, why provoke Zhang Chen? Now just wait for his revenge. Hopefully, he won't kill you. Bai Siyuan cursed loudly, and only then did he realize he was drenched in sweat. The next day, Bai Siyuan submitted his resignation without a word and left directly. Good riddance, you have no skills at all, and you bully the weak while fearing the strong. What use are you? Tian and Shen said angrily. Tian and Shen, it really is you. Zhang Chen sat in his study, looking at the text message, his expression turning icy. How dare he attack his classmate Jiang Baixue? It was simply outrageous. He immediately posted in the high school class group, at all classmates, I have a question for you. What is the most painful thing for a super rich second generation? It's suddenly being unable to live like a human, becoming a pauper, being cheated on, suddenly getting a terminal illness. It's suddenly discovering that you're not biologically related, being kicked out of the family. Instantly, the group exploded, with many classmates responding one after another. The answers were mostly different. Even Gao Feiyang flattered, replying, at how go, it's for a rich second generation to go completely bankrupt and owe a mountain of debt. He then eagerly asked, how go, is there a place where my little brother can be of service? My little brother is always eager to serve Hao Gu. Many classmates couldn't bear to look directly at him. Weren't you on bad terms with Zhang Chen in the past? After being slapped in the face by him, now you're trying to curry favor? Gao Feiyang, you answered very well. If you have time, come up and sit for a while, Zhang Chen said. Thank you, brother Hao, Gao Feiyang replied, then began to laugh excitedly. I've latched onto a big shot. I finally latched onto a big shot. Feiyang, what are you going crazy about so early in the morning? Gao's father, who was getting ready to go to work, said with a dark face. Dad, I've latched onto the thigh of a godly rich man. Our family's company is saved. Gao Feiyang shouted excitedly. Since Zhang Chen had said he didn't want to see him, he didn't dare live in Deep Bay Garden and stayed with his parents instead. His family's company had indeed run into some problems recently. They owned a precision mold factory, and while they also did injection molding, one client was defaulting on payments, dragging out tens of millions in owed funds, and another major client had been poached. Business was very difficult. If they couldn't recover the payments or find another major client, bankruptcy wasn't out of the question. It was because he was worried about the company going under and being in debt that he had transformed from a rich second generation into a pauper. That was how he could perfectly answer Zhang Chen's question. Godly rich man? Who do you know that's a godly rich man? Gao's father glared at Gao Feiyang with annoyance. Dad, don't underestimate me, Gao Feiyang said proudly. While you were busy making money in Deep City, I was studying back home, and I had a high school classmate who was really impressive. A high school classmate? He's only 25, how impressive can he be? Gao's father chuckled. Dad, my classmate sold a book for several $100 billion and has already received $50 billion. My classmate is also the owner of Deep Bay Hotel, a tycoon company owner, the owner of Haitan Building. He's also a great calligrapher, with 2 pieces of calligraphy worth $500 million. He bought a villa for $8 billion, keeping talented women hidden away. He has a house in Deep Bay Garden worth $1 billion. He drives a Koenigsegg worth $100 million. So, do you think he's a godly rich man? Isn't he awesome? Gao Feiyang fired off his words in rapid succession. Are you talking about the one from Heroic Sentiments for 3,000 years? Your high school classmate? Yes, his name is Zhang Chen. My goodness, is there really such a golden thigh? Gao's father was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words, and then his face broke into a wild joy. Crackling, Zhang Chen was operating his computer, of course, checking the family business structure of Tian and Shun. It was very singular, all nursing homes, specifically catering to patients in a vegetative state. The business was spread across the country. Since it had grown large, there were hardly any competitors. Moreover, Tian's company had gone public and was considered a quality stock. It had been steadily rising. To make the Tian family go bankrupt, with all their debts, I must disrupt their business and cut off their income source. Then, I can manipulate the stock in advance, making them invest a large amount of capital to support the stock, and then turn it into worthless paper, Zhang Chen pondered. But how could he cut off their income? Should he immediately research ways to awaken vegetative patients? Would the system compensate after failure? That should work, but revenge would be too slow this way. After a while, Zhang Chen drove out to his high-tech company, Starry Sky Brainwave Company. He went straight to the chairman's office. Secretary Jing Kaiwei quickly brewed tea and coffee. General Manager Zhang Lan also came over to await instructions. How's the company doing lately? Zhang Chen asked. The brainwave helmet that can play games has been produced, and the production line has been debugged, Zhang Lan said. The pass rate is very high, and we're preparing to hold a press conference and find celebrities to shoot advertisements. Zhang Chen tried on the new brainwave helmet and found that this stripped-down version was quite good. It could only be used for gaming, with no other functions. Although it would cause turmoil in the gaming world, the impact wouldn't be too great. He nodded in satisfaction. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts on vegetative patients? Is there any way to wake them up? It was just an attempt to ask. Zhang Lan was a robot, and as the general manager of the company, she was clearly the most advanced intelligent robot. Perhaps she could solve this problem. Vegetative patience? Isn't it just a simple brain disorder? Our brainwave helmet can wake them up. It communicates with vegetative patients using brainwaves. Although they are in a coma, they can still emit brainwaves. Through brainwave communication, the dormant brain can start functioning again, thus waking up, Zhanglan said. Ha, Tian and Shin, you're done for. I'm going to make you lose everything and suffer immensely. How dare you harm my friend? It's as if you've never faced death, Zhang Chen exclaimed joyfully, laughing excitedly. He never expected the brainwave helmet to be so impressive. It had such a function? This was simply a case of finding something effortlessly after searching high and low. Stop all other work for now. Produce a batch of brainwave helmets specifically for waking vegetative patients. Not too many, just 10,000. Set a special password so that it can activate a self-destruct mechanism at a critical moment. Also, let's establish a new company called the Awakening Rehabilitation Center, with the business of waking vegetative patients, Zhang Chen said. Yes, Chairman, Zhang Lan replied respectfully. Soon, Zhang Chen noticed Gao Fei Yang was messaging him privately. Hao Gu, are you home? I want to visit you. I'm at the Green Sea Industrial Park, Xingkong Brainwave Company. Come here, Zhang Chen replied. My company is also in the Green Sea Industrial Park. I'll be there soon, Gao Fei Yang quickly responded. Then he excitedly shouted, Dad, he wants me to meet him. It must be his company. Quick, let's go together. Gao Fu trembled with excitement. Before long, the two appeared in the chairman's office of Xingkong Brainwave Company. How good, this is my dad, Gao Wengu, Gao Fei Yang said respectfully. Hello, Chairman Zhang. Gao Wengu nodded and bowed, a bit nervous. Have a seat. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Gao Fei Yang was indeed a silly rich second generation. Why bring your dad when I asked you to come? Once they were seated, Zhang Chen chatted with them casually. Gao Wengu had no idea that Zhang Chen and Gao Fei Yang had a poor relationship. After expressing a lot of admiration, he revealed the current difficulties of his company. Can't collect payments? No orders? Making molds? Zhang Chen was speechless for a long time. You come to me for such trivial matters? He said, this is nothing. I called Fei Yang for another reason. Hao Gu, what is it? Gao Fei Yang looked ecstatic. I want you to release a message, online and in reality. Just say that a high-tech method has emerged that can wake vegetative patients, Zhang Chen said. Isn't that spreading rumors? It would deal a devastating blow to the Tian family company. Gao Fei Yang still looked confused, but Gao Wenji's expression turned serious. The son is a bug, but the father is so powerful? Zhang Chen was slightly surprised and smiled. It's not a rumor. In at most 10 days, my new company will open. It can quickly wake vegetative patients. The Tian family stock will plummet, and I hope those who bought Tian family stocks will sell them off in advance. This is doing a good deed. My goodness, that's impressive. How good, you're amazing. Gao Fei Yang was dumbfounded. Chairman Zhang, this is a huge market. In our country alone, there are about 1 million vegetative patients, and it's still growing. How many vegetative patients are there worldwide? Over 5 million. Even if we charge an average of 1 million per person, that's 5 trillion. If you can wake them up, you'll definitely become the richest person in the world, and you'll earn immense gratitude and respect from countless people, Gao Wengu said excitedly. Gao Fei Yang's father is truly remarkable. Zhang Chen not only secretly admired him. After all, how could someone who could single-handedly establish a territory in a place like Deep City be a fool? So he said, I never thought of making money from this. I developed a method to awaken vegetative patients to deal with the Tian family company and make it go bankrupt, which still owes a mountain of debt. Is there some deep-seated grudge? The father and son felt a tightness in their hearts. They quickly tried to inquire indirectly. If they could help Zhang Chen with this matter, they would truly be holding onto a golden thigh. That idiot Tian and Shen, afraid to provoke me, broke my college classmate's leg. How could that be? Zhang Chen said angrily. He broke your classmate's leg, and you painstakingly researched a way to awaken vegetative patients, wanting him to go bankrupt and still owe a mountain of debt? The Gao family father and son were dumbfounded. Now that they knew Zhang Chen's purpose, Gao Wenji understood everything and said admiringly, Director Zhang, if you release some news that sounds like a rumor in advance, ordinary shareholders will retreat. The Tian family won't believe it and will do everything to protect their stocks, buying up all the liquid funds. By the time your company for awakening vegetative patients opens, the stocks will become worthless, the company will go bankrupt, and they will still owe a mountain of debt. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, Zhang Chen said. Then leave this matter to us. I have been in Deep City for many years and know many friends. Most of them have bought stocks. We can release some ambiguous news and stir things up online, Gao Wenji said. Then I'll leave it to you, Zhang Chen said. The two bid farewell and left. On the way, Gao Feiyang was still a bit worried. Dad, He doesn't want to get us imprisoned, does he? Spreading rumors is also a crime. No, Gao Winch said, if we go to prison, wouldn't he be afraid we would confess and expose him? Then he would have trouble. Moreover, he has a fortune of several hundred billion. There are countless ways to deal with the Tian family, and there's no need to resort to spreading rumors. This shows that what he said is true. He really has researched a way to awaken vegetative patience. We should work hard to follow his instructions and try to be discreet. The next day, Zhang Chen, accompanied by Zhang Rong, the vice president of Shinkong Brainwave Company, visited a newly built but not yet open sanatorium. He planned to buy it and then register a new company. The sanatorium was located on the hillside of a small mountain near the Luhai Industrial Park. A dozen small buildings were surrounded by beautiful fences. The facilities inside were complete, capable of accommodating 1,000 people for long-term stays. A stream flowed gently through, feeding into the lake at the foot of the mountain. Tall trees and green grass swayed in the breeze, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Bees and small birds flocked together. Butterflies danced gracefully. It was like a legendary paradise. Chairman, what do you think of this sanatorium? Pretty good. Who is the owner? It's a new sanatorium opened by the Tian family. But I don't know if they are willing to sell, Zhang Rong said. They should be willing to sell. An evil look appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Tian Inshan lost 8 billion, and his liquid funds must be very tight. Plus, with the need to protect the stocks, it would be even tighter. Selling this sanatorium, which hasn't even opened yet, could bring in some funds to fill that bottomless pit of stock protection. It would lead to faster bankruptcy. So Zhang Chen called Tian Inshan, young Master Shen. Hello, this is Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen? What do you want from me? Tian Inshan was a bit nervous, wondering if Zhang Chen had found out about him breaking Zhang Baishua's leg and was calling to scold him. I'm interested in your newly established sanatorium, the one near Luhai Industrial Park, called Luhai Sanatorium. Can you sell it to me? Zhang Chen said. What do you want to buy a sanatorium for? Tian Inshan was taken aback. What does it matter to you what I want to do with it? Zhang Chen said. Shall we meet to discuss? Tian Inshan asked. I'm at the sanatorium, you can come over, Zhang Chen said. Soon, Tian Inshan and his father arrived in a luxury car, accompanied by a lawyer, an assistant, and a secretary. You must be Mr. Zhang Chen, I've heard so much about you, Tian's father said, his gaze icy and teeth clenched. Tian Inshan tightened his fists, wishing he could beat Zhang Chen right then and there. It was a good opportunity. Zhang Chen was alone with just 2 people, while he had dozens of bodyguards. If they killed him and buried him deep underground, it would probably go unnoticed. This was their territory. I want this sanatorium, name your price, Zhang Chen said. What do you intend to use it for? If you don't state your purpose, we won't sell, both Tian's father and Tian Inshan said in turn. I like the environment here. I have a company in the Green Sea Industrial Park and plan to use it as staff dormitories, Zhang Chen replied. Using it as high-end staff dormitories is indeed a good idea, Tian's father nodded. May I ask which company you represent? The Weijie Game Company and the Shinkong Brainwave Company, Zhang Chen pointed out. Damn it, this bastard is not only a great literary figure but also a wealthy tycoon. The father and son gritted their teeth in hatred, their eyes burning with jealousy. Tian's father then said, I spent a long time on this sanatorium, buying the land and designing it. It wasn't easy at all. I really don't want to sell. However, since you want to buy it, I can't refuse you. Let's start with a price of 10 billion. That's a bit exaggerated. You built this sanatorium in less than 2 years. You spent 3.5 billion on the land, 500 million on construction, and some miscellaneous expenses that don't even add up to 1 billion. In total, it's only about 4.1 billion. My offer is already very reasonable. In short, 4.5 billion, and you'll make a profit of 400 million, which is quite considerable, Zhang Chen said. He had already used hacking techniques to know all the details. How could he let the other party take too much advantage? How does he know all this so clearly? The father and son were astonished. After some back-and-forth bargaining, the final acquisition price was set at 4.8 billion. Signing, notarizing, transferring funds, and handing over the property were all completed in 2 hours. On the way back, Tian's father laughed heartily. What a great literary figure. I see him as just a big fool who can't negotiate at all, letting me make 700 million. With this 4.8 billion, all our crises will be resolved. I don't know what he was thinking, using such a good place for staff dormitories. I think he just won my money and wants to annoy us. He's getting cocky. He will definitely run into big trouble. Tian Inshan gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for the fear of being discovered, I would have dealt with him today and buried him deep underground. To deal with him, we must have a foolproof plan and be absolutely certain before we act. Otherwise, if we strike and fail, we will suffer a backlash, Tian's father said coldly. How about sending someone to kidnap his parents? Set a trap? I've done a thorough investigation recently. He has 2 school beauty girlfriends, one of whom has a weak background. We could kidnap her to lure him into a trap. Tian Enshin was racking his brain for ways to take revenge on Zhang Chen. These are all foolish ideas. Does he really think Zhang Chen is a fool? Is it that easy to trick him? Tian's father's face darkened. Dad, Zhang Chen isn't as smart as you think. I beat up his companion, and he didn't know a thing. He still foolishly came to buy our sanatorium, solving our financial problems, Tian Enshin said proudly. That's just a trivial character. Killing him wouldn't matter. It doesn't mean he's stupid. Giving you 4.8 billion to protect the market. Stockholders, I've done right by you. Zhang Chen was also smirking. Then he received a call from Lu Xiyu. Brother Hao, I found 2 women following me. I've run into them several times today. Don't worry, those are bodyguards I sent to specifically protect you. Protecting me? Lu Xiyu was stunned, then felt a sweetness in her heart and shyly said, Hao Gu, let's go have a late-night snack tonight. Don't call Wu Dongfei. Just the 2 of us, okay? 3 people make it more lively, he replied. Hao Gu, when you're with her, you don't call me. You can't be biased. Alright then. See you tonight. Zhang Chen scratched his head, puzzled. Did Lu Xiyu know something? That evening, Zhang Chen and Lu Xiyu had late-night snacks, and this time, they really didn't call Wu Dongfei. Lu Xiyu was very happy, deliberately dragging things out. So, by the time they finished eating, it was already quite late. They couldn't go back to school anymore. Zhang Chen had no choice but to take Lu Xiyu back to Deep Bay Garden. Lu Xiyu immediately walked into Zhang Chen's study. Sure enough, it was different from before. The walls were adorned with numerous calligraphy works, all written by Zhang Chen himself. The strokes were vigorous and free, elegant and ethereal, unmatched in the world. Wow, this handwriting is so wild and beautiful, Lu Xiyu exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. She had heard rumors that Zhang Chen was a master calligrapher, the best in the world, for several days now. It was only after seeing Zhang Chen's calligraphy that she truly understood how extraordinary it was. Otherwise, she couldn't have imagined it. Take whichever piece you like, Zhang Chen said, pointing to several calligraphy works on the table. These are too precious, worth billions. I can't take them, and I have no place to put them. If I put them in the dorm, they would definitely get stolen, Lu Xiyu replied. That night, after bathing, Lu Xiyu put on her sexiest pajamas and naturally climbed into Zhang Chen's bed. It's not thundering, so go sleep in another room, Zhang Chen said, his heart racing, though his mouth said otherwise. I'm your girlfriend, of course I want to sleep with you, Lu Xiyu said, not only refusing to leave but also wrapping her arms around Zhang Chen's neck with a charming smile. How did I become your boyfriend? He asked. If not, why would you have bodyguards protect me? Zhang Chen was left speechless. After 2 nights of thunder, he had already considered her his girlfriend. Now, he instinctively didn't want to be a scumbag. However, she didn't seem to worry about that at all. What could he do? The events that followed unfolded naturally, effortlessly. It was so delightful that words couldn't describe it. So beautiful it brought tears of emotion. The next day, Zhang Chen woke up, and it was already 8:30. He was startled awake by a call from Zhang Lan, chairman. The company has hired a batch of models and a few young stars to endorse the brainwave helmets. There's an interview today to select a suitable one. Do you want to come take a look? I'll be there right away. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the best opportunity to earn failure points and failure cards? He began to get dressed. Despite the noise, Lu Xiyu was still sound asleep, showing no signs of waking up. The spring sleep of the begonia was particularly enchanting. Zhang Chen gently touched her picturesque face. Not wanting to wake her, he left a note and drove away. What time is it? Lu Xiyu finally woke up. Looking at her phone, she was shocked to find it was already 10 o'clock. Oh no, my endorsement negotiation. I might be late. Lu Xiyu quickly got out of bed. Then she was horrified to discover that her whole body ached, and walking was difficult. If it was this terrifying after 1 time, what about 2 times? Wouldn't that be life-threatening? Hao Gu is too intense. Lu Xiyu touched her forehead, feeling both happy and scared, a bit conflicted. Should she give up on today's endorsement negotiation? No, I must go. I need to become even better so that Hao Gu will always like me. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth, got dressed and made her way out with great difficulty. Zhang Chen, dressed in cheap clothes and carrying a bag containing a bouquet of roses, sat by the roadside outside the Starry Sky Brainwave Company, waiting for the beautiful women to come for discussions about endorsements and contracts. In their hearts, they secretly admired how extraordinary robots are at their jobs. They have learned the business model of Earth very well. They even know to invite beautiful women for endorsements. This also brought benefits to themselves. While the failure points couldn't be avoided, hopefully, they could still earn failure cards. Soon, a beautiful woman approached, driving a Porsche. Elegant in demeanor, exquisite in appearance. She parked her car by the roadside. Carrying an LV bag, she walked towards the company entrance. Her tiny waist swayed enticingly, exceptionally charming. Zhang Chen immediately stopped her to confess. "Who are you? Do you know me?" The beauty was taken aback. "Why must we have met before? What does it matter who you are? As long as you're good looking, that's enough," Zhang Chen said humorously. "Another beauty is coming, you should confess to her." The beauty pointed behind, diverting Zhang Chen's attention, and fled into the company. Ding! Host's confession to the beauty failed, failure points plus 10. He, my business is booming again. Zhang Chen was very happy. More beautiful women came next, and he stopped each one to confess. He received failure points from each. Unfortunately, he didn't get any failure cards. Clearly, they weren't the top-tier beauties. Ah, this is hilarious. A fool outside the Stargaze Brainwave company, confessing to every beauty he sees. Employees from nearby companies all knew about it. Some even came specifically to watch the fun. Employees from Weijie Game Company also came over. The receptionist, Yan Yuding, was among them. "Yan Yuding, don't go over, or he'll confess to you." "So what if he confesses? I can just refuse, can't I?" Yan Yuding was not worried at all. She squeezed in to take a look. Then she was stunned. How does he look? A bit like Chairman Zhang Chen? Just different clothes, different demeanor? Truly, same appearance but different fates. Some are billionaires, while others are poor losers, confessing to beauties but failing every time. Yan Yuding? Seems like she didn't recognize me? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. She is also a top beauty. Could he possibly get a failure card from her? He needed to gather 18 cards quickly to showcase something magical. So he turned his gaze, putting on a lewd expression, and began to confess to Yan Yuding. "You confess to every beauty you see, so fickle, who would dare accept you?" Yan Yuding blushed. "Aren't you daring enough? I wouldn't dare. Who knows who you are?" Yan Yuding quickly retreated from the crowd. Ding! Host's confession to the beauty failed, compensatory failure card awarded. The system's voice rang out. "Yan Yuding, my past affection for you wasn't in vain." Zhang Chen jumped up in joy. Finally, he got another failure card. That made 3. Next time he would do the same with Zhang Shueching and Zhang Shueyu. There was an 80% chance he would get 2 failure cards. That would make 5. Wasn't he closer to 18 cards? Ha, what kind of fool is this? Anyone would reject him with such confessions. I think he's just harassing beauties. Doesn't seem like it. He's not being persistent and is quite polite. Suddenly, a stunning beauty walked over. Her figure and looks were simply breathtaking, unparalleled. She seemed even more outstanding than Yan Yuding. "A gorgeous beauty is coming, make way, make way." Someone shouted, and the crowd parted instantly. The beauty walked right in. "Beauty, I really like you. Be my girlfriend?" Zhang Chen, without even getting a good look, confessed recklessly. "I'm willing." The beauty blushed as she accepted the flowers and fell into Zhang Chen's embrace. The entire scene was stunned. Silence fell. Is this even possible? Should he give it a try too? How is this possible? Yan Yuding, of course, saw it too, her eyes widening. That beauty was even more stunning than herself, like a big star. Moreover, her demeanor was exceptional, poised and confident. She was probably a university student. How could she agree to a confession from a poor loser? Could it be? At this thought, she dared not continue, because she felt she had found the answer. Suddenly, she regretted it. Why didn't she agree just now? Could there really be 2 identical people in the world? But if she agreed, could she really be his girlfriend? She was just a receptionist. What are you doing here? Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned, then he realized that the super beauty in his arms was actually Lu Xiyu. No wonder she was so beautiful and alluring, like a celestial being. No wonder she would agree to his confession. "I'm here to discuss an endorsement," Lu Xiyu said softly. "You waiting here isn't to stop me, right? I've worked hard to get this opportunity. Let me try, okay? I love you, but I want to become better." "Then go ahead," Zhang Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless. "You really allow me to go?" "Yes." "Then why are you trying to stop me?" "I'm here to find inspiration," Zhang Chen deflected. "Weren't you tired last night? Still looking for inspiration?" "I'm about to fall apart, and coming over here is so awkward," Lu Xiyu pouted. "You should hurry." Zhang Chen felt a bit embarrassed with so many people watching. "Could we not talk about private matters? How about you wait for me?" Lu Xiyu asked expectantly. "I'll wait for you," Zhang Chen nodded. Lu Xiyu then happily slipped out of Zhang Chen's embrace and entered the company. More beauties continued to arrive, all there for endorsement discussions. It was essentially an endorsement audition, but it also meant a considerable income. So, any beauty who received an invitation came over. Zhang Chen continued to confess, continuing to be rejected. He kept accumulating failure points. Fortunately, another beauty, only slightly less stunning than Lu Shiyu, arrived. Confession rejected again, and he received another failure card. Yan Yuding had been watching the excitement and couldn't help but call Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen glanced at the caller ID but still answered, "Shu, don't reveal my identity. I'm gaining inspiration for writing, you know?" Got it. Yan Yuding certainly knew Zhang Chen was the one known as heroic passion for 3,000 years, so she understood immediately. She couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Wasn't the chairman's way of gaining inspiration too funny? If all those beauties knew he was heroic passion for 3,000 years, what would their reaction be? "Chairman, the beauties who received invitations have all arrived. You can come in now." Soon, Zhang Chen received a call from Zhang Lan. Not bad. I've accumulated a total of 140 failure points, plus 2 failure cards. Now I have 4 failure cards. Zhang Chen secretly rejoiced. This company is so luxurious, Lu Shiyu exclaimed quietly as soon as she entered. If she could succeed in the interview and secure the endorsement, it would be the first step toward gaining more endorsements in the future. Didn't many streamers become stars? She was led to a spacious conference room and sat down. There were already 7 or 8 beauties sitting there. She actually agreed to that poor loser's confession and even threw herself into his arms. She still wants to get an endorsement? Doesn't she know the security and company leaders have seen it? They would never choose her. I thought she was so beautiful and would be a terrifying competitor, but I didn't expect that before I even made a move, she would fall on her own. When they saw Lu Shiyu walk in, they pointed and laughed derisively. It's over. Lu Shiyu, of course, heard them and certainly did not regret throwing herself into his arms, but she was a bit worried that she might really not get the endorsement. It just happened to be right at the company's entrance. How could the company not know? However, since she was here, she had to give it a try, right? Soon, more beautiful women came in. They all had flushed faces because they had all been confessed to by Zhang Chen. Being confessed to must be a test arranged by the company. I don't know if I passed or not. A stunning beauty sat down next to Lu Shiyu, looking very worried. She was the one who had made Zhang Chen receive a failure card. Don't worry, that wasn't a test arranged by the company. It was just a coincidence, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but say. How do you know? Ning Lan asked in surprise. Because he's my boyfriend, he's a great writer, and he gets his writing inspiration this way, Lu Shiyu said proudly, which was a strong rebuttal to those women who had mocked her earlier. Your boyfriend? A great writer? A great writer with a bunch of street vendor goods? That's hilarious. Is he really a great writer? Confessing to beautiful women? Getting inspiration? Who would believe that? Beautiful girl, you're so good looking, how could you be so blind? Those beauties couldn't help but start mocking. May I ask what his pen name is? But Ning Lan didn't mock. Instead, she asked expectantly. He is Haoqing Sanqianian, the author of Starry Sky. Home, Lu Shiyu said proudly. You say so it must be true? You dare to brag like that? That person could be Haoqing Sanqianian? What a joke. I know Haoqing Sanqianian is an old man. He's already 80 this year. The many beauties were unwilling to believe it. Even Ning Lan expressed disbelief, giving Lu Shiyu a sidelong glance. If that really was Haoqing Sanqianian, and Lu Shiyu was his girlfriend, why would she still compete for such an endorsement? However, she felt relieved. It wasn't a test earlier, just a coincidence, and Lu Shiyu had completely given up. She contacted Xin Shanxian via WeChat. Shanxian, I saw the company you work for. Are you coming to work? I'm still in class, but I'll definitely rush to the company before noon to treat you to lunch. By the way, what are you doing at the Green Sea Industrial Park? I'm here for an endorsement, just next door at the Starry Sky Brainwave Company, but I probably have no hope. Oh, no hope is fine. You have Haogu, which is like having the whole world. I just ran into him at the entrance. No way? Outside the Starry Sky Brainwave Company? Yeah, he said he would wait for me. You'll have to treat one more person to dinner later. You didn't come back last night? Did you roll in bed with him? Not telling you. Congratulations, finally achieving your goal, so enviable. Don't be jealous, you'll make people envious in the future too. By the way, this is your neighbor company. Do you know the company boss? Can you pull some strings? That company is next door, but we don't have any business dealings with them. I'm not familiar with them. Why don't you call Haogu? This kind of small matter should be a piece of cake for him? Right. How did I not think of that? Anyway, he already knows. Lu Shiyu's eyes lit up. Lu Shiyu immediately walked to a corner and called Zhang Chen. Haogu, are you still waiting for me? Yes. Zhang Chen sat in the boss's chair in the chairman's office, wearing a strange smile. Just now, I promised you my confession, and the company's person in charge must have known about it. They won't let me take the endorsement. Otherwise, the chances of success would be very high because my image is the best. Plus, I come with fans and traffic. Lu Shiyu said. Are you saying you want me to compensate you with an endorsement? No, you're so capable. Is there any way to get in touch with the company's higher-ups? Can you pull some strings? Let me take the endorsement? Lu Shiyu said in a coquettish tone. Going through the back door? Is it not possible to do it without? But if I don't go through the back door, there's no hope, and I really want this endorsement. Because this company is amazing, super high-tech, able to play games using brainwaves, and the brainwave helmets they produce are about to take the world by storm. It could be a unicorn company that rivals Apple. Just think about it. Being the spokesperson for such a promising company would be incredibly beneficial for me. In the future, I could continue to take endorsements and earn a lot of money. Lu Shiyu said excitedly, "Can you help me, please? I'll give it a try. Honey, I love you." Lu Shiyu was overjoyed and gave a kiss sound. After hanging up the phone, she instantly felt full of confidence. Zhang Chen was originally a wealthy man, but after becoming a great literary figure and the world's top calligrapher, he was now a super wealthy man. He should have some assurance, right? Who is Lu Shiyu? A clerk walked in and asked. I am, Lu Shiyu replied. Please follow me. The clerk said. Okay. Lu Shiyu followed her out, secretly feeling distressed. Why was it her turn first? Even the wealthy brother needed time to pull strings. They arrived outside the chairman's office. The clerk began to knock on the door. My goodness, the chairman is personally discussing the endorsement? Lu Shiyu immediately became nervous. She was also a bit curious about what the chairman would be like. This was a super impressive high-tech company. An old man? A middle-aged man? A rich second generation? Come in. A crisp and pleasant voice sounded. The clerk pushed the door open and led Lu Shiyu inside. The chairman was sitting in the boss's chair and looked like a young man, but he was actually hiding his face behind a book. It was a bit funny. Was he really that ugly? Afraid to show his face? Please sit. The general manager, Zhang Lan, was also there and invited Lu Shiyu to sit on the sofa opposite Zhang Chen. The secretary brought in hot tea. Then she began to massage the so-called chairman's shoulders. Lu Shiyu, right? You are the girlfriend of the wealthy brother from 3,000 years ago? Why are you here for the endorsement? Zhang Lan asked. Wow, the wealthy brother is so impressive. Has he already pulled the strings? Lu Shiyu was shocked and extremely impressed. It was really amazing. I don't want to be a vase. I want to achieve something in my career. Lu Shiyu said, I work in live streaming, and if I can get endorsements, maybe I can become an actress, which is my dream. You still want to be an actress? Zhang Chen exclaimed. What's wrong with that? Lu Shiyu looked at Zhang Chen, who was hiding his face with a book, suspiciously. She thought the voice sounded a bit familiar. Your boyfriend is a wealthy man. He doesn't lack money. Do you think he would agree to you exposing yourself to become an actress? Zhang Lan said. He should, right? With him protecting me, who would dare to use me? Lu Shiyu hesitated for a moment and said, what if there are kissing scenes or bed scenes? How would you handle that? Zhang Chen asked, tightening his voice. Boss, can you put down the book that's blocking your face? Lu Shiyu finally began to doubt. First, answer my question. Zhang Chen said again. Isn't there a body double? Lu Shiyu replied. You still want a body double? Your ambition is too big, isn't it? Zhang Chen laughed in anger. Who exactly are you? Lu Shiyu suddenly stood up and snatched the book from Zhang Chen's hands. Then she was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this Zhang Chen? What was going on? Lu Shiyu looked confused and stammered. Wealthy brother, why are you in someone else's chairman's office? Who said this is someone else's company? Zhang Chen pulled out a cigarette, and the secretary, Jing Kaiwei, quickly lit it for him. Zhang Chen took a puff and blew out a smoke ring. This is your company? Lu Shiyu stammered, struggling to breathe, the feeling of suffocation enveloping her. Previously, I only knew that Zhang Chen had the Deep Bay Hotel and the Haitian building, along with a wealthy investment company. Could he possibly have a high-tech company that rivals Apple? Zhang Chen casually nodded. You are amazing, so impressive. I really admire you. Lu Shiyu was in shock and, disregarding everything, leaped into Zhang Chen's arms. Holding him tightly, her warmth almost melted him. Haven't you had enough hardship last night? Zhang Chen asked in her ear. I'm not afraid of hardship. Lu Shiyu blushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She eagerly asked, can I be the spokesperson? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhang Chen said, touching his forehead. What's wrong with that? Lu Shiyu pouted. Then let's hire 2 spokespersons, you can be one, and we'll hire another. Zhang Chen said, do you want to participate in the upcoming interviews together? Sure. Lu Shiyu was overjoyed, feeling ecstatic. Just moments ago, those beautiful women looked down on her and mocked her. Now they would know her strength. Then you will take the lead, and Zhang Lan will assist. Zhang Chen enjoyed the shoulder massage from the secretary, teasingly said. Lu Shiyu sat upright beside Zhang Chen, surprisingly commanding. But her pretty face was flushed, slightly shy and nervous. "This is Zhang Chen's company, and I am his girlfriend. He asked me to interview. What am I nervous about?" Lu Shiyu encouraged herself in her heart. Then she said, "Call them all over." "Yes," the robotic clerk replied respectfully. Soon, 14 beautiful women walked in. Like a beauty pageant, they stood in front of the imposing desk. One by one, they were dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. What was going on? That poor guy who confessed was actually sitting in the chairman's position? The beauty who agreed to the poor guy's confession was the interviewer? The secretary was too sexy and stunning, right? Could it be that the poor guy was the boss of this company? And this beauty was his girlfriend? The beauty said he had the ambition of 3,000 years. Could it be true? Oh my, I should have agreed to him earlier. How foolish. Otherwise, I would be sitting next to him, interviewing others, right? Ladies, we meet again. Lu Shiyu coldly scanned them. You just mocked her? How can you still get the endorsement? The group of beauties felt extreme regret and frustration, each like a quail, drooping their heads, not daring to meet Lu Shiyu's gaze. Lu Shiyu immediately felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Could this be the legendary ultimate realm of slapping faces? She began interviewing one by one. Surprisingly, she was quite composed and efficient. Not bad. You have a bit of a female CEO's demeanor. Zhang Chen glanced at Lu Shiyu, secretly nodding. Lu Shiyu had started live streaming since her freshman year and had already gained experience. She was much stronger than the average college student. Plus, being a super beauty, her confidence was high. She could be assigned some tasks in the future. Lu Shiyu quickly finished interviewing 13 beauties, telling them to wait for notification. The last one to interview was Ning Lan. Ning Lan was a small actress who had debuted for a year, with pretty looks and a good figure. She could be considered a great beauty, on par with Yen Yuding. However, she had remained lukewarm and had little fame. Life had been tough for her. Therefore, she placed great importance on this endorsement. I only want 10,000 yuan for the endorsement fee. Ning Lan said, I will do my best to fulfill the endorsement. What? You only want 10,000? Lu Shiyu was dumbfounded. That endorsement fee was not low. It should be at least several 100,000. I only want 10,000. Ning Lan said, I believe your company's products will soon become famous. I can gain huge benefits from this endorsement, and my fame will soar from then on. She still had one thing left unsaid. You're so beautiful, you can just be your own spokesperson. Why do I have to step in? I only want 10,000 for the endorsement fee. It's just a reluctant choice. I hope it can impress the boss. This boss is also being ridiculous, making his girlfriend interview while he just watches the show? Give her the highest endorsement fee. It's her. Zhang Chen finally spoke. Honey, I said I'm the main one here. Why are you interrupting? Lu Shiyu pouted playfully. Then you continue. Go on. Zhang Chen helplessly closed his eyes again. Ning Lan was both surprised and frustrated, seeing that success was within reach, and they were offering the highest endorsement fee. But she was stopped by the boss's girlfriend. She looked at me, so beautiful, just slightly less than her, perhaps feeling threatened or jealous. She wanted to eliminate me. Your taste is really good, and your character is quite nice, Lu Shiyu said. It's you. What's the highest endorsement fee? 3 million a year. 9 million for 3 years, Zhang Lan replied. So am I also getting the highest endorsement fee? Lu Shiyu asked excitedly. Of course, Zhang Chen interjected. Yay! Lu Shiyu threw herself into Zhang Chen's arms, acting cute for a while, then turned to the shocked Ning Lan and said, How about that? Surprised, right? Thank you, Ning Lan said, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with joy. In her heart, she felt ecstatic. From now on, she was going to rise. This company boss was her benefactor. Soon, Zhang Lan began discussing the specific details of the endorsements with the two beautiful spokespersons and then signed the contracts. Shiyu, after signing the contract, you can rest here or play games with the brainwave helmet. I have some work to arrange, Zhang Chen said. You go ahead, don't mind me. In fact, I have a classmate treating me to lunch. Lu Shiyu smiled brightly. So Zhang Chen took a few brainwave helmets and went out, bringing along his secretary Jing Kaiwei and several technicians. They headed to the chairman's office of Weijie Game Company. It was still morning, and Xin Qianqian hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, Yen Yuding acted as the secretary, calling in the company's executives, general manager, deputy general manager, as well as the manager and deputy manager of the game development department as per Zhang Chen's request. First, let me clarify one thing. The Starry Sky Brainwave company next door is also my company, Zhang Chen said casually. What? The high-tech company next door is also the chairman's? Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a deity. This was too impressive. Why hadn't he mentioned it before? The Starry Sky Brainwave company specializes in making game helmets. They have already started mass production. In the future, playing games will enter the brainwave gaming era, freeing up our hands, and the demands for games will be higher. I brought some game helmets over. You can use them with the game Conquer the World. Modify the game settings to make it the first brainwave game on the market. That should be a hit. Zhang Chen introduced while holding a game helmet. What? Playing games with brainwaves? No hands needed? Everyone was stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. Was this a wild claim? Many companies were researching how to play games with thoughts, even implanting chips in the brain to turn people into robotic beings. Naturally, they could use their thoughts to play games and perform special tasks. But many technical challenges remained unsolved, and safety issues were also unresolved. So progress had stalled. Playing games with brainwaves sounded good. But could it really be done? This is Jing Kaiwei, the secretary of the Brainwave Company. For future work-related matters, contact Jing Kaiwei. These are the technicians. They will teach you how to use the brainwave helmets. You can try out the effects. Zhang Chen continued. They eagerly began experimenting with the brainwave helmets under the technicians' guidance. As long as they plugged the helmet's connector into the computer's main unit, the brainwaves would connect to the game. They could play games with a crackling sound. Moreover, it felt as if they had entered the game itself. It was extraordinarily realistic, and the experience was enhanced by an unknown number of times. My God, this is incredible, isn't it? The crowd was stunned, looking like fools. Deng Zhishui added, Boss, this helmet is so advanced. The gaming industry is going to rise completely in the future. We could even develop educational content within the games, allowing people to learn various knowledge while playing. That's a matter for the future. Let's take it slow. First, we need to connect Zhongheng Tiantang with the brainwave helmet and release it simultaneously with the gaming helmet. Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit anxious. Even the stripped-down version of the brainwave helmet was very advanced. More preparations were needed. Otherwise, something might go wrong. Yes, boss. Everyone's eyes were ablaze with excitement, thrilled to the extreme. This was the dawn of a new era, establishing a new business empire. By the way, how is the game development for Starry Sky Home going? Zhang Chen asked. It's in development, facing quite a few challenges. However, with the brainwave helmet, it seems some problems can be solved. If we use the brainwave helmet to play the Starry Sky Home game, it would be a perfect match. Boss, this game is sure to sweep the world, unparalleled. They began to discuss excitedly. After signing the contract, Lu Shiyu put on the brainwave helmet and played the game for a while, utterly shocked. She could play the game without using her hands, as if she had entered the game itself. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xin Shanshan calling. I'm almost at the company. Have you finished the interview? Let's go eat together. I'll be right down. Lu Shiyu floated down the stairs like a butterfly, her mood incredibly joyful. She arrived at the entrance of Weijie Game Company. Waiting outside, Xin Shanshan approached and asked, how did the endorsement go? Of course, it was a piece of cake, 3 million a year, 9 million over 3 years, Lu Shiyu said proudly. Wow, you're amazing. Xin Shanshan's eyes widened. The company boss took a liking to me right away. He. Lu Shiyu said excitedly. What's he like? An old man or a young guy? Xin Shanshan asked curiously. Definitely a young guy, super rich and handsome, an absolute tycoon. You used to say your boss was outstanding, but I have to say, the boss of Starry Sky Brainwave Company completely crushes him, no contest. Lu Shiyu said with pride. Impossible. My boss easily crushes that boss. Xin Shanshan was even prouder, her chest puffed up. Oh, you still don't believe it? A teasing smile appeared on Lu Shiyu's face. Of course I don't believe it. My boss is the best. Xin Shanshan replied. Do you know how amazing Starry Sky Brainwave Company is? Lu Shiyu puffed out her chest and said proudly, the gaming helmets they produce can be used to play games with brainwaves, freeing people's hands and immersing them in the experience. The gaming industry is about to undergo a huge upheaval. From now on, the Brainwave Company will be renowned worldwide, soaring to great heights, comparable to Apple. And what about your company's boss? Developing some games? There's not much technological content, and the profits are limited. It's not even on the same level. Is it really that impressive? Xin Shanshan's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, she wasn't sure if Zhang Chen could crush that boss. However, with Lu Shiyu belittling Zhang Chen like this, wouldn't it infuriate him if he found out? Was she not afraid of getting hit? Are you convinced now? Lu Shiyu asked. My boss has other achievements that are also very impressive, but I can't tell you. Otherwise, you would definitely admire and worship him immensely, even fall in love with him right away. Xin Shanshan could only speak vaguely. Zhang Chen didn't tell Lu Shiyu that he was the boss of the game company, so she couldn't say anything. Nonsense? Do you think I'm fickle? I love just how good, plus the boss of the Starry Sky Brainwave Company. I won't love any other man, Lu Shiyu said. You have fallen for the boss of the Brainwave Company again? How can you do this? Xin Chanxian's face turned red with anger, and she stuttered a bit while speaking. Don't be nervous, do you know who the boss is? It's Hao Gu, Lu Shiyu said proudly, grinning mischievously. Teasing Xin Chanxian was incredibly refreshing. What? That company belongs to Hao Gu? I don't believe it. Xin Chanxian jumped up, her face full of shock. She passed by that company every day on her way to work, but she had never known it was Zhang Chen's company. He had never mentioned it. Am I lying to you? Just now, I interviewed all the beautiful women. Lu Shiyu excitedly recounted the process. Tell me, how is Hao Gu so amazing? Incredible. Xin Chanxian was stunned, feeling like a fool. She didn't even know what to say. After a while, she finally asked, Where's Hao Gu? He's busy at the company, let's go eat. Don't worry about him, Lu Shiyu said. I'll go drop off my bag and be right down. Xin Chanxian said. Can I go in and take a look? Lu Shiyu asked. Well, there's nothing much to see. Xin Chanxian replied. Didn't you say your office is luxurious? I want to see it. Lu Shiyu followed her. Xin Chanxian was the secretary to the board. Bringing someone in for a visit should be fine, right? Besides, it was almost time to get off work. Xin Chanxian felt conflicted but couldn't really stop her. This was Zhang Chen's company, and Lu Shiyu would definitely find out in the future. If she didn't let her in today, she'd be scolded to death later. So the two of them made their way to the chairman's office. When they pushed the door open, Xin Chanxian was left dumbfounded. What was going on? All the executives had come here? Moreover, her computer was taken over, and everyone was playing games. Even Zhang Chen was there, sitting in the boss's chair, enjoying Yen Yuding's shoulder massage? Why does he look a bit like Zhang Chen? Lu Shiyu's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. How could there be someone in the world who looked so much like him? Even the clothes were the same? It's clearly Zhang Chen, okay? Xin Chanxian almost covered her face. She had thought Zhang Chen was at the other company. Bringing Lu Shiyu up here meant she wouldn't run into Zhang Chen, so she had no worries. Why is the secretary from the other company here too? Lu Shiyu's dazed gaze fell on Jing Kaiwei. If that's the case, how could it not be Zhang Chen? Why was he wandering around everywhere? He just sat in the chairman's position and was enjoying a beautiful woman's shoulder massage? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Lu Shiyu walked up to Zhang Chen. She stared at him with wide eyes. Zhang Chen was still unaware that Lu Shiyu had come over, blissfully enjoying himself with his eyes closed. He had worked hard for more than 3 hours last night and was busy in the morning. Now that he was relaxing, he was starting to feel a bit drowsy. Who is this beauty? She's too pretty, Yen Yuding secretly marveled. We went to eat. Xin Chanxian placed her bag on the table and pulled Lu Shiyu to leave. Is that your boss? Lu Shiyu refused to leave, pointing at Zhang Chen and asking. Well, yes. Isn't that Hao Gu? Lu Shiyu asked in disbelief. Xin Chanxian didn't know how to respond. Hao Gu. Lu Shiyu, however, shouted without a care. Zhang Chen opened his eyes and, upon seeing Lu Shiyu, exclaimed in surprise, Why are you wandering around? I was just about to ask you the same thing. Why are you wandering around? Lu Shiyu said, Over there, you're the chairman, and here you sit in the boss's position? Is this company also yours? So smart. Zhang Chen gave Lu Shiyu a thumbs up. My God, really? Lu Shiyu was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. She certainly knew about Wei Jie Game Company. She heard Xin Chanxian talk about it every day. How amazing it was. This was a company worth 80 billion. In other words, 2 months ago, Zhang Chen was the boss here. No wonder Xin Chanxian admired her boss so much. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhang Chen, then glanced at Xin Chanxian. Waves of doubt surged in her heart. Zhang Chen had been keeping it a secret, and Xin Chanxian wasn't saying anything either. Could it be that there was some ambiguity between the two of them? Where's the restroom? Lu Shiyu asked. I'll take you there, Xin Chanxian said, leading Lu Shiyu to the restroom. Throughout the way, Xin Chanxian kept her head down. She knew something bad had happened, and Lu Shiyu must be angry, or suspicious about something. Once inside the restroom, Lu Shiyu remained silent, coldly staring at Xin Chanxian. Xin Chanxian felt a chill run down her spine and nervously said, Shiyu, don't overthink it. I reminded you on your first day at work that our chairman really likes you, and that you would fall in love with him when you met him. But you didn't catch the underlying meaning. He's also a low-key person. He won't tell you how many companies and how much wealth he has. I'm his secretary, and I wouldn't dare to casually leak anything. So, have you been to his bed? Lu Shiyu said with a stern face. How could that be? Xin Chanxian almost cried. You're so pure and lovely. If I were him, Wouldn't I have jumped at the chance to sleep with you? Lu Shiyu teased, pinching Xin Chanqian's delicate face. Thank goodness you're not a man, otherwise, the beauty would be in trouble. Xin Chanqian pouted playfully. He really hasn't slept with you? Lu Shiyu asked again. Really not. I believe you. Lu Shiyu suddenly smiled. Look at you, this little wife looking so wronged, as if I'm the big wife. Then she said softly, I can't even dare to calculate how much wealth Hao Gu has. He's probably the richest man in Huagua now, right? As for how excellent he is, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's like looking up at a mountain. Shanqian, do you think I saved the galaxy in my past life so I can be his girlfriend? Zhang Chen was driving a Koenigsegg, speeding down the road with a strange smile on his face. He had accomplished a lot today. Earned failure points and failure cards, confirmed endorsements. Also arranged the work for the game company, with the game Helmets game across the world being urgently modified and perfected. Lu Shiyu sat in the passenger seat. Her pretty face was flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She was still in a state of exhilaration. Today's experience was too bizarre. She came to negotiate an endorsement, but the company turned out to be Zhang Chen's. Xin Chanqian's part-time job was also with Zhang Chen. Xin Chanqian was actually Zhang Chen's secretary, making tea and coffee for him and giving him shoulder massages every day. The boss she admired so much was actually Zhang Chen. This was simply too funny. And today, she had been riding on his coattails, feeling so impressive. She had interviewed 14 beautiful women. All those who mocked her were eliminated. Later, at the game company, she was also respected and flattered by countless employees. It felt amazing. Shiyu, are we going back to school? Zhang Chen asked. I want to sleep with you, Lu Shiyu said, her face blushing. Well, okay then. Zhang Chen was at a loss for words. This girl was getting bolder. Suddenly, his phone rang, and it was Wu Dongfei calling. Zhang Chen put it on speaker. Senior brother, I miss you. Where are you? I'm with Lu Shiyu, heading home soon. Can I come over too? Sure. After Zhang Chen hung up, Lu Shiyu giggled. Are we going to play the Thunder game tonight? Can you even handle it? Zhang Chen shot her a sideways glance. I can handle it, Lu Shiyu retorted. After last night's heavy blow, she absolutely couldn't mess around tonight, but she definitely couldn't lose to Wu Dongfei. Shall I buy you a car? What car do you like? As they passed by the Ferrari dealership, Zhang Chen suddenly asked. The same as Wu Dongfei's, is that okay? Lu Shiyu asked timidly. She had been envious of Wu Dongfei's car for a long time. She wasn't foolish and knew it was a gift from Zhang Chen, and that the watch store where Wu Dongfei worked also belonged to him. She constantly wished to receive the same treatment. Could this wish be fulfilled today? To get a sponsorship and then be gifted a car, wouldn't that truly put her on equal footing with Wu Dongfei? Of course, that's fine, Zhang Chen smiled slightly, as long as she didn't get jealous. Soon, they went in and bought a Ferrari 488. Lu Shiyu chose white. She drove the Ferrari, her face filled with excitement and thrill. The salesgirls were all envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy. When they returned to Deep Bay Garden, Wu Dongfei had just arrived. Dressed in a purple short dress, her figure seemed even more stunning. Her skin was glowing, truly beautiful and sexy. She and Lu Shiyu flanked Zhang Chen as they went upstairs. Exiting the elevator, they happened to run into the housekeeper, Li Qin. She looked at Wu Dongfei and Lu Shiyu with shock, unable to regain her composure for a long time. They were just too beautiful, and there were two of them? No wonder her attempt to seduce the wealthy man had failed. The wealthy man's taste was too high, he preferred top goddesses. Although she was quite attractive, there was still a significant gap compared to them. Hello, boss, Li Qin greeted respectfully. Zhang Chen nodded slightly and led the two beauties inside. Bang! The door closed. The lights turned on. The luxurious hall was revealed. Both beauties broke into sweet smiles simultaneously. Lu Shiyu wanted to make tea but was stopped by Wu Dongfei, who shot her a glance. Why show off? Just focus on recovering. Lu Shiyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quite shocked. Wu Dongfei was so perceptive that she noticed her walking was off. Could it be that everyone noticed today? Oh my, how embarrassing. What did you do today? Wu Dongfei couldn't help but ask curiously. Today, Lu Shiyu couldn't hold back and recounted everything that had happened, her excitement evident. Oh my. Wu Dongfei was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Zhang Chen actually had two companies worth hundreds of billions? And he had developed a magical gaming helmet that could be used to play games with brainwaves? Wasn't that like another Apple? How much wealth would that generate in the future? It was unbelievable that she had no idea at all. Lu Shiyu had also stumbled upon this information today. Her senior brother was hiding too much. Senior brother, you have two big companies. Why didn't you tell me? Wu Dongfei pouted, wrapping her arms around Zhang Chen's neck. Just two companies, what's the big deal? What is there to say? Zhang Chen waved his hand dismissively, looking nonchalant. The two beauties were left speechless. Two companies worth hundreds of billions? One of which was a unicorn company. Not a big deal? That was being too low-key, wasn't it? Alright, this must be showing off. The highest realm of invisible showing off. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Zhang Chen went to open the door. He found Gao Feiyang standing outside, holding a large bag of gifts. Clearly, he had come to visit. Brother Hao, I've moved back in, and my dad has come too. I saw you at home, so I came to check in, Gao Feiyang said flatteringly. Come in, Zhang Chen said lightly. Hello, sisters-in-law. Gao Feiyang entered and saw Wu Dongfei and Lu Xiyu, both looking like celestial beings. He quickly greeted them respectfully. You too, Wu Dongfei and Lu Xiyu blushed slightly before heading back to their room. Have a seat. Zhang Chen tossed him a cigarette. Gao Feiyang quickly caught it and flatteringly lit it for Zhang Chen. He had barely settled onto the sofa. How's everything going? Zhang Chen exhaled a puff of smoke. It's almost done. I reckon tomorrow the Tian family stocks will plummet like a waterfall, Gao Feiyang said. Don't be so exaggerated, it should be described as eating noodles, Zhang Chen laughed. Yes, eating noodles, haha, brother Hao, you truly are a great literary master, Gao Feiyang flattered with a smile. He then elaborated on the results of the past few days. In reality, online, especially in stock forums, there were messages they had spread about high-tech treatments for vegetative patients. Zhang Chen even checked the stock forum. He found that indeed, there was a heated discussion. This is definitely a rumor. Awakening vegetative patients? What a joke. I dude it. There's no official news about high-tech methods to awaken vegetative patients. I've asked many big shots, and they're all baffled. Even if it's a rumor, the stocks will definitely drop. Tomorrow the Tian family stocks will be in trouble. The rumor mongers should be damned. Not bad, we need to make people suspicious, then the Tian family will protect their stocks, and the investors will have a chance to escape. Zhang Chen was very satisfied. Although Gao Feiyang was a worm, his father was extraordinary, so he handled things quite well. However, the final effect would depend on tomorrow. Tomorrow and the day after, like this. Zhang Chen pointed out again. Brother Hao, you're amazing. Gao Feiyang looked at him with admiration. Is this really the Gao Feiyang who used to oppose me? Zhang Chen secretly shook his head. Yet, he felt inexplicably refreshed. The feeling of having a former rival grovel was truly something else. Brother Hao, my company is about to go under. Tens of millions in receivables can't be collected. Do you have any ideas? Gao Feiyang asked cautiously. What do you mean by can't collect? Is it really that there's no money? Or are they deliberately stalling? Zhang Chen asked lightly. Deliberately stalling. The other party has money and power. We have no way to deal with it, Gao Feiyang said dejectedly. Tomorrow, like this. Zhang Chen imparted his wisdom. Gao Feiyang left in high spirits. When he got home, Gao Wenji eagerly asked, does Director Zhang want to help? He said to go over tomorrow morning, let us bring the bills and such, to collect the money. Gao Feiyang said excitedly. He's going in person? Gao Wenji frowned. Didn't he say to find some big shot for support? He himself is a big shot, isn't that enough? Gao Feiyang said. As long as he reveals his identity, who would dare to disrespect him? He's always low-key. I'm afraid he won't reveal his identity, Gao Wenji said. Moreover, revealing his identity may not even be useful. Manhwa company has a background in the underworld. Any security guard there is extremely powerful. They wouldn't fear a great literary master or a calligraphy master. Dad, are you saying he can't help? Gao Feiyang's heart sank. Tomorrow will likely be in vain, but if we anger him, he will find powerful friends to help, and then it won't be a problem. So, tomorrow we still need to cooperate with him well. Let Manhwa company be arrogant. We shouldn't reveal his identity. Everything should be centered around him, Gao Wenji said. A night passed without a word. Zhang Chen got up and ate the breakfast sent by the two sisters from the Zhang family. He found that the two campus beauties still showed no reaction and were still in deep sleep. Zhang Chen put the 2 portions of breakfast into a thermos box. He left a note on the bedside table and went out. Half an hour later, Zhang Chen, carrying his stall setup, drove an old Alto and appeared outside the gate of Manhwa Electronics Company, Ltd. He began to set up his stall. Manhwa company was quite impressive. It covered nearly 1,000 acres, surrounded by high walls. Inside were many buildings, most of which were factories. On either side of the gate stood 2 massive lions, each about 3 meters tall. The imposing atmosphere was overwhelming. It's not yet time to start work, but many employees are coming and going. Not bad, this company looks rich, yet they actually default on payments? Zhang Chen muttered. This is a stingy company, they love to delay payments. They can drag it from 3 months to half a year, then to a year, and the longest can be up to 10 years, another street vendor chimed in. He looked to be in his 30s and was also selling shoes. Zhang Chen immediately thought of Jiang Baishui, who was still recovering in the hospital, and felt a sense of camaraderie. He tossed the vendor a cigarette and struck up a conversation, wanting to learn about the situation at Wanhao Company. He was planning to help Gao Wenj collect the debt. This was the kind of difficult task he enjoyed the most. If the collection failed, the system would require a tenfold compensation. Moreover, Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenj had helped him with a small favor, so he felt he should offer some reward. Soon, he learned that the vendor's name was Li Naichuan, which was quite a funny name. He had been selling here for 3 years, so he was very familiar with Wanhao Company. Wanhao produced walkie-talkies and high-tech access control systems. Their business was booming, but they loved to delay payments because the boss had connections to the underworld. Many people came daily to collect debts, often putting on various dramatic shows. Setting up a stall here meant there was always something entertaining to watch. This place really is a treasure trove, Zhang Chen said with a strange expression. It is indeed a treasure trove, especially since you can see many beautiful women coming and going, a real feast for the eyes, Li Naichuan replied with a quirky laugh. Suddenly, he was left dumbfounded as Zhang Chen magically pulled a bouquet of red roses from his bag. He stopped a beautiful woman and began to confess his feelings. Ah! The woman blushed and ran away like the wind. Ding! Host's confession to the beautiful woman failed. Failure points plus 10, the system's voice chimed in. Ha, my business is booming again, Zhang Chen chuckled to himself. During this time, the failure points he earned were all invested in researching a new drug. It was indeed effective. Lin Li happily told him that various talents were automatically coming to apply, and the officials were also cooperating, so the research on the new drug was progressing rapidly, with luck overflowing, as it was said that Zhang Chen's investment brought good fortune. Thinking about how he would soon conquer lung cancer and save countless lives, while also earning a lot of wealth, Zhang Chen felt invigorated, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Therefore, whenever he encountered a beautiful woman, he would confess to earn failure points. Are you here just to confess? Do you know that beautiful woman? Li Naichuan asked, surprised, as he clung to Zhang Chen's shoulder. I don't know her, Zhang Chen replied. You don't know her, yet you confess? Do you need to know someone to confess? Isn't it enough to find the other person beautiful? Zhang Chen said. Li Naichuan rubbed his forehead, utterly speechless. Confessing just because a woman is beautiful? How could someone be so thick-skinned? Was it because he was too shy that he hadn't found a girlfriend yet? But could such confessions really lead to finding a girlfriend? Zhang Chen continued to confess to beautiful women, one after another. Ding! Host's confession to the beautiful woman failed. Failure points plus 10. The continuous sounds rang out. Not bad, not bad. I've already earned 70 failure points just during work hours, Zhang Chen said happily, realizing he needed to keep changing locations. He couldn't always set up his stall in one place. Finally, Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenj arrived, bringing along a number of people, holding several banners demanding payment. Wanhao Company owes me 35 million in goods. Payment overdue for a year. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. If payment isn't made today, we won't back down. They shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. Instantly, many people gathered to watch the commotion. Zhang Chen observed calmly, eager to see how Wanhao Company would respond. A bunch of idiots, coming here to seek death again? At the Marriott Corporation, in the chairman's office, the boss, Wan Tianhua, stood in front of the window, looking down at the company gate with a cold, icy smile on his face. A mere small factory with no foundation dares to come and collect debts? They must be out of their minds. Haven't they seen that many large companies wouldn't dare to do this? Chairman, what plan should we implement? Several management personnel walked in, led by the general manager, Wan Kuang, who was also Wan Tianhua's nephew. He looked tall and robust, somewhat like a boxer. To deal with them, Plan 3 is sufficient, Wan Tianhua said. Haven't they caused a ruckus a few times? Wasn't it Plan 3 that stopped them? I just feel it won't be very effective against them anymore. They'll come back next time. Let's give them another chance. If they come back, we'll use Plan 2. After all, one must have a heart of compassion. Yes, Chairman, Wan Kuang replied respectfully. The other management personnel nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the apex of the food chain, if there is no compassion, such honest factories would collapse one after another. Soon, Plan 3 was put into action. A manager from Marriott approached Yao Wenj and said, recently, the company is facing financial difficulties, but we can pay you 100,000. We'll definitely pay the rest next month. You must stop the disturbances immediately, otherwise, there will be no 100,000. Every time you say next month, but it never comes. What good is 100,000? You owe us 35 million. Gao Wenj trembled with anger. Is that so? Then I'm leaving. The manager smirked, pretending to walk away. In the past, Gao Wenj would have given in, as receiving 100,000 was better than nothing. But today, he turned his gaze to Zhang Chen, who was setting up a stall. Zhang Chen shook his head. Thus, Gao Wenj found his courage and shouted, "We must receive the full payment today, plus interest. Otherwise, we won't leave." "Oh, you're quite bold, don't cry later," the manager mocked and turned to walk back inside, refusing to drink the toast and instead asking for punishment. "Let you experience the power of Plan 2. The company's higher-ups were sneering, especially Wan Tianhua and Wan Kuang. The security guards rushed in, instantly blocking the company gate, preventing them from entering even a single step. A group of burly men, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, seemed to appear from nowhere. There were at least a dozen of them, including a woman. The woman grabbed Gao Wenj and Gao Feiyang by their clothes. "Last night, you two slept with me without paying. I finally found you. Hurry up and pay, or you'll get a bowl of rib noodles. Pay up, pay up." The dozen or so burly men surged forward, grabbing Gao Wenj and Gao Feiyang and dragging them into the alley. The few people they brought along were swept away, unable to escape. It seemed a beating was inevitable. This is too much of a bully, isn't it? Not just a bully, but also arrogant and shameless. You don't know, once nearly 100 people came, but over 200 were dispatched here in an instant, dragged into the alley for a beating, and then they became obedient. Marriott Corporation is notorious for bullying. If you're unprepared, collecting debts is extremely difficult. Can't we sue? Sure. But you must be prepared to never receive the payment. They'll claim your goods have issues, and all sorts of evidence will be prepared. You might not even win the lawsuit. Otherwise, if you come to collect every month, you might receive a little. So, not many are willing to sue. I heard of a small factory that took 10 years to collect 100,000 in payment, getting a few hundred each month. If you don't come, you won't get a penny. The onlookers sighed and discussed among themselves. Today has truly opened my eyes, Zhang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. There are even those who owe payment like this. Just don't give it, and you can't do anything about it. When I see injustice, I can't hold back, Zhang Chen shouted. Let them go and pay up immediately, or I won't be polite. Oh, there's a helper? The dozen or so big men were slightly surprised, and a few rushed towards Zhang Chen, intending to drag him into the alley to eat rib noodles. He. Zhang Chen sneered, casually plucking a dozen leaves from a tree. With a flick of his wrist, whoosh, 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 the leaves traced a marvelous arc, slicing through the air and landing on the backs of the hands of the big men and the woman in an instant. They cut deep. Ah. One by one, they let out shrill screams like slaughtered pigs. Blood slowly oozed out, staining their hands. The leaves fluttered on their hands like flags. The crowd was stunned, silent. My God, plucking leaves and flying flowers to harm people? Isn't this the miraculous technique of a martial arts master from Legends? It actually reappeared on the modern streets? This street vendor is actually a legendary expert? Is this the beginning of standing up for justice? My goodness, isn't Hao Gu a great literary figure? How did he turn into a martial arts master who plucks leaves and flies flowers? Gao Feiyang was dumbfounded. Gao Wenj was completely stunned. They had only expected Zhang Chen to call on a powerful friend to help collect the payment. This was completely different from what they had imagined. However, they quickly became excited. Having a martial arts master to help isn't bad at all. Perhaps they could collect the payment faster. They immediately broke free and continued to jump and shout various slogans for collecting payments. Missed? Wan Kuang and Wan Tianhua's eyes widened. How did a martial arts master who stands up for justice come out? And he uses leaves to harm people? However, they were both seasoned rogues, so they weren't afraid. Wan Kuang angrily stepped forward, walking up to Zhang Chen, sizing him up from head to toe, and then coldly warned, I don't care if you come from Shaolin or Wudong. No matter how strong you are, get lost right now, or with one phone call to the police, you'll be sitting in jail for 10 or 8 years for injuring someone without cause. Your company's 2 stone lions aren't bad. Zhang Chen brushed him aside and slowly walked past. Fear appeared on the faces of the many security guards, but they didn't dare to retreat. At the same time, they shouted and lunged at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen sneered, quickly waving both hands. All the security guards received a slap across the face. Bang, 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 bang. They all spun like tops and fell to the ground, lying in disarray, looking particularly miserable. Damn, so strong, this one Hao company is in trouble. There's a good show to watch. Awesome, today's show is especially exciting. Everyone laughed excitedly, their eyes glued to the scene. What do you want to do? Wan Kuang dared not approach, shouting in exasperation. Call the police, hurry and call the police. Wan Tianhua was also frantically shouting in the office. Zhang Chen had no intention of paying attention to Wan Kuang. He walked straight to the stone lion on the left, crouched down, wrapped his arms around it, and lifted it up with all his might. Bang! The several-ton heavy stone lion left the ground, completely lifted by him. Bang, 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 bang. He walked step by step towards the main gate. With each step, the ground cracked, leaving deep footprints. Then with a bang, he threw the stone lion at the entrance. He repeated the process, moving the other stone lion over and placing it at the entrance. The ground shook twice in succession, as if an earthquake had occurred. My God, is this still a human? He can lift a several-ton stone lion? Heavens, there really are martial arts masters in the world. I want to practice martial arts. This should be a monk, a high-level cultivator. Manhwa Company has really kicked a hard board this time. Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked as if they were fools. Gao Wenj, Gao Feiyan, and the people they brought were also in a daze. A great literary master turned into a high-level cultivator? Did they pick up the wrong script? Wan Quine, Wan Tianhua, and many high-ranking officials, along with all the security guards, were equally astonished and afraid. With such a fierce person targeting them, how could the company continue to operate? Would they have to arrange a crane every day to move the stone lions? What should they do? Hang up the banner. Zhang Chen pointed at the two stone lions and shouted, He, this is going to be awesome. Gao Feiyan, Gao Wenj, and their subordinates were all excited. They hurriedly hung up the banner. Ring the gongs, beat the drums. Zhang Chen ordered again. Instantly, the band that had been prepared earlier emerged from the crowd. They began to beat wildly. The scene was like a grand performance. Ha, this is great. Gagaga, just like this. The onlookers were laughing excitedly. However, the high-ranking officials of Manhwa Company were furious. Now the company's main entrance was blocked, and vehicles for loading and unloading could not pass. It was almost as serious as a power outage. If this trouble wasn't resolved, they really wouldn't be able to operate. The police have already been called. When the launchas arrive, they will take them away. We can use a crane to move the stone lions. Yes. The first plan is more reliable. The launchas are our people. If we catch them, they will behave. After all, we donate several police cars to the police station every year. Why haven't the launchas arrived yet? This is too slow. The high-ranking officials of Manhwa Company were still not panicking. They had countermeasures. As for payment, it was not in their options. Why should they pay for debts incurred by strength? They dared to cause trouble? Then let's see who is more powerful. Ouch, ouch. The dozen or so people whose hands were cut by the leaves were screaming in pain. Some were even lying on the ground, wailing. They were just being unreasonable. When the launchas arrived, Zhang Chen would definitely be charged with the crime of causing injury without reason. Being taken away was a foregone conclusion. Zhang Chen ignored them, also waiting for the launchas to come. He secretly admired this rogue company. They were not simple. Their methods were one after another, and they still wouldn't back down. No wonder even an elite like Gao Wenj couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, many large companies couldn't handle them. They could only endure and plan to recover the payment in 10 years. You should leave quickly. They are a friendly unit with the police and donate cars to the police station every year. If you're late, you won't be able to escape. Li Nichuan whispered to Zhang Chen. Thanks for the reminder, but I'm not afraid, Zhang Chen replied. No matter how high your martial arts are, one shot can take you down, Li Nichuan said. Don't be stubborn. There are people who have suffered losses and are still stuck inside. Seeing Zhang Chen remain indifferent, he added, it's a fact that you hurt someone, so the launchas will definitely not let you go. Moreover, if you leave, they will be even more wary. Payment might not even happen. If I leave, they win. How could there be payment? Zhang Chen said, don't worry, I really have a way to deal with this. In fact, he hoped to fail in collecting the payment, but unfortunately, so far, the system did not judge him as having failed, because he had not worked hard enough and had many methods yet to be used. Only if he couldn't think of a way and still couldn't collect the payment would he be judged as failing. I hope you can hold on and never pay, Zhang Chen silently cheered for Manhwa Company. Finally, the launchas arrived. Leading them was Di Qianyan. Do I have a grudge against this beautiful launcha? Why do I keep running into her? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. The situation was a bit dire. Di Qianyan might help me. Isn't it possible to receive the payment smoothly now? Murder! This bastard is killing people. Officer, quickly catch this murderer. When Long Cha arrived, those guys with leaves still embedded in their hands cried out in despair. Officer, it's not like that. They are the bad guys, framing us. Gao Feiyan and Gao Wenj were, of course, refuting. What an impressive display of leaf plucking and flower flying. All the Long Cha were incredibly astonished, their eyes wide open to the limit. Their jaws dropped to the ground. In this high-tech era, there are still ancient hidden weapon skills? And at a peak level, it's simply unbelievable. Di Qianyan, however, was not very surprised. she merely glanced and then, with a rich fragrance, came to Zhang Chen's side, wrapped her arms around his neck, and sweetly asked, "Hubby, why are you causing trouble again?" The entire scene was shocked into silence. Onlookers were dumbfounded, their expressions bizarre. The high-ranking officials of Wanhao Company, who were eagerly watching, were all so furious they felt like spitting blood. Damn it, the captain of the Long Cha they invited turned out to be this bastard's girlfriend? What the hell is going on? What do we do now? Damn, Zhang Chen is too flirtatious, right? Last night he had two super beauties sleeping with him, and now the super beauty from Long Cha is also his girlfriend? Gao Feiyan's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy, and he admired him to the core. It's simply too impressive. Incredible, too incredible, I've never seen such an amazing person. Gao Wenj was also in shock. This time it's settled, the payment will definitely be collected. With such a powerful person helping, Wanhao Company, no matter how shameless, can't outplay him. Many Long Cha touched their foreheads, feeling helpless. The captain becomes infatuated when meeting Zhang Chen. What on earth is going on? How can you randomly call me hubby? Zhang Chen asked, two black lines appearing on his forehead. Can you just help me out? Act with me a few times. I really miss him. I even dreamed about him last night. Only you can help bring him out. Di Qianyan's eyes were red. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. He couldn't even refute. Any rebuttal would just label him as someone who starts and abandons relationships. Sai, seeing her so pitiful, he decided to help her. He would cooperate and act along. I've been living in your villa for a few days. Why haven't you gone back even once? How are we supposed to act? Di Qianyan asked softly again. What? You've been living in my villa? For a few days? How come I didn't know? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Xia Lei and Zhou Yaxin hadn't mentioned this matter. That villa is his. Did they take in a guest without asking him? What do you want to know? I'm protecting them, okay? They're just happy to be here. Di Qianyan said, however, I publicly declare that I've fallen in love with you and that we are living together. You can't expose me. Zhang Chen was speechless again. Damn, he really encountered a rogue female Long Cha. Last time she wanted to be his girlfriend. Later he found out she was using him to force out her mysterious target working in a secret department. He ignored her. Now she was calling him hubby in front of everyone? And saying she moved into his villa to live with him? If he were her target, he would definitely be furious. He would have to battle her for 300 rounds. Hubby, what on earth happened here? You have to tell me. Di Qianyan urged sweetly again. Her gaze was full of affection, making it impossible to find any flaws. Zhang Chen briefly explained the situation, concluding with, these people are framing good people and trying to kidnap them. They are probably criminals with a record. Take them all away. Di Qianyan's expression turned serious as she ordered. Click, click, click. Those dozen or so guys were all handcuffed. They were taken to the police car. The high-ranking officials of Wanhao Company were so furious they howled. The most reliable Long Cha had also turned against them. Damn it, collecting payment is the lifeline of our company. If you break that, what will happen? It seems I must pull out the big guns. Officer, you have to stand up for our company. Someone is sabotaging us by blocking the entrance with 2 stone lions, preventing us from working normally, and our operations are severely affected, resulting in huge losses. Long Tianhua came out with a dark face, fuming. Is your company's security just sitting around? They didn't even try to stop the crane from moving the stone lions to block the door? Di Qianyan said in astonishment. She assumed it was the work of the crane. It couldn't possibly be man-made. Long Tianhua was silent for a while, thinking to himself that even if you were covering for him, you shouldn't be this clueless. You're his girlfriend, how could you not know his strength? What crane? Can you be any more oblivious? Officer, it was your husband who carried them over with his own hands. The onlookers laughed. Really? Everyone, including Long Cha and Di Qianyan, was shocked. They could hardly believe their ears. Such huge stone lions must weigh several tons, right? Could a person really move them? They couldn't possibly be made of foam, could they? Di Qianyan even walked over to touch them and tried to lift one, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, not moving an inch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Di Qianyan was inexplicably stunned. With a glance, she said, Husband, you can't be so reckless. Hurry and move the stone lions. Perhaps moving the stone lions would mean I failed, Zhang Chen secretly hoped. He obediently moved them back to their original position. My God, is this Li Yuanbao reincarnated? How could anyone have such strength? He can't be an alien, can he? Di Qianyan and the others were dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Chen as if he were a deity, unable to speak for a long time. Husband, how did you do it? Di Qianyan asked quietly. Is it really that hard? Many people can do it, Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Many people? I only see you, you're in trouble now, about to be taken to a lab for research, Di Qianyan threatened. It might indeed be a bit of a problem. That was just too shocking. Zhang Chen genuinely worried. He looked around and shouted, "Is anyone else willing to try moving them back to block the door? Let's give it a try. Such a rogue company must be blocked." Two strong women with broad shoulders stepped out from the crowd. They were both wearing sunglasses and masks. It turned out to be Zhang Chen's two robot bodyguards. They lifted one stone lion effortlessly and threw it in front of the door with a bang. Then they did the same with the other one, blocking the entrance. After that, they disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Wow, two women are this impressive? Lifting them didn't seem to take much effort. Heavens, it turns out there are so many experts around us, we just didn't know. Everyone was dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Di Qianyan and the many Longchas were completely stunned. They even began to doubt if they were dreaming. How could there be so many strongmen? Could they really move stone lions weighing several tons? However, strongmen did exist in reality. In ancient times, there were figures like Xiangyu, Su Chu, Dianwei, Zhang Fei, and Xia Ringgui. In modern times, there are underground boxing champions, all fierce like tigers. You can collect your payments, but don't do anything illegal, understand? Di Qianyan prepared to retreat, speaking to Gao Wenj. "We are law-abiding citizens, how could we do anything illegal?" Gao Wenj said, feeling wronged. "Husband, stop trying to be the hero, this is in ancient times," Di Qianyan warned Zhang Chen again. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to respond, she got in the car and was ready to drive away. They had only taken away those dozen or so people, clearly favoring the collection side, and she obviously had no good feelings towards the Wanhao company. "Officer, you have to help our company move the stone lions," Wan Tianhua said angrily. "What does that have to do with us? You move them yourselves," Di Qianyan replied with a dark expression. "But it was your husband who had them moved here just now." "Honey, can you help us out?" Di Qianyan asked. "I didn't move them here, why should I help?" Zhang Chen shrugged, completely ignoring them. "You had them moved here," Wan Tianhua shouted. "I only shouted once to have them moved," Zhang Chen said, then yelled, "Are there any strongmen around? Move them out of the way. It's blocking the entrance." Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Di Qianyan shrugged at Wan Tianhua and drove away. Wan Tianhua and Wan Quan were so furious they felt like they could spit blood. They glared at Zhang Chen, looking as if they wanted to eat him alive. But of course, they didn't dare to resort to violence, so they immediately called for a crane to come and move the two lions back to their original position. As soon as the crane left, two strong men arrived, unmistakably the East Mountain Tigers. They laughed strangely as they rushed over, lifted the two stone lions, and moved them to the entrance. The security guards tried to stop them, but they were all knocked down. Then they quickly disappeared into the crowd. "Oh my god, that's the East Mountain Tigers, super strongmen. They're here to cause trouble too. This is going to be a spectacular show. It turns out there are really many strongmen in the world, we just didn't know. 5 have already appeared, but the strongest is still the stall owner." The crowd erupted in excitement and enthusiasm. Some even planned to seek out a master to learn martial arts. Incredible, so incredible, Zhang Chen actually managed to gather so many experts? Gao Feiang and Gao Wenj were shocked, looking like fools. Could the great literary master still be the leader of the martial arts world? Damn! Wan Tianhua and Wan Quan were furious, screaming in rage. They knew the East Mountain Tigers and had a good relationship with them. But now, the other side was actually opposing them? If they dare to come again, we'll kill them all. Wan Tianhua was furious. They hadn't even shown their true strength yet. However, although they had many skilled subordinates, they didn't have such strongmen. They could only call for the crane again to move the stone lions. But unbelievably, 2 more men came and moved the stone lions back to the entrance, blocking it completely. Then they disappeared into the crowd. Of course, they were 2 robotic bodyguards. Zhang Chen was also desperate, as the system hadn't declared failure yet. He could only use all his means. Hiss! The senior executives of Wanhao Company gasped. How could there be so many strongmen? What kind of sect or organization could gather so many terrifying experts? Were they really here to collect debts? They wouldn't want to destroy Wanhao Company, would they? Master Cohen, we've encountered a tough opponent this time, please take action. Wan Tianhua no longer dared to be careless and finally started making calls. He was using his most powerful trump card. What kind of tough opponent? A cold and arrogant voice came from the phone, sending chills down people's spines. Someone who can move those 2 stone lions, and there are many of them, including the East Mountain Tigers, Wan Tianhua said. It seems they're here to collect debts, but it also seems they're here to cause trouble. We must suppress them, or the consequences will be severe. The debts were too high. If all the companies came to collect, they wouldn't be able to come up with that much. The company would go bankrupt. Just because they're strong doesn't mean they're powerful. The East Mountain Tigers have some strength, but I don't take them seriously. There's also someone who can injure with flying flowers and plucking leaves. He's actually setting up a stall. Manhwa hesitated to say, flying flowers and plucking leaves? Hee, then let me have a word with him. A cold laugh came from the phone. Impressive, still not willing to back down at this point? Zhang Chen was secretly astonished. He secretly felt delighted. It seemed he had underestimated the Wanhao company. Collecting the payment was not that simple. Perhaps they could indeed receive 1,000-fold compensation from the system. Dad, do you think we can receive the payment today? Gao Feiyang asked expectantly. The Wanhao company is now at their wits' end. They will probably soften up. However, as a notorious rogue company, they might still have some tricks up their sleeve, Gao Wenj replied. They were not the only ones thinking this. Many onlookers were also waiting for Wanhao company's response. After a few minutes, a very ordinary small car drove up and came to a sudden stop. An elderly man in his 50s stepped out of the car. Dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, he floated down as if he were an immortal. Have you called for help again? Have you invited a master from the outside world? Everyone, including Zhang Chen and Gao Wenj, was dumbfounded. This was truly impressive. This company was unbeatable when it came to being rogue. Hello, Master Cohen, Wan Tianhua and Wan Quang greeted respectfully. Master Cohen nodded lightly. He coldly glanced at the stone lions at the entrance, chuckled coldly, and walked over lightly. Bending down, he grabbed one of the stone lions and shouted, "Up!" With a forceful pull, he lifted both stone lions off the ground. He showed no signs of fatigue, striding over to the side and tossing them onto the open ground. Bang, bang. 2 loud crashes echoed. The ground shook, and smoke rose into the air. Damn, this Taoist is impressive. Indeed, there are always stronger people. Behind every capable person, there is another capable person. This is exhilarating. It's even better than watching a movie. The crowd was utterly shocked and inexplicably excited. They thought that martial arts masters had long since vanished, no longer existing. But they never expected that there were still many around. They just didn't reveal their extraordinary abilities. Damn, that's really impressive. Zhang Chen was also inexplicably shocked. Could it be that there really are cultivators in this world? Otherwise, how could this Taoist possess such terrifying strength? He, who dares to jump in now? Wan Tianhua was smug. Even if he owed money, he had the confidence and a powerful backing. Who is the one who dares to harm with leaf plucking and flower picking? Step forward. Master Kuan's icy gaze fixed on Zhang Chen, his voice frigid. His vision was truly extraordinary. What do I have to fear? Zhang Chen was delighted. He had finally encountered a formidable master. Perhaps he could experience a defeat. He strode over, exuding a massive aura. Ha, a good show is about to unfold. The street vendor against the mysterious old Taoist. The former can pluck leaves and flowers, while the latter can lift stone lions with one hand. Who will come out on top? This is thrilling. A grand showdown between the oddball and the old Taoist. Will they battle for 300 rounds? The scene erupted. Countless people were excited and thrilled. They didn't blink, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Can Zhang Chen win? Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenj were both very nervous. They never expected that collecting the payment would be so difficult. Zhang Chen used all his means, but Wanhao Company's tactics were relentless. They had no intention of admitting defeat. Can you lift the stone lions with both hands like I can? Master Koan looked up at the sky, his tone indifferent. He was indeed arrogantly boastful, not taking Zhang Chen seriously at all. I'll give it a try. Zhang Chen crouched down, grabbing one stone lion with each hand. He shouted, "Up!" Crack! The cement ground beneath him instantly shattered. Both stone lions were lifted by Zhang Chen, and he showed no signs of fatigue. He walked over to the entrance and gently placed the 2 stone lions on the ground, arranging them neatly to block the entrance completely. Good, impressive, incredible. Countless people shouted enthusiastically. However, the faces of Wanhao Company's higher-ups turned dark. Wan Tianhua's wild laughter became stiff, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. It lingered for a long time. It seems there are many extraordinary people in the world. A mere street vendor, yet his strength is not inferior to that of Lord Koan. How incredible is that? Lord Koan also looked surprised, his brows slightly furrowed, warily glancing at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen walked back, casually saying, "Taoist, you are strong, but if it comes to life and death, I can take your head in 3 moves, believe it or not?" This was showing off in front of an expert. If the other party didn't believe it, then the bragging would fail. The system would compensate tenfold, and he would become super powerful. Lord Kuan's expression changed drastically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He recalled a terrifying past. After a long while, he finally nodded, "I believe you, but why must we fight to the death? We have no grievances, right? Until we meet again. Lord Cohen cupped his fists at Zhang Chen and was about to retreat. Don't go, let's get a bit closer. Zhang Chen was taken aback and quickly reached out to pull him back. I have matters to attend to, next time. Lord Cohen felt a chill, like a spring compressed to its limit, and like a nimble old cat, he instantly jumped away. With a slight crouch, he had already slipped into the small vehicle, so fast and so agile. He looked like a super-skilled martial artist, or perhaps even a cultivator. Then the car door slammed shut with a bang, and the vehicle started. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car shot away like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chen's outstretched hand froze in midair, his face filled with helplessness. What are you afraid of? I'm not a tiger. I don't eat people. Do you really believe I could take your head in 3 moves? You believe that? In fact, I'm neither a cultivator nor a martial arts master. I don't know any martial arts. I only know how to use hidden weapons like picking leaves and flying flowers. I was just showing off. How could someone like you, an otherworldly expert, believe that? Even if you did believe it, there's no need to be afraid. I never said I wanted to kill you. My precious tenfold compensation just flew away like that. Damn, what a bad start. Bad luck. What the hell? Such an exciting show ended so quickly. The Taoist was so impressive, yet he was scared away by a street vendor's words? Can a street vendor really take the Taoist's head? Of course, the street vendor is stronger. The Taoist was terrified. Didn't you see him slip away like a greased pig? He was afraid of dying on the spot. The street vendor just used a terrifying move, a dragon-catching hand, and the Taoist narrowly dodged, not daring to engage, fleeing in panic. The intensity of it all, we couldn't see. The onlookers discussed animatedly, feeling it wasn't enough. My god, Zhang Chen is terrifying. Even such a powerful Taoist was scared to the point of losing control. Gao Feiyang almost knelt down in worship. How is this possible? Even a master like Lord Cohen was scared away? The executives of Wanhao Company felt utterly defeated. They couldn't speak for a long time. What should we do? All the executives of Wanhao Company looked at Wan Tianhua. There's no way I'm paying. Wan Tianhua would never admit defeat. He didn't believe the other party would dare to use force recklessly. However, the matter still needed to be resolved. He shot a cold glare, took out his phone, and dialed a secret number. He whispered a few words. Then, with a joyful expression, he directed the security to lay out a red carpet on the ground, stretching all the way to the roadside. More staff came out, all standing straight on either side of the red carpet. The momentum was truly extraordinary. The one we invited just now was an otherworldly expert. Now we're probably inviting a big shot in power. Damn, this is really to welcome a powerful figure. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps this was the last trump card of the Marriott Company? Once the big shot arrived, who would dare to continue dealing with the Marriott Company? That would be asking for trouble. Not good. The situation is dire. Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenj both became tense. Even Zhang Chen was left speechless. A company notorious for defaulting on payments could actually have so many tricks up its sleeve? Who would believe it? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, an Audi A6 drove up and stopped in front of the Marriott Company. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out, accompanied by a secretary. He exuded a special aura, clearly someone from the political arena. Vice Mayor Su, hello. Secretary Wang, hello. Wan Tianhua greeted the executives with great respect, his enthusiasm palpable. Vice Mayor Su? Hiss. Everyone was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Wan Tianhua made a phone call and invited a vice mayor? How impressive was that? It was simply a show of power. If the underworld couldn't handle it, then the legitimate world would. This was a royal flush. The stall owner was about to face a setback. It was better to leave quickly, otherwise, they would suffer a huge loss. That's amazing. Zhang Chen was also extremely impressed, secretly starting to anticipate. Was this the end of his collection efforts? Would he still be able to get a tenfold compensation? Sigh, perhaps even Zhang Chen can't do anything about this rogue company. We probably won't get our payment. Gao Wenj and Gao Feiyang sighed inwardly. If they couldn't collect this time, they would have to give up. This rogue company had connections everywhere. It was a complete dimensional strike. There was no way to fight back. 35 million, after all, determined the life and death of their company. They could only watch it collapse. In the future, they would come here every month to collect payments, hoping to receive 100,000 each month to sustain their lives. Thinking of this, both of them were overwhelmed with sadness, tears streaming down their faces. Where's the stall owner? Vice Mayor Su asked. Wan Tianhua was overjoyed. The leader was about to reprimand the stall owner. What could the stall owner do? he could only retreat obediently. He immediately pointed at Zhang Chen and said, "Right there." Vice Mayor Su and the secretary immediately walked towards Zhang Chen. All the senior executives of the Marriott company puffed out their chests, their faces showing pride. Even Su Kuang said to the heartbroken Gao Wenj, "Stop crying. Get a good look at how Vice Mayor Su reprimands that idiot. How dare he seek justice? As for the payment, don't even dream about it. I'll give you 10,000 for living expenses each month. Is that enough? Our company is about to go bankrupt. 10,000 isn't enough. I have a family." Gao Wenj was so furious he felt like spitting blood, but under the roof, one had to bow their head, pleading, "Wasn't it supposed to be 100,000 a month? 100,000 a month? Are you dreaming? Who told you not to take it before? Now it's only 10,000. Su Kuang sneered. "This is too much. How can there be such evil people in the world?" Gao Wenj and Gao Feiyan felt utterly hopeless, their mental state collapsing in an instant. But what could they do? The underworld and the legitimate world both had their own people. Zhang Chen couldn't do anything either. Even though he had a girlfriend who was a dragon lady, she had left immediately, not wanting to get involved in the mess. And with just one phone call, they had invited a vice mayor to back them up. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Who knew what kind of powerful support they had behind them? Vice Mayor Su approached Zhang Chen. He wasn't very serious or fierce. Instead, he wore a smile, a look of admiration on his face. Shaking Zhang Chen's hand, he excitedly said, "Master, hello, it's truly an honor to meet you." "Huh, what's going on? Aren't you here to reprimand this stall owner? Why are you calling him master and being so polite and admiring? Oh my goodness, could it be that this big official is not here to support the Wanhao company, but to visit the street vendor?" Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. It was too unexpected, simply a divine reversal. Gao Wenj and Gao Feiyang, who were still heartbroken, widened their eyes in shock. A wave of ecstasy surged in their hearts, quickly spreading throughout their bodies. The arrogant Wan Kuang and Wan Tianhua, along with the company's executives, looked as if they had been slapped in the face, their heads spinning. They were seeing stars. Damn, it was simply unbelievable. They invited a dragon to inspect, and it turned out to be his girlfriend. Now they invited a big official, and it was also one of his people? How can this be so against the heavens? If that's the case, why set up a street stall? Not to mention them, even Zhang Chen was completely bewildered. Who is this big shot? I don't know you. What does this mean? Master, my father is Su Shanshui, and he holds you in high regard. You are also a great literary master and calligrapher that I admire. I heard you are looking for inspiration here, so I specially came to see you, hoping to be of help. Vice Mayor Su explained softly. Hello, you are too polite. Zhang Chen smiled and exchanged pleasantries, but inside, he was on the verge of tears. Success was within reach. Damn, a pig teammate showed up. Who asked you to help me? Who asked you to back me up? That old man Su Shanshui is indeed not a good person, and his son is not good either. The whole family is rotten. My compensation is multiplied by 10. This time, I really might fly away. Vice Mayor Su chatted and laughed with Zhang Chen for a while longer, even patting Zhang Chen's shoulder affectionately. In the end, he hopefully said, my daughter Su Qiushui also likes calligraphy and works in Yanjing. She admires you so much. She wants to consult you, and I hope you won't refuse. When Zhang Chen reluctantly agreed, he climbed the ladder and forcibly added his daughter Su Qiushui's WeChat on Zhang Chen's phone. He smiled and said, now you can get in touch. Then he got into the car with his secretary and left, no longer paying attention to Wan Tianhua. The venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Wan Tianhua with strange expressions, all waiting to see the joke. Ha ha ha, did you see? The street vendor is my high school classmate. If I wanted to crush you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Do you dare to continue? How do you want to play? We will accompany you to the end. Gao Feiyan instantly trembled, pointing at Wan Kuang's nose. Mr. Wan, we are just here to collect payment and do not want to provoke a bigger conflict. As long as we receive 35 million, plus interest, we will withdraw immediately. Gao Wenj also said to Wan Tianhua, including interest, give it to them. Wan Tianhua remained silent for a long time before finally exhaling and telling the financial manager. The rogue company ultimately surrendered. They couldn't outplay Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen also felt wronged. He hadn't even tried hard, okay? With the payments successfully collected, Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenj were overjoyed. They treated Zhang Chen to a big meal at the hotel. They even wanted to give him a thank you fee. But of course, Zhang Chen refused. Such a small amount of money was not worth his attention. He was just looking for system compensation. However, even though he didn't get it, he still gained quite a few failure points. It was no less than setting up a stall for a day elsewhere. When he returned home, both school beauties had already gone to school. The blankets were neatly folded. They left a note saying they took the keys and would come back in the evening to cook for Zhang Chen. Frightened, Zhang Chen quickly called the hotel to arrange for a chef to come and make dinner. Super beauties can't cook. This is an unchanging truth. Then he started looking at Tianjia's stocks. Tianjia company was named Aishin Nursing. The market was doing well today, up by more than 10 points. But in the morning, Aishin Nursing had dropped, down by 2 points. It wasn't much, but it was quite unusual, because this stock had always been very stable. The company's performance is outstanding. It's hard to even think about a decline. We need to step up this afternoon, Zhang Chen called Gao Feiyang, asking them to intensify the rumor campaign. Gao Feiyang eagerly agreed. Now both father and son are full of vigor and confidence. Having latched onto Zhang Chen's support, what do they have to worry about in terms of future prospects? Do they still need to worry about being bullied? Even the formidable Marriott company has softened, not only receiving payments but also interest. Great literary master, great calligrapher, hello, do you have time now? A WeChat message popped up, and it was none other than Su Shanshui's granddaughter, Su Qiushui. This family is not good people. I can't be bothered to deal with you, Zhang Chen replied darkly, not responding at all. Here's my photo. After a while, Su Qiushui sent over several pictures. Tall and slender, with a beautiful face, fair skin and an elegant demeanor. A rare beauty indeed. But who knows if she used a beauty filter? So tempting. Zhang Chen instantly changed his mind and quickly asked, do you have a boyfriend? Where do you work in Yanjing? If he found out, he could secretly confess to her if he ever went to Yanjing, and he expected she would refuse. That might just earn him a precious failure card. Oh my, the rumors are true. The great literary master loves super beauties the most. Xia Lei and Zhou Yaxin have both been kept in his golden house. I've asked him several times, and he wouldn't respond until I sent a photo, and he only wanted to talk about such sensitive issues. In Yanjing, in a luxurious office, Su Qiushui sat in her office chair. She truly was youthful and radiant, elegant as a fairy. Her long fingers clasped together, her pretty face flushed. She looked incredibly shy. If anyone else asked such questions, she would have blocked them long ago. But this was the world's greatest literary master, the great calligrapher. That made all the difference. It gave her an unprecedented sense of confidence and excitement. It was a tremendous honor. It also affirmed her own beauty. I don't have a boyfriend, but many people are pursuing me, Su Qiushui replied shyly. She provided a lot of details, even giving Zhang Chen her address. President of Qiushui Investment Company? Wow, that's a domineering CEO. Zhang Chen was secretly astonished. Of course, being Su Shanshui's granddaughter, how could she be lacking? That old man was a calligraphy master. A single piece of his work could sell for millions. Can you send me your photo? Su Qiushui asked. I don't photograph well, my pictures are nowhere near as handsome as I am in person, so I won't show you, Zhang Chen joked. He couldn't send it anyway, otherwise, how would he earn his failure card in the future? Confessing had significant flaws. It could easily bring him trouble. He needed to think of another way to earn failure points and a failure card. Soon, Su Qiushui began asking about calligraphy techniques. Zhang Chen didn't want to engage with her, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he asked, You're the president of an investment company, do you buy stocks? Of course, I do. A lot, in fact, hundreds of billions, Su Qiushui replied. Have you bought shares in Aishin Care? Zhang Chen inquired. He himself, a wealthy investor, had not bought this stock. It was difficult to operate. Aishin Care? That's a quality stock, of course, I bought it, 3 billion worth, and I've already made a 30% profit, Su Qiushui said. Then you should sell quickly, this stock is about to crash. It will soon become worthless, and your 3 billion will go down the drain, Zhang Chen warned. Could it be that the rumors are true? Is there really high technology that can awaken a vegetative state? Su Qiushui asked in shock. As far as I know, it's true. There will be an official announcement in a few days. But you mustn't leak this information. I won't go into the specifics, Zhang Chen said. Thank you for telling me this news. Su Qiushui's expression turned serious. Then she issued an absurd order. Is the president crazy? To clear out Love Care? This is a high-quality stock. It's just a bit of rumor right now. How could there really be such high technology? Now is the time to buy low. A rumor, and you're this nervous? The president can't be dizzy, can she? I heard that today the president was chatting sweetly with someone in the office. Her face even turned red. She might have a boyfriend. A woman in love can be foolish, and the president is no exception. What? The president is in love? Who is she interested in? How would I know? Anyway, it must be a top elite, or a top rich second generation. I wonder what kind of man has the fortune to take home a top beauty along with billions in wealth. Xiaoshui investment triggered a cautious turmoil. However, they still strictly executed the order. They began to sell stocks. As the afternoon market opened, they indeed started to take a hit. Love Care plummeted, falling continuously. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. Run! Love Care has collapsed. There's high technology that can awaken vegetative patients. Rumors spread, and the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was on edge. The sell-off grew larger. Damn it, who was spreading rumors? Tian Enchen and his father were furious. They urgently issued a statement. The content stated that the rumors circulating in the market were false. Currently, there was no high technology to awaken vegetative patients. The company's operations were normal, and profits had significantly increased. They urged shareholders not to believe the rumors. Once the announcement was made, it indeed had an effect. The sell-off wasn't as severe anymore. Quick, sell. This is the best chance to escape. Su Qiushui's eyes lit up as she ordered. The sell-off surged again. Stocks continued to drop. Trend-following selling also appeared. The decline was relentless. A bunch of idiots, are you giving me money? Tian's father sneered. Buy at the limit down, buy as much as you can. Soon, the stock hit the limit down. The sell-off was large, and the buy orders were also substantial. The competition was incredibly fierce. It continued until the market closed, and the stock still fell by 9 points. It really is a spectacular decline. I guess 4.8 billion has gone down the drain. But this is just the beginning. Tomorrow I'll give you another hard hit, hope you can withstand it. Zhang Chen chuckled. In the Tian family's office building, the conference room was filled with Tian Dong, Tian Enchen, and many senior executives. Each face was serious, as if facing a great enemy. Today, the company's stock showed abnormal behavior. We used 3 billion to stabilize it, yet there was still no improvement, and the stock still fell by 9 points, Tian Dong said solemnly. This situation definitely indicates that someone is targeting our company. It could be a malicious takeover or an attempt to profit from it. What do you all think we should do? I believe we must first figure out who the enemy is. Only then can we know ourselves and our enemy and win every battle, the general manager said. Have we offended anyone recently? Our company operates a unique business, caring for vegetative patients, with no real competitors. How could we have offended anyone? Tian Enchen said. I think someone is trying to profit from rumors. He didn't think this had anything to do with Zhang Chen. He had only targeted one of Zhang Chen's poor companions. How could Zhang Chen retaliate so aggressively? If that's the case, then someone is spreading rumors to suppress the stock, taking the opportunity to buy low and later sell at a higher price. This presents a good opportunity for us. I suggest we continue to buy back stocks vigorously tomorrow and make a big profit. Yes, buy back vigorously. Invest 5 billion, and we can earn at least 1 to 2 billion. Invest 10 billion, and the profits will be even greater. I suggest we allocate all liquid funds to buy back and stabilize the stock, letting it rise again. That 3 billion bank loan can wait. Let's delay it for 10 days or half a month. High-tech awakens vegetative patients. Such ridiculous rumors will soon collapse on their own, and the opportunity will be lost forever. We should report this to the police, catch the rumor mongers, find them, and sentence them. They are all business elites, all quite impressive. Their response strategy is very aggressive. Since they operate in this industry, how could they not know that it's just a rumor? Only blindly following small shareholders are likely to believe it. That day, a large amount of capital was mobilized, and they really reported it to the police. This case is quite significant. The audacity of the rumor monger is astonishing, simply reckless. Upon receiving the report, Di Qianyan's expression became serious. Together with the cyber police, they began the investigation. A large net was quickly cast. The next day, Zhang Chen drove to the hospital, carrying a bag of fruit as he entered the ward. I'm fine now. You, such a big boss, shouldn't keep coming here. Jiang Baixue had already removed the bandage from his head and looked much better. What busy work. Without you here, setting up a stall is no fun. Zhang Chen placed the fruit on the bedside table. Then doesn't that mean you're out of inspiration? Jiang Baixue looked a bit worried. Then just write slowly. It's not like we're out of money. Zhang Chen said, I'm just worried. With so much money, how can I possibly spend it all? I wish I could worry like you do. Jiang Baixue chuckled helplessly. Unfortunately, I can't experience your kind of worry. Don't worry. Once you're discharged, we can team up again. Zhang Chen said, but next time, I'm thinking of not setting up a stall, doing something else, and still getting inspiration. Doing what? Jiang Baixue became interested. Haven't thought it through yet. We'll talk about it then. Zhang Chen said, today I'm here to let you watch me eat noodles. Watch you eat noodles? What do you mean? Jiang Baixue looked confused. You'll know in a bit. By the way, where's your sister-in-law? Zhang Chen asked. I sent her home. she'll probably come later. Jiang Baishue replied. Then call her and tell her to come later. I won't leave until after 3 this afternoon. Zhang Chen said, you have to watch me eat noodles until then. Jiang Baishue couldn't refuse Zhang Chen and, feeling sorry for his wife, really made the call. After some casual chatting, it was finally time to open the market. Zhang Chen took out his laptop, opened the stock trading system, clicked on the stock for heart care. You mean this noodle eating? Jiang Baishue instantly understood. Those who write online literature know astronomy and geography, and they must understand stocks too. Exactly. Zhang Chen opened yesterday's curve chart. It already dropped once yesterday, today it continues. Damn, this drop is terrifying. Jiang Baishue widened his eyes. It was a straight line down, with no rebound, just plummeting close to the limit down. He was immediately filled with confusion and hesitantly asked, what's going on with this stock? This is the stock of Tian in Shen's family. It was his people who targeted you. He suffered a huge loss at my hands but couldn't do anything to me. So he vented his anger on you, the innocent. Zhang Chen said, so, I want his family's stock to turn into a pile of waste paper. No matter how hard they try to protect it, it won't help. And then they'll go bankrupt, losing everything. Isn't that a bit excessive? Jiang Baishue was dumbfounded. He was actually quite smart and had long suspected such a fact, so he wasn't too surprised. He even hoped Zhang Chen would let it go. Make a big deal small and small things trivial. Safety is the greatest blessing. He never expected Zhang Chen to retaliate like this, but why did it warm his heart? His eyes felt dry, almost on the verge of tears. We must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Otherwise, will there be any peaceful days? Zhang Chen said, moreover, my revenge can benefit countless vegetative patients. They will all awaken without needing any care. This is a great thing. What? You figured out a way to awaken vegetative patients? Jiang Baishue looked incredulous. By chance, it succeeded, Zhang Chen said. Now, let's watch the show. After the bidding was completed, the trading began. The stock price of Aishin Care didn't drop. Instead, it surged with great momentum. There's quite a bit of protective capital. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. By 10 o'clock, the stock hit the limit up. This meant it had almost returned to the price at which it opened yesterday. So much was sold yesterday, that's a huge loss. The president must have made a wrong decision yesterday. Love makes women foolish. At Xiaoshui Investment Company, many traders were extremely frustrated. Keep selling for me, Su Xiaoshui ordered. Thus, the limit was opened, and it slowly began to fall. Where did these bastards come from? Is this profit-taking? Is this all you're satisfied with? Chairman Tian sneered, hold the line. A large amount was bought in, wildly. It hit the limit up again. And so, the battle between bulls and bears continued. After a while, Su Qiushui contacted Zhang Chen, great writer, great calligrapher, thank you for your message, I've sold everything. Now watch me. Zhang Chen chuckled strangely and began typing rapidly. Soon, he posted in the stock forum. First was a photo, a seemingly grand sanatorium, with a sign erected, High-Tech Awakening Sanatorium. There was also a description, this is a high-tech company, specifically for waking up vegetative patients, with a low fee, only 10 minutes to awaken a vegetative patient. It was about to open. He hoped everyone would spread the word and send vegetative patients for awakening. Let their loved ones wake up sooner. Gao Feiang and Gao Wenj also arranged for many people to increase the publicity, copying Zhang Chen's post and posting it everywhere. Soon, the sell-off surged forth. Like the Yangtze River, it was unstoppable. Chairman, we can't hold it anymore. What should we do? Tian's trader shouted anxiously. It's that bastard Zhang Chen, looking for death. Tian and Shen and his father stared at that photo, their lungs nearly bursting with anger. How could they not recognize it? The sanatorium in the photo was the one they sold to Zhang Chen. This bastard said it was for staff dormitories. Now it has a sign, High-Tech Awakening Sanatorium? In just a few days, he created a high-tech company that can awaken vegetative patients? Isn't that nonsense? Thus, this photo directly confirmed that it was a rumor. It was likely that Zhang Chen was up to something. That idiot probably knows I sent someone to beat up his companion Jiang Baishue, and now he's retaliating in such a childish way, Tian and Shen said. But this is just giving us money. We can take the opportunity to buy low, then push it up and sell off. We can make a huge profit. It's not that simple. He might want to take our company. The rumors trigger sell-offs, he buys in at a low price, and then acquires some small shareholders' stocks. He could take control of the company and kick us out, Tian's father said. After all, our company is very excellent and can make a lot of money. So, this is a malicious takeover orchestrated by Zhang Chen? Tian and Shen asked, how do we respond? Buy in aggressively at low prices. At the same time, we report to the police, let him suffer the consequences. That photo is evidence. This time, he won't just get away unscathed. He's far from being able to compete with us, Tian's father said fiercely. Thus, more funds were transferred in, buying frantically. The limit down was opened multiple times. Impressive, really impressive. The buying pressure is huge, Zhang Chen chuckled repeatedly. The Tian family is still quite wealthy. This will all turn to waste paper. The Tian family is finished, Zhang Baishu sighed endlessly. 100 billion group was about to collapse, all because of a small-time vendor like him. If they knew the reason, they would probably want to hang themselves. And a small person like me can actually decide the life and death of a trillion-dollar group? I can't help but say it's a tremendous honor. My classmate is simply a godlike figure. How did I not see his genius back then? Chairman, we're out of funds, the operator shouted. What? The 200 billion we allocated is all used up? Father Tian looked shocked. It's all gone. The sell-off was too large to withstand. So what's the situation now? It's still at the limit down, with no signs of recovery. Zhang Chen, you're courting death. If I don't send you away for a few years this time, I won't be surnamed Tian. Father Tian roared, starting to call many big shots, urging them to capture Zhang Chen immediately. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the hospital room was knocked on. Then the door was pushed open. A group of Longchai entered. Leading them was Di Qianyan, her face serious, without a hint of a smile. Coldly, she said, Zhang Chen, your secret is out. Why aren't you calling me husband anymore? Zhang Chen said in surprise. This time you're in big trouble. I can only break up with you. Di Qianyan said with a heavy heart. Trouble? What trouble do I have? Zhang Chen was unconcerned, not panicking at all. Didn't you spread rumors? Was that photo also posted by you? Gao Feiyang and Gao Wenji are also working for you? Di Qianyan asked coldly. All of them, Zhang Chen admitted without hesitation, not worried at all. So it was you who was up to no good. Di Qianyan snorted coldly, simply foolish, to retaliate like this. Rumors are ultimately just rumors. They can't harm them in the slightest. But you've played yourself to death. Up to no good? What do you mean? Harm someone? Where did that come from? Zhang Chen looked confused. Are you still playing dumb? You released such rumors to attack the love care stock, didn't you? To take revenge on Tian and Shen? Di Qianyan said with a dark face, now love care is plummeting, all because of you. They've reported it to the police. Can you still have a good outcome? This is simply slander and defamation. This is just promoting my new company, advertising, letting more people know that our company has developed high technology to awaken vegetative patients. Tomorrow our company will hold a press conference, and we will even awaken a vegetative patient on site. You are welcome to attend. Zhang Chen said angrily. What? You've developed high technology to awaken vegetative patients? Di Qianyan and the other Lancha were dumbfounded, shocked beyond belief. If it's true, then Zhang Chen wouldn't have any issues at all, because he was speaking the truth, not spreading rumors. It would be very inappropriate to arrest him. Of course, otherwise, why would I be advertising? Zhang Chen said. Don't lie to me, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Di Qianyan said seriously. What would I lie to you about? This is really absurd. Zhang Chen said. Tomorrow the whole world will know that vegetative patients are about to become extinct. They can all be awakened. How did you suddenly master such high technology? Di Qianyan stammered, unable to believe it. I've invested a lot in technology research, and I also have a high-tech company, Shinkong Brainwave Company, which is about to launch a gaming helmet. That will completely overturn your understanding. Really? What's so surprising about it? Zhang Chen said with a dark face. Maybe it's true. This guy is a god-level rich man. He has plenty of money. Di Qianyan muttered in her heart, her expression becoming complex. The man before her was too talented. A super terrifying martial arts master, a great literary figure, a great calligrapher, a great poet, and many other excellent qualities. Now he has even developed technology to awaken vegetative patients. If she didn't have a boyfriend, she would be attracted to him. She would pursue him. Beautiful lady, can I call you wife now? Zhang Chen teased. Wife, I'm sorry. Di Qianyan wrapped her arms around Zhang Chen's neck, sweetly beginning her apology. Zhang Chen unceremoniously embraced her slim waist. This was definitely taking advantage. He had just been infuriated by this beauty, so of course, he had to get some revenge. He couldn't help but secretly admire her. Her figure was simply too good, with no trace of excess flesh on her tiny waist. It was as taut as a spring. She must have trained hard. Dare to get a little closer? Di Qianyan whispered sweetly in Zhang Chen's ear. The usual methods weren't working. It needed a little extra spice. After all, he was truly a pervert. He didn't seem to get jealous, or perhaps he just didn't believe it. He was convinced it was all an act. Damn, this woman isn't trying to cling to me like this, is she? Zhang Chen suddenly began to doubt. He was now so impressive that there were too many beauties wanting to be with him. He couldn't even count them all. Sigh, our captain has fallen for another one. She wouldn't really be living with this man, would she? Many of the dragon inspectors couldn't bear to watch. My goodness, she's already calling him husband. Zhang Chen, how can you be so flirtatious? This beauty dragon inspector has fallen victim to your charms. Oh my, even super beauties are offering themselves up. Jiang Baishua was so envious and jealous that her eyes turned red. Where's the person you were supposed to catch? Why haven't we seen them? Di Qianyan, you have some nerve to defy orders. Could it be that you really are living with him? Have you become his woman? Do you know that this is betrayal? He's been spoiled by beauties like you, daring to commit crimes without restraint. It really infuriates me. In the Dragon Inspector Bureau, Director Sun's eyes were blazing with anger as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Di Qianyan was too scared to look up. She could only mumble, Director, he said he developed high-tech to awaken comatose patients. Are you an idiot? You believe everything he says? He claims to have built a spaceship, and you believe that too? Awakening comatose patients and building a spaceship aren't the same level of difficulty. Still being stubborn? High-tech to awaken comatose patients, does it really appear that easily? He's clearly just getting back at the Tian family. Can such high-tech be developed in just a few days? It's simply an insult to our intelligence. He said he would hold a press conference tomorrow to awaken a comatose patient on site. What if he's just stalling for time and runs away tonight? Tonight, I'm sleeping with him. He won't be able to escape. Di Qianyan said angrily. Director Sun was completely speechless. Zheng Chen drove to the villa. He had been staying at Deep Bay Garden these past few days to allow CLA to recover. She was probably healed by now. Great writer, you remember to come home, right? Zhou Yaxin approached with a rich fragrance. She had a playful expression, as if she were scolding her husband for being out and about. She wore a spaghetti strap dress, revealing quite a bit of skin. It was exceptionally sexy and alluring. I've had some matters to deal with recently, but it's mostly sorted out now, Zheng Chen replied. After chatting for a while, Zheng Chen went into the study to start playing games. Of course, he used a gaming headset. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open. A pair of delicate hands began to massage Zheng Chen's temples. Not too hard, not too soft, it felt very comfortable. CLA, why are you so late getting off work? By the way, have you recovered? Zheng Chen caught those delicate hands, pulled her over, and lifted her to sit on his lap. It was incredibly intimate and affectionate. You've got the wrong person. A shy voice rang out. It seemed to be Zhou Yaxin's voice. Zheng Chen was taken aback and opened his eyes to look. It really was Zhou Yaxin. He saw her cheeks flushed, looking adorably upset. I'm sorry, I thought you were CLA. Zheng Chen let her go. It's okay. However, Zhou Yaxin didn't get down. Instead, she tightened her embrace around Zheng Chen's neck and whispered sweetly, CLA said she won't be coming back today. She's going to her dad's. Is that so? Zheng Chen was a bit incredulous. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found that it was indeed true. CLA had left him a message, saying there was something at home and she needed to go back. Looks like I'll be keeping the empty house tonight, Zheng Chen said, feeling a bit down. You don't seem happy. Isn't it good for the two of us to be at home? We could write poetry, play the piano, or do something else. By the way, I'm good at carving. I'm quite a skilled master. I made you a seal. Do you want to see it? Zhou Yaxin smiled brightly, her charming smile like a captivating little fairy. Let me see. Zheng Chen became interested, so Zhou Yaxin took Zheng Chen into her room. She picked up a seal from her desk and handed it to him. Zheng Chen admired it carefully. The material was top-quality Shoshan stone. The characters were ancient and very respectful. Do you like it? Zhou Yaxin asked, her breath as fragrant as orchids. I do. Zheng Chen really liked it. As a great literary figure and calligrapher, it was a big regret that he didn't have a seal until now. He hadn't expected Zhou Yaxin to carve one for him. Want to try stamping it? Zhou Yaxin said. But I don't have any paper, Zheng Chen replied. Stamp it on my hand. Zhou Yaxin extended her delicate and beautiful right hand. Zheng Chen didn't think much of it and stamped it on her hand. Instantly, the words Zheng Chen exclusive appeared in bright red on the back of her hand. The characters were ancient and beautiful. From now on, I belong to you, right? Zhou Yaxin said, her face blushing, her beautiful eyes sparkling. A talented woman pursuing a man is indeed different. Zheng Chen felt an unprecedented thrill and laughed. You can just wash it off, right? The one on my hand can be washed off, but the one stamped on my heart can't be erased, Zhou Yaxin said sweetly, her words as fiery as flames. A series of ambiguous exchanges quickly heated up their relationship. It seemed they really became inseparable, sharing everything with each other. What does your dad do? Zheng Chen asked curiously. I won't tell you, Zhou Yaxin replied with a smile. Then I'll look it up myself. Zheng Chen really started to search on Baidu, typing in talented woman Jo Yashin and hitting enter. Soon, the search results came up. The youngest daughter of jewelry tycoon Jo Taegwa. Jo Taegwa has jewelry stores in major cities across the country, with a fortune of 200 billion. Jo Yashin has an older sister and an older brother, both already working in the family business. Jo Yashin grew up in a honeypot, dabbling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially excelling in writing and poetry. She is also a super talented carving master, famous for her carved jade ornaments. Whenever the company gets top-quality jade materials, they are entrusted to her for carving, which can then be sold for sky-high prices. So impressive? Zhang Chen was speechless for a while. He had really underestimated Jo Yashin, this talented woman, and her background. But did her father really not care about her? Now she was living in my villa. How strange. Since Jo Yashin is so amazing, what about CLA? Zhang Chen couldn't help but search for CLA again. The information was similar to what he had learned, but there was something odd. There was no information about her parents at all. Clearly, they were classified individuals. I really am thick-headed, getting involved with two talented women like this? Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit scared. The trouble was, he had already slept with CLA. Jo Yashin had also become his confidant, their relationship very close. Initially, he just wanted to act, to retaliate against his love for books. How did it turn into reality, with her becoming his confidant? One could only say that the charm of a talented woman is too great. If she truly wants to win your favor, there are countless ways. Today, just with a seal, she had made him feel incredibly stimulated. Has your dad urged you to go home? Zhang Chen asked again. I'm here with you. What would he be worried about? Jo Yashin said, with a great literary figure and calligrapher like you, what more can I say about your character? But isn't there a scandal about us outside? Zhang Chen said, I have rumors every day, but they are all false. Jo Yashin said, my dad doesn't want me to play with Lu Aishu, but he allows me to play with you. Besides, I live here with CLA, so I'm not worried at all. Aren't you afraid I'll sleep with you? Zhang Chen asked. That's better than being slept with by other men, Jo Yashin blurted out. Put. Zhang Chen spat out a mouthful of tea. Do you have the guts to say that to your dad? If my dad were here, of course I wouldn't say it. I'm not stupid, Jo Yashin replied. You are a master sculptor. Would you be willing to carve something for me? Zhang Chen asked. If the materials are good, I can help, Jo Yashin said. Zhang Chen immediately called the security to have 2 pieces of jade from the gaming company delivered over. High ice type imperial green jade, so huge, what should it be carved into? Glass type violet jade, this is a top-notch treasure. It needs to be designed well. Jo Yashin's eyes lit up, showing her interest. After observing and pondering for a while, she said, Great literary master, this high ice type imperial green jade can be carved into a magnificent palace. As for this glass type violet jade, let's make it into a bracelet, a jade pendant, and a ring face. It's not really suitable for a decorative piece. Then I'll leave it to you. Take your time carving. Zhang Chen smiled. Sure, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Jo Yashin readily agreed. By the way, I have another piece of glass-type imperial green jade. I'll bring it over later for you to carve and process, Zhang Chen said. How do you have so many super jades? Jo Yashin asked curiously. Because I'm the world's #1 stone gambling expert, Zhang Chen replied. You also excel at stone gambling? Jo Yashin's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. Isn't he the son-in-law her father most looks forward to? She and he are simply a perfect match. Unfortunately, he is too outstanding, a great literary master, calligrapher, martial arts expert, and has 2 companies worth hundreds of billions. He attracts too many beautiful women. She got to know him too late, and as a result, he already has 3 girlfriends. Including herself, that makes 4. The headache is that the 3 rivals are very strong. Just CLA alone is a huge headache. The other 2 rivals, she found out, are campus beauties. They are all top-notch beauties and 5 years younger than her. The advantage is enormous. Marrying him is incredibly difficult. Brother is capable of anything, proficient in everything. Zhang Chen began to show off. I don't believe it, Jo Yashin pouted. No one is a polymath. No matter how smart a person is, their energy is limited. The number of projects one can master is destined to be few. She has already spent too much time mastering sculpture, writing, and calligraphy. So even though she has great talent in painting, playing the piano, and chess, she doesn't have the time to study them deeply. Ding! Host's bragging failed. Failure points +0. 0001. The system's voice sounded. Great talented woman, let me tell you a secret quietly. Actually, I am still the world's #1 sculptor, Zhang Chen boasted again. Put. Jo Yashin burst out laughing. You are a great calligrapher. Logically I should believe you, but sculpture is different from calligraphy. it requires various foundational conditions. I was born into a jade family, influenced by it, plus I have various carving materials to play with. That's how I can become a great sculptor. You should stop bragging. Ding, host's bragging failed, compensating with the world's #1 sculpting technique. The system's voice sounded. Memories about sculpting also appeared in Zhang Chen's mind. This is great, I hit the jackpot again. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Keeping a talented woman around really has its benefits. Look, he gained a sculpting technique again. If he were to learn sculpting, failing would take 1 or 2 months, right? This saves a lot of trouble. You really look down on people too much. Do you think you can gauge a genius? Zhang Chen said. Then dare to bet with me? If you lose, you sleep with me tonight. If not, I'll sleep with you. Do you dare? Zhou Yaxin said. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. He looked at her as if she were a monster. Isn't that too fierce? You're a proper talented woman. How can you be so shameless? Are you afraid? Zhou Yaxin said. I just think your bet is a bit strange. The outcome is actually the same. Zhang Chen scratched his head. How is the outcome the same? If you sleep with me, I'm the queen, and everything goes my way. If I sleep with you, you're the emperor, and everything goes your way. Zhou Yaxin said. A bet is a bet. Zhang Chen said. You really want me to be your 4th girlfriend? Zhou Yaxin hesitated, her tone wavering, and her pretty face turned slightly red. You're overthinking it, Zhang Chen said. Sleeping together doesn't mean anything will happen. If I win, that might not be the case, Zhou Yaxin said. Maybe I want to be with you like that? That only works if you can win, Zhang Chen smirked, a strange smile on his face. I will definitely not lose. Zhou Yaxin was full of confidence, pulling out a set of carving tools along with a lot of carving materials. Then watch closely. Zhang Chen didn't use a computer or any other tools. He picked up the carving material and started carving. His technique was incredibly skilled. In just over 10 minutes, he successfully carved it. He stamped it on the back of Zhou Yaxin's other hand. The bright red characters Zhang Chen were stunningly beautiful and ancient. How is this possible? Zhou Yaxin was dumbfounded, her gaze blank. After staring at her hand for a long time, she finally came to her senses, took the stamp, and admired it closely. She exclaimed, Great literary master, great calligrapher, great poet, you win. Your carving is worthy of being called the best in the world. I am ashamed. I lost. Her face was filled with admiration and respect. You lost, so everything goes my way, right? Zhang Chen looked at her flower-like face, grinning mischievously. Listen, to you. Zhou Yaxin's face was flushed with shyness, although she agreed. Her tone had a hint of hesitation. Of course, she liked a genius who was unparalleled in talent, but he already had 3 girlfriends. She couldn't compete with them. Was she going to have a one-night stand? Just to leave the next day? Keeping the beautiful memory? Not envying eternity, just caring about what was once had? If you listen to me, then tonight you don't have to sleep with me. Zhang Chen was about to say the last 4 words with a wicked smile, but Zhou Yaxin's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, glanced at it, and walked out, opening the door. Di Qianyan, wearing a short dress, walked in with a strong fragrance. She had a stern expression, looking very unhappy. Di Qianyan, what are you doing here? Zhang Chen frowned, equally displeased. Could it be that this woman really moved into his villa? So she came over after work? Our director is worried you might run away, so I came to keep an eye on you. Di Qianyan took out handcuffs and, with a click, cuffed one of her hands to Zhang Chen's. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Then, in a fit of anger, he said, Where's the key? I didn't bring it, Di Qianyan said flatly. Crazy. Zhang Chen was so angry he felt like spitting blood. Put. Zhou Yaxin burst out laughing. Now he didn't have to worry. Even if he had to sleep with her tonight, he wouldn't dare do anything. There was such a big light bulb around. I'm going to take a shower. Let's have a couple's bath. Zhang Chen's eyes shifted, pulling Di Qianyan toward the bathroom. The best skill I have is exploding eggs, Di Qianyan said. With your 3-legged cat skills, am I supposed to be afraid of you? Zhang Chen scoffed. Besides breaking eggs, I can also bite them. One bite, and the yolk spills out. Di Qianyan licked the corner of her mouth. Zhang Chen was utterly speechless. What the hell? This is a female rogue. What to do? What a sin. Zhang Chen lay on the bed, looking at Di Qianyan and Zhou Yaxin sleeping on either side of him. They were absolutely enchanting, irresistibly alluring. But, they were both off limits. Moreover, one of his hands was handcuffed to Di Qianyan's. Thinking back to the various awkward moments before sleeping, he truly felt like crying without tears. They even had to go to the bathroom together. He could only let Zhou Yaxin hold up a curtain to block the view. Showering was the same, but could that really block anything? He had the ability to see through things. Not to mention a layer of cloth, even a wall wouldn't do any good. And he was worried about what might happen sleeping next to Di Qianyan. So, he didn't refuse Zhou Yaxin coming over to sleep with him. 3 people were definitely safer than 2. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, losing his eggs wouldn't be impossible. Di Qianyan was like a madwoman. Who could guarantee she wouldn't retaliate if she got hurt? After all, she loved that pervert deeply. So, precautions had to be taken. If you two want to do something, just pretend I'm not here, Di Qianyan said boldly. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Zhang Chen said angrily. It's a fact that you're so flirtatious. I didn't believe it at first, but now I can't help but believe it, Di Qianyan said. I'm just curious, you're a great literary figure, a master calligrapher, a great poet, or a martial arts expert, a super rich guy. Calling you a genius isn't an exaggeration. How could you do something so foolish? From now on, if you want to sleep with beautiful women, you won't be able to. I think you should just let it out tonight. She had been scolded by the director. She also thought she had woken up to reality, no longer believing that Zhang Chen had developed technology to awaken comatose patients. He was just lying to her. Then I'll start now, so don't scream, Zhang Chen said, turning over and wrapping his arms around Di Qianyan's slim waist. Did you get the wrong person? Di Qianyan said angrily, otherwise, why would you let her come and keep you company? Oh, you want to sleep alone with me, huh? Dream on. Zhang Chen released her and lay back down. Secretly, he marveled at how strong her waist was. She must have great skills. Who wants to sleep alone with you? You're just being overly sentimental. I warn you, don't touch me again, or watch out for your eggs. Di Qianyan glared at Zhang Chen furiously. Di Qianyan, why are you so stubborn? Zhou Yaxin couldn't help but say, you said he's a genius, so why don't you believe he can develop high-tech to awaken comatose patients? I'm not his woman, why should I believe it? Di Qianyan scoffed. You're so unreasonable, no wonder you can't get married, Zhou Yaxin said. That's still better than someone throwing themselves at others, Di Qianyan retorted. That someone doesn't even have the qualifications, Zhou Yaxin shot back. Who are you saying doesn't have qualifications? Whoever agrees is who I'm talking about. The two continued to bicker. Shut up, Zhang Chen shouted. Are we going to sleep or not? The 2 women fell silent. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and began to sleep, but the fragrant scent wafted, stirring his heart. If he could fall asleep, that would definitely be a miracle. Suddenly, Zhou Yaxin leaned over and whispered in Zhang Chen's ear, your charm is too great. Even a woman who only knows how to fight likes you, using such a clumsy excuse to sleep with you. Actually, you could take advantage of her without hesitation. She definitely wouldn't resist, and might even be very happy. Nonsense, she has someone she likes, and loves deeply, Zhang Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless. This talented woman seemed to have a vengeful nature. Tonight, the two had inexplicably become enemies. Was this going to be a trap for each other? If she didn't like you, how could she lie on the same bed as you? Zhou Yaxin urged. What's wrong with taking advantage? Teach her a lesson. If she dares to mock me, she must pay the price. Zhang Chen was completely speechless. They whispered to each other, lying in a vague and ambiguous manner for an hour or two. Eventually, the 3 of them fell asleep. As dawn broke, Zhang Chen woke up to find Di Qianyan completely sprawled on him. As for Zhou Yaxin, she was sleeping soundly, hugging her own arm. Could it be that Zhou Yaxin was right? This woman is actually using this excuse to sleep with me? Zhang Chen muttered to himself, pushing her away in disgust. Wake up. Ah, what are you doing? Di Qianyan instantly opened her eyes, raising a fist as if to hit Zhang Chen's nose. What do you think you're doing? You should first see how you slept. Zhang Chen caught her wrist and said irritably, how did I sleep? Clearly, you pulled me onto you to sleep. What? Do you like this position? Di Qianyan said defiantly. I finally understand why he doesn't come to see you anymore. It's because he doesn't like you, Zhang Chen said. You understand nothing, you beast. Get up, Di Qianyan said with a dark face. It turns out that even a warm embrace is useless. This is hilarious. Zhou Yaxin sat up, her face full of mischief and mockery. She even secretly gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up. Clearly, she thought her encouragement had worked. You're talking about yourself, right? Di Qianyan shot back. The 2 of them went back and forth, arguing fiercely. Zhang Chen's head was spinning. He swore he would never get involved with this crazy woman again. Next time, he would definitely not let her in. After getting up, he awkwardly had breakfast. The 3 of them then set off together to the high-tech rehabilitation center. Many dragon inspectors had also arrived. Di Qianyan waved, and a dragon inspector came over with a key to unlock the handcuffs. She leaned close to Zhang Chen's ear and said, remember, you've slept with me. If he doesn't want me, you must take responsibility. Zhang Chen just chuckled. What a big shot he was. This girl thought she could cling to him with such a trick. Dream on. I've never slept with a man, you're the first, Di Qianyan said angrily. Do you know that? As if it's my responsibility? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes at her. Of course it's your responsibility. Who told you to do something stupid? Di Qianyan replied. Zhang Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with her and went to the chairman's office. Sitting in the boss's chair, he propped his feet up on the desk, swaying contentedly. This was a company managed by robots, so he didn't have to worry at all. Today, Jing Kaiwei was also brought in to help, so she busily made tea and brewed coffee. Then she gave Zhang Chen a shoulder massage. Being chairman is really comfortable. Zhou Yaxin leaned against Zhang Chen's desk, half smiling. In a moment, he won't be comfortable anymore. He won't even have time to cry. Di Qianyan also came in and plopped down on the sofa. In a moment, could you please play the guqin? Zhang Chen completely ignored Di Qianyan and said to Zhou Yaxin, my high-tech project is related to music. It must rely on music to awaken the comatose. Sure, Zhou Yaxin agreed without hesitation. Although nothing happened last night, their relationship naturally drew closer. Using music to awaken the comatose? Dream on, Di Qianyan shot Zhang Chen a glance, her expression turning a bit unpleasant. Could it be that Zhang Chen was just bragging? If so, he would be in big trouble. At 9:30, the stock market opened. The stock price of Love Care continued to drop, but soon, it shot up sharply, gaining momentum. Because the Tian family had transferred a lot of funds again, they poured in all at once. At such a low point, it was a great buying opportunity. Today would prove that it was a real rumor. The stock price would soar. Director Tian, is it possible that Zhang Chen has really developed high technology to awaken vegetative patients? The general manager was still a bit worried about such a gamble. It was indeed a bit dangerous. There's no need to worry. Even if Zhang Chen is a once-in-a-lifetime genius, our conflict with him was just a few days ago. No matter how miraculous he is, he can't develop such high technology in just a few days. Director Tian was full of confidence, completely unconcerned. Last night, Long Cha monitored Zhang Chen, and that fool actually admitted that he spread the rumors. But he stubbornly claimed it wasn't slander, but advertising. Today, his company is opening, and they plan to awaken vegetative patients on site. I suspect he's just hired actors. I will deliver a fatal blow to him. Playing with us is like seeking death, Tian Enshin said. We are the ancestors of conspiracy. So, they continued to buy in. It was extremely ruthless. The stock price kept rising. The high-tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center became lively. A platform was set up at the entrance. On the stage lay 10 vegetative patients on single beds, completely motionless. Numerous reporters crowded below. The robot Zhang Rong stepped up, took the microphone, and delivered an opening speech. Then she announced the official opening of the high-tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center. Finally, she said, now, let us awaken 10 vegetative patients on site. Please come over to witness this historic moment. A guqin was brought up. Zhou Yaxin walked up in a daze, sat down, and prepared to play. Many female nurses dressed as robots placed helmet-like devices on the heads of the 10 vegetative patients. They connected them to a somewhat complex-looking machine. 10 computers were also in operation. It looked very high-tech. Zhang Chen and Di Qianyan stood in front of the window of the chairman's office, watching. Zhang Chen had a calm expression, showing no signs of tension. Di Qianyan, however, was nervously trembling slightly. The reporters below were all inexplicably excited, eagerly anticipating the outcome. If it were true, it would be a great event and big news. From then on, vegetative patients could become extinct. Of course, the most eager were the families of the vegetative patients, each with red eyes and tightly clenched fists. Miss Zhou Yaxin, you can start playing now, Zhang Rong said. Any piece will do. Zhou Yaxin nodded and immediately began to play. As expected of a top talent, the music was incredibly elegant and beautiful. It was a delight to the ears. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the company, 10 robots were communicating with the brainwaves of the vegetative patients through the brainwave helmets. Hey, wake up. You've been sleeping long enough. Your family misses you so much. Am I asleep? Oh my, it seems I've been in a coma. God, didn't I die in a car accident? How can I still hear voices? Many vegetative patients began to respond. Some even had their fingers trembling. Then someone opened their eyes and fully awakened. Child, you're awake. The family rushed over, tears streaming down their faces. Soon, more people woke up. In less than 10 minutes, all were awake, embracing their families and crying. My God, they really awakened the vegetative patients. And all of them, 100% successful. It's amazing, this company is incredible. They're going to make money hand over fist. There are 5 million vegetative patients worldwide. Charging each one 100,000 means 5 trillion. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Yaxin was also in shock. Di Qianyan, while overwhelmed, was ecstatic, hugging Zhang Chen tightly. "Zhang Chen, you are amazing. It's fake, everything is fake." Someone shouted, "It's all a performance, these are not vegetative patients, they're imposters." "Nonsense," Zhang Rong yelled. "Ha ha ha, exposed, right?" Tian and Shen stepped out from the crowd. "Dare to prove it again? Our love care has prepared 10 vegetative patients." After saying this, he waved his hand. Several ambulances rushed in, bringing down 10 vegetative patients. There were men, women, old, and young among them. These are the real vegetative patients. If you can wake them up, then it's not a scam. Do you dare? I ask you, do you dare? Tian in Shen was filled with murderous intent, his aura overwhelming. He had to expose Zhang Chen's trick on the spot to save the company's stock. Only then could he send Zhang Chen to prison. Do you dare? Zhang, do you dare? Many reporters began to doubt as well, coldly asking, "What's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Chen sneered, waving his hand. The robotic nurses placed brainwave helmets on the vegetative patients. They followed the same procedure. In less than 10 minutes, all of them woke up. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tian in Shen's face was filled with fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despair filled his heart, and he sat down on the ground, unable to get back up. God, it's real, irrefutable evidence. All the reporters were excited, thrilled. They immediately began writing news articles. The news spread like wildfire. The stock price of Love Care, which had been rising, collapsed in an instant. In just a few breaths, it had hit the limit down. There were no signs of any rebound. Moreover, the sell orders were increasing. Millions of shares, tens of millions of shares were hanging there, but no one was interested. My God, high technology has truly emerged, vegetative patients have become history. Luckily Zhang Chen reminded me, otherwise, my 3 billion stocks would have turned into waste paper. Su Qiushui looked fearful. The principle of waking vegetative patients? That's a company secret, but it's related to sound and music. You ask about the charging standard? Our company aims to benefit all vegetative patients. The fee is very cheap, a uniform price, 100,000. Moreover, for vegetative patients of Huawei nationality, we reduce it by 90,000, only charging 10,000. Zhang Rong was answering reporters' questions. God, such a cheap fee for our countrymen? Only 10,000. It's also very cheap for foreigners, just 100,000, really not much. But even at such a low price, we can make a fortune because there are 5 million vegetative patients worldwide, and the number keeps increasing. So, this is a market worth over 50 trillion. This company is about to become one of the Fortune 500. God, this is a truly unique business, it's amazing. Who is the owner of this company? They are going to make a fortune. The reporters below were discussing animatedly. Zhou Yaxin could no longer contain her excitement, rushing upstairs and bursting into the chairman's office. She tightly hugged Zhang Chen, excitedly saying, "Zhang Chen, I love you. I admire you so much." Immediately, she called Xiaolei, shouting excitedly, "Did you see the news? Zhang Chen developed high technology and woke up 20 vegetative patients on site. It's truly amazing." The sensation caused by the high-tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center spread around the world in an instant. Online, in newspapers, there was news about the high-tech company everywhere. The families of vegetative patients worldwide were extremely excited and happy, immediately preparing to come to Huagua. That day, all the leaders of Deep City came to inspect the high-tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center. Among them was Vice Mayor Su. However, Zhang Chen did not appear, it was only Zhang Rong who received them. In fact, the legal representative of the company was not Zhang Chen, but Zhang Rong. Very few people knew this secret about the boss. Of course, these high-level leaders basically knew. After all, Di Qianyan knew all of this, and the director and higher-ups naturally knew as well. But they all promised not to leak it. Zhang Chen did not want to appear under the spotlight. Although the system was incredibly miraculous, it was still better to avoid it. Many technologies were not developed by himself but were granted by the system. The high-tech awakening of the comatose has had an enormous impact on compassionate care. The next day, compassionate care's stock plummeted to the limit. It continued to hit the limit down for 5 consecutive days. The stocks had almost turned into worthless paper. The Tian family declared bankruptcy. Their villa, house, and cars were all seized. Even the company's sanatorium was sealed off, preparing for auction. They owed too much money to the bank. A reporter asked Zhang Rong, the general manager of the Awakening Company, "What do you think about the Tian family's bankruptcy?" The Tian family has been complacently resting on their profits, lacking ambition, and not thinking about researching the high-tech awakening of the comatose. It's only natural for them to be eliminated. As for their bankruptcy being pitiful, there's no need to think that way, because one family's bankruptcy brings happiness to 5 million others, Zhang Rong said. At this moment, Zhang Chen was walking down the street with with a smile. Beside him was Jiang Baishui, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he had been discharged and was recuperating at home, expected to recover in 3 months. Tang Menglan followed behind, occasionally pushing the wheelchair. "Where are we going?" Jiang Baishui asked Zhang Chen. "To visit a friend," Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Soon, they arrived outside a luxurious club. Tian Shen was sitting on the ground like a homeless man, his clothes dirty. He used to be a regular at this club, knowing many friends. Now he was waiting here, of course, to seek help from friends. "Lu Yong, Wang Jun, lend me some money." Tian Shen's eyes suddenly lit up as he stopped two well-dressed young men. These two were his former subordinates. Homeless? Get lost. Looking for a beating. The two guys didn't even look at him, kicking Tian Shen to the ground before walking away. "I am Tian Shen. You two bastards." Tian Shen got up, furious and shouting. Unfortunately, the two didn't turn back. They recognized him, but couldn't be bothered to respond. "Xin Xiao, long time no see," Zhang Chen said with a smile. "It's you? Zhang Chen, you bastard, why are you so vicious? I didn't provoke you, I didn't offend you. Did you have to ruin me?" Tian Shen gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. "Just as I thought, you still don't know how you died." Zhang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm here to see you today to discipline you on behalf of your father. Remember this, debts have their owners, and innocent people should not suffer retribution. You hate me, that's fine, come at me. But to despicably vent your anger on my friend? That crosses my bottom line and breaks the rules. So, the Awakening Company has emerged. You are ruined, your family is torn apart. Do you understand? You, for a street vendor, you let me go bankrupt?" Tian Shen was shocked and in disbelief. "What a petty and ruthless person. You want me to pay? I would be willing to compensate 1 billion, even 10 billion. If we don't kill the chicken to scare the monkey and uphold the rules, will there be peace in this world? Anyone could suffer a calamity and die a miserable death," Zheng Chen said. "I regret it so much. Bai Siyuan warned me multiple times not to harm the innocent, but I didn't listen and insisted on sending someone to beat Jiang Baishui. This is the result." Tian Shen didn't know how to refute, but he regretted it deeply. What a fool. What good is venting anger? Why do such foolish things? You must be hungry, eat quickly, it's still warm. Zheng Chen took out 2 steamed buns from a bag and stuffed them into Tian Shen's hands. You. Tian Shen trembled with anger, feeling a deep sense of humiliation, but his growling stomach made him grip the buns tightly. "I'm leaving," Zhang Chen said lightly. He left with Jiang Baishui and Tang Menglan, both of whom were overwhelmed with complex emotions at that moment. If Zhang Chen told them to die, they wouldn't even frown. "I hate this so much," Tian Shen roared in his heart while eating a steamed bun. Having been a rich second generation for too long, he had long regarded himself as a lofty and invincible figure. He no longer looked down on the small fry living at the bottom of society. Killing a few of them wouldn't matter. He had long forgotten any rules, forgotten any bottom line of being a person. Now, however, he was being educated. The price was far too great. "Hello, young Master Shen. This is something someone sent you." Someone stuffed an envelope into Tian Shen's hand and quickly walked away. Tian Shen didn't even catch a glimpse of what the person looked like. He was stunned for a moment. In his current state of ruin, someone still remembered him? He opened the envelope and found it was a letter, along with a key. The letter was written by Bai Siyuan. The content was roughly as follows: "Grateful for the past kindness, unable to repay." Therefore, he was returning the set of apartments that Tian Shen had once given him, to give the ruined Tian Shen a place to land. From now on, all grievances would be cleared. No one owed anything to anyone. Moreover, this was a letter Bai Siyuan had left behind when he left Deep City. It was only sent out after the Tian family went bankrupt. Clearly, on the day he resigned, he had foreseen Tian Shen's fate today. He had broken the rules and faced off against someone like Zhang Chen. How could there be a good ending? Woo! Tian Shen inexplicably began to cry loudly. He cried until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. He had a strategist like Bai Siyuan under him, yet he didn't listen to advice. This was the result of his current disaster. Regret, too much regret. Pain, too much pain. Once a wealth of billions. Today, utterly impoverished. Once countless people flattered him. Today, no one even glanced at him. Instead, it was Zheng Chen who handed him 2 steamed buns. This could not be said to be anything but a great irony. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Everything was self-inflicted. Ha ha ha. Tian Shen laughed maniacally, casually throwing the key into the trash can. He left. He departed from Deep City. No one knew where he went. Perhaps he was wandering, perhaps just surviving somewhere. Or maybe he would have some unexpected adventure. Of course, he might also quietly die somewhere. But no one remembered the once spirited young Mastershin, who had boldly confessed 500 million to CLA. In Deep City, on the bustling streets, Zhang Chen and Zhang Baishui were setting up a stall. This time, however, they weren't selling hair ties and shoes. Instead, they were preparing to distribute money. A cardboard box was filled with bright red bills. It was placed in that little alto car. Zhang Baishui sat in a wheelchair, holding a telescope. A bit awkward and shy, she asked with some concern, "Zhang Chen, is there going to be a problem? If a group of people comes and beats us up, where do we go to reason? You still don't know my strength? I will definitely protect you, not to mention, I have bodyguards," Zhang Chen said. "Recently, without your cooperation, my writing speed has been too slow. I need to make up for it today. I think it would be better if you confessed," Zhang Baishui said, touching her forehead. "The after-effects of confessing are too great. I'm in a mess right now." Zhang Chen also looked fearful. He had confessed to many beauties one after another. Many top beauties, after knowing his strength, came back to pursue him. As a result, he couldn't resist the temptation. Wu Dongfei, Lu Xiyu, CLA. They had all become his women. Behind them were Joya Xin and Di Qianyan, surrounding and intercepting him. If this continued, surely more beauties would come to entangle him. Two beauties who can score 80 points are coming over there. Tang Menglan rushed over with a few bottles of water. Today, she also wanted to help Zhang Chen find inspiration. Because Zhang Chen's plan was too funny, it might be a bit busy. Soon, two beautiful women walked over, with great figures and pretty faces. Zhang Chen immediately stopped them and said, "Ladies, if you give me a kiss on the cheek, I'll give each of you 100 yuan. Really? The two beauties looked excited, eager to try. Of course it's true. Zhang Chen nodded seriously. Zhang Baishui also cooperated by taking out 200 yuan. The money is ready. Tang Menglan covered her face from the side. Go ahead and kiss. The two beauties, feeling bold, leaned in simultaneously. Come on, can't you refuse? Zhang Chen felt a bit frustrated, but he still gave a quick peck. In fact, he didn't even touch their faces. The two beauties grabbed the 200 yuan and examined it closely, finding it wasn't counterfeit, and excitedly asked, "Is there more money for another kiss?" "No more," Zhang Chen replied, "but if you call me dad, you can each get another 100. Oh my, are we really encountering a fool? The two beauties were thrilled. There was no one else around to hear, so what was there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, they shouted, "Dad." Thus, they received another 100 and happily walked away, telling everyone they met, "There's a fool over there giving away money." Soon, the place was crowded with onlookers, all eager to see the commotion. Zhang Chen had already experimented with 5 women, spending a total of 1,000 yuan. But he didn't feel a bit of pain. Instead, he was even more excited because there were more spectators. Surely, someone would refuse. Face was very important. Another beauty, who could score an 85, came along, holding onto an old man's wrist. She was stopped by Zhang Chen. "A kiss for 100 yuan? The beauty hesitated for a moment. "Then you kiss me." Zhang Chen could only feel frustrated and gave a quick peck again, saying, "Call me dad, and I'll give you another 100. You're asking for trouble." The old man was furious, glaring at Zhang Chen. Clearly, he was the beauty's father. "Old man, teach him a lesson. Old man, give him a warning." The onlookers were cheering, eager for chaos. "Old man, why are you so fierce?" Zhang Chen said, "I'm the one paying. If you don't want to earn that 100, you can just refuse." "Can it be 200? Or more?" the old man greedily asked. "No." Zhang Chen refused without hesitation. "Daughter," shouted out, "we can earn this 100. The old man glanced at the bright red bills in Zhang Baishui's hand. Not shouting. To everyone's surprise, the beauty refused. She pulled the old man away. "Why not earn it?" The old man was astonished. "It's too insulting, you wouldn't understand." The beauty blushed, saying that a kiss was fine, as it affirmed her looks. But calling someone dad was different. Ding! The host's attempt to have the beauty call him dad failed. Compensation of 1 billion. 1 billion, letting 10,000 beauties call dad is no problem at all. The system's voice rang out. Instantly, Zhang Chen received a bank text message, showing an extra 1 billion in his account. Such a simple failure, and I get compensated 1 billion. This system is really great. I love it. Zhang Chen beamed with joy, feeling incredibly happy. Finally, he had gained something. 1 billion would last a long time. Next, more and more people refused to call him dad. Ding, failure points +5. Ding, failure points +5. Due to the low standards for looks and the money-making effect, nearby beauties were attracted over. So even if he only earned 5 failure points each time, it was still much more than what he earned from confessing. "Get ready, 2 super beauties are coming," Tang Menglan said excitedly. Sure enough, 2 stunning beauties walked over. Both had exceptionally long legs and exquisite features. One was sweet, the other cold. Their aura was exceptional. They were most likely models. Zhang Chen quickly stopped them, smilingly putting forward his request. What? A kiss for 100? And calling me dad also gets 100? You can't be a scammer, right? The two beauties looked surprised. I'm not a scammer, beautiful, you can believe me. They are just foolish people with too much money. Many beauties have already taken the money. This is a benefit for beauties, you just need to believe it. Onlookers began to chime in. Although you're handsome, you're still not handsome enough. I won't kiss you. I won't kiss you either. Forget about calling you dad. The two beauties coldly rejected him. With such high looks, how could they be swayed by just a couple of $100? Ding, host failed to kiss the beauty. Compensation, a beauty salon using high-tech beauty treatments. It can make beauties more beautiful and handsome guys even more handsome. If the host completes the full set of beauty treatments, he will become the world's most handsome guy, and 1,000 top beauties will line up waiting for your kiss. Ding, host failed to kiss the beauty again. Failure points +5. Ding, host failed to get the beauty to call him dad. Failure points +5. Damn, I just earned 15 failure points, and I got compensated with a beauty salon? Can it really turn me into the world's most handsome guy? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. This was too exhilarating. It seemed he still needed to find a way to fail. This was the correct way to utilize the system. But he returned to his old routine, stopping the two beauties who were about to leave and skillfully confessing. My God, this guy might be looking for beauties who aren't swayed by money, then confessing. But isn't he too greedy? Confessing to two beauties at the same time? The crowd was dumbfounded, laughing uncontrollably. The two beauties were also momentarily stunned. They began to size up Zhang Chen from head to toe. Zhang Chen felt a bit worried. Why confess? What if they saw his extraordinary nature and agreed? Are you very rich? One beauty asked softly. Tens of billions, I guess, Zhang Chen replied. Poof. The two beauties scoffed in unison. They didn't believe him at all and walked away hand in hand, proud. Ding, host's show-off failed, failure points +2. Ding, host's confession was rejected, failure cards +2. Damn, I hit the jackpot and got 2 failure cards. It seems that confessing to top beauties is possible, but there's no need for ordinary beauties. Zhang Chen was overjoyed, but he was also a bit troubled. Failure cards had to be obtained from top beauties. He still had to be chased and blocked by top beauties. Are you inspired now? Jiang Baishui asked expectantly. It's like inspiration is bursting out. I made a big profit today. I can write a volume now, Zhang Chen said. That's great. Jiang Baishui and Tang Menglan were overjoyed. Zhang Chen's inspiration was incredibly valuable. Writing a volume would be worth 10 billion, without any discounts. Let's go, let's change places, Zhang Chen said excitedly. Soon, he took his 2 companions to a bustling street near Futong University, staring in awe at a building by the roadside. Because this was the beauty salon compensated by the system. It was a solid 28-story building with a large sign, high-tech beauty salon. It was completely different from the small shop he had imagined. System, does this whole building belong to the beauty salon? Zhang Chen asked excitedly in his heart. Yes, the entire building is the beauty salon. Even the property rights of the building belong to you, the system replied calmly. There are robotic technicians, but no management staff. You have to find them yourself. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Chen couldn't hold back, leading his 2 companions into the beauty salon. He was eager to see inside. Hello, Chairman. Dozens of robotic technicians greeted him. Damn, so this beauty salon is run by Zhang Chen. The couple was shocked beyond words. But thinking back, Zhang Chen had plenty of money. Opening a beauty salon was a piece of cake for him. Zhang Chen began to tour the place, while the robotic technician provided detailed explanations. Then, Zhang Chen and his 2 companions were completely stunned, left speechless. It was just too impressive. The services were divided into many small categories: skin whitening, scar removal, weight loss, breast enhancement, body shaping, height increase, sleep aid. Numerous high-tech devices were installed, most of which they couldn't even comprehend. However, Zhang Chen still understood that this high technology did not exceed the current top technology on Earth. It was just all combined together, which made it appear miraculous. For weight loss, you can reach your standard weight in 10 days. Scar removal and skin whitening show immediate results. Breast enhancement can reach the desired size in 3 days, and adjustments can be made freely. Body shaping takes a month, even a hunchback can stand straight. Height increase also takes a month. Sleep improvement is even simpler, results can be seen the same day, and you won't have to worry about insomnia for a year. The robotic technician introduced everything nonchalantly, as if it were quite ordinary. Tang Menglan and Jiang Baixue were skeptical, but Zhang Chen knew how impressive the system was, so he believed it. He was both pained and delighted. He had inadvertently created a high-tech marvel. From then on, women would be blessed. He would also be blessed. He could become a super handsome guy, but he wasn't too keen on that. Right now, he was surrounded by beautiful women. If he became a super handsome guy, what would happen? No matter how strong his abilities were in that regard, he couldn't resist. His leg bone is broken and has been set. Is there a way to recover faster? Zhang Chen pointed at Jiang Baixue and asked. Yes. The technician replied indifferently and immediately led them to the 27th floor. Pointing at a device, he said, "This is a high-tech hydrotherapy machine that can heal injuries quickly. It can heal in 3 hours. Put. Jiang Baixue couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. Seriously, you're bragging without even a draft. A broken bone that might take 3 months to heal, and you say 3 hours? Tang Menglan also had a strange expression, struggling to suppress her laughter. Then let's give it a try, Zhang Chen said. The technician instructed Jiang Baixue to place his broken leg into the machine, which was completely submerged in water. The machine closed, and a light illuminated. The water began to swirl slowly. Many high-tech devices also lit up with dazzling brilliance. Just looking at it was a bit dizzying. 3 hours passed in a flash. The machine stopped operating. Jiang Baixue's leg was taken out. He looked astonished. It seems to be really healed. It doesn't hurt at all. Then he tentatively stood up and walked, completely without any issues, just like before. Wow, this is too amazing, right? Jiang Baixue and Tang Menglan were both dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. Zhang Chen was also utterly speechless. It seemed that the current medical level on Earth was still too poor. They had to find a way to advance it. If hospitals operated at this level, how incredible would that be? Any broken bone patient could recover immediately. No, any injury could be healed instantly. Caesarean sections and various surgeries would only take a few hours for recovery. How wonderful would that be? The effects of this project are too good. It won't be open to the public in the future. Zhang Chen said. Yes, Chairman. The technician replied respectfully. Why not? Tang Menglan and Jiang Baixue looked confused. To avoid attracting trouble, Zhang Chen said. Many patent systems had already been applied for, but to manufacture these devices based on the blueprints would require a long time of research. Even if they were developed, Zhang Chen didn't want to release them immediately, because it would shatter countless people's livelihoods and change the world situation, potentially leading to a world war. For now, having this beauty salon for personal use was enough. Plus, he could make a little money on the side. Immediately, Zhang Chen imposed significant restrictions on the beauty effects, saying, as long as it's a few times better than what's available on the market, it's fine. It's only open to women, not to men. Why isn't it open to men? Jiang Baixue, Tang Menglan, and many technicians looked bewildered. They could understand the restrictions on effects, but this point was incomprehensible to them. I can't let anyone on the market be more handsome than me, Zhang Chen said, and I can't undergo beauty treatments myself, otherwise, I would be overwhelmed by beautiful women. Put. Everyone burst into laughter at the same time. This reason was quite good and powerful. My beauty salon will only have technicians, no management staff. Tang Menglan, how about you become the manager? I'll offer you $1 million a year, Zhang Chen said. Can I do it? Tang Menglan looked shocked and a bit hopeful. The technicians are ready, and the manager only needs to oversee 1 or 2 projects. For example, you could be in charge of breast enhancement or skin whitening. What's there that you can't handle? Zhang Chen said. The salary is too high, Jiang Baixue said. In my company, managers all earn $1 million a year, Zhang Chen replied. Just wait and see, I will hire many managers at the same salary. I'm a bit uneasy if they aren't acquaintances. Then I'll give it a try, Tang Menglan said, eager to take on the challenge. Then I'll count on you. I'll send someone to assist you. First, recruit staff, then open for business. With our technology, there's no need to worry about poor sales, Zhang Chen said. That day, Lu Mingyan, the deputy manager of the HR department from the game company, was sent over. Duan Shanshan, who worked at a hotel, was also dispatched. These were 2 formidable characters. It seemed they could quickly find suitable management personnel. Chairman, don't worry. I will definitely complete the task you assigned and recruit suitable management staff as soon as possible, Lu Mingyan assured earnestly. Duan Shanshan, however, was still a bit confused about why she was transferred to recruit management staff for a beauty salon. This was not in line with her expertise, but, since the boss requested it, what else could she do? Just work hard to complete the task. So the 3 of them, along with Tang Menglan, began their work. They held a small meeting to determine how to proceed. Lu Mingyan took the lead, being the deputy manager of HR and quite skilled in her business. At the end, Lu Mingyan whispered, "Do you know? Our boss has opened a new company that could make him the richest man in the world." "Are you talking about the Brainwave company?" Duan Shanshan asked, surprised. She knew from Wu Dongfei that Zhang Chen had two companies, but didn't know much else. "Not the Brainwave company, but the High-Tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center," Lu Mingyan said. She was considered a high-level employee and was good at flattering, having a good relationship with the secretary of the Brainwave company, Jing Kaiwei. Naturally, she learned this secret. "What? That's also opened by our boss?" Duan Shanshan exclaimed in shock. "That company awakens people in a vegetative state, and now the business is booming, making a fortune every day. They earn billions daily," Lu Mingyan said. "Do you know how that company came to be?" Tang Menglan said mysteriously. Women are naturally fond of gossip, and she was no exception. She then recounted the origins of the company. "Oh my, our boss is amazing," the two women said, dumbfounded. Soon, they became familiar with each other and roughly understood how many businesses Zhang Chen had. 200 billion companies, one high-tech company, plus wealthy investments and the Haitan building. And now, this beauty salon. This beauty salon is also named high-tech, so it must be impressive, Lu Mingyan said excitedly. "When the time comes, we'll see if we should apply to stay." During a break, Duan Shanshan called Wu Dongfei. "Did you know your boyfriend opened two amazing companies?" "What? The High-Tech Awakening is opened by senior brother? And he also opened a high-tech beauty salon?" Wu Dongfei was stunned. Gaoku awakened. That was the unicorn company, earning several hundred billion a year was probably no problem. It actually belonged to Zhang Chen? My god, wasn't he about to become the world's richest man soon? On the street, Zhang Chen, Zhang Baishue, and Gao Feiyan were racking up failure points. Still calling dad and getting close. The reward was 100 each. One paid, one observed the situation with binoculars, and one executed the plan. Gao Feiyang's company received 35 million, and the situation improved immediately. At least he didn't have to worry about becoming a pauper. Coming over to be Zhang Chen's lackey, hugging Zhang Chen's thigh was better than anything else. Suddenly, Zhang Chen received a call from his mom. "Son, your cousin is going for an interview in Deep City. Please take good care of her." "That cousin?" Zhang Chen asked. "The one who slept in the same bed with you every day when you were little," his mother replied. "Zhou Qi? Isn't she working in Magic City? Why is she here looking for a job?" Zhang Chen was astonished. "She quit her job, said she wanted to support you. Is that so good?" "I think she's here to seek care and support." Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead. This was a little troublemaker, bold since childhood, loved to cause trouble. He wondered if she had changed after suffering the blows of society. "Son, why did you suddenly send so much money back home? It's over 1 million now, right?" "I don't dare to tell anyone, worried someone might come to borrow. I've made some money in business recently, haven't sent money home in the past few years, so I'm making up for it." After talking for a while, he finally hung up. It had only been a few months since he struck it rich, and it was too miraculous. It was all because of the system, so it wasn't good to tell his family. He thought about revealing a little when he went home for the new year. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. It was Zhou Qi calling. "Cousin, I've arrived at the airport, can you come pick me up?" "Wait for me 10 minutes. Zhang Chen hung up the phone and said to Gao Feiyang and Zhang Baishue, "That's it for today, I have something to do." Then he drove off in his little car. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the airport. He picked up Zhou Qi, standing at 1.7 meters tall. Her round face had transformed into an oval shape. Her long hair reached her waist, and she had a pair of long legs. She was surprisingly pretty. Indeed, girls change a lot in 18 years, Zhang Chen secretly sighed. He hadn't gone home for the new year in the past 2 years due to his downfall. He was too ashamed to face anyone. So, he hadn't seen Zhou Qi for more than 2 years. She had transformed into a beautiful woman. "Cousin." The girl ran over and jumped onto Zhang Chen, her legs wrapped around his waist, surprised. "Aren't you?" "My mom already called me." Zhang Chen grabbed her suitcase and walked forward, letting her hang on him. "Cousin, you've gotten stronger, haven't you? You haven't been doing manual labor all this time, have you?" Zhou Qi said. Zhang Chen's smile froze. Before he got the system, he had indeed done manual labor. It wasn't that he wasn't excellent, but he was just too unlucky. "Cousin, don't cry, I'm here to save you. I'm going for a high-paying job interview this time. I'll take you to eat delicious food later." Zhou Qi's nose turned sour, almost crying. She had long known her cousin was down on his luck, his company burned down by a lunatic. Since then, he had been downcast. She heard people say her cousin was working as a mover. And that was just a few months ago. She thought it was probably still the same now. Looking at his shabby clothes, even his leather shoes were showing his toes. Wasn't this too miserable? Zhang Chen opened the car door and let Zhou Qi into the passenger seat. After placing her luggage properly, he drove off at high speed. Drive slowly, or I'm worried it might fall apart. Zhou Qi touched her forehead. She had never seen such a dilapidated car. That it could still run was simply a miracle. What job are you applying for? Zhang Chen slowed down, smiling as he asked. He didn't care at all about his image. Just happened to earn some failure points, deliberately making himself look this way. Otherwise, any beautiful woman would be willing to give him a kiss or even call him dad. What a waste of failure points. Keep it a secret for now. I'll tell you when I succeed. Zhou Qi smiled mysteriously. You'll be shocked then. I'll be shocked? Zhang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But he didn't refute. He wanted to see what kind of amazing job this girl had found. My friend helped me rent a place. The location is. Zhou Qi said, let's go there now. What friend? Zhang Chen asked warily. A female classmate. Zhou Qi shot him a glance. Just like her dad, afraid she might be dating a boy. But she had graduated from college and was already 22. Wasn't she allowed to date? They chatted casually and soon arrived near Futon University. The place Zhou Qi rented was right here. What a waste. Why rent a place? I have such a big villa and mansion that no one lives in, Zhang Chen complained helplessly. Cousin, my classmate's name is Wu Mengling. She's quite a beauty, Zhou Qi said as she got out of the car. Now I'm going to buy you a suit and shoes. After you change, be smart and perform well. With my help, you might just win the heart of a beauty. Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, completely speechless. This girl was aiming high and even wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend? Zhou Qi dragged Zhang Chen toward the mall, but they immediately ran into a beautiful woman. The woman joyfully hugged Zhou Qi. You made it. I thought you hadn't arrived yet. Why didn't you call? Zhou Qi felt incredibly frustrated. It seemed she wouldn't be able to become a sister-in-law after all. Her cousin was indeed having bad luck. It looked like she would be single for a while longer. Who is this? Wu Mengling asked, pointing at Zhang Chen. This is my cousin Zhang Chen. Zhou Qi could only introduce him with a frown. Your brother works as a mover, right? He looks pretty strong. Wu Mengling nodded at Zhang Chen and whispered to Zhou Qi. Being a mover is just temporary. My cousin graduated from a key university. He was once quite successful. Zhou Qi tried to argue, but it sounded weak. Come on, I'll take you to see the house. Wu Mengling smiled and pulled Zhou Qi away. The rented place was nice, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Plus, daily necessities were already bought. But Wu Mengling didn't stay long and quickly said goodbye. She wasn't stupid. Zhou Qi actually wanted to set her up with her mover cousin. That was too scary. Brother, don't worry. When I start working, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. I'll try to have you bring a beauty home for the new year. Zhou Qi comforted him. It's almost the end of December. There's just over a month until the new year. In such a short time, can you really find me a girlfriend? Zhang Chen sat down on a stool, feeling both amused and helpless. It's all about effort, Zhou Qi said confidently. As long as I succeed in my interview tomorrow, everything will be fine. She started to set up the bed and added, Cousin, you'll be living here from now on. Hurry up and move your things over. You should just move to my place, Zhang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. How can that be? The deposit and rent are already paid. If you delay paying for the house and move over, won't that save money? Zhou Qi said, It's settled then. I'm going to buy groceries. Today, I'll let you see my cooking skills. You can sit around or play games on my computer. With that, she rushed downstairs. She clearly was someone who got things done quickly. Ding! The host's invitation for his cousin to move in was rejected, compensating with a Silby Great Lizard. When you drive the Silby Great Lizard, your cousin will never refuse your invitation. The system's voice sounded, and a car key appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. Wow, I hit the jackpot. The Silby Lizard is worth 50 million. Looks like you're in luck, cousin. Zhang Chen couldn't stop grinning and even leaned out the window to take a look, discovering the Silby parked by the roadside, white and looking just like a giant lizard, so flashy. He really wasn't going anywhere. He lay down on his cousin's bed, opened her laptop, and started playing Honor of Kings. Before long, Zhou Qi returned. Not only did she buy groceries, but she also got Zhang Chen a whole new outfit, complete with leather shoes and a tie. Although it wasn't a brand name, it probably cost 2,000 or 3,000. She forced Zhang Chen to change into it. Then her eyes lit up. Cousin, you look so handsome. With you like this, Wu Mengling will definitely like you. What a pity to miss a good opportunity. Don't regret it, Zhang Chen said. I'm actually not interested in her. You don't like such a beauty? Your standards are too high. Zhou Qi shot Zhang Chen a glance. She thought to herself, you're so down and out. Your leather shoes are even showing your toes. How can you be so picky? She probably thought he was lying. She was quick and soon had the meal ready. She had indeed learned well from her aunt. Although she couldn't compare to a hotel chef, she excelled in home-cooked flavors. Jochi even enthusiastically called Wu Mengling to invite her to dinner as a thank you. Wu Mengling couldn't refuse and came over. "Look, my cousin is actually very handsome, right?" Jochi whispered. "He's really a good person. Why not give it a try?" "Your cousin is handsome, but he's not my type," Wu Mengling said with a gloomy face. "I'm so nice to you, and you want to set me up with your cousin who's a mover? People really have changed." However, she soon realized that Zhang Chen wasn't flirting with her at all and wasn't trying to please her. Clearly, he had lost interest and wouldn't cling on. That put her at ease. Gradually, the three of them started drinking, glass after glass of red wine. The conversation flowed more freely. From the two beauties' chatter, Zhang Chen learned that Wu Mengling worked in sales at a real estate company. Her performance was decent, earning about 10 to 20,000 a month. But in Deep City, a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 puts you at the bottom of society. Even working for 100 years wouldn't be enough to buy a house. However, she was a beauty and still had a chance to change her fate. That was to marry a rich and handsome guy. "Actually, in my line of work, you can make a fortune too." Wu Mengling might have had a bit too much to drink and started sharing secrets. "If you can sell a villa worth over 100 million, you could pocket a few million in commission. But such good fortune is hard to come by, and clients often make excessive demands. One of my friends sold a villa worth over 100 million and had to sleep with an old man for a year." "That's too much, right?" Zhou Qi exclaimed in shock. "But she got 3 million in commission," Wu Mengling said. "That's something she could hardly earn in a lifetime." "If you had such an opportunity, what would you do?" Zhou Qi asked with a mischievous smile. "Of course, I wouldn't agree," Wu Mengling replied. "Good for you." Zhou Qi gave her a thumbs up and curiously asked, "If it were a villa worth 10 million, would the client make excessive demands?" "Some would, like for dinner or a one-night stand," Wu Mengling said. "I never agree, otherwise, I would have made a fortune long ago. The company I'm interviewing with tomorrow is super wealthy. If I succeed, I'll be in upper management. The company will solve the housing issue and buy several properties. I'll get this sweet job and buy dozens of houses from you," Jochi said. "Then I'll have you bend the rules a little. How about that?" "You, bend the rules with me?" "Sure," Wu Mengling said with a grin. "But I'll have my cousin do it instead. You better be prepared." Zhou Qi whispered in her ear. "You're too good to your cousin, right? Just stop trying to set us up, okay?" "I'm not interested in him," Wu Mengling said, exasperated. "I'm not trying to set you up, I'm just suggesting bending the rules with you." Zhou Qi said, "Let my cousin be happy for a year, and you'll make a lot of money too. Isn't that great? Don't joke around." Wu Mengling's face turned red with embarrassment. After finishing the meal, Wu Mengling took her leave. "I'll see you off." Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart and chased after her. "Hee, cousin is quite clever, turns out he's just being insincere." Zhou Qi laughed happily. Downstairs, the two were at a standstill. "I don't need you to see me off. I'll see you off. You're so beautiful, it's dangerous to walk alone." "Really don't need it. I live nearby. It only takes a few minutes to walk." Wu Mengling's forehead was sweating, thinking to herself, "Don't you have any self-awareness? I'm not interested in you at all. I'll see you off." Zhang Chen was still trying hard. Why hadn't the system declared him a failure yet? No need, really no need. Wu Mengling shook her head repeatedly, not even daring to wait for Zhang Chen's response, and ran away like she was escaping. Her speed surpassed that of an international sprint champion. "Damn, am I really that scary?" Zhang Chen touched his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. Ding, host's attempt to send a beauty home was rejected, compensating with a Lamborghini Veneno. "With the Lamborghini Veneno, you won't be rejected when sending any beauty home." The system's voice rang out. Almost simultaneously, a car key appeared in Zhang Chen's hand. A red Lamborghini Veneno also instantly appeared, parked right next to the Silver Lizard. This was a luxury supercar worth 45 million. "Oh my, I hit the jackpot again." Zhang Chen almost laughed out loud. In life, failure is everywhere. It's just that he hadn't thought to create and discover it before. Just as he felt that one Koenigsegg was a bit monotonous and didn't quite fit his image of a rich man, he was compensated with 2 more. After being silly for a while, Zhang Chen walked back up. "Did you get rejected?" Zhou Qi's face was full of sympathy. "Yeah, I got rejected." Zhang Chen tried to put on a dejected look but couldn't manage it. "Cousin, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't pretend like you don't care," Zhou Qi said. "I'm not pretending," Zhang Chen replied. Not pretending. Zhou Qi hugged Zhang Chen's arm. "Cousin, don't be sad. Once I succeed in my interview tomorrow, I'll find a way to get a good job and buy a house from her for the company. Then you'll be happy, you can sleep with her for a year. Don't be fooled by her high-mindedness. If she can really make a few million at once, over 10 million, she would definitely agree to be under the table. So you should seize the opportunity, and then you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate, right? Zhang Chen was completely speechless. This cousin of his was indeed a weirdo. Her thought process was too peculiar. If I wanted to sleep with her, would I need your help? I could do it in a minute. Just press the sports car key, and I could probably achieve my goal. Go take a shower, get to bed early. I have an important interview tomorrow. After chatting for a while, Zhou took out the towel and other things she bought for Zhang Chen. I should go back. Zhang Chen said. Go back? Where are you going? This is your home. Zhou said, besides, in such a strange place, I'm scared alone. If I don't sleep well, I won't be in good spirits tomorrow, and if I fail the interview, your happiness for a lifetime will be gone. So you must stay and keep me company. What kind of logic is that? Zhang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Annoyed, he said, aren't you supposed to be brave? Why are you suddenly so timid? I'm not afraid during the day, but I'm scared at night. You know I never sleep alone. I need someone to keep me company. Zhou said, when we were kids and went to your house, we slept together. At home, I sleep with my sister. And at school, there's no need to mention it, so many roommates. But the room doesn't even have bedding. How can I sleep? Zhang Chen touched his forehead. Who said you should sleep over there? Sleep over here. Don't you understand sleep together? Zhou said. You think you're still 3 years old? Zhang Chen said, why can't you grow up? I'm trying to grow up too, but isn't tonight a special situation? Without you by my side, I feel anxious and definitely can't sleep, Zhou replied. All right. Zhang Chen couldn't argue with her. He could only stay. Ding, host's return home failed, compensating with a building. This place is home, so there's no need to go back. The keys, property deed, and rental contract are in Zirbai's trunk. The system's voice rang out. Damn, one again? It seems I can rack up quite a few failures from my cousin, Zhang Chen thought with delight. He was even more determined not to tell his cousin that he was a wealthy god just yet. Otherwise, it would be hard to rack up failures. So he secretly sent a text to CLA, Lu Xiyu, and Wu Dongfei, saying he wouldn't be going back because he was stuck with his clingy cousin. As night deepened, Zhou, lying beside Zhang Chen, was still very excited. Cousin, do you know about the talented poet from 3,000 years ago? Oh my god, he's so talented, I really admire him. If he can't find a girlfriend, I'll recommend myself. He has a girlfriend, so don't get any ideas, Zhang Chen said. How do you know? A charming talent. How could he not have a girlfriend? I've heard rumors too, that he slept with the 2 greatest female talents and even bought an 8 billion villa to hide his beauty. I wonder if it's true. It's fake. Brother, do you like his books or his poems? I like his poems the most. What? He has poems? Yes, look. Zhou took out a notebook, opened it, and inside were 3 poems. They were clearly 3 of the 8 poems Zhang Chen had written the day he became a great poet. It was obvious that the 2 talented women had inadvertently leaked them. As a result, they spread all over the internet. He was just too famous, and those 3 poems were indeed classics, comparable to Li Bai's masterpieces. Not bad, Zhang Chen said lightly. Cousin, actually, I have another wish for coming to Deep City for work, which is to get his autograph, Zhou said. It's said that he's the world's greatest calligrapher, and if I get his autograph, it would definitely be worth millions. Then I could make a fortune and directly help you find a wife. Zhang Chen had already started snoring. Alas, poor cousin, working hard as a mover, fell asleep so quickly. Zhou's face was filled with pity. She secretly vowed to succeed in the interview. Even if it didn't work out, she would find a way to meet the great literary master and get an autograph. Selling it could bring in millions, and she would be rich. Deep City truly had gold everywhere. As long as one created and seized opportunities, one could become wealthy in an instant. That night, Zhou had a dream. She got a good job with a very high annual salary. Then she helped her cousin succeed in his second venture, and he became a wealthy man. He became spirited and handsome. Moreover, he turned into a doting brother. When Zhang Chen woke up, the sky was already bright. He then saw Zhou searching for clothes all over the bed. Startled, he quickly closed his eyes. Zhou began to groom herself, very seriously. Soon, she was dressed beautifully like a fairy. Zhang Chen sat up, smiling as he watched. Cousin, do I look good in this outfit? Full marks. Cousin, you really know how to flatter. They went to have breakfast together. The two went downstairs. Zhou enviously glanced at the 2 luxury supercars. If Zhang Chen weren't there, she would have jumped up and run over to take pictures. There are really so many rich people in Deep City. This neighborhood has super tycoons. Alas, my cousin is so pitiful. He drives an Alto. A car worth tens of thousands, and who knows how many hands it's been through. Jo Chi sighed inwardly. How spirited and handsome her cousin used to be. How did you become so down and out after just a few years? But don't worry, cousin, your little cousin will save you from this sea of suffering. Zhang Chen drove his car, clattering along as he brought Jo Chi to the bustling street. I'll get off here, you hurry to work? Jo Chi pushed the door open and got out, watching Zhang Chen drive away before she walked into the Gaoka beauty salon. Cousin, today I'm going to give you a surprise. Zhang Chen circled back in his car, grinning mischievously. He had originally planned to acquire the company Jo Chi was interviewing with. However, it seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. Wow, this beauty salon is so luxurious. Is the whole building just for this? Jo Chi walked in, her heart still in shock. She made her way to the top floor and was invited into the conference room. There were quite a few people there for interviews, already dozens seated. Most of them were women, with only a few men. So many beautiful women, and they all have great poise. Jo Chi felt increasingly nervous and apprehensive. But the number of interviewees was far from over, quickly surpassing 300. Jo Chi became even more anxious. She was applying for a managerial position, and the spots were limited. Plus, she had just graduated from university with no work experience. How difficult would it be to stand out and succeed in the interview? Soon, the first round began, which was an exam. The exam content was all about beauty in management. Jo Chi had studied beauty, and her major in college was international trade, so it was somewhat related, but she found the questions to be incredibly difficult. Oh no, I might not score above 80. I should be able to get 95, right? A perfect score is a bit tough, but it's not impossible. After the exam, everyone returned to the conference room, buzzing with discussion. What? You all did so well? I think I might not even score 60. Jo Chi was dumbfounded, a bit in disbelief. Could it be that all these women were super scholars? But, 60? Ha, you're not leaving with a score like that? What's your degree? Everyone looked at Jo Chi as if she were a fool. Bachelor's degree, Jiangsu University. Jo Chi blushed, feeling a bit indignant. You graduated from a prestigious school, that's not bad, but your major isn't relevant, and you have no work experience. You should just leave, don't waste your time. Oh dear, little girl, you have no idea how strong your competitors are. We all graduated from world-renowned universities, most of us with dual master's degrees. There are quite a few PhDs too. Everyone laughed. This little girl was too weak. She wasn't a threat or even a competitor. She could be dismissed. What? They're all masters and doctoral graduates? Jo Chi was astonished. The manager's annual salary is $1 million. Do you even need to mention the salaries of the vice president and president? Moreover, every executive can get a house worth 10 to 20 million. After working for 10 years, the house belongs to them. With such great conditions, only elites are attracted. A bachelor's degree holder daring to come here is simply overestimating herself, a proud overseas returnee said. The others looked at Jo Chi with a smirk. Jo Chi immediately drooped her head, completely deflated. With so many highly educated competitors, what chance did she have? Cousin, you really have a hard life. Little girl, actually, you could lower your expectations and apply for a beautician position. That also pays around 20 to 30,000. Someone suggested. Beautician? I didn't come here to be a beautician, Jo Chi said with a long face. Besides, what good would 20 to 30,000 do? She wouldn't get a house, nor could she become a high-level executive. Buying a house from Wu Mangling and having her cousin use his connections to help her was now a failed plan, right? No, she had to apply for the manager position. Dreams should still be pursued. What if they came true? Soon, the second round began, which was the interview. It was very straightforward. Those who passed stayed, and those who didn't left. That overseas returnee was truly capable, having dual doctorates. Of course, she passed. Finally, it was Jo Chi's turn. She walked into the interview room and found 3 beautiful women interviewing her. Of course, they were Lu Mingyan, Duan Shanshan, and Tang Menglan. Please sit down, please sit down. The 3 of them stood up simultaneously, overly polite. Lu Mingyan even hurriedly made her tea, looking as if she could hardly wait to fawn over her. What kind of interview routine is this? Jo Chi was flattered and increasingly nervous. She felt a bit stiff sitting there, unsure how to respond, how to break this routine. Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. Jo Chi, your name is very beautiful. I really like this name. It's clear you are destined for greatness. You will surely be a remarkable woman in the future. Jo Chi, you are so beautiful, simply a rare beauty, like a flower that hides the moon. Jo Chi, you actually graduated from Jiangsu University, with excellent grades, and your performance during your part-time job at the beauty salon was astonishing. You are definitely a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The three interviewers took turns flattering her. Jo-chi looked completely bewildered. Am I still not awake? Is this a dream? Who has ever seen such an interview? They keep praising you? Did they get the script wrong? Shouldn't I be the one flattering them? You are applying for the manager position, right? Lu Mingyan looked at Jo-chi with intense interest. After all, she was the chairman's cousin. Moreover, judging by her tone, the chairman really liked this cousin. Clearly, she was one of the most important figures in the Zhang family's wealth dynasty, someone who could be called a princess. I must find a way to curry favor today. Yes, but I know my qualifications are a bit lacking, not quite up to par. If it's not suitable, I can also work as a beautician. Jo-chi lowered her expectations. Knowing she probably wouldn't get the job, she had to change her approach. First, work as a beautician, then find a way to climb up. After all, she would be working hard in the city, at least saving her cousin some rent. That would count as helping him. Suitable, very suitable. I can't find anyone more suitable than you. You are very outstanding. Don't belittle yourself. There are no women in the world more excellent than you. The three interviewers spoke one after another. Are you saying I'm suitable to be a beautician? Jo-chi wasn't too interested, but it was somewhat comforting. No, we're saying you're suitable to be a manager. With Jo-chi's talents, isn't it a bit of a waste to be a manager? I think being a vice president is more appropriate. Isn't vice president still not enough? I think being a general manager wouldn't be a problem at all. As the three interviewers spoke, they became flushed and began to argue. Jo-chi was dumbfounded. Are you guys joking? Are you making fun of me? You think my education is too low, right? Miss Jo-chi, our company has a lot of flexibility in salary. What are your salary expectations? Duan Shanchan asked with a smile. A lot of flexibility? Are you saying I should lower my salary? Jo-chi muttered in her heart and hesitantly said, an annual salary of 300,000? Is that okay? A monthly salary of 300,000? Isn't that a bit low? Lu Mingyan directly changed the annual salary to a monthly salary. I said annual salary, and you changed it to monthly, and then asked me if it's low? Jo-chi looked confused. This interviewer can't be an idiot, right? The other two seem pretty foolish too. You guys aren't joking with me, are you? Jo-chi couldn't help but ask. No, we're serious. We can't let someone like you go underappreciated in our company. The three of them looked sincere. Why do I feel like I'm not a talent? Even if I am, I can't compare to those PhDs and master's graduates outside. Jo-chi was even more bewildered. She was overwhelmed by the flattery. Miss Jo-chi's request, an annual salary of 3.6 million? Let's get the boss's approval. 3.6 million is too little. Let's write 5 million. What's the big deal about a 10 million annual salary? The chairman can still disagree, right? So just boldly write your demands. The three of them whispered among themselves for a while, and Lu Mingyan said, Jo-chi, you are very outstanding. You've passed this round. As for the specific position, whether the annual salary is 3.6 million or 5 million, it still needs the boss's approval. You can step outside and wait a moment. But don't worry, you will definitely get the job. Just like that? Are you guys joking? And you say I asked for a 5 million salary? When did I say that? I asked for a 300,000 salary. Jo-chi looked completely confused. Dazed, she walked out. Why does it always feel a bit off? Could it be a prank? She walked into the bathroom, splashed some water on her face to wake herself up. Then she hurriedly walked out. She had to wait in the conference room and not miss the final interview. Bang! She collided with a woman and stepped on the back of her foot. I'm sorry. Jo-chi took a few steps back, looking apologetic. Are you blind? The woman who was bumped into was furious. It was that 30-something overseas returnee. I apologize to you, I'm sorry, Jo-chi said again. However, the overseas returnee was still extremely angry. She pointed at Jo-chi and cursed at her for a while, finally saying, did you get the job as a beautician? Let me tell you, I will definitely get the position of general manager, and I'll fire you directly. You better get lost now. Otherwise, if you get kicked out later, it won't look good. Jo-chi was taken aback and quickly pleaded for mercy. She needed this position very much. The overseas returnee, however, did not agree and coldly walked into the bathroom. Clearly, she was determined to get Jo-chi fired. What bad luck! How did I bump into this overseas returnee? Jo-chi was extremely frustrated and downcast. She returned to the conference room with her head hanging low. She should have been happy to pass this round. But even if she got the job later, it would be useless. The overseas returnee would soon be the general manager, and she would definitely fire her. Wouldn't it be better to just leave now? But if I don't leave, I won't leave. She might not even get the job. I can't do anything stupid. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and encouraged herself. You want me to leave? No way. In the chairman's office, Zhang Chen, wearing sunglasses, sat in the boss's chair with his feet propped up on the desk. He casually looked at a stack of resumes in front of him. Lu Mingyan was giving him a shoulder massage. TSK, my dear, she really has a big heart, actually asking for a 5 million annual salary. Doesn't she know her own worth? And she's applying for the vice president position? Zhang Chen shook his head, both amused and exasperated. If she really got the job, she could help me find a girlfriend. Lu Mingyan had a strange expression, not daring to speak. This wasn't Zhou Qi's own request. It was something the three of us added ourselves. You're so smart. Can't you figure that out? This overseas returnee's resume is really impressive. Zhang Chen praised. She must be very capable, a real talent. Let her be the general manager. What about Zhou Qi? Lu Mingyan asked. Let her be the manager first, Zhang Chen said. $1 million annual salary should make her happy. The house purchase will be up to her. Aren't you going to interview her last? Lu Mingyan asked. No more interviews, to avoid Zhou Qi finding out I'm the boss, Zhang Chen said, enjoying himself. I want to see how she takes care of me. Otherwise, she wouldn't be nice to me, always pestering me for this and that, giving me a headache. Put. Lu Mingyan burst out laughing. After a pause, she asked, what about the others? How will you decide? You three will discuss and decide with the general manager, Zhang Chen said. I'll play some games for a while and then leave. Okay. Lu Mingyan respectfully agreed and made another cup of tea for Zhang Chen before stepping out. Old buddy, let's go again. If you can beat me, I'll grant you a wish. There aren't many things in this world I can't do. Zhang Chen was playing chess online. He had won 3 games in a row but then lost 2, which made him a bit irritated. He wouldn't give up until he had defeated his opponent. Being a chess master himself, he wanted to seek a solitary defeat. He aimed for a tenfold compensation from the system. However, he had been invincible all morning. After finally losing 2 games, he saw a glimmer of hope. Of course, he couldn't pause. So impressive? Then I want to marry the great talent who has the ambition of 3,000 years. Is that possible? His opponent said. Forget I said anything. Zhang Chen scratched his head, wondering why it was a woman. Did she really want to marry him? Weren't you just so impressive? Why can't you do it now? His opponent taunted. If we make an appointment, I can still fulfill your wish. Zhang Chen replied, marry him? He already has a girlfriend, so that's really impossible. I see you want to take his place and ask me out, right? I don't even know if you're beautiful, so I didn't think of replacing him. I am the world's #1 beauty. I am the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, the most handsome man in the world. After a verbal battle, they resumed their chess game. The game was intense, with pieces clattering down. Lu Shishir, congratulations. The chairman appreciates you and has appointed you as the general manager with an annual salary of 10 million. Lu Mingyan and the others walked into the conference room and said to the overseas returnee. Envy appeared on all 3 of their faces. An annual salary of 10 million. That was something they dreamed of but couldn't attain. But she was truly impressive, a double PhD graduate from Harvard, with rich work experience. Managing a beauty salon was a waste of her talents. So, she deserved such a salary. Thank you, thank you. Lu Shishir wore a calm smile. Everything was under her control. The chairman also instructed that you work with us to determine other recruitment candidates, Lu Mingyan said. Then let's get started. Lu Shishir sat down on the sofa and took the resume that Lu Mingyan handed her. While reading, she asked about the number of recruits and other details. She glanced at the dozens of people left in the conference room, her meaningful gaze landing on Zhou Qi, whose face was as pale as paper. It's over, it's over. I had hope, but now it's completely ruined. This woman really got the position of general manager. Zhou Qi's tears almost flowed out, but she still didn't leave. Perhaps this woman would show mercy and not eliminate her. Lu Shishir quickly found Zhou Qi's resume and said indifferently, "Who is Zhou Qi?" "I am." Zhou Qi stood up, looking at her with pleading eyes. "Just graduated from university, no work experience, and only a bachelor's degree. You're practically worthless. You wouldn't even qualify to be a beautician. You can leave now," Lu Shishir said in an undeniable tone, displaying her decisiveness. She was truly impressive. "Is it just because we bumped into each other in the restroom that you're seeking revenge? Your tolerance is so small. I see your achievements are limited." Zhou Qi felt a chill in her heart and said angrily, "Security, come and throw her out." Lu Shishir didn't bother to explain and shouted, "Thud thud thud." Several female security guards immediately walked in. They were all like robots. But, of course, no one knew. "I'll leave on my own." Zhou Qi's tears streamed down her face. She had never experienced such humiliation. Being so insulted by a newly appointed general manager was unbearable. "Wait a moment," Lu Mingyan said. "I'll make a call. I need to consult the boss." "Didn't you say I could decide? Why do I need to consult about eliminating such a woman?" Lu Shishir muttered in dissatisfaction. Zhang Chen's phone rang, and upon answering, he exploded in anger. "What? Bullying my cousin? Made her cry? Make my cousin the CEO with an annual salary of 20 million. Get rid of that so-called overseas returnee and choose someone else." "Just an overseas returnee? My company doesn't need any talent, we still make big money. What the hell? My god, this is a brother-in-law spoiling his sister. Directly promoting her from manager to CEO with an annual salary of 20 million. This is too outrageous. She's just a freshly graduated college student." Lu Mingyan was dumbfounded, increasingly feeling that flattering Zhou Qi was incredibly wise. She respectfully agreed, then cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Shishir. She then announced, "Miss Zhou Qi, due to your exceptional talent, the chairman has appointed you as the company's CEO with an annual salary of 20 million. Now, you have the authority to fire any employee, including the general manager." The entire room was shocked into silence. Lu Shishir was completely dumbstruck, her gaze vacant. The others looked at Zhou Qi as if she were a monster. Heavens, it turns out she has connections. This company might as well be her family's. "What? I've been appointed as the CEO? An annual salary of 20 million? Zhou Qi looked bewildered, her eyes wide, disbelief written all over her face. How could this be so absurd and ridiculous? Did the company owner go mad? Or did the owner fall in love with her and want to pursue her this way? After all, she was a stunning beauty. Yes, it must be that. But what kind of person is this owner? An old man or a young man? Is he married? Or am I still dreaming? Miss Zhou Qi, you need not doubt it. Your talent and abilities are evident to anyone. The chairman is no exception. It is completely understandable to entrust you with such an important role," Lu Mingyan flattered. "Whatever the reason, whether it's a dream or not, I need to vent first," Zhou Qi muttered to herself, not wanting to delay any longer. With great momentum, she declared, "That general manager is too petty, vengeful, and unsuitable to work in our company. Get her out of here immediately. Security, throw her out." Lu Shishir instantly regretted it deeply. Why was she competing with a little girl? Why was she the first to be targeted? How could she have known that she was connected? Directly made the CEO? Fired herself? A 10 million annual salary job, and it was over in just a minute? What a huge loss. "Yes, CEO." The two female security guards responded respectfully. They rushed over and escorted Lu Shishir away. "This company only promotes those with connections. What future is there?" "Ha!" Lu Shishir shouted angrily. "Our chairman can easily earn nearly 10 billion in a day. He doesn't lack talents like you," Lu Mingyan sneered. "In his company, even a clerk can be a CEO and still make a fortune. My god, nearly 10 billion a day? What kind of incredible person is this?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Shishir immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say a word. Such a powerful person was not someone she could provoke. "Am I really the CEO with an annual salary of 20 million? I just fired the general manager with a single word?" Zhou Qi was still a bit dazed. Surely she wasn't dreaming? "CEO, let's discuss who will be the general manager." "Then you don't need to worry about it," Lu Mingyan said again, flattering her. In an instant, everyone looked at Zhou Qi with eager eyes, practically wanting to kneel and lick her boots. An annual salary of 10 million for a general manager, such a high-paying position was what they all dreamed of. "What is the boss's name? How old is he? Can I meet him?" Zhou Qi asked, still a bit incredulous. "The boss's surname is Zhang. He's 25 years old. He's not in the company right now. You can meet him later," Lu Mingyan said half-truthfully. "Why is he so good to me?" Zhou Qi asked softly. "My boss is the best at reading people. A clerk he favored directly became a stock god, earning him billions. He must have seen your talent. I believe you will create enormous profits for him," Duan Shanshan said from the side. Yes, our boss is amazing. He has never misjudged anyone." The other two chimed in. "Could it be that I am really as impressive as Zhuge Liang?" Zhou Qi's eyes lit up, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. She immediately began to carefully read through numerous resumes, interviewing one by one. Finally, they settled on a general manager. Wang Chan, 25 years old, a graduate of Yenjing University. She had worked in a large enterprise, reaching the position of vice president. Most importantly, she was very beautiful, far more so than Wu Mengling. Her looks could definitely score a 90. If Wu Mengling really didn't want to marry her cousin, Wang Chan could serve as a backup. "You really haven't had a boyfriend? Really not married?" Zhou Qi asked, still a bit uneasy. President, I truly haven't, Wang Chan replied, her heart filled with joy. Her qualifications were actually quite ordinary. She couldn't compare to those with dual PhDs or dual master's degrees. You're 173 meters tall, have a great figure, and your looks are outstanding. How could you not have dated? Zhou Qi asked skeptically. Many pursued me during college, but I started university at 16 and graduated at 20. My family didn't allow me to date. After graduation, I worked in a large company, and many pursued me, but none caught my eye. It has dragged on until today, Wang Chan explained. So, you have high standards? Zhou Qi began to worry again. Her cousin was so down and out. Could this woman really be interested? Wang Chan almost cried. Could this president be a lesbian? Did she have her eye on her? What to do? Don't misunderstand. I have a cousin who is also 25 and still single. I meant to introduce you to, Zhou Qi said, gritting her teeth. If she didn't seize this opportunity now, there might not be another chance. Duan Shanshan, Tang Menglan, and Lu Mingyan all touched their foreheads, their expressions incredibly strange. This cousin was too good to her brother, always thinking of him, and she was too bold, openly extorting. Didn't she fear angering the boss? If this were someone else's company, 10 presidents would have been fired by now. Your 25-year-old cousin? I would like to meet him. If we get along, we can try dating. Wang Chan's beautiful eyes instantly brightened. This girl had just graduated and became a president with an annual salary of 20 million. She absolutely couldn't be a business genius. It must be connections. This company might belong to her family. Then, her cousin must be extraordinary. He couldn't possibly be a poor loser. Then you are the general manager, Zhou Qi said happily. Although she hadn't agreed yet, she had agreed to meet. She would package her cousin well. Perhaps it could succeed. Oh my, did I get the job? An annual salary of 10 million? Wang Chan exclaimed in surprise. Her last job paid less than $1 million. A direct tenfold increase? This was incredible. Thank you for valuing me, President. I will definitely work hard to create enormous profits for the company, Wang Chan said, tears of gratitude in her eyes. She wished she could kneel and worship. She was on a lucky streak. This girl was her benefactor. Then you can start working now, Zhou Qi said. As Wang Chan began to screen management personnel, Zhou Qi became a bit anxious and pulled Lu Mingyan aside, saying, what exactly does this president do? What does she do? Just supervise the staff, I guess. You have absolute freedom at work. Come and go as you please. By the way, the chairman wants you to buy a house, Lu Mingyan said, taking out a card. Here's 10 billion. Buy dozens of houses for the management staff to live in. Buy so many? Isn't that treatment reserved for managerial levels? Zhou Qi's heart trembled. This boss was simply a god of wealth, too impressive. Moreover, this was like a nap meeting a pillow. My dear cousin, you are truly about to have a stroke of good luck. I will soon find you a beautiful and charming sister-in-law. Our boss doesn't just have this one company, he has many. All of them are making money hand over fist. Naturally, there are quite a few high-level executives, Lu Mingyan said. My goodness, he really is a wealthy boss, Zhou Qi said, her face filled with shock. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and a security guard pushed the door open, handing over a car key. President Zhou, the boss has arranged a car for you. It's already downstairs. Here's the key. Thank you. Zhou Qi was both surprised and delighted. She had just successfully applied for the job, and they had already prepared a car? What kind of car is this? She turned the key over and over but couldn't recognize it. Just go downstairs and you'll find out, Lu Mingyan said. First, let's complete the onboarding procedures. Okay. Zhou Qi quickly completed the onboarding procedures and signed the contract. The salary was a staggering 20 million a year. At this moment, Zhou Qi felt relieved. This was no joke. It was serious. Now we can go see the car. I'll accompany you, Lu Mingyan said with a smile. Manager Wang, Manager Duan, Manager Tang, I'm going to buy a house for the management staff. You all continue to be busy, Zhou Qi said. Be careful on the road. Take care. The three stood up, smiling. The others who had also successfully applied smiled at her flatteringly. Awesome. Zhou Qi felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She went downstairs in high spirits. President, can you guess what car the boss arranged for you? How much is it? Lu Mingyan asked, following behind with a smile. It should be $1 million car, but I can't guess the specifics, Zhou Qi said, tilting her head. Soon, they arrived downstairs, where a red Lamborghini Veneno was parked at the entrance. It looked exceptionally flashy. President, this is your car, a security guard pointed out. What? Lamborghini Veneno? It seems to be the one parked downstairs from my rental apartment. My goodness, this company is really something. They even arranged a luxury supercar for me. This is incredible. Zhou Qi was dumbfounded. The shock was indescribable. This car was worth 45 million. What a grand gesture. This company was truly generous. She couldn't help but press the key. The Lamborghini Veneno lit up with dazzling brilliance. The car doors opened like butterfly wings. My goodness, the key really is for this car. Jochi was ecstatic. This was like stepping straight into heaven. But how could such good fortune fall upon her? I'm so envious. Having a wealthy cousin is just awesome. Lu Mingyan's face was filled with envy. Manager Lu, the boss must know me or have seen me, right? Otherwise, how could he offer me such a high salary? Jochi was a bit suspicious and asked. I don't know. Lu Mingyan pretended to be clueless, feigning ignorance. You don't know either? Jochi was astonished and even more confused. However, she was always bold and didn't think too much about it. She got into the car, closed the door, and waved at Lu Mingyan. Then she started the car and sped away. Look at how happy this girl is. She seems lost in her own world. Zheng Chen laughed heartily as he stood by the window. He quickly returned to his computer to continue battling with his opponent. It was 3-3 now. If he lost one more round, he would be defeated. But he could receive system compensation. Just then, the phone rang. It was Jochi calling. Cousin, I. She stammered for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Don't be nervous, take your time, Zheng Chen chuckled inwardly. I got the job. The salary is so high. I'm afraid to tell you, I might scare you. Well, congratulations. I'm going to buy a house for the company now, 10 billion. Do you want to come with me? Which beauty do you fancy? We can make her our secret arrangement, just find a temporary girlfriend. It doesn't have to be Wu Mengling. Aren't you afraid the company will fire you? Don't mess around, okay? If you keep being disobedient, I'll tell my aunt. Zhang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. He thought she was joking yesterday, but it seems she was serious. I was joking, I'm going to work now. Zhou Qi, parked by the roadside, stuck out her tongue. She was afraid Zhang Chen would continue to scold her. She quickly hung up the phone. Then she stroked her chin, grinning mischievously. I should help my brother decide. Whoever I fancy, I'll bring her back for him. I think he'll be extremely happy. He was already smitten with Wu Mengling yesterday. He even went to see her, but unfortunately, she ignored him. Let's test Wu Mengling's attitude first. If she's willing to be in a secret arrangement and be my sister-in-law, then I'll buy a house from her. As for being afraid of getting fired, I'm not taking advantage of the company. I can negotiate the price. Buy the house at the cheapest price. It's just a secret arrangement with a beauty. If I can, why not? She started calling Wu Mengling again. Mengling, I have good news for you. I got the job. Then congratulations. Send me your location. I want to treat you to a meal. And by the way, make a secret arrangement with you. You didn't bring your cousin, did you? No, my cousin went to work. Sigh, I've been so unlucky lately. A classmate came to me, asking me to help her rent a nice and cheap house, buy furniture and daily necessities. These are all fine, but after she came, she wanted to introduce her brother to me. I didn't agree and quickly ran away, but she called me back for dinner, saying thank you and all that, only to introduce her brother again. After dinner, her brother insisted on driving me home, almost scared me to death. In the sales office, Wu Mengling was chatting with her companion, her face full of frustration. What does her brother do? If he has a car, a house, and savings, it wouldn't be a big deal to agree. Her companion said, a mover, his toes are sticking out of his shoes, and the car he drives is falling apart. Wu Mengling replied, oh my, that's too much. If it were me, I would definitely cut ties with such a classmate. Her companion said, cut ties? Isn't that a bit too much? Wu Mengling was a bit tempted. She's the one being unreasonable, okay? You're a beauty, with outstanding looks and figure. No matter what, you shouldn't be looking for a mover as a boyfriend. What's there to be friends with such a classmate? That's true, I'm so afraid she'll keep bothering me. And she's coming over again soon. She said she wants to treat me to dinner. I bet she'll try to persuade me to marry her brother. I really can't take it anymore. Wu Mengling said, I'll hint at her to stop coming to find me. Hints won't work, you have to be serious and clear. Otherwise, she won't give up. That makes sense. Wu Mengling pondered for a moment and then sent a WeChat message to Zhou Qi. I really don't like your brother. If you come over and still talk about him, then don't come. We don't need to keep in touch in the future. Then she let out a sigh. From then on, she was rid of a worry. But she also lost a classmate. However, that kind of classmate was just like that, not much help to herself. As for Zhou Qi saying she got the job and later wanted to find her to buy a house for the company, she didn't care at all. That was just a joke. Just like a fool dreaming. Is she trying to cut ties with me? Let's see how you'll beg me later. Zhou Qi shook her head while driving, looking down on her cousin in various ways. It was simply foolish. My cousin is so outstanding. he will rise sooner or later. Introducing you is a blessing. Since you are unwilling, you can find someone else. The world is not lacking in beautiful women. There are plenty to choose from. With a whoosh, she parked the Lamborghini Veneno at the entrance of the sales office. Oh my, a Lamborghini Veneno? A luxury supercar worth 45 million? A rich person must be here to buy a house. Whoever gets them will have a client. The eyes of the many saleswomen lit up with fervent excitement, rushing out like a swarm. Some even lost their shoes in the chaos. The scene was a mess. Wu Mengling was too slow to react because she wasn't focused. She ended up at the back, unable to get close to the Lamborghini. She felt so frustrated she almost wanted to bang her head against the wall. Zhou Qi was indeed a jinx, causing her to feel flustered and distracted during work hours. As a result, she missed the situation outside. Otherwise, she would have been the first to rush out. That could have been a big deal, a potential commission of tens of thousands. Such business opportunities, selling a house, only yield a 3% commission. It's just a share of tens of thousands. If you can't sell even one house in a month, you're left with only the basic living expenses. Of course, if you flip a deal and take a client to buy a house in another development, you could earn 2 or 3% in commission. But you must have a rich client base, and they must trust you unconditionally. Otherwise, they might just go buy a house themselves. The price is the same, but they feel more at ease. So, such good fortune might only come once or twice a year to keep you fed. Wu Mengling had made one deal this year, earning 300,000, which made her feel on top of the world. But half a year had passed, and she had nearly spent it all. Now it was already December, and the new year was approaching. If she didn't make another deal, what would she do for the new year? So, during this time, she was working hard. Unfortunately, hard work alone isn't enough. Luck and fate play a big role. Now, a big client seemed to be out of reach for her. What a loss. Indeed, people need to dress well, and Buddhas need gold adornments. Here I am driving a 45 million Lamborghini Veneno, and these salespeople swarm like mosquitoes smelling blood. Zhou Qi muttered to herself as she got out of the car. Hello, beautiful, please come in. Hello, beautiful, you must be here to buy a house. We have all kinds of luxury suites. The saleswomen were all enthusiastic, but their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. It turned out the rich person was a beautiful woman. She must be a super rich second generation. This car is so eye-catching and beautiful. How happy it must be to drive such a car. Zhou Qi quickly scanned the crowd. Not bad, there were a few pretty ones. She just didn't know if they had been approached by someone else. It seemed she needed to find a way to subtly inquire. Hee, cousin, I'm starting to pick beauties for you. I'll bring one back tonight to serve you. So she was surrounded by a group of beautiful women and sat down on the sofa. Tea and coffee were quickly served. Then they began to flatter and promote. Each one was competing eagerly. That seems to be my classmate. Wu Mengling and her companion, realizing they couldn't get in, had returned to their original spot. Now Wu Mengling looked shocked and confused. Your classmate? Really? Her companion asked in disbelief. It's the classmate I just cut ties with, Wu Mengling said, but why is she driving a Lamborghini? You must have mistaken her for someone else? Her companion's face changed dramatically, suppressing the urge to run away. She wished she could slap herself for saying anything. As a result, she had pushed Wu Mengling to cut ties with her classmate. Now it was a disaster. I didn't mistake her, it really is her, and her shoes are the same as yesterday. Wu Mengling covered her face, tears almost spilling out. How could she have said such heartless things earlier? Couldn't she have taken it a bit slower? I came to buy houses for the company, buying 100 sets. Whoever hasn't been seduced and is the prettiest, come and receive me, Zhou Qi said with great momentum. What? Buying 100 sets? All the saleswomen were dumbfounded, shocked as if they were fools. She demanded that no one had seduced her and that she had to be very beautiful? What did that mean? Could it be that she was representing the boss? Yes, it must be that way. I. One by one, they excitedly recommended themselves. As for whether they had been seduced, who could know? They would never admit it. Zhou Qi, I sent the wrong message just now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Wu Mengling could no longer hold back, rushing over and pushing through the crowd, apologetically saying, Really, you have to believe me. Believe you? I believe you didn't send it wrong. You really want to cut ties with me, Zhou Qi said. Since we've cut ties, there's no need to interact anymore. Please step aside. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was confused and listened to others' instigation. Zhou Qi, for the sake of our many years of friendship and being best friends, for the sake of me helping you rent a house and buy things, can you forgive me just this once? Wu Mengling pleaded with tears in her eyes. I can forgive you, but you tell me, who here hasn't been seduced? A beautiful woman with good character, Zhou Qi whispered in her ear. Just for me, okay? I haven't been seduced either. Wu Mengling continued to plead. There was no joy in her heart, although she had obtained forgiveness. It seemed that the deal was still not for her. Zhou Qi had always been petty. Achieving this might be her limit, but she still wanted to try to salvage it. The deal won't be for you. If there's a chance in the future, we can cooperate again, Zhou Qi said with a cold expression. People must pay the price for their mistakes. All right. Wu Mengling felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Sure enough, she couldn't get the deal, but at least they hadn't cut ties, and she had obtained forgiveness. In the future, she could still find a way to curry favor. It was truly bizarre. Just yesterday she was so down and out. Today she was driving a Lamborghini and buying houses for the company. What on earth was going on? She stood up and looked around. She needed to find a saleswoman who met Zhou Qi's criteria. The many saleswomen who were initially angry were now looking at her with fiery eyes. Some even blinked repeatedly, and others made special gestures, hinting at benefits for her. Some were even willing to split 50-50. The saleswoman who suggested Wu Mengling cut ties with Zhou Qi was also looking at her eagerly. She had the best relationship with Wu Mengling. Although she had made a mistake today, perhaps she could still gain something, at most just giving up a little more profit. Unfortunately, now Wu Mengling hated her to the bone. Her gaze didn't linger on her face at all. Finally, her gaze landed on a woman who looked super young and beautiful. Moreover, this woman made a 50-50 gesture. She immediately pulled her over and introduced her seriously. This beauty was named Gong Susu, 23 years old, with a bachelor's degree, graduated for a year, has been in sales, with very good character, and had never been seduced. Is that so? Zhou Qi looked her up and down. Tall and beautiful, she could score 88 points. She was even a bit prettier than Wu Mengling. From her appearance, she seemed to be the obedient type. She would match well with her cousin. Her cousin would probably like her. Thus, Zhou Qi and Gong Susu went to a meeting room to start discussing privately. Wu Mengling could only stand outside, watching eagerly. This was originally her business, but she had to give it to someone else. Tens of millions in commission. How much could she get? It all depended on Gong Susu's conscience. Gong Susu, right? You really haven't been seduced? Zhou Qi asked. I refuse everyone, Gong Susu said shyly. Then have you ever dated? Have you ever lived together? Zhou Qi asked again. Did you have a boyfriend in college? I did, but we broke up quickly because I didn't want to live together. Gong Susu's neck and ears turned red with embarrassment. That's good. Zhou Qi was satisfied. As long as she hadn't lived with anyone, it met the basic criteria. She asked many more questions, and Gong Susu answered them all well. She passed Zhou Qi's scrutiny. This time, I'm really buying a house for the company, a property worth 1 billion. Zhou Qi said, it must be close to Gaoka Beauty. Do you have any good recommendations? Yes. Gong Susu's face was full of excitement as she began to introduce options quickly. Soon, the two of them went out, driving off at high speed to look at properties. Gong Susu is going to make a fortune this time. She'll never have to worry again. This is truly a windfall. I'm so envious. Wu Mengling, you can also benefit a lot. Congratulations. Wu Mengling, you're quite impressive. The many saleswomen were all envious, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Wu Mengling's eyes were brimming with tears, almost crying out loud. They looked at 5 properties in one go. Zhou Qi finally selected one, saying, this one, East 8, 100 units, all 3-bedroom apartments, 97 square meters. The price must be the lowest, and the discount must be the biggest. I don't want any kickbacks or red envelopes. Just one small request. What is it? Gong Susu's breathing became rapid. Her face turned crimson, making her even more radiant. This is a photo of my cousin. Zhou Qi took out her phone and pulled up a picture of Zhang Chen. She explained Zhang Chen's situation in detail. Once worth over 100 million, now he was destitute, working as a mover, and had no girlfriend. So, do you want to play by the rules or be his girlfriend? Gong Susu thought shyly, but said, your cousin is very handsome. I quite like him. But my cousin is down on his luck right now, Zhou Qi said. A temporary setback doesn't mean anything. As long as there's an opportunity, he might soar to great heights, Gong Susu said shyly. So, would you be willing to be my brother's girlfriend? Zhou Qi asked seriously. I would like to give it a try. I'm just afraid he might not like me. Gong Susu hesitated before saying. A 1 billion deal could earn a 30 million commission. It was a step to the top. Being his girlfriend wasn't a big deal. If they didn't get along, they could just break up. Then let's do it this way, Zhou Qi said. After confirming the price and discounts, they paid a 30 million deposit. The two of them drove away, leaving the many envious saleswomen with red eyes. Now you know how formidable I am, huh? You should study for a few more years before challenging me, Zhang Chen thought as he looked at the message from his opponent. feeling both amused and helpless. They had only won one more game out of 7, yet they were so arrogant. It was simply ridiculous. Ding, host has lost in chess, compensating with world-class skills in chess, Go, and checkers. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice rang out. Zhang Chen's mind filled with numerous chess techniques. Wow, even Go is now world-class? This is definitely a tenfold compensation. I can't help but love this system, Zhang Chen said with a bright smile. Without further delay, he went downstairs and drove away in his old Alto, leaving Gaoka Beauty. Then he received a call from Zhou Qi. Cousin, come over for dinner, something good is happening. This girl is so happy today she can't find her way. I can't wait to see what trick she has up her sleeve, Zhang Chen replied with a laugh, immediately driving to the agreed location. The feeling of being cared for by family was truly wonderful. Moreover, seeing my cousin so happy and joyful is also a kind of enjoyment. In a Western restaurant, at a booth by the window, Zhou Qi and Gong Susu sit facing each other. Gong Susu is changed into a new outfit, looking particularly enchanting. She is quickly replying to Wu Mangling, "It's not as great as you think, she wants me to be her brother's girlfriend." I agreed, and we're about to have dinner, planning to invite her cousin over. Oh my, Zhou Qi is simply a brother pampering maniac, actually using this method to find a girlfriend for her brother? Is Gong Susu about to receive 30 million in commission? Is she still willing to split it 50-50? Wu Mangling, feeling her heart racing, drives like the wind towards the restaurant. She needs to act as if it's a coincidence, strengthen her relationship with Zhou Qi, otherwise, Gong Susu could completely cut her out of the money. Perhaps, there might even be unexpected gains. Zhou Qi, Susu, you guys are eating here too? Wu Mangling walks into the restaurant, pretending to have run into them, excitedly saying. Then she casually sits next to Zhou Qi, chattering away. Zhou Qi is speechless. Gong Susu's expression also turns a bit unpleasant. A third wheel has arrived. Will it ruin their good fortune? This is the place. Zhang Chen parks the car and walks in. Cousin, this is. Zhou Qi stands up, waving excitedly at Zhang Chen. She quickly pushes Wu Mangling to sit across from Gong Susu. Once Zhang Chen walks over, she pulls him down to sit. Hello. Gong Susu blushes, taking the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Chen. Brother, Gong Susu is Wu Mangling's friend. Wu Mangling is introducing you. Zhou Qi has modified the script, adding a person at the last minute. She carefully explains Gong Susu's situation. Finally, she asks, Brother, are you satisfied? Can you take a liking to her? Gong Susu, right? You should know my conditions. Can you take a liking to me? Zhang Chen is both amused and exasperated. This cousin really has a way, starting to set him up for a blind date on the first day. It's simply a tool for failure. He pretends to be rough, looking at Gong Susu with burning eyes and asking, Not interested. Gong Susu replies without hesitation. Zhou Qi's brows furrow. Her expression darkens. Wu Mangling also blares at Gong Susu. You agreed earlier, and now you refuse. Do you think that having received a 30 million deposit gives you the upper hand? Ding! Host's blind date failed, failure card +1. The system's voice also sounds. What the hell? I actually got a failure card? Zhang Chen is surprised. Failure cards are very hard to come by. So far, he has received 6 failure cards, and with today's, that makes 7. And this beauty named Gong Susu isn't even that beautiful. She doesn't even compare to Xin Shanqian. He has no interest in her at all. But to think he could get a failure card through a blind date? This trip wasn't in vain. His cousin really came to help him rack up failures. How delightful. But, I am willing to be your girlfriend for 3 years, it's just a transaction. Gong Susu continues, if you can make me fall in love with you in 3 years, then anything is possible. The deposit has been paid, and she also knows Zhou Qi and Zhang Chen's backgrounds. Zhou Qi has landed a job as an executive in a company, and the car is provided by the company. She is not a rich second generation. Zhang Chen is a mover. She certainly doesn't want to live with a mover for too long. Spending 3 years of youth for 30 million is her limit. You weren't saying this before. Our script isn't like this either. Zhou Qi is angry. In her plan, after 3 years, she would have helped her cousin rise. At that time, whether Zhang Chen and Gong Susu divorce or marry, it wouldn't matter. As long as her brother is happy for 3 years, it's worth it. But this woman is already planning to break up after 3 years. She looks down on her cousin too much. Can we still get along well in these 3 years? Can my cousin still be happy? A woman like this is not suitable. I misjudged the person. Gong Susu said, the script is still the same. You just want to hide it from your cousin, right? Let me act like I'm in love with him at first sight. But this can't be hidden at all. Paper can't wrap fire forever. So, I think it's better to be open about it. Otherwise, good things might turn bad. If I leave him in the future, and he is heartbroken, what will we do? What's going on? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. But in his heart, he was clear as day. His cousin really wanted to use underhanded means to find someone, fantasizing about finding a girlfriend this way, and she wanted to keep it from him. It warmed his heart. Truly, my good cousin. Jochi shot Gong Susu a fierce glare. She spoke everything out clearly. Gong Susu looked at Zhang Chen with a hint of disdain. In her heart, she thought they should stop pretending. This matter was something the siblings had colluded on. Anyway, I absolutely cannot marry you. Don't think you can keep acting every day to make me happy. It's better to be open about it. A beauty like me wouldn't let the laborer in front of me lose his mind, not to mention 3 years. Even 3 days would probably make him forget everything else. So, there would definitely be no unexpected changes. Cousin, can a girlfriend found this way be a good person? Can there be true love? Zhang Chen lowered his voice. Moreover, if this matter reaches your boss, you won't be able to handle it. Now that the other party has such leverage, it's better to take the opportunity to stop. Once you establish yourself in the company, I won't be a poor loser anymore. I'll be a wealthy man. Would I still be afraid of not finding a girlfriend? That's true. I need to secure this good job first. My annual salary is 20 million. If I invest it all in my cousin's startup, I'll rise directly. Would I still be afraid of not finding a good partner? Isn't there still a backup, Wang Chan? By then, the two of them will naturally come together. And this woman is actually a scheming B*TCH, not suitable for my cousin. Jochi thought to herself, hesitatingly saying, but I've already paid a 30 million deposit. Continue with the house purchase, cut ties with her and negotiate with the boss. You can continue to lower the price, and you can also squeeze out the sales commission. This isn't a small deal. In this way, your boss will definitely be very satisfied. If you find a way to achieve results once or twice, your position will be as stable as Mount Tai, Zhang Chen said. In the past, he was an elite, well-versed in various tricks. Handling such matters was a piece of cake. Cousin, what do you want to eat? Zhou Qi stopped discussing the matter. She called Zhang Chen to order food. After ordering, the two began to eat. They didn't even glance at the two women across from them. Gong Susu was flustered. Wu Mangling was the same. Would the cooked duck fly away? I can add another year, change it to 4 years. Gong Susu said. Don't say 4 years, even 40 years won't do. Zhang Chen said, your collaboration with my cousin ends here. As for the 30 million deposit, my cousin paid it to the property, and it has nothing to do with you. Did I really misjudge this laborer? Does he still want me to act every day to keep him happy? Gong Susu's face changed dramatically, and she quickly tried to salvage the situation. I was wrong just now, I'm sorry. Give me a chance. I'm willing to be your girlfriend for 4 years, and I will absolutely obey, absolutely be obedient, and find ways to make you happy every day. How about it? Earning 30 million in 4 years is still quite a bargain. Shut up. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be my brother's girlfriend. Zhou Qi was increasingly furious, realizing she had been blind. To have chosen such a scheming B*TCH. Gong Susu's face turned pale instantly. Regret filled her heart. She had only slightly changed the script. Did it really lead to a good thing falling through? 30 million was now out of reach? Wu Mangling, however, was secretly pleased and immediately said, Zhou Qi, what do you think of me? I'm willing to be your brother's girlfriend for 4 years. Brother, what do you think of Wu Mangling? Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. Although Wu Mangling was a bit materialistic and had recklessly cut ties with Zhou Qi, is there a woman in the world who isn't? Which beauty doesn't hope to marry a rich and handsome man? Therefore, her actions can be understood and not overly criticized. Weren't you looking down on me yesterday? A strange expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He couldn't help but reflect on how powerful 30 million could be. This is human nature. I have my own merits, of course. I don't want to date a mover. If you can help me earn 30 million and let me have you under the table for 4 years, I can accept that, Wu Mangling said awkwardly. 4 years is too short. You said yesterday that a commission of 300,000 could get a big beauty to sleep with an old man for a year. Now it's not 300,000, but 30 million, Zhang Chen said coldly. So what do you want? Wu Mangling suddenly felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have let slip some secrets last night. Now she had trapped herself. Tomorrow, you will go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. From now on, you will be my wife, and the 30 million commission will be joint property. Moreover, you cannot file for divorce for 10 years, otherwise, you will leave with nothing, not a penny. This needs to be formalized with a lawyer and notarized to have legal effect, Zhang Chen said. Hiss. Wu Mangling gasped. These conditions were too harsh. Should she refuse or agree? Cousin, do you really like Wu Mangling? Are you planning to make her your wife? Did you fall in love at first sight yesterday? Zhou Qi also had a strange expression. Perhaps her cousin saw Wu Mangling helping me rent a house and buy daily necessities, judging her character to be decent. He might have fallen for her. But with such harsh conditions, she probably wouldn't agree. Agree, quickly agree. Then you can get married right away and become a little rich woman. 30 million, Gong Susu whispered in Wu Mengling's ear. It was hard to tell if it was sarcasm or genuine. This mover really fell in love with me at first sight. He wants to use 30 million to completely bind me, Wu Mengling thought, her mind racing. 10 years without divorce, and if they divorced, she would leave with nothing. What if he treated her poorly? Could she live like this? Besides, he didn't have a good job. 30 million could easily run out. Did that mean she would have to support him for a lifetime? These conditions are too harsh. I can't accept them. Wu Mengling sighed. 30 million was indeed not so easy to earn. Ding, the host has failed again. Compensation of 3 billion yuan. Getting 10,000 beauties like Wu Mengling to agree to a 10-year contract is absolutely no problem. The system's voice rang out. Instantly, 3 billion was credited to the account. Zhang Chen also received a bank text message. Nice. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. As soon as his cousin arrived, luck came. He had already acquired 2 luxury cars, a building, a failed card, plus 3 billion in cash. What a bountiful harvest. Soon, Gong Susu and Wu Mengling began to lobby, hoping Zhou Qi and Zhang Chen would forgive or lower the conditions, but neither Zhang Chen nor Zhou Qi was swayed. After dinner, the siblings drove off into the distance. How infuriating. I want to withhold her 30 million deposit. Gong Susu trembled with anger. Stop dreaming. A company that can take out $1 billion to buy a house can't handle a small saleswoman like you? Wu Mengling said, I was blind to entrust the business to you. Clearly, it was successful. Yet you changed your mind at the last minute. I think you deserve to be poor for life. Aren't you the same? Cutting ties with her, huh? Gong Susu retorted. Then the two parted ways. However, they both coincidentally returned to the property where Zhou Qi had paid the deposit. They saw Zhang Chen and Zhou Qi negotiating with the boss. They weren't even qualified to approach, blocked by security. In just a few minutes, the deal was struck. The price dropped again, and the other party gave up all 30 million in commissions. Additionally, they offered another discount, saving another 20 million, a total savings of 50 million. Thus, they signed the contract and took the keys. The siblings drove off triumphantly. Cousin, you're amazing. With just a few words, you intimidated the boss. Your presence was so strong. I bet he thought you were the owner of the high-tech beauty salon. Back at the company building, Zhou Qi was still very excited and thrilled. Although this business deal didn't bring any benefits to herself or her cousin, it saved the company money and gave her a lot of experience. Society is indeed very complex. Wu Mengling, Gong Susu, and her cousin all taught her a lesson. I am the owner of the beauty salon, Zhang Chen smirked inwardly. Although his cousin was sharp, she lacked experience. Did she really think good jobs just fell from the sky? Cousin, I'm going to report to the company. Wait for me, Zhou Qi said, and she rushed back to the office. Soon, she discovered she had been assigned a super spacious and luxurious office. It was labeled as the president's office. She excitedly sat on the sofa chair and spun around quickly. It felt unprecedentedly good. Working in such a company was truly comfortable. She immediately called Wang Chan and the 3 managers for a meeting to announce that she had purchased 100 sets of houses for the company. Everyone was very happy. However, Wang Chan reminded her to send a separate email to the chairman. Lu Mingyan added with a smile, the boss is currently abroad. You can contact him via email or WeChat. Right. How did I forget? Zhou Qi slapped her forehead, almost forgetting that the company had a boss. She opened her computer, and under Wang Chan's guidance, she first added the chairman's WeChat, which was, of course, Zhang Chen's alias. Then she sent an email to the designated chairman's email address. The chairman replied immediately, praising Zhou Qi profusely, saying she was exceptionally capable and had saved the company at least 50 million. She was rewarded with a cash bonus of 100,000 and a supercar, the Silby Great Lizard. The car was already parked downstairs at Zhou Qi's rental apartment. The keys were with the security at the main gate. Additionally, she was assigned work to run business and supervise staff. There was no need to clock in or out. All expenses were reimbursed. Almost simultaneously, $100,000 was deposited into her account. The women were dumbfounded, especially Wang Chan, whose jaw nearly dropped. This boss is really a tycoon. He just gave a bonus of 100,000 and paired it with a supercar worth 50 million? Zhou Qi was both shocked and delighted. Listening to her cousin indeed had its benefits. Otherwise, she might have lost the boss's trust. In the future, she would have to listen to her cousin more. Unable to resist, she asked via WeChat, Boss, why are you giving me 2 supercars? Isn't that a waste? This was something every woman wanted to know. One car isn't enough, right? What if it breaks down? What if it needs repairs? What if relatives or friends come and need a car to get around? You are the president. having 2 supercars is very normal. If that's still not enough, just tell me, and I'll get you more, Zhang Chen replied. Boss, can my relatives use my car? Zhou Qi's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, but the gas expenses won't be reimbursed. Your relatives will have to cover that themselves, Zhang Chen replied with a chuckle. Why are you so good to me, boss? Zhou Qi was deeply moved. Because you can create huge profits for the company, capitalists don't do losing business. Am I really a once-in-a-century business genius? Zhou Qi's confidence soared. She then inquired about the company situation and learned that the 3 beauties had all transferred from other companies. Duan Shanshan was still the customer service manager, receiving any guests who came in. Her English skills were put to good use. Tang Menglan was the manager of breast enhancement. As for Lu Mingyan, she is the manager of the Human Resources Department. Therefore, the 3 of them were in high spirits. This company was clearly more promising than the previous one. With such impressive beauty technology, how could it not be profitable? The other management personnel were almost all recruited as well. However, a few more days of preparation were needed before the opening. Advertising and promotions had to be arranged. But none of this was Zhou Qi's responsibility. Her job was to have fun, under the guise of supervision and business development. You all keep busy, I'm off to do business. Zhou Qi could no longer sit still. In a rush, she hurried downstairs. Such a big celebration had to be shared with her cousin. Cousin, hurry home, I have a gift for you, you'll definitely be very happy. As soon as she got downstairs, Zhou Qi grabbed the key to the Silby lizard from the security guard and shouted excitedly. What gift? Zhang Chen held back a laugh. I'll tell you later, it's a secret for now. Zhou Qi's cheeks flushed with excitement. The 2 of them quickly drove back to the community. The company was actually very close. Wu Mengling was surprisingly waiting there. She greeted them with a smile. Zhou Qi, off work already? So early? The boss allows me to come and go without clocking in. I can leave whenever I want. Zhou Qi was in a good mood now, especially since she had already punished Wu Mengling, so she treated her like a classmate again. Mengling, you're heading home from work, right? Let me drive you back? Zhang Chen shamelessly tried to rack up some failure points. No, I live nearby. Wu Mengling quickly shook her head. She thought to herself, you set such harsh conditions, trying to tie me down, but I refused. You didn't lower your conditions. I ended up with nothing. 30 million in commissions completely went down the drain. Now you come to curry favor with me? I won't pay you any mind. Ding, host failed to send the beauty home. Failure points plus 10. The system's voice sounded. 10 points, not bad. Zhang Chen was very pleased. Zhou Qi, you're saving the company money like this, but isn't your cousin going to be a lifelong bachelor? Your method was good originally. If there are more good things like this in the future, be a bit smarter. Wu Mengling whispered. With me around, my cousin will definitely not be a bachelor. Zhou Qi said confidently, pulling out a car key and handing it to Zhang Chen. Cousin, this is the car the company assigned to me. You can take it. What? You're letting your cousin drive the Lamborghini Veneno? Would the company allow that? Wu Mengling was dumbfounded. The company assigned me 2 cars. Look, these 2. Zhou Qi pointed to the 2 supercars. The boss said 1 car isn't enough if it breaks down, for repairs, or if relatives and friends come. So 2 cars are more convenient. It's allowed for relatives to drive. What? They assigned you 2 supercars? 1 Lamborghini Veneno and 1 Silby Lizard? Wu Mengling was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. She had never heard of such good treatment from any company. The Silby Lizard is for me to drive? Zhang Chen pretended to be incredibly surprised, pressing the key. Instantly, the Silby lit up with dazzling light, and the car doors opened like butterfly wings. It was incredibly flashy and imposing. Oh my god, it's real. Wu Mengling almost knelt down. What kind of company was this? How could there be such good treatment? This car is too expensive. I can't drive it. I'll stick to my Alto. Zhang Chen tried hard to refuse. Why can't you drive it? Zhou Qi was anxious. Are you just going to let it sit here and gather dust? I'm afraid I'll scratch it, and I won't have money for repairs. Zhang Chen said. I have a salary of 20 million a year. Am I afraid I can't afford repairs? Zhou Qi said. What? 20 million a year? Wu Mengling was dumbfounded, her eyes turning red with envy and jealousy. Zhang Chen put on a shocked expression and stammered. But how can I use your money? What's mine is yours. This car is a gift from me to you, Zhou Qi said assertively. Alright then, Zhang Chen conceded. Ding, host's refusal failed. Compensation, 1 Maybach, worth 220 million. The car is parked in the villa's garage. The key is in the villa. With the Maybach, the host can definitely refuse his cousin's request for the car successfully, the system's voice echoed. Wow, a 220 million Maybach is compensation? This is a huge win. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, his heart filled with joy. Now he could assemble a luxurious car fleet. Maybach, Koenigsegg, Silby, Lamborghini Veneno, all top-tier supercars. This is impressive. But, cousin, remember, this car is just for you to drive. It doesn't belong to you, it belongs to my company. Don't ever sell it or pawn it, Zhou said, lowering her voice seriously. I understand, Zhang Chen nodded with a smile. By the way, you don't have any money right now, right? I just received a bonus of 100,000 today. You can use it for now. Zhou started the transfer. I have money, really, I have money, don't give it to me. Zhang Chen was overjoyed and immediately began to refuse. I know you have money, but having more is even better. Then you can start your own business, Zhou said, and the money was already transferred. Ding, host's refusal of cousin's money failed. Compensation, 1 billion. In an instant, Zhang Chen received a bank text message, one for 100,000 and one for 1 billion, arriving almost simultaneously. Oh my, I thought my cousin was a small treasury, turns out she's a bank. Zhang Chen almost laughed out loud. Having a cousin like this is truly a blessing. Cousin, I want to go back tonight, what do you think? Zhang Chen said. Go back? You can tidy up a bit and move into the house I got tomorrow, Zhou said. That's a 300 square meter duplex apartment. I can't believe that building I bought has such a nice place. Only I can live there. Others wouldn't dare. Move in with you? No way, that wouldn't be good. Zhang Chen quickly refused. But of course, it was useless. His cousin insisted he move. There were many reasons. Fear, the house is too big for one person, and the cousin must protect the cousin. Ding, host's refusal failed, failure points plus 50. The system's voice rang out. He had refused once yesterday and received a building as compensation. Refusing again today only rewarded him with failure points. But, how could there be so many? Zhou, cousin, I'll head back first. Wu Mangling said sweetly. She even winked at Zhang Chen. Clearly, she hoped Zhang Chen would drive the Silby lizard to take her home. It was like giving Zhang Chen a chance to pursue her. Who told him he had a sister who was a brother-worshipping fanatic? This sister was incredibly amazing. With an annual salary of 20 million, looking at her demeanor, her salary was probably all for her cousin. However, this time Zhang Chen ignored her. He got into the Silby lizard and was about to drive home. Cousin, can you give me a ride? Wu Mangling smiled sweetly. No, Zhang Chen couldn't even be bothered to say polite words. Earlier, it was just about racking up failure points. Wu Mangling was left in disarray in the wind. Didn't you like me a lot? Weren't you infatuated with me at first sight? Didn't you want to take me home yesterday and today? Today you even wanted to tie me down for 10 years? To be your wife? Now that I'm giving you a chance to pursue me, you refuse? Could it be that I've hurt your feelings too much? So, you've completely given up? Actually, I feel you're quite sincere. We could try dating, Wu Mangling said, her face flushed, boldly and passionately. A man who falls in love at first sight and is persistent is still rare. Moreover, he is no longer the same as before, but I am qualified to be my own boyfriend. Let's just be ordinary friends. As for dating, let's forget it. Now that I have the Silby Great Lizard, my sister earns 20 million a year. She can find someone better. Zhang Chen said, however, if you encounter any difficulties you can't solve, feel free to come to me for help. Wu Mangling was stunned, a bit incredulous. She even questioned her life. You have nothing. The Silby doesn't belong to you. It's Zhou's company. Zhou earns 20 million a year. It's hers, not yours. You still flaunt your connections, thinking you can find better? Cousin. Zhou wanted to spend more time with Zhang Chen, so she sat in the passenger seat. Let's go for a drive. The room. Zhang Chen started the car and sped off. They raced down the wide road. After circling several times, Zhang Chen slowed down. Cousin, I'm a bit uneasy. Zhou said, this treatment is too good to 20 million a year, 2 supercars, and living in such a nice house. After 10 years of work, the house will be mine. That's a bit suspicious. Zhang Chen pondered, why does he value you so much? The boss said I'm a business prodigy who can generate huge profits for the company, but I have no confidence at all. Zhou said, I just graduated, I really have no skills. What job did the boss arrange for you? Zhang Chen asked gently. Supervising staff and running business. Zhou replied, running business is the main thing. If you land a big deal and make the company thrive, earning billions every month, then your value will show. Zhang Chen said, earning billions every month? That's easier said than done. Zhou gasped. How would you know if you don't try? Zhang Chen parked the car. Hurry up and run the business. I'll wait for you here. Now. Zhou was stunned. Look, that's the high-tech awakening company, receiving countless guests from all over the world every day. If you can persuade the boss of this company to introduce business, wouldn't that achieve your goal? Zhang Chen said. Good idea. This is a super big client. Our company has a project that can quickly restore mental and physical strength, perfect for comatose patients. Once they wake up, they can come to us for recovery and beauty treatments. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up, her face filled with ecstasy. Cousin, can you come with me? Look at me, in this disheveled state, dressed so ordinarily. I'm not suitable to go. Zhang Chen said, but you are the 20 million a year president. Running business should be a piece of cake for you. You can do it. Go ahead. I can definitely do it. I'm here to save my cousin. This is just the first step. I must land the biggest deal. Then I can rightfully earn a high salary and help my cousin start a business and rise. Zhou Qi shouted in her heart. She immediately pushed the door open and got out of the car, feeling a bit nervous and apprehensive as she walked into the high-tech Awakening Rehabilitation Center. It was bustling with activity, crowded with people from all over the world. Fortunately, all the robots were equipped with knowledge of any language in the world. Communication was easy. However, English was still the primary language. The other party had basically hired a translator. I am Zhou Qi, president of the High-Tech Beauty Institute. I am looking for your general manager. Zhou Qi said to the receptionist. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. Oh no, do I need an appointment? Zhou Qi felt a chill in her heart and could only shake her head. Then I'm sorry, please leave. The receptionist, a robot, had already received Zhang Chen's instructions and began to deliberately make things difficult. It couldn't be too smooth, otherwise, Zhou Qi would definitely be suspicious. Zhou Qi tried to persuade again, but it was of no use. She felt a bit discouraged. How could it be so easy to land business with such a big company? I was really too naive. Zhou Qi walked out of the door with her head down, but when she saw Zhang Chen looking at her expectantly, she immediately stopped in her tracks, a stubborn look appearing on her face. No, I can't give up. My dear cousin is still waiting for me to save him. I promised my aunt that I would help my cousin rise up and bring a girlfriend home for the new year. I must see General Manager Zhang Rong today. I have to secure this business deal. So she stood outside waiting for Zhang Rong to finish work and come out. This girl is really persistent. How long does she plan to wait? Zhang Chen leaned against the car door, smoking, feeling a deep ache in his heart. He quickly contacted Zhang Rong, urging her to come out soon. Boss, she's only been waiting for 3 minutes. Isn't it a bit too coincidental to go down now? The robotic Zhang Rong calculated at an astronomical speed and felt that it wasn't quite right, so she hesitated and replied. Then wait another 2 minutes, make it 5 minutes total, Zhang Chen said. Zhang Rong was completely speechless. What was the difference between waiting 2 more minutes and going down immediately? But she strictly followed the order. As soon as the 2 minutes were up, she went downstairs. Good afternoon, General Manager, the receptionist called out respectfully. Hello, Zhang Zong. The many family members of the patients greeted her respectfully as they came and went. They were all very grateful, charging only 10,000, while foreigners were charged 100,000. This was practically a conscience price. It was almost like it was free. So even though this was a high-tech service that any country would envy, there had been no uproar. No country had demanded that the high-tech company disclose this technology. If it fell into foreign hands, the charges could be several times or even a dozen times higher. Zhang Chen had cleverly reduced the crisis by keeping the fees low. Since it was a unique business, it could also rake in a fortune. Awakening all 5 million patients worldwide could earn over 4 trillion. Of course, this would take several years to complete. Additionally, there were many expenses, plus taxes and so on. My luck is so good. General Manager Zhang Rong came down so quickly? I thought I would have to wait until midnight, Zhou Qi thought joyfully. She quickly walked over and shouted, Hello, Zhang Zong. I am Zhou Qi, the president of the high-tech beauty salon. Our company. The content was, of course, to promote the beauty salon and discuss cooperation. Every day, dozens of salespeople come to see me at accommodation, dining, including beauty salons, but we already have partners, so. Zhang Rong waved her hand, looking impatient. Several security guards rushed over to separate Zhou Qi. Zhang Zong, our high-tech beauty salon is different. Like your company, it is also high-tech. Zhou Qi hadn't given up and continued to shout. Is that so? Zhang Rong seemed to be moved, but there was no way. Zhang Chen was already glaring at her. If she didn't receive them, she might be sent back for reprocessing. It's true, I'm not lying at all, Zhou Qi said excitedly. Come with me, Zhang Rong said. Let's talk. Oh my god, this is great, I've been received. I must seize this opportunity. Zhou Qi was thrilled to the extreme. She even turned back to glance at Zhang Chen, who timely gave her a thumbs up. They went to a luxurious conference room. It was truly all high-tech. The two sat across from each other and began to negotiate. I want to see the equipment at your beauty salon first. Is it as advanced as you say? Zhang Rong said. Then let's go see it at our company? Zhou Qi suggested. No need, a video conference will do, Zhang Rong replied. How do we start a video conference? Zhou Qi looked confused. Of course, she didn't dare to ask out loud. She could only ask the company technician through WeChat and soon got a phone number. Zhang Rong dialed it. The screen on the wall displayed the scene on the other side. A technician began the video call. First, greet President Zhou Qi. Then, start introducing various instruments and high-tech equipment from the first floor upwards. Zhou Qi was left dumbfounded by the various functions. Each project was explained in detail. The phone call lasted an hour. Zhang Rong hung up and said with a smile, "Your company is impressive. We can connect our business with yours." Yes, our beauty salon is very strong," Zhou Qi said excitedly. "So, shall we cooperate? Let me think about it." Zhang Rong feigned hesitation. "There are several strong hospitals also contacting us. Should we cooperate with your beauty salon or with the hospitals?" "Of course, we should cooperate with our beauty salon. First, it's closer. Second, our company's strength can help vegetative patients recover quickly. Third, our company's name is also high-tech," Zhou Qi said. "Moreover, our company is privately owned, so we can do equity swaps." "Equity swap? Good idea." Zhang Rong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "President Zhou, you truly are a rare business genius. I admire you. Your boss is lucky to have found such a talent as you to be the president. Can we really do the swap? Am I really a business genius?" Zhou Qi was stunned. Swapping shares in a rehabilitation center for vegetative patients is something any company in the world would dream of, right? A beauty salon that hasn't even opened yet can do a swap? My suggestion is to swap 20% of the equity. Neither side needs to supplement any funds. We can cooperate well in the future and make big money. I estimated that our company's annual profit is around 500 billion. After cooperation, your beauty salon's profit should also reach 500 billion, Zhang Rong said. Is it really that high? Zhou Qi was shocked. Oh my god, had she stumbled upon a super big deal? An annual profit of over 500 billion? Yes, Zhang Rong said, after cooperation, we will provide follow-up services for vegetative patients, suggesting they go to the beauty salon for rehabilitation. The charge will be 30 to 50,000. Moreover, vegetative patients have family members who can also benefit from beauty treatments, weight loss, scar removal, skin whitening, height increase, and insomnia treatment. With good results, they won't hesitate to try. After saying this, she began typing rapidly on the computer, the sound echoing like thunder. In just a few minutes, she had drafted the cooperation agreement along with the equity swap agreement. She signed it directly and stamped it with the official seal. Then she pushed it towards Zhou Qi. Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign it. Bring it back to stamp with your official seal. Our cooperation will begin. Zhou Qi was bewildered, took it over, and examined it closely. She found the contract and the equity swap agreement to be exceptionally rigorous and airtight. It was a complete win-win situation. Then I'll take it back and give you a response tomorrow. Okay? Zhou Qi said. No problem, Zhang Rong replied. Thus, Zhou Qi took her leave, her face filled with joy, walking with a spring in her step. She rushed in front of Zhang Chen, jumped up high, and hung onto his neck. Brother, I succeeded. He, this girl is so happy she can't find her way. Zhang Chen chuckled to himself. Zhou Qi couldn't contain her excitement and asked Zhang Chen to drive her to the company. She also notified the senior management to hold a meeting together. As Zhang Chen drove, he asked with a smile, did you really succeed? How did you negotiate? That's company confidential, I can't disclose it now, Zhou Qi said proudly, but once the cooperation is successful, I will tell you. At that time, you'll know how amazing and incredible your sister is. Zhang Chen almost burst out laughing. This little girl was too naive and too easy to fool. If business were really that easy, anyone could get rich. However, if she could pull this off, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. He could also enjoy the benefits, continuing to crazily rack up failures. What a thrill! As soon as he returned to the company, President Zhou immediately walked into the conference room. All the executives were already there. They hadn't clocked out, they were all working overtime. President Zhou sat at the head of the table and, full of vigor, announced, Everyone, I've landed a big deal. How big? Wang Chan's eyes lit up. As the general manager, she was currently formulating advertising and endorsement plans. Otherwise, the company wouldn't have any business. The beauty salon was too large. 500 billion a year, and that's profit, Zhou Qi said. Pfft. Most of the executives spat out their tea. This was indeed a big deal. A terrifyingly big deal. But, are you dreaming? Is there really such a big deal in the world? I also exchanged for 20% of the shares, Zhou Qi said. You're just the president, with no shares at all? And you dare to exchange? Are you trying to reach for the sky? Most of the management looked bewildered. Which company? Wang Chan asked seriously. Gaoka Huaxing, Zhou Qi said. Duan Shanchan, Lu Mingyan, and Tang Menglun nearly burst out laughing. This was all Zhang Chen's company. The shares all belonged to Zhang Chen. What are you exchanging for? After the exchange, wouldn't it still be his? But they didn't dare to call it out. God knows what game Zhang Chen is playing. Perhaps he's just trying to cheer up his cousin in various ways. Truly a doting brother. Oh my, Gaoka Huaxing? The uninformed executives were ecstatic, excited, and thrilled. Then they began to look over the contracts and share exchanges. A very, very good collaboration, truly classic. Many executives were inexplicably shocked, filled with admiration. This president is incredible. No wonder he earns 20 million a year. Then they joyfully reported to the chairman. Of course, they received permission and praised Zhou Qi profusely. In the end, he said, President Zhou, now you know that capitalists won't suffer losses, right? Because of you, I can earn several hundred billion more in wealth every year. So how are you going to reward me, boss? Zhou Qi was also quite impressed. The boss had such good insight. She couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Then let's reward you with another 100,000, Zhang Chen said. And at the end of the year, I'll give you a bit more in bonuses. He didn't dare to give too much, otherwise, his cousin would just turn around and give it back to him, pestering him to start a business every day. How could he still enjoy the benefits? Boss, aren't you being a bit stingy? Zhou Qi said. Be stingy when it's time to be stingy, and be generous when it's time to pay your salary. Do you understand? Zhang Chen said. Boss, no wonder you can become a wealthy tycoon, Zhou Qi said admiringly. Brother, do you think I'm amazing? Zhou Qi excitedly said as she sat in Zhang Chen's car on the way home. Amazing, too amazing. Your position is secure now. From now on, I'll be relying on you, Zhang Chen said. I'm here to save you. This is just the beginning, Zhou Qi said proudly. By the way, I just got 100,000 bonus. Let's split it 50-50. Don't, Zhang Chen refused with all his might. Brother, this time it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't happened to drive to Gaoka Huaxing, how could I have landed this business? So, no refusals. But the business was negotiated by you. I didn't do anything. With your extraordinary talent, this business would have been yours sooner or later. You just gave me 100,000. I really don't want it. Cousin, what's mine is yours. Feel free to use it. After I get my salary, I'll support you. Right now, I don't have any money left. I'll leave 50,000 to buy furniture, otherwise, I give it all to you. Zhou Qi said, and she had already transferred 50,000. It arrived immediately. Ding. Host failed to refuse cousin's money, failure points plus 100. The system's voice rang out. Damn, that's a lot? Zhang Chen was dumbfounded, his heart filled with wild joy. His cousin was not just a bank. She could also crazily rack up failure points. From now on, interacting more with my cousin will naturally yield great rewards. After sending Zhou Qi home, Zhang Chen went to the villa. Xia Lei was dressed like a fairy, greeting him with a rich fragrance. She gave Zhang Chen a warm hug. Great literary master, you're back. Zhou Yaxin also came over. What are you all doing? Zhang Chen was surrounded by them, playing chess. The two beauties pulled Zhang Chen to sit at the table. Indeed, there was a game of Go set up on the table. The black and white stones crisscrossed the board, looking quite complex. Then they continued their match, deeply engrossed. Clearly, they both loved this game. Yet, they played rather slowly. Let's continue tomorrow. It's too late. Time to rest, Zhang Chen said, unable to resist looking at the stunningly beautiful CLA. No, I'm about to win this round. Zhou Yaxin shot Zhang Chen a glance. Honey, you go to sleep first. Wait for me to finish this round. If I win, I could get a treasure, CLA said. You have a bet? Zhang Chen asked in surprise. Of course, the bet is you. Whoever wins gets you, Zhou Yaxin said with a mischievous smile. Really? Zhang Chen's eyes widened. Don't listen to her nonsense, CLA said. I'm not an idiot. How could I bet like that with her? Then what are you betting on? Zhang Chen asked. Whoever loses has to dance a segment, CLA replied. Can I watch? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. After all, these were two super talented women, both exceptionally beautiful. They excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and also dabbled in singing, dancing, and composing. Such a great opportunity couldn't be missed. No, the two beauties blushed and shook their heads in refusal. Why not? Zhang Chen was astonished. We dance the Qing dance, CLA said softly. It's a name we came up with ourselves. It's actually the kind of dance performed by courtesans in ancient times. Qing dance? What would that be like? Zhang Chen became even more curious. As a man, he had a particular yearning for the ancient courtesan culture. Unfortunately, that culture and its heritage had long been severed. Modern men could no longer see it. He never expected that these two talented women would understand it. You can watch if you want, but you must win against us in chess first. Zhou Yashin pointed at the board. Right, Xiaolei nodded, her face still flushed. Zhang Chen, who had boasted loudly in the past, was unwilling to show off his skills. So, they conspired to tempt Zhang Chen into making a move, wanting to see if he was a Go master. Then you should prepare to dance the Qing dance, Zhang Chen said, suddenly feeling spirited. Having received system compensation, he was now the world's #1 expert in Go, chess, and checkers. What was there to fear in a challenge? Who goes first? Zhang Chen smiled. I'll go first, Zhou Yashin said. If you win against me, then you qualify to play against CLA. I see you have the advantage in this game. You're basically guaranteed to win, Zhang Chen said. How could she be stronger than you? I gave her 2 stones, CLA said proudly. I see, Zhang Chen glanced at the board, estimating that CLA should be a Go expert, seemingly at a 5-dan level. We'll just play this round, you can continue for CLA. Zhou Yashin was unsure of Zhang Chen's strength, but she didn't want to lose. Dancing the Qing dance was too embarrassing, even more so than that night spent together. So, it had to be avoided. This round was already a sure win. Then let's start, Zhang Chen said. Let's aim to finish the battle in 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Are you planning to concede? Zhou Yashin said. Then why not just concede now? You're the one conceding, not me, Zhang Chen said, casually placing a white stone in an inconspicuous spot. Hee, you're getting too cocky. Zhou Yashin was completely furious. He quickly responded with a move. There was nothing else to play. After making 3 consecutive moves, Zhou Yashin was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Did Zhang Chen's seemingly doomed dragon come back to life? Was her side in such a precarious situation? Were there so many flaws? Beads of sweat the size of mung beans appeared on her forehead. She hesitated for a long time without making a move. I lost. Zhou Yashin couldn't bring herself to play this move because, after thinking it over, it was all about losing. She looked at Zhang Chen with a complex gaze, her heart pounding. A feeling called admiration surged from her heart. The man before her was too talented, too outstanding. A great literary master, a great calligrapher, a great poet. And he was also skilled at Go, with superb chess skills. She really wanted to recklessly be his woman. Being a confidant was not enough, but he already had 3 girlfriends, like 3 towering mountains, blocking her way. It was too difficult to get over them. If she wasn't careful, she might fall into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Soon, Zhang Chen began playing chess with CLA. CLA's chess skills were indeed remarkable, especially in the opening, very sophisticated. It seemed she had received guidance from a master. However, Zhang Chen was now the world's #1 Go master. Winning against her was still quite easy. In just 10 minutes, CLA couldn't hold on any longer. She resigned, saying, "Hubby, you're too amazing, I'm no match for you." Her face was filled with admiration and love. In her beautiful eyes, there was a lingering affection. You lost, you can start dancing the Qing dance now. Zhang Chen's lips curled into a smirk, exuding a wicked charm that made him look exceptionally attractive. I'll dance for you tomorrow. Zhou Yashin's face turned crimson. She fled back to her room as if escaping. You won't be dancing for me tomorrow, will you? Zhang Chen looked at CLA, grinning mischievously. Then come with me. CLA's face flushed as she pulled Zhang Chen into the master bedroom. They began to dance the Qing dance. It was indeed extraordinary. The movements were incredibly ambiguous, and the gazes were particularly provocative. And they even started to undress. Oh my! Zhang Chen almost had a nosebleed. Then the lights went out. The next day, CLA reluctantly got up to go to work, wrapping her arms around Zhang Chen's neck and saying, "You won't let Zhou Yashin dance the Qing dance for you, will you?" No, that kind of dances too. You know. Zhang Chen shook his head repeatedly, still a bit frightened. Even a deity couldn't resist that. Then I can rest easy, CLA said. Being a confidant is actually quite good. If she can't turn around, it will be very painful. Don't force her. If she wants to leave, don't try to keep her. She then asked, why is there a brand new Maybach parked in the garage? I just bought it. Zhang Chen replied evasively. He had already seen the Maybach when he returned last night. It was, of course, extraordinarily luxurious and eye-catching. Even more impressive than a Koenigsegg. Isn't a Maybach worth 220 million? Isn't that too ostentatious? Xia Lei had a strange expression. However, thinking of Zhang Chen's achievements, it felt quite normal. Before the Starry Sky Brainwave Company even opened, he had already set up a high-tech awakening company. Now he was making over 10 billion every day. The books he published would also bring in 500 billion this month. Moreover, the second volume of the first book was about to be published. The manuscript had already been handed to Yang Xiaolan, not to mention the money earned by the other companies, which was also a huge number. With so much money, if he didn't spend it, how could he ever use it all? The system compensates me, and I can't refuse. Zhang Chen complained in his heart, saying, from now on, I'll mainly drive the Maybach, and you can drive the Koenigsegg or the Silby to work. How can that be? Xia Lei touched her forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Everyone knows you're my woman, just say I bought it for you, and that will be fine. Zhang Chen said, with so many cars, not driving them would be a waste. I like driving my BMW just fine. Xia Lei smiled and still refused. If I weren't working at the bank, I could still go. Hesitantly, she said, can you meet my grandfather? Your grandfather? Zhang Chen hesitated a bit. He was someone even Baidu couldn't find. He really didn't want to meet him. My grandfather retired a long time ago, Xia Lei said, just an old man who plays chess at the club every day. I'm worried you won't know how to play chess. I tempted you to make a move yesterday, but now I'm relieved. As long as you play a few games with him, he'll be as happy as a child. Alright then, I'll visit him when I have time, Zhang Chen said. Immediately, Xia Lei drove off to work in her BMW. She seemed completely unconcerned about anything happening between Zhang Chen and Zhou Yaxin. She was indeed incredibly confident. Great writer, the sculpture is finished. Come take a look. Zhou Yaxin's voice rang out from outside the door. Zhang Chen, who had wanted to take a nap, found he couldn't sleep anymore. He opened the door and stepped out. Today, Zhou Yaxin was dressed more beautifully than ever. A strapless long dress, high heels, and her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Hiss. This woman can't be trying to seduce me, can she? Zhang Chen gasped inwardly. He walked into a room specifically for sculpting. That piece of high-quality imperial green jade had indeed transformed into a magnificent imperial palace. There were even emperors, guards, and palace maids. Vividly lifelike, extremely beautiful. Even if Zhang Chen himself had carved it, he probably could only achieve this level. How is it? Are you satisfied? Zhou Yaxin asked with a smile. Very satisfied, Zhang Chen said excitedly. If I added a smart, capable, and beautiful girlfriend like this, would you be willing? Zhou Yaxin asked shyly. Of course, but I'm afraid she wouldn't be willing, Zhang Chen blurted out, completely forgetting Xia Lei's earlier advice. Talented and sentimental, persistent, and having shared a bed, even if nothing happened. If she really wanted to hold on, would he still refuse? After all, he was already a scumbag. Why not be a little more of one? Then would you be willing to marry her? If you are, she'll dance the Qing dance for you, and it will definitely be the most beautiful and alluring. Zhou Yaxin's eyes sparkled, filled with affection. Her voice was charming and melodious to the extreme. It sent shivers down his spine. Well, I haven't thought about marriage yet, Zhang Chen said. With a lifespan of 3,000 years, he was only 25, still in his infancy. So, he really hadn't considered marriage. The purpose of marriage is to reproduce. Because with only 100 years of life, if one lives long, the genes for reproduction would be suppressed. Don't play too much. After a few more years, you should settle down, Zhou Yaxin said, giving Zhang Chen a slightly resentful look. I'm leaving now, don't see me off. The car has arrived. I still owe you a dance. It might take a lifetime to show it to you. She took a suitcase from the room. Sure enough, a car arrived outside, a stretched Lincoln, a female driver. I've been very happy here, and I will never forget it, Zhou Yaxin said, a look of reluctance on her face. I wish you happiness, Zhang Chen said with a smile. In his heart, he was clear. Zhou Yaxin knew he wouldn't make her any promises and had long been prepared to leave. Passionate yet carefree. This talented woman had a strong personality. No wonder she could write such beautiful articles and novels. No wonder she could become a master sculptor. Take care, Zhou Yaxin said, turning to get into the car. When you're 80, I'll still look like I do today. You should take care of yourself, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, waving at her. The car started and quickly disappeared from view. Zhang Chen sat down on the steps, starting to smoke. His face was filled with contemplation. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he would never see Zhou Yaxin again. This talented woman had vanished from his life forever, but he couldn't possibly embrace all the beauties of the world. Even ancient emperors couldn't achieve this. Cao Cao wanted to possess both De Xiao Xiao but was left unfulfilled. Li Longji desired Yang Yuan and put in a lot of effort. And here I am, accompanied by 3 super beauties. Isn't that enough? Honey, are you feeling a bit uncomfortable? A voice rang out. I don't know when, but Xia Lei had returned, standing gracefully in front of Zhang Chen, like a peony in full bloom, elegant and stunningly beautiful. Weren't you supposed to be at work? Zhang Chen tossed away his cigarette butt and stood up, embracing Xia Lei. He felt as if he had the whole world in his arms. This was his own talented woman, the true beauty who matched him in every way. I was worried you'd be sad, so I came back to keep you company. Why would I be sad? You are a charming talent, after all, who loves talented women. If a talented woman leaves, wouldn't it be strange if you weren't sad? Write a poem, Xia Lei said with a smile, that might be remembered for ages. And that is true beauty, the most beautiful sentiment, isn't it? Zhang Chen indeed wrote a poem. It was a farewell poem, very distinctive yet philosophical, not limited to love. Xia Lei was pleasantly surprised, admiring it for a long time. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen received 2 very important phone calls. He hurriedly drove away. One call was from Lu Xiyu. Brother Hao, my brother is working in the Magic City and is getting married soon. He might run into some trouble. Can you accompany me? Sure, Zhang Chen agreed without hesitation. I love you, Brother Hao. Lu Xiyu's voice was filled with joy. The other call was from Deng Xiaoli. Deng Xiaoli had finally started investing, asking Zhang Chen to make the final decision. During this time, Deng Xiaoli and her team had investigated quite a few companies, including those in Yanjing and the Magic City. Zhang Chen arrived at the wealthy company's office in a Maybach. Hello, Chairman. All the staff welcomed him as if he were a deity. Then they began the meeting. Deng Xiaoli introduced the investment projects one by one, totaling dozens. The investment amounts varied, some were in the tens of millions, some in the millions, and some in the billions. But there were also projects worth tens of billions, such as new material research, longevity studies, research on eternal youth, and various terminal illness studies, along with high-tech research projects. Most were university research projects. Zhang Chen glanced over and quickly checked a few. They were all ambitious projects: eternal youth, longevity gene research, AIDS treatment, depression treatment, and lithography machine research. These were all research areas that consumed vast amounts of money. Of course, the investment would be divided into multiple phases, not providing too much funding at once. It would depend on progress, assessments, and supervision before releasing the next phase of funds. Boss, are you going to the Magic City? Deng Xiaoli asked. Why not investigate a project, longevity gene activation? This project requires an investment of over 10 billion. It's best if you go see it in person. Alright, give me the materials, contact the other party, and let them know I'm coming to investigate, Zhang Chen said. Then Zhang Chen called Zhou Qi. Brother, what are you going to the Magic City for? Zhou Qi asked in surprise. A friend is getting married, Zhang Chen replied. Oh, then come back early, Zhou Qi said. I still haven't had time to move. There's too much to do because the patients for the awakening therapy will be coming tomorrow. But when you return, we'll definitely have moved. You can just move in with your bag. At the airport, Zhang Chen was the center of attention, being stared at by countless angry eyes. This was because he was surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. He and Lu Xiyu were heading to the Magic City, while Wu Dongfei and Xia Lei came to see them off, looking like reluctant lovers. You guys should go back, otherwise, I might just be killed by all these stares, Zhang Chen said, rubbing his forehead. Be careful on the road. You have to think of me every day. Wu Dongfei and Xia Lei both hugged Zhang Chen. Once Zhang Chen and Lu Xiyu entered the waiting hall, Xia Lei and Wu Dongfei stared at each other. Finally, Xia Lei smiled sweetly. Are you jealous? Not jealous, Wu Dongfei replied, a bit awkwardly. They then began to chat. In fact, Xia Lei even invited Wu Dongfei to Zhang Chen's villa. When Wu Dongfei saw the Maybach and the silver in the garage, she was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Chen to have 2 other supercars, one of which was a Maybach worth over 200 million, but she had never seen him drive them. Upon entering the villa, Wu Dongfei exclaimed, so luxurious. You could move in here too, Xia Lei said with a smile. Wu Dongfei smiled but said nothing. If Zhang Chen didn't bring her, she definitely wouldn't have come. Soon, Xia Lei pulled her into the study, pointing out Zhang Chen's calligraphy works and talking about the wonderful process of him writing and composing poetry. She explained the allusions and beautiful imagery in the poems, leaving Wu Dongfei entranced. Her face was filled with longing. His literary talent, his overflowing genius, could only be truly understood by someone as talented as Xia Lei, right? So, was that why Xia Lei could enter his heart, like a confidant? What a formidable rival! Zhang Chen and Lu Xiyu sat side by side on the plane. They were in first class. It was quite luxurious. There were only 8 seats. You could lie flat. You could drink fine champagne for free and enjoy various gourmet dishes cooked to order. The flight attendants here were also the most beautiful and top-notch. Brother Hao, I'm really sorry to have you come this time. My brother is just an ordinary person, driving a Didi car. But he's sweet-tongued, so he managed to woo a local girl, and now they're getting married. However, the bride's family is giving him a hard time. My brother is worried, so I thought of bringing you along to help out. Some sudden changes will need your decision. Lu Xiyu wrapped her arm around Zhang Chen's, her face full of apology. It's okay, I have other matters to attend to in the Magic City to investigate a very important investment. Also, I want to visit and comfort some high school and college classmates working in the Magic City. So, after your brother's wedding, you can go back first. I might need to stay a few more days, maybe even longer, Zhang Chen said. He had one more thing he didn't say, which was that since he had finally come to this big city, even bigger than Deep City, he had to make his presence felt. A quick in and out would be like entering a treasure mountain and coming back empty-handed. Lu Shiyu immediately sighed in relief, a flower-like smile blooming on her face. This beauty is so beautiful, not at all inferior to me. The first-class flight attendant, Wang Mei, glanced at Lu Shiyu with the corner of her eye. The few male passengers in first class were sizing up Wang Mei. She was at least 1.78 meters tall, with the most perfect S-curve. Her cleavage was deep enough to leave one speechless, especially those enchanting eyes. One look from her, and you would believe love had arrived, and then you would be completely lost. What a beautiful flight attendant, Zhang Chen silently admired. An idea flashed through his mind. Isn't the best place to brush off failures the airport? Because all the flight attendants are super beauties. He should go to the airport or hotels near the airport more often. Flight attendants usually rest in hotels after work. Sir, would you like something to drink? Wang Mei asked Zhang Chen. Among the guests, Zhang Chen was the youngest and the most handsome. Moreover, he looked at her so directly, without any concealment. She felt a bit shy under his gaze and thought to herself, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, yet you still want to flirt? Men are indeed never satisfied. Let's have 2 cups of Sprite, Zhang Chen said. When the flight attendant brought it over, he asked again, beautiful, what's your monthly salary? Not much, just around 20 to 30,000. Sumei's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. She had been asked this question by guests far too many times. She could recite the following inquiries by heart. Are you interested in working at my company? The annual salary is $1 million. That's too low. Why not come work for my company? You can set your own salary. Be my woman, and I'll give you 100,000 a month. I'll support you for 3 years, giving you 5 million. Be my lover, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury. She wondered how this fickle, rich, and handsome man would respond. I'm very satisfied with your service. You seem like a nice person. I'd like to hire you to work at my company. The salary is negotiable. What do you think? Zhang Chen asked with a smile. Brother Hao is looking for inspiration again. Lu Shiyu tightened her grip on Zhang Chen's arm. This flight attendant was quite beautiful. It all depended on whether she could seize the opportunity. However, Brother Hao had been searching for inspiration for so long without causing any scandals. He was skilled, disguising himself as a poor guy selling goods. But today was different. He was in first class, wearing designer clothes. He even wore a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth 78 million. Although he was being held by her, the flight attendant might have already noticed. As expected, it's the same content, no difference. If you weren't with your girlfriend, I might have exchanged a few pleasantries with you. But now, I can only refuse you immediately, Wang Mei thought to herself, smiling as she said, Sir, I'm very satisfied with my current job, so I'm sorry. Ding! Host's attempt to hire Wang Mei failed. Compensation, 1 private jet, a modified Boeing 747, worth $617 million. Parked at the airport in Magic City, the crew is already equipped, all robots. 2 flight attendants are still needed. With this private jet, the host can hire any beautiful flight attendant at a high salary, and they will basically not refuse. The system's voice rang out. This compensation is impressive. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. This flight attendant's rejection had earned him a $617 million private jet. This was the most top-tier private jet in the world. It was said to be super luxurious inside. Now he could fly his own plane back to Deep City. Awesome! Are you feeling inspired now? Lu Shiyu asked, seeing Zhang Chen smile so brightly that she couldn't help but ask. Yes, a lot of inspiration. This time, I guarantee I can make tens of billions, Zhang Chen replied. Then you can write a volume out of it? Lu Shiyu's beautiful eyes lit up, her face filled with admiration and excitement. Pretty much, I can release the second volume when I return to Deep City, Zhang Chen said. That's great. Lu Shiyu was very happy. I've been dreaming of seeing the second volume. She lowered her voice and said, the first volume of the second book sold very well after its release. It was even more popular than the first one because there was a fan base. Last month, I earned 5 billion, and this month should be about the same. Next month, it will drop significantly. Zhang Chen also spoke softly. Awakening the company can earn over 10 billion every day? Pretty much, but it's really not that much. However, with the beauty salon coming in, it should double. The games Zhongheng Tiantang and the game Helmet are being released at the same time. Xian Shanxian said it's this month? Yes. I might not even have time to go back. Zhang Chen said, I suddenly thought of another thing. The stone gambling promise to the company employees. This time coming to Magic City, I need to visit all the stone gambling shops. Plus, with the previous matters, it will take quite a few days. The god of wealth has arrived. I must bring back tens of billions, Lu Shiyu laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped, exuding charm and allure. Zhang Chen immediately felt a different sensation. If only they were on the private jet, then he could do anything he wanted. Thinking of this made him even happier, because he now had a private jet, the most luxurious kind. They finally arrived at Magic City Airport. Beautiful lady, if you want to change jobs, call me. Zhang Chen handed Wang Mei a business card and then pulled Lu Shiyu outside. Wang Mei gave Zhang Chen a disdainful look. Beauty, you misunderstood. He's not flirting with you. He really wants to hire you, Lu Shiyu couldn't help but say to Wang Mei. She had one more thing she wanted to say. Zhang Chen got inspired because of her, which was worth billions, and this was just a chance to compensate her. But, judging by the looks of it, this beautiful flight attendant was going to miss her opportunity. Are you really going to hire me? Wang Mei looked at the business card, which only had a name and a phone number on it. Her face was filled with surprise. If it were some big boss, they would want to print all their titles on the card. Could it really be a top-tier tycoon? However, she still didn't believe he wasn't flirting with her. He must have some ulterior motive. At Brother Hao, when will you arrive in the Magic City? I'm coming to pick you up. The god of wealth has arrived. Welcome him with open arms. The tycoon is here to save us. Tycoon, I love you. As soon as he got off the plane, Zhang Chen opened two classmate groups, high school and university. The university classmates weren't as enthusiastic because they didn't know much about Zhang Chen's background. They only knew he might have a few $100 million in assets. Although impressive, it wasn't to the point of worship. However, the high school classmates knew quite a bit about Zhang Chen, so they were all extremely excited and thrilled. They almost wanted to greet him at the plane. Didn't they see how Gao Feiyang was already fawning over him? And he had gained huge benefits from it. Zhang Chen helped him recover $35 million in unpaid goods, even with interest. At all classmates, I have arrived in the Magic City, but I have to attend a wedding in the next few days. Let's gather again in a few days. Zhang Chen said this in both groups. He then walked outside with Lu Shiyu. So many beautiful women. On the way, Zhang Chen was secretly excited. Not only were there flight attendants with high looks and great figures everywhere, but there were also many beautiful passengers. The airport was indeed a great place to rack up points. If Lu Shiyu weren't by his side, he would have gone all out. That would definitely yield huge rewards. Shiyu, over here. Someone shouted. It was a handsome guy who looked a lot like Lu Shiyu. He was dressed in a casual suit and smiled brightly. Lu Shiyu pulled Zhang Chen over and introduced him with a beaming smile. This is my brother, Lu Shilei, and this is my boyfriend, Zhang Chen. Hello, hello. The two shook hands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they walked outside. He looks pretty good, quite handsome and fit, and has a strong presence, Lu Shilei whispered in Lu Shiyu's ear. Is he a classmate from school? A graduate student, Lu Shiyu said with a smile. I invited him over to back you up. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble your wedding might run into. Back me up? Is he capable? Lu Shilei was taken aback. Your sister-in-law's side is quite formidable. I'm almost driven crazy. Brother, just rest assured. Brother Hao will handle everything, Lu Shiyu said confidently, puffing out her chest proudly. Little girl doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, thinking that good grades make her a top student. But this is society. When it comes to a real fight, even the best students have to bow down, Lu Shilei thought to himself. Changing the subject, he asked, have you told mom and dad that you have a boyfriend? Not yet, Lu Shiyu said shyly. Mom and dad are here, so you two need to be careful. Dad has a bad temper, Lu Shilei said. Lu Shilei was driving a Mercedes, speeding down the road. He chatted casually with Zhang Chen, asking about his family situation and post-graduation plans. Zhang Chen answered casually, completely dodging the questions. He didn't reveal his true capabilities at all. Lu Shiyu almost laughed several times while listening. You, a soon-to-be world's richest tycoon, don't have to be so low-key, do you? However, Lu Shilei was still quite satisfied, smiling as he said, I'm a poor student, attending a second-tier university, so I've been driving for Didi. Our Lu family is just an ordinary family. I don't have high expectations for you. As long as you treat her well and can give her happiness, that's enough. My sister is quite capable. She doesn't need the family to support her while in college. Otherwise, our family would be in even more trouble. So, I believe that after you graduate, relying on your own abilities, you can live a good life. I wish you both the best. Perhaps having been a driver for too long, he was quite talkative. Moreover, he spoke in a way that made people feel comfortable. It was evident he had high emotional intelligence. Zhang Chen had a good impression of him. Soon, they arrived at the Lu family home. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room duplex apartment, 2 floors. The total area was about 180 square meters. In the Magic City, housing prices are high. Such an apartment wouldn't be available for less than 10 million. The down payment had drained the Lu family's entire savings. Plus, Lu Shiyu had a younger sister who was in her senior year of high school. The Lu family's financial situation was quite tight. Fortunately, Lu's father and mother also worked in the Magic City. Additionally, Lu Shiyu occasionally helped out at home. They barely managed to pay the monthly mortgage. But of course, there was no extra money left. Lu's father and mother were both in their 40s, still relatively young. When they saw Lu Shiyu unexpectedly bringing her boyfriend home, they were taken aback. They scrutinized Zhang Chen from top to bottom, indirectly inquiring about his family situation. They concluded that his conditions were better than their own. Moreover, his education was higher than Lu Shiyu's. It seemed like a good match, but couldn't they find someone even better? Their daughter was more beautiful than a princess. Suitors were as numerous as fish in a river. So, the two of them pulled Lu Shiyu into a room, their faces dark with displeasure. "You little brat, you sneak back with a boyfriend without a word? Are you trying to drive us crazy? You're going to give your parents a heart attack, not even telling us you're dating?" "Mom and Dad, Zhang Chen is very capable. It's not that he doesn't deserve your daughter, but rather that your daughter doesn't deserve him." Lu Shiyu pouted. "You'll see. You'll think he's great soon enough." Lu's father and mother were skeptical but forced smiles as they came out to entertain Zhang Chen. But the atmosphere was, of course, a bit awkward. "What? We must rent the most luxurious wedding car fleet? Bentley, Rolls-Royce? A 9-meter-long Lincoln, Hummer?" At that moment, Lu Shilei received a phone call. "Mom, aren't you making it difficult for me? The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Where am I supposed to rent such luxury cars?" "What? If I can't rent them, we'll postpone the wedding?" After hanging up, Lu Shilei nearly threw his phone in frustration, breathing heavily with anger. "What's going on?" Lu's mother asked anxiously. "I was originally borrowing cars from friends, 10 Mercedes and BMWs for the wedding procession, but they changed their minds and said they want top-tier luxury cars. Not to mention it would cost nearly 100,000. Even if I had that money, I still can't rent them now." "There's not enough time," Lu Shilei said in exasperation. "How can this be? First, they said the betrothal gift was too little, increasing from 300,000 to 500,000. Then they said the house wasn't good enough, making us buy this duplex apartment. Now they want to rent luxury cars. This wedding can't happen." Lu's father slammed his hand on the table. "Stop losing your temper and think of a solution. Otherwise, they really might postpone the wedding." Lu's mother was in a flurry. "I'll call and ask." Lu Shilei began calling rental companies, trying to rent cars. But, without exception, there were no cars available. They had all been rented out long ago. You had to book 3 months in advance to get one. "This wedding really can't happen." Lu Shilei sat down on a stool, his head drooping as if he had lost his soul. "Xiao Xiaoyu said you're quite capable. Can you find a way to rent a car?" Lu's mother asked. "I'll call and ask." Zhang Chen smiled. "Are you going to borrow a car from a friend?" The whole family, including Lu Shiyu, was filled with anticipation. Zhang Chen began calling numerous car rental companies, raising prices and such, but similarly failed. It was simply because the date was too tight, just one day. "Are you kidding?" Others had already made reservations. "If you cancel someone else's car, that would ruin your reputation." "Sigh, it seems Zhang Chen has no way out. Even doubling the price won't work." The whole family was very disappointed. Ding! Host's car rental failed, compensating with a luxury car fleet, one each of Koenigsegg, Silver, Aston Martin 177, Lamborghini Veneno, Hennessy Venom GT, Pagani, Bugatti, Ferrari LaFerrari. The system's voice rang out. "Wow, this time I've hit the jackpot. This fleet is worth 400 million. Zhang Chen secretly rejoiced. Coming to the Magic City this time, he really could make a lot of money. It was exhilarating. "Brother Hao, is there really no way?" Lu Shiyu also became anxious and asked. "I'll place an order right away. I can just buy a fleet," Zhang Chen said casually. He pretended to start making a call. "Is this Xiao Luo?" "This is Zhang Chen. I want to purchase one each of Koenigsegg, Silver, Aston Martin 177, Lamborghini Veneno, Hennessy Venom GT, Pagani, Bugatti, Ferrari LaFerrari. Deliver them in an hour." "Alright, that's it." Put. The Lu family and a few relatives listening on the side all burst out laughing. 8 top supercars, worth several hundred million. Not to mention whether you have the capability. Even if you do, supercars aren't bought like this. They need to be ordered in advance. You won't see the cars without at least half a year to a year of waiting. And delivered in an hour? Do you think this is buying cabbage? Even Lu Shiyu was a bit skeptical, pouting and saying, "Brother Hao, don't joke around, or my parents will get angry." "I'm not joking, I really bought the cars. They'll be here soon." Money can make the devil push the millstone. "Don't you understand?" Zhang Chen replied. "You must be buying toy cars, right?" A relative couldn't hold back the laughter. "We'll know in an hour, won't we?" Zhang Chen said lightly. Then he busied himself with his phone, interacting with Wu Dongfei and CLA. Is it really coming? Are you still hiding your identity? I said I'm a rich guy, but they don't believe me. Don't listen to Brother Hao's nonsense. He hasn't revealed his identity, but he boasts about buying a luxury car fleet to be delivered in an hour. My parents don't believe it, and I don't dare to believe it either. Honey, you better not be bragging, right? An hour quickly approached. The Lu family and relatives all went to the balcony, wide-eyed watching. Now, with no other options, they just hoped Zhang Chen really bought the fleet. But, not to mention the fleet, they hadn't even seen a shadow of a luxury car. Nonsense. It must be a lie. They couldn't believe there was such a terrifying rich guy who could spend money to buy a luxury car fleet that was worth several hundred million. Just as everyone in the Lu family was disappointed and prepared to angrily blame Zhang Chen, a rumble, a low sound like a beast's roar erupted. A luxury car fleet, exuding a fierce aura, sped in. Leading the way was the Koenigsegg, worth 100 million. Following it were silver, Aston Martin 177, Lamborghini Veneno, Hennessy Venom GT, Pagani, Bugatti, Ferrari LaFerrari. White, red, blue, yellow, radiating a strong aura of wealth. Oh my god, 8 luxury supercars. So beautiful, too beautiful. Wow. Oh my god, is this a gathering of top rich second-generation kids? Passers-by on the road were dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. A super luxurious supercar fleet really came, and it seems to be the same as the cars Zhang Chen mentioned. Could it be that these are really the cars Zhang Chen bought? My god. The Lu family, watching from the balcony, was completely stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. Lu Xilei's face was filled with ecstasy. Lu Xiyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intense light. Soon, the convoy arrived downstairs. All of it came to a stop. 8 drivers got out, all dressed in suits and wearing white gloves. Let's go down to collect the cars, Zhang Chen said with an indifferent expression. He led the Lu family downstairs. There were already many people gathered below, their eyes wide with excitement. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The convoy you ordered has arrived. Please check it. The 8 drivers handed over the keys and the purchase invoice and other documents. Thanks, Zhang Chen replied, his face still indifferent. Hiss. It's actually this young man who bought them? How rich must he be? Everyone watching was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Most of them were ordinary people. Being able to buy a car worth over $1 million was already incredibly impressive. Who would have thought that someone could buy 8 supercars in one go? How impressive was that? The shock of the Lu family was, of course, much greater. There are countless wealthy people in the world, many of whom can afford these supercars. But how many can have them delivered with just a phone call in an hour? How impressive must that be? At first, we were still disdainful of him, still not believing him. It was simply a case of not recognizing the greatness before us. Brother Hao, you're amazing, Lu Xiyu said with wild joy, wrapping her arms around Zhang Chen's neck, her smile enchanting, her eyes conveying emotions irresistibly alluring. Brother Hao, I don't admire anyone else, just you. Lu Xilei also looked at him with admiration and respect, wishing he could kneel down and worship him. Zhang Chen couldn't bear to look directly at them. You call me Brother Hao? Aren't you being shameless? Little Hao, you really are a man of mystery. The Lu family members looked at him with fervent eyes. This son-in-law was too impressive. Lu father and Lu mother instantly transformed, becoming incredibly warm and welcoming. So delightful. With the car rental issue resolved, the Lu family was in high spirits. Lu Xilei excitedly replied to his girlfriend Duaning, wife, the convoy is sorted, and it far exceeds the specifications. I'll give you a surprise later. That's great. I'll tell my parents. Love you, Duaning replied quickly. What? You rented a luxury convoy? Lu mother was very displeased, her brows furrowing deeply. To be honest, she was not very satisfied with that son-in-law. Although he was handsome and sweet-talking, his financial situation was too poor. It was just that her daughter liked him. It was hard to stop. No, she had to make things difficult again, preferably to ruin the wedding. Her daughter couldn't blame her. After all, it was her choice to like a useless man, right? So she started making phone calls again. What? The wedding can't be held at a 3-star hotel? It must be at a 5-star hotel? But I've already paid the deposit, and it's too late to change hotels now. Mom, please, don't make this difficult for me, okay? Duaning and I truly love each other. Lu Xilei received a call, furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. His mother-in-law was sincerely trying to ruin the wedding. But no matter how he pleaded, it was of no use. The call ended with a sharp click. It's over, they want to change the wedding to a 5-star hotel. Otherwise, they won't let their daughter marry me. Lu Xilei was on the verge of tears. This is too much, the wedding is off. Lu father had a fiery temper, smoke practically coming out of his nostrils. Do you think finding a wife is easy? We've come this far, how can we give up? This wedding must happen. Lu's mother said, Duaning is quite nice, much better than her mother. Son, ask her what she thinks. Wife, mom wants me to change the hotel. I've already paid a deposit of 50,000, if we change hotels, that money won't be refunded. What do you mean? Lu Shilei asked on the phone. I can't go against my mom either. Whatever she says goes. Can't you think of a way? It's just changing a hotel, right? It shouldn't be too hard, Duaning replied. But the cost will increase by half, or even more. My family can't afford it. Can you talk to them? I've already tried. It didn't work, really. Just grit your teeth and get through this, okay? Lu Shilei hung up the phone, shaking his head in despair. It's useless. Her mother doesn't want to marry her off to me at all. She's determined to ruin the wedding. This time, I've been badly hurt. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Chen and said, Brother Hao, can you lend me some money? I can't afford to hold the wedding at a 5-star hotel anymore. I'll pay you back once I receive the betrothal gifts. Everyone in the Lu family looked at him expectantly. Lu Shiyu, however, felt a bit worried. Zhang Chen was wealthy, but he had a very particular personality. If he gave it to you, it was yours. If he didn't, you couldn't take it or ask for it. Luckily, her brother said it was a loan, otherwise, it might have caused problems. It's all small stuff. Let's first see if we can book a 5-star hotel. Time is too tight, and there will definitely be many weddings that day since it's the best auspicious date, Zheng Chen said. Okay, I'll call right away. Lu Shilei's face lit up with joy as he immediately started making calls. Zheng Chen was also on the phone, but one by one, all the 5-star hotels were fully booked. There are spots available 3 days later, but the day after tomorrow is completely booked, even the last 5-star hotel said. It's over. The Lu family looked pale. This meant the wedding couldn't be held. Ding, the host's booking for the 5-star hotel failed, compensating with a 7-star hotel. The system's voice rang out. What the hell, a 7-star hotel? That's amazing. Zheng Chen was overjoyed. A 6-star hotel was worth 2 billion. A 7-star hotel must be worth more than 2 billion, possibly even 3 billion. Wherever I go, there are industries. This is incredible. Brother Hao, can you think of another way? Lu Shiyu pleaded. She couldn't bear to see her brother's wedding fall through. Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Zheng Chen's face. This was a godly rich man who bought 8 top luxury cars with just one phone call. If he put in his full effort, he should be able to find a solution, right? I'll make a call and see, Zheng Chen said casually. He started dialing, of course, to his own 7-star hotel. Wang Ku, it's Zhang Chen. Hello, Chairman. Wang Ku was the hotel manager, and his voice was extremely warm. I have a friend getting married the day after tomorrow. Is there still a venue available? Yes, no matter how many tables, it's not a problem. The cost is about 100,000 per table. Let me discuss it below, Zhang Chen said and hung up. Then he said, there's no space at the 5-star hotel, but the 7-star hotel has availability, so it's fine. 7-star hotel? Doesn't that mean the cost will be much higher? Lu's father turned pale with fear. Only a father knows how hard it is to earn money. How many tables are you planning? Zheng Chen asked. About 50 tables, Lu Shilei said, trembling with fear. I've already checked, it's 100,000 per table. For 100 tables, it would be 5 million, Zheng Chen said. 5 million? Everyone in the Lu family nearly fainted. They couldn't come up with that amount even if they sold everything they had. Even Lu Shiyu's expression changed. For Zhang Chen, 5 million was just a drop in the bucket. But for Lu Shilei, that was an astronomical figure. It was impossible to come up with it. The betrothal gifts would definitely not reach that much. Having 1/10 of that would be good enough. Then let's not get married. I'm so unfortunate, Lu Shilei gritted his teeth and said painfully, she's just deliberately making things difficult. I can't go bankrupt because of this. Right, let's not get married. Everyone in the Lu family echoed. No one thought of borrowing money from Zhang Chen. 5 million? They couldn't pay that back. The wedding still has to happen. I'll cover the 5 million. Consider it my gift to my brother-in-law, Zheng Chen said casually. The entire room was stunned into silence. Everyone looked at Zheng Chen as if he were a deity. God, a 5 million gift? How wealthy must he be? Incredible, just incredible. No, I can't accept that. It's such a waste, Lu Shilei said, still in shock, immediately refusing. I'll find a new girlfriend. Right, cancel the wedding. 5 million for a banquet? Are you kidding? No matter how rich you are, that's just too wasteful, Lu's father said seriously. The others nodded in agreement. For them, spending 5 million on a wedding was unacceptable. A 3-star hotel would be just fine. It wouldn't cost much at all. Don't be so tense, that's my hotel. The cost for 50 tables is about the same as a 3-star hotel. It won't cost much, Zheng Chen waved his hand. Your hotel? Which one? The Lu family members' eyes widened. Even Lu Shiyu looked confused. Does Haogu have a business in the Magic City? How come I've never heard of it? Jun Tianxia, Zheng Chen said. Jun Tianxia? Oh my god, that's the only 7-star hotel in the Magic City. The Lu family was dumbfounded, looking at Zheng Chen as if he were a deity. What kind of wealthy person is Lu Shiyu's boyfriend? How is he so impressive? Thus, the decision was made. The wedding would be held at the 7-star Hotel Jun Tianxia. Wife, the hotel is changed. It will definitely satisfy your mom. Lu Shilei contacted Duaning again. That's great. I was worried about it, and I didn't expect you to solve the problem so quickly, Duaning replied promptly. Now, nothing weird will happen, right? Lu Shilei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But the next moment, his phone rang again. He glanced at it and almost threw his phone away because it was his mother-in-law again. Is she going to make things difficult? He could only answer with a long face, and the other party's voice instantly rang out. You can't lie to me. Otherwise, the wedding the day after tomorrow won't happen. Mom, you can rest assured. Lu Shilei sighed and patted his chest to assure her. So, at Zhang Chen's suggestion, they quickly changed locations, loaded their things, and got into 8 supercars, along with a few other vehicles. They zoomed off to Jun Tianxia Hotel. Sure enough, it was worthy of being a 7-star hotel. It was impressive, looking like a magnificent palace, structured in a square shape, 68 stories high. Hello, Chairman. Wang Ku welcomed them outside with the hotel management staff. She looked to be in her 30s, with an elegant demeanor, tall stature, and exquisite features. She had a beauty unique to mature women. From the information Zhang Chen received from the system, he learned that Wang Ku was 30 years old, had dual doctorates, was from Shangbei, unmarried, and had managed the hotel for 5 years. She was exceptionally capable. She welcomed Zhang Chen and the others inside and immediately arranged 2 presidential suites, one for Zhang Chen and Lu Shiyu, and the other for the Lu family. Several luxurious rooms were also open for relatives to stay in. Oh my god, this hotel is too luxurious. What kind of amazing boyfriend did my daughter bring back? The Lu family sat on the incredibly luxurious presidential suite sofa, each biting their tongues and shaking their heads in disbelief. This was just too impressive. Then they surrounded Lu Shiyu, eagerly asking about Zhang Chen. It's not just that he has money, the key point is that he's very outstanding. He earned all his money himself. However, I didn't know he had a business in the Magic City, Lu Shiyu said proudly. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen was in another room, meeting with many senior hotel executives. He sat on the sofa while an unbelievably beautiful woman was giving him a shoulder massage. Her looks and figure were on par with Lu Shiyu. She was the star dancer of Jun Tianxia. Her name is Song Qingya, 20 years old, born with natural beauty and trained rigorously in a hotel. She is skilled in singing and dancing. Every performance she gives causes a sensation, leaving countless guests mesmerized. The stage performances are also the most impressive shows at the Jun Tianxia Hotel, renowned in the Magic City. The hotel has nurtured nearly 100 dancers like Song Qingya, but she is merely the most outstanding among them. It is only natural that she has been sent to serve Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen inquired about the hotel's situation. The hotel is valued at about 30 billion, with a monthly profit of around 400 million. Not bad at all. It is nearly impossible to incur losses. Even if there were losses, it would only increase the failure points, without any monetary compensation. This is Zhang Chen's second hotel. After understanding the situation, Zhang Chen encouraged them and promised not to change the management, although he might arrange for 1 or 2 people to come in. He then kept Wang Ke behind for a more in-depth conversation. He found that this woman was quite good. Before leaving, Wang Ke whispered in Zhang Chen's ear, "Boss, we have always protected Song Qingya very well. She has never been bullied. She is still pure and innocent, and her singing and dancing performances are very unique. You can enjoy them tonight. Then continue to protect her, and do not allow anyone to bully her," Zhang Chen said seriously. "Yes, boss," Wang Ke replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Song Qingya, who was massaging Zhang Chen's shoulders, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Her heart was also racing. She inexplicably sensed that her fate might be about to change, all because of the handsome and wealthy man before her. She felt a bit nervous, but more than that, she felt anticipation. Anticipating a bright and beautiful tomorrow, Zhang Chen asked about Song Qingya's family situation. It was very special. She had been brought from an orphanage by the former female owner of the hotel. She did not know who her parents were. After years of nurturing, she had become a talented dancer, a cash cow for the hotel. Of course, there were countless wealthy men who wanted to set their sights on her. However, due to the influence of the 7-star hotel, they did not dare to take any action. From now on, you are my personal little spy, reporting the hotel's situation in secret, Zhang Chen said seriously. I will arrange for a female bodyguard to protect you. Her combat skills are world-class. Yes, boss, Song Qingya replied, bewildered. Personal little spy? Reporting the hotel's situation in secret? And arranging for a top bodyguard? Does that mean no one is allowed to bully me? Am I his forbidden fruit? Thinking of this, her bright and beautiful eyes secretly glanced at the man who had suddenly entered her life. Handsome and confident, his face radiated assurance, as if everything was under control. Her heart inexplicably raced faster. Thump, thump, thump. Is this what it feels like to be moved? Remember, no matter how powerful a wealthy man tries to bully you, do not be afraid. I am standing behind you, Zhang Chen instructed seriously. Do you know who I am? Your name is Zhang Chen, the owner of this hotel, Song Qingya said shyly. I am also the owner of Haoqing Sanxian Nian, Gaoka Awakening, Gaoka Beauty Salon, Shinkong Brainwave Company, and Weijie Games, Zhang Chen whispered in her ear. I also have powerful military and political influence, and I am not afraid of anyone. So, you must not worry about getting into trouble and compromising yourself. What I fear the least is trouble. If you encounter any difficulties or troubles, contact me. Share any concerns with me. I will protect you from the storm. This was preparing for future failures. It is likely that a super dancer like her would attract too many wealthy men, naturally leading to countless troubles and difficulties, some of which might even be beyond her ability to resolve. Then she could receive a 10,000-fold compensation from the system. Song Qingya looked up, gazing at Zhang Chen with astonished eyes. The handsome man before her should be the future world's richest person, the top-tier wealthy individual on Earth. From now on, she would be his personal little spy? That name is a bit amusing. Thinking of this, she smiled. As beautiful as 100 flowers in bloom, as lovely as a delicate bud. Even the phrase closing the moon and shaming flowers pales in comparison. There's a performance tonight, right? Zhang Chen said. You should go rest and prepare. I don't need much preparation, Song Qingya replied. Should I serve you here? She inexplicably wanted to spend more time with him. Being with him felt particularly safe and reassuring. There was no need to worry about any accidents happening. Be good, I have things to do, Zhang Chen said, pinching her delicate face. Song Qingya shyly nodded and added Zhang Chen on WeChat. She then gracefully left. Only the intoxicating fragrance lingered in the air. I need to hire a secretary and have my personal little spy monitor the company both openly and secretly. I also need to arrange for a senior manager to come in, and then get some robotic security guards. That would be foolproof. Zhang Chen calculated in his mind, but this wasn't urgent. First, he needed to deal with the Lu family's matters, so he went to another presidential suite. General Manager Wang Ke was discussing the wedding with the Lu family. Upon seeing Zhang Chen arrive, everyone stood up to welcome him. They invited him to sit in the most honored position. Lu Xiyu even began to massage his shoulders. This treatment was simply like that of an emperor. Soon, the wedding arrangements were completed. Then it was time for a grand feast. Of course, it was unprecedentedly luxurious. Delicacies from land and sea, top-quality wines. The Lu family members were nearly swallowing their tongues. Boss, the song and dance performance has started. Wang Ke came in again, inviting everyone to watch the performance. They moved to another floor. It was a huge stage, resembling a theater. But it was quite different, because drinking was allowed. There were even private boxes. Colorful lights flickered, and shadows swayed. It was exceptionally lively. There were visibly thousands of people. Wow, this hotel's business is incredible. This is too luxurious and high-end, and the sound system is so electrifying. The Lu family members sighed in their hearts. They went to the most luxurious private box. Numerous beautiful waitresses were already in place, inviting them to sit down. The table was filled with exquisite snacks and fruits, various appetizers. Champagne and fine wines filled the corners. Right there, a beautiful waitress began to massage Zhang Chen's shoulders. Others started to serve around them, lighting cigarettes, feeding fruits and snacks, handing out towels, chatting and laughing. Wow, this is too enjoyable. Everyone was taken aback. So this is how the wealthy enjoy themselves? Suddenly, even more electrifying music began to play. The colorful lights danced and swayed. Thick fog rolled in. The stage seemed like a fairyland. A group of dancers appeared, performing the most explosive dance. Bright eyes and beautiful features, stunningly gorgeous. The singer was also exceptionally beautiful and alluring. The melodious singing filled the air, igniting passion. Good, good, good. The beauties are so pretty. This is amazing. The guests below were shouting wildly. The atmosphere became incredibly heated. Some were so entranced they seemed dazed. Blood flowed from their noses without them even realizing. The dancers and singers on stage were simply too beautiful and sexy. A single teasing glance or gesture could leave one spellbound. One dance after another, the dancers grew more and more beautiful, more and more enchanting. The singing became increasingly captivating. Finally, the top dance troupe took the stage. The lead was Song Chingya, in a snow-white short dress. Her black hair floated in the air like clouds. Her long legs were as straight and coordinated as a compass. Her beauty was like that of a celestial being. Bright eyes filled with emotion. Her singing was exceptionally charming and melodious, no less than that of top singers. It was simply enchanting, like a fairy captivating the soul. Utterly alluring, capable of leading one's spirit into oblivion. The accompanying dancers were all top-tier beauties, tall and slender, each with a beauty score of over 95. Dressed in light red short skirts, their black hair woven into braids, they danced in unison, both orderly and magnificent. Those gazes, those smiles, could undoubtedly make anyone find love in an instant, instantly forgetting who they were. The audience was silent, all the guests left dumbfounded. What beauty! How did they find so many top-tier beauties? This is simply a group of fairies, the very best kind. Oh my, if I had money, I would gladly sit here every night, enjoying the songs and dances. What bliss that would be. Countless people sighed inwardly. The performances at the Deep Bay Hotel can't compare to this. A satisfied expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face. It was indeed a 7-star hotel. This performance was a masterpiece, and he was the owner of Jun Tianxia. He could freely enjoy their songs and dances and also decide their fates. Thinking of this, an unparalleled sense of comfort surged within him. To be a man, one should be like this. The Liu family had been busy preparing for a day. The wedding day had arrived. 9 cars were dispatched. In addition to the convoy Zhang Chen had booked, a 14-meter-long stretched Lincoln was added. This was a luxury car from a 7-star hotel. It could accommodate many people, suitable for the bride and groom. The rest of the cars were supercars, seating only one person besides the driver. All 9 cars were decorated. Thus, the most luxurious wedding convoy appeared. It sped along with great momentum. It was exceptionally eye-catching and impressive. Along the way, it caused quite a stir, attracting countless envious and jealous gazes and discussions. Zhang Chen drove the Koenigsegg, while Lu Xiyu, sitting in the passenger seat, was dressed more beautifully than ever. After being pampered the night before, her skin had become even more smooth and delicate. Overall, she looked as beautiful as a celestial being, as noble as a princess. Coupled with the aura of the $100 million Koenigsegg, she exuded an air of wealth and charm. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth curled slightly. He was quite satisfied with this visit to the Liu family in the Magic City. He had booked a plane worth tens of billions, a luxurious convoy, and a hotel worth 300 billion. Lu Xiyu was immensely grateful and obedient to him. It felt as if her life had suddenly reached its peak. No, her life was just beginning. 3,000 years of lifespan. There were still countless miles to the peak. Lu Xiyu's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Chen's profile. Chiseled and strong, confidence etched into his very bones. This was Zhang Chen, her man. He could do anything. There was no difficulty in the world that could stump him. This time, it was his turn to take action. Thus, there was this luxurious wedding convoy, and they could hold the wedding at the very top 7-star hotel. Otherwise, would he be hiding at home crying right now? Thinking of this, her heart was filled with gratitude and love. Was there anyone in the world happier than herself? She simply couldn't contain her joy. The smile on her face grew sweeter. Her gaze became even more affectionate. Lu Xilei sat in the 14-meter-long stretched Lincoln, excitedly making a phone call. "Wife, we are almost there. Please stand on the balcony and look at the wedding convoy I brought. You will be incredibly surprised." Really? Dressed in a wedding gown, Duaning looked expectantly and ran to the balcony to see. "What are you looking at?" Duan's mother frowned. "Shilei said they are almost here, and it's a very luxurious convoy," Duaning said excitedly. "What's there to look forward to? It's just a rented car, and he's just a poor guy, earning only 10 to 8,000 a month. I don't know how you could like a man like that," Duan's mother said with a dark face. "Mom, here you go again. Today is my big day. Can't you say something nice?" Duaning replied, clearly unhappy. "They're here, the wedding procession is here. Wow, the first car is a stretched Lincoln? It looks like it's 14 meters long, worth 22.5 million. Oh my god, the second car is even more impressive. It's a Koenigsegg, worth 100 million. What's the third car? Oh my god, it's a silver, worth 50 million. Wow, the fourth one is an Aston Martin, 45 million. The last 4 are Lamborghini Veneno, Hennessy Venom, Pagani, Bugatti, and Ferrari LaFerrari. All supercars worth tens of millions each. Incredible, just incredible. Whose wedding procession is this? Duan's relatives shouted in shock. Duan Ing and her mother were also dumbfounded. Then the mother and daughter became extremely envious and jealous. They instinctively thought that this couldn't be the wedding procession of the Lu family. The Lu family was just an ordinary family. How could they afford such a procession? Such a lineup couldn't just be rented with money. No rental company has such top-tier luxury cars. This kind of procession must be equipped by the wealthiest of the wealthy. Wife, did you see that? Surprised, right? Lu Shilei started making phone calls, truly in high spirits, wielding his power like a tiger. Today was indeed a big deal. I only saw one procession, the stretched Lincoln, Koenigsegg. I didn't see any other processions, Duan Ing said, still in disbelief. This is the procession. I'm in the stretched Lincoln, Lu Shilei said proudly. Mom, this is the Lu family's wedding procession. Are you satisfied now? Duan Ing was excited and thrilled. What? This is the Lu family's procession? All of Duan's relatives, including her mother, were inexplicably shocked. They couldn't believe it. Was the Lu family not an ordinary family, but a family of the super rich? But that was impossible. A child of a super rich family driving a ride-hailing car? Who had ever heard of that? Daughter, quickly ask what's going on. Where did the cars come from? Duan's mother's eyes sparkled with greed. Duan Ing immediately called to ask, then said, Mom, this procession was arranged by Lu Shilei's sister, Lu Shiyu's boyfriend. I knew it. The Lu family doesn't have much to offer, but to find such a good son-in-law? So capable? Duan's mother said, he must be a big tycoon. Today, I must make a big cut and let some blood flow. Mom, don't cause any trouble, Duan Ing said, her heart racing, her face changing dramatically. But your brother's betrothal gift hasn't been settled yet. Such a good opportunity today, can we really let it pass? Duan's mother said, if they can arrange such a luxurious procession worth hundreds of millions, how could they care about a little extra betrothal gift? Sis, please help out. Dawn Ling is excellent and beautiful, I really like her, but I can't give enough betrothal money. Duan Ying's brother, Duan Jun, said expectantly. The procession suddenly stopped in front of the Duan family's house. The Duan family were locals, living in a relatively impressive building, 6.5 stories tall. They should be considered quite wealthy. Everyone got out of the cars, preparing to welcome the bride and take her to the hotel for the wedding. Zhang Chen had no good feelings about this Duan family, so he remained silent, just enjoying the scenery and whispering sweet nothings to Lu Shiyu. They were having a good time. As for the wedding procession, the Lu family members would handle that. There were many relatives from the Duan family, all coming to see the luxury cars. They pointed and took pictures, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the entrance. It seemed to be Lu Shilei's voice. It seems trouble has found us again. Come on, let's go take a look. Zhang Chen loved trouble and difficulties the most, pulling Lu Shiyu along. They saw a woman shielding the bride behind her, not allowing Lu Shilei to get close, greedily saying, if you don't offer 3 million in betrothal gifts, you can forget about taking her away. 3 million? When did we say 3 million? Wasn't it 50,000? I've prepared it and brought it with me, and now you're changing your mind? Mom, can you stop making this so difficult for me? Lu Shilei trembled with anger. Your family is so wealthy, your convoy is worth billions. 3 million in betrothal gifts is just a drop in the bucket, isn't it? What? You can't bear to part with it? Is your love for my daughter really that worthless? Duan's mother said with righteous indignation, her face full of disdain.